Everyone envies me for being able to sit next to the national sweetheart. But not only do I ignore her, I also keep my distance at all times. This has left the national little sister, Yun Shi, utterly confused. Who is Yun Shi? She started acting at the age of 5, became famous at a young age, and is widely recognized as the nation's daughter. As she grew up, she remained active on the big screen, becoming the dream girl in the hearts of countless otaku. Yun Shi genuinely can't understand what she did wrong to make me treat her this way. In my past life, in pursuit of my dream of becoming a star, I abandoned my studies and wasted my youth, only to end up as a plaything manipulated by capital. Now, I swear to study hard and never set foot in the complicated quagmire of the entertainment industry again. After all, dreams are too distant, while the knowledge I acquire truly belongs to me. Just as I was planning to focus on my studies, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom with the sound of the bell and said, "I'll take a few minutes of your time to announce something. The variety show When You Were Young will officially start filming in our class tomorrow. 7 celebrity trainees will join us for a semester-long study program." Hearing faint cheers around me, I felt my scalp tingle. The teacher then coldly emphasized, "No matter who sits next to you, whether there are cameras or not, study hard and behave like proper students." I thought to myself, forget about variety shows and celebrities, studying is what matters most. Since I can't avoid it, I'll just ignore it and hide in a corner. Sure enough, the next day, several cameramen entered the classroom and took their positions. Once filming began, a tall girl walked in, instantly causing a wave of gasps. The bulky school uniform looked stunning on her, adding a touch of youthful energy. She said, "Hello everyone, my name is Huolinger. It's a pleasure to meet you. I love traditional dance, so anyone interested can chat with me about it." As soon as she finished, applause broke out, and I clapped a few times before lowering my head to continue memorizing vocabulary. Huolinger casually picked a seat and sat down, her demeanor quiet and elegant. Then, another girl said, "I'm Iori Yukino from Sakura Country. I hope to be friends with everyone." Iori Yukino seemed very shy and, after introducing herself, sat down next to Huolinger. The next person to enter the classroom was Yi Chen. He said, "Hello everyone, I'm Yi Chen, who played Crown Prince Danheng in The Great Yin Dynasty. Next month, I'll be releasing a single across all platforms. I hope you'll all support it." Yi Chen was indeed a standard handsome guy, with his white hair accentuating his striking presence, though he still fell slightly short compared to the dashing netizens in the comments section. After noticing his white hair, I quickly glanced at homeroom teacher Zhang Bin and keenly detected a flicker of dissatisfaction in the usually cheerful teacher's eyes. I thought to myself, dyeing hair isn't allowed for high school students. Among the 5 introducing themselves, Yi Chen was the only one who mentioned his work, seemingly deliberately emphasizing his celebrity status to flaunt his superiority. Clearly, he wasn't someone easy to deal with. But that wasn't my problem. Let the homeroom teacher handle the headache. After a girl named Yue-chan finished her introduction, she looked around and sat next to Yi Chen, becoming the only opposite gender among the celebrity students. The 6 students paired up as deskmates, leaving only Yunshi, who hadn't introduced herself yet. Director Sule awkwardly smiled, seemingly dissatisfied with the seating arrangement. After all, Yunshi was widely recognized as the nation's sweetheart. If she could pair up with another celebrity student, it would undoubtedly create a CP dynamic. These days, what could attract more attention than shipping a couple? Fortunately, Yunshi didn't seem to mind. She confidently walked up to the podium and said, "I'm Yunshi, a local. I hope to become good friends with my fellow townspeople." The students laughed and applauded, and it had to be said that Yu Dandy was obviously the most famous, but he was unexpectedly not much of a stand-up guy. However, now it seems like I don't have a classmate. In fact, I've delayed my homework quite a lot, and I kinda hope that there's a good classmate who can teach me. After all, a semester is quite long, and I don't feel too good if my head is empty for a semester. "Director, can I find a classmate? Please, please." Sue Director face stagnant. Stars looking for vegetarians as the same table? This seems to be not quite in line with the rules. But, the little girl has taken the initiative to mention it, and he is not too good to reject it face to face. "Teacher Zhang, what do you think?" Sule decided to dump the dilemma on this homeroom teacher. After all, this matter still had to enlist someone else's students. "No problem, dude, then just pick it. Want to pick learning good? I can help you recommend a few." Zhang Binyan changed the previous day's aura, even a few naive. Poutong had reason to suspect that this weird uncle was a fan of Yu Dandy. Is this the dad fan? It's horrible. There's no need to recommend. I see that student has been studying with his head down. He should be a very serious student. Can I be at the same table with him? Yu Dandy raised her hand and pointed. Poutong suddenly felt a slight chill on his back and subconsciously raised his head. "Why are you all looking at me?" Director Sue's eyes instantly lit up. A good seedling, I didn't realize that this class had a hidden tiger and a dragon, but there was actually such a handsome student. It was only then that Poutong probably rationalized his thoughts. I just want to study hard. Please don't bring me to the variety show. The popularity of Udandan. Sitting next to her, I'm afraid that she will not be affected. I'm not afraid to laugh at you. This kid can't study. It's my dereliction of duty. Zhang Binyan plucked out a glance at Poutong, only feeling that the student had disgraced himself. Right. Old Zhang, keep talking. It's best to discourage you, dude. We're counting on you for our study. I think it's pretty good too, right? You can promote each other even if you're not good at studying. Director Sule suddenly spoke up, although he is a vegetarian. But he is quite handsome, even if he is photographed. He is quite eye-catching, and he can also sell a wave of goodwill to his national sister. So why not? Udandan blinked as if to express approval. She hadn't really been improvising. She'd noticed this unusual fellow back when she'd been waiting earlier. This student seemed not interested and quite enjoys studying, so if he had to choose a deskmate, he would be the best choice. That's fine, Poutong. We'll move over later. You kids study hard for me. Don't hold people back, dude. Are you really not going to consider asking me what I want? It's not that I just want to study quietly. It's too dangerous to study with a celebrity, or something like studying with a national sister. Chapter 3, Don't Ever Give Me the Camera. Hi, I'm Udandan. Poutong nodded his head in greeting, then quickly pulled away from Udandan by 20 centimeters. I have fox odor? The young girl frowned. I'm afraid I have. Udandan looked at Poutong, who was hiding far away, a little confused about this guy. It wasn't that Udandan was conceited, it was just that she had become famous at a young age and knew that her popularity would bring a lot of trouble. Just now, she mentioned the sentence to choose a table. It seems that the eyes of all the people present instantly read a few points. That kind of frenzied eyes to see her straight to the fear. Instead, this guy, who looked like he didn't pay any attention to her at all, should be a good choice. Unexpectedly, this guy avoided her as soon as he moved over, where this person was not paying any attention to her, but simply avoiding her. Udandan just don't understand. What did he do to him? Curious, very curious. What's your name again? Udandan moved to the right. Poutong, Pu of Pu Songling, Tong of Tongguan. Poutong moved to the right again, his right hand hanging directly into the air. There's no place to hide. It wasn't that he didn't want to get involved with the stars. They were human beings, and it was okay to make friends and talk, but mainly the cameras were always on, and that was annoying. Although there are vegetarian appointments for filming programs, it's always good to actively avoid the camera a bit. Auntie, the focus of the shoot is on you. Please don't come over. Pope, who's that? Nothing. Pretend I didn't say it. Poutong said that I have no way to explain this to you. After all, there is no Liao Zhai Ji in this world. Oh, Udandan looked at his twisted look and retreated resentfully. That's right. Poutong glanced at the machine not far away and scrunched up his head to get ready for class. It's math class. I'm not very good at math yet. Udandan glanced at her deskmate, who was resting on her left arm with only the back of her head showing, and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Am I ugly? Udandan thinks she is still a beautiful girl to come. This guy is really. The math teacher in Poutong's class was a young woman named Young, who seemed to be desperately trying to hide her excitement as she made her way through the class, coming around to a few of the star participants at every opportunity. This next question is easy. We'll ask a few students at random. The math teacher was on board and ready for some showmanship. As for the random questions, let's just say no at all. What are the ways to find the zeros of a function? Well, let's answer it as far as Iori Yukino-san is concerned. Sakura-chan stood up with a confused look on her face, scratching her head awkwardly. Algebraic method, geometry transformation method. Lin Yushi started to pass the word with a small beep next to her. Poutong happened to be sitting behind the two men and sort of heard them clearly. It seems that this star high school student is no different from a normal high school student. What's with this strong sense of fait accompli? Algebraic method, geometric method, transformation method. Iori Yukino chose to believe her tablemate. Yukino-san is grade O. Next question. How to determine the 0 point of a quadratic function? The math teacher paused, eyeing the next target. Udandan student. You do it. Udandan stood up, his head empty. What was it? Where's the table? Save it. Look at people helping each other at the same table. Udandan subconsciously glanced at Poutong, but found that this guy quietly moved a little further away. I forgot about the teacher. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Next time be careful. Udandan sat down awkwardly and looked viciously at Poutong. Poutong felt the malice from the table. The heart of that bitter really is not. I do not help you. You do not see. You stood up, that the camera on the straight focus over. How do I dare to pass the message after a math class? Poutong felt like he had learned less than he had yesterday. To avoid the camera, so much so that he couldn't really concentrate. Looks like it's going to take a little more work in private to get it right. Hey, are you scared of me? Yu Dandy tugged on Poutong's sleeve, her eyes quizzical. Anyone can see it alright, the deliberate distancing is outrageous. Actually it's not you. I'm more afraid of the camera. Poutong pointed to a few fixed camera positions. Honestly, I have the whole body twitching and foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground cardiac arrest syndrome when I'm photographed. Believe you have a ghost. Yu Dandy took out a small water cup and took a sip. You wouldn't be a black fan of mine, would you? It's still true. You'd better stay away from me before I catch you in the dark. Cut. Between classes, photographers will come in to take additional shots of some of the celebrity trainees interacting with each other, and Poutong doesn't dare to stay in a place of wrongdoing for long, and hides far away as soon as the class is over. Dandy, what's wrong with your desk? He instantly shrank back as soon as I turned around. Lin Yushi frowned and glanced at Poutong on the other side of the classroom. Who knows? 30 centimeters away from me in class. Those who don't know will think I'm playing a big game and bullying ordinary students. It's really Poutong's students. Harmonized Terrier. Deductions. Poutong stole a glance at the three actresses in their seats in a state of talking and laughing, and then saw the photographers surrounding the three of them snapping away, and could only sigh that it was fortunate that he had run away quickly. The stationary camera can't be moved during class, so as long as he stays out of the way he won't be photographed, and the photographer holding up the camera after class he just has to duck out of the way. It really wasn't that he was very timid, but he had a deep understanding of modern audiences. They all had a pair of eyes that found beauty, but rather it was also a special 8 times mirror. If he really showed too much of his face, he would definitely be noticed. As a man of the Go Dao, one has to be careful to seek stability. First of all, as the National Sister's deskmate, this identity comes with its own heat in the first place. Plus he looks okay. It's entirely possible to rub off on the heat and catch fire. Of course Bouten doesn't want that to happen. Brother Tong, what's it like to be at the same table as Yu Dandy? Lu Nang asked with an envious face. It was painful, quite painful. Poutong's words were taken as Versailles by the crowd, and only he knew what was more than pain. It was torture. It seems to be too much communication with other friends to release the desire to chat. The next few classes you dude's surprisingly quiet. Poutong is also happy to be at ease. Once again learned a lot of knowledge. Iori Yukino curiously looked at Poutong twice more and whispered, "It doesn't look like a fake. The guy really doesn't care about celebrities or anything. Nothing against you." Yu Dandy nodded, but with a trifle of annoyance. She responded in a small voice, "I thought it was my problem." Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino exchanged glances, looking at Yu Dandy with odd expressions on their faces. The latter's face reddened slightly. I didn't have any idea of trying to get him to pay attention to me. Several people burst out laughing and teasing each other. I say, can you guys actually carry me when you discuss me behind my back? Poutong shook his head as he listened from the sidelines. As soon as the class was over they started talking, not treating him as an outsider at all, and the dog shook his head at the sound of it. All right. Private Marseille. Iori Yukino apologized. This student, I see that you don't seem to be interested in this variety show. I wonder what's your opinion? Lin Yushi sized up Poutong and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. High opinion not so much. Poutong glanced at the cameraman who was filming the boy's side of the picture, which put his mind at ease. Well, you and are all considered child stars, right? Rather you're all students now, so my advice would be to study less under the camera. What the hell are you talking about? Lin Yushi just casually asked, not expecting this guy to actually start pointing. Let's put it this way. In fact, set up a school bully persona is a very dangerous thing. Perhaps you, that is, the star himself is just in the normal study right, but see this scene of the fans do not think so. They will certainly think, oh my god, she is so hard. Today's baby is again excellent and hard work of the school bully one of them. Then desperately press the 2 words of school bully on your head. The company will also follow up the marketing. After all, the heat from the gale right, and then the passers-by will believe it. When the results of the college entrance exams come out, in case of failure, then it is not a clown? The 3 girls looked at each other. Mixing in the entertainment industry for many years, they are also far more mature than their peers. Poutong said these they can also understand. The collapse of the school bully persona. This matter in the entertainment industry can even be said to be commonplace. Once the schoolboy persona collapses, the Iron fans are fine, but by then the Roadrunner disc or whatever will basically be cold. If I say it's best to behave on screen, idle fish a little bit, mix a little bit, then in case the test is not good as expected, try their best. If the test is good, that can be awesome. Bad. Boredom is not fragrant. Originally, artists do not have time to study, but also take the initiative to set up a school bully persona is not looking for death? How do you know so much? I see you also do not follow the stars. Yu Dandy spat out his tongue. I'm gifted. come on. The three women were about to chat some more, but they saw that Poutong had already slipped away. Nothing else? The photographer is here. Chapter 4 Specialized Music Classes. After a few days of filming, it was obvious to Poutong that he was gradually adapting to the environment. Not only him, but also the others in the class. From the initial excitement of surrounding a few star trainees as soon as they got out of class, to the fact that they don't pay attention to these people on purpose anymore. Habits become natural. The first time to see the stars rare. If the stars every day in front of your eyes, see more that in fact, that is also that. It is worth mentioning that Chen Xiqing also dyed her hair back to black after a few innuendos from her homeroom teacher Lao Zhang. It's not that he's afraid of the homeroom teacher, it's just that black hair is more suitable for the program and the image of a high school student variety show. Maybe after the program airs, he can even gain a benign sacrifice for the recording of the program. Hot search. Help me with this problem. You dandy put the book between the two and pointed to a physics book problem of pursuit and encounter. This question. Poutong came over and scanned the question. It's a bit troublesome. In fact, a few days to get along. He found that you damned in this personality quite good, and his impression of the kind of big star is not the same, and there is not much shelf. In the premise of no camera, absolutely can make friends with the type. The two men's heads came together, looking at the title placed in the center in deep thought. Wait a minute. As soon as Poutong looked up, he saw the photographer who was snapping away at the two of them. As he gradually adapted, his vigilance actually dropped. Damn it, it's caught on camera. Poutong quickly withdrew, incidentally moving to the right again. I'll think about thinking first. You look at other questions first. It's okay to ask someone else. You dandy was depressed. How this person is like this, suddenly close and far away, afraid that it is not fishing for her fish. Unbeknownst to him, Poutong is in the midst of a deep self-criticism. Forgetting your goals in crises because you have adapted to your environment is one thing that is never allowed. It's important to study hard and stay out of the entertainment business. But fortunately, the cameraman's main task is to make up for the shooting of the stars. Poutong this kind of vegetarian initiative to avoid after he did not have to follow the camera. Just to the still thinking about the subject of the you dandy a shot. The girl is not listening to her own words. How can a high school star study under the camera? This can be the material to establish a school bully persona, which was seen by the fans as not to blow up to the sky. Forget it, it's none of my business. Poutong was also too lazy to worry about other people's idle thoughts, sinking his mind to continue to think about the topic. Honestly speaking, he really wasn't very familiar with the problem of chasing and encountering. The original body was just too swinging. A in front of B, a behind B, can only say that two cars play really flower. The short class period ended, and the moment the photographer exited, Poutong repositioned himself, physically posed. English class, that is, their homeroom teacher Zhang Binyan's class. The old Zhen when the homeroom teacher is very strict, the class is surprisingly water. Basically did not speak too much on the class. The subject of English will have to be self-taught as well. Classmates, let me say something. Zhang Binyan coughed a few times and intentionally swept his eyes at a few star trainees. There's a music class this afternoon, and Director Su and I meant to give the star trainees a chance to show off their talents by filming a special music class. It's kind of interesting, and it's kind of concerning even to Poutong, not to mention the others who are already cheering. An essential part of a variety show, the talent show, and for high school students variety, music class is the best platform. After all, mixed with the entertainment industry is always a bit of talent. Right, by the time the show airs, hot takes on who's good, who's great, and so on can be arranged. Heat, this is proper heat. Students who need musical instruments can bring their own in the afternoon. Zhang Binyan glanced around at all the students, and his voice hardened a few points. Recently, there are those who take advantage of filming variety shows to fish in troubled waters, and those who bring their cell phones to school to secretly film the stars. I'm warning you once, don't let me find out. Smiley grunted so coldly that the temperature of the classroom dropped by 3 degrees. Poutong has no doubt that this kind of strict teacher will be questioned after the program is aired, and the topic of whether it is better for a teacher to be gentle or strict has been difficult to gain unity. Zhang Binyan walked out, and the tightly wound crowd clamored anew. Poutong watched the filming crew come in and turn off the camera position, instantly relaxing a lot. There's really no need for the camera to be on during school hours, and with the star participants gone, there's no need to film anything else. I say, your homeroom teacher is a bit scary. You dandy chimed in as she packed her book bag. As far as I know he's a fan of your dad, so build all you want. I bet he won't do anything to you with his fan filter. Faith, Ghost, say, in the afternoon music class you star students perform talent. What talent do you have? Poutong sized up this prestigious national sister, so fire instincts should not be bad, cannot be evasive, although he has the memory of the original body, but still do not quite understand these things. Guess, Farewell. Poutong sniffed and quickly left the classroom, casually asking. He really didn't care much about this. Yu Dandy stomped his feet in anger. How could anyone be so indebted? Music class would have to be a big surprise for this guy. The young girl made up her mind and raised her little fist. At noon, in order to avoid napping for too long, Poutong went back to the classroom to study after a little cozy relationship between elemental valency and outermost electron number. The teenager opened the window and blew in the breeze, basking in the afternoon sun as he quietly turned the pages of his book. The rustle of pen and paper rubbing together echoed in the empty classroom until one by one other students arrived. Good learning time is always short. Poutong stretched his back and said to himself, I must know that when I was young and ambitious, I had promised to be the first on earth. What are you muttering? Lin Yushi stared back at him. Nothing. Good lord, that almost sent shockwaves through the literary world. Lin Yushi suspiciously looked back. She had just heard what Ling Yunji first stream or something. This guy, it will not be a middle-aged 2 disease. 10 minutes before class, Yu Dandy walked into the classroom carrying his guitar bag. So that's her talent? That Poutong cannot be sleepy. This thing he is familiar with. He is the bottom side of the artist so long. All the basic skills have not been wasted is not it, although it cannot be said that the top, but it can also be used. Awesome, Poutine complimented. Oof, the young girl nodded pleasantly, seemingly flattered. You'll see when I perform later. Still a child after all. So ungrateful. Poutong surveyed the guitar bag, a little tickled up. It had been music that had kept him company during the grayest period of his previous life, and he could only feel some happiness when he picked up his guitar and played. He hasn't touched this since he crossed over. Guitar addiction. Yu Dandy noticed the look in his eyes and frowned. You can play? No way. I'm music nerdy. Oh, Yu Dandy secretly rejoiced. It's good to be an amateur. I'll scare you to death later. You can try it if you want to play it. Thanks. Poutine nodded, still not daring to get on board, but it was enough to have her words. Yu Dandy had never looked forward to music class so much. Most high school music classes are very monotonous, and the music teachers are usually happy to be borrowed by other teachers. But this star-studded show has brought the music class back to life. The music teacher and the director sat at the end, intending to enjoy the performance of all the star trainees, so Poutong was surprised that the class teacher, this guy actually also had the cheek to bring his own stool to sit at the end of the class. As for whether he is to manage the order or a blatant stargazer, that Poutong cannot be known. The star trainees came on one by one. First of all, Gon Hangshu sang a ballad, quite a good standard. Poutong can't help but sigh that the fire is really not without reason. Xiaomu also played the guitar, but played a tune that Poutong had never heard of at all. The technique was good, but he would not comment on the music of this world. After all, he was not familiar with it. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino both danced, but Lin Yushi danced a very national-style dance while Iori Yukino danced an otaku dance. Although Lin Yushi dances well, Poutong is a secondary. So, sorry Lin Yushi, I'll go with Iori Yukino. Tang Luochang sang a song, but felt a little out of tune. Poutong peeped at the crowd's satisfaction, once suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Oh, and he's supposed to be at a higher level than everyone else in the room. After all, he hasn't been a bottom-sider for all that time for nothing, and he's experienced, albeit contrarian. Chen Xiqing was the most flirty, dancing a straight-up poppin', which, deliberate head-scratching aside, wasn't bad at all. But considering that there were indeed girls screaming, it meant that his performance was still quite successful. Finally, Yu Dandy took the stage and played and sang a song. Never heard of it, Poutong, or never heard of it. There is a say one. The music of this world he cannot appreciate, but Poutong also do not have to help the building will fall. To save the music world in the fire of the grand ambition is it. He didn't have a golden finger system, and the songs he remembered in his head were limited, so if he sang them, he wouldn't have a ruined reputation. Charlotte warned. As he listened, something didn't feel right. Songs he hadn't heard, but from the technique, the piano was a distinct murmur. Seems like there's a little problem with the guitar. The girl finished playing, bowed in thanks, and swept a satisfied smile over to Poutong, who was listening intently. Finally, I'm not thinking about your studies. Wow, play well. Poutong continued to compliment. He swept his eyes at the guitar in the young girl's hands, feeling that probably the neck was a little bit crooked. Not being a professional naturally couldn't hear this subtle difference. In the past few days, he felt that Yu Dandy was still a good person and treated him quite well. If he didn't say anything, this idiot wouldn't have been unable to discover the flaws in the guitar, right? Should we remind her of that? It's not good to remind this reminding oneself will guitar this matter will not be exposed? Actually playing is not bad. Yu Dandy was satisfied, her vanity greatly satisfied. I'm actually better at the piano, but it's not very convenient to play it in class. And, when she looked at Poutong again, the guy had moved back to a very distant position, as if nothing had happened just now. What do you think of? Poutine rested on his left arm, showing her the back of his head with the world. Is this man a turtle? Chapter 5, You at the same table. In terms of professionalism, Yu Dandy Strumming and Gon Hangshu's ballad were the best performers, but if it came down to personal preference, Poutong still preferred Sakura Girl's otaku dance. There's no way around it. Secondary is the way to go. This special music lesson is supposed to be the gimmick of the first installment of the show, and with elements like the freshman introductions, it's already a sight to behold. But it's just as well it's none of Poutine's business. There's no way he's going to be given a vegetarian shot in that amount of time for one episode. After school, Mr. Poutong, you may have to stay alone for duty today. Oh, okay. Poutong shrugged, indicating indifference. The class was on duty in groups, and today it was the turn of the star trainee group. But the problem was that there were a lot of fans cooped up outside the school gates after school, and if the time for evacuation from school was delayed because of doing duty, a lot of chaos would occur then. This was something the program group did not want to see. Poutong is the only vegetarian in the group, so the difficult task of doing group duty can only be his turn. Brother, trouble you. Next time I'll bring you some delicious food. Xiaomu patted Poutong's shoulder, only to feel his eyes sting a little. This vegetarian is actually more handsome than me. Well. Poutong watched the crowd leave the classroom one by one, and couldn't be happier. It's great to be left alone. Perhaps it was because he was used to being marginalized in his previous life. He kinda liked being alone, and this feeling of having time and space all to himself was quite rare. He wasn't in a hurry and finished cleaning the classroom at a leisurely pace. Finally, Poutine stretched and looked at the rays of sunset that spilled into the window. A dark red glow reflected on the teenager through a crack in the window. Sunset is especially gentle, and all the earth is romantic awe. Poutong swept the empty classroom, only to feel that everything is like a dream. The fact of crossing over was too nebulous, and he didn't even know what it really counted as until now. However, since he had already come and had a chance to live again, it was all the more important for him to be based on the present. Youth is hard to look back on, but the dusk of the classroom is still there, waiting for every teenager to look back. The guitar didn't come with me. He suddenly noticed the guitar bag placed by the table next to him with some intent. Why don't you just help her tune her guitar? She won't be able to notice this difference by then anyway, so consider it a good deed. He looked around to see that no one was around, which made him feel better about taking the guitar out. There's something wrong with the distance between the pintle and the strings on the seventh pint. Boughton used his experience to fine-tune it. Before nodding in satisfaction, he flicked the strings to try and see if they were now in tune. Since it's the same guitar at the same table, it's a good idea to play a song at the same table. Playing this song was certainly a whim, and I'm afraid it's the first thing that comes to mind when you think of the word table. Poutong remembered his previous life when he only had music for company and decided to play a serious song. The teenager gently strummed the strings in the deserted classroom under the setting sun. Poutong stepped out of the school gate in the evening sunshine and met the program's director Sule and a photographer surnamed Zhang head-on. The classroom door is locked, isn't it? Poutong was so recognizable that the photographer Lao Yang recognized him at once. There's still camera equipment in the classroom. Don't get into trouble. It's locked. You guys are. Adjust the equipment. Sule sized up the handsome young man, silently calculating how to bring him into the business. See you then. Poutong hurriedly slipped away. He didn't want to have too many interactions with these circle members. He was an ordinary high school student. Studying hard was the real thing. Sule and Lao Yang also ignored him and went straight to the shooting classroom. The machine was left on. Old Yang, how long have you been practicing? How can you still make such a small mistake? Sule opened the classroom door with his key and glared at the photographer beside him. It was so chaotic after school that I accidentally forgot about it. Old Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. But I can do this myself. Why did you come along, Mr. Su? No inspiration. Sule pulled out his cigarettes, suddenly considering that this was a classroom. He still silently put them back. The first issue is to lay the foundation. Absolutely must be attractive. But now, the content is too bland and there is no good theme. I seek out to come out and turn around. Think about it. Oh, old Yang is just a rough man. He doesn't understand this. It's been shooting for over an hour, but luckily it's not important material, so just delete it. Indeed, the stars are gone. Sule sighed, suddenly realized what? Just now is that kid alone in the classroom? Yeah, it's kind of tragic that he's helping out the star trainee with his duty day all by himself. Same as if we were bullying with our star privileges. He's alone. What's he doing? Sule frowned. Of course it's cleaning. Lao Yang casually flipped through the video. No, he's actually singing. What the hell? Him? Singing? Sule's face showed a few smiles. Probably a middle-aged teenager squealing alone in the classroom. What a wonderful age. So I deleted it? No, Take a look. I think it's quite interesting too. Su-lei found a seat and sat down, signaling old Yang to put it on for him. Oh, Lao Yang adjusted the video to the beginning of Poutong's cleaning of the classroom and sat down next to him to enjoy it together. A wisp of sunset, the teenager took out the guitar of his tablemate Yu Dandy, and then proceeded to tweak it a bit. Since it's the same guitar at the same table, it's a good idea to play a song at the same table. The teenager said as much. Su-lei's eyes jumped as he seemed to have suddenly grasped something. The setting sun shone on the side of the young man's face as he plucked the strings and sang softly. Will you remember tomorrow what you wrote in your diary yesterday? Will you still be thinking of you tomorrow? The one who used to cry the most. The melodious song resounded in the classroom, and the gentle voice narrated for a long time. Teachers can't remember. You who can't guess the question. It was only by looking through the photos that I remembered you at the same table. Who married the sentimental you? Who comforts the crybaby? Who put up your long hair and who made you a dowry? After a soothing interlude, he continued to chant. You used to be so careful. You'd ask to borrow half an eraser. And you've been overheard saying that you like being with me. The sky was always blue then. The days always went by too slow. You always say graduation is far away. And then you go your separate ways. The beautiful melody and delicate lyrics made the two people in front of the video a little bit back to their senses. And for a while they were both a little nostalgic for those green years. Who meets the sentimental you? Who comforts the weepy you? Whoever reads the letter I wrote to you, throws it to the wind. The lyrics are gradually sentimental, and the teenager's timbre is more than a little vicissitudinous, seemingly lamenting the fact that things are different, and the song then reaches the last few lines. The old days are gone, and I will have my wife. I would also show her photos and tell her about you at the table. Who married the sentimental you? Who comforts the crybaby? Who put your long hair up? Who made your wedding dress? Who married the sentimental you? Who comforts the crybaby? Who put up your long hair and who made you a dowry? After a simple duet, the song ends with a whispery la-la hum. In a series of questions and sentiments, the sound of the piano came to an abrupt end. What the hell is this? Lao Yang and Su-lei looked at each other, each remembering their own you at the same table. Time flies, once the same table. Are you okay? Are you married? Do you still remember me? How does this whole Lao Yang's voice some unconscious choking. Deleted or, this is all deleted? Crazy. Su-lei's face turned red, and then he coughed violently and uncontrollably. It's a treasure. Do you know what a treasure is? We found the treasure. Lao Yang nodded. He asked himself to be a person who didn't really like listening to songs, but as a result, after listening to this song, he always had the urge to redden his eyes. This was also enough to show that the song contained gold. That, old Yang. Su-lei stopped coughing and patted old Yang's shoulder rather seriously. Starting tomorrow, you'll take more shots of Poutong and Dandy interacting. Try not to get caught out and take natural shots. Ha, don't you hear it yet? Written for Dude Song. And what he said when he sang it. Su-lei's mouth smiled. Iron Crush. This is definitely Iron Crush. What do you mean? Lao Yang seemed to understand. Such a talented and handsome young man can't be buried in my hands. I'm going to set him on fire. Set him on fire big time. Should we talk to him? It's not good to broadcast it directly. Lao Yang glanced at the camera, a little apprehensive. Children don't understand, don't know the weight of this song. Wait for the program aired. He ate the heat dividend and then talk to him is not too late. The corners of Su-lei's eyes swung open with a smile. I understand young people very well. 6. Old Jan looked at him, a little disbelieving. Achoo! Poutong looked at the night color some speechless. He should not be cold right. Sick that how to delay the study in the future have to go home earlier. If Poutong knew everything that happened in the classroom, he would probably not hesitate to kill and exterminate. I don't want a fire at all. Of course, he didn't know for a while that his spur-of-the-moment playing was being recorded in full. I figured out the theme for the program's first installment. Su-lei looked at the sunlight that was completely sinking and let out a long breath. It's called, You at the Table. Chapter 6. Did the photographer take the wrong pills today? There really isn't any big melon? No, it's been very bland. I'm skeptical that the show is going to cool off. Poutong ignored his mom's suspicious look. Don't ask. Even if there is a melon, it's not for a variety NPC like me to know about it. It seems like he said in frustration. No talent at all. Don't you know how to take the initiative and attack? If you take down a popular little flower girl, won't you be on fire? Fire or not, Poutong didn't know, but if that day really came, he shouldn't want to live. You're interrupting my studies. Yo, what's going on with you these days? So serious? And he sized up her own son, only feeling that he was getting stranger and stranger. You couldn't be looking at someone's little girl. And because the gap is too big, you have an inferiority complex, so you put in the hard work. You've read too many novels, and we resentfully backed out. Always felt that this kid were not quite right. What is going on? Poutong watched her mother leave, which is a sigh of relief. Fortunately concealed himself, and Yuan didn't do the same table thing. Otherwise this stupid mother may be out of what bad idea it. I really don't know when this day of studying with the prince will end. Buzzing, the cell phone next to him vibrated, interrupting his thoughts on the question. Who is it? It affects my study. Poutong clicked on the QQ and looked at the friend application he had just received and was angry. Avatar is a small red carp. Gender female, 16 years old. Fish, you, right, refuse, of course. It's fine if you affect my studies at school, but you want to affect my studies at home? How insidious. Buzz, buzzing, buzzing. Poutong's veins throbbed as he listened to the vibrations that kept coming, and finally managed to restrain his anger in the face of extreme rage. Mute and do not disturb. The world is quiet. Why did you ignore my friend request? The next day, Poutong looked at his tablemate who had been making a lot of noise and regretted it very much. Now it's even more disturbing to his studies. Shouldn't he have agreed and blocked it? I don't know. I didn't get it. You added it by mistake. He chose to play dumb. No way. I asked the homeroom teacher for it. Sure enough, old Zhang, the smiling tiger, is a traitor, and as you Dandy's dad fan, this guy is really not to be used. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I'll go back at noon and check. You better be. You Dandy wasn't going to believe this guy's bull asterisk anymore. When the time comes, I'll put your QQ number up for $50, and with your fan base, I can make a killing. Get lost. You Dandy even wanted to give this guy a punch, but considering that she was a star after all, she held back. As long as she pissed this guy off, she shouldn't have to bother herself with studying. The corners of Poutong's mouth couldn't help but float into a few conspiratorial smiles. Subconsciously looking up, his smile instantly froze. Camera, still dislike face shots. When did this photographer come? You guys go on. Go on. Old Yang laughed nervously, seemingly realizing that he had gotten a little too close and ruined the atmosphere. Go on my ass. How can this kind of interaction be filmed? If this was on the variety show, Poutong suspected that he could be scolded by you dude's fans to the point of not even recognizing his mother. It shouldn't be put in the main movie. He's a vegetarian and doesn't have the traffic. Programmers should know better than him. Still, this kind of thing has to be avoided, and it's better not to be photographed if you can. Poutong didn't take the sudden hiccup seriously, but continued to devote himself to his study. But soon he realized that something was wrong. Lao Yang ran to their side as soon as he got out of class today, and was always shooting at him and you dude. What's different about me today? Poutong couldn't figure it out. He wasn't a star either. No one answered him, and Poutong could only recognize his own bad luck. What's wrong with the photographer today? By the way, when I came in this morning, I found that the zipper of my guitar bag had an opening. You Dandy muttered in a low voice. Weren't you on duty last night? Is it possible that you did it? Poutong's heart thumped in his heart. Although he was weak, but he had to do all the drama. He scratched his head blankly, as if to say, is there such a thing? The young girl gave him a suspicious look and didn't continue to ask. Had she misremembered? Did she forget to pull the bottom in the first place? Say, when's the first installment of this show of yours? I think it's this Saturday night at 8 p.m. Why do you ask? Look for my own shot when the time comes. Poutine smiled. This is a lie. Now he just wants to make sure that he is not really a very small number of shots, and he does not feel comfortable not seeing the results. What the heck? If you wanted shots, you could have just told me. You Dandy deflated her mouth. I'll call the photographer over. Don't. You mustn't. You Dandy's eyes gradually brightened as she watched Poutong's flustered appearance. Interesting, though she didn't know why Poutine was so afraid of cameras. It wasn't something that couldn't be utilized to her advantage, was it? Class, you don't want to get your shot taken by a photographer either. The young girl grinned wickedly. Ha! Iori Yukino in the front row looked back in bewilderment, for a moment unable to clear who was more like a Sakura person between her and you Dandy. None of your business. Together, Poutong and you Dandy pushed the confused Iori Yukino back. Sakura webmasters collect flavors. What do you want? Poutine looked at the young girl's bad eyes and felt a little numb. I don't seem to have finished my physics homework. I write, and the language accompanying the mimeograph. I'll write 2 copies and hand them in. Hold on. I'm going to use the restroom first. I'll go with you. You Dandy took a step back and gave Poutong a contemptuous look. It's better if you go by yourself. Ha ha. Poutong scratched his head awkwardly, accidentally saying it smoothly. Then, he watched as the 2 women, You Dandy and Lin Yushi, went to the restroom arm in arm. Girl friendships are so amazing that if 2 boys went to the bathroom arm in arm, I'm afraid it would be all over the school in a day. Fear of the camera. What's wrong with that? I do not know. he saw the photographer to hide. Ignoring me in class should also be the reason for the camera position. You dandy spat out. Maybe it's sociopathic? Just don't want to be in the public eye, I guess. There are always people who don't like to be public figures and don't like the hustle and bustle of a noisy lifestyle. It's only right that we understand. Lin Yushi frowned, suddenly realizing something. You won't use this kind of thing as a handle to force people to do something, right? Which, I'm not that excessive. You dandy small face slightly reddened. It's best not to. It's a joke, but it's someone else's lifestyle after all, and respect is mutual. She knows you dandy too well, but there's another possibility is all. Lin Yushi paused. Maybe he just doesn't want to get involved in our world. Our world. You dandy eyes jumped. Yes, their world, the world of the stars. They were stars, entertainers, idols, and Poutong was just an ordinary guy who probably didn't want anything to do with himself from the start. She's the one who crossed the line. The young girl's eyes dimmed. Dude, what's wrong with you? It's fine. You dandy cocked her head and said, I just, really shouldn't bother someone who just wants to live a normal life. Poutong always felt that something was not right after you dandy came back from a trip to the restroom. It's like a balloon deflating instantly. But it's none of his business. Poutong chose to learn. Is it really none of his business? Where's your physics homework? I'll do it myself. Where's the language on demand mimeographed? I'll mime it myself. Poutong suddenly felt that there was suddenly an extra layer of separation between him and this girl. She shouldn't be interrupting her studies now, should she? Chapter 7. Small acts in class. You dandy couldn't help it. Damn mimeographs. Totally won't be okay. The young girl straightened her back and did her best to sit up on herself to make it easier to see further. Damn it. Damn tablemates. What's the point of being in the way? Poutong was penning away on the paper, completely unaware that his poor tablemate had fallen into an embarrassing state of stuck text. The language teacher is an old man surnamed Lu, quite a traditional academic. Udandan does not think that she can rely on what star privilege can be exempt from punishment. Later if the head of the face is scolding. When the program aired, she can be social deaf. Thinking of this, Udandy was a bit flustered for a moment. Ahem. The young girl coughed. Poutine didn't respond. Ahem. Udandy increased her strength and poked her elbow at her tablemate. Then Boughton moved a little farther away. My deskmate's cough is always bad. It's mostly a cold. Ha ha, don't infect me. Udandy looked at the tablemate who couldn't be relied on, as if she had already foreseen the scene of her being severely reprimanded by the teacher. All write your names on it. The students in front get up and collect them. Lu Yuan stood up and directly pronounced a death sentence to the students who hadn't finished writing. It's over. It's all over now. Udandy looked at her mimeograph of only a few intermittent sentences and was very depressed. Here, a piece of paper filled with literary text suddenly floated in front of her. Udandy raised her head and looked at the teenager who was still hiding far away. Her whole body was a bit confused. Didn't I promise you? Hand it over. Poutong yawned. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. To be. Udandy looked at the name already written on the paper and was so moved that she was about to cry. Cheeky. The two men handed in their notes separately and pretended that nothing had happened. In fact, Poutong just glanced at Udandan's mimeograph, which helped her to write a copy. After all, he promised someone before. This kind of thing is also considered to be within his power. I just don't want to have a camera, so I avoid people. And in all fairness, Udandy is a good tablemate. It's okay to help out. After collecting all the mimeographed notes, the language teacher Lu Yuan began to correct them on the podium and then called them up one by one. The format is torturous, with people on the chopping block and a lot of tension in the classroom. Hey, you can't be writing exactly the same characters, Udandy said softly. No way. There's no way I'd make a mistake that low. Knowing two fonts at such a young age is awesome to me. Oh, that's good. The teacher began to call for a reckoning, and in addition to criticism, the punishment was simple. Copy the text once for a word that was wrong, and for those who didn't write at all, in addition to copying it many times, they would have to recite it fluently during questions in the next class. Iori Yukino, come up here. It's their turn to be on their side. Sakura-chan walked up timidly, very abashed. It's not well written, but it's pretty good for a foreigner after all. Go down and copy it a few more times to familiarize yourself with it. Thank you, sensei. Iori Yukino was instantly relieved. She just didn't know what her teacher would think if he knew she had been living in the country. Udandy, come up here. Udandy took a deep breath and walked up to the podium in fear. Right now, she could only hope that Poutong would give a little. Just 2 words wrong. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Lu Yuan smiled amiably, revealing a satisfied smile. Looks like these star trainees aren't so uneducated after all. Thank you, teacher. Udandy returned to her seat with a flushed face, not knowing whether it was because of the leap of joy after receiving the compliment or the shame of her cheating behavior. You blush a bubble teapot. What do you mean? It's okay, just pretend I didn't say it. He's saying unintelligible things again. Udandy peeked at the teenager who was studying seriously. wanting to say a word of thanks, but how could she not say it? This guy is unexpectedly trustworthy then. Poutine, come. The two of them handed in their notes separately in order to hide their faces, and it was only after 7 or 8 people had separated them that Poutong was called up by the teacher. Wrong 2 words, not bad. Lu Yuan suddenly froze, frowning and looking carefully. It's over. It's going to be bad. He seemed to have forgotten one big thing, and was so preoccupied with changing his handwriting that the mimeographs made no difference instead. Now the typos are exactly the same, and the two of them are still at the same table, which makes it obvious. To be exposed, he does not matter, at most get a scolding, but Yu Dandy is a star, and in the filming of the variety show, he is not serious about the program team will give up this explosive point. If aired, this matter can be big or small. In fact, in the student years, copying a homework and so on is quite normal, but as a public figure, doing so will inevitably let a lot of ulterior motives to take advantage of. For example, to the youth caused by the bad guidance on the grounds of malignant attack. Some celebrities can be attacked for saying the wrong thing, let alone the already controversial plagiarism behavior of Yu Dan. It was as if he could already foresee the headlines that would swipe the marketing numbers when the time came. The popular young flower girl is plagiarizing at school. Is this worth promoting? A middle school student in a certain area was accused by his teacher of copying his homework and openly disliked him, saying that my idol did the same thing. The National Sister's persona collapsed and her original form was revealed on the variety show. Thinking about the overwhelming denunciation at that time, Poutong's scalp was a bit numb. Public figures are just like that. Just because they are public figures, they need to bear more moral responsibilities than ordinary people. Since they have an advantageous position that ordinary people do not have, they should bear higher moral requirements than ordinary people, even if they are subjected to more public criticism or even personal attacks. And even if there is a certain degree of distortion, it is still a necessary price that they have to pay. If the trouble had nothing to do with him, he would have been too lazy to care and just studied at ease. But now the problem was that he had caused this matter, and it was he who had taken the initiative to help Yu Dandy write one. It's true that he wants to study in peace, but can he really stay out of it and study in peace if someone else has to bear the cost because of what he did instead? The answer is no. He wants to do well in school, that won't change, but only if he's at peace with it. This mimeograph of yours, Mr. Lu, that, Poutong interrupted stiffly. Lu Yuan had already noticed the problem and glared at Poutong, wanting to see what SOSO he was trying to say. Poutine signaled the camera with his eyes. Others may not see it, but Yu Dandy instantly understood what he meant. She could sense that Poutine's behavior was covering for her. I am a teacher, Lu Yuan said indifferently. He also understood what Poutong meant, which was nothing more than the fear that if he spoke up and understood, it would have a bad effect on Yu Dandan. But so what? He's a teacher, and it's only right that he treats all his students the same. Poutong also saw Lu Yuan's meaning, wanting him to cover up. No way, he had to convince this teacher. Teacher, I have a little bit of a rough idea about this, and it's not necessarily right. Teachers, so to preach and teach, should also focus on the form while teaching students knowledge. They were in the wrong on this one and accept the punishment, but formality matters. To make his words make more sense, Poutong even used an old saying. He didn't know if it worked or not, only that the air was quiet. If it wasn't for Lu Yuan's face as usual, Poutong would have thought he was angry. A teacher is a teacher who preaches and teaches. Wonderful, isn't that what teachers are supposed to do? You come with me. Lu Yuan frowned and called Poutong out alone. Before Poutong had a chance to speak, she was dragged out of the classroom by Lu Yuan. Although he seems to have gotten himself into some strange trouble, according to the net article routine, he should be a person before the manifestation of the saint to be accepted by the teacher as a closed disciple. But the thing is, he just wants to study quietly. For now, it looks like Yu Dandy is safe, but it looks like he's going to be in trouble. Seems quite worth it. No wonder. This kind of manifestation of sainthood in front of people is simply digging a big hole for himself, completely inconsistent with his goal of keeping a low profile and studying at ease. It's a big loss, but isn't it nice that no one gets hurt because of themselves? The classroom without the teacher instantly exploded, and although they couldn't quite understand the significance of Poutong's words, they seemed to be quite powerful by the looks of things. The posture of a great emperor, the king's bully. It's still my tone. Lu Nun, as the number one Poutong blow, naturally would not let go of this opportunity, and immediately began to preach. What the hell is he talking about? Lin Yushi said, holding her forehead. Didn't get it. He always says things that other people don't understand. Yu Dandy sighed. You obviously hate trouble, but you're willing to wade through it for someone else? What an idiot. Chapter 8. Broadcasting of the program. Is there such a thing as a possibility? Just a possibility. Just a guess on my part. That you're actually a genius? In the office, Lu Yuan teasingly looked at Poutong as he said, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be recognized? The gold content of the division's words was at the level of 1,000 ancient masterpieces, and even though there were only a few sentences, it was too unreasonable to be said by such an ordinary high school student like him. Copying everything will only hurt you. Poutong sort of understand why the previous life read those recreational novels. Literary plagiarism will be accompanied by a system, because the blind chicken copy simply cannot copy understand. Unfortunately, he is now. Okay, say it again and I'll record it. How you came up with that whole sentence is of no concern to me. Ha, or else. Lu Yuan gave Poutong a serious look. Or else, I'll see your talent as a demon and take you as a close disciple and bring you into the door of literature? Or else, I will introduce you to the National Academy of Literature because of these few words? You think because of a few words you're going to go down a path of no return to fame and fortune? Don't be silly, kid. This isn't fiction. Poutine came to his senses. What would happen to the person next to you if, in real life, you said something pretty awesome? It won't do anything. At best, write down the phrase and set it as an internet signature. Reality is not the kind of novel where the protagonist's one famous quote will deafen and enlighten others like a thunderclap and make them cry. You don't really think I'm going to get a case of the literati and drag you into my office to get to the bottom of this because you said something, do you? So you are. Originally, I was going to criticize you too properly. Lu Yuan's eyes looked at Poutong and he was scared. But what you said about the teacher also made me understand a little bit. A teacher is a student's guide, not a student's nemesis. There are countless people watching behind that little girl's back, and if I poke my nose into this, perhaps she'll suffer a lot of unrelated accusations by then. Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. After all, I'm just a teacher. Teaching students and criticizing them is my vocation. I shouldn't be taking sides or considering what the student's status is to be right. Even if she gets blamed and hacked all over the internet at that time, it actually has nothing to do with me, right? Poutong didn't say anything, he didn't know how to take it. Yeah, and if this does happen, whose fault is it really? While copying a homework assignment for a high school student is not promoted, it's not an unforgivable crime, is it? There's nothing wrong with a teacher criticizing a student. Whose fault is it? Could it be that netizens who wantonly put their idols on a pedestal and subjectively believe they should be perfect are wrong? No one knows, but you're right. A teacher is a teacher, so he preaches and teaches, more than staying out of the cold. I want my students, even temporarily, to have a good home. Thank you. Poutine bowed to him with unquestionable sincerity. His words in these teachers' speeches were not so much shocking in the literary sense, but simply made a teacher think a lot for his students. Perhaps, if the meaning of a classic is only to give fame and fortune to the author, it is a bit too shallow. It can benefit the listener to gain some philosophy of life. Because of this, those famous classics are priceless. Go back. You two copy it 50 times each for me. Lu Yuan sighed. Tell that girl that since she chose to be a public figure, she should think carefully about every step. Poutine, deeply impressed, bowed and left. Lu Yuan watched the teenager leave and glanced at the sentences transcribed on the paper with a somewhat odd expression. How the hell did this kid write that? Looks like I'll have to get a friend to reference it. Poutong casually closed the office door and turned around to see Yu Dandy, who was walking in the hallway. Classes had already ended, and it seemed she was uneasy, so she followed them straight here. What are you doing? Brushing your WeChat steps? Ha, nothing's wrong. Yu Dandy was startled, and was relieved to see that it was Poutong who came out. It shouldn't be fine if it didn't come out sideways. Well, the young girl hesitated a bit. Come on, make it sound like a confession. Roll nah. Yu Dandy gave him a blank look. Thank you. There's nothing to thank you for. I was the one who started this mess for you in the first place, and it's nice to have it end in my hands. The two were walking side by side when they bumped into Lao Yang, who was carrying a camera. What a coincidence. Old Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Coincidence? Poutong had a bad feeling. You wouldn't have been filming the two of us, would you? Which can't be. Coincidence? Really? Something wasn't right. Something wasn't right with this photographer. He'd been secretly filming them both today. Something was definitely wrong somewhere. Do you guys send out trailers for this variety show? Of course it will. It looks like the trailer will be out tonight. Okay, it's nighttime. And Poutine clicks on the trailer for the first installment of When You're Young, beginning with clips of the 7-star participants introducing themselves and performing their talents, and finally settling on an empty classroom illuminated by the setting sun at the end of the school day. The short 1-minute gag is a real treat. Am I overthinking this? Poutine watched the trailer and didn't find any footage of himself at all. It does make sense that the showrunners couldn't have given him a vegetarian shot. It seems that I was overthinking it. Poutine simply didn't want to think about it. As long as nothing happened to him, it didn't matter what happened to the program. He keeps being suspicious instead of torturing. Won't it be clear if we just watch the program then? Anyway, study first. 3 days passed by in a hurry, except for Lu Yuan, who still took pictures of himself from time to time. But other than that, nothing much happened. Poutine would like to see what he was shooting at. Finally, Saturday arrives, and the variety show When You're Young, which focuses on the daily gimmick of a teen idol high school, is about to officially air. What a bit of impatience. Poutine looked at how early it was, and decided to memorize some more. If only I could see the internal resources in advance. This kind of thing is probably very difficult to ask for. I guess you dude, those variety guests do not have this kind of qualification. Otherwise, where else would there be so many celebrities who have been maliciously edited by the program team to call out their grievances? A lot of programs, in order to burst the point, out of context malicious editing is common. How can let the stars know in advance of the broadcast content? Artists recording variety show to collect money on the line. As for what kind of broadcast cannot be, they can get involved. What's going on, son? And we gently pushed the door open, somewhat wistfully. What? Let's watch that variety show at your school later. What's the point of looking at that thing? It's not like I'm on camera anyway, and I don't think you're interested in those young stars. I'm bored. Take a look. And we sat on the edge of Poutine's bed and laughed. I always feel like you're hiding something from me. I'll be damned if he's going to be seen by his unreliable mom, even though he doesn't have a lot of footage on his show. But as you Danden's classmate, he's definitely going to be in the picture. However, after the show officially airs, it looks like this should not be able to be stopped. Mom, I'm sorry I lied to you. I was actually at the same table as you, Dandy. Well, thank you for telling me now. If you hadn't, I'd still be in the dark. And we crossed her legs, looking like she knew it all along. You know? Poutine was dumbfounded. Good you. Such a big thing, actually don't tell me. Actually still I ask from that Lu Neng kid side. And we looked at Poutine with contempt. I raised you for nothing. Do you not trust your mom? Yeah, don't believe it. Besides, it doesn't seem like you raised me yourself. I'm a noble traveler. This is not afraid that you think nonsense. In fact, there is nothing. Is to accompany the crown prince to study? I do not dare to do anything. Poutine smiled awkwardly. That's true. After all, it's you, dude. Yo, it's almost on. Let's watch it together as a mom. And we came over and greeted her son as he turned on the computer. You can watch it yourself if you want to. Why do you have to watch it with me? Poutine was puzzled. Give me a reason why you have to watch it with me. How uncomfortable it is to watch with others. My membership expired. That's a reason. Unexpectedly impossible to pick apart yet. Poutine opened Penguin on time and clicked on the first installment of When You're Young. Chapter 9. What the hell is this? The variety show begins with a quiet and beautiful campus in the early morning. Obviously a very familiar school, but it looks different in the variety show. Chen Xiqing, so handsome. As the shouts of the fans at the school entrance rang out, the program officially began. Chen Xiqing jumped down from the business car. Immediately after the introduction about his resume appeared next to him, Poutine really didn't understand it before, and carefully looked at it twice. Growing up as a trainee, then debuting at number 3 in a talent show, then acting in a play and releasing a single. Seems to be quite a good lad. At least it's much better than his previous life. A few elder brother longer brother shorter pop-ups floated past and didn't cause any ripples. Most people were discussing Chen Xiqing's gray hair. There's just something about high school white hair that's out of place. And even fans desperately trying to explain that it's a leftover look from the last party they attended didn't stop others from vocalizing it. As it turns out, the guy did make a rather wise choice to dye his hair back later. The second to arrive at the school was Yukino Iori, with a frighteningly rich resume as well. In addition to filming and singing, of which there was even an alphabetical station for last year's top 100. Secondaries are like that. Who wouldn't like a Sakura girl who can otaku dance? Now Poutine likes it even more. And don't get me wrong, it's a fan's kind of like for love's sake. If these 7 stars on the show let him choose one to be a fan of, then he would inevitably choose to fan Iori Yukino. Lin Yushi and Yu Dandy came together. These two fit the setting of a high-strung sister and a dumbass sister, so they often appear together. And I heard that the two of them have heretical CP fans. What heresy! Girls posting is good civilization. Who do you think looks better between the two of her? And we looked at her son's expression and always felt that there was something going on here. I feel that Lin Yushi looks good. Tall and mature young lady. Yu Dandy is just a dumbass with some good looks. And let you choose one as a wife if you want? Then I'm sure I'll pick Yu Dandy. Silly, easy to cheat. And we narrowed her eyes as she smelled a hint of gossip. But I got it when I chose it. The country sends it to me? Poutine gave his mom a blank look. I don't want to be the toad that covets swan meat. I want to be the frog prince sitting and waiting for the right person. Cut. The two continued to look down. Gon Hong Soo appeared on the scene. Compared to other male stars, he has very few fan calls. The border of the teenager's facial features but cannot talk about handsome, so the fan base is relatively small. But this guy is a proper powerhouse, comes from an opera family, sings extremely well, and is known for his hard work in filming, as well as being one of the most favored by Poutong in these 7 stars. Such down-to-earth, hard-working people deserve to succeed. Tang Luo Chang and Siamu last appearance. The network rumors that the two of them are in love, but Poutong recalled, it seems that usually in the class of the two people interacted very little. It is expected to be pure hype. The ignorant feelings of adolescent boys and girls, but cannot hide it at all. The 7-star trainees are officially assembled, and the program has officially entered the self-introduction section. The next episode is the one that Poutong knows about, with several people entering and taking their seats one by one, and with the show's post and BGM it's quite a feeling. It's worth noting that the star student was given a wide-angle shot of the class during his self-introduction, in which Poutong, who was looking down at his book, stood out among the group of excited students. You're actually this serious in school? The stars come and don't even look at them? And we couldn't help but think highly of her son for a few moments. Nothing to see here. Celebrities are people too. Poutong paused as he saw an accusation of disrespect float past him on the pop-up. Come on. He was clapping too, alright. Netflix was such that Poutong was once again determined to never be a public figure. In a bunch of awesome pop-ups, it was finally Yu Dandy's turn, but because she no longer had a tablemate, the pop-ups all turned into Dandy, poor or something like that, making Poutong's mouth twitch in embarrassment. The next step is even more confusing. Yu Dandy said she would like to choose a vegetarian tablemate. The pop-up screen are so envious, jealous of me, is it too late to re-enroll in high school, and so on. I see that student has been studying with his head down. He should be a very serious student. Can I be at the same table with him? Following the young girl's finger, the camera fixed on Poutong, who looked up in confusion. A big close-up of a disliked face. The Poutong people are silly. Giving a vegetarian this kind of shot is too much. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the pop-up screen was silent for a second, and then it all changed to Mama Yap. So cool. Netizens shocked. This suddenly jumped out of the vegetarian actually more handsome than several male guests. Are all passers-by so high-faced now? If Poutong knew what netizens thought, he would have disdainfully stated that the bookworm who reads Air's novels is more than 10,000 times more handsome than he is. It's really dangerous to show your face, isn't it? Luckily, you're good at hiding from the camera. Then Poutong became Yu Dandy's deskmate. You kid, is that actually how you became someone's tablemate? And Hui frowned. She thought her son was handsome and was looked at by others before. Looks like she overthought it. Poutong ignored his mom, who was talking to herself. He was already a little confused looking at the pop-ups all around him. You call this a vegetarian? Same as when I was young. Dude, no loss. It's outrageous. Face control is so horrible. He's obviously very common. Wow. His name is All Common Harmonies. The program proceeded in an orderly fashion, followed by some student routines, mainly clips of classroom learning and interactions between classes, with various fans taking turns to swipe the screen and no one mentioning Poutong as a vegetarian. It is worth mentioning that Tang Luo Chang and Chen Xiqing appeared on the same screen a lot of shots, and most of them are eye-to-eye in touch. Feeling that the picture style is a little ambiguous. Looks like the show is trying to fire up a couple of CPs here. Poutong remembered that at that time, when choosing seats, Tang Luochang seems to have taken the initiative to choose next to Chen Xiqing. It seems that she had this intention from the beginning, and Chen Xiqing is also quite cooperative, and the interaction has a kind of CP sense. The pop-ups also turn sweet and all that. So it seems that the previous rumor that Tang Luochang and Siamu are a couple should also be marketing. These three people in the same program really won't be embarrassed? The woman Tang Luochang is also really powerful. In order to wrestle eyeballs really do everything. In addition to those two, the other stars interacted normally. Gan Hangshu and Siamu, two people, are completely comedy line. Whether it is naive behavior or guilty of the degree of stupidity, there is a kind of too little cute. They have a wonderful sense of vision, and have successfully become the program's hilarious bearers. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino's interactions are also fun to watch, with the knowing big sister and the sociopathic younger sister looking cozy as Lin Yushi starts every conversation. Finally, when it came to the shot of Yu Dandy, the picture changed abruptly. Have you ever seen me in a play? Never seen one. Now you act one out for me. Poutong's expression froze. His interactions with Yu Dandy were also there, all of which were filmed by Old Young in the past few days, and they were actually used. Math is so hard and annoying. Wait for sophomore year. You can learn that in sophomore year? The young girl queried. you get used to it sophomore year. And Huey's expression also froze. How could this son of his be so indebted? How do you say launch in English? Writing an essay is stuck. DIU. The teenager compared a pistol pose. The pop-ups have been filled with ha 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 and laughing my ass off. Is that so funny? Poutong's entire being was confused. He wouldn't be on fire because of his humor cells. This was too metaphysical. This is only halfway through the show, and he's already getting so much footage that it's a little hair-raising. Son, you're on the hot seat. What the hell? Poutong hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened Weibo. Hot topic number 1. When you're young issue 1. The second one. Yu Dandy was about to cry with anger. Article 4. Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang. Number 7. Poutong Yu Dandy. This table is too real. Article 14. Who is Poutine? Poutine himself wanted to ask, who am I again? This is on the hot search? He did not do anything just a little interaction lens. How somehow on the hot search it. He clicked on the second hot search in question, and the comments section was full of you dude fans. Don't cry dude, I'll help you beat him up. This kid is so delinquent, he's making our dude cry. Dude, I know what blood type you are. You're my ideal type. Upstairs, you've learned, haven't you? There's Poutong's disciple here. Come on people, fork it out. It's so scary that Poutong seriously doubts that he's likely to go out on the street and get beaten up by you dude's fans. But he didn't do it on purpose. The girl had her own camera to focus on and kept coming over. He could only dislike it in this way. That's right, 1,000 mistakes were you Dandy's fault. I didn't intentionally tease her, though it sure is fun to watch her suffer. Immediately after that, Poutong clicked on the 7th hot search. First time I've ever seen a dude get deflated. Ah, laughed my ass off. Deflated dudes are cute too. Poutong and dude's table is so real. Disliking each other and playing poor talker with each other. That's what a table is really like. Same feeling. Sympathy +1. I was like that with my tablemate at the time and he was mouthy as hell. No offense. I feel like what's up with this group being sweeter than the other, so I'm not the only one who thinks so. I feel like the two of them tossing their mouths around is especially CP-ish. +1. Poutong is afraid to look at it. It's high on CP? Although their kind of daily conversation is indeed more interesting than Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang kind of industrial saccharine is. Damn it, no one's allowed to get high. And so, with despair, Poutong clicked on the 14th hot search dedicated to himself. Who's Poutine? Poutong is an asshole who pisses dude off. Now that things are urgent, let's kill this kid. Let go of me. Poutong will be my master from now on. He's too funny. From this day on I am a member of the Poyu party. Poutong's cell phone started ringing and his private messages were about to blow up. He was on fire, and rather inexplicably so. What the hell is this? Chapter 10 Iron Crush. So why did the show give him so much footage? That doesn't make sense. Even if it was incidental to add a little interactive footage of himself for you Dandy, it was too much. Poutine now had a very bad feeling. These shots, it's totally like they're holding back, like they're premeditating something. What the hell is the show doing? Poutong was puzzled and threw away his phone to continue watching the program. It shouldn't be any worse, right? Unsurprisingly, the second half of the program was a music class talent showcase segment for the star students, which should have been the big hot button compared to the daily life segment earlier. Poutine is relieved. Thankfully there's nothing for him to do back there. With a great deal of warm-up and anticipation, the special music class began. Because the program group used post-processing, even if Poutong had seen it on the set, it was somewhat refreshing to watch it again now. Gon Hongsu's ballad is even more ethereal with the late addition, causing a pop-up. The rest of the program is also very unique, and is even better when consumed in conjunction with the various fan pop-ups. Amidst a hail of pop-ups, it was finally the last you dude's turn. The young girl raised her chin at Poutong, and some of her gaining expression was captured in it. What the hell are you guys up to? Not even a little expression like that? You Dandy's guitar solo begins, but the camera is consistently interspersed with images of Poutong watching with his face in the air. The young man's gentle eyes were full of sparkling young girls. He even grimaced a bit and smiled to himself. At the end of the performance, the teenager squeezed out a smile and said to the girl that she played very well and then turned his head away, not daring to look at her. The netizens who saw this were silent. Everyone could see that this was going to be a crush with no end in sight. And how could it be possible for a normal high school student and a celebrity? Under the skillful camera language, Poutong becomes an innocent boy who has a crush on Udandan but hides it deep in his heart because of his low self-esteem. What the hell is this? Poutong wanted to curse. Wasn't this malicious editing? He obviously found Udandan's fault in playing the piano before he looked so seriously. He obviously turned his head away because he was lazy and wanted to continue studying. How did it get edited out? Like this? Son, I get it. And we patted Poutong's shoulder. I said, why have you been studying so hard lately? You really did start studying hard because you liked an unattainable girl. I guessed right. Knowing your son is not like a mother. Round on. You've rounded on all the changes you've made in a while. Listening to her mom's strict analysis, Poutong herself was almost convinced. I was simply trying to learn. How could I be interpreted like that? He'd like to see what the internet understands. Poutong clicked on the microblog again and looked at the comment section of the hot search. Actually, Poutong is also quite good, but can only say that they are not in the same world, right? Ugh, who hasn't had a crush that didn't end? My condolences. Dude did have too much charisma, and he was just an ordinary one of many followers. You have no heart on the show. People obviously just want to hide this love in their heart, but they are actually being filmed. It's so pathetic. A chorus of sympathetic voices made Poutong a bit confused. How did he become an ironic crush? I'm yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dandy looked at the bleak teenager in the camera and his heart missed a little beat. He likes me? It can't be. Usually his mouth is so poisonous and he also looks like he has no interest in himself. He's a complete ingrate alright. But he did look out for himself. He did do a lot for himself. So annoying, so annoying. Almost instantly, 2 flushes of red suddenly surged up on the young girl's face, starting from her cheeks all the way up to her neck, and even her ears reddened all the way through. Feeling that her face was surprisingly hot, Dandy hurriedly rolled over on her hands and knees, burying her entire face into the pillow with a brain, and began to roll around on the bed. No way. Poutong can't like her, right? How can that be? What if he really liked himself? Actually, it won't be much. The young girl dropped the pillow and rubbed her long, loose hair, her eyes gradually turning from panic to loss. She remembered Lin Yushi's words. They're not from the same world. She'll leave after taping the variety show and never be seen again. Yeah, what's the point of thinking so much about yourself? Like, so what? She's going to have to leave eventually and go on to a bigger stage, while the teenager stays put and lives a perfectly ordinary life. Thinking back to Poutong's gloomy expression in the program just now, she suddenly understood. Maybe he realized that too, and that's why he's been so aloof. He doesn't want to get deeper and deeper into it, and he doesn't want to hold himself back. One should respect his choice and not bother people, right? Dandy picked the pillow back up, and she patted it as if she was comforting the pillow, and as if she was comforting herself. Let's just pretend that nothing has happened. Just ordinary tablemates, and finally become memories. Isn't it also quite good? I'm sorry, she mumbled. The program played quietly, except that the young girl in front of the screen was no longer interested in watching it. The special music class ended and the program came to a close. Bye. See you tomorrow. Finally, one by one, the star participants left the classroom. At the end of the day, only one figure was left in the classroom. The teenager gazed out the window at the evening sun, his figure a little lonely. Sunsets are especially tender, and all earth is romantic. His eyes gradually fell back to the empty seat beside him. Something deep, something forlorn, something else. The teenager picked up her guitar and busied herself with tuning it. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the guitar with a satisfied smile, and in that moment, his eyes were happy, like he'd done something amazing. It's like he's been quietly caring for her, doing a lot for her and not saying anything. Since it's the same guitar at the same table, it's a good idea to play a song at the same table. The girl in front of the screen covered her mouth and watched the scene incredulously. Then the teenager plucked the strings. Will you remember tomorrow what you wrote in your diary yesterday? Tomorrow, will you still think of the one who used to cry the most? Teachers can no longer recall that you, who couldn't guess the question. It was only by looking through the photos that I remembered you at the same table. Who married the sentimental you? Who comforts the crybaby? Who put up your long hair and who made you a dowry? The teenager's song rang out and penetrated the hearts of everyone in front of the screen. For a moment, it seemed like something shattered in Dandy's heart. What the heck? She buried her head in the pillow, trying to hide her tears. Obviously we've only known each other for 10 days. Obviously it would be avoiding me. How can you possibly like me? The young girl couldn't hold it back any longer and hugged her pillow with a small sob. Obviously decided not to bother. So tired of going to work. The woman who was working overtime turned on a side tablet and watched the latest variety show in boredom. The daily routine of a star high school student? It's just a gimmick. It's so fake. This industrial sense of CP is so awkward. Oh. She frantically fast-forwarded until she stopped at Poutong and Dandy bickering. She laughed. She disliked that stuffy guy before. Music class is a stark contrast between the glowing young girl and the bleak teenager. The woman sighed, remembering the forgotten past. Yes, he was too good and got into a very good university. She didn't want to hold people back and never dared to speak. It's like, this roundup. She continued to watch until the teenager picked up the guitar. Until the teenager finished the song. She cried and cried. Would it all have been different if I had been braver? Zhang Binyan waited a long time for the variety show to start. He wasn't a fan of anyone. He was just there to watch the show that was taped in his class. Although Dude the little girl was really cute. Originally he was quite happy to watch. But once he saw Poutong, this kid changed his ways to dislike Dandy. He couldn't stand it anymore. Fists hardened. What's with the feeling that the cabbage you've seen since you were a little girl has been overpowered by a wild boar? Then it was time to perform in music class, and Poutong's performance made him very unhappy. As great and awesome as dude is, it's not right that you little buggers have the audacity to have such unrealistic ideas. Luckily though, he realized it himself. It is good to know the gap. Zhang Binyan smiled bitterly, remembering the once equally bright and shiny tablemates. He was short, frustrated and autistic at the time, and only the girl was willing to be his friend and talk to him gently. It was because of this that he chose to become a teacher. He wanted to save as many people as that girl had saved him. I think she's forgotten who she is, though. It's been a long time, so I guess people are long married. At the end of the program, Zhang Binyan was shocked beyond words when he looked at Poutong, who was singing a song. He actually knows this? That little brat, a thief with a heart of gold. He listened to the song and then burst into tears. Who put up your long hair? Who made your wedding clothes? Who married the sentimental you? Who comforted the crybaby you? Who is it? Who on earth would be too happy to marry someone as gentle as you? Perhaps Poutong didn't realize that their fierce and vicious homeroom teacher also had such a tender past. Of course he couldn't care less about that right now is all. He had exploded in place. Son, you're so good at writing songs. I miss my table. Woo-hoo-hoo. Don't you dare. Isn't my dad at your table? Oh, it seems so. And we broke into laughter, wiping her tears as she sized up Poutong. You're on fire. Son, I know. He knows too much, but he doesn't want to, but it seems to be too late. You at the same table has become the #1 hot search, and it's just exploding. Music software as well, copyrights and whatnot. The program was extremely thoughtful in arranging it all for Poutong, and the song exploded straight into flames. It only took half an hour. How did he get caught on camera when he was dying? He just helped his deskmate tune his guitar. How did he get caught on camera? He just said a few random words and a few actions. How did he get overinterpreted like that? Why? Or he was completely unexpected. Did he fire so quickly? Something must be wrong somewhere. Chapter 11. I agree to the marriage. Hey, Tong, it's Lu Nung. What's up? Have a fart. It's about you and your sister-in-law. Poutong hung up the phone decisively. What's going on here? You're calling me sister-in-law? You're out of your mind. He is now completely afraid to look at the hot search about himself. He is afraid that he cannot help but hit the wall. The matter of relying on the literary copyist to become famous is something he has not thought about at all. After all, he is still too young. There is nothing system or something like that. A little low profile and study is the right way. Now that this show is on the air, it's a big risk to expose him to the public eye prematurely instead. The way things turned out was completely out of his expectation, and the chain reaction it triggered was even more unexpected. He couldn't in his wildest dreams figure out how he'd become an infatuated teenager. Son, look at this. A famous music critic is raving about your song. No, he doesn't want to see it. It's totally holding him over the fire. Worthy of being my son, you have this talent. Chasing after you dandy doesn't seem to be a difficult task. And Hui patted Poutong's shoulder. Quite proud of herself. It's true that a tiger mother doesn't have a son. You got it. Poutine didn't even want to get into a defense. How's it going? How's it going now? He seems to have become the last person he ever wanted to be. Wait, what are you doing? Poutong turned around and saw his mom, who was taking crazy pictures of him. Send a tweet to show off your son. That kind of thing don't. Mom didn't think the fire was big enough and poured gasoline into it. It's already been sent. And Hui clicked her cell phone quickly, revealing a satisfied smile. It feels like so many fans can be raised. And Hui is a little-known reporter. Microblogging also has a certain fan base. This wave of taking advantage of the heat of the sun to increase the powder is absolutely water. It's not a good idea to rub your own son's nose in the heat. Son, you quickly register your Weibo account with your real name, and it will definitely be a big hit. Otherwise it's a waste of such high heat. I don't want it. It's okay. I'm tweeting you. It doesn't matter if I don't use my real name. The eating public will be looking for it soon enough. Poutine collapsed into the seat, lifeless. It's an impossible life. Maliciously edited by the show, misinterpreted by the netizens, and publicly accounted for by Mom. He's just studying quietly. Why is it so hard? Forget it. Swing for the fences. He would like to see how the gourd eaters complimented him. I'll change, won't I? Poutong opened the microblog that had already been flooded with red dot alerts, and in just a few minutes, his number of followers had gone from single digits to 180,000, and was still increasing. Harder fists. The microblogging account is the original registration. ID is a certain ordinary user. Take the ordinary harmonic. Poutong think it is quite interesting. Has not been changed. Cam 200,000 powdered. And he blinked. The latest post on the account was posted by the original before. A screenshot of a game with 5 kills. The comments section of the post has fallen. Still resting here playing games. Quickly go to old Yu's house to propose marriage. Originally I thought it was just a handsome looking vase. Definitely not worthy of our family dude. I didn't expect that he would also write songs. I can only approve of this marriage. So good at writing songs, cried to it, have single looped it countless times. This hero has hands for 5 kills, just need to use the flexibility of E-skill to frequently consume the enemy and finally harvest. You're greasy upstairs. Poutong instantly cannot bear it. Hi him and you dandy CP can. Say he game playing dish that absolutely not. Seem to say the opposite. Both cannot. Where do all these inexplicable CP fans come from? In accordance with the set of the one entertainment when copy public, this should not be all attracted to the fans. How all he and you dandy CP fans. Poutong closed the likes and comments and private message notifications, and then opened the Weibo hotlist with trembling hands. What's with feeling like you're in a torture chamber? Hot search number 1. You at the same table. Hot second. You dude responded. Hot number 5. Who's Poutine? Hot 10. I agree with the marriage. The hot search about Poutong and Udandi's interaction when the variety show aired just now was still on the list, so by this count, he had actually participated in 6 hot searches as the main character. It's horrible. I'll have to go out with my face covered from now on. Poutong clicked on the second hotspot he was quite concerned about. Udandi response? What is she responding to? This girl should know herself. She shouldn't be able to think the wrong way. Even if everyone thinks they like her, she should be able to tell the difference, right? Poutong then realized he wasn't even following you dude's Twitter. You call that a crush? Honestly, he didn't even know this girl had a body of work. What makes netizens get high on CP just by the interaction between the two in one of his songs? It's so hateful. It says it's a response, but it's really a headline party. You dude retweeted a link to the song At Your Table with a short comment. Pretty good. It's gone, and then it's gone. What kind of response is that? Poutong was relieved. Honestly, he was really afraid that the girl was responding to public opinion properly, and then it would be the time to push himself to the tip of the wind and waves. If it sounds good, it sounds good. I'm glad I didn't get the wrong idea. He had to find a chance to talk to Udandi to make it clear. In case he really wanted to overdo it, that would be bad. Udandi's comment section is a lot less CP fans, mostly true fans speaking. It's better to let dude decide such things on his own. There's no need for us to say too much. It's so charming to meet a boy who writes songs like this for himself. Dude, it's nice that our little dude has such a great boy crush too. Let's just say that Udandi's fans are of high quality and have not had any beats at all over this incident. Perhaps in their eyes, Udandi is not just a star, but more like a child that they watched grow up and then gradually began to shine. What can one say but relief and joy to see a child grow up? Poutine proceeded to scroll down. At some common user, come out and talk. The whole country knows. Your crush has been exposed. When are you going to officially confess to dude? Surrender quickly. You're surrounded. He was rather tempted to reply with an expletive. I don't really have a crush. Poutine was rather speechless and continued to read the comments. Dandy, just take it. Where can you find such a handsome, talented and affectionate boy? Sister I want to marry. Now you know what a groom is. It's got vision, but it's all self-brainstorming CP fans. 0 points. Next entry. In fact, in Poutong watched the dandy performance when the silence went down when I was quite touching. Sincerely like a person. We'll only go to consider the identity of the two people and the gap between them. We'll be afraid of each other delayed to hide far away. We'll write a song to each other but only dare to sing alone. Can see that Poutong is really like Dandy. If Dandy doesn't like him, I hope to be able to clearly reject him. I really don't want such a deep-love boy to be hurt. Poutine didn't hold back on the likes. I can see that it's a very kind person. Although, he wasn't much of a deep boy at all. What kind of weird persona is this? After the program's editing, the deliberate detachment he showed to Udandi in the song You at the Same Table he sang alone at the end, netizens have already brainstormed a story. Ordinary teenage boy on the rich girl love at first sight, but the two are destined to be difficult to intersect. So the boy gloomy, in order to avoid their deeper and deeper into the initiative to alienate the girl, the boy wrote a song to the girl but chose to put this love deep in the heart. Can only be in the depths of the night time when the shallow singing whispering. Feeling up, he's this male lead that netizens automatically bring into the role of the affectionate teenager. What the hell is going on here? Poutong exited the comments section, only to realize that his and Udandi's accounts had become mutually exclusive. Looks like she's on the line to eat her words too. I don't think she misunderstood too. Poutong decided to explain, and after a long hesitation, he clicked on Udandi's QQ. Wannabe hitchhike at the beginning. Udandi returned a word, unable to tell what the mood was. That, and I'll explain what happened today. You say, actually, I didn't write this song, and I didn't write it for you, and I don't have a crush on you, and I'm not a deep boy. I know, I'm sorry to involve you, but I really didn't know beforehand that camera was actually on. I get it. You understand again? Poutong had reason to suspect that the silly girl had misunderstood. Do you really know? Or are you stuck in some kind of logical self-referential loop? I'm serious. I really don't have a crush on you. I understand. What do you understand? You don't have a crush on me. You didn't write the song for me, just like you said you couldn't play the guitar. What kind of wolf story is this? Lying too much to be trusted anymore? Forget it, you're busy. Looks like now, he can't explain it. Chapter 12 Explanation is a cover-up. How do I explain this? He sang a piece of music that will go down in history and got involved with the daughter of a hugely popular nation, and is now completely on the cusp. Explanation. Must explain. No longer explain, he can be forced to become a top stream. When the star lifting the heart, what good? Not as hard as studying to realize the true freedom of wealth. Poutine decided to send out a tweet explaining it. Son, your auntie-chan wants your WeChat. Shall I give it? And Aihui held her cell phone and hemmed and hawed, seemingly rubbing her son the wrong way. Which auntie-chan? Just that entertainer Channing who has reported many big news in the entertainment industry. My colleague. Asterisk. Never. What would the entertainment reporter say if she were to target us? Oh, forget it then. I'll just tell my son to play big and not see anyone. Real mom? Say, Mom, don't you want to go into detail about this one? Oh, tell me more. Poutong decided to explain clearly to her mom first, as an experiment. If he gave his mom cannot explain, that send microblogging will only make a mistake. It's like this. Mom, you know me. I love to study. The reason why I deliberately alienate you dandy because she disturbed my study. I am also afraid of rubbing her hotness fire up. I am completely do not want to be a star. Also do not have that ability. Well yes, that song is not written by me. It's all a coincidence. Finished? Yeah. You believe that? Of course. And we nodded. Of course I don't believe. That's a lame excuse. Do you want to hear what you're talking about? Like to study so alienate you dandy. Are you brain problem? That's you dandy. A beautiful rich girl. A normal man can do this kind of thing? POTUS says he's really done this kind of thing. And not wanting to be a star. Are you regretting being a star and still don't want to be a star? Poutong says he really regretted being a star in his past life. You can write a song like that and call it incompetent? You didn't write it? Then how did the song come about? Did you dream it up? Poutong said that he really didn't write the song himself, but he couldn't explain where it came from. How did he say that he was actually a traveler? That would be a big deal. If others believed him, he would probably be arrested for research, and if they didn't believe him, they would probably be arrested and locked up in a mental hospital straight away. It's simply unexplainable. There's a secret around all of his reasons, yet he can never reveal his identity as a traveler. And so, into paradox, he has no way of explaining the real reason why all the coincidences form. So what if we make up another reason? Let's just say the song was heard from the mysterious old grandpa. Let's just say he couldn't possibly like you dandy because he had his heart in the right place a long time ago. Or let's be more direct and say he's unreliable. Totally unreliable. It takes a bunch of lies to round out a lie, but there will come a time when it will come apart. Using lies to explain away problems is totally leading yourself into bigger trouble. The only thing that could explain the problem was the truth, but the truth he could not tell, so there's no other way to admit it now. Poutine is going to break down. He's going to seem to be on fire and there's no way to stop the process. Toodaloo. Poutong's cell phone rang, which only interrupted his state of despair. Could it be that Lu Nang the guy has nothing to do, right? Then he voluntarily rejected this idea. That kid is too lazy to only call QQ phone. The caller ID was an unfamiliar number, and Poutong panicked. Did he get boxed in by a fan here? That's too soon, isn't it? Hey, who are you looking for? Fear is fear, but you have to answer. And it's not good behavior to refuse to answer someone's phone. Poutong, right? I'm Su Lei, looking for you to talk about something. Su Lei, the general director of the variety show When You're Young, had a few encounters with him. It wasn't hard for the director to get his contact information from the homeroom teacher, and it made sense to look for him at this stage. To say that this is definitely the culprit for giving him so much footage and still posting the video of him singing. Coming to the door, huh? What is it? As you can see, Poutong, you are really talented. Do you want to mix with the entertainment industry? I will introduce you to. Don't, Director Su. I appreciate your kindness. I don't want to enter the entertainment industry. This maliciously edited bad guy really didn't have good intentions and actually wanted to bring him into the entertainment industry. This sneak peek thing isn't over yet. Are you serious? The voice on the other end of the line was a little surprised. Of course, I have to study hard. Knowledge changes destiny. Understand? I've been contacted by a lot of agencies over here, and the signing conditions are considered top-notch, so why don't you reconsider? Don't think about it, I only take exams. Isn't it better to get a good college than these false heads? Poutong despised. What brokerage company? No use of value sooner or later become a discard. His former life when the bottom side of the artist knows this way, this kind of thing or to avoid a good point. You are awesome. Su Lei was speechless. This guy is thinking clearly, but the point is that he has no reason to refute. What's wrong with people wanting to study well? But what's with the weird feeling that there's something wrong? Director Su, if you're secretly filming me this time, at least give me a statement. This isn't the realm of a vegetarian contract. Don't worry, pay up. The song brought heat to his show, and the money was well deserved, but there was absolutely no compromise on the sneak peek. The laws and regulations of this world he is still not very clear. How to use legal weapons to deal with this matter he has to study it first before he can do so. Although you're not a star, the money you still take from so many appearances has to be taken. Do you want to sign up for a whole season? I'll make sure to promote you. Exempt, just give me the money for the first installment. Things have come to this point, the money that should be taken still has to be taken. Taking losses is not Poutong's style, but this kind of money is better not to earn in the future. The heart is tired. And the copyright issue of your song, all the copyright and platform proceeds go to you personally. But the program team of When You're Young enjoys 2 years of usage and agency as the producer. Is that okay? Poutong estimated that the contract was pretty conscientious. Just don't forget to call me with the money. These songs are kind of his only reliance. Using one less than one. Can't sing for nothing. It's always good to earn some. What's more, he has a great use for this money. It's not good to just study without planning for the future. So Poutong is planning to build up some capital first to plan for the future. Okay, I'll send you the specific program and song agreements later, so you can show them to your family and send me your bank account after you sign them. Su Lei naturally assumed that he was just an ordinary middle school student, so he suggested that his parents help him sign a reference. I don't know that Poutong knows Mom very well. Signing tools people just. Yes, in his previous life, he had learned a lot of relevant knowledge after being pitched by a contract, and it was basically impossible to play the contract loophole to cheat him. There's no such thing as a wet shoe when you're always walking by the river. Not to mention that he was directly drowned by a black-hearted company in his previous life. There is no other way. Only the hand is familiar. Poutine hung up the phone and was in a much better mood. It wasn't all about the money. It was just that he had suddenly figured something out. He didn't even sign an agency. He's not even an artist or a star now. So what if he's a regular guy who's on fire? There is no agency to run it, no campaign to draw fans, no work to keep them. There are a lot of people watching now, but after a while it's guaranteed that 1 or 2 won't remember who he is. There was absolutely no need for him to rush. He didn't even need to make any response. Time would make them forget everything. As for explaining and clarifying, Poutong figured out that it was completely unnecessary. Alright. A lot of things in the entertainment industry is to explain the clarification of the more intense. The explanation is to cover up, and ultimately will only be more and more black. Poutong blindly guessed. This explanation microblogging sent out. The comments section must be basically full of don't pretend. A crush on it, no one laughs at you. The more he defended himself, the more fans decided that he had a crush on you dandy and then secretly wrote her a song. So, Poutong decided to go cold turkey. As long as he doesn't comment or clarify or explain or admit, there's no one who can respond to this on his behalf. As long as he didn't respond, the matter was never nailed down, and then quickly lose the heat, at which point he too will be forgotten, safe in the knowledge that he'll be his normal self. That was close, almost made me unable to study properly. Luckily I can swing it. Explanations are cover-ups, so I don't explain. Chapter 13, I study alone. A relationship often requires one partner to speak first, but the heroine of the love story, you dandy, has not responded positively, so fans waited all night. And then the leading man, Poutong, didn't squeak either. He didn't even make any statement, as if he was a complete outsider to the event. The CP fans were shaking with rage and wanted to put the two of them in a cage on the spot for them to post. Of course all of this was unknown to Poutong, who signed the contract, checked the clauses related to sneak peeks and went to sleep. Because of the original's vegetarian date in place, the whole sneak peek thing becomes a state that can be reconciled with the fact that it's not easy to prosecute. The process is long, not to mention suing a well-known director. Even if the lawsuit is successful, he will receive the impact of that huge storm, which will undoubtedly break his quiet life. You guys go ahead and make all the noise you want. It doesn't matter if I'm on fire or not. I don't care. I'm at peace with being my normal self. He is uninitiated and happy to be idle. Basically nothing bothers me except for the fact that my neighbor's junior high school sister came to my door early Sunday morning asking for an autograph. Things aren't too bad, although I guess I'll have to mask my face when I go out from now on. After all, he was still an ordinary man, only slightly more popular. Isn't that just fine? After a day of studying in peace, Poutong was in a rather good mood. One could even say it was pleasant. It's true, it's still the best to learn and stuff. Life will cheat you, but learning won't, because learning won't is not. There are many different ways to study in high school, and there is a good way for every student to study that works for them. Poutong's basic knowledge all came from his original body's memory, empty of knowledge but unable to use it well, so he chose to use the simple method of brushing up. A large number of problems are good to consolidate the knowledge, but also let him learn a lot more of his own sense of learning. For self-competence development, Poutong decided to move closer to the game development industry, although he also wanted to be a copyist to write novels to earn money. But the problem was that he only remembered the storyline, and did not have the details of the novels, relying on his own drawings of snakes instead of beautiful, and I guess it is difficult to become a climate. Power of the fight. 3 stages. Forget the back. It's too easy to be associated with the entertainment industry by writing songs, so it's better to stay out of it. Looking at it this way, R&D memory games is a good choice. Start with small games and then go big. The game focuses on creativity and gameplay, which is exactly what he has as a crossover. And as long as the game is done well, people will buy it, and it doesn't rely too much on outside factors like the stars do. What? You're saying stars are the same as long as they have good work? What are you talking about? What era? Now is the era of traffic is king. Works no matter how ordinary, how sewing strange have fans to buy. Idle dramas how awkward can blow acting. Singing how difficult to listen to have fans argue need to appreciate the threshold. Times have changed and it's just too tiring to be in such a monstrous circle. People red is more than right and wrong. There will always be someone red. There will always be someone black. In case of a small mistake, wall down, everyone pushed, when the time to fall down, became the laughingstock of other people's tea and dinner. It is not too miserable point. Singing is fine, but not mixing. If it is possible, Poutong hopes that she is a popular singer but not a popular person. In the end, this table you burst into flames is also a coincidence of coincidences. A little bit by the variety show and rub you dandy's hotness to fire so fast. It is a kind of heaven and earth, although the work itself is very top, but if there is no such traffic to promote, the progress will not be so fast. It's hard to replicate this situation, isn't it? It's not that Boughton is pessimistic, it's just that. Look at the entertainment industry now. Reality is often more dramatic than fiction. It's so hard. Poutong probably understood why all those cross-country civic novels he had read in his previous life, the protagonists all more or less needed to have some connection with the officials. It's a guarantee and a get-out-of-jail-free card, because just one person can't stand up to a whole freaking circle. Forget it. Poutong shook his head. He decided not to think about it. If he thought about it again, he wouldn't be able to pass the trial. It is better to study hard and then rely on their own ability to earn money is more secure. As for writing songs can only be regarded as an emergency program. Once a day. Firm up your beliefs. Putting aside all these have-nots, there was a new problem before Poutong now. Tomorrow is Monday and he has to go to school. Now that he's inexplicably on fire, going to school could cause a lot of furor. Moreover, the evil when your young variety show has to continue filming. It's only the first installment and he's already on fire like this. What's the point of filming it further down the line? The showrunners will probably shoot as much footage of him as they can and then edit it to send out a video that is grossly at odds with reality. That's despicable. Transferring and not going to school, which is impossible. He still has a vegetarian date for the show and it's normal to be photographed, but if he's photographed as a straight-up star, that's of course not possible. He could ignore the comments of the people around him, but the excessive filming by the show's crew was really annoying. He obviously just wants to study in peace and quiet. Always taking shots of himself, isn't that a scourge? What's the difference between that and posting shibboleths in a proper chat group? That kind of thing should never be allowed. Even though he only signed on for the first installment, it would be too annoying if the crew waited to give him notice until after filming each time, getting on the bus before making up the ticket, resulting in a lot of footage of him in each installment. Must make a statement, or sue Lei if he does not realize that the old want to support him will be over. You have to be tough in your tone of voice or you'll be easy for him to pull the wool over your eyes. Poutong helplessly rubbed his brow and hesitated for a long time before dialing Su Lei's number. Hey, Poutong? What? Figured it out and ready to sign. Director Su, let me tell you something. You say. Su Lei vaguely felt that something was wrong. It's like this. I'm just an ordinary person. The large number of appearances has seriously affected my normal life. I hope that the program team can film around the star trainee normally according to the agreement with the school, although we have a vegetarian contract, but my footage is just a little bit too much. Filming other people's footage without their consent is against the law. Surely you are aware of that? No, are you serious? Otherwise, I really don't like to get into any showbiz, and don't you dare to speculate on me with any self-righteous over-the-top perspective. I made it very clear. Don't infringe on my rights, and if I still want to insist on filming too much of me next week, then I don't mind going through the legal process. Poutong dropped his cell phone, a little depressed. Really, go to the legal process is definitely the next best thing. The prosecution process is too long, and the prosecution of the famous variety director this matter is already very explosive. By then, even if they win, I am afraid that it is also difficult to return to a peaceful life. It will be a lose-lose situation. He was mainly just making a statement by doing this. As long as he showed his dissatisfaction and let Su-lei know what he really thought, he should be able to tighten up a lot. As long as he's camera-less, he'll soon be forgotten by the newish netizens. It's always quiet to study now. Do an English listening exercise first. Su-lei held up his cell phone and fell into a long silence. He actually got hung up on, still hanging after being disliked. Who is he? He is a national treasure variety director. Hands out of the first-line variety show Countless, brought fire to countless artists, which people in the circle shall not respect him 3 times. As a result, he is now actually disliked by a high school student, and the key is that the person's reasons are still very good. Su-lei always felt that something was wrong somewhere. Although it's true that we didn't ask for Poutong's permission to give her footage, isn't that a good thing? Isn't more exposure good? There are so many celebrities out there begging to come to the program to show their faces, and he doesn't even want to give them a proper look. But he's still angry about giving this kid free footage? Is there something wrong with him? That he sees that he was born to eat this food, and that he's doing something wrong by holding him up? So you're the one who's a bully? That's not right. Boy, you managed to get my attention. Su-lei lit a cigarette and took a drag. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He made a phone call. Hey, Lu Yuan, it's me. You don't have to work on the camera crew next week. Not firing you. I'm sending you on a special assignment. You'll be Poutong's exclusive photographer from now on. Once you notice his odd behavior, you'll shoot it for me in any way you can. Too young lad, when you feel the benefits of fame and fortune, there will be a time when you will beg me. Who doesn't want fame and fortune? It's just a young man's heart-on. Don't want the camera to catch it? I'll specialize in your shots. You'll have to thank me when you make it big. Kid, we'll see. Chapter 14. It's rude to get high again. This was the first time Poutine had gone to school masked. What's with the unspeakable pleasure? It's not right. He's not into anything weird, is he? Wearing an oversized black mask, a handsome face was instantly covered. Just in case, wear another sun hat. Poutong felt that if she went out dressed like this, she probably wouldn't be able to recognize her own mother. Son, what are you doing dressed like that? Okay, forget I said that. Looking at the burnt fried eggs on the table, Poutong froze and didn't dare to eat, nibbling the bread and fleeing the scene in a hurry. Mom's skills at refining poisons are really getting better. Poutong's house is 20 minutes away from the school. I don't know if it's because of his heart. He always feels that the pedestrians on the way are all looking at him. The passers-by at work look at him. The grandpa in the morning exercise look at him. Even the stray dogs on the road have to look at him twice. No way. I'm armed to the teeth. He looked around, cautiously pulled down the brim of his hat, and before he could continue on his way, he was tapped on the shoulder. I'm not. You're mistaken. I'm not the one who. It's only halfway there and he's recognized? The non-recognition challenge was over before it even started. He was startled by the sudden attack, and subconsciously prepared to run straight away. Tong, what are you sneaking around for? You guys, you scared me. It was only then that Poutong noticed that the douchebag patting himself on the back was Lu Yuan. Why does this fat guy walk without making a sound? It's a shame he didn't become an assassin instead. You are dressed this way. Oh, I understand. Lu Nang took Poutong's shoulder and started to heave a strange smile. Tong is now a big star. You have to pay attention to the influence. You're the big star. Your whole family's a big star. Ha, Lu Yuan was a little unresponsive. Sounds like cursing, but not quite. It even feels like a blessing. He's worthy of being my brother Tong. He's handsome and he can talk too. How did you recognize me? Tong, the mask or whatever can't cover your beauty. Cam, what's with this feeling of being disappointed but a little happy to be complimented? Lu Yuan pulled out his cell phone and very naturally took a selfie of the two. What are you doing? You want to tweet too? That kind of thing don't Being rubbed the wrong way by his mom had scared him. No I am a small transparent scent who see Lu can put away the phone, patted Poutong's shoulder. Tong is going to be a big star. It is estimated that it will be difficult to meet in the future. Take a picture to keep a souvenir. I'm not going to be able to do that. Otherwise no one will believe me when I say I know you. The little fat man forced a smile from his face, and all the folds in his flesh looked a little sad. I didn't realize this guy was a sex maniac. Looks like the original made a good friend. Who said I was going to be a star? I'm not going to be a star. Poutong took the initiative to take Lu Nang's shoulders, laughed, how tiring it is to be a star. It's better to study hard to make money, and bring you a piece of brother to get rich in the future. Take him as a plant thrashing zombies first. Really? Of course, when have I ever lied to you? That's good. But Tong, what are you doing hiding behind me? You're big. Get in my way. Luke and this buddy really can handle. go out for fear of being recognized. He is really able to block awe. Not long after, Poutong followed Lu Neng and arrived safely at the school entrance. With Lu Neng as a meat shield, the journey was unexpectedly smooth. What? I'm not popular. That's nice. Tong, look at. See what? Poutong glanced in the direction Lu Neng had indicated, then froze in place on the spot. It's all people. It's all people. The black pressure of a piece of people is really scary. The school entrance was surrounded by a water. A group of security guards are vaguely unable to stop the trend. I'm a student. Let me in. An older woman squeezed in at the front, yelling desperately. You call this a student? What's going on here? Is it the end of the world and a resource grab? But the school doesn't have any resources. Learning? Poutong suddenly had a ridiculous idea, such as writing a book called Post-Apocalyptic, starting at school to indoctrinate zombies. Let me in. I'd like to see what this brat Poutong is capable of. Actually hooking up with our dude. The elder lady took one for the team, directly forcing the security team to take a few steps back. Watching dude grow up can be cheap for that kid? Brat. A group of older men and women were in an agitated state, and looked like they had no intention of leaving any survivors. Brother Tong, all are looking for you. Lu Neng that had seen this battle. He had already thought about staying away from Poutong later. Don't spill blood on me. I know. Poutine was speechless. These people are Yu Dandan's father Powdermon Powder. From childhood to see Yu Dandan grow up. Now there is actually a little kid want to hit daughter idea, which can endure awe. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of it. They are all older men and women. They do not want to get high on CP. They do not care whether you are handsome or not, and do not look at whether you have talent. Want a pig arching cabbage? Then you will be beaten up. It's reasonable to assume that these people are mature fans and wouldn't normally do something so boring, so I'm guessing that the vast majority of them are here to have fun, and the only ones who are really causing trouble should be the individual leaders. Poutong was sweating coldly, not to mention this group. He felt that any one of these people could beat 10 of him. Never underestimate the power of big moms to fight. You dandy, look what you've done. That said, what the hell is the makeup of this girl's fan base? And we're not holding up the other kids' studies. We're going to meet Poutine. Right, brat. Stand up if you're a man. If you don't keep the other kids from learning, you keep me from learning, right? Tong, what should we do? Cool. Standing out is impossible. Originally he and you dandy thing is avoid empty cave. Jumping out of their own big head is not a brain problem? It will be really hard to tell when the time comes, but getting into school is imperative if you want to do well. Fatty, I'm telling you. Ha, will this work? Listen to me. Ryunin nodded dully, deciding to trust Poutong. Egu, Poutong, what are you doing? Lu Nan yelled, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Poutine, where is it? With a timid gaze, Ryunin pointed in the direction they had come from. He ran that way. Brat, actually ran away. Let's go after them. The leading few quickly turned their guns around and rushed towards the direction that Lu Neng had pointed to with the crowds of eaters. There were also individual passers-by who would glance suspiciously at the person wrapped up like a dumpling behind him as they passed by Lu Neng, but in order to keep up with the large group, they only looked at it one more time. That was close. Looking at the dispersing crowd, Poutong's scalp went a little numb. Sure enough, people who take sides in public opinion are blind to where they point. Without the crowd to stop them, Poutong and Lu Neng didn't dare to stay and fled the scene as fast as they could. If they were to be attacked by others, both of them would have to suffer. Before entering the classroom, Poutong was a little hesitant. This, so embarrassing. If his classmates thought that he and you dandy really had something going on, wouldn't it be weird to get along? Look at those two. Gibberish. Poutine imagined that scene of being upstaged by everyone, and a chill ran down his spine. This is too much of a delay in learning. I hope none of his classmates are high on CP. It didn't seem to be a good idea to keep not going in, so Poutong clenched his teeth and stepped into the classroom. Then he was saluted by the class. From the moment he entered to the moment he sat down. From the moment he put down his bag to the moment he pulled out his textbook. He was like a mouse in an experiment, surrounded by a crowd. The knot in Poutong's throat rolled and he glanced at the empty seat beside him. Luckily, the leading lady wasn't there, or it would have been even more awkward. Lin Yushi turned her head back, smilingly surveying Poutong's movements. Dude went to talk to the school. It's her fans after all, and it's a bad influence to leave it unchecked. Oh, although he was actually the trigger in this case, he was also passive. See how you dandy handle it. Every day so worried about going to school really is too much to affect their own learning. Didn't realize you could write songs. Actually, I won't. Ha, Lin Yushi was also too lazy to argue with him about this. Writing songs and stuff is actually okay. There's not a lot of talent in the world, but there's definitely a lot of it. I'm more shocked that you actually like dude that much compared to. Lin Yushi's expression was full of teasing, a look of watching the fun. I really didn't mean it. Alright, I don't care to get involved in what you two are doing. It's none of my business. Lin Yushi turned around, replaced by her tablemate Iori Yukino, who turned around. Poutong didn't say anything and silently turned her back. Just stay out of it. Mascot. Forget it. If you can't explain it, don't explain it. It's still important to study. A day's work lies in the morning. Poutong didn't dare to waste time and started to memorize the words. English want to learn well. Vocabulary must go up. The original body is very lazy. English is the bottom of the worst class. So as an English teacher, Zhang Binyan is not very treat him. Poutong memorized so earnestly that he didn't realize that his tablemate had returned until the young girl next to him took her seat. Yu Dandy gave him a look and didn't say anything. Oh yo! A sigh rang through the classroom. I'm sure they're all stoned CP parties. Please don't be stoned. It would be rude to get high again. Chapter 15, How come it's you? Yu Dandy visually measured the distance between her and Poutong, who still maintained a distance of 20 centimeters. Same as before. The matter is so big. He can actually still be so at ease with his studies. Behavior and conduct are not half different from before. It is simply an unparalleled power of determination, completely unaffected by the heat and public opinion yet. Feeling the young girl's measuring gaze, Poutong subconsciously moved to the right again. I have fox odor? Indeed. That's not what you said last time. Last time, we just met and didn't know each other well, but now we know each other well enough to joke about it. Poutong glanced scornfully at the camera and continued to memorize his book. So, the young girl's mouth rose upwards in an unspecified manner. So this is how you boys talk to the girls you like? Don't get me wrong. I can't represent all the boys. Wait. I don't have a favorite girl either. Poutong narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yu Dandy. This guy really did misunderstand it after all, right? She's not right. In that case, that's a shame. I can't tell you in a sentence or two. The classroom is crowded. This way, you come to the stairwell in the classroom later. I'll explain it to you properly. Why did he choose the stairwell? It's simple. There is no camera in the stairwell, and the photographer usually won't follow him over. It's just right for him to explain to Yu Dandy. That's not very nice to tell me to go into hiding. You're toxic, aren't you? Learned from you. Poutong suddenly had the absurd feeling that his offense and defense were reversed, and he was vaguely caught in a disadvantageous position, being killed and retreating. He didn't have this kind of boring goodwill. He was going to explain it all later anyway, so he might as well cherish his time and study. What's wrong? Was I right? Yu Dandy wasn't as Buddhist as Poutong, and it was rare for her to take the initiative, so of course she had to capitalize on the victory. Boring. You say you're bored, but behind the scenes you're secretly writing me songs, aren't you? Poutong couldn't help himself a bit, and the moment he turned around and was ready to dislike him back, he locked eyes with the homeroom teacher peeping out of the back window. It's bad. It's going to be bad. Every class has one of these homeroom teachers who stares at the classroom against the light, peeking out the window, with a dark light in her eyes. Zhang Binyan had actually been here for quite a long time, but before entering the classroom, he intended to see what this Poutong kid was actually doing. He stared for 3 minutes and realized that Poutong had been memorizing seriously, but instead Yu Dandy kept moving towards him. Or even dude initiated? 10 years old Powder Zhang Binyan shocked. Damn brat, he really did give Dandy a bewitching spell. What a good skin but it is a pity that it was born in a clothed beast who does not know the shame of womanizing and doing nothing. Brats. Of course he was definitely not angry at the pig arching over the cabbage simply just look at that brat unhappy. It's hard to look at him, but the kid has really been studying pretty hard lately. In the past, when he peeped at the back door, he counted this guy the most skinny, not studying himself but also affecting others. And then look at now. Completely two people In fact, the changes of the classmates in the eyes of their teachers are clear at a glance. In fact, the teachers are like a mirror in their hearts. A lot of things are to see through and not to say anything. But this recent period of time, a group of teachers are praising Poutong's attitude has been corrected a lot. Could it be that this brat really got angry because he had a crush on dude? That's kinda inspirational. Wait a minute, how is one thinking for this kind of cabbage arching pig? He had planned to watch it for a bit longer, but it turned out that the kid had actually found it. Had to give him credit for that one. Zhang Binyan pretended to have just arrived and slowly walked into the classroom. In English class later, I'll test the words I learned. The homeroom teacher came in cold and completely disrupted the students' touchy-feely state, which caused them to take out their textbooks and start practicing. Although he was strict in classroom matters, he was usually watered down in English class, and the number of times he was tested on things like vocabulary memorization of texts could be counted on exactly one hand. Looks like this guy means business. The students secretly grumbled and could only break their teeth and swallow their blood, and they memorized it by rote. A few of the star trainees were even more distressed, they hadn't read the book at all in private, and now memorizing all the words in a few minutes was obviously completely impossible. You can get them to sing English songs, not really write a few words properly. Zhang Binyan didn't realize just how many innocent lives had been affected by this move he made to target Poutong. Finally, the English class arrived. Zhang Binyan was dictating while carefully observing Poutong, thinking that if this guy dared to sneak around and cheat, he would blow him out. As a result, this kid is unusually calm writing words, completely without any inappropriate behavior. Zhang Binyan can only secretly say a pity. After collecting all the dictation papers, he didn't pretend anymore, and directly picked out Poutongs from the pile of slips of paper and began to carefully correct them. First word, yes. Second, yes. Then Zhang Binyan realized that this guy actually wrote it all out, and since he was observing from start to finish, Poutong didn't have a chance to cheat. He did write it himself. He really has been studying hard. Zhang Binyan suddenly changed his mind about this guy a little. But you're mistaken if you think you can fool dude like that. Just wait, I'm going to catch you in the act. Zhang Binyan symbolically corrected the other people's notes, and then severely criticized the students with serious problems. These people are lying. In fact, this anger was originally prepared by him for Poutong, which can think that this kid is so powerful. A few star trainees wrote poorly, and old Zhang didn't spoil them by scolding them. Of course, there's no you dude in it. Or maybe we could enjoy a double standard scene. English class ended. After looking viciously at Poutong for a few moments, Zhang Binyan left the classroom resentfully. Seeing that you don't look good, let's go. Go out and fight. Poutong tugged on the corner of Yu Dandy's coat, imploring her to go to the appointment. Ha, is this some new kind of date conversation? This is already a date, isn't it, hey? Yu Dandy returned an expletive to him without any good humor. Why don't you go ahead and call someone? I'll come back later. I want to fight 10. Poutong continued to hint. What he meant was to let Yu Dandy go over first, and he himself would go later, so that there would be a time difference between the two going out, and the other students wouldn't notice. It's called covering your ass. Yu Dandy actually magically understood it, but his black speech was a bit too strange. She then got up and pretended to go to the restroom, and symbolically asked Lin Yushi if she wanted to go alone. Lin Yushi understood Yu Dandy too well. Judging the situation, she was a professional, and directly refused to let her go alone. Now that's a name. Dandy, I'm going. Iori Yukino waved her hand, but Yu Dandy pressed it back. Good girl, you don't want to go. Yu Dandy left the classroom, estimated the time. Poutong also followed out, did not cause anyone's suspicion. In the stairwell, the young girl stood quietly, as if waiting for him to open his mouth to explain that, actually, Poutong was about to explain that he really didn't have a crush on this matter when he suddenly saw old Yang, the photographer, who was sneaking around not far away. Wait a minute. Ignoring the young girl's puzzled look, Poutong walked straight over and patted old Yang's shoulder. Why you? What are you doing here? Passing through ha? Passing by and needing to get a camera? Professional conduct, professional habits. Any questions? Can't argue with that. Poutong secretly said a bad luck and gave Yu Dandy a gesture to leave first. With outsiders around, that's definitely not a good time to make explanations. Next time for sure. Yu Dandy then noticed the photographer and left the scene with a stern face, leaving only the dumbfounded Lao Yang in place. It's not easy money. This kid is just too fine. Yu Dandy stalled for a while before returning to class, maintaining the perfect alibi. She was so depressed right now that talking halfway through a sentence was practically torture. What the hell was this guy trying to say to her? So concerned. Calling her specifically to a place where no one was around should have been important words, shouldn't it be? Yu Dandy frowned, vaguely anticipating what was going on. Chapter 16. How come it's always you? How on earth did he write such a top school ballad? Don Haingshu couldn't figure it out. The song You at the Table has a short range and is simple and easy to sing, but with a beautiful melodic tune and extremely good lyrics. It's completely divine. He asked himself if he was familiar with ballads, but the moment he heard the song, his heart broke. Just an ordinary student, unassuming, but it turned out to be a king's bomb. Same high school student. Why is Poutong so awesome? Couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. Siamu, what do you think? Don Haingshu poked his elbow at his tablemate, writing inquisitiveness on his face. You ask him, why ask me? Siamu rubbed his brow. This guy was really annoying today. He kept talking to himself there, and every now and then he even hummed a couple of You at the Same Table tones, and then started pounding his chest and sighing to himself. I don't know him very well. Why don't you go over and ask? Do you think I'm familiar? Siamu sighed and said, of course there is another possibility. What might? Because love. love is the all-powerful magic. It's probably true that it's because he has a crush on you dandy that he's able to write music that resonates with people. Don Hangshu instantly disheveled down. This he will not Xiaomu knew the crux of the problem when he looked at him like this. Don Hangshu's strict tutelage and eagerness to learn the arts. He was afraid that he hadn't fallen in love at all. Why don't I help you think of something? Don Hangshu raised his head and looked at Xiaomu, who had given him a helping hand. In deep thought, this guy seems to be a playboy again. Love should have talked a lot, and even in Tang Luocheng hole out of the scandal, if you have his help. Thinking of this, his eyes instantly regained their vigor, staring at Xiaomu with a fervent expression, sending the latter into a frenzy. Shouldn't you don't have to be with someone of the opposite sex to be in a relationship, right? Shimu was scared, and although he was half-assed in relationships, at least he was straight. Don't you come over here. What do you think? I seek you have a lot of relationship experience. Let you guide me how to chase girls. Oh, that's okay. Xiaomu shook his head and shook out all those dirty thoughts of his. In fact, he has never been in love. Playboy or whatever is the agency fired out of the persona. Even he and Tang Luocheng are not familiar with. Together to participate in an activity to talk a few more words to be fired up. But he didn't want to lose face in front of his friends, so he agreed to it. He's actually starting to regret it. I have to say that Poutong is really powerful, handsome and talented. Maybe he can really take down you Dan Dan. Achoo! Poutine sneezed. Who is it? Who's cursing me again? Since he missed the chance to explain clearly with you dandy in the morning, he hadn't found any good timing, and the star trainee was actually still quite busy. After all, he was filming a variety show, and there would be arrangements between classes. Perhaps affected by this incident, Poutong felt a bit out of sorts throughout his chemistry class. Although it wouldn't have any substantial effect on him if he didn't explain, he always felt that you dandy had a strange look in his eyes. Procrastination could be a problem. Cannot appear that kind of dog blood set romance drama plot can explain not to explain, and finally come to a rather stomach-wrenching development. Is not torturing people? Decided. He must explain today. If there is really no chance, he will go home with a QQ call. Explaining on the phone is ultimately the next best thing. A lot of things can only be said in person is convenient, not to mention that this matter is due to him. To give people a formal explanation is also necessary. However, there has been no good opportunity. He is not good to directly call you dandy out it. The whole country is watching it. So, what exactly were you trying to say this morning? It's just an explanation, but it's complicated and the classroom is too crowded to talk about it. You know, Poutong did not expect that you dandy would come to ask him first. It also seemed like the girl cared about what he was actually trying to say is all. So, may I ask, do you have a moment? The photographer should make up the playground shots on the boys' side for the extracurricular activities later. After all, the theme of the second installment is supposed to be sports, so I should be available. Then, when the time comes, originally, I wanted to say the stairwell, but thinking that the place had already been exposed, Poutong decided to change the place, but it's not appropriate for him to be seen in the limelight. How about that old schoolhouse on the west side of the school, which has been abandoned for a few years and probably doesn't have much of a crowd? It was a short walk from their school building to that side. It didn't take long, and usually not many people passed by. You dandy didn't expect Poutong to be so bold as to bring herself directly to the deserted place. Then wouldn't she be unable to fly even if she had her own wings? At that time even if he shouted through the throat will not be someone to it. Too terrible. This guy looked quite good. Did not expect to actually hide the evil heart of the colorful desire. What are you thinking? Be normal. Poutong seriously suspected that this girl was a brainy monster. Oh, okay. You dandy nodded with slight embarrassment. She really couldn't stop her brain circuits. Just this moment's effort. She even thought about the scene when Poutong squatted at the station when she went to see him with a big belly. Weird. So weird. Even though it's an old campus, most of the facilities inside are actually normal. It's just that the new campus looks a bit more modern. It was only a few minutes walk between the old and new campuses, and although you dandy didn't know her way around very well, she still arrived on time for her appointment. It's worth noting that most middle school students are shy, and although students in other classes look surprised to see her, few of them take the initiative to say hello. It does seem like your fan base is a bit middle-aged. Faster than I thought. Poutong had been waiting for a long time, checking the surroundings in passing, fireproofing against photographers. What are you going to say? Say it. I'm in a hurry. You dandy frowned. Although she thought a lot, she could also vaguely feel that with this guy's character going to great lengths to call himself over definitely couldn't engage in fancy stuff. It's really quite simple. I need to explain what's been happening all this time. You dandy didn't say anything, signaling him to continue on. First of all, I really didn't write the song, and I'm not at that level, and as for exactly how it came about I have reasons I can't tell you, and you're more than welcome to disbelieve me, but I just need to explain. And there's the fact that I really don't have a crush on you, and I certainly don't mean to feel bad for you. it's just that how it is. High school students of course have to focus on their academics. Is that all? Yu Dandy asked, cocking his head. Or what? I thought you were going to tell me that you wrote the song for your junior high school classmate, but now it seems not. Yu Dandy sighed. It's not so bad. I say you guy, how come you're so deadhead in this kind of thing instead? What I think is actually completely unimportant. The key is what those melon eaters think. You might as well explain it clearly to them if you have this free time. It's not easy to explain to the melon-eating masses because the chain of suspicion exists, and no matter how you explain it they're likely to overinterpret it. Poutong rubbed his eyebrows. Although you are right, but a lot of things to explain or not to explain is your attitude. Other people believe it or not is other people's business. You yourself do not explain. Let other people how to believe you. Poutine was silent. He does overthink things, which leads to tying up his hands, and often experience can be a constraint instead, and it might not be a bad idea to be brave like a young man. He was taught a lesson by Yu Dandy. So, when you get back tonight, send out a tweet explaining it? I'll send a statement. Whether you do or not depends on your mood. Yu Dandy frowned. After all, that kind of thing this morning was really bad. I actually talked to the school this morning when I went to deal with this, and disrupting the normalcy of the school isn't something I want to see either. How are you going to send it? Let's just say that we're just friends for the time being, so that they don't interfere with the order of the school. Yu Dandy yawned. Congratulations, no one will trouble you anymore. For now. Why does that sound weird? Then you? Poutong wanted to speak. In fact, his biggest reason for explaining all this was still afraid that Yu Dandan would think too much. Me? I'm not stupid. Not stupid enough to be fooled by a song anyway. The young girl yawned. And I did see that you didn't like me enough to misunderstand anything. That's a good feeling. You think I'm the kind of girl in anime novels who sees the main male character, Asashi, and just mindlessly sticks to him? Yu Dandy gave Poutong a contemptuous look. Don't underestimate me, asshole. The transaction was completed, and the two then left the scene one after the other. Poutong looked at the back of Yu Dandy, a little out of focus. It seems that she is a lot smarter than she thought. He wrongly thought that he could take himself out without explaining, but he ended up making a mess anyway. He wrongly thought that Yu Dandy would misunderstand something, but in fact she thought more clearly than he did. Poutong always thought that he had already been bullish in his reanimated life, but now it seemed that he had also fallen into a misconception of self-perception. In fact, he himself is not high and mighty because of his previous life's experience. He thinks highly of himself as a person who has been there before. In fact, he was just an ordinary person, just having lived a few years longer than his peers. But as long as one is human, one will have flaws and make mistakes. A disciple need not be inferior to his teacher, and a teacher need not be more virtuous than his disciple. This was a classic he had told his language teacher. If he relived his life, did he have to be better than the others? It doesn't always seem to be the case. A young phoenix is clearer than the sound of an old phoenix. Self-esteem is bad civilization. Being Yu Dandy a lesson. Just as he was wandering around, he came face to face with old Young, who was carrying a camera on him again. How come it's always you? Chapter 17. What does it mean to feel safe? The man and woman left the isolated corner together. The woman flushed and the man thoughtful. Something's wrong. Something big. Yang Hui set up his camera and captured this wonderful scene. Why is it always you? Passing by. Ha ha. Old Yang played dumb. Oh come on. The kid found out again. But it wasn't a bad trip to get such an awesome shot. Poutine rubbed his brow, a little distracted. This was so wrong. One time it was a coincidence, and both times it was hard not to suspect that this guy was doing it on purpose when he managed to find himself in a particularly remote location. He still underestimated Director Su's determination. This is treating himself as an unintelligent young man. Obviously he has already expressed his opinion very seriously. As a result, this director seems to still think he is childish. After all, he was only 16 years old, and in his eyes might even be a rebellious teenager who wasted his star talent, and he was simply doing himself a favor by doing so. Boughton called out headache, leaning on the old man, yelling all for your own good. This kind of people you can hardly communicate with him. What's going on here? Yu Dandy had almost walked away, and only after looking back did she realize that Poutong had not followed her, which is why she came over to take a look. Nothing. Nothing. Lao Yang, a bit panicked, shouldered the camera and intended to run away. Poutine's tone was a little unkind as she tugged at his back. Sule asked you to shoot me? That can't be. I'm really passing by. Old Young definitely didn't dare to admit it. It was a matter of losing his job. Oh, Director Su is really awesome, playing this kind of tricks with a commoner like me. Yu Dandy frowned. She probably understood what was happening. Let me do it. Yu Dandy patted Poutong's shoulder and laughed. I'm the best at handling this kind of thing. The young girl stood silently in front of him, staring silently at the photographer in front of her without a word. The petite back made Poutong a little dazed. The young girl, who was obviously a head shorter than him, was at this moment like a giant, blocking his body. There is an ineffable sense of security. I was wrong. Old Yang was stared at by Yu Dandy and completely lost the idea of escaping. Not to mention him, Director Su can't afford to offend this one. Delete it. Yu Dandy indifferently spat out 2 words, with an air of non-irritation. Old Yang frowned and, with great reluctance, picked up the camera and began to fiddle with it. I hope you're not up to any tricks, or else. Yu Dandy laughed, smiling brightly, or you might have to lose this job. Don't dare, don't dare. Yang Huai's hand with the instrument shook, then he sped up the operation. Forget it, don't be difficult for him, he's just a hit worker. The problem is still with Director Su. Poutong rounded off. Yu Dandy actually has such a side. It's really scary. But what is it about inexplicably feeling cool? Lao Yang glanced gratefully at Poutong and didn't dare to say anything more. Su Lei's sighed. You can't handle it well. I'll take over for you too. This. Although the understanding is not a lot, but Poutong still roughly understand. Yu Dandy her background is very hard, not the general hard, to inherit a huge amount of family property at any time the kind of star times Missy who is addicted to celebrity. It really would have been a lot easier if she had helped. What do you mean by security? It's called security. That's not good. Poutine scratched his head awkwardly. What's with the constant feeling of being a soft touch? What's wrong with that? Isn't it proper for the table to help each other? Yu Dandy smiled back lightly. Her long black hair cut across the teenager's face, and in that moment, Poutong's heartbeat missed a beat. Thanks, don't mention it. A word. Poutong also didn't know how much weight Yu Dandy's one-sentence matter actually carried, but I have a feeling Su Lei is in trouble this time. Old Jan was shivering on the sidelines. Poutong, this kid also has to be classified into the absolutely cannot be offended list, otherwise he is afraid of this job cannot be kept. You're still not leaving? Yu Dandy glared at him. Let's go. Old Yang ran away without looking back, and the large old school building was once again relegated to Poutong and Yu Dandan. The amber shimmering light reflected on the campus path, leaving 2 long shadows. The sun is setting. Sunsets are especially gentle, and all the earth is romantic. You're quite right in this sentence. Yu Dandy smiled. Somehow she recalled the teenager playing the piano under the sunset, and remembered the song written to the same table. It's almost time for study hall. Got it. Then you walk faster. You're the one going too fast. The evening breeze was light and the 2 shadows walked slowly. Bhutan is stepping on the bell into the classroom. In order to avoid suspicion with Yu Dandan, he is really worried enough to wait for Yu Dandan to go in 3 minutes before he dared to follow in. Say, have you figured out how to post the clarification tweet yet? Yu Dandy gave him an interested look. I don't think this guy understands this. Didn't think about it. Honestly, he really didn't think about it. Too many words will be lost. He is worried that because he explains instead of exacerbating public opinion. Take your time then. Don't say anything wrong anyway. I have a PR team. You don't. Bhutan thought about it and decided to use one of the most primitive methods. Since he was afraid of saying the wrong thing, he simply didn't say anything. When the time came, he would directly retweet Yu Dandy's clarifying tweet, directly proving with his actions that the 2 of them really didn't have anything. What's the saying? A big grin is friendship and caution is love. It's his generous retweeting that will show that he really didn't mean it that way, and it saves money. The best of both worlds. Say, didn't you tell me you don't know how to play the guitar? Yu Dandy seemed to have just remembered such a thing. A little bit, actually, but just a little bit. By no a little bit, do you mean you can play a lot better than me? Yu Dandy's expression was a bit sultry. Tell me honestly, how did I play that day? It's pretty well played, but, what can I say? That piece is pretty average. That was a hot song a few years ago. How dare you say it's average? What are your credentials? Oh, you do have the credentials to judge. That's fine. Bhutan didn't know how to explain it, so he just played a sloppy game and passed. And after he did a few math problems, the study session ended with it. On the way home from school there was no one blocking him, which made Poutong feel a lot more at ease. Luckily that group wasn't there in the morning. It seems like tweeting a clarification is an imperative thing to do. Poutong returned home, ignored his somewhat attentive mom, and ran straight to his room. Son, how was it? Did you confess? Anhui followed up with a bad smile on her face. Taken yet? Take it down ahead. I've said I don't have any thoughts about people. Poutong opened his cell phone and checked Yu Dandy's latest tweets. This morning happened. My fans affect the order of the school. I have an unshirkable responsibility. I feel deeply guilty and self-blame, but also to the scene of the security comrades, staff and all teachers and students to apologize. I don't want this to happen again, and I don't want my fans to be like this. All likes and hobbies should be based on not interfering with other people, so please be sensible stargazers. Also, I want to emphasize that I am only friends with my classmate Poutong. Variety art is variety art after all, and a show is a show after all, so please don't believe too much in it, and please don't go interfering with my friend and I's normal life. Thank you all for understanding. Poutong looked carefully and felt that this microblogging of Udandy was quite level, and many things were on point, so it was just right. Udandy Dandy microblogging has 10 million followers. The heat is quite high. This apology post immediately rushed to the hot search. The comments section is full of comfort her. Looks like it's working. Nice opening group. Flash followed. A little bit of Poutong's little hand and a direct retweet. Chapter 18, The 3 Prairie Rules of Love. Udandy's statement of apology almost instantly made it to the 6th of the hot searches, sort of giving Poutong a little top stream shock. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that it was worthy of being Udandy, and everything he did brought its own heat. Sure enough, it is better to keep a little distance from this girl. The comments section of the post is also interesting, with a lot of self-reflection. Many of the fans involved in this morning's incident were the first to come forward and apologize, saying that they were just momentarily confused because they were pissed off at some pig who was arching cabbage and vowing never to do it again. Come on, how can you blame me? One thing that's better about Udandy's fans is that they're really spoiling Udandy as a daughter and sister, not brainwashed fans who deify the star. Having such a group of fans who are genuinely looking out for her seems to be quite good. Thinking about that group of older women and men, he only found it quite interesting. I'm glad I don't really have a crush, or I'd be afraid I'd be burned at the stake. Poutong was about to put away his phone to study when he noticed that he was actually on the hot search as well. Hot search 48, Poutong retweeted Udandy tweet. That's all that's going to make it to the top? Does that mean I can change my avatar? Sure enough, Udandy was the ultimate traffic code. Just a little bit of it would be rippled by her horrible popularity. What's wrong with forwarding? It doesn't feel like there's much to talk about, so Poutong curiously clicked on it. Popu's lifetime push, just moments ago. After Udude issued her apology, Poutong retweeted her tweet. Does that tell you anything? Attached are 2 screenshots of tweets from him and Udude. Pretty typical reprint summary post. But what the hell is this person's ID? Again CP party is it? Really terrible. Poutong just do not understand. He and Udandy in the end what is good to get high. Everyone in the comments section brainstormed how to say it. Some say it's a generous admission that the two are just friends. Some say Poutong's account has been taken over and it's not in person. And some say it's the rhythm of the official announcement. There were many different opinions for a while, but Poutong was completely lazy. He had clarified everything. What else did he want? It's good to have it. Just as he was about to continue studying, his cell phone suddenly rang with a new message alert. What are you retweeting me for? The carp-headed maiden said as much. Look, I retweeted your tweet in a big way. Doesn't that mean we're okay? Dandy you, seems to be. Udandy, but you're being too hasty here. It's been suspected that it's not a bot account. Is it that hard to officially clarify it? Question mark. POTUS, then I'll send a replacement? Surprised. Udandy, it's not necessary. Just forget about it if you've already retweeted it. But you could try answering netizens' questions in the comments section to liven things up or something. Poutong said he could understand. Clarifying such things instead, the more eye-catching the better. Because if the content went deep into people's hearts, then the purpose of clarifying would have been accomplished. POTUS, then I'm going to go back to a couple comments. Udandy, go 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 go. JPG. He exited the private chat interface and looked at the 2 men's small 7-day fires in deep thought. Who would have thought that he even wanted to pull Udude black? At first, as a result, the sparks are now chatting out. I, Poutong, would just starve to death and jump down here again, but I will never friend Udandy. True fragrance. I have to say that Udandy is really reliable. Her family is big, and her wrist is not generally hard. That said, if his crush on Udandan continues to be rumored, I'm afraid that the classic "you don't deserve her" and 30 years of River East scenarios will occur. Then it seems that a hurried clarification is imminent. Nothing more than a fear of being suppressed by the big families. Answering internet users' questions. He's good at this. Poutine clicked on his latest tweets and started replying to them one by one. How's it going? And Jiang. What did Director Su say? Udandy gestured for the woman in front of her to sit down. With a pleasing look. You know to trouble me at a time like this? Jiang Yun sat down next to Udandy and frowned. That guy's temper is still as foul as ever, but he's already agreed not to deliberately shoot Poutong. It's still you, and Jiang, who's great. Udandan pressed closer to Jiang Yun's side, with a thigh-hugging look. Jiang Yun is Udandan's agent, and half a nanny and secretary, and should be considered her closest person besides her parents. Dandy, not to be nosy, but I'm just asking. You don't really fancy that boy, do you? How can that be? Am I that easy to fool? Udandy skimmed her mouth, just doing him a favor in passing. You better be. Jiang Yun gave Udandy a blank look and sat down beside her to brush his microblogging. Hey, is your little boyfriend on the hot seat again? What hot search? Blah blah blah. What little boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Yu Dandy's small face slightly red, hurriedly came together to hide his panic. Ha, ha, Zhang Yun frowned, the expression on her face changing and changing. This caused Yu Dandy on the side to be completely puzzled, not knowing what she was doing. Dude, look at this. Yu Dandy took Zhang Yun's cell phone, and what was introduced to her eyes was a picture. A screenshot of Poutong's reply to a netizen's query. You really don't like Yu Dandy? Why don't I believe it? Poutine replied, the sky is the limit. It's too bad that such a sweet tablemate CP has been discredited. Poutine replied, rabbits don't do that. Clarify first this time and then make an official announcement later. Right, this kind of thing has been seen a lot in the entertainment industry. Poutine replied, good horses don't come back to grass. The second most popular search is called Pouton's 3 Prairie Rules for Relationships. The heat exploded. Yu Dandy a bit dumbfounded. How in the world he came up with these strange words and these 3 principles is simply the truth on earth First of all, rabbits don't eat from the nest, and those who eat from the nest will feel quite uncomfortable and quite annoyed at being kept in check at all times. Is a relationship that has lost its freedom still a real relationship? Secondly, a good horse doesn't eat back grass. If you were dumped and after a few days the other person came back to make up, would you say yes? This is like she slapped you. Will you cry a few days later and pull back to rub too? Comfort too. But history is always amazingly similar. You will be slapped again, so it is better to forget it. Let the past be the past. The old does not go, the new does not come. Finally, the sky is the limit. Eggs can't be put in one basket. People can't hang themselves on one tree, so we have to broaden our horizons. Look to the future. Don't focus on the present. After all, the future is bright. What's the harm in changing it? How did he manage to make the principles of relationships so understandable using clever metaphors? Yu Dandy and Zhang Yun glanced at each other, seeing incredulity in each other's eyes. Your little boyfriend might be a genius. I'm skeptical too. Have said it's not some little boyfriend. Yu Dandy frowned. She just remembered that guy had said an awesome paragraph in language class before too. Still writes such awesome songs. Is he actually that good? Achoo! Poutine sneezed. Who called me names again? After an hour of questions, he felt that the time should be about right, and that's when he opened his cell phone ready to see the follow-up to his reply. Then he was dumbfounded. He just casually said 3 words, and it turned out to be excerpted by netizens into some kind of 3 Prairie Rules of Love, and was even regarded as the Love Bible. Is this world actually even that word? This is too miserable. Poutong looked at the situation that was gradually getting out of control, and decisively turned off his cell phone and began to continue studying. Doesn't matter. Anyway, the misunderstanding is explained clearly. He has nothing to do with Yu Dandy. As for the other whatever, the fire on the fire, does not affect his study is good. That said, there's a 4th grass called Old Cow specializes in young grass. Never mind, that's one he wouldn't dare post. Chapter 19, where is he? You mean, dude asked you to help that kid negotiate with Sule? On the couch, the somewhat slender middle-aged man was dressed in a white shirt and gold-framed glasses, looking rather svelte. Yes, on the other end of the phone, Zhang Yun did not hold back a laugh. Your daughter is quite attached to that boy. Hey, women are not in the middle of the world. You shut up. The man slammed the table, his face so bad that his earlier sass was gone with it. Yu Zhongheng hung up the phone and collapsed helplessly on the sofa. The dude seemed to be very particular about this kid named Poutong, which annoyed him greatly. If it wasn't for General Manager Lu of the brokerage company asking him by name for this person, Poutong, today, he wouldn't even know what happened. He was depressed. Where did this kid come from? How come dude went to shoot a normal variety show and actually made a scandal? I can't believe you've got your heart set on a dude. It's none of his business if someone likes his daughter, but it's his fault for making such a big deal out of it. It's good that it's been clarified. After all, it's just an ordinary young man. He can't bully people with his power. Must find someone to lash out at. The middle-aged man was silent for a while and decisively called Sule personally. 1,000 mistakes are the fault of the director of this program. Sule is depressed today. He's been warned, and he's been warned twice specifically. Even if Yu Dandy's agent called him, even Yu Zhongheng personally called him, this one he really couldn't afford to mess with. He also decided to find someone to lash out at. Hey, Lao Yang, you don't need to specialize in shooting Poutong from now on. Go back to the camera crew and continue working. What happened? What do you care what happens? Do your job, or get out if you don't want to. You said to delete his footage? That's not necessary. Just shoot it normally. If he appears in the same frame as a star, just shoot it normally. You can't shoot a program because of him. Just don't shoot his footage exclusively. Sule hung up the phone, still depressed. Who did he offend? Old Jan wasn't depressed. On the contrary, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he called. Sule's furious tone made him realize one thing. Director Su was in trouble. It's not that he is gloating, but it is true that this kind of thing that Su Lei has been defeated is rare. It seems that Director Su has really kicked the iron plate this time. It seems like that boy Poutong can't be offended. Old Young muttered. Poutine was depressed. He posted 3 sentences and then flamed out again. Now those melon eaters call him Mr. Pooh, and the 3 prairies of love have become the young people's guide to love overnight, active in the personalized signatures of countless netizens. What's up with always feeling weird about being called Mr. Blah blah blah? After the 2 parties concerned had clarified the matter, the next day, Poutong really did not face any obstruction on her way to school. Although the occasional passerby pointed and whispered, it was always nice to see that it didn't interfere with his normal life. Fans of the other cadets still gathered at the entrance of the school, desperately looking around trying to get a glimpse of their brother. Is that Poutong? It's so handsome in real life. Indeed, but it's a bit worse than my family's Siamu. Sister, what's in your eyes? I can still accept it when you say that Poutong is worse than Chen Xiqing, but worse than Siamu is too much. What do you mean? We, Siamu, are no match for you, Chen Xiqing? The 2 fans almost tore each other apart in front of the school, and Poutong listened with a chill and walked away without looking back. You might as well do more questions if you have the time to spare. As the morning wore on, it was obvious to Poutong that the camera seemed to have disappeared from his world. It seemed like Su Lei had really gone soft this time. Thinking that the things that had bothered her for so long had been solved by Udandi in a few words, Poutong only felt a little dreamy. He kind of didn't want to make the effort. It's not impossible to have a rich woman or something. Poutong slapped his head to stop his absurd thoughts. What are you thinking? There are so many good men in the world. How can he get a good thing like a rich woman? Wake up and move the bricks. Better to study hard and read a book about programming just in time for next gym class. Physical education in this world is not included in exams, so physical education classes have been relegated to free time for students. Although Poutong also wanted to combine his labor with exercise, he decided to touch the fish when he thought that the second installment of the variety show was about physical education. Although Su Lei has promised not to shoot him, but if he took the initiative to go into the camera, people can't delete the very good shots because of him, and he doesn't have such a big face. If his personal reasons caused problems with the filming of the entire program, he would be too much of a badass himself. Gotta find a quiet place to read a book. Gym class, a key episode in the show's second installment. Imagine a group of handsome stars on the basketball court folding jumping sweat. That will have how many fans to buy a? For this reason, Su Lei specially communicated with the physical education teacher to arrange an intra-class basketball match, and even went so far as to hire a few professional sports photographers. Shooting on the field requires a lot of skill to capture a lot of great moments while not interfering with the game. For that matter, it's hard for an ordinary photographer to handle. So, Director Su, what are we filming? Young Hui asked as such. You guys just film the onlookers. Film the actresses. They're shouting tips in the audience, it's kind of a gimmick, and then you can hype up a CP or something. Speaking of this, Su Lei has a headache. He took the trouble to speculate on Chen Xiqing Tang Luocheng CP without a bit of wind and waves, but it is Poutong and Udandan CP fire. He just wanted to rub some heat, but the result is that people clarified. He was also warned. You have to fry a pair of decent CP to work. Su Lei thought, well, this time to pull out the old things of Siamu and Tang Luocheng. To make a party relationship, definitely have explosive points. Put Siamu and Chen Xiqing on 2 teams. Then take out the footage of the 2 clashing fiercely and say they're fighting over Tang Luocheng. Won't the heat come? Director Su, 3 male guests. How do you divide them into 2 teams? That's a problem. Su Lei frowned, and suddenly thought of someone. Isn't there that Poutong, who has also been hot lately? So if we count him in, wouldn't it be 2 against 2? A class activity. Can you call that filming him on purpose? No, it's not. It's just normal filming. Su Lei felt like he was simply a genius. Director, Poutong is not here. What? Su Lei froze and swept his eyes over the group of boys present. The only one missing was the face that made him angry when he saw it. Isn't this gym class? Where is he? I don't know. Thus, Director Su's plan to drag Poutong as a strong man was declared aborted. It turns out that Poutong is really skilled at hiding and reading. It's so hard. What level do you have to learn to make a game? Poutine closed the book, his head spinning a little. After all, he didn't have a golden finger like a system, and learning knowledge could only rely on him, and self-taught computers were really slow progress for him now. Learning can be a mountain with no end. Kind of hard to watch. Poutong simply patted the book under his buttocks, sat down with his back against the tree and began to close his eyes. It was a bit of a muggy afternoon today, and a cool breeze under the big tree was excellent. It's such a rare and cozy time to relax and study and all that rest. A pillow would be nice. Got a fist you want? Poutong heard a familiar voice, which caused him to open his eyes with great reluctance. Who's so indebted to him for interrupting his rest? 3 pairs of long legs as soon as you open your eyes. He looked upwards, and only then did he see Udandi. Lin Yushi, and Iori Yukino, who were looking down on him with a look of contempt. Don't look at me with that trashy look. Poutine stretched. You guys are blocking my tan. All the other boys are playing basketball. You guys are so lazy. You dandy kicked him without any goodwill. What kind of basketball game is that? How dare you play basketball without practicing for 2.5 years? The three women couldn't understand what he was saying, but none of them seemed to have anything to do, and each squatted down and gathered around. What are you guys doing? But Poutine was planning to take a break and continue studying. Didn't feel like it was fun to watch basketball, came out for a spin. Lin Yushi glanced back at the playground with a somewhat odd expression. And isn't it more fun to leave the stage to people who love to perform? Yeah. I see Tang Luochang looking quite happy, hating to let everyone see that she cares a lot. Yu Dandy and Lin Yushi looked at each other and smiled. Gotta. The girl mind is so scary. It's still Sakura-chan who's more innocent and cute. Say, Putan-san, I've been meaning to ask, since you can write a song for dude, can you write one for me too? Iori Yukino asked with a crooked head. Well, this guy's no slouch either. Seeing that the topic was about to turn back to this business between him and Yu Dandy, Putan looked at the time and calculated. You guys, it's boring, right? Yeah, can I come to you if I'm not bored? Looking at this situation, the three of them are sort of relying on themselves. Gotta find a way to give them something to do so he can relax too. Why Don? We play a game. Putan heatedly smiled. What's the game? But it's so small right now, so if you guys can get a few more of your classmates to come over, we should be able to start playing. You two keep an eye on him, don't let him get away. Yu Dandy will leave in disbelief. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino were staring at him dead in the face, one on the left and one on the right, afraid that this guy would not keep his word. I'm not running. Poutong gave them a blank look. The playground was so big. Could he still grow wings and fly? The two women shook their heads, still staring strangely. They were curious as to what Poutong was trying to pull. A few minutes later, Poutong saw Yu Dandy bring back a few other girls, and there was also a Lu Nang by the way in the middle of the group of girls. What brings you here? Listen to my sister-in-law. Oh no. Listen to them say, Tong brother, you want to play games? I seek to cooperate with you. Lu Nang scratched his head. Well, actually I'm too fat to play basketball. Bored to follow over to see. That's fine. Putan frowned and pointed at the photographer. Lao Yang, behind them again. And what about you? He had wanted to teach them to play the game and hurry up and slip away while they didn't have time to annoy themselves. But he didn't realize that now he had actually lured the photographer over. Lao Yang scratched his head awkwardly. I'm really sorry. I want to shoot the star trainees footage well. Look at this. One class. 3 female star trainees are here, and he can't come along if he doesn't want to. Poutine instinctively tried to refuse, and he just sort of moved, but he felt a little pinch of the book under his buttocks. He suddenly had a bold idea. Alright then, it's not too disruptive, just a little game. Poutine signaled the students to sit down. This wave of photographers, could be utilized a little. I call this game Werewolf. Chapter 20, please close your eyes when it's dark. I call this game Werewolf Kill. The crowd froze, completely confused as to what the hell Poutine was talking about. It's pretty simple. You guys will definitely get it once I explain it. Poutine tore a piece of draft paper down and then cut it into 8 equal-sized pieces. Are you doing magic? Yu Dandy wondered. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for a minute. There's a lot of you in the back. Poutine unhurriedly took out a pen and began to write down his identity on the piece of paper. 2 werewolves, 3 civilians, a seer and a witch. What is this? Playing house? Iori Yukino subconsciously looked at Lin Yushi. Lin Yushi shook her head. I can't read it either. Actually, to be exact, it should be a deduction-oriented mini-game. Boughton deliberately sold a lie. Werewolves are in the bad guy camp. Civilians are in the good guy camp. The bad guys have to disguise their identities to sneak in and kill the good guys at night, and the good guys have to find the bad guys during the day and then deport them. The crowd listened straight to the confusion. Only Lin Yushi thoughtfully nodded. In fact, it's a reasoning game in which everyone's identity is opaque and judgment is made by analyzing each other's remarks. But wouldn't it be hard to recognize a werewolf if he lied to induce a good person? The others also understood after Lin Yushi explained it so well. So there exists the identity of the seer. Poutine held up the small piece of paper with the seer written on it. The seer can check identities. Specifically, the seer can check a player's identity each night to know if he's a werewolf or a good guy. Then it seems like this profession is important. Iori Yukino nodded in confusion. Well then, if I'm a werewolf, I'm sure I'll have to take out the seer first. Another girl said. That's right. That's the difficulty of the profession of the prophet. Self-explosion of identity is almost certain death, but without revealing his identity, the information he knows can't be shared with his teammates. Well, what about witches? Yu Dandy interjected. A witch can choose to save a player who has been attacked by a werewolf, or use poison to make a player out of the game. Poutine laughed. That means there are 2 bottles of medicine, one to save and one to kill. That sounds like a fun profession. See who's upset and just poison them. Ryunin quacked strangely. Why does it feel like this guy is probably the pits? To add to that, witches using the antidote will have no information about werewolf attacks at night. That means if no one dies at night, it's likely that the witch used the antidote. Sounds like so much fun. It's so much fun. It feels like the party can play together. A group of people were rubbing their fists together, eager to have a game right away. Even the photographer Lao Yang is also listening to the side of the heart itchy. Can only sigh in the heart next time on the poker friends do not play poker. Play the wolfman kill. Poutong interrupted the crowd that was jumping up and down. Actually, there are quite a few other professions in this game, such as hunter, guard, cupid and whatnot, but the number of people limit the number of people who can't get out of these identities. Where on earth did you come up with something so strange and weird? Yu Dandy frowned. I'm gifted. Poutong glanced at old Jiang and laughed. If this game is going to be broadcasted, the game copyrights have to be clarified. Oh, just now, he suddenly had a plan to borrow the program for an advertisement. Learning knowledge is not a one-day work. By the time the yellow flowers and vegetables are cold, game ideas are very time-sensitive. And the people in this world are not little cute. What if they are thought of by others in advance? So, it's got to be laid out ahead of time. The show rubbed him the wrong way, and he had to return the favor a little bit to do the same. There is a free tool people do not use for nothing. Although Sule, this person is a little bit stinky, a little bit shaft, but in terms of creditworthiness is still quite guaranteed. This little game is just an appetizer, and when he learns his craft later, he can let go and toss his own version of the game. Now, is there anyone else who doesn't get it? Iori Yukino raised her small hand alone. This Sakura girl can be so baka. Stupid. It's okay, play a game and you'll understand. I'll deal the cards and give the instructions and act as God. The god of werewolf killers provides the voiceover just fine, and the photographer doesn't have to shoot. Poutine broke up the 7 pictures and gave them to 7 people in turn. Identify yourself and be careful not to be seen by those around you. Poutine cleared his throat. Attention, the game has begun. Close your eyes when it's dark. Then only 3 closed their eyes. So you really have to close your eyes? Iori Yukino poked her tongue out. I thought it was a middle-aged rule. If you don't close your eyes, won't the werewolves be seen killing people? Quick, all close your eyes. Yu Dandy frowned, wanting to speak. This guy wasn't going to do anything weird while her eyes were closed. Was he? Close your eyes when it's dark. Yu Dandy closed her eyes with extreme reluctance, her body tensing up. Werewolf, please open your eyes. Then Ryunin and one of the girls in the class opened their eyes. Werewolves, please kill. The girls didn't know who to choose, so they gave the choice to Ryunin. Lu Nang looked at Poutong with a bad smile and pointed at Yu Dandy. What the hell are you looking at me for? Werewolves, please close your eyes. Which, please open your eyes. Lin Yushi opened her eyes and scanned the crowd present. Yaninin is still laughing. This guy is exposed. That's the thing about werewolf. There are always off-site factors that make the game more interesting. She died last night. You have a bottle of antidote. Want to save it? Poutong pointed to Yu Dandy, whose eyes were closed and whose body was tense. Lin Yushi frowned and nodded. Do you have a bottle of poison to use? Poison who? Okay. Witches, please close your eyes. Prophet, please open your eyes. The other girl opened her eyes and her eyes were full of helplessness. It seems that playing the prophet is very stressful. It's okay, don't panic. This puts the witch C. Prophet, please select a player to check the identity. The girl chose the girl sitting next to her, who happened to be that one werewolf. This feels like it's going to be the end of a round. Good guys are up, bad guys are down. His identity is this. Prophet, please close your eyes. Putin gave a downward finger and the girl nodded, seemingly ready for a one-for-one exchange. It's dawn, and last night was Christmas Eve. The people took their positions in turn, and because it was the first round the seer didn't directly disclose her identity. Of course this was because she didn't know that the wolf reunion had already been exposed, and if she had jumped directly the game would have ended straight away. Lin Yushi only had poison now, and in order not to be knifed, she didn't point out Lu Nang's abnormality. Then the next night, 2 werewolves knifed you dude again. Can't save it this time. Poutong looked at Lu Nang's expression and inexplicably wanted to smack him. Which, please open your eyes. Do you have a bottle of poison to use? Poison who? Lin Yushi nodded her head and pointed to Lu Nang, who was still laughing. The fat man with the wicked grin hasn't realized he's gone. The next day, Yu Dandy is dead, and so is Ryu Nang. Ha, ahem. Mind the rules of the game. Lu Nang could only accept the reality with a stifled face. Last words, please believe I'm a good person. Ryunin laughed awkwardly. Ha, Lin Yushi sneered and didn't say anything more. She's kind of avenging you, Dandy. Please take the floor in turn. Then the game was over at light speed. The prophet jumped right in and specified a werewolf, only to realize the game was straight up over after a few other people voted him off. Which MVP? But Prophet Luck King. Can't blame me. My teammates are too good. The girl playing werewolf complained. Poutong sympathizes. I'll never laugh again. Ryunin regretted his gut. Several people were talking and discussing, all yelling to hurry up and start the next round. The inning ended so quickly that they didn't play at all. Only Udandi froze on the sidelines, looking a bit sullen. What's wrong with you? Poutong wagged his finger in front of her. It made sense for him, as God, to be concerned about the state of civilians who had died twice, didn't it? Nothing. Udandi didn't know what she was thinking. It's really nothing. It's just that she's got her eyes closed and you're not doing anything about it. Is that appropriate? Chapter 21, The So-Called Love Letter. After playing 2 games of Werewolf Kill, Dude started yelling about being God. Poutong felt itchy even after watching it for a long time, and gladly agreed to join the battle as a player. With the experience of playing the game in his previous life, he was naturally the best at playing it, fooling a bunch of newbies. The only thing that made him a little uncomfortable was that when he closed his eyes, it always felt like someone was hanging around in front of him. It's like wanting to be bad but being a wimp. The bell rang, but they hadn't had all the fun yet. This game is so perfect for party time. You just can't stop playing it with your best friends. I haven't gotten to play werewolf yet, so I'd love to experience the joy of a knife man. How did I prophetically get blindsided? And the witch didn't save me. I wanted to save it for my own salvation. Private Marseille. The crowd made plans to continue playing after school, and then made their way back to the playground to meet up with the larger group. Poutong and Ryunin boarded up, blending in a bit solidly with the group of sweaty boys. It's like these two weren't even on the playground from start to finish. Is there a better chance to express yourself in front of a girl other than playing soccer? The group of boys laughed out loud. These two are so stupid. Poutong certainly sensed the group's childish thoughts. Come on. You guys are already behind the version. I've been penetrating girls while you were thinking about how to attract them. In fact, Poutong was not really a fan of these childish ideas of adolescent boys and girls, but just found them somewhat amusing. Yushi, where did you guys go? Why didn't I see you? Tang Luochang saw the 3 girls, Lin Yushi, who had arrived late, and silently came over. Lin Yushi and her had participated in a drama at the same time before, playing the teenage female lead and female second respectively, and were considered old acquaintances. Found a quiet place to blow off steam. Lin Yushi snorted. I just saw you guys seem to be here with Poutong's classmates. Are you guys hanging out together? Tang Luochang was curious, quite curious. The main thing is that Poutong, this person, is too evil. An ordinary person did not even enter the entertainment industry, but as a result, within a few days frequently on the hot search. For her kind of bottom-side female artists who can only rely on gossip to gain attention is simply a nightmare. She had an odd feeling now. This group of people open on the hot search without me. It's nothing, just chatting for a few days. Lin Yushi frowned. She can too understand Tang Luochang. This girl is not bad, just want a crazy. This guy probably also I read Poutong hotness. In that case, I also quite want to make friends with Poutong's classmates, but there hasn't been much of a chance. Sure enough, this guy Poutong has actually become the meat and potatoes? Lin Yushi didn't know how to answer, and subconsciously looked at Dan. He doesn't like to make friends. Udandi chimed in with a kind smile. Oh, Tang Luochang didn't dare to look directly at Udandi's kind smile and left in a gray slip. She's a little skittish dude, rabbit meets tiger kind of thing. A street of young stars. Ask around to find out who the dads are. Beating a dog is really like looking at the master. Really? Udandi stretched her back, feeling a lot more clear around her. Achoo! Poutong sneezed hard, ruling out the possibility that someone was cursing him behind his back, and suspected that he might have gotten a little cold from sitting under the tree for too long. Looks like you need to drink more hot water. What's wrong with that? Drinking lots of hot water is good for you. Middle school students are basically at school all day long, and they usually keep a small water cup for easy and timely hydration. Poutine took out his own glass of water, intending to practice the maxim of drinking more hot water. You're going to get water? Not waiting for Poutong to answer, Udandi straight away took out a small cup from the table pocket. Get me a cup? I didn't hear you. What's your cup? What is it with always feeling like you're cursing me? How could I? Poutine took the cup and ran away. The water heater is obviously so close and I have to make a trip. This guy is a real. Forget it, just take care of the lazy cancer patients. Dandy, did you do your after chemistry homework yet? Show me? Iori Yukino turned back and poked Udandi's arm. Ha, Udandi remembered. She remembered she hadn't written it. Crap, last night I was so focused on clarifying her in Poutine that I completely forgot about homework and stuff. You didn't leave it unwritten, did you? Iori Yukino cocked her head. Yeah, I didn't write it either, so that makes 2 people getting scolded. That's not good. Udandi doesn't want to be scolded. The chemistry teacher's sarcasm can be too damaging. Yes, it's not too late. Just a few questions. There are still 3 minutes left in class to copy from the same table, and Poutong he must have written it. Udandi did not dare to hesitate, just intended to ask for it, then remembered that this guy just ran to catch the water. It's an emergency. I'm sorry. She looked at the little time left and leaned down to rummage around in the pockets of Poutong's desk. Math. No. English word book. No. The art of game design. What is this? Test papers. Should I roll like this? Yu Dandy turned the table pocket upside down, only to see Poutong's chemistry textbook, and hurriedly as if it were a treasure to draw out. It's so hard to find. She was about to get up when she suddenly glimpsed a flash of pink behind the pockets of Poutong's table. How can this guy have something so feminine? Yu Dandy took a closer look, only to realize it was a pink letter. What? I can't believe it's a love letter. This guy actually has a love letter in his desk pocket. Greatly shocked, Yu Dandy subconsciously prepared to reach out for it. She suddenly winced and hurriedly withdrew her hand. No way. What are you doing? It's unethical to look at other people's mail in private. Besides, it's not like Poutong's love letters are any of her business. Still not watching. Not interesting. Boring. Too boring. Yu Dandy raised her head just in time to see Poutong walk into the classroom with 2 water cups. He's coming back. Chance. It's the last chance. Somehow the young girl's mind got the better of her and she quickly pulled the pink letter out of her desk pocket and slipped it under her book. What are you doing in my desk pocket in a panic? Ha? Nothing. Yu Dandy laughed awkwardly. Just looking for a chemistry assignment to copy. Poutong glanced at his own chemistry textbook on the young girl's desk with some suspicion, a little puzzled. It's just a book. What's with the sneaky look just now? Yu Dandy didn't say anything more, lowered her head and began to obediently copy her homework. I don't think he's going to find out, is he? What have I done? Let's sneak it back in later while he's out. Why don't we just take it anyway and sneak a peek at it before tucking it back in for him? Yu Dandy nodded. She convinced herself. Yeah, you've got it. It's all for nothing, right? What's that? It's called caring about your classmate's early love affair and preventing it before it happens. It's a favor to him. What are you doing resting there? Your expression is changing? This girl's expression is almost written on her face. Can only say that it is worthy of acting? Yu Dandy nodded solemnly. It's just that when I think of the heavy psychological pressure I carry to care for my classmates, I'm a little touched by myself. Chapter 22. I can write better. One chemistry class afterward dude was thinking about it. So much so that she didn't listen much to what the teacher was telling her. Can you imagine it? Huge gossip covered under your hand, but having to hold back from looking at it on the spot. Torment, curiosity, hesitation, and the condemnation of conscience. A series of emotions made Yu Dandy's entire body a little bad. It wasn't until the bell rang that this heavy pressure was a little less intense. Now there's another big problem. Poutine had been there, and she couldn't be bothered to take it out and look at it directly. It's too weird to open someone's love letter and read it in front of them. Isn't it time for you to go to the bathroom? Poutong's brows furrowed into a chuan. Do you want to hear what you're saying? This is not to see you drink more water. Afraid that you want to go to the toilet. Yu Dandy hammed and hawed. The plan to take out Poutong was a failure. Then she volunteered to look outside. So that's always okay. Yu Dandy didn't dare aspect to take it out, and could only take the whole chemistry book out for insurance purposes. Go to the bathroom. What do you bring a chemistry book to the bathroom for? I use the fragmented time to read a book, can't I? 6. Yu Dandy gripped the book in her hand tightly and walked out of the classroom without moving. In the deserted stairwell, she read the love letter. Although no names appear throughout, it's all monotone you and me. It's not hard to tell it's a clueless little girl who's seen a lot of sex. What's the matter? If it's just this level, there's no need to worry, right? Of course it's the lack of need to worry about early love situations at the table that's not anything else. Yu Dandy sighed in relief, put the letter in its original form, and walked back to the classroom with a normal face. Now the question is how to sneak the letter back in. Looking at Poutong, who was still dutifully working on the problems at the end of class time, she could only feel the difficulty of the task. This guy doesn't even bring it out. Shoo, shhhhhhh. Why are you whistling? Poutong blankly glanced at this out-of-tune deskmate. How much it affected his studies? Nothing, just blowing. Shoo, shhhh. I can't believe you don't go to the bathroom. Poutong gas laugh. Always feel Yu Dandy is very wrong. What is going on? Usually she is not like this. Are you hiding something from me? No. The young girl was distraught. Really? Poutong frowned, wondering which string the big star had struck the wrong one today. After waiting for a full class, Yu Dandy waited until Poutong went out to go to the restroom. It can be returned to its rightful owner. After all this time, it hasn't even been noticed? It does seem like he doesn't care about it. Yu Dandy carefully took out the envelope and looked around as if no one had noticed her, before she panicked and stuffed the envelope in. Her position, and the fact that the camera couldn't capture the exact action when she leaned down, made it so that no one would know that she had peeked. Luckily, nothing went wrong. Everything is under control. Dandy, I heard that the crew over here has been filming a movie recently, Lin Yushi turned back and was about to chat with Dandy, but suddenly noticed something. Dandy followed her eyes and her face instantly turned pale. An unusually conspicuous pink envelope was lying quietly on the floor underneath Poutong's seat. It fell out. It fell out. I threw it in myself and didn't stabilize it, and then it fell to the floor. What about this? Dandy was about to help pick it up when he realized that this sudden pink color had attracted everyone's attention, including the attention of a photographer who was filling in on the star student's life between classes. It's actually a love letter? Iori Yukino was surprised. Is it from Poutong-san? It's under his seat. Who else's could it be if it's not his? Unfortunately, no one saw that she threw it in. Dandy is now in a mess, although it is not related to her now, but she seems to have caused trouble for Poutong. It couldn't have been written to him by one of the girls, could it? Impossible. Who doesn't know that Poutong already has his heart? Then, the crowd focused their eyes on Dandy. Dandan frowned. How could this even be brought to her? Do you guys think it could be? Like, a love letter from Poutong to Dude? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the photographer also seemed to smell some explosive news and hurriedly came over. Dandy rubbed his brow. Things seemed to be getting a bit big. The letter she had read, there was no name in it, and it was fine to say that it was written by anyone to anyone. And once she said that it was written by Poutong to herself, then Poutong would have a hard time clarifying it. He hated trouble, and the fact that his own momentary curiosity had brought trouble to him was one thing Dandy couldn't accept. Poutine could get into trouble for herself, but what about herself? Should I pretend I don't know? If he could do it for himself, couldn't he do it for him? Dandy took a deep breath. She decided that she had to resist this wave for Poutong. What's wrong with this? A familiar voice rang out, and Dandy's actions came to a halt. The crowd turned around and looked at the teenager who had arrived late. He's back. Poutong, the love letter you wrote to Dandy fell out. Oh, that was written to me earlier by someone else and I forgot to throw it away. The crowd looked at each other as if they didn't believe him. Okay. Poutong glanced at the photographers gathered on the sidelines and had a bit of a headache. Why did this thing suddenly fall out? It doesn't make sense. It seems to have been in the innermost part of the table pocket. It didn't matter. What mattered was that he had to hurry up and clarify now. Misunderstandings involving others cannot be delayed. This section of unexpected events out of everyone's surprise, almost all the star trainees all shocked. Sule will not make sense to cut. If he didn't take the opportunity to explain himself now, it would be much harder for him to do so after the show aired. Poutong stepped forward and silently picked up the envelope on the floor and scanned it. The contents are just normal love letters, but I won't show you anything when it comes to other people's privacy. First of all, the handwriting is not the same as mine, which can be confirmed at any time, but of course there must be people who don't believe it. Immediately after that, he said, I'm actually happy that someone would write me a love letter. After all, it's a kind of recognition, but high school is, after all, a stage of learning, and studying hard is the important thing. But if I ever fall in love and am asked to write a love letter, I should take it very seriously. The crowd looked at each other, confused as to what he was up to. If I had written it, it would have been better written than this, so I didn't write it. I must have written it better than this one. So what kind of logic is that? Poutine smiled and continued. If I were to write it, I would write, may there be years to look back on, and may we share our heads in deep love. If I had written it, I would have written that there is no end to the sky, but only to the love of each other. If I were to write it, I would write that I do not wish to be with you, but only to accompany you to the end of the world. If I had written it, I would have written that the moon under the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of me is the beloved. If I were to write it, I would write that it is only the feeling of the gentleman's retrospect that makes me think of him in the morning and in the evening. I could have written it better if I had written it. Poutine put away the envelope and looked around the crowd. If I write it that way, it should be okay, right? Chapter 23, Between Us, bonus, now you should all believe it, right? Boughton shrugged helplessly. Believe it beyond belief. The crowd just felt like it had drained the luck of their lives to be there to hear those words. What kind of divine love story is this? I wish to have years to look back, and with deep love to Whitehead together. There is a longer confession than to accompany you to old age, waiting to meet you, waiting to be with 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 you. The end of the world has its end, but only the love of love has no end. Even the end of the world has an end, but there is no end to the love of love. Just a few words, but wrote out the millions of thoughts of lovers. The moon under the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of you is the beloved. The person you love is right in front of you. The person you love is on your side. The farthest distance in the world is not between life and death, but the fact that I am standing right in front of you and you don't know that I love you. Only because of the feeling of the gentleman a look back. Make me think of the gentleman day and night. Only because of a look back, but into the day and night thoughts. What is love at first sight? This is called love at first sight. This review, this glance, is fate. Amazing, that's what it's called. Someone who can write such love words would write love letters? No way. Absolutely no way. But how the hell did he write it? It seems like he even wrote a godly piece of music to it. The crowd instantly relieved when they thought about it. Talented. That's fine. What are you talking about with such a powerful person? Just be quiet and enjoy it. Poutong ignored the jaw-dropping expressions of the crowd and silently sat back in his seat. It was as if, in his eyes, nothing had happened. So how the hell did this letter fall out? Poutong couldn't figure it out. He should have thrown it into the pocket of the table. Could it be that he accidentally brought it out when he was pulling out the book? Unsolved mysteries. You never know what will fall out of your desk pocket for. The bell rang, which broke the eerie state of the classroom. The students who were originally watching the scene returned to their seats, with nothing but shock in their eyes. This is too good. No one knows how to write a love letter better than Poutong. And the crowd has been calculating that the next time they write a love letter, they will let him write it for them. You dandy, words to the edge of the mouth, staring at Poutong's side face and do not know how to speak. This was the trouble she had caused, but once again, Poutong was left to suffer for everything. She had thought it would be hard to argue with something like that. It turned out that the guy actually succeeded in forcing a defense in this way, and it's still the kind that can't be refuted at all. The highest level of defense is not to yell "I'm not" or "I didn't," but to calmly prove that you're on a higher level. I'm in the atmosphere, and you're dumping the 5th level pot on me? What's wrong with me? You're awesome. You dandy gave him a thumbs up, with a look of considerable admiration. Actors are professionals. I can't tell. You still know how to compliment me? Poutong laughed. Actually, I just casually said a few words. I still know a bunch of this kind of stuff. Ha, a bunch? You dandy didn't know much about poetry, but there were a bunch more sentences of this level that were too scary. When the time comes, if you take out any sentence, you basically won't fail in confessing, right? And who would he say that to when he confesses his love? Cough, cough, cough. You dandy coughed a few times awkwardly, her expression a little unnatural. The whole class was quite dull, and the bizarre state of affairs even made the history teacher suspect at one point that it was his problem, repeatedly flipping through the class materials. Except for Poutong, almost everyone in the class was completely out of it, perhaps still recalling those few lines of poetic love. Boughton suddenly remembered a bull theory. Learning doesn't have to strengthen you, it can also weaken your opponent. It is very unreliable. He is strong, let him be strong, and the clear wind brushes the hillock. Don't pay attention to others, keep yourself and improve yourself is the true meaning of learning. Horrified by her own twisted thoughts, Poutong decided to do a few more questions to redeem her mind. Are you free later? You dandy suddenly chimed in. No time, I have to study. This kid is so greasy. Go ahead. What is it? Poutong capped his pen and responded seriously. It must be something important for her to look so solemn. There is something I want to tell you, about that and other love letters. You dandy's voice was much smaller. I don't know if it was because of weakness or fear of being heard by others. Okay, Poutong probably understood. It seems she took that love letter out when she took her chemistry book. Extracurricular activities then. Usual place. The two men looked at each other and seemed to be poked with inexplicable laughter at the word old place. Extracurricular activities. The old school district. The sun dusk. Two people look at each other. A person wearing a soft gauze turban, wearing a purple embroidered dragon robe. People send nickname banishment sword saint. Another woman cloud temples haya. A purple 7 heavy brocade embroidered damask gauze. It is that the purple tassel fairy. The two eyes changed slightly, instantly shot, only to see the figures staggered. In an instant, a person slowly stood. A person's head, only one move, will win or lose has been divided. Poutong shook his head, casting away the unrealistic fantasies in his head. He blamed it on the beautiful sunset. He just couldn't hold back his self-brainstorming. He looked at you dandy, who remained silent in front of him, and didn't know what to say to break the deadlock. Obviously the other party invited himself over, but she arrived at the place did not say a word. How to do? Waiting online. It's quite urgent. Feeling less than dueling. That would be a masterpiece. Phew. You dandy took a deep breath, seeming to have finally brewed up her emotions. First of all, I'd like to apologize for peeking at your love letter out of curiosity, then accidentally dropping it when I was putting it back, and nearly getting you in trouble. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Poutong actually didn't care about that letter. After all, it had already been taken care of by him, hadn't it? It's not like she did it on purpose. Listen to me. The young girl's tone was light, and she continued without haste. Perhaps it's over? I have no more need to explain, and even if I apologize, you might be generous enough to forgive me. In many works, when the heroine makes a mistake and causes trouble for the hero, she is forgiven by him even if it causes a lot of repercussions. Do you know why that is? Poutong frowned. His intuition told him that the Udandi at this moment was not quite the same as usual, because she's the heroine, because she can leave everything to the hero, because the hero can take care of everything for him, because she's supposed to be the instrumental person who serves the plot and exists as the hero's love line. Udandi put her hands behind her back and kicked the stone under her feet with her feet, and Poutong's gaze lingered on the stone, drifting off into the distance following the young girl's movements. So what do you think? Do you think there are more men and women in the real world who are at odds with each other because of all the little things? Or is it like the story, where the man always tolerates the woman? In reality, where is the hand of God of so many authors? Maybe it's possible to end a relationship because of a very small conflict. It's the first one more right. Udandi laughed lightly, because if two people want to last, no matter how big or small the event is, they need to think of each other. If I don't apologize to you every time I do something wrong that affects you because it's minor, then I'm not taking you seriously, am I? So, I'm still on record as apologizing and needing to take responsibility for this. The young girl was serious, so serious that it was a little hard for Poutong to look at her directly. There's no need for pointless tolerance and concealment between us. You and I are two separate souls from each other and need to honor each other for everything, even small mistakes, even if it's now or in the future. I don't need you to suffer through it all alone to accommodate me, and I don't want to be the heroine who makes a mistake and leaves the hero alone to clean up the mess, because we're on equal footing. Perhaps the pile of words was too long, or perhaps she was simply thinking too much and too far. The young girl finished them with a flushed face, and was a little out of breath for a moment. Poutong looked at Udandi's somewhat reddened face due to her emotions and couldn't hold back her laughter. It always feels like something an idiot would say. What? He's cute too. He sighed and lightly patted Udandi's shoulder. You're right. You respect me for apologizing to me, and I'm going to respect you. You did wrong and I'm going to punish you. You're for real. Ha, or what? Why don't we punish you with 10 math problems? Your math is really bad. Oh, math kind of stuff is supposed to be hard, right? However, I hope you can always remember today's words. Poutong laughed. You're not a heroine who exists for the sake of anyone. You're the one and only Udandi. Aha! The young girl nodded heavily, her eyes determined. All relationships should be based on mutual respect, right? It's great. Poutong looked at Udandi, who was still rambling, and gently poked her forehead. We should get back to class. Chapter 24, A Fire Before It's Aired. Udandi forgot how she went back to the classroom. She only remembered that there seemed to be a hand poking her head. It was still in that kind of place where a man and a woman were alone, and if he hadn't run away quickly, he was afraid that he might want to do something even more outrageous. What a shame. Oh no, it's horrible. But when you think about it, it seems like a poke in the head isn't really an intimate gesture, and it seems to be normal among friends. Poutine then poked her head. What was she running for? Wouldn't that make her look like she had something in her heart? Udandi covered his face in self-consciousness. It's too embarrassing to look like this yourself. No, what are you running for? I'm just poking you in the head. Poutine was late to the party, and he was a little confused as to what this guy was up to. It was obviously just a poke as a friend. What was she brainstorming about again? Nothing, just a little exercise. Did I poke you in the running hole so you ran back to class in a huff? Where is that kind of strange acupuncture point? Udandi didn't dare to look Poutong in the eye and waved her hand in panic. Don't you like to learn? Quickly learn. That's true. Poutong instantly ignored his persistently red-warmed deskmate and began a single computer study state. Who cares what she thinks, as long as it doesn't interfere with her studies? For the next few days, Udandi seemed to remain in an odd state of rambling, and basically didn't take much initiative to chat with Poutong. Not talking to him? Wouldn't that be better? Without the distracting items, Poutong's learning efficiency increased drastically, even giving him the idea that he was a school bully for a while. Sure enough, the first sort to learn is to cut off your sweetheart first. No, what sweetheart? Just ordinary friends. Say, the trailer for the second installment of the show should be posted soon, right? The second installment was supposed to air Saturday night at 8 p.m., but the trailer was released at a random time and he wasn't really sure. Poutong glanced at Udandi's empty seat, and then realized that his tablemate seemed to have gone out at some point. He really doesn't seem to pay much attention to that when he's concentrating on his studies. That, Sakura-chan, ask you something. Udandi should have dragged Lin Yushi out with her, and it seems that the only person Poutong can ask is Iori Yukino, the insider. What Sakura girl? I have a name. Iori Yukino turned around and made a face. Okay Sakura-chan. Say, do you know Yukino Yuki *******? I don't know. That's what you're asking? Iori Yukino thought for a long time and said, say, who is Yukino Yuki *******? Of course she is. The This world doesn't seem to have there's really something wrong with my youthful love story. If anything, it doesn't seem like a good explanation for the paperboy wife. Iori Yukino stared silently at Poutong, waiting for his next words. Never mind. What I was actually going to ask was, when is the trailer for the second installment of the show going to be released? The first installment of Poutine was panned, and while he gets a lot less footage in this installment, it's expected that someone will still pay attention to him. Had to be defended. Hey, wasn't that one posted last night? What the hell? Poutong froze. It seemed like he had indeed been studying alone for the past few days. He actually didn't even pay attention to this kind of news. Iori Yukino was looking at him with a look of contempt, as if she was looking at a cutie again. Like, I can't believe I'm being despised by an idiot. Have you heard the story of Doraemon? What's that? That's what it looks like. Poutong wasn't good at drawing, but Doraemon lines were fairly simple, and he had studied Doraemon's sketches. Kawaii, is this a cat? Why doesn't it have ears? Why is it blue? What's the pocket on its stomach for? Although it was a different world, it seemed that robot cats were still loved by the Sakura people. It has a lot of fresh and magical props inside its four-dimensional pockets, such as an arbitrary door, a time machine, a bamboo dragonfly, and memory toast. Poutong looked at Sakura-chan's eyes as they gradually brightened, and the conversation came to an abrupt end. Ha, why don't you tell it? This is your punishment for despising me. Poutong laughed out very wickedly. Let you suffer alone in the endless abyss where you can't know the rest of the story. Ha 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 ha. Why? Iori Yukino deflated. This story called Doraemon was a little too interesting. Is it not common to suffer the pain of a broken chapter? Let you despise me. I haven't even talked about Nobita Deo, Minamoto Shizuka, Bonagawa Kovu and Gundam Chubby Tiger yet. Aha. Stop saying that. I don't want to hear it. People who mention it and don't talk about it, who talk about it and then break it out of context. These people are the most pugnacious. Iori Yukino covered her ears and shook her head, watching Poutong with amusement. In fact, he just wanted to try to see if a particular type of culture from a different world, such as ACG culture, could get a consensus. Looks like an unexpected success. What are you doing? Lin Yushi's voice was a bit teasing. As soon as she came in, she saw Poutong bullying Iori Yukino. People are already stupid. Why are you teasing me? I was wrong. Ha, Iori Yukino, who was mentioned inexplicably, felt a zap to her heart. Did you guys get something wrong? I'm not stupid. The corners of Udandi's mouth moved, but in the end, he didn't say anything. What happened to a little jealousy? As the school bell rings, the school day comes to a close once again. I'll tell you the story of Doraemon's zoom in and zoom out lamp tomorrow. Sister Aki, look at him. Dandy, help me scold him. Poutong bid farewell to the three girls who had a special car to pick them up and left the school alone. Luke and that guy addicted to the game. Basically not on time to go home from school. Every time you have to go to the internet cafe to rub a game before going back. Going to an internet cafe every day and shelling out enough money to buy a computer. Middle school students do. I can't believe it's already this highly played. Poutong checked the trailer for the second installment as soon as he got home, only to realize that the thing had indeed been released last night. It's only been a day, and the trailer's airplay numbers are kind of appalling. What the hell did you cut out? Poutine didn't hesitate to click play. A short 1.5 minute video, 1 minute of which is all about gym class. Some handsome moves of the male guests on the basketball court are interspersed with images of Udandi and other female guests playing werewolf kill, but since there is no sound, the viewers have no idea what these girls are doing with their eyes closed. It looks like this game is going to be hot. Poutong smiled. The copyright ideas are in his hands, and not worried about being plagiarized. This world seems to be unusually strict about copyrights. Think of it as opening the way for his future gaming empire. Although Poutong's programming learning progress was not very fast, the big pie that needed to be painted still had to be painted. It's not much of a trailer. Why is it getting so much airplay? It wasn't until I watched the entire trailer that Poutine got it. The mystery is at the end. At the end of the video, the camera stops on the pink envelope. At the same time, the voiceover rings out. Do you guys think it could be? Is it a love letter from Poutong to Dude? Then the video comes to a screeching halt. This director knows how to rub it in. Hasn't he already clarified it? You didn't cut any of the clarification footage, did you? Udandi bring their own heat. This needless to say. He recently also counted a small fire also in the wind and waves. This kind of wind blowing the heat of the program group certainly will not refuse. Although it was agreed that he would not be filmed exclusively as a vegetarian. This kind of camera covering the whole class can be explained by the excuse of I'm just filming the star student. The heat from his CP with Udandi in the first installment hadn't worn off yet, and this time the trailer was parked here with the intention of diverting traffic to give the second installment plenty of gimmicks. This old, He's not allowed to take extra shots of himself and he still manages to come up with so many tricks, but any extra second of clipping doesn't have that effect. The second installment was a hit before it aired, and Poutong wasn't sure what the hell was going on. Looking at the countless CP party ecstasy in the pop-up screen, he only felt a black eye. Getting high on any CP will only hurt you. Chapter 25. Who has not received an invitation? That is to say that Nobita was bullied by the fat tiger. Crying and yelling staggered back home. Doraemon heard so look, it was his own brother was bullied. How to do? Do not steam buns to fight for breath Just see this Doraemon shouted wow ya. Look at me air cannon. Small round hand so a stretch. Will be from the pocket out of a props out. It is that. Fight tiger pro brother. On the battlefield father and son soldiers. Why does this Doraemon of yours smell like a commentary? Lin Yushi really couldn't listen anymore and rubbed her eyebrows, interrupting Poutong's continued poisoning of the underage cherry blossom girl. It's not storytelling. A commentary is good for the stomach. Yeah, what a great speech. Iori Yukino nodded happily, looking like she couldn't get enough. Lin Yushi didn't want to bother with these two tone-deaf people. She glanced at Yu Dandy next to her, intending to get feedback from her that belonged to normal people. How do you feel about what Poutine said? I think it's great. Is she the only sane person among these four? That's not normal. There is no doubt that Iori Yukino is a fool. But how come you Dandan, are also being led astray? Could this be a lover's dream? But why does this guy know so many strange and weird things? I don't know. Yu Dandy rested her fragrant cheeks and quietly listened to Poutong tell the story. And you're not curious? Not curious. Why be curious? It is said that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it is the beginning of liking. Yu Dandy says as long as she's not curious, then she won't like this guy. So, you're curious? Of course. No, you can't be curious. Yu Dandan slightly forcefully tugged on Lin Yushi's hand. I haven't been curious first. What the hell was dude talking about? Lin Yushi felt a rush of headache. She asked herself how well she understood her sister. But lately, she was also starting to get confused about what the girl was thinking. Although Yu Dandy used to be a girl who loved to think nonsense, but her thought process was basically traceable. And lately she obviously felt that she couldn't keep up with Yu Dandy's brain circuits. Something's wrong. Something big. Yu Dandan noticed Lin Yushi's gradually strange eyes and hastily changed the subject. The second installment of the show airs tomorrow night. Hey, I wonder what's going to happen this time. I'm not sure, but it seems like I gained about 100,000 fans after the first installment aired. Lin Yushi poked Iori Yukino, who was listening to them mesmerized, and asked, how many fans did you gain after the first broadcast? Around 200,000. I already had fewer fans. Iori Yukino was lazy, and was basically closed during the week, relying on her old fans to renew her life. Dude, what about you? 500,000 or so, I think. But what? But they were all fans of her and Poutine's CP, which was too awkward for her to say a little. However, the one who has gained the most fans should be that guy. Iori Yukino pointed at Poutong, who was reading the title while turning the pen over and over again, rather speechless. This guy is on the hot seat so often that his fan base has skyrocketed by as much as 1 million, and they have a feeling that as the second installment airs, Poutong's hotness will go even further with it. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't jealous, even if it was a fellow celebrity. The point was that this guy was even just an ordinary person. It's too much of a lemon sperm. It was as if Poutong was a worldly man who was indifferent to fame and fortune, and easily obtained what several of them wanted. Honestly, dude, if he's so talented, why don't you let him write you a song or something? Never thought of that. I don't figure him for that. Then what do you want from him? Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino were dumbfounded. Yu Dandy, this guy actually had a big plan. I'm afraid I'm not trying to take the man down with me. That's right. Friendship. Don't want to be tainted by strange business collaborations. Yu Dandy then realized that his words were ambiguous, and panicked to explain, and he should need inspiration or something to write songs. Poutong said that he really didn't need that thing. Didn't he a traveler just copy and paste it? Of course he has little interest in this kind of thing that is. So, Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino are not very convinced. Girls are extremely sensitive. If they can't even see what changes have happened to Yu Dandy, then they're a bit too incompetent as girlfriends, aren't they? But the two people involved were not in a hurry, so it was useless for the two of them to be in a hurry. Might as well be quiet and high on CP. It's too boring to watch the program alone. Why don't you two come over to my house on Saturday night and watch it together, as our party? It's worth mentioning that because of the show's filming, several of their other celebrity trainees, except for Yu Dandy, are accommodated in apartments arranged by the show's team. Yu Dandy is a local, and it's convenient for them to come over. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino naturally agreed wholeheartedly, and they didn't have any extra arrangements this week, although they are all stars, but after all, they are still little girls. Play together is normal. Aren't you going to invite your tablemates over to your house to hang out? Lin Yushi laughed. No, not close enough. just a passerby. Poutong was listening in. I wouldn't be happy to go if you invited me. The show airs that's at 8 p.m. Is it appropriate for him to go and stay with 3 women? If they are photographed, then the next day's hot search can become 3 well-known actresses and a man late at night back to the room. That is too explosive. Do not then tell the netizens that they are just watching the variety show? Who would believe it? It's more comfortable to watch it at home. Don't take me with you if you want to get killed. This reasoning is understood by everyone. Lin Yushi is undoubtedly just flirting with her good sister. As for the Dan heart in the end, how to think that no one knows. There's nothing to look forward to about watching TV with a beautiful girl. Poutine's stiff upper lip stayed at 7 p.m. Saturday night. Dandy sent him a selfie of the 3 women in their regular clothes. The back teeth are crunching. There's a party that's super fun and interesting with eye candy. And guess who didn't get an invite? So it was me. Damn it. Actually, when compared to studying, it's just like that, right? What else can be compared to studying? Learning is the ultimate meaning of life. It's all just a bunch of low-life redneck skeletons. Only knowledge is ever a treasure. Poutong silently saved the photo and continued to study. Son, come see the show. We pushed open the door of the room and poked her head in, having the vestigial feeling of peeking at what her son was doing. I'm begging you to start your own membership. A little bit of saving is a little bit of saving. If he hadn't known her for so long, he would have thought his own mom was a frugal and virtuous wife. In addition to good-looking nothing, I do not know what dad see her. Oh, good-looking that is all right. Oh, man. Poutong had to spit out that his mom was using his video membership to watch sandy romance dramas every day, causing big data to push this stuff to him every day. You didn't pull any big jobs this week, did you? Manhwa surveyed her son with a kind of mesmerizing confidence in him. She always felt that this son of hers was born to give the entertainment industry a headache. Nothing should. This week there should only be a little bit of footage of the werewolf kill and the love letter incident. And while that sounds like a lot, he won't be out for more than 5 minutes. Werewolf he even exists as a form of narrating the steps of the game off panel, which can be quite safe. Maybe the backstabbing Sule gave him in the first issue was too big. Poutong now has a kind of inexplicable heart comfort that no matter how much more bull he pulls, he can't pull it off in the first issue. Hell, the opening is like that. Can the back be more anticlimactic than the opening? It's 8 o'clock. Look. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Poutong unhurriedly clicked on the second installment of the variety show When You're Young. Then the show starts with a 3-minute recap of the previous installment, sticking his face in Poutong's face and giving him a second chance. The innocent teenager with a crush on Dandy sort of returns to the scene again in some form or another. This Sule guy isn't finished, is he? Taking this flying heat and not letting go of it, the preview rubbing his hand and then mentioning it at the beginning of the program. Wow, it's still moving to watch it again. With a chip in her mouth, Iori Yukino looks at the last recap with emotion. Even though both of you have clarified, Lin Yushi narrowed her eyes. It doesn't always feel like an act. If you guys keep talking nonsense, I'm going to have to give you an expulsion order. No. Let's keep watching. Keep watching. The two of them laughed extremely impishly and brought their attention back to the program. After the conclusion of the previous review, the second installment officially began in the afternoon sunshine in the school playground. Chapter 26, A Sudden Change in the Picture. The theme of the second episode is The Color of Youth. Unlike the first installment, which didn't name the theme you at the table until the very end, the second installment introduced the theme from the very beginning. The discerning viewer can see that the main filming location for this installment is in the playground. If the classroom is the memory that carries youth, then the playground is the best copywriter of youth. Afternoon playground is very beautiful. Blue sky, white clouds, breeze, the lens across the sky. Youth seems to be fixed at this moment. At the beginning of the program, the physical education teacher was forced to open for business and went along with the director's announcement of a special event for the class basketball game for the session. The boys were divided into 2 teams, one led by Chin Sicheng and the other by Siamu. Cheer up, oh! Tang Luochang stopped at the edge of the court and compared fists towards Chen Sicheng. Chen Sicheng nodded his head handsomely, and then the program team very thoughtfully gave Siamu a frowning shot. These 3 have a story, and that story is perfect for the show's gimmick, which is what the showrunners intended. The 3 fans in the pop-up have already started a mosh pit. Wow! Siamu is a bit miserable. Dandy zapped a piece of peach and put it in his mouth. He was originally forcibly bound by Tang Luochang. Right, and as a result, now he has to be pulled out by the program to suck blood. Yeah, Tang Luochang she is. Lin Yushi does not know what to say. She and Tang Luochang know very early. In fact, at the beginning of this girl is also considered to be a gentle and progressive little girl. How come it's like this now? Although these bundles of speculative gossip forms are mainly run by her company, but looking at the way things are going, she herself should have acquiesced. Is it really true that if you stay in a freaking circle for too long, you will assimilate, get caught up in the fame and fortune, and then become what you hated most about yourself in the first place? Lin Yushi only knew that she wouldn't be able to, Iori Yukino wouldn't be able to, and Yu Dandy wouldn't be able to even more. Yu Dandan, needless to say, Missy came to experience life, ready to inherit the family business. She herself, the world's top 10 dancers, Lin Lan's own granddaughter. Not dare to say that the hands and eyes of the sky, at least can be said to be very well connected it. As for Iori Yukino, she swung for the fences and lived. Tang Luochang has less background compared to herself and Yu Dandy, and too much ambition compared to Iori Yukino. Everyone's encounters are different choices, so they cannot judge Tang Luochang in their own eyes. This may be her own choice of road. Lin Yushi's musings were interrupted by the laughter of the other two women. What's wrong? Look at the pop-up. Lin Yushi glanced at the program, and only then did she realize that the pop-up screen was being screened by 4 words. Where's Poutine? Right, where's Mr. Poutine? Isn't it a group game for boys in the class? Why is there one missing? The netizens watching the program were a bit confused. Where is my big Poutong? How come the person is gone? I guess no one would have guessed he was napping under a tree. The 3 girls looked at each other and smiled. In fact, when they thought about it, if they hadn't touched over that day, maybe that guy would have actually slept through a class. Keep watching. It's almost time for a couple of us to come out. At this time, careful netizens have discovered that the 3 of them are not in the crowd. Where did they go? How 1-2 are not in? Soon, the program gave the answer. As the basketball game was heating up, the show suddenly took a pictorial turn and the camera panned to the quiet woods. The sunlight filtered through the layers of foliage and softly basked on the teenager, who leaned back rather comfortably to snooze under the tree as he blew in the breeze and listened to the birdsong. The teenager seemed to be awakened by the visitor and hurriedly opened his eyes. So this lazy dog is sneaking around the fish. Not bad for Poutong. I scored 0 minutes and 0 seconds in the fine Poutong game because he was nowhere near the course. The 3 girls laughed loudly at the pop-up trolls. Although Poutong appeared late in this episode, it seemed that his popularity was unexpectedly high, and the pop-ups doubled as soon as he appeared. I've got the people for you. What game do you say you want to play? As Lin Yushi opened her mouth on the program, netizens began to speculate what game Poutong was going to call so many people to play. How do you say it? Consider it my self-made game. I call it werewolf killing. The teenager in the camera rubbed his eyes, rather lethargically looking yet unspeakably handsome. Self-created? The audience had come to their senses when they saw this, although they knew this guy could write songs. But what was this skill of creating games? This Poutine guy always has a new trick up his sleeve for the big guys. Actually, I still can't figure out why he knows so much stuff. Iori Yukino scratched her head. You see, he can write songs, is very literate, builds games, and has a lot of weird and wonderful stories in his head. So you're curious about him? Yeah, no, not allowed. Yu Dandy grabbed Iori Yukino's shoulders and shook them hard. You're not allowed to be curious. I must be allowed to be curious first, then I won't be curious no more. Iori Yukino was shaken out of both her eyes. She didn't know what she was talking about but just agree with her, right? Yu Dandy took the opportunity to tickle and pinch Iori Yukino's cackle again, taking it more or less personally. Lin Yushi always felt like she was declaring her sovereignty. During the program, Poutong finished writing the piece of paper and formally talked about the rules of the game. The crowd of netizens were only holding the attitude of listening and watching. Then after hearing Poutong speak like this, their eyes instantly lit up. It's kind of fun. Obviously there are only a few identity cards, but there are so many tricks to play with, and the interesting gameplay coupled with the novelty of the setting totally opens up everyone's eyes. So that's how the game can be played. With the end of the first game of werewolf kill for a few people on the program, those who had been a little confused by the rules were fully aware of them. So that's how it plays. It feels so fun. I want to play a handful of times, but I don't have any friends. This little fat guy is playing too much of a rookie. I'll be fine on me. How in the world did Poutong come up with this idea? This project Wang Duo Shrimp, voted for it. As the program continues, the keyword werewolf killing is also completely swept the network, and quickly occupied the first hot search with the trend of domination. Are we counting this as rubbing off on a wave of Poutong's heat? Lin Yushi pointed to the 6th of her hot search. Lin Yushi, which is 2 bottles of medicine, because they are both participants in the game, and even more similar to the existence of the game demo video, even they are quickly fire out of the circle. If the first installment of Poutong's song caused the whole circle to be shocked, then this game has provided a new mode of entertainment for the whole nation. Perhaps the heat on the surface was not explosive, but the speed of the circle was amazingly fast. Even people who don't pay attention to the entertainment industry have been accurately mesmerized by this game. Star out of the circle is often a very difficult thing. Many times some of the stars' so-called fire in fact are just fans in the meaningless self-hey. I ask the passerby not many people recognize. And now, out of the ring this kind of thing is easily done again by Poutong. Even they were even carried away. Dandy, sis has never begged you for anything, but I'm begging you for one thing today. Lin Yushi put her hand on Udandan's shoulder and said in a serious tone, hurry up and take Poutong down. Ha, we're just friends. Well, think about it, if he's with another girl, then. Udandy tried to think for a moment, feeling instantly a little chesty and short of breath. Don't do that kind of thing. Listen to my sister's advice. Such a good boy other people must also covet. If you do not take the initiative to attack can be lost. Udandy nodded and shook his head violently, his entire body in a state of confusion. I do think that it seems like he's only interested in studying. Hey, Iori Yukino spoke a little less clearly as she chewed on chips in her mouth. I feel like it's useless for anyone to take the initiative. He has to still be allowed to figure it out on his own. You get it again? I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. Udandy rested his cheeks in deep thought. She felt Iori Yukino was right. Compared to the three women who were immersed in pleasure, Tang Luochang was now in a bad mood. Where's the hot search? Why isn't it there again? Last time there was no heat. This time she stood in the big sun by the court for a whole session and still didn't manage to get a single thing out of it. Then Lin Yushi and the three of them were on the hot search in unison. Just because they went to play a game with Poutong, Tang Luochang pounded the plush doll, jealous to the face. It's not like I'm on the hot seat. Chapter 27, The Little Prince of Love Letters. Although Poutong is out of the ring with fire this time, he's not bitter about it. Everything was in his plan. How can you let Sule rub off on you for nothing? If he can rub himself the wrong way, can't he rub himself back? Isn't it a very clever tactic to get the show to give him a free wave of publicity for the game? Since he had decided to realize wealth freedom by making games, it was quite important to rise some reputation in advance, in addition to constantly learning about it. At least with the rapid explosion of popularity of werewolf killing, he could use it as an example to successfully convince his mom and dad to support him. Mom and dad won't take him seriously if he opens a company as a minor, but what if he does show his amazing gaming talent on the show? He won't even lose money just by relying on this werewolf kill, right? Let's not forget that he's already got the money from the first installment of the show, and the song You at the Table is earning a lot of money for being a fire. So now that he's trying to start a company, all he's missing is mom and dad's approval. Minors need parents to do things. This is a helpless move. After all, the game industry update iteration is too fast. Poutong dare not wait. Wait a few more years. In case someone in this world has already come up with those game ideas, and there's no place to cry to yourself. Learning knowledge and earning money must go hand in hand. Son, I didn't see it. You still know how to make games. Ha, and we watched the program with a sense of superiority. My son is awesome. Follow me. In fact, it is a whim, but I heard someone say that if this game is made into a handheld game or something, it is estimated that it can earn a lot. Poutong pretend to be a fool to follow the good advice. There's such a good thing? And Hui's eyes instantly lit up. She could also see that this game was very marketable. No matter if it was made into a handheld table game, it could definitely make money lying down. Yeah, and the game's copyright, these are in my hands. Just don't know what to do. Poutong pretended to regret. If you miss this heat, later on, I guess there is not much of a market for it. How can that be? And Hui instantly became anxious. Her own son had worked hard to make a breakout game out. How could it be cooled off before it even came out? Poutine saw that the time was right and stopped pretending. Mom, do you remember that song I made a lot of money last time? Look, can I register a game company in your name and make this game? And Hui frowned. This plan didn't seem to be impossible. By the time her son came of age, she would turn the company over to him, and it would be her own property by then. Wouldn't it be great? I'll call and talk to your dad first, but neither of us really know much about game companies. It's okay, I can get it. Yeah, letting mom and dad step in just because they're not old enough, doesn't he still have to handle the specifics himself? And Hui glanced at Poutong with an odd expression, always feeling that this son of his was a bit overly mature. With the money and the game rights, the game also has a promising future. There is no reason for mom and dad to reject it, not knowing that werewolf killing is just the first step of Grotto's game map. Werewolf Kill made out to be nothing more than an online card game. To truly realize wealth freedom, you must make a few more explosive to do so. The hiring of staff will have to start getting organized as well. Poutong programming was still a thieving newbie right now, and making games could only rely on employees for the time being. And office space has to be considered too. It always feels like there's not enough money to go around. Rent and utilities, office supplies, employee salaries, that's a lot of expenses. Luckily, You at the Table is a paid song, and every month he receives a cut from the music platform, which is considered a steady income for him now. If there is really no money, just write a few songs for you, dandy them. When the rich woman is hungry and hungry for rice, Poutong made up his mind. The fat water is not flowing outside the people's fields. Not long after, Hui finished her call, excitement written all over her face. Tomorrow I'll help you register your company. Haha, by then I'll be Mr. I don't think it's a good idea to give the company to this mom for a while. Let's get on with the show still. The class basketball match ended with Siamu and Gon Hungshu's team winning by a narrow margin. Although, no one is paying attention to the basketball game anymore. All the viewers are chatting about Poutong Wolfsbane. In a sense, Poutong did give the show a huge amount of heat, and it was no wonder Sule liked rubbing off on him so much. Shots of werewolf killings and basketball games are interspersed, and the main attraction is a sudden change of picture. In the end, the real color of youth is not exactly this. A single scene will never be all the colors of youth. The camera will only have a few minutes, but cannot lock our 3 years of youth. Youth soars, love endures. Gym class was over and the program was most of the way through, with only the last 10 minutes or so remaining. The last 10 minutes, it shouldn't be that. It's over. There's nothing more to see. Why don't we have a chat? Isn't this still 10 minutes away? Hui wondered. What's your hurry? What's the hurry? Can't you be in a hurry? It's not good for them to see that their son is good at writing love letters. There's only 10 minutes left. Watch it. Well then it looks like it can't be blocked. The next thing that happened was simple enough. Gym class was over and the program came to a final love letter event. The trailer went in whole hog. It really doesn't make sense that the main movie wouldn't be released, and Poutong was kind of prepared for that. Compared to the first time that kind of inexplicable storm, this situation seems to be acceptable. Bah, almost CPU. Sule, this guy just owes to clean up. Although taking the opportunity to publicize a wave of werewolf killing was something he sort of tacitly agreed to, the love letter incident was still something he did on purpose. I'll take this revenge. Poutong has never wanted to hold his tongue. Just now if he really went to legal means, even if Sule will be punished, but his own peaceful life will be disrupted, can be said to be a lose-lose situation. Not to mention Sule's means and connections at any time can affect himself as an ordinary person. Just the other side of the shoot variety show is also in the publicity of his school. This layer of relations. He really sued Sule, made too much trouble. He can stay in the school? Why must you fight a boss at level 1 when you can slowly brush up your experience to strengthen yourself? It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Like this time to rub the heat of the program group to promote the game is a better idea. Later to the death of Sule. Not quite good? As the pink love letters appeared, the line, do you think it could be? Is it a love letter from Poutong to Dude? Once again, the program was brought to a climax. Son, it wasn't me. It was an accident. You're doing a good job here. Hui patted Poutong's head. Should have just added up a long time ago. What's the point of writing a love letter? Just confess in public. Mom's brain doesn't seem to be working right. It's really not a love letter from me. Just keep reading. In the program, Poutong arrives at the battlefield last, and in the face of the crowd's skepticism, he replies, if I had written it, it would have been better written than this, so I didn't write it. Write better? Now the netizens were energized. Although they hadn't read this love letter that appeared unexpectedly, it was presumed to be a normal middle school student's love letter, and since Poutong stated that he could have written it better on the spot, it was interesting. They would like to see what Poutine would write. On the program, Poutong seemed to speak leisurely without any hesitation. If I were to write it, I would write, may there be years to look back on, and a deep love to share. If I had written it, I would have written that there is no end to the sky, but only to the love of each other. If I were to write it, I would write that I do not wish to be with you, but only to accompany you to the end of the world. If I had written it, I would have written that the moon under the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of me is the beloved. If I were to write it, I would write that it is only the feeling of the gentleman's retrospect that makes me think of him in the morning and in the evening. I could have written it better if I had written it. How is this? Better? It's a total blowout. How can you write a love letter like this? A crowd of audience people stupid. Freeze what? Where is the pen? Hurry to take notes. Facing his mom's jaw-dropping gaze, Poutong laughed awkwardly. In fact, I'm nicknamed the Little Prince of Love Letters. Chapter 28, calling him a lover boy. If you had the ability to do so, you would have brought it out earlier. Hui punched Poutong straight in the face. If you wrote love letters to Yu Dandan like that, wouldn't you have joined the Yu family long ago? What kind of biological parents think of their own son into the family? Mom must be mistaken. What? Yu's son-in-law, right? 3 years of patience and the return of the Dragon King? I'm the only son you have. Fear not, You won't be treated poorly if you go to the Yu family as a home cook. And Hui said rather formally, that's Yu Zhongheng's business empire. Yu Zhongheng? Who's that? You don't even know who someone's old man is before you start hooking up with someone's daughter. Is this appropriate? And Hui had a look of hatred. But so it seems like your kid should be true love, not trying to get someone else's illustrious family. What do I think of her? He and you dandy nothing Other people so think of their own even if their own mother actually thinks so? Forget it, there's no need to explain. But I have to warn you, don't go too far. If you upset your future old husband, you'll be finished as a kid. God TM future old man. Poutong rolled his eyes, but he was now a bit curious as to what the identity of this Yu Zhongheng was. Mostly, gotta be on guard. Although he asked himself not at all pig arch cabbage meaning, but the netizens are really high CP stone hard. If it reaches his old man's ears for a moment to move the real fire, I'm afraid that he will not be sacrificed to heaven, like some sea god who repeatedly tortures his son-in-law and then drags him to the god's realm to beat him up again? Ahem. Arching cabbage hogs have always been a high-risk occupation, so it's better to be careful. Do not know without checking. Poutong moving small hand so a check, only to find that the original Yu dandy really is experiencing life. There is such a father still when what star? Yu Zhongheng, director of Zhongtian Group, worth $200 billion. Now have to and Yu dandy keep a distance from the can't help it. This kind of industry giant if you want to fix yourself, simply don't be too easy. What? Firmly want to chase people's faith. Not I say. This rich woman missed this village not this store. Firm beliefs indeed, but firm beliefs that should never be messed with. He now understands why Su Lei suddenly wimped out. Being targeted by such a giant, Su Lei is not enough to fight. Poutong instantly balanced out. There was no such thing as a quiet year. It was all because Director Su was helping him carry the weight. Son, nowadays the internet calls you a lover boy. And Hui suddenly interjected, interrupting Poutong's musings. What the hell? See for yourself. Poutong took over his mom's cell phone and scanned the hot search post. I thought the 3 prairie rules of love were the pinnacle, but I realized that this is only a little bit of the skin of the Sage of Love. The Sage of Love of Pudu opened his mouth and wrote all the words of love in the world. The Sage of Love of Pudu opened his mouth, and no more obsessed men or women in the world dared to talk about love. The Sage of Love of Pudu opened his mouth, and no one dared to call the road of love respectable anymore. It's too shameful to be so middle-aged words at least. Poutong looked at the ID of this hot post. Puyu's lifetime push. This guy is even a familiar-looking CP fan. Although he blew this microblogging is really excessive, but cannot help netizens really dare to believe. A time Poo loves saying 3 words instantly spread. That a few love poems have also become a classic of love words that everyone said. Some even asserted that there was a love story between Poutong and Yu Dandan, or else he could not have written such a love poem. I haven't even been in a relationship. Calling me a love saint is not a punishment for my little brother. He has been a golden single dog for 2 lifetimes, and he really can't afford to call himself a saint of love. Son, your level of these love poems is really too high. No need to be too modest, not to mention the saint of love. Even if you call it the saint of poetry can also afford it. Just don't add to the confusion. Poutong rolled her eyes. What the hell do I know about love? Love doesn't know what it is. Love is the eternal theme of mankind. How can I possibly write about it all? What did you just say? Love is the eternal theme of mankind. The previous sentence? Love doesn't know what it's all about. Good copy. Just in time to send a tweet. A flash of joy flashed under Hui's eyes, and she picked up her cell phone and started tapping the keyboard. Oops, forgot my own mom was an unscrupulous rubbing it in. It's posted, so go like and comment. Don't go. Poutong rolled his eyes. This old mom is afraid that he can't have it. Liking the comment was out of the question. He'd like to see what the hell mom had posted. Poutong clicked on the microblogging, found the attention list in the mother's account. His attention is only 3. Mom and Dad and Yu Dandy. Mom and Dad are the original body attention. Only Yu Dandy is he personally moved. What's up with the feeling that you're only focusing on your relatives? God TM relatives. Forced by the situation is just. Wait a moment, he will be a few classes of a few star trainees all attention. Save the netizens to follow the vine and rumors. His mom's ID is called Reporter Hui. Completely real name on the internet, but considering that the reporter itself needs a certain amount of exposure, but also quite reasonable. The most difficult for Poutong is that his mother's microblogging signature is directly Poutong's mother, simply to show off the son of a few words written on the face. The latest tweets from Reporter Hui. Hashtag buttons of love. I don't know where love comes from, but it goes deep. Poutong. Then it comes with a picture of a mother and son having dinner, and bringing up the subject, overdoing it. Hui hemmed and hawed, ignored him, and continued to pound the cell phone. As a surfing expert, his own son's hotness do not rub. That is still a person, right? Ha! She stopped momentarily from flipping through her phone and poked her son next to her with a surprised look on her face. What again? Yu Dandy gave me a like. Hui flipped through her phone again. Her surprise intensified, and followed me. I can't believe you two don't have something. Question from Mom +1. What is this girl doing? Is celebrity attention so worthless? Who can't be bothered to pay attention to his mom? She doesn't really have any weird ideas, does she? This has to be tortured. And if there are any bad seeds, they have to be snuffed out. Tapping on the private chat, Poutong sent a direct question about whether he was there. The universal formula that never gets old. Why you dynamite? In. POTUS, did you just follow my mom? POTUS, what's this for? You dude, it's reasonable to brush up on a classmate's mom's passing attention, right? You dandy, auntie's daily posts are fun. It makes sense to follow them, right? You dandy, you're not thinking too much, are you? No way, no way. You don't have any weird and wacky ideas, do you? Boughton, **** operator. What the hell? You've got an ulterior motive? But what about the fact that she makes so much sense? Well, what did dude say? What are you calling so affectionate for? You guys don't even know each other well. Hey, adapt in advance. And I yawned. Forget it, I won't bother you two chatting. I'm going to rest. Go for it, son. I'm looking out for you. Poutong looked at his mom, who left with a bad smile, and his whole body was bad. Something must be wrong somewhere. Either way, it's you dandy's fault. POTUS, in fact, there are 3 words that I have been holding in my heart for a long time, and I have always wanted to tell you. And although I am afraid of being rejected by you, I am going to say them today. You dandy? The entire young girl on the other end of the screen was a little confused. It was moving so fast. Was she missing some key piece of information? How did it somehow get to this point? Isn't it too soon? But, if that's the case, it's, well, not impossible to consider it. You dandy, you said. POTUS, borrow some money. POTUS, Vini 50. Who's buying me dinner on Crazy Thursday? POTUS, say something. If you really don't have 50, 20 will do. POTUS, hello, are you there? You dandy cursed and dropped his cell phone. She decided to blackmail the guy for 3 minutes. Oh no, 3 hours. You call this straight man a lover? Chapter 29, Creating Joy from the Heart. Poutong has a little rough idea about how to make money in the game of werewolf killing. Kryptonite. Of course it has to be kryptonite. The hand travel industry is a profiteering industry. As long as there are users topping up, there will be a constant flow of water. As the company's first game, at least it has to earn enough for the next game's research and development funds to be able to do so. Of course, werewolf killing gameplay should never be affected by kryptonite. The gameplay is the core factor of the strategy game, and charging money should never affect the fairness of the game. If kryptonite guys go in and just pick the identity they want to play, and even have a bunch of god skills, then what's the point of anyone else playing? Don't make it easy to inflate the game's war power, ahoy. If kryptonite doesn't make you stronger, then where should you put the kryptonite? Of course it's personalized. Card games, hey. Card faces, card backs, character stand-ups, isn't that all kryptonite? Even though I was eliminated in the first round, my card back is dazzling, hey. Do you have it? Same werewolf. Why is your werewolf modeled in 3D? Q. How do you take the psychology of climbing between players? Of course it's designed to have a cool and dangling look. It doesn't matter if it's strong or not, but it's handsome. A few more limited looks and appearance sweepstakes, and a wave of $6 card sets every now and then, is simply a bonus. What? You're calling me a kryptonite cheat? Come on, kryptonite doesn't affect the gameplay at all, and personalized payment is all about self-will. Don't ask why Poutong knows so much. Ask is that he learned by ear in his previous life. Name and shame that whoever. Don't ask. To ask is to create joy with your heart. The process of registering a company is not complicated, but the hard part is to name it, which is something that Poutong and his mom didn't reach a consensus on. And we said Poo and I, but Poutong refused. After all, the name sounds like some kind of Holy Spirit elf. Why don't we just call Rentian? Plagiarism is shameful. In the end, it was Hui who single-handedly set the company as Kopu Entertainment. What does that mean? Technologizing? Or is it a harmonic of sci-fi? Poutong was puzzled. You read it in a row. Hui laughed evilly. Coppola Entertainment. Are you high on Pew? This is all about getting high on his CP? The CP party is almost over. Poutong angry head buzzing, but really cannot argue with his mom's ideas. No way. Who let her now as the boss? Thus, the first step of Poutong's game map, Kopu Entertainment Limited, was officially declared. The legal representative is Hui. His dad Pru Luo filled in. Kind of can't see what's going on with this company name. Poutine rubbed his brow, forcing himself to accept it. Don't make unwarranted associations. After lunch, Poutong followed Hui to the more upscale office building in Huailin City. Poutong intends to rent a place here, office space. Their home is not far from this side. Occasionally come over to see what is also quite convenient. Mr. Pooh, we're here. Hui flirted. It really burns money. Just this office space down. Poutong's small amount of money are a bit unable to suffer, in addition to the funds needed for the development of the game. In the end, basically nothing left. And then if the song share comes late, I'm afraid that the staff wages are not enough to pay. It's okay. The boss isn't me for a while anyway. And we came to the hall. Straight to the hall staff. Although usually at home Poutong feel their own old mother is not reliable. In fact, to the formal occasions, she is absolutely very capable of a class of people. Poutong plays the role of a tag-along kid, so much so that the bodysuit and jeans are rather out of place in a group of suited and booted adults. Luckily, he's handsome. After we exchanged a few moments with the staff, the manager-like person appeared in Poutong's field of vision with a smile. You must be Poutong. I'm your fan. How come there are fans everywhere? But he was here to rent a room after all, so he couldn't refuse, and shook the manager's hand in a conciliatory manner. The rest is Huey's business. I have to say that their own this mom business ability is really strong. A talk about business he simply cannot insert words. Their own 2 lives combined, but also not as long as she has lived. Experience there, not convinced. In the end, by relying on Poutong to brush up on his popularity, he sort of negotiated a good price, and as a startup company, there are a lot of incentives associated with it. In the end it works out that you need to pay $80,000 a month for rent plus property fees, and after game development office supplies and some additional expenses, renting for 4 or 5 months is not a problem. If it's really not enough, he'll have to sell his soul to hug you Dandy's thigh. The rich woman is hungry for rice and rice. After all, it doesn't take long to develop a card game, and it shouldn't be a problem to live on revenue. Recruitment of the matter Poutong is fully handed over to the mother. Although his independent entrepreneurial family does not pay money is also reasonable, but a little force is not out too much. It wasn't until late Sunday evening that Poutong dragged his tired body back home. How about that? Mr. Pope is not a good one. Yeah, Poutine gurgled and poured water into his mouth, but it's better than being a star. Where in the world did your rejection of being a star come from? And we couldn't figure it out. Being a star doesn't require a diploma or a certificate. It doesn't require mental labor or physical labor. A little bit of seriousness can be praised for dedication, and the only requirement for the face value is to be able to move the knife. So how easy is it to be a star? The key is that his own son is still the type that God rewards with food, and it's hard to understand that he's so handsome that he just doesn't want to be a star. Probably because, well, I want to live an easier life, psychologically. And we wanted to say something, and her eyes looked at Poutong with a little more softness. Perhaps that was one of the things that pleased her most about her own son. Poutong delayed a day without studying only to feel uncomfortable, quickly took a shower and began his study program. Buzz. The vibration of the cell phone sounded. Poutong scanned the message and decisively chose to tap on the chat. Receive a bonus of $50. You dandy, I didn't V50 you really didn't pay attention to me for a day POTUS, something came up today. You dandy, study right. Who doesn't know you love to study the most? POTUS, not really today. Today Originally, Poutong wanted to show off his own company, but when he thought of the huge business empire behind you dandy, he froze and didn't dare to squeak. That's pretty small and short. POTUS, forget about it all right. You dandy, by the way, did you check Twitter today? POTUS, what's wrong? You dandy, the official media of the literary press has commented on your poem, so check it out for yourself. There's more to this? Poutong hurriedly opened Weibo, and only then did he notice the relevant hot search. How to understand that the moon at the bottom of the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of you is the beloved. The cultural newspaper didn't paraphrase the entire poem he was talking about, just one of the lines, which already made Poutong's head spin a bit. Clicking on the specifics is a somewhat exploratory piece of writing. The moon at the bottom of the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of me is the person in my heart. The moon exists at the bottom of the sea and in the sky, but it cannot be reached, because no matter what is at the bottom of the sea and in the sky, it is 180,000 miles away from me and is not with me. The person exists in front of me and in my heart. Is it enough to be reached? The person is there, in front of me, in my heart, but I can't reach it, because whatever is in front of me and in my heart is 100,000 miles away from me and not with me. Perhaps the greatest source of disagreement in our understanding of this association of people is that we default to the idea that a person being in front of us is the same as being around us, but this is not the case. The person who is in front of you is not necessarily around you, because she may be completely unaware that you have her in your eyes and in your heart, because she may know that you have her in your eyes and in your heart, but she also has her helplessness, can't come to your side, can't become your side person, cannot become the side of the person, but also be remembered in the heart, in the eyes. This is the most hopeless place. Isn't this the case with the saddest and most lamentable love? Perhaps it was the fact that the young poet did have a sweetheart close at hand and unable to speak plainly that enabled him to write such poignant words. Comments section. At a certain regular user, and you're saying you're not a crush? At a certain regular user, And you're saying you're not a crush? The Poutong people are dumbfounded. What's the deal with the official lead in getting high on CP? Chapter 30, Director Su ordered me to do it. Family members, who understands casually said a few love poems and was interpreted as a crush. Poutine kind of figured out that they don't care if it's true or not, they just want to get high on CP. And the crush is just a gimmick that they misunderstood. Let's just say, do you think what you think is what you think? How can I, Mr. Pa, be easily speculated by you? Buzz. Poutong glanced at the newsfeed and suddenly realized a new problem. What did you dandy mean by reminding herself to read this post just now? She must have known the content of the article and the wind direction of the comments as well. So did she do it on purpose? Did she want a definitive answer too? Dandy you, have you finished reading it yet? How do you feel? POTUS, how to say it is. Daniel YU, the paper is overinterpreting you, right? You dandy, you are the original author of this sentence. The final interpretation of the right to you. As long as you do not take a position on other interpretations or not all overinterpretation, POTUS, you're right. It made sense. It simply made too much sense. Just because the poem was quoted by him relying on his memories from his previous life. So much so that he didn't even react to it at first. He almost believed what the paper said. Wasn't he the original author? You say I have a crush, then I say I don't have a crush. 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets, but no matter how many Hamlets there are, the final interpretation is Shakespeare's. When I say no, that means no. Poutong secretly smacked his tongue. It seems that he is a small man's heart to measure the gentleman's heart. You dandy seems to have absolutely know that aspect of the meaning of it. Poutine, didn't you ever suspect that I really had a crush on you? Dandy you, no way, absolutely no way. Of course not. You dandy is the party concerned. She has long understood everything. If Poutong had a little heart for her, she wouldn't be so passive. If Poutong really had a crush on her like the rumors on the internet, then she would have already made a quick pass. What's the point of pulling like this? If only it was all true. You dandy lay on the bed holding her cell phone, a little glum. It's all over the internet that Poutine has a crush on her, but the problem now seems to be that she has a crush on, just an ordinary friend. You dandy threw her cell phone to the side and covered her somewhat scarlet face with her hands while swinging her legs. The one who knows me is really the same table. Poutong was a little teary-eyed. It was true that you dandy still understood him better. Even though everyone thought he had a crush on her, she had her own clear judgment. What's that called? It's called the world getting drunk. That's a real saving grace at this table. Poutong was just about to do the questions when an unexpected call made him pick up his cell phone again. Who's this interfering with my studies again? He glanced at the caller ID. An unfamiliar local number. It's not possible that the bootleggers are starting to manhandle him, is it? Or has an agency come to poach him? Hello? My name is Jung Yun. I'm Dude's agent. A somewhat gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone, causing Poutong's alarm bells to ring. Broker, that's the Yu family? It seems that the netizens' behavior of getting high on CP has made the Yu family sit up and take notice. Is this ready to kill and kill? Or just give him $5 million to get himself out of you dandy? $5 million. Of course, after all, he too really nothing, rather than earn $5 million for nothing. Hi, I'm Putin. Actually, I'm just calling to find out more about you. Jiang Yun spoke without haste, like a gentler elder. Director Su took the liberty of airing your footage again on this episode. I came over to ask for your opinion. If you intend to pursue the matter, I'll take care of it for you. Is there such a good thing? Poutong has been suffering from Su Big Director for a long time. He is not good and Su lay hard. Really need a strong third party to step in. This is too much trouble for you. Poutong's favorability towards this agent Jiang Yun soared, even using up honorifics. No trouble, that's what dude means. She doesn't really want you to get into trouble. This way Poutong recalled the situation of the young girl blocking his body that day, a few odd warmth in his heart. Where is you dandy? Dandy, she's in her room. Well, how can I put it? Ginger Yun was momentarily speechless. He couldn't tell him that the young lady was rambling so much that she was so shy that she was rolling around. This will be despised by people, alright. Alright then, thank her for me. Poutong coughed twice awkwardly and was ready to hang up on that. There's one more personal thing I want to ask you. You say. Pouting's hands were a step slow and he had to reorganize his language. You're on to us, dude. Never have any other mind. Love poems for crushes. I'm the original author and they're overinterpreting that program on. It's all because Director Su instructed me to do it. So if you want to find him, find him. I declare that I had nothing to do with it. This way Jiang Yun was angry and laughed at him. She had thought that if Poutong really had that meaning she would build a bridge to hold a line or something. The result is that this kid directly gave her a denial of the trifecta, which she was not expecting. That's all for now then. I'll go and approach Director Su later. Thank you. You must truthfully report these words to Mr. Yu. So you are afraid of Mr. Yu? I kind of understand. Jiang Yun hung up the phone, Her eyes were unable to stop smiling. This kid is a little too risk-averse to be afraid of or to cause trouble. Jiang Yun glanced at the room to calm down Yu Dandy, a little worried for her. Looks like dude is having a hard time trying to rip this kid off, but this Sule has to have a good talk. Even Dandy's he'd dare to rub off on her, afraid not to forget that her surname is Yu. Jiang Yun came to the balcony and cleared her throat before dialing Sule's phone. Something wrong, MS. Kong? Mister. You asked me to come and talk to you. Jiang Yun didn't bother to beat around the bush with him and directly pressured him with her power as soon as she came up. Ha, MS. Jiang, you this. Whose problem do you think it is that you let Poutine in the movie anyway when he didn't agree to be in the movie and brought some publicity to the dude? That's also that kid's thieving heart. I'm just shooting normally, but he said you ordered him to do it. What a load of crap. Save it for your personal explanation with Mr. Yu, and remember to weigh in on the next episode. Jiang Yun directly hung up the phone, completely leaving Sule no chance to explain. She naturally knew that Poutong was talking nonsense, but if this matter could be a means of knocking on the door with Sule, it would be considered a wonderful step. Without this stupid director stirring things up, I'm sure these two parties should be able to seize the opportunity to move forward quickly. Aunt Ginger, get me a peach. Coming. Jiang Yun responded. This girl is really thinking about peaches every day. Sule Daoxin collapsed, and for a time, his cultivation plummeted, directly from the Mahayana period to the Jindan period. Commonly speaking, he has never suffered this kind of aggression. He's just trying to get a kid with stellar talent to come to the path he's supposed to be on. What's wrong with him? This is good. Inside and outside. Yu Zhongheng angry. Poutong also do not treat him. Only he alone to bear all. Now this kid is still biting him back. A mouthful of it's all because Mr. Su instructed me to do it. He instructed a hammer. Where is the credibility of a human being? Where is his conscience? Mud. One more frame of footage of your boy and I'm a dog. As the night gradually fell, a few stars appeared in the sky, and as the dots of starlight gradually increased, the whole city quietly blended into a cozy night. A somewhat cool evening breeze blew by, and Sule couldn't help but shiver. He's cold as a dog. Chapter 31 Eve of the monthly exam. The lover boy is here so early. What an effort. Good morning, Pope the great lover. Yo, where's Po Loverboy memorizing chemistry? Poutong shook his head straight as he listened. And on Monday, he was dying. It seems that the name of the saint of love has already been called open. If at first it is only the netizens blindly coaxing, then from the official media of the newspaper to analyze his love poems. Poutong has become the official saint of love in the eyes of the netizens. What love saint he hasn't even talked about a girlfriend yet. Poutong yawned and squeezed out a few tears from the corner of his eyes. Here, Yu Dandy handed over a tissue. Staying up late reading again? The knowledge is too valuable to stop. Poutong took the tissue and wiped the corners of his eyes. Yu Dandy blankly glanced at him. When will he put his study mind elsewhere? Let's say to the table. No prize quiz. What's with the tears when you yawn? Yu Dandy didn't answer, just silently waiting for his next words. Tears are stored in the lacrimal sac and are usually not expelled or can enter the nasal cavity through the nasolacrimal duct when the tear duct is open. Tension of the facial muscles during yawning causes an increase in pressure in the oral and nasal cavities, when tears are unable to flow into the lower nasal passages and tear ducts, resulting in yawning tears. You're afraid you're just saying that to water down the word count. Nonsense. I'm clearly making you feel the importance of knowledge through examples. Yu Dandy lazily ignored him and rather skillfully shunned Poutong's chemistry notebook. I'll use it. It should be said not to say that Poutong's notes were well remembered. The knowledge points were complete and detailed, and the key was that the words were also very nice, and she used them quite smoothly. In fact, this notebook of mine is the legendary Death Note. After writing a person's name on it, that person will die. Telling stories again. Uhu. Iori Yukino looked back as if she was aware of it. Tell me more. Not bad for a Sakura girl. Smelling like a Japanese manga. Class, if I remember correctly, this is study time. Poutong turned her back without a second thought. How dare you turn around and chat in the morning study hall? Don't you want to die? If the homeroom teacher finds out about this, he's sure to give us another scolding. What are you doing? Subconsciously glancing to the side, he then noticed that Yu Dandy was writing and drawing something on the first page of his notebook. I thought you said writing your name would kill you. I'll try. It was only then that he scrutinized that Yu Dandy had shamelessly written her big name next to his own. Well, it's our shared laptop from now on. You bought the book? No. You memorized it? No. So you take it so for granted? Poutong gave her a blank look. Neither the book nor the notes are yours. So how come my notebook is still yours? Is it hard to believe that my person is yours? Cough. Of course not. Yu Dandy coughed a few times. Sorry for saying smooth. You know it. If it's really a death note, aren't you scared? Poutong lowered his voice and scared her. If you write your name, you might die. That's why I wrote next to you. Big deal. Die together. Yu Dandy showed her teeth and smiled, as if she was saying something normal. Poutong was a little afraid to look directly into the young girl's serious eyes. You're kidding, right? It's gotta be a joke. Ha ha, because it's impossible for such a thing to exist. Seemingly realizing that her words were a bit odd, she very naturally changed the topic. If you call chemistry notes death notes, the chemistry teacher will have to beat you up if he finds out. Then I'll call all my subject notes death notes so they'll fight over who gets to punch me first themselves. Cut. This is the first time Poutong in the morning study hall mixed in the sound of memorization secretly chatting. Although it will delay a few minutes of study time, but always feel very interesting. With his eyes fixed on the book, he pretended to blend in with the sound of reading, muttering his own words, not too loudly or too quietly, lest he be caught by a peeking homeroom teacher. In contrast, Dandy is not going to disguise at all. She inclined her body to rest her chin. Her right arm is about to reach Poutong's table. Poutong did not move and secretly moved a few centimeters to the right. Want to be scolded? Don't take me. Are you serious with that step back? Emotions fade. Dandy muttered and resumed sitting obediently. Half a minute later, Zhang Bingyan stepped into the classroom with his leather shoes, and the two of them quite tacitly glanced at each other, secretly saying that they were lucky. Poutong glanced at the wall clock and realized that he had been delayed for what seemed like 10 minutes. It's actually not too bad. Learning is important, but days like this one, mixed with the whispering of reading, may be the real thing to miss, the thing that will eventually pass away. The protagonists of youth change, but we will always be us. Everyone stopped for a moment. Zhang Binyan coughed, interrupting everyone who was memorizing. Why does it feel like the classroom teacher is like an NPC in a newbie village that sends out a quest every now and then? The first monthly exam of this semester will take place this week. I'm sure you all know that, but since there are a few more star students in our class this time around, I have to emphasize once again that this monthly exam is very important, so please take the time to review it. It's already explicit, isn't it, that under the arrangement between the show and the school, the theme of the third installment of the variety show must be centered around this monthly test. As we all know, high school life is incomplete without being dominated by exams. The first installment of the program was a classroom anecdote, the second was a playground anecdote, and the third was due for a paper-stacked exam. Monthly exams are a staged test and an important checkup for everyone. Poutong is also quite concerned about this exam. After all, after crossing over, this seems to be the first exam. It is time to test the results of his efforts to study for a period of time. If he yells every day to study and learn, and the results of the examination results come out to find that he is a 9-leakage fish, how embarrassing. For ordinary students, this monthly exam is just a stage test, but for these star students, things are not so simple. This exam, as part of the program, will surely announce the grades of each of the celebrity trainees, and although they are idols, they are also high school students, and if their grades are too poor, they will surely face a great deal of skepticism, especially if you've been set up by fans as a school bully. Won't it be a proper slap in the face when the time comes? This is precisely why the class teacher has deliberately emphasized the importance of this test. Whether it is a mule or a horse, it has to be pulled out. After morning study, the classroom completely exploded. I kind of regret coming to this variety show. Iori Yukino collapsed on the table, her face full of dishevelment. She's a salted fish who can't work a little harder. Before, when I took tests at school, I just set them up to suck, and there wasn't much attention anyway, but this time the thought of being blamed by so many people if I didn't do well was all over me. Public figures are such that since they have gained fame and fortune, they also have to accept criticism. It's not that there are still 2 days left. You cheer up. Lin Yushi patted her back and laughed. Motor motor motor. Akuyo. No way race. Iori Yukino buried her head in the crook of her arm, her whole being bad. Looks like one person has mailed it. Lin Yushi is very something. Usually class Poutong also feel out, although not to say that it is the god of learning, but in the entertainment industry of high school students is definitely the top level. Then the only people who are not sure now are, why are you looking at me? Dandy glared at him. I've been studying hard too. Okay, not very convincing. If you really don't believe me, then let's make a bet? Let's bet on the exam. Ha, Poutong's eyes jumped. What kind of crappy school literature is unfolding? Doesn't it still require the loser of the bet to promise the winner a request? What's the bet? I have a thin base. It's normal that I can't pass you. Let's bet on a single subject. The young girl smiled wryly. I'll bet that I'll score higher than you in at least one of the 9 subjects. What about the lottery? Although it was a bit childish, Poutong didn't think he would lose, which amounted to nothing. These teenage idols run east and west every day. The school did not stay a few days at all. This time to shoot the variety show, only serious systematic learning, their original body base in, and recently study so seriously, it should not be so bad that they will lose. And as a tablemate, he knew Dandy's level too well. If he had a door that he couldn't even pass her, then he hadn't been too biased. How about the loser promises the winner a request? Dandy hemmed and hawed as if he thought he was being creative. That's about as far as her imagination goes. Not really, this is too boring. Why don't we bet big? Poutong's tone was full of compulsion. Oh, you dandy's pupils jolted. What's the bet? How about loser v winner 50? Is that all you've got? Chapter 32. This is the confidence that studying gives me. Poutong finally agreed to Dandy's somewhat lousy bet. Since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained, but only the setup to win the hearts of the people. The loser promises the winner one request and then asks for 3 more. Doing so is of course not acceptable. The reason why Poutong accepted the bet was because he happened to have something he needed to get Dandy to help him with. If you could ask a star-rich beauty queen to do one thing at the same table, then Poutong's choice would be, that's to help him publicize the game. Once he had dealt with employee recruitment, his game company would be officially operational, and the publicity of the game would have to be put on the agenda as early as possible in the future. The table is so big a top stream is not used for nothing. By then, once the star effect has fermented, the game can be promoted on a large scale. If you're a brother, come and cut me. High explosion rate to fight monsters cool. One person attacks sand abused the whole field. Of course there's no way Werewolf Kills would use this kind of tagline is all. Anyway, he himself will never publicize his own game. He would have wanted to make money peacefully, and then go in front of people to become a public figure is not the cart before the horse. As for what Dandy wanted him to do after he won the bet, Poutong hadn't really thought about it. After all, it was unlikely that he would lose. It wasn't so much the flag as it was the confidence that learning gave him. That's what learning gives me to be proud of. A person who does not learn is doomed to a more mediocre and failed life. Compared to the confident Poutong, Dandy was already brainstorming about what would happen after she won the bet. What would it be good to let him do then? It would be quite exciting to give him orders. Wouldn't it be? Poutong immediately winced. What's with the feeling of being targeted by a pervert? Perhaps with the added weight of the bet, Dandy's eagerness to learn unconsciously increased a lot, and for a while even a few other star trainees were rolled up, and were discussing points of knowledge to the classmates next to them. After all, the monthly test is only a stage summary, involving not too many knowledge points. Even if it is a pro forma, it is absolutely enough. Looking at the way one of the usually glamorous stars suddenly began to bury their heads in their books, Poutong had a very absurd feeling for a moment. Luckily, he was already a few versions ahead of Dandy in his studies. Even if this guy tried harder, he wouldn't be a match for himself. There should be villainous laughter here. After 2 consecutive morning classes, Dandy froze and he did not chat a word. Seems to be determined to get a good grade. It's definitely a good thing in a sense that the dangling deskmates are starting to take their studies seriously. That's great. Poutong stretched and leisurely left the classroom. Not far away, Siamu, who had been waiting for a long time to make a move, saw that Poutong had made a move and quickly got up to follow him. He tailed Poutong all the way and saw the other party enter the restroom, which made him stand outside at a certain pace and wait for a while. Poutong washed her hands and went out the door, just in time to meet Siamu's anxious eyes. What's going on here? Poutong's student, that, I'm looking for you for something. Siamu coughed dryly, even appearing to squirm a bit. You said, this should not be He and Siamu completely not familiar. A total of did not say a few words. How this guy suddenly looked for him. It's not very convenient to talk about it here with so many people. You come with me. Siamu didn't hesitate, turned around and walked over in the direction of the stairwell. Poutong followed suspiciously. And to have fewer people to talk to? What an outrageous unfolding. It can't be. Facehugger Poutong, I'm your wall breaker. When the two reached the stairwell, Siamu was relieved and laughed. Waiting for you to get out of the classroom was not easy. What is it? Not even asking him directly in the classroom. It seemed like the guy was indeed looking for him for something more important. A little something. Siamu sighed. You should have watched this episode. Poutong nodded. Alas, the program group cut a love triangle view out for me, and then I was scolded all night by Chen Xiqing and Tang Luoching CP fans, scolding me for not deserving love and whatnot. It was true that this program would edit maliciously to create a gimmick, and he himself was one of the victims, but I didn't realize that there really were sand-sculpted netizens who were so idle. But the question is, what's the point of him approaching himself about this? Actually, I don't think there's anything. After all, if you earn money from variety shows, you have to be prepared to be maliciously edited. The entertainment industry is like this. Siamu smiled. Of course I'm not looking for you because of this matter. I'm just lamenting. I was looking for you on another matter. Actually, I've been thinking lately that being in such an environment as the entertainment industry, is it really possible to have an absolutely pure relationship? Poutong froze. He didn't expect Siamu to look for him to ask such a strange question. You're a love saint, give some effect. Xiamu seriously looked at Poutong. Like Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang, the situation of deliberately ambiguous for the sake of marketing is actually quite common, right? Even at that time Tang Luochang was rumored with me at that time, although I would like to clarify, but the company still stopped me, chose to eat this wave of traffic, and finally I compromised. In fact, now I'm being scolded, but also to blame. Don't take it to heart. It's really too hard to be unique in such a dyed-in-the-wool world. Honestly, I don't care. I just can't understand, why is it so hard for people who are mixed up in the entertainment industry to have a true love? A true love that doesn't involve any interests, any traffic, and only has each other in their eyes? I'm a starlet. My mom and dad were both stars, but they divorced after just 3 years together. Now, they're old and dead. They have to avoid suspicion at events. Their fans have to fight, and I don't even hear half a good word about each other in their mouths. There was a bit of bitterness in Xiamu's voice. I know a lot of people in my circle. They can be together to promote a drama. They can have a high-profile divorce because of conflict of interest. They can be strangers or even enemies. They can seemingly maintain a relationship in name only, and either of them can cheat at any time. Can there really be true love in such a circle? Can I really find a girl in the future who loves me with all her heart? I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. Do I really not deserve love? Poutong looked at the emotional teenager and didn't know how to comfort him. Wasn't it because of all this that he didn't want to be a star? Like ordinary people fall in love, get married and have children, and then stick together to go through life. In this circle is really not rare, but I have a dream. I don't want to be like other celebrities. I want to find a girl I like 100% to get married and have children and grow old together. I don't want to get involved in some meaningless bull ***** love triangle. Let the two of them stink and let the two of them hype it up. I want to find my own happiness. I'll be more deserving of true love than the likes of them are. Don't you know it well? Xiamu's eyes were filled with an expectant glow. You're so good at writing love poems. Tell me how to get true love. Teach me. The Butonian was dumbfounded. How it had gotten to him. Helping you find true love. You're afraid you're not thinking about farts. I haven't even found true love myself. I'm not afraid of your joke. The internet rumor is that I'm a playboy. In fact, I've never been in love until now. I don't know what love means at all. Poutong, you're a saint of love. Why don't you just take me as a disciple and teach me how to find true love? Xiamu was ready to learn from his master. He and Gon Haingshu have been discussing for a long time, learning Poutong's relationship skills, and Gon Haingshu can't choose another teacher, so it's better for him to pay respect to the teacher first. You're crazy. Damn it, I've never been in love myself. You want me to teach you to fall in love? High schoolers fall in love, get lost and study. You play the guitar better than me. You can also write songs, and now your popularity is almost higher than mine. In every way you are more than enough to be my master. Xiamu's eyes were excited. Not to mention you can teach me to find true love. I really don't know anything about love, so don't look for me. If the person who can write and share white heads with deep love doesn't know how to love, then there's no one in the world who knows how to love. And if you don't say yes, I'll annoy you every day, as soon as I can. It's not good to be annoyed every day. You have to study, do what you want, but I really don't know about love. There's nothing I can teach you. If I really want to teach you, teaching you to study is more like it. Compared to the sage of love, Poutong was still more happy to be a god of learning. Master, what should be my first step if I want to obtain true love? You're in a hurry. You're a big star who's also handsome. There will definitely be a bunch of women sticking over in the future. Poutong gave him a blank look. Master, could it be that you mean that there will be people who are multiple people who are approaching me because of my identity and appearance? That's obviously not true love. Xiamu fell into deep thought. It seems that in order to get true love, I have to conceal my identity. But how do you meet the right person by hiding your identity? What an outrageous ego ruse. He clearly didn't say anything. I still suggest you study hard. There's an exam coming up. If your grades don't work by then, you'll be cyberstormed by black fans. The net. Master, good idea. I just need to online love is not good. Online and no one knows who I am. If across the screen to talk about each other can be mutual love, it must be true love. Poutong's eyes were darkened. He hadn't said anything. How did he become the culprit for encouraging the popular teen idol to have an online relationship? But how should I look for a target for online dating? Should I go to a dating search app to match chat? Xiamu scratched his head, somewhat at a loss. Goddamn, find a date app. That's all a fairy jump to cheat money. You might as well go study if you have this time. Study? Yeah, the study exchange app must be full of people of the same age. Surely you won't get cheated. Not bad for a love interest. No, you're not. Master, thank you so much. I have a clue. Xiamu's very sincere thanks made Poutong very confused. Kids, do you have a lot of question marks? Before he could say anything more, Xiamu had already run off in a huff, leaving Poutong in a daze. No, what had he said? Hadn't he been urging the lad to study from beginning to end? So why did things go completely out of left field? Not to mention picking up a cheap apprentice for nothing. He ran off to have an online relationship, which is outrageous. This kid's mind diabolical fear is not full. But if he does meet a good girl worth committing his life to, then he's done something good himself, right? Of course, if he got cheated on his online dating, then let's just say it has nothing to do with him half the time. The main attraction is an invite-only kid. Win and I'll take the flyer. Lose and my teammates dish it out. Chapter 33, the essay topic is wrong. After Poutong passed Siamu's friend request in the evening, the guy couldn't wait to send a screenshot. An account showing a sophomore gender female in the same city. Siamu, master, I saw her notes in the topic square. Her handwriting is very elegant. She's definitely my favorite type if I see her words. How do I open my mouth to chat with someone? Is this guy crazy? Seeing words and falling in love at first sight? These days the hand control, leg control, black long straight control has fallen out of fashion. Actually has been born word control? Poutong, I still advise you to study hard. After all, the exam is coming up the day after tomorrow, and you know well what happens if you don't do well. Siamu, it's so annoying. I really didn't study much. Wait, master, do you mean to use the excuse of studying? By asking her questions, and then draw the relationship closer? POTUS, I didn't say that. I really don't know what this kid is thinking. Maybe it is completely disappointed in the showbiz relationship. This is the so-called lover as a life-saving straw. Because of family factors lead to his almost pathological pursuit of feelings. The netizens scolded, do not deserve love, is to stimulate his competitive spirit, which is self-hypnotized to embark on the road of online dating. It sounds a bit outrageous, but it does seem to be the case now. A celebrity's going on a cyber date? Would anyone really believe it if they said it? Hey, it's better to study for the exam. Poutong didn't want to pay attention to this kid's amazing experience right now. He only cared about the exam. Although the monthly exams only test this stage of knowledge, they now have 9 classes and the amount of revision is actually not small. This is something that could not be helped before the division of arts and sciences. Poutong's only shortcoming was history. Not that he couldn't learn it, it was mainly because of the crossing over that he had always lacked a sense of vicarious experience with the history of this world. Even if he remembers it well, he's always had trouble empathizing with it. If it's possible to lose to you dandy, history should be her only chance. It's up to her to seize that chance. Poutong learned very late, ready to go to bed only to notice that it is Sulei's 2 WeChat messages. WeChat Poutong usually do not use much, so directly set them mute. The first is an e-contract for the second installment of the show, and the second is a quote from him. Not a single frame of footage of you in the future. It seemed that the pressure from Agent Zhang's side was successful. Sule compromised, and in the future, Poutong would never have to worry about appearing on the program. Mezzo. He didn't get a lot of footage in the second installment, so he got less money. Should be enough to pay his staff a month's salary at best. There will be no more such contracts. After signing the contract, Poutong saved a copy for himself before sending it over without any panic and began to wait for Director Su to call him. After 2 days of review time, the first monthly exams began. 3 days in a row. 3 exams per day can be a very tight schedule. On the day of the exam, Poutong woke up early in the morning and was still a little apprehensive. It was his first exam since becoming a student again, and it had to be an open-ended victory. Otherwise you won't be able to face. The students all take their exams in their own classrooms, but accordingly, the invigilators and markers are from outside the class, which is fair, even if they have star participants in their class. I have to say that Sule, this variety show is really something. Said it is a real high school student daily life. There is no watered down behavior at all. The star trainee is not special treatment. The main focus is a real. I don't know where the news that they were going to take the exam leaked out, but the entrance to the school, which had already become a regular feature, once again attracted a large number of flag-waving fans today. They may also be well aware of the significance of this episode. If their idols' grades don't work out, the schoolboy persona that they've been bragging about will go down the drain with it. All idols lose is word of mouth and passerby plates. They lose face. Siamu, good luck on the exam. Poutong glanced at the Siamu fans holding up conspicuous cheering signs, her expression a little hard to strain. Your brother is too busy having an online relationship, isn't that Poutong? Seems like it. So handsome in person. Poutine, if dude doesn't want you anymore, consider me. The voice shouting was even a man. Poutong did not dare to linger. 3 steps and 2 steps slipped into the school gate, and then ran straight to the classroom without looking back. It's so damn scary. Be on the lookout for a new type of male ketone. The classroom tables are all reversed into a single person, single table format with the pockets facing forward, so there's basically nothing to copy under the table. In fact, even if there was, I guess no one would dare to copy it, not to mention the surveillance of the school itself, but just the presence of the program's fixed camera. No one would dare to take the risk. The whole country is watching. You plagiarized the test? Poutong found his seat according to his school number and calmly waited for the test to begin. It's worth mentioning that the star trainees, because they were interlopers, had their school numbers at the bottom of the list temporarily, and were all seated in the last row, far away from him. Yu Dandy swung his fist at him, a bit provocatively. What female brat? Poutine didn't bother with her and began to turn his pen in place to adjust his mindset. Oomph. Yu Dandy deflated her mouth. When you lose the bet, I'll definitely make you look good. If Boughton had heard this, she would have told her without hesitation, I'm already looking good. 15 minutes before the language exam, 2 outside classroom teachers walked into the exam room one after the other, surveying a few star pupils without a trace of a sour expression. How come their class doesn't get this kind of thing? As a substitute teacher, you can be on TV, and if you do well, you'll be the school's gold standard, with a promotion and a raise just around the corner. We're handing out papers 10 minutes early, so we'll collect them 10 minutes early then. 2. Familiar rhetoric. In fact, the usual test this kind of talk, that is to say, the students really want to not finish the answer, they will still wait. Receiving the test paper passed from the front row, Poutong smelled the long-lost ink smell a little distracted, completely engraved in the memory of the flavor. After writing down his personal information, he solemnly smoothed out the paper and began to answer in earnest. One teacher sat on the podium checking out the papers. The other invigilator stood with his arms folded at the edge of the podium, scanning everything from above, and every few minutes he would step down from the podium to pace around the classroom, now and then picking a student to stand behind and look at them for a while. Very strictly, he would obviously linger a little longer behind the star trainee, then leave with a strange expression on his face, looking as if he had done so. As he walked, he passed by Poutong, and then his pupils shrank. I can't believe I forgot about this guy, who was obviously just an average student at the school, but he's making waves on the internet. He stopped and began to survey Poutong as he worked on the problem, which took 5 minutes. Poutong is a bit hard to take. It's definitely not a good experience to be watched by a teacher all the time for exams. It's torturous. Actually affecting their own exams? Poutong coughed lightly, half lying on the table to do the questions, covering the test paper tightly. Look again. You're looking at a hair. The invigilator then realized that he had gone a bit too far and hurriedly walked away in a self-satisfied manner. Poutine was relieved, and then rather easily answered the front part of the answer card, leaving only the final essay. He flipped through the answer key and glanced at the essay questions on the paper. Read the following material and write according to the requirements. 30 years ago, dancer Lu Yuan represented China to participate in the World Dance Competition, won the gold medal with a solo dance Spirit of Butterfly, and was promoted to become one of the world's top 10 dance masters in one fell swoop. Her achievement greatly promoted the development of China's art and culture, and filled in the gaps of the Oriental culture in the dance world, which is epoch-making in its significance. Lu Yuan has had a strong interest in China's traditional dance since she was a child. In order to have a chance to get on a bigger stage, she often went to dance alone in the uninhabited woods and practiced again and again. After putting in a lot of efforts and overcoming countless difficulties, she finally realized her life's ideal and created a world-renowned achievement. What kind of thoughts and feelings have you been triggered by the above materials? Please write an essay in connection with the materials. Requirements: choose the right angle, determine the intention, clear style, write your own title, do not set work, no plagiarism, do not disclose personal information, not less than 800 words. There's a problem. There's a big problem with this composition. Isn't the Lu Yuan in this essay material Lin Yushi's grandmother? After being shocked by Yu Dandy's illustrious family history last time, Poutong, in order to prevent a similar incident from happening again, incidentally checked the family history of several other star trainees as well, among which he was quite impressed by the gold content of Lin Yushi's grandmother, a world-class master. This is a level that has reached full international recognition and emulation. Now the language essay is actually written around the experience of Lin Yushi's grandmother. Is this not an open book exam for Lin Yushi? It was hard to wonder if the school had something else in mind with the questions this time. And anyway, Poutong suspected that this matter definitely had something to do with the program. In fact, putting aside the Lin Yushi factor, this essay topic is also a very classic character story type essay, and it is also very appropriate to put it on a language paper. Let's just say it's a clever trick. Poutong composed himself slightly for a moment and quickly began to write. The highest score in this essay was definitely Lin Yushi. Couldn't anyone understand her grandmother better than she did? Chapter 34, Getting on Track. Poutine felt that he should have done well on the exam this time, except for the language essays, which were rather odd. The questions in all the other subjects were normal. Maybe the other subjects are just not good enough to chuck in the bootlegs. He usually studied quite solidly, and the district's monthly exam was naturally not a problem. Some guy is afraid he's going to lose a bet. After the 3-day exams coincide with the weekend, the teacher marking papers and counting grades have to be completed in these 2 days, is also a little extra work. An exam, even however generous the time, is always going to be more laborious than the usual study, and students need a little time to fix themselves. So tired. After returning home, Poutong collapsed onto the sofa in an extremely rare manner, completely losing his usual diligent state. Exams, really tired. A 2-hour, a test on a 3-day. The spirit has been in a highly concentrated state. Not tired of it is strange. Poutine lay on the sofa and let his whole body relax, enjoying a rare cozy. Like, something's missing? Mom? Poutong stood up holding his forehead and scanned the empty room. Usually when he came back, his clumsy mom would always make a mess in the kitchen and then present her elaborate dark cuisine, although visually a bit anti-human, but barely able to go down. Today, with mom out of the picture, he was even a little out of sorts. Since when did one even kind of like these cozy days? Poutong went back to his room to fetch his cell phone and called Animerecap. Mom, where are you? Counting the hours you're home. Was just about to call you. It was a little noisy on the other end of the line, and it always seemed like there were a lot of people. Come on son, just waiting for you. Your company potluck? Just waiting for Mr. Pooh to come and settle the bill. What kind of company has a dinner party before they even start business? And at his expense? Take back what you just said. I'm afraid I can't have this, Mom. After receiving the address sent by Animerecap, Poutong locked the door of his room and rushed over there. Actually still the most expensive hotel in the area. Mom spends her own money is really generous. The traffic in Huailin at dusk was quite bad, and it took 40 minutes in a cab for what was obviously a 20-minute trip. Getting down from the car, Poutong looked at the sky-hanging moon into deep thought. There's probably no crumbs left in this one. Is it good to pay your own money and not get a bite? It's not good. The hotel is antique style and looks antique and classy. This way please. A waitress saw Poutong and took the initiative to lead the way, rather skillfully. Aren't you going to ask me which compartment? You're kidding. The waitress smiled. I know you. Poutong, that's the name when you reserved the box. People are afraid of fame and fortune. Now I guess the young people who pay attention to the network are getting to know him. This is a little too annoying. In the future, I'm afraid I won't be recognized even if I go into a kiosk. His heart flooding with mutterings, he followed the waiter and soon arrived at the large box that his mom had mentioned. The waiter pushed open the door and Poutong saw Animerecap who was chatting with the girl next to him. Enjoy your meal. The waiter bowed and quickly left. I don't know if it's pleasant or not. Dining is probably out of the question. Son, what took you so long to get here? Come over and sit. Animerecap waved at him and pointed to the empty seat on his left. It was only then that Poutong surveyed the 20 young people in the box, both male and female, all of whom appeared to be recent college graduates. Making a werewolf game is just a matter of recruiting too many people. Introducing, this is my son Poutong. You should all know him. In fact, he is the boss of the company, and he will pay for tonight's consumption. Poutong XN% UN #@ Hello, Mr. Pooh. The crowd of employees stood up and greeted him, which made Poutong quite satisfied. Hello, Mr. Pooh. The female college student sitting on Animerecap's right smiled. I guess General Manager Pooh doesn't even recognize me now, right? Impressed, but not much. The original body's memory was already fuzzy, and Poutong sized up the quiet girl, unable to match the name at all. This is your sister Gulaim, Auntie Chen's daughter, Animerecap explained. She happened to be studying game design in college. I thought that you usually have to study to take care of the company, and your father and I don't know anything about games, so we decided to help you find an assistant. This Auntie Chen's mom is mentioned. The big reporter Chen Ingwell broke a lot of big events in the entertainment industry. That female assistant? I'm really not familiar with her. I'm afraid you Dandy will misunderstand. Wait, why would I think of you Dandy? My classmates and I happened to have a molded team, and we were planning to start our own business. But it turned out that Auntie happened to be looking for my help, so I simply brought them along to work part-time. Gu Lemon laughed. Honestly, they're high-minded. If it wasn't for your werewolf killing game being more interesting, I guess they shouldn't have come over either. Formed team, it should work well together, and I guess the efficiency of work can be increased a lot. It feels like a regular army already. Wages and salaries and whatnot, and we had already talked to them. Poutong didn't want to say more. He now wanted to draw a cake for this group. A hard cake. Do you have any ideas for the company? Several young men looked at each other, all a little embarrassed to speak. Anyone with a clear eye can see that they are rather underwhelming. They are nothing more than using Poutong's company as an experience pack, making werewolf kills to have their own work and to look elsewhere. After a moment of silence, a boy wearing glasses opened his mouth and said, Mr. Pooh, we are not hiding from you. In fact, we are goo lemon hard to pull over. Although your werewolf kill idea is very good, we are also very interested. But a card game is certainly limited in its ability to absorb money, and the follow-up we may. It's really hard for them to think of a way out under a 16-year-old boss, so they might as well get the word out ahead of time. Indeed, Poutong nodded in understanding. But I don't have much else going for me. I just have more ideas. I've got a bunch of ideas like werewolf kills. Poutong heatedly smiled, rather bashfully. The crowd of employees looked embarrassed and only felt that Poutong had seen too little of the world. How much game creativity can an average high school student have? Well, this guy isn't ordinary either. You don't believe me? The crowd shook their heads. Let me give you an example then. Poutine sat down and began to speak eloquently. A horizontal screen placement strategy tower defense game. A bird-hitting slingshot casual puzzle game. A competitive shooter with 100 jumpers. A secondary open-world adventure game. An urban crime-themed action game. A racing game where you capture sprites to battle against each other. Of course these were only Poutong's brain construction. After all, they were still outsiders. He just casually mentioned a few things without saying so much, but just a little bit of seedling, but also enough to this group of people surprised, and of the crowd listening to the eyes of the people as if they were mesmerized. Poutong only feel that they have seen too little of the world. If I draw a few big pies, I'll keep you all here. By next week, his own company should be able to officially step into the right track. Right, by then he will blow the awesome, and directly train this group of people into a fixed class. These are ideas that are simply unheard of. A group of high school students are puzzled. The game can still appear such a design? All the employees, including Gu Lime, were shocked by Poutong's creativity, and the bucks seemed to stand still. These ideas are fantastic, too. This boss of theirs, he's young and talented. Poutong's image in their eyes immediately became somewhat sacred. For a while, only 2 people in the entire box were awake. Poutong was thinking, that's it? He only said a few ideas and convinced these people. His pie is not yet finished. And Hui was thinking, I can't understand it, but it's worthy of being my son. So, when do we start dinner? We're done eating. Step with. Chapter 35. I admit your excellency is strong. And Hui was just joking. After all, he is her own son. She can't really starve him. The specific affairs of the company Poutong threw to his mom to deal with. After all, he is only responsible for the cake. Creativity is the most valuable thing. Okay? The company's president is still a bit far for him. A lot of professional knowledge he does not understand. Poutong decided to study for the time being. To do a handshake is also good. Taking advantage of the efforts of the 2 days off, Poutong did a little systematic combing of this exam. It had been a while since he was reborn over here, and he had familiarized himself with his current life, with direction, goals, and friends, so it could be said that every day was fulfilling. High school knowledge is more focused on the framework, for the management of the knowledge system is very important, although the number of knowledge, but the correlation is very strong. Through repeated questions to familiarize and understand, and then systematically summarize and summarize, in order to have a clearer understanding of the knowledge of high school. Of course, after the division of arts and sciences, the specific way of thinking will also change, which Poutong is not yet able to feel practically, and we will talk about it when the time comes. After all, my knowledge is still too narrow. Poutong sighed. In fact, he is still really around the knowledge system of high school students to use their efforts. If you put those system school bully article, maybe the protagonist has been in high school self-study high math. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, but it's better than nothing. To be able to do what he was doing at this stage was already a great achievement, and until his knowledge had touched the top of the high school level, it was impossible for Poutong to be overly ambitious. Buzz, who is it again? Poutine picked up the phone and looked at it and put it back. Siamua. That's all right then, really don't know each other well. The phone rang several more times in quick succession before he swept it up with great reluctance. Just a cheap apprentice. Actually, Siamu didn't have anything serious to do, but just reported to him about the progress of his online relationship. Siamu, master, I managed to chat with her. She is a very enthusiastic girlet. I ask any question, she will patiently reply to me. The back is incidentally a screenshot of his chat with an online friend. Poutong only felt that there were no eyes. This guy is asking questions that are so basic that he's even asking about basic concepts? What kind of question asks for basic concepts? It's not like you can just flip through a book. You'll be despised by your classmates, right? As a result, that netizen on the other side actually replied quite seriously, and could be said to be quite patient and gentle. Did this guy really meet a nice girl? What's wrong with feeling so sore? POTUS, people are so eager to help you, so put your dirty mind away and study hard. Siamu, I get it. You mean we should just talk about studying and not talking about romance, and get the purest feelings through the goals and directions of the current stage of high school. Boughton, you boys are ing brilliant. Siamu, taking advantage of the reason that just finished the examination. I looked for a lot of our examination questions to ask her. She wrote a detailed solution to each question to me step by step. POTUS, then it seems that this person is really quite good. You have to seize the opportunity to learn well. If only she wrote the steps to solve the problem cannot understand. You can let her talk well. Really cannot ask me also. So many voices of master have called. Teach him to fall in love they do not know. To help him learn is also should be. Not to mention, to explain to others is also a good means to consolidate their own knowledge. Me, the school teacher, come and ask me. But Siamu most likely wouldn't find himself. After all, he had a good online friend. Siamu, I get it. Master you mean, by letting her talk about the problem and her voice, and then accurately determine her gender. After all, there are many scammers on the internet. Have to be guarded. Master really does care about me. Did I say that? Poutong no longer wanted to explain. But in a sense, it was definitely important to determine the gender of the other person first if you were in an online relationship. Just those sand sculpture groups, he added. There were always a bunch of brown guys with the most kawaii avatars, posting cute style emoticons, and even trying to pass themselves off as beauty queens. In the face of this situation, Poutong only wants to say that it's okay to lie to your brothers, just don't lie to yourself. Online dating needs to be careful and cautious, neither by the other party to cheat money, but also do not be cheated emotionally to be good. Otherwise, when the time comes, two big old men will be embarrassed. Buzz. Poutong and Siamu hadn't finished talking, but they received another message from you Dandy. Dandy you, did you count your own grades and how did you do on the test? Usually, you only receive answer cards for monthly exams, so if you have your own answers on the paper, you can figure out a rough score for yourself afterwards. Looks like this guy is in a hurry. POTUS, a little bit of math, not necessarily accurate. You Dandy, tell me about it. The young girl pondered over it for half a day, but couldn't think of a subject in which she had an advantage. You Dandy, what's your least skillful subject? POTUS, history, I guess. His history of this world is a massive lack of identifying empathy. One might even say complete disinterest, to the point that he can only memorize it by rote. You Dandy's eyes lit up immediately. Good history, she did the math herself. History should be her only two high scores, the other is English. Because of work, her English level is also considered relatively good, but should still be a distance from the Poutong. But if it was history, it wasn't as if she didn't have a fighting chance. After all, it was a subject that Poutine wasn't very good at. Take your strengths and attack your enemy's weaknesses, and the wave is in my favor. You Dandy, my history almost 86.0, you do not lower than me. In art subjects, 86 is actually a pretty good score. If, according to the bet, as long as one of his classes is lower than the corresponding course of you Dandy, then he loses. There's something about this guy. You Dandy, you quickly calculate how many points you have. If you are lower than me, you will lose. In fact, Poutong had already done the math and could only say that the girl was naive. POTUS, I recognize that your excellency's history scores are high, but if, for example, I get two choices wrong and lose only 2 points on the big question, how would your excellency respond to that? Dandy you call that not being good at it? Doing that math? He's definitely in the 90s for history, I think. I didn't expect to lose the class I was closest to winning. POTUS, it's not good I'll just rote memorize, but not divided into subjects before the history of knowledge rote memorization is good. Right, Dandy you. Seeing that a certain used tablemate didn't respond, Poutong only felt unusually comfortable. Be a good boy and become my defeated man. After a while, Poutong received a reply from Siamu, once again interrupting his study program. You'll have to mute your cell phone to study in the future. Siamu, master, her voice is so gentle when she tells me the questions. Bouten, sour. First of all, exclude the pseudo-voice bigots, a learning and communication app, and we all don't know what's going on, so naturally there's no need to be deceptive. Judging from the clues now, Siamu should have really found a gentle and considerate female netizen. It's so jealous that there's a real possibility that this guy could actually pull it off. Poutong sighed and couldn't help but wonder why this kind of peach blossom luck never came his way. Chapter 36, Winning the Bet, Losing the. Generally, the results of the monthly exams are posted at the bulletin board at the entrance of the school for public information once they are available. But this one is special. There's just too much focus on the monthly test scores of these star students. If the school really posted the results of this time at the public notice board, Poutong has no doubt that the group of crazy fans can squeeze the public notice board into crumbs. This has led to the fact that they still don't know their grades. Poutong is not in a hurry at all, because the meaning of the monthly exam is to check and fill the gaps, to find out your own holes in the stage of learning and make up for them in time, not the so-called scores. Moreover, his mom and dad are not the kind of traditional score-only parents. They do not care too much about their grades high and low. On the contrary, mom has even been abetting him to talk about a girlfriend early. Tests are the teacher's magic weapon, Points are the student's lifeblood. Correct. Yu Dandy's eyes stared listlessly at the textbook on the table, the tension visible to the naked eye. For them, the star trainees, the pressure of this achievement is a different matter. It doesn't matter. The black fans will step in. Even if it is Yu Dandy, such a strength of the small flower girl cannot be spared. There is still a small handful of black powder exists. No one can do to make all the people like it. It cannot be helped. However, it is a bit difficult for Poutong to understand is that the black spots of Yu Dan Dan are actually backstage. Resource curry. Capital hard to hold and bring capital into the group. The truth is that she has a lot of money to spend on her own. Can't argue with. Although Poutong believed that Yu Dandy's strength was definitely overpowering, it was hard to say that she was completely free of any external factors when she was able to stand at such a high level today. Even if she only wanted to rely on her strength to speak, it was unavoidable that a giant like her dad was there and would surely secretly contribute to a lot of things. Are you that nervous? What do I have to be nervous about? Actually, Yu Dandy did get nervous, but it wasn't because she was worried about being talked about by the netizens because of her bad grades, and she was afraid of losing. She was afraid that she would lose the bet and waste such a good opportunity. On the contrary, you, don't lose to me, oh. The young girl feigned relief. That's definitely not true. Put on this point of confidence or have. Although the original body foundation is poor, but the first year of high school is to lay the foundation of the stage. After he has been studying hard, not dare to say top school bully, excellent students can still be A. The grades, nothing more than a testament to his recent efforts to study. Just as Poutong was calculating the next stage of increasing the dose of study, Zhang Binyan walked into the classroom with the report card that everyone was longing for. His always smiling face, rarely with a hint of coldness, at this time walked up to the podium. Quite some serious momentum. He's going under the knife. Zhang Binyan quickly swept the scene, revealing a few moments of undisguised anger. You guys did well on your exams. Ha! Visible to the naked eye. Everyone's heads went down a trifle. The class teacher emperor was so terrifying that no one dared to look at him. Shooting programs with celebrities every day. You don't know who you are, do you? People can make a living with their faces, can you? People don't need to recognize words for filming. Just read 123, can you? People don't need to have a brain to be a star. They don't need knowledge, can you? Zhang Binyan did not hide his aggressiveness, explicitly scolding his own students, but in fact, he was pointing out, looks like there's bound to be a clash between him and this group of stars in the future. I'm going to read the names in order of class rank from front to back, so give me a little count to see where you really stand. Poutine couldn't help but prick up his ears and start listening carefully. If memory serves, the original body used to be ranked at the middle of the class, belonging to the category of being a prick who is talented but doesn't study, the one that teachers resent the most. This time, it's going to take a lot to change the stereotypes of your classmates and teachers. He Yujia, 1, Li Chu, 2, Lu Xuanyu, 3, Poutong, 4. Zhang Binyan paused for a moment, the corners of his mouth unconsciously pumped, a little difficult to accept. He's got a lot to live up to, doesn't he? In fact, this time each of the students in his class have a small regression. It is very likely that it is caused by the variety show shooting, which is also the reason why Zhang Binyan angry. After all, they were being pointed at by cameras every day, and even though they weren't filming them, it was always going to get to them. Instead, the kid improved drastically as the group regressed. He was the most affected by the public opinion of the program, and the fact that he had improved so much was a miracle of miracles. One could even say that it was against all odds. Boughton's face was as usual, and did not produce any emotional changes. An ordinary monthly examination. Knowledge involved in the small. Can only say that this stage of their own learning is okay. In the entire high school career of countless exams, this is just another ordinary one. It's all about crossing over and being born again, so that's something to look at. On the contrary, the Yu Dandy next to her was different. After hearing Poutong's ranking, she fell into a bizarre emotion of mixed sadness and joy. I'm so happy for him. Kung Fu does not have a heart, but then I'm sure I can't win him, right? It's a shame, but still, I'm so happy for him. Zhang Binyan did not pause for too long and quickly read out the rankings of all the people. At least each of them had a focused pause. Among them, Lin Yuxi is the light of the star trainee, with a class rank of 19, which is considered barely watchable, followed by Gon Hongsu, who came in second with a rank of 27. Yu Dude is ranked 31st in the third place, which is coincidentally the same ranking as Poutong before. Xiamuro 35, compared to his usual performance, can be said to be the examination is quite good. Poutong has reason to suspect that this is all his mysterious online dating object to help him consolidate the foundation in a short period of time. Tang Luochang and Chen Xiqing are even ranked in the mold of fried CP, 146 and 147 in a row. There was also a swinging Yukino Iori, who won 49th place, and it's worth noting that she was second to last in a class of 50 students. But considering that she was a Sakura native after all, there was no way around the difference in knowledge and information due to cultural differences, but no one would blame her for that either. Kind of hard on her. Zhang Binyan posted the report card and rather grumpily re-criticized all the students. Look at the specific subject grades for yourself, and catch up on any classes you have problems with. Others won't wait for your progress. After leaving a sigh of hatred, Zhang Binyan left the classroom. Aren't you going to check it out? Poutine poked the table next to him, who was so sad that he was drawing circles on his paper. Can't win you over without watching. This guy is just too strong for that. Still, it wouldn't make sense if she passed someone who studied so hard just by being clinical, would it? That wouldn't be fair to those who try. After class, all the students swarmed around, some beating their chests, some smiling and laughing, like a human comedy full of contrasts. In the end, while there were fewer people, Poutong still went to take a look and made a note of his and Udandi's single subject grades for comparison. Unsurprisingly, he won it all, and won it honorably. What do you want me to do? Udandi muttered, very upset. Obviously she'd thought about what she was going to let this guy do, and for that reason she'd done a process of elimination, and now it all seemed to have been for nothing. Haven't thought about it yet. Poutong lied. After all, the game has just started to do. It's not good to directly find people to shoot commercials. Might as well keep her in suspense. Oh, Udandi responded in a nonchalant manner. It would be nice if this guy's demands were that little bit more, but with what Udandi knew about him, that kind of thing was impossible. What a shame about the opportunity. Poutong sensed the young girl's mournful expression and suddenly developed a sense of frustration. Did he miss something good? Could it be that one has ostensibly won, but actually lost completely? Win the bet, lose your life? Chapter 37, second best in composition. The photographer who came in between classes to fill in the shots took a close-up of the report card, and Poutong had reason to think that this report card would cause an uproar. As a real report card on teen idols comes out, a few will be thrust into the limelight. This was what Sule had said to them in advance before filming the When You're Young variety show, that if you want to make variety show money and variety show heat, you have to be ready for all the repercussions. What's more, the grades are all on your own, so you can't blame anyone else for publishing them. In fact, in Poutong's opinion, Lin Yushi Gan Hong Su Udandi 3 people's results are qualified. After all, they are going to take the art exam later. If they maintain this performance, the examination into the drama school, film school or whatever should not be a problem. Xiamu's words, how to put it. Poutong now even had a feeling that this guy could become a top student if he continued his online dating. Did the top stream star who was forced to become a schoolteacher in order to communicate with his online love interest about his studies get something wrong? It's over. It's over. I'm going to get cyberstormed. Iori Yukino held her head in place and played dead. Poutong glanced at this second-to-last Sakura girl. There's a kind of uneducated beauty. No one's going to cyberstorm you. Udandi started to comfort her. Really? Of course. After all, you're different. What's different? Udandi didn't know how to express it. For no apparent reason, Poutong said, do you think anyone would scold a cat because it can't speak human? No way. Iori Yukino frowned. Cats don't talk in the first place. You were already an idiot. Lin Yushi heard the words and interjected with a smile. Isn't it a bit too much to go and ask a fool to get a good grade? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with, though. Ha, Iori Yukino cried. So you're all laughing at me? No way. Fools are cute too. Lin Yushi dotingly rubbed her head. Actually, what I mean is that you are a foreigner after all. Although you can speak Chinese, it's all everyday conversation. Reading the questions is a bit of a struggle for you, and it's quite normal that you can't connect your brain circuits in many subjects. Although her Chinese is better than hello thank you xiaolong bao bye bye, she does have a hard time understanding the more abstract Chinese. Boughton nodded. He didn't think it was a big deal that Iori Yukino had taken the test like that. Rather, it was somewhat surprisingly reasonable. On the contrary, they used to have someone in their class who hadn't taken this cherry girl. This is the most outrageous. This penultimate is really something. Poutine scanned the transcript. Oh, reunion. It's okay then. It's a shame that the deadbeats are at the bottom of the list every day and can't even pass the test with foreigners who don't speak the language. Or let him find another way to make a living. Poutong decided to bring him to the company in advance to do odd jobs and run errands. Said that in the future to pull brothers together to earn money. He certainly will not go back on his word. Am I hopeless? The cherry blossom girl rubbed her head against Lin Yushi with a disheveled expression. Poor aggrieved and still TM well behaved. JPG. I can tell you a story about a dumbass quiz summon beast. Yes, Yes, Iori Yukino instantly forgot her worries. Every time she listened to Poutine's stories, she could sense that they all had a quirky cherry blossom style that appealed to her. The story ended up not being told because of the class. In language class, Lu Yuan walked into the classroom holding a stack of answer cards. Let me take a look at your answer cards. It doesn't matter if you're wrong on the others. If you're wrong on the ancient poetry, fill in the blanks. Get ready to be scolded. The only mimeograph in high school language is here, and losing points on ancient poetry mimeographs is really a big mistake for language teachers. Originally, just after the exam class are first to talk about the paper, but Lu Yuan chose to first clear. The specific process is the same as the last mimeograph, but also called the name of the person to go up to get their own answer card, and then there are wrong to be criticized. Poutong couldn't help but recall the last unusually embarrassing encounter. Luckily, there were no mistakes in his ancient poems, and Lu Yuan didn't give him a hard time when he got on the stage, but instead looked at him with a different kind of deep meaning. Answer cards were handed out for a little over half the class, and a number of them delighted in the teacher's criticism. Hey, what did you write in your essay? Iori Yukino stretched her neck to the side, wanting to take a look at her deskmate Lin Yushi's essay. Poutong and Yu Dandy looked at each other, indicating that they wanted to see it as well. Iori Yukino, my mouth replacement. The essay this time was just too weird. All of them were looking at Lin Yushi consciously or unconsciously while writing the essay. After all, the dancer in the material who had won world-renowned honors for China was none other than her grandmother. What would Lin Yushi write when the topic of her essay was her grandmother? They were all actually just treating the essay as an ordinary exam, but I'm afraid it had a lot more special meaning for Lin Yushi. This is so intriguing. There's nothing to see. Lin Yushi pressed her answer card under her arm, dismissing their thoughts. Originally, being read the essay was a shameful thing, but it turned out that the topic of the essay this time was also so sensitive, so it was even more important not to let others read it. Lu Yuan talked about the test papers quickly, and soon came to the final essay. There were 2 students who wrote particularly good essays, and there was a certain amount of discussion when our language arts team was marking the papers, and they both ended up giving very high marks. I just looked at the answer key and realized that both of these students are from our class. Nice. One of them is Lin Yushi's classmate's essay. The class nodded and just took it for granted. Her understanding of her grandmother was far more than so much of the material, and it makes sense that she would write in more detail than others. Most students wrote about being inspired and motivated by Ms. Linlan's experience and then analyzed the qualities that made her successful. Poutine nodded. That's how he wrote most of it. But student Lin Yushi, who writes about the role of trials and tribulations in shaping people and the significance of perseverance and hard work in one's self-realization while interpreting Ms. Linlan, is a great entry point. It does sound well written, with a great idea, and with her deep knowledge of her grandmother's life and character, the whole thing should be compelling. After all, essays can't reveal personal information, and answer cards can't be read without seeing personal information, and they can't tell whose essay it is when they're marking it, and a high score is enough to show the gold content. If it was a given that Lin Yushi could write this essay well, then it was a bit impressive that the other person wrote it well as well. There was another student who wrote a great essay, and even scored higher on this one than the last one when our language arts team was marking it. Personally, I think this one does look a little better. The crowd was somewhat taken aback by this statement. Will someone actually write better than Lin Yushi, or her grandmother? While this character example type of essay is not a comparison of who knows that person better, the spirit and qualities of that character are certainly more accurately expressed by someone who knows them better. But now there's someone who writes better than Lin Yushi? Doesn't that mean that there really is someone who understands her grandmother better than she does? In fact, the other essay's entry point was also a conventional analysis of the factors that make a character successful. But what was good about him was that he wrote more than everyone else about a success factor that Mr. Linlan possessed. A factor that is crucial and that none of us in the marking team noticed. If most people are on the first level and student Lin Yushi is on the second level, then this essay is on the 5th level. Lu Yuan spoke. The whole person is a little excited. Unconsciously some righteous indignation up. The group of students looked at each other in disbelief, completely unable to guess what they had missed. Lin Yushi looked restrained, her head a little messed up. What was left out? She'd always dreamed of catching up with her grandmother, but always fell short of something crucial. So was that what she'd missed too? Lin Yushi clenched her hands, a little nervous. So whose essay is this? Who wrote it better than her? Anyway, Lu Yuan scanned the crowd and finally rested his gaze on Poutong, who was averting his eyes. This highest-scoring essay in the entire grade was written by Mr. Poutong. Chapter 38. I'm not in this issue. The world is a little too honest in writing essays. Poutong didn't think that his trippy essay could even be called excellent. He did nothing more than open up the pattern at the end of the essay, shallowly blowing off the awesome, which is actually a fairly common form of writing in middle school essays. Highly emotional, sublimating the theme. Low IQ, blindly send it to blow. Mr. Lin Lan's award-winning work is a traditional Chinese dance, or the only Oriental in the world's top 10 dance masters. What is this called? It is called the promotion of national culture. He just wrote about the historical responsibility of an artist to inherit and carry forward traditional culture, wrote that cultural confidence is deeply rooted in traditional culture, and then attached some significance to the promotion of excellent traditional culture. In addition to perseverance and consistency, Poutong adds the success factor of being on a mission to promote traditional culture to Mr. Lin Lan's list. In the end, it's all about forced domesticity. He thought to himself that this is nothing. In his previous life is not everywhere in the ordinary essay? It's hard not to. Is it hard to believe that the world doesn't even have that? Poutong seemed to know why he had trouble empathizing with the subject of history here. Traditional culture is the sediment of history, and history is also the source and support of traditional culture. If there is no concept of promoting traditional culture, then the history here is destined to be an empty entry. Perhaps people more or less think this way, but no one has ever made this point. That's what led to this essay having a sense of enlightenment. Mr. Poutong revealed the responsibility and mission of an artist, an idea that none of us had thought of, so our teaching team agreed that he should be given full marks for this essay. Lu Yuan was quite pleased to survey his favorite students. The more he looked at the more he felt that this kid is easy on the eyes. Let me see your essay? Yu Dandy's curiosity was almost overflowing out of her head, even a little bit of disregard for the teacher's presence wanting to grab it with her hands. Here. Poutong handed over the answer card without much thought of covering it up. Just make sure it doesn't get out. It's fine for your own people to see it. It's one of those friend-level owns now. Lu Yuan was still wanting to praise him a bit more, but the class bell rang at just the right time, forcing him to terminate the idea of continuing. Go down and get organized for the exam. That's all for this class. As soon as the language teacher left, the whole class instantly gathered around and began to ask for Poutong's essay. There's really nothing to see. Poutong shrugged it off. In fact, this thing is useless to see. Others cannot learn. This is all his previous world explored the thought culture. People here are missing the inculcation of such concepts. Naturally cannot write this kind of words. Show us. Several students pushed and shoved, trying to get Poutong's answer key. No. Yu Dandy leaned over the table and covered Poutong's answer card tightly. You can't look at it. A group of students wanted to say something, but they didn't dare to disobey Yu Dandy, so they could only make a fool of themselves and leave. Although they had gotten used to the life of taking classes with star students, stars were stars after all, and in their bones they still couldn't treat them the same way they treated their regular classmates. Not to mention a star among stars like you dude. I must be the first to see it. Yu Dandy bared her teeth, but in her heart she was thinking otherwise. This person hates troublesome things. Himself must help him to block these oodles of troublesome things before he can do it, without the disturbance of outsiders. Yu Dandy finished reading the composition quite seriously, and her expression became more and more serious. Well deserved. Long lashes couldn't cover the gleam in the young girl's eyes. She really had learned a lot from this. As a star with a celebrity effect, shouldn't she also shoulder the mission of promoting traditional culture? For the first time, she felt that she was a bit incompetent as a star. Poutong gauged Yu Dandy's expression that tended to be serious and realized the seriousness of the matter. How to describe it? I'm not very good at expressing. Is just shocking. I probably know what's going on. Poutong paused and said, 1,000 years of dark room. A light is bright. Yu Dandy nodded, recognizing the analogy. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's true that people in this world didn't have this concept before. This idea is so ahead of its time for the world. They also all hold traditional culture in pretty high esteem, but they lack knowledge of its significance. So it's just that no one has summarily made this point, not that they don't understand it at all. Because of this, after reading this essay, Yu Dandy felt very shocked. The essay should never be seen by a third person other than the marker. God knows, he knows, and he knows that Yu Dandy knows. Can I take a look at this essay? Lin Yushi turned around at some point, her eyes carrying a few moments of pleading. This is really important to me. This guy is usually a mature and stable celandine big sister. Turns out there is such a childish side? Yu Dandy looked at Poutong with an inquiring look, as if asking him if he wanted to give it. If it was her own stuff, Yu Dandy certainly wouldn't hesitate, but she wouldn't take someone else's stuff and make a fool of herself. You have to think about him too. Poutong hesitated for a long time, glanced at Lin Yushi's lowered eyebrows, and finally nodded. Let's hope you get something out of it. He wanted to keep a low profile, which didn't conflict with offering his friend what he could. Lin Yushi took the answer card and browsed through it like it was a treasure. In just over 800 words, her eyes went from puzzled to enlightened to thoughtful, until finally she could only look at Poutong with eyes full of complexity. I'm not as good as you, she sighed, her tone starting to lighten. More people should have seen it. Dispense with it still. Too much trouble. Poutine is a bit hard to bandage. Definitely can't let more people know about it. Heaven knows, he knows that you dandy knows that Ling Yushi knows. What are you eating? Break me some. Iori Yukino came over to her desk and looked at the answer key in her hand. No way. You cherry blossom girl with thick eyebrows too? Then God knows. Too long to read. Iori Yukino said she wasn't interested. Aren't you tired of reading so many words? You do get it. Poutong praised Sakura-chan's behavior. The world would be a better place if everyone swung a little more. Sleeping through difficulties. Eventually the number of readers of this essay was kept to 3. But of course, the marking teacher had to be excluded. Poutong carefully put away the answer card and decided to just take it home and hide it so that no more of that crap would come up. The first few days of this week's teaching consisted of lectures on test papers, which is undoubtedly a little too slow a pace for those who have learned well. Teachers tend to serve the majority of their students at their own pace, which can't be helped. Self-education is a necessary skill for top students. The test paper Poutong are eaten through, so he also tried a period of self-study, because he is still the first time to exceed the teacher's progress in class, always not to be able to do so. Learning efficiency is not very high. It seems like we need to summarize a set of methods for self-study on our own. Poutong decided to ask for advice from those real schoolmasters at the top of their class rankings sometime. He himself was just a pseudo-scholar who had learned to get by at this one stage. The week rushed by, just as Poutong buries himself in self-study. The third installment of the When You're Young show kicks off. He hadn't been paying much attention to the show lately, hadn't even seen the trailer. Anyway, he's a bit of a shot in this installment. No panic. Sulei's phrase "not a single frame of footage of you in the future" was too comfortable for him to hear. He really, I'm crying my eyes out. Son, watching or not, and we came on time. It seems like his mom should be one of the senior user groups of this program. This issue is the same without me, whether I read it or not. Poutong yawned. He used to watch the show to make sure he didn't show up and hedge his bets, and this time he didn't have any footage at all, so of course there was no need to watch anymore. Without you? What's going on? It's only inappropriate to have me, I guess. I'm not a star. Also and Hui smiled with a quirky face. It's okay, no you look too. Look at your daughter-in-law. Poutine returned a blank stare. God TM daughter-in-law. Though reluctant, Poutong turned on the program under the compulsion of his mom. The third installment of When You're Young, Exam Back, is officially on. Chapter 39, Save the Flow. No Poutong. Kisame, that, do you usually watch variety shows? Lingling, there's watching. I've been watching that When You're Young recently. Like a spring breeze, that one does look good. Who's your favorite in it? Ling, I actually don't follow stars, but I swiped Poutine's poem and I liked it. Xiaomu looked at the words that stung in front of some of the screens and choked a little on his throat. How come? She actually likes his master the most. What can we do? Poutong is really too attractive, talented and handsome. How can he compare to her? Internet dating object more worship their master. How to do? Online waiting. Quite urgent. Like a spring breeze. Poutong is indeed awesome. Are there others you remember better? Ling, you dandy. I think I've seen her play before. I have a good feeling about her. She and Poutong are a good match. Xiaomu's eyes instantly lit up. So it's a simple passerby high on CP, who doesn't have any illusions about the master. That's just great. If the competition is not Poutine, then he will have a 1000% chance of winning. Ling, but I do hate Xiaomu in the program. Ling, puffed. JPG. As if the fire that had sprung up in his heart was suddenly doused, Xiaomu instantly felt stiff, and his whole body was spinning down. Like a spring breeze. 4. Why? Ling, it is said that he seems to be a scumbag. He used to date Tang Luochang, then dumped him, and now he wants to cut across the other side when he sees them in love on the show. Xiaomu understood. She should have heard those rumors on the internet and had some misunderstandings about herself. All human beings have a limited cognitive scope and have a preconceived idea, and once they are misled by inaccurate information, they will gradually firm up the information they initially received. People are all seeing the world through different lenses that are largely shaped by the different messages they hear and read. The initial information causes you to develop patterns of thinking that continue to influence your thoughts and behaviors long after the fact, to the point of preconceived notions and stereotypes. Ling, what's wrong? Xiaomu felt his breath trembling as he tried his best to calm himself down and replied with a feigned calmness. Kisame, it's fine. That is, in case these rumors are false. Ling, seems like it is indeed he. Actually surfing on the internet is very easy to receive some untrue information, especially showbiz melons. It seems that I'm a bit too subjective. Thanks for the reminder. Ling Ling's news relieved Xiamu a lot. She still retained the ability to think for herself while accepting information, which was a rare thing. A lot of people, once they are firm in their own ideas, will only think that people with different views from their own are wrong, and then the two sides with conflicting ideas will start attacking each other. In fact, there are not so many black and white things in this world. Like a spring breeze, thank you. Although this internet user doesn't seem to like that self as a celebrity, she has the ability to know right from wrong, which is a good start. Isn't what one really wants such a simple relationship that has nothing to do with that on-screen guy? Ling Ling, thanks for nothing. I think the third installment starts tonight. I'm going to check it out. Xiamu then remembered that the third installment of the program has already begun. A night to focus on chatting with netizens. Why don't you say that online dating is harmful? How did I do in this installment? I won't leave a bad impression on Ling Ling, will I? Xiamu turned on the program. His head was a little messed up. If he didn't do too well in the program, he would be hated by her, right? He desperately needed the master's help now. Achoo! Cold? And we touched Poutong's forehead and was surprised. The seal is a bit dark. Are you taking your temperature or reading your face? Poutong shook off his mom's hand and returned his gaze to the screen. They were watching a little late today. The show updated at 8 and now it was almost 9 before he started watching. In fact, he wouldn't have bothered to read this installment if it weren't for his mom wanting to see it. The half-hour show that was released was already full of pop-ups, and not cranking it up to a quarter screen even detracted a bit from the viewing experience. Poutine clicked play, and then was startled by the striking pop-up at the very beginning of the program. Save the flow, no bushing, then don't look. While the show certainly has a regular audience, it doesn't rule out the fact that a lot of passers-by are running to him, and the video starts off with a provincial stream, so it's only natural that people who want to see him won't. You don't realize you have so many fans? Look, I only heard that so many people stopped reading this issue without you. How come? People have such a big program, so many top streams, there must be a lot of regular viewers. Just one less me, the viewers will be reduced by 0.5% at most. The third installment starts off with a recap of the previous issue as well, but this one still doesn't feature any footage of him. It looks like Su Lei wants to open up. The program officially started after the exam bell rang and opened with a 360-degree surround shot directly around the exam room. The examination room is supposed to be a solemn and depressing environment, coupled with some serious BGM. People cannot help but have a few more points of tension. How come you don't even have a panoramic view of the classroom? And Hui was a bit puzzled, although Poutong had said that he didn't have any footage. But not having any footage at all was too outrageous. And really not a single frame? Isn't this quite good? Poutong expressed his satisfaction. It seemed as if Su Lei had taken this matter as his so-called revenge, not realizing that this was exactly what Poutong wanted. It's better without the lens. The length of the examination only accounted for a little bit. After all, everyone is concentrating on the examination program also does not have any points that can be expanded. Quickly given a few star trainees think about answering the questions of the scene on the skip. Before the results came out, the program gave each participant a bit of an interview phase, which consisted of nothing more than asking how the test went and roughly how much they could have scored. It's kind of a way for them to set their flags, and when the results come out, these interviews can be a little bit of a counterpart and a little bit more dramatic. But these star trainees are very shrewd. None of them put the words full of the test cannot. Everyone else is hiding. Only Sakura Girl is really not good. The waiting for results phase took a lot of space and was kind of the show's way of deliberately whetting people's appetites. If it was shown on TV, I'm afraid it would have to go into commercial breaks in the middle. How did they do on the test? Anyway, I'm in a hurry. Mom was a little anxious and couldn't wait to fast forward. Actually, I know don't dramatize death. When I didn't say. And Huey's willow eyebrows frowned, secretly saying that it was so close that she almost cursed herself into it. With a large number of pop-ups anxiously waiting, it was finally time to announce the results. The show has released a special report card with only the star trainees' grades on it. Lin Yushi is awesome. Dude has improved so much. I remember when she used to be a school dud. Ha. Yukino-san, you need to branch out. Tang Luochang and Shen Xiqing are so destined to be together. Their grades are all linked together. Although such results were all right for the artists, Poutong guessed that some people on the internet would definitely take this opportunity to attack them. Of course, this has nothing to do with him. Those who want to watch him didn't watch this installment, and there's not much discussion about himself in the pop-up screen. Only a few people will come to say how did Poutong do on the exam, but no one answered them. As the program went on, there was another interview segment, a sort of controlled experiment with the one just after the test. Interview, dude, how do you feel about the test? Any plans for future studies? You dandy, it's true that I didn't do well on the exam this time, but I'll continue to work hard because I have reasons why I have to study hard too. Reason? Want to bet against yourself? Poutong expressed his disdain. With his current zeal for learning, that little ninny couldn't pass him even if she tried for 100 years, right? Interview, Yukino didn't do very well on this test then. Any thoughts? Iori Yukino, lay flat and let me taunt you, and be gentle when you scold me. No dirty words, please. This Sakura girl, even her self-examination is in the shape of a pendulum, but seeing as how the pop-ups are comforting her, I don't think anyone is going to call her out on it. Interview, Siamu's grades have improved a lot this time. Is there a trick to it? Siamu, actually, it's mainly because I have a friend who's been helping me in tutoring my homework, so I've learned a lot in a short period of time. By the way, I also want to thank my teacher, Poutong students, he also helped me a lot. This was the first time his name had appeared in this episode, although it was only mentioned by Siamu and couldn't make much of a ripple. Siamu, this kid is indeed a very sentimental person. Poutong was somewhat emotional. In fact, to be fair, he really didn't help him much. Everything was just a coincidence. Interview, Luo Changyu and Chen Xiqing took the exam very close this time. Is there any special destiny? Tang Luochang, how does it not count? Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang really did not let go of the opportunity to continue to hype a little CP. Su Lei also arranged a lot of footage for them. Looks especially want to create a wave of momentum out. In Poutong's stealthy state, the heat of the Puyu pair of CPs was really limited. Creating another pair of more controllable CP out of this situation is definitely the best solution. Interview, Mr. Gon Hengshu did very well on the exam. Any thoughts? Gon Hongsu, I feel like I need to work harder in order to do that. Just like Poutong, he's more talented than me in songs and has excellent grades. He'll be the one I'll always be chasing after. Gon Hengshu, this kid he does not know well at all. What's going on? Son, by the way, how did you do on this test again? It's been a week since the grades came out and now you're asking. Real mom? Interview, Ayoshi's exam this time is very good. Any thoughts? Lin Yushi, actually, the difference is still far, whether it's in studies or other aspects. The essay for this language test was about my grandmother, but my essay ended up being only second, and it wasn't until I read Poutong's essay that I realized the gap between me and him, and I'll keep trying. Pop up. The essay was actually about Lin Yushi's grandmother, and the point is that Lin Yushi only got second in the end? For a moment, a question popped into the heads of all the viewers of the program. What the hell did this Poutine guy write? No one knows. It's like no one knows what the piercer actually said. Chapter 40, what Poutine really wrote. Su Lei is happy today. He didn't give Poutine a single shot at all in the third installment, and even the panoramic view of the classroom he held Poutine out. Yu Zhongheng's warning is one thing, his vindictiveness is another. With how much heat that kid earned in the first two installments by the footage he gave him, he must have liked the feeling of being starstruck already. As long as he didn't have any footage in this installment, the whole network would definitely not have any heat at all, and the kid would definitely not be able to accept this huge drop by then. The thought of Poutong losing his mind because his splendor was no longer there made Su Lei want to laugh. Brat, you're still too tender. Giving in to me and obediently entering the entertainment industry is your way out. Su Lei leisurely swiped his cell phone. Quite cozy. Even now, he still wanted to introduce Poutong into the entertainment industry, and although the kid was a bit annoying, Su Lei had to admit that Poutong was just too talented. Handsome, can write songs, talented, study okay, simply born for showbiz. As a variety director, he really couldn't bear to let such a talent be buried. If Poutong enters the entertainment industry, his future is unlimited, and as his guide, he will certainly be very pleased. Still, if this issue makes him feel the huge contrast of being left out, he'll surely come around, right? Although it's a bit weird to say this, perhaps, Su Lei is the most sickly-looking dog of Poutong. You who don't have a bit of heat must have been sad to death. Look at this hot list occupied by my variety show. You should regret it too. Su Lei had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he rather confidently clicked on the hot list. The moment the two words Poutong were introduced to his eyes, he was stunned, his mouth open and half unable to speak. Su Lei swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva, his throat a little dry. Hot search number 1. What exactly did Poutine write? Hot search number 2. When your young essay. It's not true. I don't believe it. How can it be? He doesn't have a single frame of footage. How can he still make such a big noise? Su Lei looked at the exploding hot search on the screen and stood still. How is it possible? I don't have a single frame of footage. How can I still make such a big noise? Poutong also wanted to figure out why. In the first episode, he was put together hard as a CP and sang a godly piece, so he's on fire. In the second episode, he threw out a handful of werewolf games and chanted some love poems, so he was on fire. But in the third installment he didn't have any footage at all. He didn't do anything, but he was still on fire. What a god! Poutong had a rough guess that the probability of his heat this time came from the curiosity of the netizens. It's the unknown that is the most intriguing thing, just as a work is most intriguing until it is unfinished. And when a question is thrown out there but left unanswered, that question keeps going to pique people's curiosity. Does anyone know what Poutong's essay actually is? The curiosity aroused by this question had even become greater than the question itself. No one cared about how great and impressive Poutong's essay was, they simply wanted to know what Poutong had actually written. How hard is that feeling of wanting to know and never getting an answer? Netizen, if I can't know what Poutong actually wrote, some of my looks, my figure, my social etiquette, my good character, my good personality, and even my soul will be ruined. Son, show me your essay. And we began to manually rummage through Poutong's book bag. Cut it out. You're sure to send it out while it's hot. Right. Poutong blankly glanced at his off-key mom and couldn't help but sigh that it was a good thing he had already hidden the answer key. As for the direct destruction of Poutong is a little reluctant to give up. After all, people in this life cannot have many opportunities to get a perfect score essay. You actually don't believe me? Indeed. Don't be so saucy. I'm just looking. And we blinked her eyes, ready to play the sympathy card. Do you understand the gold in exposing this essay first? Don't you dare. I'm not giving it to anyone this time, not until after the storm is over. Poutong decided to completely seal the possibility of him getting out of the ring again. He heard that the little girl next door had already put his picture on the wall, and he really didn't dare to fire anymore. I can't believe that even my mom doesn't believe in it anymore. Life and we muttered helplessly, rather sadly. If he didn't know his old mom, he would have believed it. Look, our CC is on the hot search. The dignified woman waved her cell phone as if showing off, looking quite happy. If one looked closely, one would realize that there were many similarities between her and Lin Yushi's eyebrows and eyes, with dark, soulful eyes and upturned eyes. It can be The man looked at the cell phone, and then secretly glanced at the old man sitting across from him. Finally did not dare to boast out. Came the somewhat displeased voice of the old woman across from the man and the woman. She twirled her spoon and unhurriedly scooped a spoonful of porridge out of the bowl. Just know how to make up some vain dramas in variety shows. I think all those dances I gave her were taught in vain. The old lady was in her 60s, but she did not have the slightest hint of being late. She seemed to be radiant, and her body was quite stiff and appeared to be full of energy. Mom, you can't say that. Film and television are also art, the woman whispered in defense. She is already great. Asshole words. The old lady's voice was full of vigor, speaking with a sense of calm and self-possessed majesty. I didn't hand her those skills to be an embroidered pillow. The old lady was none other than Lin Yushi's grandmother, the titan of today's dance industry, one of the world's top 10 dance masters. Lin Lan. Mom, it seems like she even has something to do with you this time on the hot search. The man swiped his phone, his expression a little odd. It's their exam. The language essay was about you, and then she wrote it very well. The man clicked on the second hotspot and looked at the essay topic for the exam. Test questions for school exams are made public, so they aren't hard to find, and they were dug up by netizens right after the show aired. It's just that much to write about year after year, every day. If there were a few more outstanding descendants, this old thing of mine from 30 years ago wouldn't be pulled out and written about every day. The old lady seemed to be moving. Her face flushed a little. Lin father and mother looked at each other and didn't dare to squeak. They could only listen to the old lady's lecture. How's Yuki writing? She wrote the second Lu. Powerful, the woman exclaimed with some relief, and then suddenly felt that there was something wrong. If it's poorly written, forget it. It's normal to have a poorly written essay, but Lin Yushi writes well, showing that her personal experience does play a role, which is her unique advantage. She knew and respected her grandmother, and in this case she was actually second? The old lady put down the kanji in her hand, with more than a little confusion between her eyebrows. She knew her granddaughter, and although her heart could not be used in one place, she was definitely one of the few people in the world who knew the most about herself. What exactly did that first essay say about her? Lin Lan has lived for a long time. Many things are seen lightly, but today this is really through the strange. Let her cannot help but some curiosity. Call Yuki. I need to ask about this. Chapter 41. My grandmother wants to see you. When she was 4 years old, Lin Yushi followed her parents to watch her grandmother's last solo dance party for the first time. Everyone has to grow old one day. Lin Lan is no exception. Too old to dance. This will be her last dance. Yuki, look how well grandma dances. Shoo, little Lin Yushi made a silencing gesture, his childish eyes filled with infatuation. The dancer on the stage stepped on the sound of the zither and danced. Her clear white shirt, green silk ink dye, colorful fan flowing, sometimes lightly Shuyu hand, sometimes lift the wrist and lowered his eyebrows. Her posture is like a cloud, dancing lightly. Her body is like a butterfly dancing. Her demeanor is like a warm orchid in snow. The girl looked at the lady dancing on the stage and couldn't take her eyes off her anymore. and at that moment, all the audience seemed to disappear. She knew that the lady was her grandmother. "I want to learn to dance," she whispered. "I want to learn to dance." The lean old man stared at his granddaughter and said with a straight face, "Why? I like it." The girl's eyes were clear and bright, and she said a reason that couldn't have been more plain. "Just for the love of it." "Good, good." Lin Lan's tightly frowned brow stretched. "If you like it, it's good. If you like it, it's enough." Sayashi Ayoshi fought to hold his head up and looked up at the old woman who was showing a smile. There's actually another reason she didn't say. She wanted to be a great dancer like her grandmother. "Does it hurt?" "Grandma, it doesn't hurt." Lin Lan looked at her granddaughter, who had tears welling up in her eyes, and her throat sank a little. "Silly boy, practicing dance, how can it not hurt? Practice dance. 2 years to get the shape, 4 years to get the style, 8 years to get the method, 12 years to get the god. Today's pain, Yuan suffer." "Got it." The girl wiped her eyes carelessly and continued practicing. "Wouldn't it be nice to stay in a dance troupe? Why would you want to dance on TV?" "Grandma, I want the dance to be seen by more people now that the media industry is growing." "Nonsense." Lin Lan slammed the table, his whole body shaking. Lin Yushi was so gifted that even the strict old lady would praise her a few times with a joyful smile. She was convinced that if Yuki continued on her old path, she would achieve more than she had. But now, shall she actually let go of a great dance troupe to go into some kind of showbiz? How does that make her take it? "Grandma, you are the person I respect the most and one of my beliefs in dancing, but I want to go my own way." Lin Yushi held tears in her eyes, her expression somewhat stubborn. "Good, good." Lin Lan slumped helplessly in his seat as if he had been drained of his soul. "Grandma." Lin Yushi reached out to help, but the old lady stopped her hand. "If you want to go your own way, then go." Her figure seemed to have aged a few points in an instant. "Only in the future, when bystanders ask, you should not say that I taught you to dance, counting my ancestors and forgetting my roots. I can't afford to lose this." "Grandma?" The young girl's heart seemed to be suddenly gripped by something, and it hurt vaguely. "You don't want me?" The old woman didn't say a word, silently closing her eyes and paying no more attention to her. "Grandma doesn't want me," Lin Yushi recited in a daze, and left in a state of disorientation. The memory of that dance, that man, who didn't want her. "Yuki, you must go your own way, and go." The old man in the ancient chair with his eyes open was in tears. The traditional form of dance troupes, dances, has largely limited the spread of dance, and most people's perception of dance is a TV party program. Lin Yushi knows this very well, and she has always believed that only by adapting to the times can many people see the beauty of traditional dance. She's a star no less, but at heart, she's still a dancer. In all her time as a star, she never forgets to practice, and she always performs a serious dance, no matter how big or small the event she attends. Lin Yushi didn't know if she was on the right path, but she knew she should try. Maybe she'd be successful by following her grandmother's old path, but she just couldn't bear to see the dance fade away. "I have to get up early tomorrow to practice dancing." Lin Yushi had just finished watching the third installment of the program and was ready to take an early rest. The sudden sound of a phone call interrupted her planning, and Lin Yushi picked up the phone and connected it. "Mom, it's late. What's up?" "It's not that I'm looking for you, it's that your grandmother has something to ask you." The phone went silent on the other end of the line, which was supposed to be handing out cell phones. "Grandma?" Lin Yushi was suddenly a little nervous. After that incident, there was an extra layer of separation between her and her grandmother, and while they still interacted on a regular basis, it was mostly just superficial pleasantries. It's kind of a first to call specifically like this one. Ahem. An old cough came from the other end of the line, adding to her panic. "Hey, Grandma, it's Yuki. It's not much. How have you been?" "It's quite good, thank you for taking the trouble." Lin Yushi's hanging heart instantly relaxed. In fact, she knew very well that her grandmother was the cold-faced, soft-hearted type. "I just heard from your mom that you wrote an essay about me this time?" "Yes, don't your deeds often appear in essay material? You should be used to it." Lin Yushi laughed lightly. "Well, send it to me." The old lady seemed a little embarrassed and added, "Just to see what you say about me as an old woman. You'll know when you see it." Lin Yushi hung up the phone in the background and took 2 photos of the composition and sent them to her dad's cell phone. Her grandmother is stubborn and never learned how to use a smartphone. Send it to her dad's side so her old man can talk on the phone and watch it at the same time. Lin's father was also quite on board, and when he saw the essay sent by his daughter, he prioritized handing it to his mother without even looking at it. Family status. The old woman took the phone and squinted as she skimmed through it. Lin Yushi's essay on Lin Lan's name is MS. Lin Lan, respect is overflowing. From the beginning of the essay, stick to the original to indomitable to the last self-realization. From the beginning of the essay, perseverance in the beginning to perseverance to the final self-fulfillment. It is not possible to write such a detailed essay without getting along with the person concerned. you're second in this essay? Yes, one of my classmates wrote it better than I did, and I read it and felt it deeply. Yuki writes so well, so detailed and insightful descriptions of herself. Is there actually anyone who can write better than her? Lin Lan's cloudy old eyes instantly cleared for a few moments. That classmate of yours, what did he write? He wrote that you bear the burden of promoting the traditional culture of the nation. Pouting's private messages were about to explode. Almost everyone he knew had to come up to him and ask, "What the hell did you write?" Buzz. The message beeped and he frowned, a little distracted. Here we go again. Poutong glanced at the message alert and realized that it turned out to be you dandy. She's read her essay, so she shouldn't be here to make trouble, right? Then talk to her begrudgingly. You dandy, recommended contact Lin Yushi. POTUS, what's this for? You dandy, she said she wanted to see you about something. What's up? You wanted to see me? As soon as Poutong flipped through the friend requests, he realized that Lin Yushi had already added him just now, but he hadn't noticed. Now she's letting you dandy be the middleman to push her best friend. So it seems like she does have an emergency. What does she want to do in the middle of this storm? Poutong hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to Lin Yushi's friend request. POTUS, what? Lin Yushi, my grandma wants to see you. Chapter 42, the youth of our country should be like this. Lin Lan is over the age of a man, or the first time to produce such a strong curiosity. Like a reader anxiously waiting for an update from the author, she is now particularly interested in knowing exactly what Poutine essay. What a great way to promote traditional culture, and what a great Poutine. All along, the traditional culture, the traditional dance is being neglected by the cold. Many people know, but there will be no one to learn. There will be no one to inherit. It's as if these things are things that have been discarded by the times and live only in one's memory, just like them old guys. As a child, Lin Lan could only learn to dance in the village's small dance troupe, which was in extremely poor conditions, not to mention any dance training room, and they could only practice in the woods. The humble stage can't stop a group of girls from dreaming about dance. They love dancing and dream of a bigger stage. But what's going on now? People are getting better and better off, and the stages are getting more and more luxurious, but fewer and fewer people are really interested in dance. How happy they would have been if they had such a great venue when they were kids. She had lived long enough to see a lot, but she still couldn't figure out why parents nowadays would rather force their kids to learn those foreign things than show them the skills passed down from their old ancestors. After so many years of practicing, it was the first time she had heard such words as promoting traditional culture from the mouth of her juniors. Isn't that what is most lacking in today's youth? Lin Lan fiddled with the health ball in his hand, his excitement taking a long time to calm down. She didn't understand very well on the phone. She had to see the original article right now. She really wanted to know, what did this little guy named Poutong write? Poutine held his cell phone in a daze, although he didn't know what had happened. Lin Lan seemed to be interested in him now. World-class veteran artists like these, no matter where they were the Tarzan Beidou level of that group, and Poutong also had respect for them. And now, such a person wanted to see him. Even though he had always preferred to be quiet and low-key, he couldn't help but feel a few moments of excitement in his heart at this time. Every old artist deserves the highest respect. He couldn't hurt people's faces when they wanted to see him. Since they had opened their mouths, he had to have a say. But can he really see it? It would be fine if it was a door-to-door visit, but if he let someone's old artist come to see him in person, then his face would be a little too big. To know that these Taishan Beidou usually deep and shallow. Once there is a big action, it must be a situation where many parties are concerned, not to mention naming a junior to see such a thing. It's okay to sneak over to visit yourself, but it's never okay to let people come over. Poutine picked up his cell phone, ready to make a perfunctory statement. POTUS, that one, make a deal. Lin Yushi, POTUS, when I have time, how about I pay her old man a visit in person? Lin Yushi, but she wants to see you right now, and since you won't go, she can only come in person. That's a big no-no. How can he, an ordinary person who just wants to live a quiet life, suffer from this? Lin Yushi, unless, POTUS, unless, what else seems to be the turnaround? Poutong rubbed his nose, having the feeling that he was being counted. Lin Yushi, unless you show your essay to her old man, so that's what she's planning? Being deliberately aggressive with a more serious consequence and posing a lesser one would force him to make concessions. POTUS, you don't mean to say. Lin Yushi, if her old man can't see your essay and is so anxious, he'll probably have to come and see you in person. Threats, naked threats, and he was the one who ate him up for not daring to say no. On the other side of the screen, Lin Yushi looked at Poutong, who had been in the process of typing for a long time, and finally laughed out loud. Go back in time to 20 minutes ago. Lin Yushi, dude, can you ask Poutong to agree to be my friend? You dandy, What is it? The young girl's words are full of caution. It's hard to appear what female girlfriends steal boyfriends and other bad plot, right? That kind of thing don't Lin Yushi, no one misses your family Poutong. My grandma wants to read his essay. so I'll ask him for it. Dandy you, not my house. You dandy, if you ask for it so much, you definitely won't get it. I know him too well. Lin Yushi, in detail? You dandy, with my understanding of him, if you ask for it directly, it will definitely be put off by him by all means. If you really want to get your hands on it, give him a bigger problem first, then choose the lesser of the two, and he will surely make a choice. Lin Yushi, then what if he doesn't even choose? You dandy, no way. He's a wimp, he wouldn't dare to gamble. Lin Yushi nodded plausibly and decided to give it a try, which led to the current idea. It looks like dude has him figured out. In fact, Poutong had already seen that it was a setup, but just like you dandy predicted, he didn't dare to gamble, even though Ms. Lin Lan hadn't said she wanted to see herself. If she didn't get to see what she wanted and got anxious, it wasn't impossible for such a thing to happen. Lin Yushi is having help from someone high up. Poutong gave a dark cry of abomination. Using her feet to think, she knew it must be that smelly girl Udandan. In fact, for Mr. Lin Lan, this kind of old artist, want to see a composition of his own, he still has no reason to refuse. The two of them, this is also considered a little redundant. POTUS, it's okay for me to send it, but I still want Mr. Lin Lan to just look at it himself and not send it out. Lin Yushi, what are you thinking? My grandma doesn't even know how to use a smartphone. POTUS, that's alright. Doesn't know how to use a smartphone? That's a good feeling. Then what does he have to be afraid of? Hair. People in the dance world of Tarzan Beidou has opened the golden mouth. How can one refuse? Poutong put down her cell phone and prepared to take a picture, but suddenly her face froze. Mom, why don't you go out first? It is indeed time to sleep. And Hui put away her own cell phone and stood up, ready to leave. But why do I get the feeling that you're branching out? No way. I don't sneak cigarettes or drinks. Why would I leave you alone? It's hard to say. You adolescent boys, maybe you're sneaking around alone doing something. And Hui returned a sentence without a good mood and silently left the room. Poutong's expression froze. Can I still secretly reward myself? Seeing his obstructive mom finally leave, he was relieved and hurriedly found the answer card and took 2 pictures. Boughton, image, JPG, Boughton, image, JPG, POTUS, you've achieved your goal. Well, delete each other. Lin Yushi? She almost thought she'd send a message that would just pop up with a red exclamation point. It seems that because of his and Udandy's calculations, he should be a bit upset. Lin Yushi didn't hesitate to directly collect the picture and forwarded it to her dad, then didn't forget to look at it twice herself. It's so well written. Mom, Yuki asked for the essay. Quickly show me. Lin Lan waved and urged. Honestly, she was already a bit impatient to wait. Lin Lan took the cell phone and squinted to look at it carefully. She stared at the tiny screen with some twinge, her old eyes gradually becoming clearer. Chief, why do we have to dance in such a small place when those ballerinas can stand above the big stage? Because our folk dance too old. No one to see it. The young Lin Lan memorized these words, and since then, it has been her lifelong desire to bring traditional folk dance to the world stage. Then she did, and she won praise from all over the world, but she still failed to popularize the traditional dance. Just for a moment, she suddenly understood what the teary-eyed Yuki had said that day. Times have changed and it's time to make a change in trying to bring these things back to the masses. Maybe Yuki is right. She rubbed her eyes and handed her cell phone to Lin's father. Thoughtful, responsible, sensible, and aware of the greater good. Good. The old lady smiled gratefully. Send this article out and let them learn from it. It's time to give the current crop a shot in the arm. 2. Lin's father quickly scanned the entire composition and immediately understood what she meant. Yuki didn't say, so I guess it's okay to post it. He logged onto Lin Lan's authenticated account and quickly organized the pictures. Mom, want to match the text? Write a line. The old woman thought of the little girl who had lost her mind and fled that day, and of her young self dancing alone in the forest. Let it be written. Our Chinese youth shall be so. Chapter 43, Collective Forwarding. Lin Yushi, my grandma told my dad to send out your essay. I didn't think of that either. What's with this? I thought you didn't know how to use a smartphone? POTUS, is it okay for me to refuse? Lin Yushi, it's already been sent, and it's too late for you to refuse. This is something her old man owes you. POTUS, that's not so bad. I don't think that's true. That is not so much. Send a composition only, and not what shocked the ancient and modern divine work. Compared to the songs and poems of those literary copyists to come, this composition is really his own writing, so Poutong does not have too much psychological burden. POTUS, taking the liberty of asking how many fans Mr. Lin Lan has. Lin Yushi, hundreds of thousands of dollars. She doesn't play on the internet. Not many fans, so it shouldn't make much noise. Perhaps all of these older artists have left quite a colorful mark on their field, but how much do they resonate in the eyes of the youth of today's fickle society? Nowadays, if young people ask an 18th line starlet, they may recognize them, but if they ask an old artist, I'm afraid none of them can tell the truth. And how is that not sad? A virtuous and talented veteran artist who deserves our eternal admiration. Poutine, send a message to Elder Lin for me. Lin Yushi, you say. POTUS, time does not age with 1,000 years, and age never fails a beauty. He sighed. A meager tribute in the face of this group of giants who had dedicated their lives to the cause and carried the burden of passing on their culture. Regardless of how old-timer Lin is now and how he will be in the future, that young girl who danced in her best years was once the white moonlight in the hearts of countless people, right? She had dedicated her best years to the arts, and such people may grow old, but they are always beautiful. The young girl on the other side of the screen was silent for a long time, and it was only after a long time that she spoke back. Lin Yushi, thanks. Only someone who truly honors their grandmother from the bottom of their heart could write such words, I guess. She thought that even someone as strict as her grandmother would be happy to see that. Lin Yushi sent this sentence to his dad as it was. Right now, she had more important things to do. She opened Twitter and found her grandmother's account. Dancer Lin Lan's latest tweet has only 8 likes. Ever since Grandma became famous for her dancing, even her simplest solo dance parties have been packed to the rafters. And now, she has such a place in the history of art, and after all this time with a post, she only has a few likes? And all those celebrities who changed their avatars and rushed to the top? Yeah, it's been forgotten, right? Those artists who made it into the history of art, regardless of their personalities and works, were gradually forgotten until they were submerged, forgotten and eliminated. At least, she hadn't forgotten. Lin Yushi carefully wrote the tweet and clicked retweet. She mustn't forget that as a new generation public figure, she has to use her power to add to these people's strength and light as well. Buzz. Poutong was all set to go to bed when he suddenly received a message from You Dandy. You Dandy, look at this. You Dandy, retweeted. As much as I wanted to ask this guy about counting her out, there were priorities, so I might as well see what the hell she retweeted first. He clicked on the post, but saw that Lin Yushi had retweeted Dancer Lin Lan's post. In fact, at first when I heard that Poutong's essay was better than mine, my thought was that he must have piled up a beautiful essay with literary talent. After all, he is so talented. Until I read this essay, I didn't realize the gap between me and him. I always used to think that those who dedicated their lives to art must have something other than their beginnings, other than their dreams, right? This article told me the answer. Because they are burdened with countless years of inherited culture, they are the inheritors, the ones who are going to bring the profound traditional culture to the world. Thank you for this article. It made me realize a lot of shortcomings. As a new generation of public figures, I will also consciously take on this burden to carry forward the excellent traditional culture. With the king, Poutong finished reading the retweeted tweet and silently gave Lin Yushi a follow. How can this be said? It seemed quite reasonable for a granddaughter to repost her grandmother's post, and he could indeed feel that sense of responsibility in Lin Yushi's words. If only there were more public figures like this, the entertainment industry would be a little better. Buzz. You Dandy, do you see what I'm posting? POTUS, you retweeted it too? That's quite a bit more. He now really wondered if he and You Dandy had some sort of inexplicable understanding. You Dandy, actually, all 3 of us retweeted it, so you can check it out if you're interested. When she said, the 3 of us, she meant the 2 of them plus Iori Yukino. All retweeted? Poutong couldn't help but feel a little numb. They didn't think things were big enough yet. He had his eye on You Dandy, so he didn't have any trouble finding it. You Dandy retweeted relatively little. After all, she didn't have the same intuitive feelings as Lin Yushi. As a fellow student, I was the first to see the essay and then was taught a lesson by it. I suddenly realized that as a public figure in the past, I didn't seem to have done anything to promote culture. In a sense, I was a failure as a star. Elder Lin is also someone I admire quite a bit. Perhaps it was because she was bathed in excellent traditional culture that she was able to have enough soil to take root and eventually bring folk dance to the world stage. It is only right to make a modest contribution to the promotion of excellent traditional culture in the future as well. Poutong nodded, not knowing what to say. It would be a good thing if we could get some emphasis on traditional culture. POTUS, honestly not very well written. You Dandy, angry. JPG. POTUS, wait, something just occurred to me. You Dandy? Poutong, no right. Sakura-chan, she's a foreigner retweeting something? It's not like excellent traditional culture is any of her business. You Dandy, it just occurred to me. She said she'd retweet it. I didn't take it seriously. She couldn't have said anything wrong, could she? After all, the country is different, and you still have to be careful when it comes to these things. Poutong hurriedly searched Iori Yukino's account and saw her retweeted post. What a great write-up by Poutong. Don't ask me what's so great about it. I can't read something so hardcore, but not being able to read it doesn't stop me from being blown away. But I'm not a waterbender either. I'm just an aspiring young man who contributes to the spread of that whatever. Also, actually, Poutong is really good and would often tell me some really interesting stories, which I always thought would be good to be drawn, and it just so happens that I know a little bit of drawing, so I'll draw them for you when I have the time. After reading it, Poutong sighed in relief. Sakura girl is also quite smart. Did not involve any culture or ethnicity and other words, just simply forwarded. But why does it always feel out of tune? She actually draws comics? Is it true that the last thing Sakura needs is a manga artist? This guy is so bad. When the star is not much hope. Can be a cartoonist is not bad. Every day was urged to change. Enough she suffered. The three women's fan bases were not small, and together they retweeted this article, naturally causing another fervor of discussion about Poutong's essay. That was unsettling, but thankfully, it's over. Buzz. Poutong clicked on the message and realized that it was his cheap disciple. Xiamu. Xiamu, master, there's something I want to ask you. Xiamu, wait, I swiped master's essay. I'll forward it first. POTUS? Sinner, stop. Why don't you kids stop coming and giving me a hard time? Chapter 44, Night Talk. Eventually Xiamu was stopped by Poutong. Although the effects of the essay had festered, for once he didn't feel quite so offended. He could feel the good intentions of Elder Senior Lin, and he was also moved by the conscious behavior and responsibility of Yu Dandy and Lin Yishi. If a few words of my own can really affect a lot of people, and I can add to this kind of cause that is of great merit, it's quite good, isn't it? The time was 11 o'clock at night. Boughton simply washed up and lay down on the bed to get ready for bed. Before he could close his eyes, his cell phone screen lit up and the sound of a QQ call rang out. It's the middle of the night. Can't we sleep? Poutong picked up his cell phone. It was actually a call from Yu Dandy, or a video. It's not appropriate to talk on a video phone in the middle of the night. He clicked on the connection, and the video came up with a picture of Yu Dandy. She was wearing a light blue nightgown that covered her body so tightly that only a small face showed. That's it? You turn the light on instead. Yu Dandy blinked her eyes with some indignation. It's too scary at night when you're pointing your cell phone screen at your face. There's a lot going on. Poutine got up, ready to turn on the light. Wait. I don't think you're sleeping naked. The young girl's voice on the phone was a little startled. If you're not wearing that, you might as well leave the light on. I'm not really wearing it. Poutine couldn't help but turn on the bedside lamp. You're wearing Yu Dandy blocked her eyes with one hand, and it was only through her fingers that she realized that Poutong was wearing a tank top and shorts. So why are you calling me in the middle of the night? I'm sleepy. You can lie down and listen if you want to get sleepy. Sitting is dry anyway. That's a good feeling. Poutong didn't see any outsiders, then lay down on his side to continue conversing with Yu Dandy on the screen. Actually, I came to apologize. Yu Dandy's voice was soft, like a small child who had done something wrong. I felt that the apology should be more formal. That's why I typed the video. Go ahead. I'm sorry about giving Yuki the idea for your essay. She paused, but I'm not sorry for that. Poutong didn't say anything, signaling her to continue. Because I think that this article of yours should be seen by more people. I think that it can splash in a pool of stagnant water at the moment. And the perseverance of people like Elder Lin should be seen by more people. I hope more people will recognize the significance of traditional culture because of this article. But whatever the reason, my actions do not justify overstepping your decision-making authority. So I apologize to you very seriously. On the screen, the young girl's eyes were soft and completely devoid of her usual quirky look. In fact, this time I think you guys have done a good job. Instead, it's me who is too selfish, right? Poutong sighed. Is it necessarily right to beat all these people to death and hide away from them just because one is against the entertainment industry? Is it really right to want to be selfish and live in your own little world as an ordinary person when you are clearly capable of doing a lot of things that other people can't do? This is the first time he's been a little confused. Yu Dandy changed her position and also lay down on her side like Poutong, quietly looking at the teenager on the other side of the screen. For a moment, she felt like the two of them were sleeping together now. Not everyone has the right to choose their own life. Poutine, you know that? Maybe you're the one who can be a hero and save the world, but you can also choose to live your life quietly. It's your right to choose your life on your own, and you don't need to make yourself unhappy for anyone or anything. You don't have to feel self-conscious about it, because it's most important for people to live and be obedient. Poutong stared at the softly whispering girl on the screen, his voice a little muffled. Actually, I'm getting to know you as a person, obviously very capable, but unexpectedly don't want to show it yet. I've always wondered why. Why do you avoid the cameras? Why don't you want to be caught on camera? Now I probably know that you're scared, right? I can feel it. You're too cautious, too pessimistic, too cautious about everything around you. Scared? So you're afraid? Bound and wary because of that stifling lifetime in a previous life. Because of facing an unfamiliar world. He's just scared, as usual. Actually, I talked to Ayoshi about this topic. She said that you just don't want to enter the world of celebrities, but I feel that you're afraid and you're running away. Now it looks like I was the only one who guessed right. Maybe she understands the world better, but I understand you better. The young girl just looked at him quietly, with a smile on her lips and a watery brow. You, said Poutong, a little speechless. Poutine, listen to me, probably feeling the cold. You dandy pulled the corner of the quilt, accidentally revealing the snow-white collarbone of her right shoulder. While I don't know exactly what you're afraid of or what you've been through before, here's what I'm going to tell you. You're not alone with everything anymore. You have me. Ahem. There's also Ayoshi, and Yukino. We're all friends. No matter what happens, we'll all be by your side. Poutong was a little afraid to meet her eyes. The bright eyes of the young girl made his heart beat a little faster. Yes, unlike before, one is no longer alone. He now has family, and friends, and great teachers, and even fans who love him. Turns out he already had so much without realizing it. Aren't you already so much happier than you used to be? What are you still running away from? Actually, you're really gifted and talented. You have the ability to do a lot. You have the ability to influence a lot of people. Wouldn't it be a waste to just keep those things to yourself? Poutine suddenly remembered a line from a Spider-Man movie he had seen before. If you have the power and don't do it, then the bad things that happen are your responsibility. Of course, this view is too extreme and is just a product of the excess of individual heroism over there. But we have an old saying that if you are poor, you are alone, and if you are rich, you help the whole world. He carries so many things from his past life with him. Maybe a song can save many people. Maybe a story can redeem the listener. Wouldn't it be selfish of him to carry them into the ground just for the sake of his own parochialism? It was only through music that he had persevered through so much sinking in his previous life. So maybe there were a lot of other people in the world who were like he used to be. Of course, no one can make your choices for you. You can choose how you live your life. Just use your power to make the world a better place if you can. When the day comes when you're no longer afraid and no longer repulsed by it all. Make the world a better place? Thank you. You dandy nodded, and she could hear that Poutong's voice was a bit hoarse. It's nothing. Everyone has flaws, just like I have a lot of little flaws. That's why people need to help and heal each other. Poutong nodded and subconsciously saw the young girl's white and delicate collarbone. You dandy noticed that Poutong's eyes were a bit strange, glanced downward, and hurriedly shooed and pulled her clothes tighter. Well, what did you see? Didn't see anything. You're too peaceful. Get out of here. The two men's eyes reconnected, but with a little more awkwardness. Anyway, thank you really. You've really put things into perspective for me. Well, good night. The young girl stared at him silently, as if waiting for him to hang up first. Good night. Putin hung up and lay down flat to look at the ceiling. You dandy, this guy must have been sent from heaven to save him. He closed his eyes, but the soft whisper of the young girl was always in his mind. Later, even he didn't know when he fell asleep, dreaming of her. Chapter 45, The Cast. Poutine overslept for the first time. This was a serious departure from his study program, and the reason was simply because he slept so well last night. So why do you sleep so well? What a way to get me into trouble. He hurried out of bed, picking up his cell phone in the process to send a good morning message to a certain culprit. Use deskmate, then didn't receive a reply for an hour. She's not still sleeping, is she? Boughton, don't you get up yet? Do you really think you're a young master? I've finished planting, and at this time of the day I'd go for a morning jog if I had more time. Why don't you get up now, you lazy dog? The lazy dog who plays with his cell phone until 2 or 3 o'clock. The scum of society maggot. I would have jumped off the building and killed myself if I were you. You must be lying on the bed sleeping right now, right? Sleeping like a dead pig? A fist smash your lazy dog's head. A new day. You have not changed at all. You are still a lazy dog, not hard-working wretch. Today the first curse. The curse is you. Comfort. To be honest, he definitely felt you dandy's kindness. It's not like he's one of those sage heroes in anime who sits on his ass. Occasionally a piece of his heart becomes throbbing with her performance. Buzz. You dandy, dying for you. Poutine, 10 hours of sleep? That's too piggish for you. You dandy looked at the time and was a bit aggravated. Wronged. In fact, she didn't sleep for 10 hours. She just stayed up all night brushing up on her emotional strategy. As for why brushing up on emotional strategies, POTUS, farewell, I'm off to study. Throwing away her cell phone, Poutong once again plunged into her studies. Oh, it's all just a red herring. How can it compare to the confidence that studying brings me? Once a day, cement the center. Let's hope that last night's words will put him at ease. You dandy stared at the screen in a daze, his eyes burning as he jotted down the line of numbers. 17 minutes, 26 seconds. The total length of their video screen call last night. On weekends when she couldn't go to school, that was the length of time she could see him. This time Poutine's article was even more out of the loop, and even caused a discussion in the community. There have been numerous speeches and discussions about the significance of traditional culture and countless official downfalls of celebrities, but none of it seems to concern him. Promoting traditional culture is not a one-day effort, nor can he achieve it in one small essay. He was just being the one to light the fire. and it was out of his control as to how far that spark would burn. Compared to elder senior Lin, he lacks too many things. Compared to Lin Yuxi and Yu Dandan, he doesn't have that kind of sense of responsibility and commitment either. Teenagers are lost and don't know where to go. All the restraints are of their own making, and the only way to get through is to figure it out for yourself. Good you brat. Mom's voice interrupted Poutong's thoughts through the door of the room before she arrived. Essays don't show me and let others post them. Right. And we walked into the room and gave Poutong a fake serious look. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. Your mom, I'm just kidding. Do you really think I'm a bad woman who gets angry with her child because of something so trivial? Poutine cocked his head. It feels like, is still true. In fact, this is the kind of stuff that should be sent out by veteran artists to make sense. Poutong nodded. The older generation of artists in the inheritance and development of fine traditions to move forward. There is no one better than them to call for the promotion of traditional culture. That article of yours is so well written. Take it out and let me read it in person. You tell the truth. Those 2 photos were taken at night in bad light. Not very clear. I thought to send a high-definition version. Mom was embarrassed. It didn't make it to the first edition. But the supplemental edition is not bad either. No shame in you. Third installment airplay down about 30%. Su Lei looked at the latest data that came out, and his entire body was bad. The first premiere took off. The second was another hit, and then the third inexplicably ended up with so many fewer viewers. What's going on? Is there something wrong with his third installment? Su Lei frowned, carefully recalling the points of difference that existed in the first 3 installments. What's missing from the third installment? Holy! Su Lei slammed the table, instantly figuring out what the problem was. The third installment is missing the stinker that is Poutong. There may be other reasons, but judging by the feedback from viewers, Poutong does lose a lot of viewers when he's not there. It's not that Poutong's popularity has reached such a horrible level. It's just that because the first installment relied on Poutong to explode in popularity, under the influence of preconceived ideas, he naturally became a major point of view of the program. If he suddenly doesn't show up in the follow-up, that part of the audience will feel that the elements are incomplete and feel no more internal flavor. Not to mention a series of audience additions with complex ingredients from Poutong fans, poetry fans, face fans, and fans of his and Yu Dandy's CP. A little bit goes a long way, and without Poutine, none of these people are naturally very eager to watch the show. It's not like everyone is a groupie. Most people come to see it for the sake of having a good time, and Poutine is that audience-pleasing point. This time, the broadcast volume was reduced too much. Around the experience, Su Lei was a little confused. This was really the first time he had seen this. Do not leave a little footage for Poutong. Revenge him it. People still have heat, but instead their own program cool. This to find who to talk about it? Is it possible that if I want to save my program, I still have to lick my old face and go over to beg him? Su Lei only felt like his face had been slapped a few times, and it hurt like hell. He had already said that he would never do another shot of Poutong, so wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face if he went back to him? Humph, don't think that you kid is the only one who can save my program's airplay. Su Lei snorted coldly and picked up his cell phone to dial a call out. Old Shui, it's me. Didn't you recently finish filming that drama? Isn't it time to get ready to publicize and promote it? I'm looking for your cruise artists to come on my variety show as flying guests, show their faces and advertise. What do you say? You still don't know the heat of my variety show? Hot search scheduled. The corner of Su Lei's mouth involuntarily twitched as he said this. There are a lot of show hotshots, but there's one named Poutine for half of them. Okay, then it's a deal. Hanging up the phone, Su Lei was instantly relieved. Their crew are all top-tier actors. If they were to come as a flying guest to record a program, the heat wouldn't be sky-high. Even without Poutine, he has his own way of saving airplay. You boys aren't that important. Our show will still get airplay without you. Although, the appearance fee of their crew is really not cheap. But for the sake of the show, bear it. The heat is definitely taking off for the next installment. But when it does, it won't be for you. Poutong eventually gave the answer key to her mom. After all, someone had already sent it out, and it wasn't a secret anymore. We happily snapped a few pictures and gleefully ran off to tweet. Wait, she suddenly stopped and turned back. He's coming back this week. Your dad? My dad? Isn't he on the set every day? Finished filming? I heard he came back with the crew to promote the new show. The cast? Chapter 46. It's not a good day to tease your classmates. Artificial. Pessimistic. Poutong was memorizing English words, his eyes glancing twice at the classroom door every now and then. In fact, there are many ways to memorize English words. A search on the internet are also a variety of opinions. Some people read silently, some people copying, and others use the association method. What age is traditional memorization? Just like he saw Siamu memorizing words the other day, after folding the paper in half, he wrote the word on one side and the explanation on the other. Then he looked at the word and thought about the explanation. And then he looked at the explanation and thought about the word. It looked pretty much like that. Feels like a method taught by someone who can learn. However, there is no advantage or disadvantage in learning methods. What suits you is the best. Poutong still prefers to memorize words routinely. Not long after, a familiar silhouette slowly entered the classroom, and Poutong retracted his gaze with it. She's coming. Morning. Good morning. Yu Dandy answered and quietly took her seat, not making any extra movements. She sat quietly fuming, her eyes fluttering a bit as she wondered what she was thinking. Dandy, the hair isn't tied. Lin Yushi turned back and pointed to the back of her head. It was only then that Poutong noticed that Yu Dandy's braid was positioned a little crooked. Oh, the young girl was unmoved, looking unconcerned. Your day. The agent wasn't here. I was too lazy so I just combed it. Yu Dandy leaned over the table and rubbed her head forward in a please help me manner. It's out of reach. You get your tablemates to help. Che, Yu Dandy hummed contemptuously. I'd rather believe that pigs will get on trees. POTUS says this one he really doesn't. In his previous life, he was an orphan, a deadbeat, a social wastrel with nothing to offer but good looks, and usually had very little basic socialization. So how could he tie a girl's hair? Well, let me do it. Iori Yukino turned around with her hands in the air, looking eager to try. I want to give dude a ponytail so bad. Like a high ponytail would be good too. How about trying a one-sided ponytail? How human wifey it looks hanging to one side. Lin Yushi interjected. What a dangerous haircut this is. I'm afraid I wouldn't survive 3 episodes in a Japanese manga. Well, Yu Dandy shook his head in a casual manner. Then I'll play it as I please. Poutong looked at the young girl who was quietly lying on the table and letting Sakura-chan tie her hair, feeling that there was something wrong with her state today. Because of the lack of tools, Iori Yukino just tied up Yu Dandan's hair and did not do any artistic work. Dude, time to memorize. Yu Dandan couldn't help but pull out a book from the table pocket, flipping through the center just to see. There is no goal, no plan, and the main fight is an abusive one. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino turned to each other and gave Poutong an indignant look. It's not like I have anything to do with it. Poutong was no cutie pie either. From Yu Dandy's various offbeat behaviors today, he roughly had an inference. She's supposed to be visiting relatives today, so what can one do? It's just to get her to drink more hot water. As for the kind of Mary Sue novels, he really can't say the words of warm clothes, ginger and brown sugar to protect the body. But as a tablemate, normal concern should also be necessary. Well, Yu Dandy looked over suspiciously when she heard the sound. She would like to hear what this guy would say. Well, more hot water, that's the only word for it. Retreating to attack and advancing to defend. Okay, thanks. Yu Dandy nodded knowingly. You don't think I'm perfunctory? Why? Doesn't drinking lots of hot water help? Yeah, doesn't that work? I don't know when the innocent straight man became a pejorative term, hanging on to the title of low emotional intelligence. The girl has a cold. The warm man replied, infected me, although I cannot help you to alleviate the pain, but I would like to accompany you to feel the same. It sounds nice, right, but it's really not as useful as a straight man's advice to drink more hot water. Though what girls care about isn't whether drinking more hot water helps or not. It's the fact that the guy responds to any discomfort from the woman with this statement, making her feel unappreciated. Drinking more hot water is not wrong. The wrong is the form of expression. If you express enough care, drink more hot water is the most heartwarming words. For a wooden head like Poutong, taking the initiative to greet her is already a sign of great concern. Right, because of her health, Yu Dandy was a little out of shape and couldn't memorize much throughout the morning study session. Although she is not the kind of body that will be particularly painful, but also absolutely not good. Obediently sitting is okay, at most a burst of cold sweat, but if you walk up, all the body really cannot make a bit of strength. A touch on the fall. The girl who doesn't suffer too much during her physiological period must have saved the galaxy in a previous life. Are you okay? It's okay. Yu Dandy's face was a bit ugly, and her already fair skin looked a bit miserable. Girls can be so difficult, Poutong lamented. No, as hard as it is right now, and as much trouble as being a girl does have. I never feel bad because I'm a girl. She laughed softly. Even though a lot of girls yell, I'm definitely not going to be a girl in my next life. I'm still happy that I'm a girl. As if a sudden wave of distress had come over her, the young girl bared her teeth and stopped squeaking. I'm a girl. Yu Dandy sidled her head resting on her arm and looked at Poutong, who had suddenly made a sound, with some consternation. I'm girl, crybaby girl. I'm girl, weird girl. I'm a girl. You don't understand girls, Poutine sang softly, scratching his head a little embarrassed. This is all he remembers. The song I'm a Girl which went viral when he was a kid but was rarely mentioned later, can be considered a generational memory. He even remembered that when he was a child, the little boys around him instead especially liked to sing this. Now that he thought about it, it was quite funny. Don't underestimate the boys' love of listening to songs. Hello. You never know what's playing in the headphones of men with serious faces and cold expressions. It's a very light song. You really are quite talented, aren't you? You dandy revealed a few odd smiles. The song is great, but it's kind of hot that he's such a big old man singing this song. I really don't know this one. I can sing something in the same genre if you want. Just kidding. He used to have the end song of Blara's Little Magic Fairy and the theme song of Sweetie Grams in his song list. So awesome. In fact, she knew that Poutong was really cheering herself up. You dandy pursed her dry lips. Better next time. It's too rowdy. I want to be quiet. You tell me a story. It's like telling Yukino a story. Honestly, she was a little jealous of seeing Poutong telling stories to Iori Yukino. So, Poutong paused. Then wait for me for a while. Then you dandy saw Poutong running out with his cup. Should I tell her to drink more hot water? But shouldn't that be getting her water? That's weird. I'm a girl who cries. You dandy half lying on the table. Reciting the song only felt a little funny. It always seems like it's not like his character to write songs. Not long afterward, Poutong returned with a cup and silently set it on her table. I've got hot water, but your cup is an insulated cup. It's not hot to the touch. I'm a plastic cup. You can hold it to warm up your stomach. Poutong chimed in while twisting the lid of the cup into a tight fit. Thank you. This made you dandy a bit surprised, and even produced an inexplicable feeling of happiness. Just be careful with the heat and pull the rope. Oh, good. You dandy took the cup and carefully placed it next to her stomach. Through her clothes, she felt the warmth coming from it and felt slightly more comfortable. What type of story do you want to hear? Warmer it is. Then tell the story of the little girl who sold matches, or the story of Cinderella, the little girl who sells matches. He understands warmth. Once upon a time there was a girl named Cinderella. Her mother died of an illness and her stepmother came to her home with 2 daughters she had had before. Her stepmother and her 2 sisters were very bad and bullied her and mocked her and made her work as a maid. The young girl rested on her arm and turned her head sideways to listen to Poutong's softly spoken story. It's warm in the belly, and in the heart. Chapter 47. A young girl's feelings are always poetry. In the end, Cinderella and the prince lived happily ever after. It took 2 class periods for Poutong to finally finish the story. In the middle of a math class, you dandy even got a little impatient and passed a little note in his sketchbook. And then, what happened? Poutine, of course, ignored her. How can someone who wants to study hard pass notes in class? What a nice ending. You dandy nodded and sighed again. What are you sighing for? The story is a good one, but I have an immature idea. You dandy held her fragrant cheeks, wanting to express her thoughts after reading. Although the story is a happy one, what comes across is really still a kernel of a hero rescuing a weak girl who needs a handsome prince to save her. Of course the story is great. It's a great fairy tale, but just how it is. I think girls can find happiness on their own too, instead of passively waiting for a prince to come to them. Poutong smacked his lips a little. This girl was always unexpectedly strong inside. Of course it's my problem. The story itself is great. You dandy picked up the glass of water that was cradled on her stomach and laughed. It's been a lesson. It's not even hot anymore. Why don't you get me another glass? Okay. Boughton took the cup, and the water temperature had indeed cooled down a lot. It's a waste to pour it. Just drink it. You dandy gave him a slightly alarmed look, fearing that he would do something strange with this glass of water. After all, she put her stomach down for a lesson. If you drink it, think about how weird it is. I'm just kidding. It's not good, and you're not a chanterelle. Fragrance? Nothing. Not wanting to make a pointless explanation, Poutong took the cup and went to refill it with a cup of hot water. When he returned from fetching the water, he found you dandy measuring the corners of his mouth. Intentionally or unintentionally. Don't look. There's no water damage, and I'm not going to catch a water and sneak a drink? That's just too sick. The young girl took this new cup of hot water with a slightly suspicious look in her eyes. You've got the presence of mind to be paranoid, so you seem to be much more comfortable, don't you? It'll be okay. I've heard that you girls can be very grumpy and cranky during your physical period. Is that true? I'll go you ing thing. Of course it's fake. You dandy looked at Poutong's surprised expression and couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. Just kidding. I never swear. Sorry. Just kidding. Famous actor swearing and cursing. I think you don't want to mix. Poutong knocked the pencil. A little headache. While it's true that your father is more powerful, as a star, it's always good for you to be careful with your words in general. You dandy nodded, and suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Speaking of my dad, I just remembered he asked about you at my place. What did you say? It was no fun to be pried into by the little cabbage's old father. If you dandy words are full of words of praise, tone of voice is full of love, Her father is not afraid to break the defense on the spot. I'd say you're okay as a person. Not too familiar. That's good. Yu Dandy's eyes narrowed. Really was again she gave the right guess. This guy is really a wimp. Surely afraid of her father to trip him up. No, he's a young man. Why doesn't he have any youthful spirit? Show a little bit of toughness. Although her father was a bit protective of his daughter, but her father was also a thief and good-faced, so it was definitely impossible for him to bully a junior. Her dad was usually a fairly gentle man, only coming down hard on his competitors. So what did he have to be afraid of? And he didn't run a company? Say, what kind of person is that agent of yours? Zhang Yun, who feels so concerned about you? Poutong thought about the last time he called. Zhang Yun's style of speaking, more than an agent, he felt more like the tone of an elder caring for his juniors. She's my dad's secretary. Because I'm going to be in showbiz, my dad doesn't feel comfortable with that, so he assigned her to me. A personal secretary? I don't blame Poutong for thinking too much. I can only say that rich people play with flowers. What do you think? Just ordinary secretary. My mom is a big beauty. My dad is not guilty of being a fishy cat. Yu Dandy blankly glanced at him. However, my mom also asked about you. The woman's mother, Poutong, really doesn't know much about her and can't find out much about her, so she should be an ordinary housewife. What did Auntie ask? My dad, you call your dad your dad. For my mom you call Auntie. Want to be so real? Shoota. Poutong paused. Don't you call my mom Auntie too? That's true. Where were we? My mom only asked how you were doing in school. It is too normal to ask about the academic performance of the same table and so on. It seems that Yu Dandan's mom does not take public opinion seriously at all. As the class bell rang, the banter between the two went into CD. Zhang Binyan stepped into the classroom with a look of enacting a new task. That said, not even sure what the theme of the fourth installment is yet? He's already an outsider to the show anyway, so any theme is pretty much irrelevant to him is all. Zhang Binyan was very calm, quite calmly finished a whole English class. Maybe in his eyes, the class is the first thing that the teacher. It wasn't until the end of class that he cleared his throat and broke a message. This weekend our class will be organizing an event. It's voluntary because it takes up everyone's time after school, and we'll be heading to the set of Joan of Arc to film the fourth installment of the variety show. Possibly because of the occupation of students after school, Zhang Binyan's face with a few points of displeasure. But people give enough money to the school above also agreed. He really has no way to refuse. Xiong Yu Xing, it's that ancient fairy drama starring Wen Yu and Mu Nan, right? Munan, my goddess, Twilight Cotton to Nan, together forever. Looking at a group of students jumping at the chance to try, Zhang Binyan only feel tired. This group of guys, there is no one Ben to learn. Tally up those who want to go. Raise your hand if you don't want to go. There should be a lot of people who want to go. It's too much of a pain in the ass to count. Then Poutong was the only one who raised his right hand proudly. Go, my ass. The double holiday is the time to study well to pull the gap. Weekdays everyone is learning the same. Private is the real work. Doesn't it smell good to have this time to learn more? Zhang Binyan swept a glance at the classroom and found that the only person who did not want to go was Poutong. Obviously the student with the most heat is always able to maintain a seeker's mind, and the other students are ordinary people, but one wants to get together. This can be really ironic. Poutine is the only one who doesn't want to go. Anyone else? Then I won't go either. Lu Nang raised his hand, looking like he was sworn to follow Tong. It's not easy to take a vacation. Why do you go to all that trouble? It's much more comfortable to stay home and play games, right? As for the other students are trying to watch the mentality of the audience. And the double holiday at home is either forced by parents to study or cram school. Why not go to see the world is also good. All students except for Poutong and Reunion meet at the school at 8 a.m. on Sunday morning and will be picked up by a special bus. Zhang Binyan sighed and turned to walk out of the classroom. Originally, young people are a group of people who are easily attracted to new things, and as a result, the school insisted on agreeing to shoot a variety show in the school for the sake of publicity, bringing an entertainment to die for ethos to campus. Principal, you're confused. That's Munan, known as the dream girl of all men in China. Don't you want to meet? Yu Dandy said doubtfully. She had worked with Munan, and at that time, even she was nearly overwhelmed by the woman's divine face, which was nothing short of a terrifying mass murderer. Who is it? Really not familiar. Poutong yawned with a rain-me-no-melon look. Yu Dandy looked at Poutong's performance and wanted to say something. It seemed like it was really something he could do. After all, even she this kind is also regarded as a national idol in his eyes also, are counted as a common little girl. Others will not have exceptions. To be honest, at the beginning when the homeroom teacher said that she would go to Munan's and their drama group, she did worry a little bit. What if Poutong was going to like her as much as the others? But she suddenly smiled knowingly when Putty raised her hand. She admitted that she was overthinking it. The guy had never really had anything in his sights but his studies. How unexpectedly reassuring. Poutong scanned the already boiling class and smiled noncommittally. You guys play your game? I'll roll you. However, when it comes to the crew, it always feels like I'm forgetting something important. Chapter 48, this class of fans is really not good. Will I see you again, Swallow? Be happy when I see you again. What are you babbling about again? You dandy glared back at Poutong. The end of school is like a farewell. You go on your way. Poutong packed her book bag and sat in her seat with no intention of leaving. He was going to wait for Ryu to join him, and drop in for a little man-to-man conversation on the way. After seeing you dandy leave the classroom, he carried his book bag to the side of Lu Nang and urged, "Let's go together." Tong brother, today, I and others about 5 rows it. Lu can scratch his head, a little embarrassed look. Why don't you go back first? 5 rows of dump trucks swooping down on black iron, right? I still don't know about your skill? You can still get killed by minions when you play a dog's head Q soldier. A dog's head? What's that? Not Gobi death? It's all the same. Seems like it's called differently in the game in this world. Ryunin haphazardly stuffed a few books into his bag, wrapped his arm around Poutong's shoulders and headed out. Can you call me a novice? The computers in this internet cafe are aging to the point where you don't know what's going on. They're stuck like a dog. The strong never complain about circumstances. Playing a dish as a card? It is a great shame to be called a novice in the game. If someone else said so, he would have disliked him with the word solo, but in the face of his own brother Tong, he really did not have that kind of courage. Actually, I just want to introduce you to a good place to play games. Boughton laughed and changed the topic to the main topic. Where? Ryunin was instantly energized, and he wasn't sleepy when he said that. A gaming company, all up to date with the latest configurations, taking you there this weekend. The game company, will that work? Don't tell anyone, actually that company is mine, Poutong whispered. Didn't we all agree to bring our brothers together to make money? Can I still lie to you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Nang's jaw dropped. Would have loved Tong. Now it's more like it. The company is quite close to the school you're home. You have something to go to see. Play the game can be, but you also have to learn something to be able to see. Learn well. You do not have some ability. I am not good nepotism. Brother, you'll be my own brother from now on. Lu Nang was as happy as a 200-pound fat man. His expression management was crumbling a bit. He didn't ask much of his deadbeat friend. He was successful if he could do something decent. The two exited the school, but Ryunin was still heading in the opposite direction. I will burn what's left of my blood where I fought. Poutine watched him walk towards the internet cafe with an impassioned stride, a little unstrung. He'd believe it if his record wasn't available. Big brother, why do you always have a black screen when you play games? What should be said is clear. Poutine did not dawdle, and walked all the way back home. Not here? The door to the house was locked, so it looked like Mom wasn't home today. Then it looks like I'll have to cook and eat by myself again. Mom had eaten so much dark food that he suspected his tastes had become heavier as well. By the sound of it, it's Poutong who's back. Neighbor Auntie pushed open the door. Your mother had some business at work and left this afternoon, asking you to come to my house for a meal tonight. How embarrassing that would be. Neighborhoods are a wonderful relationship. The ones that don't get along well look at each other, and the ones that do get along well are practically angels. Lau's family is largely angelic neighbors. His parents are often away because of their work, so much so that he comes to his neighbor Lau's house from time to time to rub his nose in the food. The family treats him very well, and even cooks according to his tastes. One more person, one more pair of chopsticks. The rice is made according to the amount of 4 people. If you don't come, Auntie will be angry. Well then, I'll put a bag first, Poutong said helplessly. In fact, just now when Aunt Lu opened the door, he smelled the smell of red meat. He was used to eating dark cuisine. He couldn't stand this. By the time he finished putting away his bag and went over, Aunt Lu had already set up 4 sets of dishes and was urging the family to come out for dinner. He had already taken his seat and was intently swiping through the news reports with a worried look. Su, come out to eat. Aunt Lu unwrapped her apron and greeted her daughter to come out to eat while serving food to her plate. Coming, a childish female voice rang out, her tone a little displeased. Hearing the familiar voice, Poutong couldn't help but feel some brain pain. This junior high school girl seems to be his fan to come. Not long after, Sui, the only daughter of the old he, appeared in Poutong's field of vision with a stern face, as if she had suffered some great grievance. Ha, Poutong! When Sui saw Poutong, the displeasure on her face instantly disappeared, and her eyes became a few points brighter. Come on over and eat. Poutong could only laugh awkwardly. It is very easy for young people to be blind in their pursuit of stars, as they have not formed mature values. They are obsessed with chasing after beauty and handsome, superficial and impulsive, and very irrational. They can only see some of the stars bright and beautiful outside, only to see its light, do not see its darkness. Coupled with classmates and friends to talk about the pursuit. Over time, the pursuit of stars on the ideological almost reached a dominant position. Poutong always felt that Isui's eyes were a bit burning, so much so that she was uncomfortable eating. Pissed me off, Poutong. You don't know. Today your fan Super Talk came a la stomping on you. My sisters and I sprayed her dozens of floors. Sui deflated her mouth. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Superlatives? He still has that? And the fact that something like fan cursing could actually happen to you? Celebrity pickups, affecting normal airport order, organizing support, wasting a lot of fresh milk, internet scolding. How can we not worry about our future when young people are the future of the world? Poutong doesn't want him to have fans, and if he already does, then he definitely doesn't want his fans to turn out like this. Let me ask a question. Poutine smiled. What aspect of me do you admire more? You are handsome, and you can also write songs. Hisuyi is a little shy. After all, mom and dad are still present. She is more or less a little bit unable to let go. Then you know too little about me. To worship someone, one should know them well. To worship talented and virtuous people, to worship people who work hard to get ahead, to learn from them, and to set ambitious goals. Poutong sighed. These words were easy to say, but how many stargazers could actually do it? But you're just talented and hardworking. The girl beeped in a small voice. I'm not even close. Boughton laughed. He's just described what's the gold in that. What you should really be powdered are those peerless national heroes? National heroes, industry models, national masters, moral standard bearers, as well as your family around you who really care about you and love you. Poutong glanced at the old he couple who were quietly listening on the sidelines and nodded towards them. Not to mention the fact that it makes sense to guide your own fans. Even if the old he family's kindness to him, he does not want their only daughter to become the so-called rice circle girl. Hisuyi blinked her eyes, a bit unresponsive. Let me ask you this, how did you do on this monthly test? No, not really, but I'm making great progress in my studies. Oh, you don't know that, do you? As my fan, shouldn't you try to study hard first, instead of going online and yelling at those people? Poutong said with a straight face, if you want to be my fan, you can't live your own life well. Got it. Hisuyi nodded her head plausibly, not knowing how much she had actually heard. After helping Aunt Lu clean up the dishes, Poutong returned home with a heavy heart. He'd thought he'd be able to pick clean by staying out of it, but that didn't seem to be the case now. In fact, his existing fans and other people's fans are not too different. Most of the online star chasing so a group of people, and bring what ice clean it. It's not a good thing if his fans go around causing trouble under his banner. Don't let it come to a point where he's quietly studying and doing nothing, and he's out there getting his reputation messed up by his fans. This class of fans is so not good. Chapter 49, Your Father is Here. Poutine also really searched for his fan superlatives. Hundreds of thousands of tongshui. Not as many people as the celebrity supertalkers, but as a vegetarian, it's not a small number. To be honest, being liked by so many people was definitely something to be happy about. People sought approval throughout their lives, and he would be no exception. I'd like to see what kind of anticlimactic stuff this group of fans are discussing. Poutong casually flipped through a few posts, all of which were screenshots of pictures from his variety show as beauty pictures. The accompanying text was something like, this ing teenage sensation. There are also some clips of his footage from the variety show, which seem to have some technical power, with like 100 or so comments on each post. It looks like there are quite a few active fans. Soon, he swiped to the pole-stepping post that Hisuyi said was the culprit, and the culprit was even a fan of Siamu's. I'm afraid you don't know that your brother is already my little brother. Fans are like that. Maybe people are on good personal terms with the main guy, but fans are just going to attack each other. His fans in the comments section also dislike him, more or less bloodily. If this was someone else's fan fight, then he'd watch it for fun at best, but this time it was about himself, and it was more or less awkward. For Poutong, he didn't care if he had fans or not, but if he already did, then he didn't want those people to follow him in the wrong way. He doesn't need marketing and he doesn't cut his fans. He just wants everyone who likes him to get better. Poutong hesitated for a long time and decided to post something to slightly guide the values of his fans. Hisuyi is a little happy today. It was a blessing for her to be taken seriously by her idol. Unlike the stargazers who get no response, she's already winning too much. Unlike the stargazers, she had always known Poutong, and now there was just an added sense of inexplicable dreaminess of her neighbor's brother being a superhuman idol, which was just too appealing to an adolescent little girl. In fact, she used to call Poutong her brother, but after people got hot, she didn't have that courage instead. But from what I've seen today, Poutong is still the same Poutong, without any shelf and completely different from the star performers. Other people call their idol's brother just by name, but she calls Poutong brother. That's a real brother. Can that be the same? Hisuyi opened her cell phone, ready to go over Poutong's superlatives a couple more times. She had just clicked on it, but suddenly she saw that a certain regular user had made an updated post in Supertalk. Isn't this nickname Poutine himself? She hurriedly clicked show full text, ready to see what Putin had posted. A certain regular user. Personally, I think star chasing you are actually chasing yourself. You're actually designing a persona for yourself of your ideal life state, your goals, what you want to be. You actually end up chasing around you, chasing your own shadow, because all of us live in the world of reality, and reality is not so perfect. You can't do what you want, you can't do what you need, but you can at least frame your life in a virtual world. Look at that goal of his, look at that look of his, he's what I want to be. But really the ultimate projection onto myself is that I want to be as good and as successful as he is in the future. I want them to be an encouragement to you that ultimately the person in this world who deserves your love the most, besides your parents, is you. Poutong didn't want to go stand on the high ground and point fingers at others, nor did he want to teach others how to do things. Anyone has the right to chase their own preferences. He just wanted to set a little bit of the correct view of stargazing for his fans. Wouldn't it be nice if even one or two people actually listened? He said he looked at Poutong's somewhat long post, and recalled what he had just said to himself, with a somewhat thoughtful look. Yes, didn't the word worship begin, in the very beginning, to emphasize the power of example? What's the point of chasing a star if it doesn't make you better, but constantly negatively impacts your life? Poutong looked at some of the self-reflective comments in the comments section with some emotion. He'd actually like to mobilize his fans to study with him, but that sort of thing sounds a bit outrageous. It would be great if the whole super talk was about learning. Imagine how much progress would be made if all the stargazers put their stargazing efforts into their studies. The importance of learning for any person lies not only in the acquisition of new knowledge, but also in the ability to maintain deep thinking, from which we can constantly revise our perception of the world, our understanding of ourselves, and then achieve real growth. Luckily, I love learning. If you guys can be like me, then I think this thing, it's so cool. As the main man, he said what he needed to say, and it wasn't up to him to decide whether the fans would listen or not. Just as Poutong was about to read, he heard the sound of the door lock being twisted from the doorway. "Son, come out. Your father is here." Although the voice was his father all right, why was the expression so strange? It feels like a common conversation in the college men's dormitory. Poutong came into the living room, and before he had time to react he was wrapped in a broad arm, and it was only then that he saw the burly man sneaking up behind him, none other than his dad. "Poto Loco, son, did you miss me?" Pu Luo's body is somewhat magnificent. A whole embrace over Poutong were pressed a little chest tightness and shortness of breath. Think, too much. He had only talked to his dad on the phone a couple times in the month or so since he crossed over, and this was the first time father and son had met. "It feels like, is a little mean. Haven't seen you for a while. You've gotten better." Pu Luo patted his head with a somewhat puzzled look. "But I remember that you didn't know how to play the guitar before?" "Secretly practiced by myself." Poutong played a sloppy game. After all, mom and dad were often not at home, so it was reasonable for him to secretly learn a skill, right? Really? Pu Luo had disbelief written all over his face. "Sure, maybe I'm slightly more talented and a quick learner." Ahem. "That, Dad, why are you suddenly back? Have you finished with your drama group?" Poutong hastily changed the topic. His dad's a human being. He's not as easy to fool as his mom. "Almost there. I have to go over to shoot a variety show this weekend. The main part is all shot." "Shooting a variety show?" "This is right." Poutong still said he forgot something. "So it's this." "Dad, the crew he works for seems to be exactly that. A costume drama. I think it's the crew of Joan Jade Roe, which is where the 4th installment of When You're Young was filmed. But I still have to say a few words about you. I support you if you want to start a business and open a company, and it's fine if you want to be a star. But I don't recommend early love." "I didn't fall in love early." Poutong wondered. How did he fall in love early? "I just as a passerby to remind you 2 sentences. Pu Luo said in a serious tone. "Boys can protect themselves while outside. Think of when I was given by your mom." Dad, with his big eyes, is being chased? Wait, why would one say also? Chapter 50 Talking, plus more. Drama crew is responsible for the day-to-day affairs during the filming of a TV series, and the work includes clothing, food, housing, transportation and other aspects, which can be quite a hassle. It's their job to do everything from the smallest things like what to eat in the cruise box lunches to scheduling and communicating with the actors. Poutong's dad is such a veteran dramaturg, having worked with at least a dozen TV drama crews and knowing quite a few actors. Because he has to deal with actors of various temperaments, he has developed a pair of discerning eyes, and is quite thorough in his understanding of people. During this period of time he could always see Poutong's figure in various places, which made him intuitively feel that his son was not quite the same. "I heard from your mom that you did pretty well on this test, so why do you want to study hard?" If Pu Luo remembered correctly, this kid used to be a complete jerk and could even be described as uneducated. And now, studying seriously, not to mention writing songs and poems to start a company. These changes are a bit too big, and he, who often works on magical dramas on the set, can't help but have some magical speculations, such as aliens taking over the body. Studying well is the right thing to do. Right, Poutong frowned. Although studying doesn't always lead to great success, it does lead to seeing the larger world. He nodded, but never took his eyes off of Poutong. still doesn't feel right. It's been a while since we've played a game of two choices, hasn't it? And I'm asking you to guess. Poutong heart secretly said a bad. His father is suspicious. If he answered and the original body's previous preferences are not the same, then it is not good to say. His memories of his original body were rather vague, and there were so many fine details that he really couldn't recall, which would be embarrassing if he happened to be asked. Savory tofu brain or sweet tofu brain? Salted tofu brain. Cat or dog? Cat. Blue or white? Blue. Mikado or loli? Lori. Poutong's surface is calm, but his back is full of cold sweat. According to his memory, he should answer correctly, and the original body and his interests are more similar. Even if he is blindly guessing, he will not be wrong. Not bad. Honestly, I didn't know about the last question. Now I do. Plucky laughed out loud, feeling like he was the one who was a little jumpy. Who else could it be if not your own son? Why is he still imagining things at his age? He's really gone back to his old age. Dad, it feels like you've changed quite a bit. Liven things up a bit. Plucky sighed, not knowing what to talk about. In fact, he recognizes that he owes something to his son in his upbringing. Ever since Poutong was born, a sense of parental responsibility has been added to his body. It is this innate sense of responsibility that makes him work hard to provide a good environment for his son to grow up. However, he spends a lot of time at work and has little time to spend with his son. By now, his son had changed so much that he hadn't even noticed, which was undoubtedly a dereliction of his duty as a father. Dad? Poutong could see the bitterness at the corner of his dad's mouth and laughed. Are you going through menopause? Brat, I am thinking that I know too little about you. Even your own son has become so outstanding and you didn't even realize it. Luo patted Poutong's slim shoulders and frowned. Too skinny. Even though you're handsome, you can't follow that fresh meat routine and work out with me tomorrow? Luo thought of this on the gas. His crew has seen a lot of this. Fresh meat is often the most troublesome type of filming. Filming a little bit of what have to stand in. Things are also a lot of a batch of filming an action scene bump have to buy a marketing said dedicated. Make it seem as if they are the same as the theater service dereliction of duty. Exercise? Poutine murmured. It's not impossible. The body is the capital of study and work. Want to study well? Physical health cannot fall, cannot learn to become a nerd. Learning is both mental and physical labor, and without a good body, you can't study for a long time, and your learning efficiency won't be high, not to mention the fact that mental clarity is also directly linked to your health. This was something he had rather overlooked, and it wasn't good to spend all day in a book. Exercise is necessary, but you also have to eat well. You're so skinny. Your mom's cooking is terrible, isn't it? Poutong looked at his bladdered dad's concerned gaze, and inexplicably felt more warmth in his heart. What about unexpected contrasts? In his previous life, he was all alone and had grown up alone. The word family was too far away from him, but now he has a very happy home. Although her mom didn't seem too serious on the surface. In fact, Poutong knew that she cared about herself as well. The company had just started so many trivial matters through her hands, and she hadn't mentioned a single word about it, and it was clear that she knew absolutely nothing about it. But she was willing to give herself a refresher course because of her son's affairs. Mr. Lu Yuan once said, the significance of the existence of parents is not to give their children a comfortable and affluent life, but when you think of your parents, you will be filled with strength and feel warmth in your heart, so that you will have the courage and ability to overcome difficulties, and therefore gain more joy and initiative in life. Although Mr. Lu Yuan seems to have said everything in his emoji, this one he really said, probably because the previous is too lonely. The life of the previous life should be completely passed away. He should also be released but always in the night tossing dreams but cannot deceive themselves. In the dream always meet two people. One is their own, the other is still their own, probably across the board or cannot be let go of. Let it go. Let nature take its course. Get an early night and go for a morning run with me tomorrow. I turned to the weather forecast to check. There's no sun this tomorrow. And crookedly the words rain are written on every page. If it's raining, it's raining. What kind of style are you using? Luo knocked his son's head, a little confused as to what he was talking about. Loosen body just. Ahem. I can't run away from the rain. The day after tomorrow for sure. Poutong laughed awkwardly and looked at the time, deciding to go and do a few questions first. Say, I think you'll be coming to this variety shoot for your class this week, right? Voluntarily. I refused. Well, it's good if you don't come. That director of ours is still thinking about you all the time. He said he wanted to sign you, but I rejected all of them. Dad laughed. I still know my son's character. So many people miss him? Singing he still has the bottom, but acting he is really not. The small bottom side of the previous life also did not receive a play. It is estimated that it will only open the mouth and close the eyes. He can't do anything that would jeopardize a TV show without acting skills, but I can take you there if you want to go. No. Poutine hastily refused. Why do you think I would want to go? I remember you used to like Munin. What? You don't like it now? Is there such a thing? Then it seems that the original body prefers imperial girls to Lolitas. He even guessed wrong just now. Chapter 51, In the Rain. The next day it really did rain, and the morning run that Poutong and his dad had arranged didn't go as planned. The rainy streets were sparsely populated and slightly chilly. Poutong skirted the small puddle of rain-soaked water and walked straight to the bakery he hadn't been to in a long time. Mom still makes him breakfast for dinner when she's home, but today his dad was still snoring while he was washing up. Boss, come 4 buns a cup of soybean milk. Poutong put away the umbrella and walked into the store door, not forgetting to shake off the small droplets of water. $6. Why does this handsome young man look a bit familiar? The boss couldn't help but look twice more at the teenager who entered the door. Forget it, take it away. Poutine paid the money, feeling a little pressed for time. It wasn't too late to go to school, but mornings were precious prime memory time, and he really didn't want to miss it. Until Boughton left with his breakfast under an umbrella. The owner was still trying to remember where he had seen this handsome young man. It's a bit cold. Poutong was surveying the world under the umbrella when a blast of coolness made him shiver and unconsciously quicken his pace. The number of pedestrians in his field of vision only increased when he reached the vicinity of the school gates. Except for the students who rode bicycles to school and wore raincoats, most of the students were still holding a variety of small umbrellas, and at a glance he couldn't even find 2 of the same. This is when a slugger with a small pink umbrella will be the killer. Poutong saw the big tree in front of the school, and suddenly had a bold idea: step on it, and then the water droplets splashed all over others. How exciting! The man was a teenager until he died, and he pursed his lips, but he didn't dare to get off his leg after all. Just as he premeditated kicking the tree, a car came up across the street and stopped impartially in front of him, nearly splashing him. When the car door opened, Yu Dandy stepped down and waved at him. Take the umbrella. A mature female voice rang out from the car, and Poutong frowned, a voice he had heard before. He leaned down and glanced into the driver's seat of the car, meeting eyes with a young woman. Hello, Poutong, first time meeting, I'm Dandy's agent, Jiang Yun. The woman waved her hand at him, a smile at the corner of her mouth. Hello. Poutong couldn't help but re-examine this slightly understated-looking car for fear that it wasn't some understated luxury car. Let's go, let's go. Yu Dandy took out a blue-spotted umbrella from the car and urged, why are you two still chatting? Oh. Poutong glanced slightly puzzled at Agent Jiang, who was smiling even more, and walked slowly into the school. Wait for me. The young girl followed quickly, holding her umbrella next to him. It was actually the first time the two of them had met in front of the school, and the probability that 2 people who were both irregular in their routine could meet in front of the school without an appointment was very low. But undoubtedly, today they both bumped into that tiny probability. You should. Today, Poutong, words to the mouth, finally still failed to ask. It should be a few days before the physiological period is over. I think. Much better. Yu Dandy pointed to the breakfast in Poutong's hand and queried, don't you usually eat breakfast at home? My mom's not home. Auntie seems to be going out for an interview over in the northwest. How do you know? Poutong he himself didn't know what his mom was doing. He shouldn't be a fake son. Auntie microblogging has sent the trip. Yu Dandy, a little embarrassed, explained, by chance to brush. Poutong is still quite admiring have the ability and qualifications, but only do not love to take those big news, big events. Always go to interview those life and the ordinary people. In fact, they are all small things that no one would care about, but she has been able to report them every time, and they have attracted a wide range of attention. From the bitter story of migrant workers whose wages are owed to the village of the elderly, which is made up entirely of widows and orphans, she reports on the difficulties of ordinary people living in these inconspicuous corners, so that more people can understand the reality of the other side of the sadness of the world. Heat that means nothing to myself, even a little bit to my mom, can bring more attention and help to those less fortunate in her coverage. The two collected their umbrellas and walked side by side, drawing sideways glances from passing students. Never mind, it's hard to have a second chance encounter like this anyway, so let's just walk together today. In the empty space behind the classroom, there were already a lot of umbrellas placed. Poutong picked a position a little bit on the edge and put his own umbrella over, touching the bun that was already a bit cold in his hand. Poutong said that it wasn't a big problem and sat down and started to eat it while reading a book. Is it delicious? Yu Dandy glanced at Poutong's movements with interest. Not good, but good. It doesn't feel good to me, but it feels good to you because it's always better in someone else's hands. Cut. Yu Dandy was unimpressed, though it always felt like he had a bit of truth in his words. In order not to let the smell spread in the classroom, Poutong ate quickly, not long after 3 buns and a cup of soybean milk down. Hello. He detected some blazing glances from his tablemates and chose to be polite and courteous. You try one. The buns weren't irritatingly spicy, so she should be able to eat them even if she was special. Yeah. Yu Dandy was not polite, and reached out to touch another bun. It's getting a little cold, she mumbled. It's nice to have something to eat. That said, you should have eaten at home. I'm getting tired of soaking nutritious cereal and eating it every day. Yu Dandy swallowed a bun in 3 bites. The whole side of his mouth was a bit oily. Rub it in. Poutine gave her a blank look and began to memorize the book in earnest. The classroom on a rainy day will always have an inexplicable attraction. Listening to the sound of rain pattering outside the window, smelling some earthy moist air, it is always easy to be quiet. The rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier. Poutine was only glad that he came early. If he was lazy, he probably couldn't resist such a heavy rain with an umbrella. Not long after, Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino came to the classroom a little wet, verifying his suspicions. Why is this rain coming down diagonally? Sakura-chan rubbed her hair with a sad face. The wind blew it. Lin Yushi pulled out a towel from her book bag and wiped her hair. Why did you bring a towel? Did you figure this out? You never know what's in a girl's book bag. Forget about the towel. He'd believe it even if she just conjured a pigeon out of her bag. Rub me too. The cherry blossom girl rather skillfully stuck her head over, and Lin Yushi didn't see any outsiders, holding her head and rubbing it for a while. Rubbing your dog's head in. After rubbing her hair, Iori Yukino was even a bit close to being shaken. I thought it was the bamboo dragonfly on my head that took off. Poutine told her many episodes of Doraemon, and then the guy got it into his head hard, always fantasizing about owning a robot cat. I have to say, the Sakura people are really blessed with the middle 2-piece. That said, Doraemon, I've already drawn the first one, just according to your description. Decided to post it online at noon today. Sakura-chan seemed to have suddenly remembered something, and hastily added, I wrote both of our names as the author. After all, it was your idea. If Iori Yukino's drawings were good enough, the Doraemon manga would undoubtedly be a fire, and as a superb IP, Poutine felt that the original author would definitely make a lot of money. He didn't know how to draw manga in the first place either, so this time he actually kind of took advantage of Sakura-chan instead. I've always had a question though. Why is Nobita always stupid and unlucky? Maybe meeting up with Robot Cat has taken all the luck out of his life. How lucky does a person have to be to meet each other? Even if it takes a lifetime of luck, it should be worth it, right? Chapter 52 episodes. By the time Poutong and the others were planning to go to their chemistry lab class, the rain had stopped. The lab building was a bit far from their classroom, and if it was still raining now, this part of the trip would definitely be a pain in the ass. Walking through the somewhat cold campus after the rain, the crowd arrived at the lab and began the experiment after being seated in groups of 2 as required. It's beautiful. Yu Dandy was a bit overwhelmed for a moment when she heard Poutine's complimentary voice. It's so good looking. Going to. Can't stand it. Poutine's eyes looked at her as if they were glowing, causing the young girl to go into a bit of a trance. Who are you complimenting? Yu Dandy was a bit embarrassed. The copper sulfate solution behind you. Of course. Bouten lifted the test tube and looked at the splash of sky blue in the center with some love. Why can it look so good? He must have gotten something wrong, right? Bouten was unimpressed, shaking the crystal clear blue in the test tube rather intoxicated. Why would anyone presume to challenge the beauty of a copper sulfate solution? The chemistry experiment was so simple that they finished it in half a class. So much so that in the second half of the class a group of students started to configure the magic potion. None of the solutions readily available on the table were dangerous, and the teacher was too lazy to bother with them, sitting silently on the podium to watch them fool around. In fact, many of the solutions are very good looking and have their own characteristics. Poutine is a pure copper sulfate solutionist, and Yu Dandy also loves the color blue, and finally discovered the beauty of this azure blue under Poutine's compulsion as well, whereas Iori Yukino prefers the purplish-red potassium permanganate solution. She claims not to like the same purple color litmus solution, but rather the potassium permanganate solution alone pushes people. Lin Yushi liked the light green ferrous chloride solution, which looked a bit like a green apple-flavored drink, but of course the stuff was absolutely undrinkable. I suddenly thought of a story. Do you guys want to hear it? Bouten suddenly mentioned it. Stories? Listen. Yu Dandy and Iori Yukino both said they wanted to listen, so the remaining one, Lin Yushi, could only let them be. Once upon a time, there was a man with blue hair and a young girl with silver hair, and they loved each other, but the young girl with silver hair wanted to become red. Finally, one day, the man sacrificed himself for the young girl's dream. Don't cry. The light blue-haired man looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him who had been crying. Didn't you always like the color red? Yes, I do love the color red. The silver-haired girl wiped her eyes, but I don't want it to be based on someone else's pain, especially you. With that, the silver-haired girl began to whimper again. It's okay, I'll remember you just the same even if it will change. The blue-haired man stroked the young girl's silver-white hair. Whether you still love me then or not. Impossible. You are bound to forget everything after the change. This is the rule of this world that cannot be changed. The silver-haired girl suddenly became agitated. The man leaned down and kissed the young girl lightly on the forehead. Good girl, listen to me, sleep well and wake up, everything will be fine. The silver-haired girl finally fell into a deep sleep after all the man's coaxing, and the blue-haired man stroked the girl's cheek and said, I'll make the world the way you like it, and don't forget that we were once in love. Soon, the silver-haired girl's hair gradually turned blood red, while the face of the man beside her gradually turned green. Consider this, my last gift to you. It was nearly dusk when the young girl, who had turned red, awoke and looked at her hands, her eyes blank. The memory of that blue shadow, why I just can't remember it. Poutong finished his story and looked at the three women who looked differently. Any thoughts? Kind of touching. Yu Dandy secretly smacked his lips, sacrificing himself for the sake of his beloved. No matter how you think about it, it's a great thing, right? I'm a little confused by the logic though. What are the world rules again? And what does hair color determine? Iori Yukino had a lot of question marks. Lin Yushi stood with an odd expression on her face, seemingly guessing a bit. Poutong shook the test tube in his hand. Actually, this story tells us that a blue copper sulfate solution can have a replacement reaction with a silvery white, monolithic iron, producing red copper and a light green ferrous sulfate solution. Bowden paid no attention to the three women's grudging gazes, enjoying the copper sulfate solution in his hand by himself. Copper sulfate solution sauce. Your monolithic iron sang is having a great time right now. Although he was kind of joking around in there, knowledge is actually fun, and a lot of new and interesting things can come out of the collision and fusion of minds. In the eyes of some people, knowledge is understood only as the imprint of ink in a book or as a message heard by two ears. But as one's exposure to knowledge increases, the more one is drawn to it. After chemistry class, the originally overcast sky had completely cleared up by now, and if it weren't for the standing water on the ground, it would be impossible to tell that it had rained this morning. Spring weather is a bit warm and cold at first, always unpredictable by common sense. Yo, how come you didn't go study with your copper sulfate solution as a tablemate? After returning to the classroom, Yu Dandy's tone was a bit displeased. Even if she couldn't beat people, she couldn't even beat a copper sulfate solution now? Of course the copper sulfate solution is pretty, but in Poutong's eyes, she doesn't even have the charm of a copper sulfate solution, which is over the top. I'd still prefer a human tablemate, just so you know. And the copper sulfate solution sauce already has a single iron sang. Get outta here, that's why it's fun to learn. Yu Dandy blankly glanced at him. I really can't imagine you liking someone. What exactly would happen to an out-of-tune and eccentric would like this one once he falls in love? Is it hard to imagine? So, what will it be like? Yu Dandy expressed doubt. Poutine pondered for a moment and said, you know what? Most of the yearly episodes in anime are 52 episodes, one episode a week, which means it takes a year to air the entire series. People who are able to wait for updates on time every week, who are able to read a story for a year without interruption, and do so, I think are actually really amazing. If I fall in love with a yearly series, I'll catch up with it for 52 episodes without stopping until it finishes. If I fall in love with someone, I will also follow her for 52 episodes without stopping until she leaves. 52 episodes, representing the beginning to the end. What an illogical switcheroo. However, she seemed to understand one thing, and that was that people who didn't move easily, once they did, they were committed. But there's no one I like for the time being. Poutine stretched. Of course studying is the most important thing for high school students. You'd better go live with your potassium permanganate solution. Yu Dandy couldn't help it and gave him a little punch with her small fist. Don't. It's not good to hit people on the show. Wait, it doesn't seem like photographers have been showing up lately. Chapter 53, The Painter. The fourth installment of the show is supposed to be the one that saves Poutine the most heartache, as there was basically no classroom footage filmed this week due to having to go to the location to film on Sunday, although he seems to have been blacklisted from the show. He and Guide Su had bumped into each other a few times at school, and it didn't matter to himself, but every time Su Lei passed by him he would always so coldly grunt twice, as if he was purposely trying to attract his attention. Poutong chose to ignore it. Perhaps Su Lei didn't have a bad idea in the beginning, but he was too self-righteous, and arrogance was the greatest enemy of mankind. The week rushed by, and it's worth noting that he basically got up early and ran in the morning every day for the next few days. Right after the morning run on Saturday morning, Polak returned to the set. He was the head of the crew and he had to prepare for the variety shoot on Sunday. Poutong finished his shower and called Reunion. After a long period of waiting, the fat man's lazy voice came from the phone. Tong, what's up so early? Ever since I gave Reunion the word to go to the office for the weekend a few days ago, the guy had been jumping around every day with excitement, and it was marvelous to see that now, once the weekend came around, he had calmed down instead. To the game company. Game? Reunion's tone instantly perked up, as if some strange switch had been hit by those two words. Pack up and meet outside your neighborhood in half an hour. Poutine hung up the phone with a sigh. It's true that games are still quite attractive to most guys. He didn't dare delay. He packed up his things and headed out the door. Their home in Lunang neighborhood is very close to each other, so the two of them have been playing together since they were young. And if it is not that this guy is now out late and degenerate, maybe the two of them can still be accompanied to school. Poutong waited for a long time, seeing that the appointed time was about to pass, before he saw the figure of Lunang trotting over. Shirt, shoes, and a suit. He even wore formal attire. The dark black dress looks like it makes him much thinner and even has a sense of erection. The back hem is a double slit, which perfectly covers his waist flab and buttocks, and the straight pants are just the right length to even up the top of the shoes, which instead of showing his legs are thick they look very long. It even looks like a veteran gangster. Phew, sorry, almost late, Lunang gasped, his forehead covered in sweat. It's okay to be a little late. No, punctuality is something a man must do. Poutong nodded in recognition. It seems like this guy is constantly hacking on the internet and not learning, but he never seems to be late for class. You can stop learning, but you can't stop going. At least he didn't lose out on his tuition. You're in this outfit? My dad's. Stealing adult clothes. Why don't you comb your hair to look like an adult too? Ryunan's physical features were exactly like his dad's from the same mold. Not exactly the same, but very similar. The ING genes more or less failed, although it wasn't far from the company. But seeing that Lunang was really tired of running, Poutong chose to stop a taxi. What's wrong with taking a cab to the office when you're the boss? After getting into the car, the driver occasionally surveyed the two young men behind him and secretly accelerated the speed of the car. This big brother is a gangster. Right, little brother is quite handsome. Of course Poutong didn't realize that in the eyes of the driver's master he had become a junior instead, and that he was listening to English with his headphones on. Vocabulary and grammar are pretty quick to memorize, but listening and speaking he's not so good at. Since you are learning a language, how can you only do questions and not be able to communicate on a daily basis? The traffic was not too bad at this hour, and the two of them arrived at the downstairs of the office building in no time. Wow, it's expensive to open a company here. Lunang's jaw dropped to the ground. Brother Tong is young and talented. It's expensive. Can it not be expensive? The whole process is draining him dry. The two arrived at the office to an audible gasp from Reunion. Poutong probably swept a glance. A group of employees are working quite seriously. Ever since the last time he shallowly painted a pie at a potluck, it seemed like everyone was working so much more aggressively, eager to make the next one right away. He paints the pie with just a little bit of something and isn't afraid that they'll figure it out on their own, but instead they'll be pulled by curiosity and inquisitiveness and then work hard. I am very pleased that the staff is doing so. Poutong led Lunang inside and immediately attracted the attention of a group of employees. They naturally have long known that their real boss is actually Poutong, such a young man, but this one beside him, here to collect protection money? It's fine. You guys continue. Poutong also didn't want to disturb the staff's enthusiasm for work and led Lunang into the chairman's office. This place was originally prepared for him, but he still has to go to school during the week, so he really doesn't have that kind of free time. And usually his assistant, Gu Lime, is the one who handles all the matters, big and small. When the two of them entered, Gu Lime was sitting at a small workstation nearby, browsing through something on his computer. Gu Lime, who was serious about her work, had a rather elegant temperament, and with a decent set of plain clothes, she had the look of a white-collar urban woman. Tong brother, don't you already have you dandy? Why are you hiding a woman in a golden house? Lunang could not move his eyes a bit, and the respect in his heart for Poutong added another layer. Not bad for Tong. What? This is my sister, Mom's best friend's daughter. That counts as a cousin. Perhaps hearing the sound of the two men talking, Gu Lime looked up, only to realize that it was Poutong who had arrived. Yo, what brings you here? Boss, showed my friend around, and he'll be coming over later to do some odd jobs when he has time, so it's good for him to learn a few things. Gu Lime nodded without asking more questions. Even if Poutong really planned to place a group of informants in the company, it had little to do with her. After all, she wasn't that fancy. She just wanted to work seriously. Boss, you've come at the right time. The game template for werewolf killing is almost ready. The next thing is the art resources and music sound effects. It's better for you to decide on these things. Poutong nodded. Music sound effects, this good hole. Just leave it until the end. But this art resources. The art resources include the interface UI, battle effects, card original drawings, etc. Mainly because I want you to choose the card original drawings. Gu Lime pointed at the computer screen, signaling him to come over and look. The cards of the card game are the top priority. Of course they have to be drawn nicely. He's still waiting to make money from the skins. If the card characters weren't nice, then the players would feel awkward playing them. And it was because this matter was more important that Gu Lime had given the choice to Poutong to choose personally. I picked 2 interested studios with similar price points and durations, only the painting styles were not quite the same. Poutong looked down the computer screen at the historical works of the 2 studios. The first studio specializes in a bit of realism. The painting style is delicate and soft. The works are some love-oriented card games, commonly known as draw wife or draw husband. The second one has a cute style, Q-type pictures mostly, and the main works are pets, sprites from the racing games. Poutine is a bit of a conundrum, and frankly, he wants it all. Wouldn't it be nice to have one set as originals and one set as skins to sell for money? Kids are the ones making the choices. Boss, there's not enough money. Don't mess around. Gulan coughed dryly twice, almost going into cardiac arrest. Being an assistant to a boss like this is really stressful. Then why don't you contact the second company to draw the raw drawings first? But don't turn down the first one either. Just fish for it. Although the hand is still a bit of money, but also are left to the staff to pay wages. Cannot pro let people work for nothing. Ask for a paycheck without shame. The mouth is the paycheck. The phase is born from the salary. He can't do something like not paying his employees. If you want to make money, you have to spend this money. That money. I'll figure it out. Gulan gave him a look, wondering what his little old boss could come up with. What way? Of course it's to call Yu Chung Hang and demand 5 million to leave his daughter. Well, he's not very brave about this sort of thing. If he really dares to do so, I'm afraid he'll spend $5 million on his hands and feet when the time comes. Now that I think about it, those movie and TV dramas give you 5 million to leave my daughter female parents. Properly are all good people. When will this be my turn? Chapter 54, Selling Your Art, Not Your Body. Boss, do you mean a set of figures for the base decks and a set for the skins? Gulan frowned, a bit unable to follow Poutong's train of thought. Aren't card games supposed to draw cards to make money? And then there will always be someone who receives a stimulus that leads to unbalanced kryptonite. But werewolf killing is focused on gameplay. If the character cards need to be drawn, that's too dissuasive. Poutong hemmed and hawed. Every profession should only be playable by players. But, he aggravated his tone. Out of the skin is not the same, does not affect the gameplay, but can stimulate consumption. People have no reason to climb. The heart is very strong. The base artwork he chose for the decks was all cute and cuddly, which was nice but not cool enough. And when the other set of detailed and beautiful cards came out, it was definitely tempting. Boss, what about pricing? A 6-pack. Poutine was righteous. It has to be $6. You don't need 6 people to charge 100 million. Just 100 million people to charge $6. The main focus is a civilian price. Gulan nodded thoughtfully. Both have done market research, the reasoning he understands, but Poutong can make decisions so decisively as in her unexpected. It's like, he was prepared. That makes things a lot easier. Now all that's left is to run out of money. It's not easy. Poutong sighed, thinking he'd ask his parents for support later. I'm still underage myself, so this shouldn't count as nibbling. After discussing with Gulan for a while, Poutong left Lu Yuan alone and went back home. It's not so much that he wants to keep Ryunan, but the guy is already holding onto the machine and doesn't want to leave. So with a group of office workers looking at him with contempt, Ryunan turned on the game in the corner. To actually waste time on entertainment instead of trying to create a more awesome game is a behavior they are deeply ashamed of. How is it not a bulldog to play another company's game at the gaming company you work for? And what's up with his screen going black all the time? Poutine walked home, physically and mentally exhausted. When will the company give Mr. Pope a car? There's a real shortage of money right now, and if you want to take both sets of charts, the current balance is clearly not enough. Get some money. He has to get some money now. Now there are 3 available options. The first one is begging for a little rich lady to adopt her. Hang up. Second, seek help from mom and dad. Third, writing songs. The first program is too dangerous. No, all understand. Don't understand said also useless. In case the rumor to the ears of Yu Zhongheng, people get angry, move their fingers can blow up their own company. Then the cart before the horse is not worth the loss. As for the third option, he has a shadow over the entertainment industry, and it is a fallback option not to be taken unless it is necessary. Then the result is already obvious. Hey, Mom, why? I'm busy. Mom's voice on the phone was a little puzzled. It's just, how do you say? Well, the company needs money to grow. Wouldn't it be better if I contributed? And son, you know me, just a little reporter. Where's the money? This. Poutine was a bit embarrassed. Well, at least you're a first-rate literary and educational journalist, so you don't have to be broke. Chatting with my son. Well, yes, it's that Poutong. And we seem to be chatting with the person next to her on the phone. Her voice plucked up several degrees. Mom, think again? Don't look at my Poutong. He's quite talented now. but he was so stupid when he was a kid. Once I wasn't paying attention and he almost pulled poop for fun. Poutine hung up the phone rather quickly. Hoping on his unreliable mom was his biggest mistake. Hello, Dad, son, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Dad's voice was quite steady, and he couldn't help but put Pouton's mind at ease. After hearing what Poutong meant, Luo's voice was much milder. In fact, it's normal for children to ask their parents for money. You're not yet an adult, and our family isn't so poor that we can't uncover the pot, so you don't have to have a psychological burden. If you had gone to school normally and were a normal kid, we would have given you the money you asked for. But you've taken an uncommon path now, kid. Since you want to start a business, you have to be ready to rely on yourself since you have already taken a different path. Of course, we will still help you unconditionally when you can't solve the problem on your own when you face difficulties. But now I ask you, do you really have no other way? Is there no other way? Boughton frowned. Honestly, he really wasn't completely at a point where he needed to ask for help. He dared to make the choice that all of them wanted, because he did have the means. But approach is nothing more than writing songs, but doing so is undoubtedly moving closer to the entertainment industry. Showbiz, it's his nightmare. You dandy could see that he was scared. He was afraid of becoming a plaything of capital as he had been in his previous life, afraid of sinking in that circle. I'm guessing you're still capable of songwriting. Writing songs? I know that, but what are you holding back? I don't want to be in show business. This, since the beginning. Ha 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 ha. On the phone, Dad's laughter made Poutine freeze. You sold yourself on show business? Poutine froze. You've already got a song. Are you mixed up in showbiz? You've been affected by all that showbiz pandemonium? Or are you being held hostage by capital? No, right. You can still do your own thing. You can still study in peace. Pouton's pupil shrunk slightly as his thoughts raced. Like, nothing has changed from before? Although he is now on fire, he still wants to learn knowledge properly. He still wants to make money from games. He still hasn't mixed with the entertainment industry. He's just singing. It's not like he's going into showbiz to make a living. What is mixed entertainment is the group of people engaged in careers in the entertainment arts and its ecosystem. Are you in the entertainment business? Do you have an agency? You're just an occasional singer. You're not signed to a label. You're not voted into the charts. You don't live off of that. You're just showcasing your talent every once in a while. You're just giving people a little bit of a musical jolt. Poutine was kind of going to be convinced. It's just the world of showbiz that he doesn't like, not music or anything else. Just like what you dandy told him last time. He could obviously do what many people couldn't do. There was another world of radiant things, but he always hid them deep. Wouldn't it be nice if these things were genuinely enjoyed by more people? As long as you don't go into showbiz, that's fine. It can't be like the previous life, writing songs as a kind of side business. But do not take the initiative to stand in the public eye marketing themselves. Like Susong Park Tree, he can still learn quietly and quietly. It's just that the gray days of his previous life have made him shun it all. And in fact, the only person he has been unable to let go of is himself. So instead, I don't know which song to sing. Poutine was having some trouble choosing. I used to be afraid to sing, but now I'm no longer repulsed. Instead, I feel like I don't know which song to take out. What do you mean? There's more than one? It's okay. It's mostly about inspiration and style. I do have an opportunity for you here. Dad hemmed and hawed. We're done filming that show, and when it comes time to do post-production can need a theme song and all that stuff, so you can try it out. Theme song? Poutine frowned. That should do it. When will the song be recorded? Do you even ask for style themes? Boughton smiled and didn't say anything. He brainstormed, although not dare to say that the sea is full of water, but when a long time the bottom edge. The will he absolutely will. Don't underestimate a professional singer's small library of songs. When the time comes, you just need to find a song as requested, right? It's something you can talk to our producer about. He's quite interested in you too. Let's see when you're free. Recently seems like tomorrow? He a student. The only thing he's free for is a double holiday, right? No matter what, he can't delay his studies, right? The sooner the company's painters talk about it, of course, the better, and it's natural to only make the money you should be making moving music anyway. Tomorrow? That's okay. I'll talk to the producer and you can come over tomorrow. Poutine hung up the phone, his heart beating a little faster. Before he sang just passively, this was the first time he sang actively. Only sells his art. It's his freedom to sing, and no one can suppress him, right? Breaking through the misconceptions in his mind, he suddenly felt so much more relaxed. He is, for now, just going to share those memories of something wonderful. He doesn't mix circles. He doesn't go into marketing. He remains free and just continues to learn quietly. Wait, Boughton suddenly realized something. Tomorrow? Isn't tomorrow the day when the fourth installment of the When You're Young variety show will be filmed on the set? If you go there tomorrow, Won't you just bump into it? He'd said he wasn't going, and it was embarrassing to run into him. Now there's only one person who really doesn't go, and guess who that is? Chapter 55, Long time no see. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. Xiaomu hurriedly extinguished his cell phone screen, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't stop rising. On Sunday, the people involved in the program's filming got on the shuttle bus from the school, and then Gan Hangshu saw a series of abnormal actions by Xiaomu. He holds his cell phone in contemplation and leaps, and now and then his face is filled with happiness. Gan Hangshu sneaked a glance just now and realized that he was just chatting. Who are you talking to that you can be so engrossed? The two of him had always been at the same table, and although his reactions weren't sharp enough, he could clearly feel the recent changes in Xiaomu. From what seems like from that time he said he wanted to talk to Poutong, he changed, differently, suddenly began to study while not to mention, often inexplicably snickering alone. Very weird. Xiaomu sidestepped and retapped his cell phone, but the screen was completely turned back to Gan Hangshu, so it seemed that he was already wary of him. What are you talking about? Why are you sneaking around? What are you talking about? Gan Hangshu tried, laughing so happily. Talking about studies. You're right, but this is outrageous. Xiaomu didn't say anything, but opened his camera to take a picture of the scenery outside the window. Because the bus was going so fast, the photo is a blur of trees, like a spring breeze. See, I'm really in the car. I wasn't on my cell phone the whole time. Ling Ling, if you play with your cell phone in the car, beware of motion sickness. Kisame, I'll stop playing for now then. Xiaomu put his cell phone away into his pocket, looking at the flowing green shadows outside the window a little lost in thought. He's not stupid, and he's not a second pen, and at first he didn't really have much idea that he was going to get help when he confided in Poutong, but maybe just wanted someone outside the circle to spit in his face. But Poutong didn't feel any impatience at all, and he even felt a strange empathy from the other. It was because of Poutong's words that he thought of hiding his identity to make friends. On the internet, no one will be close to themselves because of their identity and appearance. Just a copy of the character speculation, even if you know that these are very virtual, but at least pure. I don't know how long I'll have to self-hypnotize in the virtual world, but it's really much more interesting than the reality I live in. Xiaomu stretched his back and started chatting with Gan Hangshu, but of course, this matter was absolutely off limits. Tang Luochang and Shan Xiqing sat behind the two of them. In stark contrast to their usual routine, the two of them were aloof and didn't even communicate at all. Is there a need to be in business when there's no more footage to be taken? It was all just fake in the first place too. She and Shan Xiqing were called over to talk by director Su to interact and market themselves more on camera, and they both readily agreed. Variety shows are not without a script, but the problem now is that they've marketed it, and the CP is there, but it always fails to catch fire, and after 3 episodes, she hasn't even gained many fans. Tang Luochang glanced at the 3 women in the front row with some bitterness. It was clear that there were 4 female trainees, and she was the only one who couldn't play with others. It was as if she was isolated. I'm sure I'll have to fit in with them when I get the chance. Don't fall asleep. We're almost at the station. Lin Yushi shook Iori Yukino. Wake up, ha, to Akihabara? Akihabara? It's a secondary sanctuary now, you dandy added back, because a certain bushy-tailed deskmate is a second-timer, and she's being badgered in order to have something in common. Wake up, we're just almost at the theater. So, Iori Yukino rubbed her eyes and yawned. I was too sleepy to draw last night. Lin Yushi and Yu Dandan glanced at each other, their smiles thickening. Obviously a particularly lazy person. Actually willing to stay up all night drawing comics? Guess you can't underestimate any secondary's penchant for paperweights, but the thought of seeing Munin instantly woke me up. Sakura-chan hemmed and hawed, her sleepy eyes clearing for a few moments. Who wouldn't like that kind of beautiful big sister? To know that in their cherry blossoms, Munan all had quite a notable popularity. It's not too much to even say that she is an oriental beauty recognized by countless people. Yu Dandy's face sank and she didn't say anything. It's the first time I've seen her. So happy. This should be the second time I've seen it. I saw it once from afar the last time I attended an event. Lin Yushi thought back and said, but I remember dude you and Mu Nan have met many times, right? Yeah, many times yet. Yu Dandy's tone was a bit vicious. Familiar. She's almost too familiar. The woman who could hold her down no matter what. The peak she couldn't get past. Her second production after her debut was with Murnin, where she played the childhood heroine and Murnin played the adult. That was the first time she experienced the light being completely overshadowed. Then the two went deeper. Biba Award. She was the best newcomer. They were the best actress, Golden Bird Award, competing for the best actress. She was strung up by others to beat. She's a national daughter, but she's a proper national goddess, and she's not even on the same track. She never felt bad about being an actress, but she could never hold her head up in front of that woman. This trip to the theater was Frankly, a panic for her. If only that guy was around. Alas, Yu Dandy sighed, but fortunately it wasn't there. If even he hadn't been able to hold it in the face of Mu Nan, it would have been too much of a blow to himself. In her subconscious, she had already defaulted to the fact that she could not be Mu Nan's opponent. It feels like it's quite fun to come out and play. It's a shame that your tablemates aren't coming. Lin Yushi looked at the flowing green shadows outside the window with some emotion. Iori Yukino yawned and shed a few tears. He should still be sleeping at this hour. You think it's you? At this hour? He must have started studying properly. Isn't it enough to ask? Lin Yushi smiled. You have to chat more and improve your relationship with your classmates before you can do that. No, still, it's better not to disturb him when he's studying. Yu Dandy had already familiarized herself with Poutong's temperament, familiarizing herself with the word emotional intelligence. If you don't ask, then I may? Hashism sacks. Iori Yukino interrupted the conversation between the two. So now I'm the only one without his best friend? Yu Dandy, you didn't ask for it either? Lin Yushi, I thought dude gave it away. We are partners. You know how painful it is when I can't get the details right in the middle of a drawing. If only I had his contact information. Wouldn't I be able to ask him directly? Watching Iori Yukino break down a bit, the two of them gave a heartfelt smile. In the end, before the bus arrived at the station, Yu Dandy still pushed Poutong's QQ to her. No V's? Iori Yukino scratched her head. If I'm a partner, I have to give her a share of the payment. Yu Dandy froze, as if she really didn't have Poutine's V. Isn't there a saying, pretty girl, can you add a V? Shouldn't he be allowed to ask for such things voluntarily? The bus arrived at the station and the crowd gathered their things and got off. Zhang Binyan walked in the forefront, somewhat sullen. Even though the program said they would arrange it, he was still unsure about coming along. It's still risky to have so many people traveling together, and as a classroom teacher, he's a little relieved. Please enter in an orderly fashion and don't run around. Su Lei clapped his hands next to the photographer and led the crowd into the nearest movie base. The 7-star trainees walked at the front of the line, looking at the things of the crew only to feel familiar and unfamiliar. Not long after, they arrived at the filming site for the cast of Cheong Yu Xing, and as far as the eye could see was an ancient open-air plaza, somewhat of a cultivation clan. The creators of the cast saw them appear and came forward to greet them. Su Lei and a director-looking man shook hands and chatted while the lead actors of the cast walked towards them to greet them. We're all peers, so it's good to get acquainted with each other. Yu Dandy's expression stiffened when she saw the silhouette towards the approaching figure. Wow, it's Bleach Bru's sister. Iori Yukino muttered in a small voice, her expression even looking a bit like a demented man. Dude, it's been a long time. The voice with a slight hint of coldness caused Yu Dandy to have a jolt, instantly sobering up a lot. Good, long time no see. I just don't know how much you've grown in all this time. For the first time, Lin Yushi felt that the little son Yu Dandy she knew, wilt. At this time Poutong was on his way by horseback, in a car. Chapter 56, The Powerhouse? Poutine was going over to the theater by himself, so he still had to pay out of pocket, which added to his already depleted wallet. Although there was no special car to take him there, his purpose in the past was also different from the other students, that is, they were filming a variety show. He was going to make music. When the navigation showed that he was almost at the place, he realized an important problem. He did not know the way. The film and television base here could host 6 or 7 crews at the same time, and the area was so large that he didn't know which part to go to. It would be too embarrassing if he got the wrong crew. So Poutong decided to give his dad a call to confirm. Hey, you there? Dad's tone was a little tight. He should be busy. Almost there. I don't know how to get there. I'll send you a locator, and by the way, say my name before you enter. It's fine. Outsiders aren't allowed. I've checked in with you. Poutine hung up the phone, a little nervous. He'd come to the theater before as a bottom side, but he'd been brushed off in the auditions, and in a sense he was really very unsuited to acting. Now are popular what cross-border. Male and female groups can act. Singers can act. Even netizens can act. Actors are like a whoever wants to come can insert a foot in the industry. The world is all for profit, but acting can be watched by very few. There are some singers who don't sing well to judge, but people at least don't come to wreak havoc on show business, which I have to say is good enough. The cab pulled up not far from the movie base, and Poutong paid the money with an indignant look on his face. It's so expensive for a one-way trip. What's the point of going back and taking it again later? The driver's master gave Poutong a contemptuous look and took off with a kick of the gas. You're so handsome and you're taking a cab? Huailin's film and television base is not open to the public. Only the crews that apply for work permits can enter, but his dad has already helped him report, so it's natural to go in temporarily. Poutong walks up to the entrance of the film base and is let in before he can speak. You're not registering my information? We eat this food. How can we not recognize you? Maybe Poutong still has limited heat in the passerby's view, but he's already mixed up in the circle, and his looks are still recognizable, so he's kind of quite recognizable. Poutong had no choice but to open the navigation and walk into the movie base alone. Su Lei and producer Shui decided to make this variety show in the form of a drama egg. That is, a few star trainees from the variety show were assigned a role each to make a Joan Jade Row egg. Xiong Yu Xing is based on the hit novel, and the entire series consists of 3 parts, Yunao, Xiong Yu, and Ji Xia. Although they are 3 separate stories, they share a worldview, and each of the 3 main characters makes a cameo appearance. Joan Jade Row is the second installment of the series, and producer Xuan tends to make an egg where the third and second installments cross over. The main stars of their casts all appeared as characters in the second movie, and when you're a young star trainee you get to play a cameo as a character in the third movie. As for the other vegetarian students, they can only be group acting dragons, passerby A, cannon fodder B, rogue C, bandit D. Even though they were dragons, they were all a bit eager to try out for their first time acting, and they all changed into their group-issued clan costumes. Su Lei have thought, well, the first half of the variety show will shoot everyone to adapt to familiarize themselves with the role of the scene, the best shooting crazy in G, and then create a kind of anxiety atmosphere. The second half of the crowd worked together to overcome the ego. Finally finished the show. It's a variety show cliché, but surely some people just love to watch this. Several people had already changed and were familiarizing themselves with the tentative script. The plot is very simple. Several of them are newcomers who have just entered the clan, and the demonic curse mark within the female main body of the third part of the introductory examination was discovered. And just when the clan was planning to get rid of her, the female main body of the second part of the clan forcefully put her under the door, which is considered a handover from the second and third parts. The heroine of the second Xiong Yu Xing was Xin Ning Qiong, played by Mu Nan, and the heroine of the third installment, Li Xia Shuang, was assigned by the show's team to Yu Dan. It's only a temporary script from the variety show, but if the egg is well received after it airs, then it wouldn't be a problem to just have their original cast play the third installment. Exam test cannot be washed, but as an actor acting cannot be controversial will be very big. A few star trainees do not dare to delay, have carefully studied their own script. Yu Dandy is under a lot of pressure. There wasn't much plot, but she was vital. This heroine was the kind of dark character she had never been exposed to before, and there were a lot of emotional shifts in this scene. From the excitement of being about to enter the clan to the shock and despair of the discovery of the spell seal in just a short period of time, and she had to be smooth in her emotional transformations. What made her even more nervous was that there was a scene at the end where she and Mernan were opposing each other. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to catch it. Not much time was left for them to prepare, as the schedule was rather tight and the first shoot started soon after. Action! A group of Spirit Ruins sect disciples entered the stage at the signal of the playwright, and the protagonist group began to talk. We'll be Spirit Market sect disciples soon. Dude you, cut. Private Marseille, it's a good name. Iori Yukino slapped her head, itching to find a crack in the ground. It's so embarrassing that it falls apart as soon as it opens, and it's clear that the lines are from the show, but she really hasn't changed her tune by looking at her acquaintances. We'll be Spirit Ruins sect disciples soon. Xia Frost, you be happy. Iori Yukino starts off normally and soon the plot pushes along, and while the acting is slightly flawed, it's not bad for a first edition. With Lin Yuxi as the vicious female second urging a secret technique to awaken the demonic curse mark on Li Xia Shuang, the plot also enters into a climax. Amidst the crowd spitting and accusing shouts, Li Xiaoxiang's eyes grew darker and darker and began to show signs of blackening. The senior members of the clan step in and knock Li Xiaoxiang to the ground, intending to execute her scourge on the spot, and with a sword sound, Shen Ningqiong, played by Mu Nan, steps in to save the day and extends a hand to her. Why did you save me? Ri Xiaoxiang lifted her head and locked eyes with her. Which has so many why? Shen Ningqiang stared at her with a burning gaze. All the things in this world are destiny. Maybe I just don't want you to go down the old road of my desperate love. There was kindness in Mu Nan's eyes, concern for his juniors, and a few moments of frustration at the memory of the past. As the second protagonist, Shen Ningqiang has already experienced a story, which is why there is so much in her eyes. Yu Dandy locked eyes with her, shocked by the complexity of her eyes and unable to speak. She couldn't catch it. She really couldn't catch the act. Thank you, was all she could do to finish her lines stiffly and end the episode. Card. End. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief as the first take stumbled to completion. Mu Nan Chao helped the still somewhat stagnant Yu Dandy stand up, expressionless. You really haven't grown at all. Yu Dude felt his heart miss a little beat. She was, once again, quite thoroughly defeated by this woman. You never acted the part of the play. You acted the part of an actor who was playing this play. In acting for the sake of acting like it, do you understand? Mu Nan's tone was still cold, but there was no reproach. Acting isn't an assembly line template. It's not something you do to act like a rote. Maybe this kind of acting looks okay, but it's actually featureless. Now, can you even call acting okay a powerhouse? Yu Dandy's head buzzed, as if he had been suddenly poked in his most vulnerable pain point. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword, because she knew that what Munan said was right, because she knew that she was just playing the same type of roles, because the roles she received were even tailor-made, because she knew that she had been hailed as a powerhouse of the younger generation. In fact, it's just a short person inside a short person. In fact, she's just lying in her comfort zone. Turns out, he's not even close? Of course you have the right to take my words as sarcasm and criticism. You can interpret me as a big evil, but what I want to tell you is that it's precisely because I think highly of you that I hope you can become good. Munan's tone was formal. That's how I am. Bad is bad. I don't have to flatter you. Thanks. What about losing again? In every sense of the word, this woman is really excellent when let her also can't open her eyes it. She actually has been fantasizing about such a person as a rival. In fact, she is completely not qualified. Right, it's so ridiculous. So, which one is the producer? The familiar voice put Yu Dandy in a bit of a trance. Poutong? Iori Yukino's exclamation caused everyone to stop what they were doing at hand and stare blankly at the teenager who had suddenly appeared. Why would he come? But it's like, it doesn't matter why anymore. Because he's coming. Chapter 57, 8,000 Years. It was the first time that Poutong had seen his classmates wearing ancient costumes, and it was obvious that they were filming a variety show. There's even a glasses-wearing one in the classmate group cast. Say, did the producers really not notice the blooper reel? Several of the star trainees were in the very center of the venue, so of course he could see them more clearly and had a rough mental evaluation of their ancient costumes. Old clothes are all very demanding in terms of physical appearance because they have to fit the classical aesthetic. So many people who look good in modern clothes don't look good in old clothes. Chen Xiqing's looks Korean style. Slender eyes, white skin, pointed chin. Pull up the hair without bangs looks like the whole face is long. Xiamu looks are passable, but the whole body is too thin and weak. Wearing ancient costumes slightly bloated. Head-to-body ratio is quite strange. On the contrary, usually not outstanding looks of Gon Hengshu costume image is the best. Features upright sword eyebrow starry eyes. Body proportion is also good, because it is the opera family origin. He is a corner. Posture upright. To that station temperament natural. Female trainees on this side are okay. Yu Dandy, Lin Yushi, Tang Luochang are also old actors ancient costume can easily handle. Cherry Blossom Girl is also the oriental physical appearance. Does not look bad. If we have to rank them, it should be Lin Yushi who looks the best. There were so many people from the cast and crew mixed together that Poutong was completely unable to find where his dad was, which is why he looked for an acquaintance to ask. I didn't realize this Cherry Blossom Girl moved so much. The group of students looked towards Poutong in confusion, somewhat unsure. I thought he wasn't coming? So which one is the producer? Anyway, Poutine beeped in a small voice. That. Iori Yukino pointed to Shue producer who was walking this way, curiosity written all over her face. So what does this guy want with a producer? Coming so early? Shueishin greeted him and patted Poutong's shoulder. He is a little interested in the boy Poutong, and his father close friends for many years. To give the young man a chance of course, but the specific can be selected or not to rely on the music to speak. I've heard a lot about you. Poutong chimed in. Honestly, he wasn't even sure what the producer's last name was. Just in time. We just finished the first take. Let's fix it up. Producer Shue shouted towards the crowd and beckoned towards Poutong. You come with me. Just put in a request for a song and let him go back and work on it. It won't take long. Go. Poutong's dad came over at some point and patted him on the back, signaling to follow. Poutine grayed and followed, doing eliminations in his head. The theme song of a costume drama, which has swiped down a ton of songs. While there was a lot of great music in his memory, it didn't always fit with the plot, so he wasn't really sure exactly which song to choose. Su Lei's eyes popped out as he stared at Poutong's back. It's this kid again. It's him again. Originally, when he saw that there was no Poutong in the list of voluntary shooting this time, he was quite happy, thinking that this time Poutong would definitely not be able to jump out again to spoil his good deed. As a result, now he was back and seemed to be talking to the producer about stuff, which made his alarm bells ring. What do you think he's here for? Lin Yushi took the opportunity to pull Yu Dandan away from Munan. She had actually noticed that Yu Dandy was not in the right state right from the start, but because there was no suitable time to step in she had been waiting and watching, and Poutong's appearance was just the right opportunity. I don't know. Yu Dandy waved her head, still recovering from the blow she had just received. For some reason, when she looked up just now and realized that Boughton was right in front of her, she really felt much more relaxed for a moment. It was as if the last straw that was going to crush her was blown away. Poutong followed the two into a nearby resting shed and began the official song date. I believe in your talent. To be able to write such a school ballad, it's considered unique in today's music scene. Shueishin smiled. Old Pooh has a good son. Where's the word? I don't even know when he learned to play an instrument. This is my dereliction of duty as a father. It's still you, old Shui. Who's great? Poutine was a little embarrassed as he watched the two begin to commercially blow each other off. The adult world is like this. By the way, I'll give you a taste of what I want for the song and you can see what you can do, but I'll be ugly. This theme song is important and there will be a lot of competition. First of all, have you seen the original TV series? The original? There's an original in this thing? Poutong suddenly realized that this is an exclusive theme song for a commercially produced TV series, so it's not good to have never read the original. Seeing as how this was unseen, Shueishan frowned, and his impression of Poutong couldn't help but become much lower. This child is a little too overambitious because of chance to write a song fire, and now do not read the original without asking the plot and dare to come to compete for the theme song? This is too arrogant. Let me put it to you this way. Xiang Yuxing is an immortal drama about a hapless young girl and a spirit-ruining mortal in a worldly love. Poutong listened obediently on the sidelines, his eyes gradually starting to look strange. This story feels so familiar. In the end, the female lead blackened out and made an enemy of the male lead, who sacrificed himself to save him, leaving the female lead alone to live on her own. So what I want for the song is to be able to reflect the emotional tragedy and conflict between the hero and heroine, when morality and love, big love and small love, are in front of each other. How should one choose? Shueishan said a few words, feeling a bit of wasted effort. This kid is not prepared at all, so he definitely does not understand. That's just it. You should go back and read the original twice more before you start. Ahem, I actually read a little bit of it. In fact, the so-called original Poutong hadn't read it at all, but he remembered a more similar immortal drama that roughly fit the bill. And one of the theme songs for that show seems to happen to be by Su Song. I have a little tiny idea. Boughton decided to give it a try. He was in no hurry himself. After all, he was only going to sing as a hobby now. But right now, the company needs him to do this job. You tell me, how can I say this? It is easy to paint rivers and mountains, but difficult to paint faces. No one cares if it goes down through the ages, laughing for 1,000 years. No one regrets the beginning. Although he wasn't sure what the kid was talking about, producer Shui at least realized that he was onto something. It's not very expressive. Do you have a guitar here? Poutong paused and decided to be quick about it. Guitar? Is this kid going to write on the spot? Producer Shui observed Poutong's rather serious expression, and there was shock. Old Pope, got a guitar? No, we're a costume drama. Where's the guitar? Pu Luo scratched his head. He is the theater manager who manages the props, not a magician. He didn't expect his son to be creative on the spot. Are you sure about this? Shueishan stared at Poutong very seriously, still somewhat skeptical. After all, this was quite shocking in the entire music scene. Not bad. Old Pope, go get the guitar from Wen Yu. I know he has it in his car. Wen Yu, the male lead of Xiong Yuxing, though he has little presence throughout the promotion. Wait, how did this guy know Win had a guitar in his car? It's hard to believe that male directors and actors can still be subterfuge like this. Your circle is a mess. Put away your lewd eyes. Last time the killing banquet drinking is not good to drive. Sat in his car only. You brat. Messy thinking what? Shueishan's expression was a little embarrassed. He's a family man. Can he still be good at this? He. Poutong smiled awkwardly, and was secretly glad in his heart. It's a good thing he's not. Otherwise the line about him expressing interest in himself would be horrible. Poutong's dad was so efficient that he went out and asked Wan Yu and came straight back with a guitar. Don't be a thunderbolt, you kid. Not so much. Poutong took the guitar and tuned it briefly. The song he is now preparing to sing is Su Song's 2015 work, 1000 Ancient Times, which was the theme song of Flower 1000 Bones at that time. 1000 Ancient Times. Only a short 130 words, but Su Song's ingenious creative talent is displayed to the fullest. I won't comment on the script itself, but the song's lyrics and compositions were all done by Su Song alone, and the lyrics in particular have always been praised for their poetic nature and meaning. Su Song's lyrics are beautiful, very meaningful, and contain another deep meaning. What's more crucial is that the story of this drama, Xiong Yuxing, is broadly somewhat similar to that of the former Hua Qianbone, and there isn't too much of a sense of incongruity. Let's call this song 1,000 Years. Chapter 58, Busy with School. Farewell. The crew was a little confused. How come their producer and crew chief went in for so long? Didn't they say a little fix? Is this variety show still going on? Su Lei was a bit anxious. He had spent money on this cooperation, and definitely had to shoot well. This Poutong pulled away 2 core characters as soon as he came. How could this let the shooting go on, just as a group of people wanted to go and rush it? The crew chief, Pu Luo, came out and didn't convey any news about the shooting, and straight away hugged away a guitar, which made them even more confused. No, I have to go ask. Su Lei slapped his thighs and prepared to go and ask for clarification. He had just moved on when the clear sound of a guitar came from the studio. What the hell is this? The people outside waiting for the shooting looked at each other in dismay. Why did they start listening to the music? Are you so interested in music? Summer cicadas, winter snow, but a glimpse of the wheel. gnosis and cultivation. No questions about the fate of a lifetime. White paper scrolls. A few strokes to draw the depths of the jungle. It's hard to draw you. Unblemished looks. The melodious young man's singing voice with the sound of the piano sounded. With the poetic lyrics always have a kind of indefinable flavor. The crowd could not help but silently lower the sound of chatting, lest they miss a word. Sleepless nights, for whom the heart still lingers. Lights in bamboo curtains, swaying with the wind in my dreams. The moonlight is practiced. I've watched 10,000 years of the sea turn into a mulberry field. It doesn't say, speak not of the brightness of destiny. Such a picture suddenly came to their minds. Tossing and turning at night, but the tip of the heart is remembering a person. I do not know when to fall asleep, dreaming of lights and bamboo curtains swaying in the wind. Outside, the moonlight is bright, like a white practice, quietly watching the world's rapid changes. So he sings like this. Lin Yushi murmured. The last program is after all a sneak peek. The sound quality and other things are really general. Had already felt quite good. Did not expect to listen to so shocking in the scene. It's honestly the first time I've heard it. Yu Dandy was a little surprised. This thing she did not know. She just guessed that Poutong should be very something. Did not expect so strong. No more hiding, And if the fame is to last through the ages, the one who loved but turned against the other, missing out on happiness, who cares for me, if it's a laughing matter for the ages, because love is obsessive and confused, and do not repent of being your believer. These lyrics they heard really well, are involved in the shooting of the drama staff, they are familiar with the plot. Heard this to understand over this song was originally written specifically for Cheong Yuxing. Even if it is passed down through the ages, people who love each other have turned against each other. As the saying goes, good and evil are incompatible. Water and fire are incompatible. Happiness is easy to die. No one will sigh for you. It just goes to show how the hero and heroine are destined for a somewhat tragic love affair for the ages. Good and evil, love and hate. Take righteousness and give up love. Take love and give up righteousness. Two choices. That's the age-old dilemma. The song fits the show too well, and the connection to the show aside, the song's lyrics are of a pretty high caliber, and are completely superior. Too strong. Iori Yukino's brain buzzed a little as she listened. It was clear that they usually swung together, but I didn't realize that one or two of them were better than her. It's like swinging with a roommate who yells about learning every day, and when a test turns out to be the only one who flunked. That's just mean. Worthy of being my master. Xiamu secretly sighed a powerful sigh. You just called master, right? Gan Hainshu's eyes glazed over. You two must have some kind of unseemly deal. Speak quickly. Xiamu stammered and prevaricated, not wanting to reveal too much. Yu Dandy was quietly listening to the song when Munan's figure appeared in front of her eyes, and she couldn't help but collect her expression. Who is he? Munan asked. When that teenager appeared just now, she detected Yu Dandy's change in mood, but it had nothing to do with her, and she was too lazy to care about a stranger. But after listening to this song, she suddenly felt something. Munan is the female lead, and after confirming her participation in the drama, she studied the original book and script several times, which gave her a deep understanding of the female lead. But the song's interpretation of the hero and heroine is on a higher level, asking questions from the perspective of the age-old dilemma of making trade-offs between love and righteousness. Love and righteousness, not only for the heroine to choose, but also for the listener to choose. The songs themselves are of high quality, and as an insider, she has that level of appreciation. You don't know him? Yu Dandy was a bit surprised, although Poutong is not so well known, but the circle is not so completely unrecognizable to the right. After all, the hot search has been on a few times. Why should I know? Don't you follow the hot search or something? I don't even look at those. Just do your own thing. Munan's eyelashes lightly drooped, a look of rightfulness, because it's not necessary. Yu Dandy froze, not knowing how to answer. This woman is really uninformed. However, in this circle, it is a little too rare to have this kind of character. So who is he to you? He is my deskmate. Yu Dandy was momentarily speechless. She was a little afraid to say more. She was afraid that this woman, if by any chance she became interested in Poutong, she couldn't compete with this woman. And this feeling of inferiority that she'd beaten so many times was deep in her bones. In every way, Munan surveyed Yu Dandan's timid expression and held back from continuing to ask. As for that, it took Poutong less than 4 minutes to sing the song, but it rocked Shueishan for a whole year. As a producer, he can already feel how much the song adds to the show, and it's a solid deal. What's more, Poutong is still so young, he still has a lot of time to create. What is this? This is a treasure trove of music. Poutong, we can actually cooperate a little more deeply. Shueishan's eyes seemed to glow. Once he had suspected that the man was a male ketone, he couldn't look that look in the eye. Who the hell would want to go deeper with you? In depth. Cooperation even if I sing all depends on the interest. Sing when I want to sing, and I don't have to be responsible for anyone. Poutong yawned, although you don't always believe it, but honestly, I just want to be a good student to come. Singing just don't want to bury these things. Shueishan didn't force the issue and didn't say anything more when he realized that Poutong Xin wasn't in this piece, but started negotiating the contract for the song. Producer, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. A group of people outside are still waiting for your notice to continue shooting the variety show. Just discuss this matter with my dad. I'm going to go. It's not like Poutong's dad, who is also in the biz, knows a lot about this stuff, and it's not like he and the producer are still friends, so it's not like he's going to lose out. So anxious to get back? Studying? It's already been delayed all morning. Poutong frowned. Actually, you have a good name. Shui break peace. Shueishan, god of learning. I just want to become a god of learning. Pu Luo and Shueishan looked at each other, indicating that the joke was a bit cold. I'm off. Bye. Poutong didn't intend to stay for long, turned around and walked out of the resting shed. He ignored the stairs and walked straight to the way he came, not wanting to stay a minute longer. Wait a minute. No sooner had he taken a few steps than he was blocked by the tall woman. Poutong looked up and swept a glance, only to feel a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Her willow eyebrows wrinkled, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, white flawless skin like snow, eyes like a spring of clear water. Looking at the time, there are some elegant and elegant temperament, so that people are taken, ashamed of themselves, do not dare to blaspheme. You are? Put, you dandy burst out laughing from the sidelines. Mu Nan didn't recognize Poutong himself could still understand, but it turned out that Poutong actually didn't recognize Mu Nan either, which was really too much. It seemed she was overthinking it. This guy is not going to get the hang of it. Mu Nan couldn't help but frown a little tighter. It was the first time she had ever heard such words asking who she was. Hello, I'm Mernan. Oh, come to think of it, the name and looks instantly matched. After all, the original had only seen her picture on his TV phone, causing him to be really unimpressed. I was just going to ask how you came up with this song. Study hard, of course. Save the details for math, the protectiveness for language arts, the possessiveness for English, and the security for grades. Mu Nan's expression was stagnant, as if he was in deep thought. She doesn't really believe that, does she? Busy with my studies. Farewell. Poutong left behind an even more ordinary back and quickly disappeared from the crowd's view. Chapter 59, The Hermit. Huailin's film and television base was built in the suburbs, and almost nothing came except for the crew shooting, so taking a taxi wasn't too easy. Boughton was all ready to get ripped off, but it turned out to be impossible to find a way to spend the money. I don't think anyone would care about calling an internet taxi in such a remote place. He tentatively initiated an application for an online car, not expecting to be picked up instantly, and a glance at the license plate revealed that it was the same one he had been sitting on when he arrived. So it was that Poutong rejoined the familiar cab. It's a good thing you didn't leave, or I wouldn't have been able to get back. I think back to the city and then pull a passenger it. In this wandering around for several rounds, who knows that this wilderness even a shadow of a person. Intend to go before receiving your signal. Driver master is very talkative, while driving while starting to chat. His favorite thing is to teach these young men on the bus how to do things. It's not a good idea to run to the theater every day. Young people need to study hard. You are so right. Poutong highly approved of his words. It's not good to just know. Let me ask you, how are your studies? It's not bad. It's still coming together. He doesn't believe it. The driver immediately revealed a satisfied smile. It seems to be the young people who are good at face and embarrassed to say it. Young people, learning is not okay. Another way to make a living is not quite good. Just now you did not go to the film and television base. How is it? Talked it over. He didn't believe it. You went in there for a short while, and you've got it all worked out? It seems to be that this young man is particularly good at face saving. It's all about tough talk. It's okay, young people, it's easy to get ahead with a little opportunity. Don't be too anxious. Poutine was about to continue talking to him when he was interrupted by the phone ringing in his pocket. His dad called. Hey, Dad, what's up? Pout. There's something I need to discuss with you. Although it was his father's number, it was producer Shui on the other end of the line. You say, just now Mu Nan approached me and said she wanted to sing a female version as a paraphrase from the female lead's point of view, so I'm asking for your opinion as a songwriter. The party just talked about the cooperation, because the crew equipment is limited. Of course, the recording of the song will have to be changed to another time. If there is a requirement for the singing staff, really need to be negotiated beforehand to be able to do so. Heroine's point of view? The song 8,000 Years does have two versions in the show, with only one word changed. It is said that Alan sings Hua Qian Bon and Suson sings by Z Painting, which is exactly what happened. No problem. I'll send you a copy of the score when I'm done. Let her record it first. After being the bottom edge for so long, he he still knew the music theory skills. The two versions, which are a restoration of the former classic, fit well with the current show. Poutong hung up the phone, only to realize that the driver's master was surreptitiously sizing him up. This kid brags about nothing. That was the driver's first impression. And compose music? He doesn't believe it. This young man is too good looking, isn't he? He's going to make a show of answering the phone to support himself? Poutong's handset was not so loud that he sat in the front driving completely unheard on the other end of the phone. Young man, you have to keep your feet on the ground. What uncle said, like me at your age. Poutong's phone rang again, interrupting the driver's famous words of caution. This time it was the class teacher Zhang Binyan's phone. Hey, teacher, what can I do for you? Just now he also saw Zhang Binyan in the crew, standing alone in the corner with a black face, looking very unhappy. After all, watching a group of his students quite happily acting as a group show was a little too much for him to take in. I just have something I want to understand. Zhang Binyan's voice is serious. Even through the phone, Poutong are a little timid panic. Maybe this is the classroom teacher's blood pressure on the students? I also heard you sing just now, combined with the last time. It seems that you do have a talent for music. I want to ask you, do you want to take the path of the entertainment industry in the future? No, teacher. I will only sing as a hobby. It's still my studies that count. I won't say anything if you want to go into the entertainment industry. You continue to be your high school student and I'm still your teacher. In fact, the student's choice, we teachers shouldn't care too much about it. Zhang Binyan paused and said, but since you said so, I hope you can be a person who knows what he is doing. Mixing showbiz, don't mind showbiz mess. To study well. Behave yourself to study. You don't give me while under the guise of studying to run into the showbiz to engage in that. Don't give me to engage in again, win and stand up. Zhang Binyan's tone was very heavy, completely a reprimand. It is not that he wants to meddle, is that he also look at his own. This student life is not twisted. The program is always engaged in a hot and heavy every time it airs. Afraid that this kid drifted. Teacher, I'll definitely study hard. Remember your words today. Honestly, the last time you voluntarily signed up to shoot when you said not to come, I'm still a little impressed with you. Zhang Binyan smiled and laughed. I didn't think that you kid to me hold this out. For the first time, Poutong heard the meaning of hatred from Zhang Binyan's words. The original body used to be a jerk, and also suffered a lot of targeting by the class teacher, passing notes in class to be physically punished, and not knowing how to dictate words to be fatally beaten up. So the original body is even quite antipathetic to him. So much so that after he inherited the memories of his original body, he had always been somewhat resistant to this homeroom teacher as well. But now, it seems that he suddenly understands Zhang Binyan the person. Tough love is the hardest to give and the most important. People love to hear good things, but accurate harsh criticism is even more rare. Just because they are strict, because they take everything seriously, just because they are strict, they don't want their students to go off on a tangent. You kid, study well. Of course you can't fall in love early. If I see you and dude and female classmates are not clear, just give me weight. What a stupid dad fan. How could he do something like that? Poutong hung up the phone and realized that the driver's master was peeking at him again. This kid is getting out of line. Be a good boy and study. He doesn't believe it. This kind of words have the nerve to make up exports? Just now also composed a song, and now pull the study on the good face fabrication. Also have to have a degree is not. It wasn't a good thing for a young man to be so facetious. He decided to give the boy a good mention. You're so busy composing and studying at the same time. It's okay, I have to put my mind on my studies after this time. And the singing thing is just casual. Poutong craned his somewhat stiff neck and looked out the window. Then you're really a hermit who sneaks around practicing, the driver teased. This young man is too good to blow. A hermit? Poutong's eyes lit up when he heard the word. He wants to be a hermit, an unquestioning man. From now on, he only needs to concentrate on his studies, and from time to time, he can just interpret his knowledge of music, not being disturbed by the outside world so that you can study better. And as for the fans and all that, just wait and listen to the songs properly. Uncle, thank you so much. It's a good thing that young people are willing to listen to advice. The driver was a bit puzzled. He hadn't even opened his mouth to persuade him yet, until Poutong got out of the car. He didn't understand what this good-looking kid really meant. How can anyone be so good at talking nonsense? After a busy day, the first thing the driver did when he got home from work was to start bragging about it. He helped a confused teenager get out of a rut. How? It's no fun. His daughter, who is in middle school, interrupts him. Don't bother me with the TV. What's there to see here? Watching a variety show. Just started catching up on the first installment, and there's a guy named Poutong who's really handsome. The driver glanced at the screen and was randomly stunned into silence. Holy, this kid, he's the one who took my cab today. Poutong is riding in her dad's car? The daughter doesn't believe it. This dad of his is too good looking, isn't he? He has to blow his brains out even for something like this? How can Poutong ride in his car? This kid was actually on TV? Hard to believe. Hard to believe that he wasn't just blowing awesome in the car at the time and it was all true. He really rode in my car. Or twice. My daughter doesn't believe it. Dad is getting more and more ridiculous. It's possible to drive a taxi and meet Poutong once, but twice is too ridiculous. How can anyone be so good at talking nonsense? Chapter 60, Pulling Discussion Groups. Being proactive is essential for success in everything you do, and learning is no exception. When Poutong got home, he first reported to his dad that he had arrived home, ate something, and then immediately devoted himself to studying. For middle school students, class is the most central part of learning, is the main way to gain knowledge. If the class on the key knowledge points to figure out, self-study after class will be relatively easy, and at the end of the class, homework is something quite important. Consolidating classroom knowledge on the one hand and exercising the mind to analyze and solve problems on the other. I deleted my classmates' homework sharing group. I'm going to work harder. I'm going to stick to my goals. I deleted. Poutong remembered the often spoofed video. Homework sharing groups are something that will definitely exist. Ready-made answers do come in handy. And who hasn't plagiarized homework in their student years? However, if there is a lack of a certain degree of independence, a part of the population will choose to borrow directly every time, less the step of consolidating knowledge after class, which is undoubtedly very bad. However, he was out of things like homework sharing groups. This week's after-school homework is not too little, and so Poutong all done already to the evening. He is still considered to have time. He cannot help but some doubt that those who went to film the program of the same class cannot be completed on schedule. His father can't come back tonight. Poutong is too lazy to cook by himself, hesitated for a long time or chose to order a takeaway. Buzz. When he heard the message notification he thought the takeout had arrived. He looked at his cell phone and realized it was Udandy. Udandy, eat it you low? POTUS, waiting for takeout. Something wrong? Udandy, invites you to join the group chat. Maybe the group is so small that the message alerts for inviting into the group don't even need to be confirmed by Poutong himself. The next second he was invited. He appeared in a strange group. I was just thinking that I don't have a homework sharing group, but don't I now? Poutong looked at the number of people in the group. Counting him, there are only 4 people, and there are 2 others who already have their own friends, Udandan and Lin Yushi, so it doesn't seem too hard to guess who the last remaining secondary avatar is. POTUS, what kind of group are you guys? Serious? It's always weird to be pulled into a group full of girls. Udandy, serious group. Iori Yukino, at Poutong, why don't you agree to my friend request? Iori Yukino, at Poutong, why don't you agree to my friend request? Iori Yukino, at Poutong, why don't you agree to my friend request? Poutong ignored Sakura-chan's swiping behavior, only to realize that he had received Sakura-chan's friend request in the morning. Originally quite normal at QQ, since he suddenly have a lot of people to add his friends. Big data era to find a person's social account is not difficult, not to mention the number of friends of Poutong Elementary School, Junior High School and High School, a past 10 pass 100. Through a variety of channels to know his contact information will try to add his friends, which is really not strange. After agreeing to Sakura-chan's friend request, he smoothly set his account to unsearchable. Poutine, so what exactly is your group for? As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, and the 3 of them pulled themselves in for fear of not letting him watch the play. Udandan, not much. We can talk about anything, study or something. It was indeed her intention to build this group. While eating after filming the variety show, Iori Yukino had been complaining about having to add Poutine to her review, so much so that she had a big doubt as well. What does POTUS usually talk about with others? She felt a great need to visualize this opaque private conversation. Poutine, study exchange group. It seems to be quite good. The point of the learning exchange is that you have one thought. I have one thought, and after the exchange we have 2 thoughts. Learning behind closed doors is not something to be advocated, and a reasonable exchange of information is quite important for broadening horizons and grasping new knowledge. Don't look at their 3 studies are really not as good as your own. The role of enlightenment in learning exchange is still quite important, and this kind of similar inspiration has nothing to do with the level of study either. There may be some students who don't get good grades, but they are definitely quite creative, and even if they can't do the problem, they can still get an idea in their head to do the auxiliary line. Iori Yukino, say, what exactly is the reason for you coming over today? Lin Yushi, +1, Udandy, +10086. POTUS, singing addiction, come and sing a song. It's weird to say this, but in his previous life he lived alone, basically with music as his companion, and when he got here he did occasionally feel out of sorts, short for song addiction. At first, he stole Udandy's guitar, which was also caused by some hand itching. It's like a spiritual comfort, and music does soothe him a lot. Lin Yushi, to be able to write this kind of song, the level is really high. At that time, we people were all silly. Iori Yukino, I honestly don't understand, but that doesn't stop me from being greatly shocked. Don't brag or he'll lose himself in a sound of awesomeness. You dandy, I heard that Munan seems to be singing that song of yours, so when are you going to write one for us too? In fact, originally she did not want to have any cooperative relationship with Poutong, because she was afraid that it would make their relationship somewhat deteriorated, but the fact that the woman had actually done so beforehand gave her a sudden sense of urgency. Lin Yushi, I don't know how to sing. Don't bring me. Iori Yukino, do you have any secondary songs here? Well, you're asking the right person. How can you be an ACG fan and not know that kind of song? Just take out a random song, okay? POTUS, sorry, can't do it. POTUS, I've run out of steam. He had no plans to sing anymore these days. It was okay to sing occasionally to spice up his life, but too often was unattractive. His next priority was still to improve his knowledge base a bit, and it was already obvious to him that his learning efficiency was a bit slow. It used to be easy to improve from 60 to 80, but now it will be a little bit harder to improve from 80 to 85 instead, and by the time you get to the point where you're a top student, it's quite difficult to improve every little bit. Daniel, the river is out of talent? She does not believe it, now to pretend to be so people say. On the contrary, every day screaming attention. I want to start pretending is really not. What's a jungle, believe it or not? POTUS, seeing that you're so idle, I'll come up with a question to test you guys. Poutong, suppose everyone in a group is a master of palace fighting, and a big group on the surface turns out to have countless small groups behind the scenes, secretly tearing each other apart and hooking up with each other. It is known that at least 2 people have a group. May I ask, if there are such 4 people, how many groups will there be at most? Provided that the group members are not duplicated? It's when a group of people fall apart and relationships gradually begin to be subtle. Lin Yushi, Iori Yukino, what's with the feeling that you're hinting at something? You dandy, don't pick on our relationship, POTUS, or nothing else, just to enliven the mind. Since we've dragged him in, we must turn it into a learning exchange group, otherwise it's a waste of time to keep talking nonsense. It's not like he's carrying a payroll group. What's more, the problem isn't difficult, it's just a simple permutation problem. You dandy, 2 groups should be unnecessary. Private chat isn't good enough. There should be 5 groups if you only count the 3 groups and the big group. 3 groups of people out of 4 are nothing more than backstabbers. Lin Yushi, if the 2 groups are included, it's 11 groups. Yoo-hoo, that's not bad. I guess we have to tap into their wisdom more often. POTUS, similarly, what if it's a group of 6 people? Groups of 2 have to be taken into account as well. Math problems please do not relate to reality. Not long after, Lin Yushi was the first to give an answer. Lin Yushi, if there are 2 groups of people there will be 15. 3 groups of people there will be 20. 4 groups of people there will be 15. 5 groups of people there will be 6. Counting the original 6 groups of people there will be a maximum of 57 groups of 6 people. It's horrible. What kind of interpersonal mudslide is this? And if 6 people like this really do exist, it's too much of a breakdown between them. Iori Yukino, I still get the feeling that this guy is picking a fight between us. Lin Yushi, +1. You dandy, +10086. Chapter 61, Getting Off the List and Quitting the Group. The name of the group of 4 of them is undecided for now, but Poutong thinks the odds are that this group will turn into a sand sculpture group. When a group has a sand sculpture groupie, that group will more than likely evolve into a sand sculpture group. Sand sculpting in some populations is genetically related, and sand sculpting is very diffuse, destructive, and sand sculpting is really assimilative. When Poutong picked up the takeout, he found that the girls were hotly discussing the name of the group, with no one being able to convince anyone. Lin Yushi proposed to call it ABCD. It fits the current situation of the 4 groups of people and looks a bit more literary. But Poutong, who is a ding, expressed strong dissatisfaction. It's okay for you guys to call me Ding. Can you not put a little word in front of it? God TM Dinky. So ultimately the proposal was defeated. Iori Yukino is drawing Doraemon, so I suggest that the group name should simply be Doraemon, and then the 4 of them will just switch genders, with Poutong as Shizuka, and the 3 of them as Nobita Kovu and Fat Tiger. You dandy originally disliked the unlucky, cowardly and stupid Nobita, but chose to acquiesce after hearing that Nobita and Shizuka were an official pairing. But Iori Yukino, not wanting to be Kovu or Fat Tiger, chucked in her personal favor and directly chose to be a robot cat, so that unfair proposal was also rejected by the crowd. In response, Poutong interjected to express his considerable satisfaction. Being treated like a female character is not a good sign of anything ahoy. POTUS, doesn't it smell good to just call it a study group? Call it a study group directly and then have a daily exchange of learning tips. Iori Yukino, darn it. Iori Yukino, if chatting and relaxing has to be dominated by studying, it might as well kill me. Poutine finished dinner and packed up her things, and the girls still hadn't discussed the situation. Are these people so idle? Poutine, you guys chat. I'm going to prep for tomorrow's class. In fact, he had already studied more than the speed of the teacher's lecture, and it was better to say that he was previewing than consolidating once more. The water group is a very seductive thing. Obviously there are many people will send a gone, but the next moment to see an interesting topic can be dragged back. When you open your phone anxiously after a day away from it for something only to find no new messages, the society of acquaintances is too cold. At this point in time, there is a reply, and I it to you from some group that appears to be absolutely glowing with the unfamiliar online friend in the group. But in fact, the water group is actually a very waste of time and energy. Water on most of the day. In fact, there is no practical significance, because the slightest attention you will not be able to keep up with the topic, or you pick a topic is also ignored and skimmed over. Even if it is not easy to write into the 2 words, found that the absence of you as usual, or a minute 99 plus. Poutong lived a shady life in his past life. He didn't do this kind of thing often. Now perhaps with a clear goal and idea, he really didn't want to spend his time on group chats. How nice to have that time to work on a few problems. Once I was crazy about water groups, now I just want to dive. Occasionally water group is still good for physical and mental health, but still hope that everyone will be busy up to no time water group, will be full of rich up to no energy water group, will be cared for up to no need to water group. Half an hour into the study, Poutong took a moment to look at his phone when he went to the bathroom, only to realize that their group of 4 already had a group name. Derailing self-colonization. Poutine, what the hell kind of group name is that? Lin Yuan, this is what you don't understand. A celebrity falling in love will definitely set off a storm. There might be a lot of fans dislodging and stepping back, so this group name is also a reminder to a few of us. Iori Yukino. And of course there's the point that single dogs can't stand this. More or less, it's a bit of self-preservation that belongs to a single dog. Poutine considered it for a moment and felt as if it would be acceptable. They are in their prime years of study, and such things as falling in love are certainly not allowed. If you're off the hook, quit the study group on your own and don't influence others. Nothing wrong with that. You dan. But there are exceptions to the rule of celebrity romance. For example, if a high CP comes true, the CP fans will absolutely cheer. Iori Yukino? Yukino Iori, it always feels like you're hinting at something. Lin Yu replied to Iori Yukino, shut up you. This Sakura girl is a little too direct. Take off the single, consciously withdraw from the group. Don't get to the time when there are 2 people in the group together to withdraw from the group. Iori Yukino withdrew a message. Iori Yukino, nothing happened. Iori Yukino, it suddenly occurred to me that there's a matter of business. I'm going to send out the first words of Doraemon tonight, Poutong, and you'll be able to consult them. That's a strong enough diversion. Iori Yukino swarmed the group with a few pictures of the very first episode of Doraemon, Robots from the World of the Future. Doraemon props a large number of episodes. Poutong for the detailed plot cannot connect at all, but the first episode of this kind of dream began where he still remembered. It was from this episode that the fat blue guy appeared in everyone's memory, when almost every child fantasized that they could have a robot like Doraemon so that all their wishes could come true. Iori Yukino draws very well, and since the original Doraemon was from a longer era, she draws even a little more detail than Poutong remembered from the original. Of course there are plenty of drawbacks. Her drawing style is so realistic that it lacks the kind of fun that makes you smile. Not much after all. It's the first time I've drawn it and it's already at a pretty good level. Iori Yukino, I drew a color version because it's the first story, but I'll draw a black and white manga later. You dandy, Yukino, you draw so well. I couldn't visualize it at all just by listening to Poutong. Now I have a picture in my head. Lin Yuan, being a star will only swing the pendulum anyway. You'd better make a living by drawing comics. You can draw. Poutong has many stories. Partner up. Poutong felt pretty okay about it. He had a lot of manga and anime in his head. He was just missing the one to put pen to paper. Unlike novels, the writing isn't very important in comics. As long as there's a plot and graphics, it takes off. When the time comes, one contributes to the idea and the other contributes to the effort. It feels like you can make a lot of money by selling the rights. Iori Yukino, but on second thought, forget it, I'm too lazy. I'm afraid I'll be annoyed by the rush of shifts if I do become a professional manga artist, binary or whatever. It was obviously fine to treat it as a hobby. She didn't want to use her personal preference as a means of making a living. You can't make a job out of something you love. That's the whole point. Lin Yuan, I knew it. You dandy, cheers. JPG. Honestly, she was instantly panicked inside when she saw the offer just now. This whole male-female pairing thing sounds dangerous. A man and a woman partnering up to draw a manga feels like a plot that could easily spark in a light novel. This kind of thing is horrible. It's a good thing this Sakura girl is swinging badly, or she'd be in a real hurry. You dandy, swinging for the fences to make life better. Lin Yuan, the second dimension is like this. Iori Yukino, calling who secondary? POTUS, has the secondary lost its self-confidence? That's not something he likes to hear. What's wrong with you in the second world? Then one can do the secondary justice. POTUS, I shouted out loud, I am the second generation. At that moment, I felt that I was the strongest person in the world. No one was more elegant than me. No one was more ambitious than me. No one was stronger than me. I want to change this world or destroy it. When my subconscious mind also felt all this, I instantly felt that everyone was nothing. I was high and mighty. I despised all people. I understood everything in the world. I am a god. I am the secondary Yuan. I am God. Fellow secondary folk may forward this. Iori Yukino. Okay. I'll forward it here. Daniel, Lin Yushi, Poutong has been banned by you dude for 1 hour. Iori Yukino withdrew a message. You dandy, bewildered person get out nah. Angry, Poutong then remembered that there were 4 people in the group, 1 group master and 2 managers, and only he was an ordinary small group member, completely at the bottom of the food chain. The pleasure is theirs. I have nothing, but this is just the right time to learn. He himself is an aspiring young man who hopes to gain more knowledge from his studies, and he is afraid that he is not mistaken about something with them. The school dregs, together with the water group. 3 minutes in the water group. 3 hours of study. Poutine threw away his cell phone and began to teach himself something new. Self-study is now his main way of acquiring knowledge. As far as the learning process is concerned, the teacher's progress is still a bit slow, and he still has to solve this part by himself. Chapter 62 Fatty Blue. It's 9:30 a.m. People usually don't pay attention to time when they are doing something seriously, and that's the case with Poutong, who often stays up late when doing problems and reading books. His band time should all be over by now. Poutong got up and poured himself a cup of boiling water, incidentally scanning the off the list consciously withdraw from the group. The group had been silent for a long time. After all, there were only 3 of them besides themselves, and it was always impossible to have a conversation all the time. Scrolling up the history, the last few entries were still messages from Iori Yukino at 8 o'clock. Iori Yukino, I posted the first sentence so, you guys can go ahead and like it. That means that the first word of the manga has already been sent out for an hour? After all, it was a story he had brought over from another world, and Poutong was a bit curious as to what kind of reaction the comic would have. Poutong, at Iori Yukino, what platform did you post? I'll check it out. Iori Yukino, only a few pictures, so I just posted them, but there's an indication that reprints are forbidden, and they're posted on Twitter, Alphabet Station, and the extranet as well. I almost forgot that this guy is still an international friend, so I guess she has a lot of fans on the extranet. You dandy, I looked at the tweets, and the comments section seems to be full of people praising Yukino's good drawing. Of course Iori Yukino does draw well, but fan talk is still a bit unbelievable. If it's a celebrity, I'm afraid that if you draw a matchmaker, you'll be praised by your fans for drawing it well. It's all just fan filters. It's like when your own brother makes a new movie. Someone in the comments section is bound to post it. Purely passerby. I feel like he's a great actor. It's infectious. Click on this person's homepage to take a look at the star's hypertextualized fans of the greats. For a more accurate and objective assessment, it's better to go to a real pure roadie. Ruling out the fan-controlled comments section of Twitter first, Poutong opened the Alphabet Station directly. A secondary site should be more objective about comics, right? The original is a current player who doesn't play much Alphabet Stations and is only even LV4 in rank. Poutong directly searched for Iori Yukino, but the top relevant ID was Iori Yukino_official. Clicked on it to see the authentication is the actress and singer Iori Yukino. This cherry blossom girl is getting it. Originally, the suffix official was to differentiate from other people who took virtual names, to tell you that the account is an official account and to avoid you recognizing different users as one. But with the emergence of many people playing with terrier behaviors, this suffix has gradually become a kind of secondary behavior. Clicking follow in passing. He also saw Iori Yukino's latest update, Doraemon. Written by Yukino Iori. Poutong. Reproduction is prohibited. All rights reserved. Image. JPG. I can't believe they actually added his name. Now he's a dual author like the original Doraemon. Doraemon was originally created and published by Hiroshi Fujimoto in collaboration with Yasunoko Suyo, and in a sense, it's kind of a tribute to the classics. The content of the comic had already been read by Poutong, and he was more curious about how the feedback in the comments section was going to be. Ikiru, Yukino you, as a public figure, have to have positive energy and lead people to the right path instead of leading me directly to marriage. Arrogant. Thinking about peaches here. Second floor, it feels like an interesting setting, and the fat blue guy is cute, but why is it called Doraemon? Good question. Why is Doraemon called Doraemon? Even Poutong, who was the copyist, didn't know why, let alone anyone else, so there was no one to answer his question. Fourth floor, Yukino's so dumb she surely couldn't come up with this sci-fi setting. It must have been Poutong who came up with the idea. Fifth floor, why is Doraemon's hand a meatball? Did Yukino get lazy while drawing? Sixth floor, don't you think it would be weird to draw out your fingers? It's cuter that way. Seventh floor, I'm the original third floor, and one of my entries was just reported, but I'll say it anyway. I'm Iori Yukino's dog pinch. Eighth floor, go up there and disgrace me. Very much in line with Poutong's vision of the secondary. Overall, the comments section is dominated by those interested in the sci-fi setting. After all, there's only the first word of the pavement set, and it can't make much of a splash. It's going to take all sorts of weird brainstorming and storytelling behind the scenes to really make this IP stick. Of course, this all comes with the caveat that this swinging cherry girl can stick to the drawing. POTUS, pressing for more. Poutine, what time is it? Why don't you go paint? Why don't you go and paint? Iori Yukino, shocked. JPG, I can't believe I'm still being hyped. Can we still swing for the fences in peace? Poutine, go draw. And I'll teach you Doraemon's theme song once it's updated. You dandy, this thing has a theme song? Isn't this just a story he's rambling on about? And this could even have a special song? It didn't matter to Poutine. The song was so special that it was originally made for the Doraemon production, and it probably wouldn't be used anywhere else. What's more, he just found out that Iori Yukino Alphabet Station's last submission was still 3 months ago. This swinging man cooed again for fear of fans dropping out, and sent out a song to brush up his presence as well. And, of course, it's better to throw a children's type of song like this one to a sister. Iori Yukino, I don't believe it unless you do a couple sentences first. You dandy, +1. Lin Yushi, +1. Knockout. Ha, Poutine, love to draw or not? Poutine chose to throw away his cell phone and continue studying. Since receiving Zhang Binyan's phone call, he learned that his homeroom teacher also had certain expectations of him, which gave him a little more motivation to study. Being a student and having high expectations from your teachers is definitely something to be happy about. The study time flew by, and by the time Poutine started yawning, he realized how late it was. Is it 11 o'clock already? Considering that he had a morning run the next morning, Poutine decided to rest early. While washing up, Poutine scanned the group and found that they were exchanging answers to their vacation homework. It's really becoming a homework sharing group now. Poutine, all you know is copying homework all day long. Can you study properly? Why you dynasty, right-o. You dandy, send yours over to. The same table is a good student. Homework is not copied for nothing. POTUS, begging me. You dandy, please, just send it over and look at it. So dry? By all means, copying homework is something not to be promoted. But who hasn't copied homework? It's not uncommon for students to copy homework from the side when the study committee is collecting it, right? Poutong took a picture of the homework and sent it to them, incidentally telling them that copying homework is bad behavior. Just like writing on a cigarette box that smoking is harmful to health. Iori Yukino, why is there so much? I don't want to write it. Lin Yushi, are you thinking of saying teacher? I didn't bring it with me when I wrote it? This is a situation where the teacher is afraid that the odds are that the student will be sent home to get it on the spot. Iori Yukino, if I can't do my homework I get restless. If I get restless I get insomnia. If I get insomnia I lose my energy the next day. If I lose my energy I sleep in class. If I sleep in class I don't learn. If I don't learn I don't do my homework. And then I get insomnia. And so on and so forth. In order to break this vicious cycle I decided to not do my homework. I've decided not to do my homework. Boughton, 666. What a logical ghostwriter. You dandy and Iori Yukino are not chatting. It seems to be in the middle of writing. Counting the time should still have to write for most of an hour. Poutine, there are many wishes in my heart. How great it is to be able to realize them. Only Doraemon can take me to realize my dreams. He sent out a voice that happened to sing a line from Doraemon's Chinese theme song. Lin Yushi, Iori Yukino? After silently collecting it, you dandy snapped a question mark. It is indeed the theme song, right? How come it sounds like a children's song? It's not the same as his songwriting style either. Iori Yukino, the melody is actually quite nice. It has that childish fantasy style to it. Poutine, I'll give you the full version after I finish drawing the second sentence within a week. Iori Yukino, you're so mean. Boughton smiled and didn't say anything. Hearing this Doraemon song, he felt his childhood memories come back. Time rushes by and people grow up, but those wonderful childhood memories never dissipate. No matter what, Doraemon is his childhood dream and an indelible memory. It all started with that encounter, right? Hello Nobita, my name is Doraemon. Chapter 63, Sold by the Pound. Poutine even dreamed of Doraemon at night. In the dream, he sneaks his hand into Doraemon's pocket out of curiosity, and then the whole dream changes abruptly into a horror story. There's no logic in human dreams, like when he dreamed of feeling something out of Doraemon's pocket and came up with bloody chunks of guts. Poutine was instantly awakened, so much so that he woke up half an hour before his scheduled alarm. One can't or at least shouldn't have such irrational dreams, and besides, isn't Doraemon a robotic cat, with all its internal parts? How could it touch something like that? Dreams, at this stage, remain an unsolved mystery to mankind. You never know how outrageous your seemingly normal dreams will go next. Because of his father's words and teachings, now morning running has become a necessary part of Poutong every morning. running for a while every day, healthy spirit all day long. Let the physical quality of the body to get a substantial increase in what is not so. Improve a little immunity to enhance the physical fitness is still quite good. After slightly rinsing the stinking sweat from his body, Poutong didn't dare to delay and hurriedly picked up his school bag and left the door. Many people say that Monday is the worst day of the week, and it can be very painful to start facing a new week just after the joy of a double holiday. I died on Monday and rose again on Friday. For Poutong to go to school is fine. After all, really for themselves to learn. If you go to work, the thought of another new week to create wealth for the boss, more or less let a person's scalp numb. But then again, he seems to be a boss himself. Luckily, he's a good boss who loves to paint pies. He has to go to school. Mom and dad are working. In fact, a whole company-size affairs are now Gulime in the manipulation of. Honestly, Poutong at first is very worried. After all, how to say she is also an outsider, so the power in the hands of the really not good. After he expresses his concerns to his mom, manhwa, acts as a riddler with a mysterious look on her face. She has reasons why she has to help you, and it's only fair to say that it's useless to talk about what you know and what you don't. Although her mother was usually unorthodox, she was absolutely reliable in matters of right and wrong, and it was even more unlikely that she would screw over her son. So Poutong was willing to trust Gulime for the time being, and he did need a right-hand man in the current situation. However, this reason for having to help him is really very concerning. This matter he has no clue, and can only throw it aside for the time being. 6 plum pickled pork buns and 2 cups of soy milk. 1 cup should be red bean. Poutong walked into the familiar breakfast store and once again missed her old mom. At least she doesn't have to eat breakfast out when she's around. Brought it for someone else, right? The owner hemmed and hawed. He was impressed by the uniqueness of this young man's handsomeness. Brought it for the table. Ever since the last time you dandy had a shallow taste of his breakfast, he'd become a complete reacher and had one every day. So Poutong simply discussed with her to help her bring a copy, to which you dandy gladly agreed. Of course she pays for it, and it's the kind of thing that comes with hard labor. It can also make a small profit. Then of course this kind of thing cannot be refused. After all, they are also on the way. Loaded. The owner handed Poutong his breakfast and said tentatively, "Young man, you're not a star, are you?" "Of course not. Look at my school uniform. I'm just a student." The boss looked at his back as he left, still lost in his own thoughts. Poutong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he walked down the street carrying his breakfast. The influence of a variety show is limited after all. There may be a bit of heat when it airs, but that heat comes and goes quickly, so most people remain in a state where they still don't recognize him. It's better that no one knows. With the continued filming of the variety show, the school entrance has been largely free of fans squatting. After all, fans have their own lives. Stargazers always have to go to school and work, and can be especially busy Monday through Friday. Poutong all the way to the classroom to sit down, began to read while eating breakfast. You dandy has not yet come. Her share was placed on the desk by himself. As for the cold or not, it has nothing to do with him. He is only responsible for bringing delivery. What are you eating? Give it to me. Iori Yukino was just about to want him to break some off, just in time to see Poutong swallow the last of the bun. What did you say? It's fine. I'll have dude break me some later. Sakura-chan glanced at the breakfast on you dandy's table with some intent. What a star breaker. Don't be like this. People will think that we stars can't afford to eat. Lin Yushi pulled Iori Yukino's hair. When you see someone eating something, no matter if that thing is good or not, and if you've eaten it yourself or not, you'll instinctively want to try it, right? Iori Yukino tilted her head. Of course I'm talking about food. Sakura-chan made a patch just in time to prevent someone from attacking her with logic like, would you eat poop if you saw someone eating it? Poutong has only recently realized that Lin Yushi's mouth is very poisonous. Spitting up her acquaintances is not soft, and from time to time, she bullies her international friends at the same table. It was true that people's first impressions were often wrong, and the character that these 3 girls were now displaying was completely different from the first impression they gave of themselves. He thought at first that Sakura Girl was a social terrorist, but now he realized that she was a fool who could only pose, without malice. You dandy seemed to be big-headed at first, but now it seems that her little mind is not ordinary, and she's also a brainiac freak, who often makes up a big drama in her own head. Lin Yushi's mature and stable big sister is right, but now it seems that she's quite a dark person. It's true that what celebrities show on screen is just a persona, right? After Poutong had memorized biology for about 10 minutes, you dandy walked into the classroom with her backpack. It's broken. It must be cold by now. She touched the bun on the table, and the whole thing went bad. A good day starts with a cold breakfast. You couldn't have come later? She grumbled, realizing again that it wasn't quite the right thing to say, with the implication that she had to pick and choose when she asked someone to bring something. Of course I don't mean to be dissatisfied. Just off the top of my head. You money just give enough. I'll bring it to you with a microwave on my back. Poutine's eyes remained on the textbook and muttered, "But I'm more curious why you're asking me to bring it. It should be easy for you to eat something like this. Can it be true that, like in that kind of novel, Missy is not allowed by her family to eat this kind of roadside food, so she can only eat it secretly?" You dandy gave him a blank look. "Do you have some misunderstanding about Missy? Missy's family is rich, but not stupid. Eating and drinking and all that? Isn't that silly? I'm just not comfortable getting it myself, and I don't want to bother Auntie Ginger. She's bound to be recognized when she goes shopping, right? There's no need to make such a big deal about buying breakfast. Don't want to bother her. Bother me, do you? Aren't you traveling?" Yu Dandan took a sip of soy milk. "Besides, I'm paying for it." Pouton shrugged and didn't continue the conversation. "A day's work lies in the morning. You have to cherish the time to study hard. Dude, break me some." Iori Yukino blinked, looking like she wouldn't stop eating until she could. "Eat it. If it's not good, it's Pouton's pot. What's wrong with me?" Pouton resisted the urge to spit and continued studying. "Dandy, have you heard of a story?" Lin Yushi also turned around and joined the conversation, eavesdropping on girl talk. "Ing. What's the story?" "It's just that a boy brought his goddess delicious food every day just to chase her. And in the end the girl was touched and got together with him?" Iori Yukino interjected. "No, in the end the boy feeds his goddess fat and then no one steals from him. What a hell of a joke. I shouldn't be fed fat." Yu Dandy rested her cheeks, a little puzzled. "Seems like it wouldn't be out of the question if the cost was just a little bit of fat. Will you be fed fat? Have to ask the person who brought you food." Lin Yushi had a few moments of watching the fun. "Of course I will." Pouton suddenly interjected. "Ha!" It actually responded positively. Iori Yukino and Lin Yushi were shocked. Wasn't this guy usually a master of playing dumb? Yu Dandy also instantly some tension. This guy will not want to. "Of course I'm going to feed them fat. After all, pork is sold by the pound and the price can go up fast. Get out of here. Isn't that what you're talking about?" Poutine forcibly interrupted their conversation, and contentedly began to study. Chapter 64 Proof and Solution. Generally speaking, Poutong would not terminate their topics. Other people chatting will not affect their studies. After all, the strong never complain about the environment. It's actually fun to eavesdrop on what the girls are talking about to each other, and there really aren't many opportunities for that. He would have been happy to hear about it, but if the topic involved himself, then forget it. It's not a good experience to hear people talking about you. Destroy it. Tired. As long as they don't mention themselves, then they can talk about whatever they want and it won't affect him anyway. Although Variety has been filming in the class, it hasn't really interfered with much of the students' learning or lives. It's more of a mindset. This impact on values is subtle as you watch a group of polished peers learning around you every day. It may be usual to think that celebrities are so far away that you wouldn't compare something to them, but if celebrities and your own life become very, very close, and you're all the same age, that subconscious comparison definitely arises. They are superior looking, rich and famous. They can live well even if they don't study well. And taking classes with such people is torture for ordinary people, obviously so close to them, but it feels like there's a world between them. Pouton still didn't understand what the school executives were thinking, and he can only blame it on the cultural differences between the two worlds after considering it for a long time. After all, in his previous life, this kind of thing was simply impossible. Many people only see the star's superficial glamour. In fact, they don't necessarily live a more comfortable life than ordinary people. Are celebrities just happy? In addition to the kind of top stream, most of the artists are actually particularly miserable. No freedom at all. Just the company's money machine. And a lot of glamorous stars and even family is not happy. Single life really happy? In fact, everyone has his or her own merits, as long as you learn from those who are good around you, and slowly make yourself a good person as well. As for stardom and all that, it definitely shouldn't be something that most people should be thinking about. Pouton realized that these stars he plays with are actually different in nature from real stars. Yu Dandan was a star for fun, although she was more talented in this area, but she did not rely on being a star to eat. She has a big family and naturally, no one dares to mess with her. In fact, in essence, there is no difference with a big lady. Lin Yushi is on the side of the artist. She is very strange to take the drama. Only take the costume drama. It feels like she is acting for the sake of dancing. If you want to evaluate her, it's probably the artist in the star, the innovator in the dancer. Iori Yukino. Forget it, skip it. Would anyone really consider this guy a star? The last is Siamu. He is the most deeply affected by the entertainment industry, but the most want to jump out of a person. In fact, his online dating and so on is only his poor form of rebellion. Maybe it's because they're all different from traditional stars that he's able to be friends with these people. Like Tang Luochang Chen Xiqing, who really mixes with the entertainment industry. He is completely indifferent. Like-minded people enjoy the same scenery. That's the idea. Help me look at this question. Yu Dandy said cautiously. Stuck. Help look. She wouldn't even bother when Poutong was studying seriously, but this question was just too much for her to dwell on. It's not scary to not know how to do a question at all, but if there's a slight hint that you just can't do it, that kind of question can tickle the mind. This feeling of missing a move is often the most painful. There is hope, but not much. It's fine to ask me anytime about studying. Poutong saw her caution. If you are sincere in your studies, there is no such thing as disturbing or not disturbing. If possible, he still hoped that this deskmate of his would turn into a school bully. Moreover, giving her lectures could also enhance his own knowledge mastery. So why not? Yu Dandy nodded and didn't answer. If one is serious about studying, one can talk to him every now and then, right? Poutong glanced at the elegantly worded explanation in the margin below the title with some emotion. When in doubt, write a solution first. Writing the word solve when answering a science question is the equivalent of rolling up your sleeves before you do something high-style and saying, "Attention everyone, I'm going to start pretending." It is actually a test norm and a courtesy to write a solve before you start answering a question. But since many puzzles will only be written with one word for solve, the word has to look good in order not to be embarrassed. How to write a solved word in the margins of a large topic with panache and handsomeness is a very technical matter. Solve the word to write well and win at the starting line. Many people write the word solve without realizing that they are being carried away by the teacher's board book writing style, or even the teacher's drawing that doesn't look like a word at all, but you know it's a solve. A math teacher like theirs can even write a solution in one stroke that is fast and easy to read, so you can only say that the only thing that matters is that the hand is skilled. What are you looking at? Yu Dandy sensed that Poutong's eyes did not look like he was thinking about the problem at all. It felt like he was in a state of delirium. Sorry, got sidetracked. This question is not too difficult. Just need to turn a corner. Poutong just thought prompted a little bit was interrupted by Yu Dandy. I told you I always felt there was a hint of something, so this is what it looks like. A lot of topics, especially in math, are going to be frequently weird questions that are pretty routine if you can react to them, but if you don't turn the corner, then you probably won't be able to figure them out even if you think about it. Looks like she still can't bring the knowledge points to life. Do more questions, do them in types of questions. It's best to have a wrong question book. Poutong suggested. Have the habit of looking back at the wrong questions? Summarize the answer ideas and experience. It's important to develop thinking. Got it. Yu Dandy nodded with a feeling of clarity. She really isn't much of a learner. Study hard. Don't just write proofs and settlements when the time comes. Only write proof of settlement. Doesn't that mean you can't do anything? Don't underestimate me. Yu Dandy was shocked. That's not true. In fact, proof and solution are quite important. Poutong hemmed and hawed and dashed the word solve on his sketchpad. That's a handsome word to write. Get to the point. Ahem. Actually, those two words don't normally count for points, but it's possible that some markers may deduct points if you don't write them. You may deduct a point for not writing solve, but to write just the word solve and not give a point for it is only to say that the word solve has a very Schrödingerian score. There's a lot of news like this, and it still seems to be a fairly common occurrence to be docked points for not writing a solution. However, it is also understandable. Only write a solution, not supported by the process. The solution word does not have any effect, so do not give points. Do not write a solution to deduct a point. In fact, is to find a you did not deal with the details deducted you a point. Used to examine the students are not careful with. Solve this thing. It is something to control the full marks, to see if the full marks candidates are careful enough. But the problem is that people who can't do it can't just take the point for nothing without using their brains. And that's not fair to the candidates who did use their brains. That's why it's best to write this stuff before you even think about the question. To get into a good habit of writing the word solve first. Proofs are the same thing. The only difference between a proof and a solution is that a proof has a result for a cause, and a solution has a cause for a result. Yu Dandy took the topic and began to quickly write it up. In fact, what she lacked was just a quick turnaround in her problem-solving mind. The knowledge points she still grasped more or less. In fact, before she became a deskmate with Poutong, she wanted to study seriously for a while, and the first day in this class she chose Poutong as a deskmate was also caused by this reason. She also joined the variety show because she could study quietly for a semester during the filming of the variety show. Thinking of an artist like her, she usually had a lot of basic business, and although she was a student, she hadn't had much time to study properly, and her old school had turned a blind eye. It was because the variety show had to make the star trainees spend a serious semester in school that she chose it, sort of to push herself. Before she wanted to learn, now she wants it even more. Sitting next to such a pedantic maniac, it was impossible not to be affected by him, so much so that every time Yu Dandy saw him studying he would develop a guilty feeling that he was wasting his time. It seemed that she had indeed made the right choice when she had picked him for her desk at the time because she wanted to study. Even picking him himself when he wasn't even a schoolboy was not a kind of profit. Chapter 65, Composing Music. Watching you dandy recently began to study seriously. Poutong is still quite pleased. Knowledge reserve determines a person's cognitive height. He did not want his tablemate to become a so-called illiterate top stream. It would be embarrassing if you forgot to put pen to paper when the time came. Right, you dandy, who was writing an arithmetic on her sketchbook, suddenly stopped writing and glanced at Poutong thoughtfully. You haven't sent people the score for that song yet, have you? I haven't composed the song yet. Composing something like that was still time-consuming, and while the lyrics and melody were in his head, getting the tune exactly right was another matter. It's stream of consciousness that he can sing it himself, and he still has to write the sketch down line by line for others to learn it as well. And now there was a problem that was giving him a headache. Don't own a musical instrument. When composing, using an instrument allows you to get a better handle on pitch, and writing as you play is definitely the most efficient way to do it. The first time he sang he used you dandy's guitar. The second time he used the guitar of the male star of Joan Jade Rowe, whoever came along. He doesn't seem to have his own instrument until now. It's hard to believe that there's some kind of problem. You dandy narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What do you need my help with? Kinda. Poutine got a little embarrassed. Can I borrow the guitar? People's dramas have been filmed and are in post-production ready to air, and he hasn't even composed the theme song. That's a bit too slow. This matter can't be delayed, and now that it's been negotiated, it's only right to respect the A-side. Guitar? The young girl's expression was a bit strange, as if she was caught up in memories. You play so well that you don't have one yourself? When she thought of when this guy said he couldn't play the guitar, you dandy was furious. Sure enough, you can't trust a word this guy says. My is broken. Poutong played a sloppy game. In fact, he had never had a guitar at all, and even the original body had never even touched a guitar before. If he could, he certainly did not want to borrow other people's things, eat people's mouths soft and take people's hands short. No matter how the relationship is, this kind of owes favors is still not very good after all. But now the problem is that the guitar brands in this world he has not researched, and the only way to buy a good one is to go to the store, which is time-consuming. The contract is negotiated, but his own score has not yet been given. The other crew is anxious or not, I do not know. Anyway, he himself feels that it is not good to drag on so much. Of course there's no problem with borrowing a guitar like that. It's just what? Just you a person whole words, or will be very time-consuming it. You dandy heatedly smiled. You do not still have to study it. Busy work for a long time to compose music more delay you study Boughton nodded at his words. You dandy has a good point. If he does it himself it will definitely take quite some time. After all, it's not a double day off, leaving him really not much time. Actually, I can help you. You dandy blinked her eyes. Quite sincere. She is a star who understands music theory and has solid basic skills, so she's definitely a capable member of the team to help him compose his music, right? Poutong's head was a little messed up as he surveyed you dandy's leaping expression. What's with the feeling that she has ulterior motives? You don't want to think too much. I just want to secretly master you when I help you. You're so powerful. It's always okay for me to learn a little. You dandy seemed to have seen through his thoughts and added, and it's kind of fun to think that I was involved in the creation process of your songs. Really? More real than real gold. You're more useless than even Tingjin. Who's that? You dandy wondered. It's fine. Having a professional who knows music as an assistant will undoubtedly shorten his composing process considerably, and he'll be able to save more time for studying. It doesn't feel reasonable to say no, but if you're going to help with the arrangement, we'll have to be in the same place to do it, won't we? Something like arranging a song definitely needed to be done in a quiet place, and he could certainly do it at home if he was alone, but he couldn't bring you dandy home if she really wanted to help. Mom and dad aren't home. Bring home an actress. Passionate compositions, that kind of thing is just too weird. This is good. You dandy knocked on the table. I'll take care of the place, just as soon as your people arrive. She had been a star for quite a while after all. Wasn't it easy to find a recording studio? Since they still had to attend classes during the day, this was scheduled for the evening after school. After all, it was a spectrum of 2 people together, and it couldn't take too much time. Is there a specific time required? The sooner the better. Boughton didn't want to put this off any longer. The thought that there were still things left to do, he would be a little distracted from his studies. Refuse to procrastinate and start with anything. Then I'll have Auntie Jiang drive us there at night? You dandy thought for a moment and said, I'll have her drive you back when we're done. How embarrassing this is. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with her at all, and the fact that people are contributing to the place and people's efforts makes Poutong have a very strange outlook. But at the moment it was definitely the most efficient and practical one. Letting him do it all on his own might take a long time. What's there to be embarrassed about? I haven't practiced in a while either, so I'll just use the process of helping you as a way to familiarize myself with music theory. So, okay. He also didn't know how much of a hand you dandy had. Just that after a brief break at noon, she had already set things up. Auntie Ginger will pick us up after school tonight and we'll go straight there. Poutine nodded and accepted the arrangement. That agent, Zhang Yun, was quite kind and there was no hostility towards him, so the matter went very smoothly. I don't know what Agent Kong would think if Agent Yu Dandy knew that he was so eager to do him a favor. Although Poutong was prepared, he still experienced nervousness the moment the school bell rang in the evening. Let's go. Finish the whole thing earlier and you'll go home earlier. Yu Dandy made a walking gesture and stood aside and started to urge. What's with the feeling that she's in a hurry? Go, all can go. Poutong packed her book bag and followed Yu Dandy out of the classroom for the first time. Along the way Yu Dandy and Iwei Xuan I Lin Ishi were talking and laughing. Poutong followed behind and listened silently, from time to concur. What a pity that we can't go and see it together. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino were both traveling in the commercial vehicles arranged by the program, so naturally they couldn't go wherever they wanted. It's fine, there will be another chance later. Yu Dandy smiled. That's right, there's a chance for that later. As long as Poutong is still making music, she can always help out and then, bye-bye. When they reached the parking place, Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino waved goodbye to them. Dude, come on, gas? What's the point of refueling? What's the point of tying yourself up? Yu Dandy didn't say anything and pointed to the vehicle parked not far away. A vehicle that Poutong had seen before. Let's go. Auntie Ginger is waiting for us. Poutine followed her to the car, always with a feeling of unreality. Come on in. When the car door opened, Agent Kong, whom Poutong had already met once, waved at them. Yu Dandy quickly got into the car and sat in the back row quietly staring at him with a look of silent waiting. Well, excuse me. Poutong's heart was in the right place, and he got into the car with a swift movement. It's not like you can actually be GA wasted. Chapter 66. You in the photographs. Zhang Yun drove skillfully, glancing at the silent man and woman in the rearview mirror. How come these two still can't let go in the car? Was it because she was there as an outsider? Cough. Ginger Yun feigned a cough and laughed. Dude, you haven't been to the studio in a while. Didn't get any good songs. Yu Dandy snapped and typed on his cell phone, not knowing what he was chatting about. You can't bring cell phones to school, but Zhang Yun always gives her a thoughtful carry when she comes to pick her up so she doesn't get too bored on the road, and seeing as she's definitely not cheap with this phone, this kind of treatment was not available to Poutong. When he was in school, his own broken cell phone was lying on the table for a day. This recording studio of yours? How do you charge? Although there are a lot of recording studios, there are still some differences in the charges. If it's a recording studio in a first-tier city, it shouldn't be cheap. After all, it's someone else's help. It wouldn't be nice to make them spend money. No money, you don't have to be stressed. Yu Dandy looked at the cell phone without lifting her head. My house. That's okay. Poutine shrugged, not wanting to squeak. This cell phone, this car, this destination. Surely money can buy material happiness. The time of year was summer. The days had begun to be noticeably longer than the nights, and the students were out of school, but it still looked early in the day. Boughton looked out the window at the traffic and had only one thought in mind. This car is more comfortable than a cab. The other two in the car didn't know what he was thinking, or they might have to curse. Zhang Yun drove the car very seriously, and from time to time, he would also secretly measure the two people in the back row of the car if there was any movement, but both parties were more stable than she thought. She didn't think anything could be a hindrance between these two's relationship. Not the Yu family, not the public opinion. The key issue was that both of them had to take that step at the same time. That's something she can't help with. At this time, within a small group of 3 people, Iori Yukino, how was it? Did you get drunk? Dragged home yet? Lin Yushi, don't look at their relationship from that dirty perspective. Lin Yushi, dude, take safety precautions. Dandy you Dandy, am I such a freeloader in your eyes? Iori Yukino and Lin Yushi, isn't it? Yu Dandy cursed and closed the group chat. Lin Yushi and the girls were just joking. They knew themselves quite well, and there was no way she could do such a thing. She did have a crush on Poutine, but that didn't mean she would do anything to pander and curry favor in order to make this happen. Not putting herself down and respecting the other person is what her mom told her to do. She hid her stormy good feelings in the bottom of her heart. That was in order not to give Poutong any psychological pressure, because deep down she knew that her own feelings were precious, and relatively, she had to cherish other people's feelings as well. What are you looking at me for? I'm looking at the scenery outside your window over there. Yu Dandy fiddled with her hair and pretended to look like she was enjoying the scenery. Actress, she's a professional. Poutine was just about to dislike her when he looked up and noticed a smile reflected in the rearview mirror. Auntie Ginger's laugh. So it's an anti-laugh. I should be under the car, not in it. Now then, I'm going to take a picture of the scenery outside the window, Yu Dandy suddenly said. She suddenly remembered that she didn't even seem to have a picture of Poutine. Just in time for the big picture shot, Yu Dandy picked up his cell phone and adjusted the angle, and took several pictures of the teenager leaning on the window in a row. You've got this angle. What? You can't get a shot of you in our car? I'm sorry, mister. You Under a man's roof, one has to bow one's head. When the day came that his own company stood up, he would have to let her call out to Mr. Pooh to balance it out. Yu Dandy admired the 8 consecutive photos that appeared in his album, and for a while he was a bit in love with them. This guy looks pretty cool in the pics. What a great view out the window. The car is going so fast. It must be nice to shoot heavy shadows, Poutong grunted. Of course, art is blurry, Yu Dandy retorted sarcastically. The two seemed to drop their guard, and began to flirt with each other. All kinds of spitting banter heard Jiang Yun froze. Do young people nowadays express their emotions by attacking each other? I think I'm behind the times. It wasn't long before the car pulled up to a not-so-busy part of town, and they had arrived at their destination of sorts. There is too much noise in the busy area. Car roar, horn, store shouting, radio sound, human voice, etc. These sounds come together to form a huge sound field. This sound field will be directly transmitted to the building where your studio is located, resulting in the entire studio is surrounded by it. In this case, the recording will be very easy to receive the impact. Poutong got out of the car and didn't recognize the way, so he could only obediently follow the two into the building. No need to record. We'll just use the equipment and environment inside. You guys go about your business. The staff sneakily glanced at Poutong behind the two men, and his expression became more and more odd. Why did the lady bring a boy with her? But since Jiang Yun had said so, they couldn't ask more questions and could only leave silently. Walking into the studio, Poutong was once again blown away. In his previous life, a small bottom side like him didn't have much of a chance to get into the shed, and had only heard about it. The fully enclosed environment was so quiet that Ginger Yun found a guitar and retreated, stating that she wouldn't interfere with the two of them. It's actually too formal to come to the studio just to compose a tune. What else? Where to? Yu Dandy gritted his teeth. Something we can go to together, where we won't be disturbed, quiet, and well-equipped. Boughton froze, and when considered like that, it did seem to be the case. So, is it okay if I play and sing and you record? And you memorize one line when I sing it? No problem. Yu Dandy took out a pen and paper and sat down on the sidelines ready to go. So I, started? Poutong backed up his guitar and played just one line, but it went straight out of tune. This kind of off-key sound that clearly didn't fit the tune was too outrageous. Yu Dandy frowned, unable to figure out what he was doing. Sorry to be nervous. He's really nervous. It's not that Poutong dares to boast that he has a good mindset when he plays the piano. Even if the audience is bigger, he won't be nervous. But now, he did get nervous, facing only one person, and his hands shook. It's okay, come again. Yu Dandy laughed. There will always be mistakes. Good. Poutong took an imperceptible deep breath, trying desperately to keep himself calm. Forget the environment you are in. Forget the people around you. An intro came out of the guitar and he paused, waiting for the young girl to move her pen. Yu Dandy frowned, and after a little thought wrote down a bit of a sketch on a white sheet of paper. Go on. Poutine found his form, and the entire score of the song began to come together in an orderly fashion. The soundproofing of the recording studio was very good, and Jiang Yun waited outside for a while, completely unable to hear what was happening inside. Although she knew she was here today to compose a song for Poutine's work, she didn't really know what the song was like. It will sound good. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a few moments of curiosity and moved over to the door to peek around it. She'd like to see what the two kids were doing in there. This sentence doesn't feel right. Yu Dandy scratched her head. Just now there was a sentence she was a bit unable to grasp that degree. So I'll play it again? No, I probably remember the melody. Let me try playing it myself. Yu Dandy put down her pen, stood up and went straight to pick Poutong's guitar. She dragged the guitar up with one hand and reached for the strap on the back of Poutine's neck with the other, ready to remove it from Poutine's body. Yu Dandy then Poutong a head shorter, in order to let her take the convenience of the point. Poutong subconsciously lowered the head. Who knows that Yu Dandy because cannot reach just cushion a foot, so the two brains miraculously collided with the agu. Yu Dandy covered her head, and with a tilt of her head she realized that the two of them had come so close together. I'm sorry, Poutong said, a little embarrassed as he hurriedly took his guitar off. It's fine. Yu Dandy took the guitar and hurriedly sat down, her small face slightly red. The studio was quiet, so quiet that at this point it seemed they could hear each other's heartbeats. Shall we, continue? Okay. I'll take care of this line first. Yu Dandy straddled the guitar and began to personally play the line that he had just taken. The two quickly forgot about the little incident earlier and got back to their creative endeavors. Fantastic, just fantastic. Jiang Yun by the door to take in the scene. This kind of ambiguous interaction is also too delightful. give her a peeping our whole excited. It's a good thing she suddenly had the idea to take a look or she wouldn't have seen such a wonderful image. Ginger Rue had to admire herself for picking just the right moment. This kind of youthful little ambiguity is only tasteful when you look at the young people. If there is an older leftover woman and stubble uncle to engage in this kind of, it is too embarrassing. Ginger Yun had seen what she wanted to see, and to prevent being discovered, she retraced her steps back to where she was waiting and began to wait for the two inside to come out. Should have seen the main event of the night. It couldn't have been more ambiguous, could it? Chapter 67, Being Checked Out. As Jiang Yun expected, the subsequent collaborative process between the two was very uneventful and did not result in any extra interaction. The whole song wasn't very long either, and soon they were stumbling through it. Phew, finally done. And frankly, it's stressful. Poutine nodded in agreement. Doing things on your own, you actually feel free to do whatever you want, but once things involve cooperation, there's an inexplicable sense of responsibility involved. It's like, for example, regular and group assignments. I'll watch and try the melody. Poutong took the sketch written by you Dandy and prepared to do the review work once again. I was just going to show you, in case I got something wrong. Her handwriting is beautifully neat, and although it is handwritten, it all looks so brief and clear that it's already a passable score for a singer to pick up and sing. The only downside was that the score for one line in the middle of the song had been altered a bit, the very same section that you Dandy had tried on his own with his guitar earlier. Poutong looked at the score and quickly verified humming it, feeling that it was generally the same as the original song in his memory. No problem, you're doing great. It was rare for Poutong to praise her. If he was on his own, he probably would have spent at least 2 or 3 nights. Little things, and I learned a lot in the process. This is her truth. Some tunes are a completely different experience to listen to them once and to restore them once with your own hands. This time down, you Dandy feels that she has improved a lot, and can't help but marvel at the excellence of the song once again. Can someone who is obviously the same age as yourself write such a great song? Poutong played a shallow passage to the score and found no problems. Then he put down the guitar with confidence. You play the guitar really well. You Dandy wondered. It feels like it's not practiced in a moment, right? You play pretty well too. Poutong avoided answering the question head on. You Dandy glanced at him, stopping the idea of continuing to pursue the question. The two gathered their things and walked out of the studio one after the other. Are you guys done? Jiang Yun, who was playing with her cell phone on the side, asked. It's pretty fast, a rare chance to be alone, and these two don't know how to cherish it? Time to go home and study. Poutine muttered. There's still enough time for 2 more questions. It seems like you're right. She probably knew why these two hadn't picked up at all. This guy has become addicted to learning about cement sealing his heart. The three left the building and reboarded the car they had come in. Where does your family live? I'll send you back? Jiang Yun tied her seatbelt while looking back and asked. This side is quite far from the city. How embarrassing. It's quite a long way back and forth to have to send him home. Help someone to the end. You Dandy interjected. That's what I told you before. That would be a pleasure. Poutine said the name of the neighborhood, then lay back in the seat and began to enjoy the night view from the window. There is a minuscule amount of comfort in looking out the window at the bright lights of the city and the hustle and bustle of the traffic. Click. You Dandy held up his cell phone and made a quick snapshot with his eyes. You're shooting landscapes again? The night view is good. Hey. You Dandy graciously held up his cell phone, which was a night view out the window. She even learned to shoot something else to hide her face. You both play the guitar quite well. Why don't you just form a band? Jiang Yun chimed in while driving. Of course, she was just flirting with the idea that whoever the star is famous goes and starts a band. Good idea. I could be the guitar hero. Guitar. You Dandy was about to spit out this strange term of endearment when he was interrupted by a ringing phone. Ginger Yun's car phone rings. Let's see. She glanced at the caller user, her expression momentarily a little odd. Dude, your dad's on the phone. Ha? Poutong and you Dandy were shocked at the same time. Get out of the car. Stop the car. I want to get out of the car. Her dad's phone. If he knew that she and you Dan were together now, what would happen? It is better to prevent a thief for 1,000 days than to put an end to it forever. And Jiang, you Dandy was also a bit flustered. She had already tried her best to fade away the person of Poutong in her exchanges with her dad, but it felt like her dad was still gnashing his teeth when he talked about Poutong. She still knew her dad, and would probably be pissed off enough if she knew that she and Poutong were still together privately in addition to at school. It's okay, I understand. Jiang Yun smiled. I'm not a bad woman who tipped off the others. Just keep quiet, both of you. She picked up the phone and coughed twice, finding her form. Hey, mister. You, what's up? Just asking about dude. The voice on the phone seemed civilized. One might even say rather gentle. Boughton did not let his guard down because of this tone of voice, and he knew that the more civilized a man is the more vicious. He couldn't help but hold his breath and didn't dare to utter a single breath. It wasn't that he was afraid, it was just that being targeted by someone like that would be a pain in the ass, and he was still used to being invisible. Listening to the environment. You're driving? The male voice on the phone was a little surprised. What are you doing out this late at night? It's not that your daughter wants to eat fruit, it just so happens that the ones at home aren't fresh anymore, so I'm going to go buy some for her. Jiang Yun lied directly, without blushing or gasping. Oh, dude isn't in the car, is he? No, she's at home doing her homework. Sentiently and reasonably. There was no need for you Dandy to follow when buying things, so it would be better to omit her presence as well. Poutong glanced at you Dandy and realized that she was cowering in a corner with an embarrassed expression, afraid of making a sound and being revealed. She noticed Poutong's gaze and carefully gave him a sh sign. Poutong naturally did not dare to make a sound, and when the two made eye contact, they tacitly made a thieving gesture. How does it feel? Like cheating and getting checked out. How's dude been doing? Has there been any mention of classes or anything? The voice on the phone was a little tentative, and a little wary, as if he had mentally prepared himself for asking the question. It's just the same too. The Lin family's girl and Sakura's little sister. Jiang Yun lied without a drop of water, although it was obvious that she knew who he was asking about. But to directly say that there was no mention of it would instead arouse suspicion, so she might as well say a sensible answer first. What about the one before? Poutong? Lean, sitting in the back row. Poutong immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How long has it been? Why is this guy still thinking about himself? Is this the old father's wariness? If you don't say, I'm going to forget about this person. Jiang Yun laughed. It's been a long time since I've heard her mention this name. Really? The svelte male voice suddenly intensified its tone. Why don't you call and ask your daughter yourself? SS. Now if Yu Zhongheng really called, he would know that the two of them were lying as soon as he heard the sound of the car. Or forget it, just keep an eye on her. The man paused. His tone softened. Tough luck. Rue. Poutong's ears instantly perked up. It was true that it was not good to talk about bosses and secretaries and all that. Cough cough cough. Nothing, I'm hanging up. Jiang Yun directly hung up the phone, not giving Yu Zhongheng a chance to say one more word. That's it? He'd like to hear more. Poutong glanced at you Dandy and realized she looked indifferent. Don't look. It's not that kind of relationship. I didn't say that. You're so close to writing the words. Rich people play with real flowers on your face. You Dandy gave him a blank look. Poutong didn't want to dwell on this issue either, so he simply didn't squeak. Dare to doubt me. I should have known that I would have exploded you kid just now. Dare not dare not. Luckily, Yu Zhongheng wasn't in a position to suspect anything, and not long after, Jiang Yun arrived by car. I'm here. Thank Jiang, sister. Poutong opened the car door and stepped out of the car. Thank you too. No thanks. You Dandy smiled and waved. See you tomorrow. Poutine nodded and picked up his book bag and walked into the neighborhood. It was not until Poutong's figure completely disappeared that you Dandy withdrew her gaze. Still don't know exactly which house he lives in. If you really want to know, I can look into it. Ginger Yun restarted the vehicle. This kind of stuff is still good to investigate. It's better to forget about it. You Dandy looked at the vast night. You can't go there if you know anyway, so you might as well not know at all. Chapter 68, Gimmick. Poutong sent his dad a copy of the score and lyrics after transcribing them, and as much as he'd like to make an entire electronic copy, that would be more time consuming. Send manuscripts they can read too, so there's no point in spending this extra time. Time is like that in that, if you squeeze it, there's always time. I wonder if they've arrived yet. Boughton muttered to himself. This time you Dandy really helped a lot, and found a place and assisted him, and even sent him the whole way. In reason he should ask about it. There is no way to repay such a great favor, so I can only use my body, only to repay it in the next life. POTUS, have you arrived home yet? Thank you so much for today. You Dandy, read and not returned. Boughton. It seems like it should have gone back and still be in the mood for jokes. Poutong saw that it was getting late and was ready to listen to some English and go to bed. A language learning, listening, reading and writing is indispensable. Something to listen to English, which is helpful to the sense of language listening and speaking. He plugged in his earphones and picked an English speech at random and started to listen to it. The speaker's speech was so fast that Poutong could only understand part of it intermittently for the time being. Poutong was listening and thinking at the same time, when his cell phone's message alert tone suddenly rang, like it was exploding directly from his earphones, shaking his brain. Asterisk. Poutine took it off and rubbed his ears, a little depressed. Remember to always turn off message notifications when listening to something. Listening to an English is not so bad. In case you listen to a sleep aid at night is drowsy but was notified by the news to blow up a bit. I guess the anger of the whole night cannot sleep. He clicked on the message to see that it was someone in the group who'd been tweeting about himself. Iori Yukino, at Poutong. How are you two doing? Did you have sex yet? What? POTUS, the internet is not an outlawed place, so please watch your language. Iori Yukino, composing music. Of course, Poutong didn't bother with her and closed the message notification to continue studying. Without the message interrupting him, he listened attentively, and although he didn't fully understand it, he still had a bit of an idea of what the speech was roughly about. This kind of promotion is very slow. Listening to 10 days and half a month is not expected to have much effect. It is expensive to insist. It was just as he was washing up and getting ready for bed that he realized the group had aitken him again. Lin Yushi, at Poutong. You're singing this song with Munan, right? POTUS, yes. It's still up to the person to decide who will sing the song written for the show. And while I can give my opinion, it doesn't feel necessary. Honestly, he didn't know Munan well, but he felt that producer Shui should be a man of vision, and since he agreed that it should be okay. Also, he's going to follow it up with a version that's the original song, but we'll have to wait for a notice on when that's going to happen. Lin Yushi, so, dude helped you compose the music, and then the score is going to Munan? POTUS, what's wrong? What's going on here? Do these two have anything to do with each other? To be honest, Poutong didn't know anything about the entertainment industry. She didn't know anything about Munan, and what she did know about Yu Dandan was also after she met her. Lin Yushi, private. Yu Dandy, private. Just know each other. He sensed that Yu Dandy was a bit cranky, which was very uncommon. Perhaps considering Yu Dandy's personal thoughts, Lin Yushi didn't send anything after all. Although he was a bit concerned, the parties involved had no intention of saying anything. So naturally, Poutong didn't want to pry. A dreamless night. Without the pressure of composing music, Poutong felt a lot more relaxed in the following days. Even if it wasn't for the camera position in the classroom, he felt like he was really just a regular high school student. Even though the show doesn't film him anymore, that feeling of looking up and seeing the camera is still off-putting, and there's always that vestigial feeling that his life is being spied on. What Truman's World? What exactly did you guys shoot in the 4th installment? Although Poutong said that he went to the filming location last time, it was only half an hour of traveling, and he didn't see any specific filming at all, except for his classmates' ancient costumes. Just filmed a small skit. The filming process and the full skit is presumably what the 4th installment of the show will be about. Yu Dandy said casually, I guess there's nothing to see. She still gets a little anxious when she remembers that day. Don't look. It's not pretty. She still didn't want her situation of being completely covered up to be seen by Poutong. That feeling of being crushed from her face value and temperament and acting skills was just a little too desperate. Indeed, Poutong also pressed on with no intention of watching it. An issue of the variety show is so long, it could be a set of papers. But let me ask, do you think Munan looks good? Good looking. He still had the most basic aesthetics, and although he wasn't very familiar with Munan, he was still awed by her when he saw it. Oh, Yu Dandy nodded. If you want to say it doesn't look good, I'll think you're fake instead. It's only normal to think it's good looking, right? She even thinks Munan is good looking. Besides, she didn't want Poutine to satisfy her vanity with lies like you look the best. I don't know what it's like for other girls, at least, not for her. Why don't you ask me while you're at it? Who do I save first when you and Munan fall into the water? Poutong teased. In his previous life, this question would have been an eternal dilemma. It didn't make sense, but the question did sound interesting enough to fully reflect the valence of the two people in the person's mind. So who do you save first? Of course I saved you, Poutong said to himself. I don't know her well. I still know your family background. Save you, your father gave me tens of millions of dollars on the spot, may also say. Use retribution. Cut. It was a strange cut, but it was unexpectedly amusing to hear him say it. Say, the trailer for the 4th installment is tonight, right? Poutine recalled it and felt that he should have remembered it correctly. I thought you weren't going to look? The trailer is just a minute. It's okay to watch. He really wanted to know what gimmick Su Lei was trying to pull again. Okay, Yu Dandy secretly sighed. This kind of thing she really can't stop. To be honest, Poutong originally did not want to see it, but he could clearly feel that Yu Dandan was consciously or unconsciously conveying the meaning of don't look at it. That made him curious, and combined with last night's conversation, he probably had a guess. Something to do with Munan. When she got home from school, Poutong scanned the official blog of When You're Young and found the latest trailer. Secretive and still won't let me see it. Whether he cared about his tablemates or satisfied his curiosity, he was a little concerned about what the episode was actually about. The trailer begins with a wide shot of a bus. Then a couple of special effects fonts popped up on the screen indicating the theme of the issue. Departure. Crew. Then the camera quickly switches to the Joan Jade Row crew, and a few more special effects fonts appear in a very striking way. Joan of Arc Row. Fantasy Link? Amidst the flashbacks of footage of the students in costume and filming, the trailer's footage finally settles on Yu Dandy and Munan staring at each other. This is unreadable. I have to say, as a trailer it's pretty passable, but in terms of the Riddler, this trailer also succeeds. After watching the preview, Poutong completely failed to get where Yu Dandy's point of weakness was. Clicking through the comments section of the trailer, Poutong just got a little bit of a head start. A collision between the queen and the flower girl? This has to be watched. She two really have a good connection. Let's hope dude can win over Munin for once this time. Is it actually linking up with the Cheong Yuxing crew? Double chef rapture, double chef rapture. The Muyu party has come to life, and it's too hard to survive in the cracks of the Puyu party. What kind of heresy is upstairs? The ones who are high on Lin you are normal alright. You dandy win once? Poutong searched for key phrases, and that's how she figured out her connection to Munan. The two have competed 6 or 7 times, all of which Munan won by a huge margin. Even in the circle, Yudandin also has the name of Small Munan. This feeling of not being able to compete with others no matter what can be really frustrating, and it's quite ironic to be treated as if you're second to whoever you are. He now understood the reason why Yudandi didn't want him to watch the show. Yudandi in the program again lost. It seems like Yudandi and Munan had a bit of a story before, and this guy Sule totally caught these two top streaming rubbing it in. Sule, this old Inbi, just knows how to pull these vain gimmicks. Chapter 69 TD Queen and Flower Girl. If you make a fool of yourself. Myrnin had just received the lyrics from the crew not long ago, and watching it again, she still found the song interesting. She still acts mostly as an actress and doesn't sing much, but that doesn't mean she's a bad singer. Myrnin's tone is very good, and his control of breath and the state of his voice is at the level of a professional singer. Unlike many hard-driving crossover singers, she can even be said to be the best singer in show business. She generally only sings songs from movies and TV shows she starred in as a complement and interpretation of her interpretive roles, a relationship that goes hand in hand with acting. Because of this, she has a very high demand for songs, and if it doesn't fulfill her understanding of the character, she won't take on how good it is. But the song 1,000 Years is certainly very much in line with what she had in mind, with strong lyrics and deep content, and should be one of her top few theme songs in all her years of acting. You shouldn't be able to write this song without reading the original 3 times. Munan remembered the scene when he first took on the movie when he stayed up late to read the original scripts for a change, and was somewhat relieved. Very serious little brother then. She remembered that Poutong didn't even recognize herself that day and couldn't help but feel a little amused. She could tell that Poutong was not acting. He really did not recognize. In a sense, it was the first time she'd ever been asked. And you are? Munan ruffled the broken hair in front of her forehead and simply stopped thinking about it. She doesn't put too much into anything other than acting. Progress doesn't happen overnight, and improving a little bit every day is what she demands of herself. Let's practice this song first. You know, right? The next day, Yudandi saw Poutong's lustful look and guessed that he must have been clear about the connection between her and Munan. Knowing a little. This kind of thing Poutong did not know how to say. It's not the person in question who can't be better than someone else no matter how hard they try, much less the person being compared. They both want to be better. It's just that the latter's better is stronger than the former's better. In fact, there is no need. Munan is older than you after all. Is your senior. Are not a season. There is no need to compare. How does that describe it? Yudandi rested his cheeks in silence, then murmured, just imagine, if the protagonist of an immortal cultivation novel, no matter how much his cultivation has been refined and how rich his chances are, but everyone else evaluates him as the second who knows who. Doesn't it sound very suffocating? It's obviously not an era, but it still gets compared and held up as a shadow of someone else. Poutong frowned. I won't talk about the electronic cricket fight between you two for now. The main problem is that Sulei's gimmick clearly has the intention of consuming you two. In fact, he only had one last image of him looking at each other. It's all footage from the show. You can sense his intentions, but it's really hard to draw conclusions about this kind of thing just based on that. Why don't you ask your godly? No need. Yudandi smiled bitterly. After all, the real situation is like this, and people didn't maliciously edit it, they just took it out and put it on display for others to see. In fact, as soon as the show's trailer came out to generate public opinion, Jiang Yun had asked her if she wanted to warn Sule, but she had refused. Losing is losing. Losing is not letting others broadcast that into what? Acting was abused into a slag that is also a fact. It is not like she cannot afford to lose, and I can't just use my connections at the slightest whiff of wind. What kind of person would I be? She murmured. Being honest about your failures is a form of growth. Poutong gazed at her stubborn little expression and had nothing more to say. Perhaps, that's the difficulty she has to face. Damn it, lost again. The Sakura girl in the front row let out an exclamation, but it caused Yudandi's already fragile heart to be struck by the keyword once again. What lost again? Play chess. Iori Yukino picked up the sketchbook on the table and lit up the 5 mesh chessboards on it, looking at the many squares drawn horizontally and vertically in black marker. It looks like they're playing backgammon. 5 boards, all with blue pieces losing. You use a blue pen? Poutine kind of wanted to laugh. Iori Yukino was a bit embarrassed to scratch her head. Ayoshi playing chess is too powerful. Well, don't use someone else's power to cover up your own incompetence. Hello. Have a go? Sakura-chan came to her senses and jumped a bit. She was still not convinced. You guys down? I'm not in the mood. Yu Dandy waved his hand to refuse. It's kind of fun to watch someone play chess sometimes. I'll do it. Poutong took out a red pen from his pencil bag. It seemed that he had to teach his foreign friends to experience the chess-playing prowess of China. Even though he hadn't played chess in a while, he still played a Sakura girl fairly easily, and in no time at all. 4 pieces connected, which caused Iori Yukino's entire body to fall into silence. Lost again. I beg you not to say those words. Yu Dandy flirted. All I can think about right now is I lost again. I lost again. Dude, don't be like this. Iori Yukino rubbed her head. If you want to compare yourself to Munan, that must be hard. Why don't you compare yourself to me? Wouldn't that instantly balance things out? You can draw. I can't, but I'm not very good at acting, and I often forget my words. It's embarrassing. You can draw. I don't sing as professionally as you do, and even singing the same song twice is completely different. You can draw, but you can draw. You're already a winner if you can draw, right? Lin Yushi was attracted by the movement of a few people. She first glanced at the chessboard, then at Iori Yukino. You lost again. Ouch. 2 unpleasant voices sounded at the same time. Now, when you say you lost again, 2 people will be anxious at the same time. May I ask which 2 people? Don't curse, don't curse. Chess is not good. Iori Yukino took her blue pen and began to draw circles on the draft paper. And what's this about you? Dude, Lin Yushi gave her a look full of deep meaning, and another realization dawned on her. Dude, you can dance. I mean you shouldn't dwell on it too much. You can dance. Poutine couldn't stand it anymore. Are you a repeater? Yu Dandy switched his viewpoint to him and continued to repeat. You can write songs. Self-denial is the beginning of the journey up the spiral ladder of history. Girl, you're in love. Yu Dandy, who was chanting, suddenly tapped his head to look at the trio. You can draw. You can dance. You can write songs. So, I'm the real loser. She suddenly realized that everyone around her was good at something in their own way, but she was perpetually outclassed at what she herself was best at. When you look at it that way, you're actually the most mediocre? It was the first time that Poutong had seen this expression in Yu Dandy's eyes. Once you think about being a loser, then all your problems are instantly solved. Yu Dandy slumped on the table, a little bereft. That's my word. Iori Yukino scratched her head, always feeling like the persona was going to be taken away from her. What to do? The 3 of them glanced at each other, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yu Dandy was being stimulated by public opinion, thus falling into a logical loop of self-doubt. I have a plan. Iori Yukino gestured with both hands and pointed at Poutong. You go give her a kiss, and she'll definitely come back to life in full blood. This plan is excellent. Lin Yushi clapped her hands. Asterisk 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 off. Poutong was a bit depressed. What time is it and you're still in the mood for jokes? Poutong had never thought before that the seemingly sunny and cheerful Yu Dandy actually had such a big heart demon. In show business, whose heart demon is not Mernon, and it's still a demon that can't be conquered no matter how hard she tries. She tries hard. People try harder than her, and while everyone else grows linearly, Munan grows exponentially. It's not that Yu Dandy love to compare with others, it's just that the 2 have competed in size too many times, and this feeling of failure has been carved into her bones, plus a lot of netizens talking, evaluating, and pulling on the pedal, and she can't run away from it anymore. It's not that we're joking, Poutong. When it comes to Dandy, you can actually really do more than us. Lin Yushi patted his shoulder with a look of a long way to go. You're the key to the key. Chapter 70, Theme Song. Poutong doesn't see himself as Mr. Key until Yu Dandy comes out on his own. Rushing to comfort or whatever will only backfire. In fact, this is a simple matter. That is, it is always better than other people's children, and then by a group of people talking about it. The person concerned self-doubt. At this point you want to go up and say you're better than her or something, obviously with a friend filter to say nonsense. Who is better in some way is actually very easy to judge. She must also have a clear self-positioning. But if you say, do well for yourself, there is no need to compare yourself with others, although you express your concern, but the tone is still you really can't compare with her. Don't compare, just be happy. The essence of comforting someone is to make them feel better, not to obligate oneself. Oftentimes it's obvious that it's all about caring and kindness, but it's not beautiful to go off on your own comforting without considering the person's mood. Is Yu Dandy bad? Definitely not bad. At a young age with such a high popularity, singing and acting as well, in the same age is definitely the best. But to be compared with the predecessors who stepped into the acting circle earlier than her, then she is still not qualified for the time being, and the honing of such things as acting skills can't be improved overnight, and she still has a long way to go. and Mu Nan happens to be the best of the young actors. The two appear on the same stage. It is inevitable that the public will make comparisons. For the late generation, this is the pressure, but also motivation. But Mu Nan is really too scary. So much so that you dandy can only feel the pressure now. The name Little Munin is actually quite depressing. Trying to get rid of someone else's shadow, and how to think about it makes people despair. Let her think for herself. Poutine sighed, keeping an eye on the state of her tablemates while studying silently. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino would strike up a few conversations with you dandy from time to time, but it wasn't very effective. Time doesn't stop for anyone, and even though you dude especially didn't want a fourth installment, the day the show would air would eventually come. Later a few days she was quite normal, no self-hatred and bad mood at all. Usually chatting and studying in usual cannot see the difference. Of course, it was only when she occasionally glowered that Poutong could see the despondency in her eyes. He felt, you Dan this is just in the strong pretend calm. Some people obviously heart is very lost sad, but the surface but always pretend to be calm and indifferent, so instead of more tired. At the very least, he still hoped that you dandy could be a little more diffident and happy like before. Friday, after school, you dandy packed her book bag and sat in her seat, fuming. Once school is out today, it's just one day before the show airs. What? Can't leave? Yeah, maybe something will happen this double holiday. You dandy sighed and picked up her school bag to leave. This double whammy probably wasn't something for her to look forward to. So many people have started stepping on one before the show has even aired, and there will definitely be more people pulling the stump if the show airs. Perhaps by the time fans of both parties involved think it won't matter, passers-by will start watching the fun first. Poutine got home and checked the show's discussion boards and realized that the story was still going strong. After the trailer has already announced that the fourth installment is a crew show, a bunch of netizens have already started to discuss it in a hot manner. There are those who look forward to variety shows, there are those who look forward to dramas, and there are no longer a handful of people who simply want to have fun. I have to say that this time Su Lei's expectations were very successful. Xiong Yuxing is also the hottest drama to be broadcast nowadays, with countless fans of the original, and the main actors are even more self-contained. Even if they usually release a little bit of the road, they will make quite a big commotion. This time it's linked with variety and it's a total double chef ecstasy. When Your Young's fourth installment got a lot of attention, and Joan Jade Roe, a drama that's been filming for a long time, is back in the public eye, and it looks like it's almost ready to air. Poutong didn't want to pay too much attention to these things, and after scanning it twice, he started brushing up on the questions. He feels that his learning state at this stage is very good, and his thoughts are getting more and more alive when doing problems, so he should be able to get a good grade in the midterm exam afterward. It wasn't until the phone rang after 10 p.m. that he was pulled out of his study state. Hey, Dad, what's up? It's nothing else, just tomorrow. The crew will put out that song of yours and give you a heads up. Tomorrow? He's been giving the score for days, and it really should have been recorded if the crew had moved faster. If the timing is tomorrow, I'm guessing it's mainly to take advantage of the wave of publicity that comes with the heat of When You're Young airing. If the theme song is released, the show will be airing soon, right? It was just sent for review. Approval for this kind of drama is usually very fast. I guess it will be finalized next month. The voice on the phone froze. He didn't expect Poutong to ask this question. Most TV dramas nowadays release a series of pilot materials to build up momentum. Obviously the drama has not yet aired, but the theme song, end credits and so on have already been released early. The money for this song can just go directly to your company's account, right? Poutong's father, as the person who put the numbers together when the company was founded, naturally knew about the public account. Just call it straight through. Poutong now feels like a handful, and basically doesn't spend much time on anything other than studying. When will the theme song be released? I'll go listen to it. After all, it was a song that he had taken out himself, and he was still quite curious about what Mu Nan would sing. Tomorrow at 12 noon. The theme song was released before the show aired, so it seems like it was intended to get some buzz going first. After the two made small talk for a while, his dad couldn't carry on first and yawned and went to bed. After pondering for a long time, Poutong decided that it would be better to see the fourth installment of the program tomorrow at 2 times speed. He really wanted to know where you dandy lost. Exactly what kind of performance could make a big heart like you dandy's whole autistic, which made him really a bit curious. Also, it's a little easier to prescribe the right medication when you know the specifics of the situation. The next day Poutong woke up some time earlier than usual, each time meaning, mainly, that he had to make up in advance for the study time he had wasted watching the program. At 12 o'clock at noon, Poutong opened his microblog on time and checked the official blog of Xiong Yuxing, the official microblogging site of Joan Jade Roe. Xiong Yuxing Supertalk hashtag Xiong Yuxing hashtag Munan hashtag Ed Munan sings the latest theme song 1000 Years. A video of the song is attached. One look at the number of topics and it's old lasagna. Poutong clicked on the video, and an ancient scene revealed the song's message, throughout all ages. Theme song of TV series Xiong Yuxing, sung by Mu Nan, lyrics by Poutong. Composer, Poutong. The arranger and producer were people the crew found themselves, and he didn't know them. The video content is all clips from the show interspersed, and it looks pretty interesting. At least the special effects and stuff definitely cost a lot of money. I have to say that Mu Nan's vocals are really impressive, and the moment she opens her mouth, she leaves Poutong a bit shocked. Every lyric in her mouth seems to be mirroring the video, reinterpreting the character in the drama. The song stirs the hearts of countless people, always pursuing the promise in their hearts that has never changed, making us unconsciously feel that the heroine, who appears to be soft on the outside, but is in fact tough as nails, has traveled such a long way with a reluctant heart, and making us uncontrollably associated with all sorts of stubborn and pure love in the drama. From the beginning to the end of the song, he froze and didn't pick a single fault. This one's a cow. Poutong suddenly understood why you dandy lost. Being put together with this kind of person to make comparisons, have to who is difficult. It's only been a few minutes and tons of fans have already taken over the comments section. Nan is still singing so well. The original fan clocked. This song is simply tailor-made for this story. Without reading the novel a few times is not necessarily written. Too talented. Kudos. Who is Poutong? Is there this singer? Why haven't I heard of it before? This ancient style song is very good, and it fits well with the story. The last time Nan sang was about a year ago, I think. It's such a long time ago. Thanks to this song I got to hear her voice again. Looks like it was well received, and most people don't know him. And it's pretty easy to have a popular song and not be popular or whatever. Poutine re-listened to the song and it just felt very much like that flavor from memory. Chapter 71, watching the fourth installment in a row. Even though it's the theme song of a TV show that should have a smaller audience, the song 8,000 Years is still garnering a wave of attention. Since the song was released at 12 noon, various music critics have started reviewing the song. Everything from the lyrical analysis of the song to the extension of its content. In addition to Maunan's heartfelt vocals, the name Poutong is once again mixed. Music review sauce. In fact, Poutong's last song You at the Same Table is more like a surge of inspiration after the accumulation of emotions. Until this song let me really recognize his musical talent. Completely by the younger brother Circle Powder. Hard amenable to this song. Musician Lu Yuan. Honestly, I can't even fathom so far how a high school student can write music of this level. Won't other musicians who boast of their talent feel ashamed? Anyway, I'm a bit embarrassed about my old face. Music critic Ching Kaiyao. This single is tailor-made for the TV series Zhong Yuxing, with its expressive power focusing on the song's meaning and emotional structure, not just a pure or deliberate form of arrangement. From the intro, electronic synthesized sound effects are laid at the bottom of the arrangement, lightly swirling around the ears, yet indispensable and indispensable. There are no high notes in the whole song, but only peaks and valleys in the ups and downs of emotions. It's like not having too many Chinese instruments, but still hiding the ancient charm and feelings in your heart. These comment posts were all screenshotted by Iori Yukino and thrown in the group, and it was hard for Poutong not to see them. He actually didn't feel anything about the comments. He himself is a literary copyist. There is no need to sell out when you get a bargain. As for these praises, instead of giving them to him, they should be given to Song, the real creator of 1,000 Years. They say he's over it. Save me a concert ticket. The literary copyist and the literati disease is afraid not to be mistaken. What put on their own understanding is still very in place. He is an otherworldly porter. Take a few things to seek a little benefit that is his crossing the good luck. Rely on these things pretentious that is not appropriate. More than these things, he was now more worried about you dandy's mental state. After all, the program was about to go on air. You dandy, I have an impression of this music critic Ching Kaiyao, who used to correct my songs, is a pretty good teacher. Lin Yushi, dude, what are you doing? You dandan, in a single song loop of this song, Munan sings it so well. There was an eerie silence in the group, and the other three were a little bad at picking up on that. You dandy, what the heck? Normal communication is fine. I am sincere, praise her. Do not think I think so petty. Iori Yukino, it's really good now. I just don't know when you're going to write some songs for us too. Poutong, Boughton, Jiang Lang. A few people gossiped for a while. Poutong put down the hands of the study water will be group. As active atmosphere, infected table. You dandy, the fourth installment will be aired soon. Don't you guys want to watch it? One sentence silenced the group stem again. It's reasonable to assume that they must be watching the show since they're involved in it themselves. But this installment is a bit of a bad review when it involves another scene that you dandy doesn't want to see. You dandy, don't let yourself get tied up by thinking about others. Why don't we all watch it together? Lin Yushi? Iori Yukino, what do you think? Should I come over now? You dandy, open a meeting to watch it together. It's like everyone watching it together online. How fun. POTUS, having a movie party, right, Daniel? Iori Yukino? Lin Yushi? Poutong said that he only wanted to make a joke to liven up the atmosphere, and it was kind of fun to make someone who was forcing himself to be calm smile. Eventually, the four of them opened a movie party. Yudandy is the main speaker to share the screen. The others open the microphone to watch together. Why it feels like an online class. Mr. My internet is stuck. Don't touch the camera by mistake to reveal a big face. Yudandy could only smile bitterly as she listened to the three of them desperately trying to amuse themselves. What's wrong with watching it with them and not having the courage to watch it alone yourself? Want to recognize their own problems? This episode of the program she had to watch. Facing up to their own problems is one side. Avoiding not to watch is not a solution. Learning Munan's I-drama is another side. Then I'll start. Yudandy looked at the other three avatars in the meeting and felt a little more confidence in her heart. As Dude clicked play, the program from several people's perspectives began. That said, that's a great idea for whoring out members-only videos. Poutine beeped in a small voice. Look at you. The show begins, naturally, with a familiar recap of previous events, with the third monthly test from 2 weeks ago coming back to hit a few people in varying degrees of intensity in this format. Why did you even put my second-to-last report card in the last review? Iori Yukino's tone was rather disgusted. As a group of students boarded the bus, the fourth installment of the program began. At this time, there were already sharp-eyed pop-ups that began to spit out. I just looked at the students in the car. How come there's no Poutong again this time? This issue is really without him, and he wasn't even involved in the filming himself. Damn it, you guys obviously weren't even involved in the fourth installment, and there's still someone discussing it? Even though you were here for a few minutes. We were on break at that point and you weren't filmed in. Poutine nodded. Wouldn't that be better? I have to say that this installment flowed well. Starting with the bus to the crew enacting the show's mission, then changing costumes and memorizing lines. And it was really fun. With the cast and crew of Joan Jade Rowe involved in the filming, the entire number of pop-ups has grown dramatically. In a sense, the resident guests represent the ration of a variety show. Then the flying guests represent the variables of a variety show. And if the heat is high enough, then the flying guests are the icing on the cake. Then the heavy lifting begins, with Munan showing up and exchanging words with Yudandy, and there's a bit of saber rattling throughout the show. So actually you guys are acting as an egg of excess between the second and third parts of the novel? Poutong really didn't know this. He only knew that the story of Cheong Yuxing was somewhat similar to Hua Qianbone, but he really didn't know exactly what this egg was talking about before. It shouldn't be. You wrote that song. It always feels like you've already read the original so many times. Lin Yushi spat. Don't tell me you haven't read it. Poutine hasn't really been seen, but it's not very descriptive exactly. The first half of the previous day was all about memorizing lines and shooting various jams, creating a rather anxious atmosphere and making the audience impatient to find out if it worked or not, and then succeeding the hard way in the second half, which is an old formula for variety shows. If it was on TV, I'm afraid there would have to be a few minutes of commercials in between. The progress bar is gradually approaching its end, and the final product of a short film made by a group of actors working together is about to be released. The foursome's connecting mic went into a rather eerie atmosphere with it. At the clan conference, Yudandy's character Lai Xiaxiang is assassinated and accidentally exposes the demon curse mark on her body, and then the clan steps in to suppress her on the spot. The desperate heroine is starting to show signs of blackening, and the pale red demonic spell marks on her body are starting to look eerie, and with her eyes gradually going down in gloom. The whole acting is considered respectable. Isn't this good acting? Poutong a little confused. Yudandy, this acting skills in the past life can dry over a large mouth and eyes flow star. You look at it again. Yudandy sighed. What happened behind? She remembered very clearly. Just as the heroine was about to be put to death, Shen Ningqiong, played by Munan, appeared and helped her block the blow. She looked at the heroine as if she were looking at her former self again, tenderly nostalgic and full of regret. The ending of Cheong Yuxing ends in tragedy, and Munan's performance reveals the kind of lightness and vicissitude that comes after much experience. At this moment, Poutong felt that she was Shen Ningqiong herself. Yes, even if he is an amateur who doesn't know anything about theater, he can still see the gap between Yudandy and Munan in this rivalry performance. Most of the actors who are not in the stream have no acting skills to speak of. Into the stream, but also have to stream. Third-rate actors only stop at natural. On the second rate, know how to use small movements and expressions to set off the acting, but ultimately only the minutiae. Only the first-class actors can do theater with the eyes, the plot and expression, into the eyes. In this way, the play has a soul. If Yudandy was second-rate, then Munan was definitely first-rate. It's definitely quite hard to play a rival actor who can't catch a break, not to mention someone who is always being compared. At this point in the program, the screen full of pop-ups are dude lost again, like a self-evident subject, like a self-evident answer. Once again ripped open her most vulnerable wounds. Once and for all. Dude, turn off the pop-ups, Lin Yushi said. Turn it off. I can barely watch the program, Yukino Iori yelled, as if she really couldn't. The knot in Poutong's throat moved slightly, and his breathing was a bit disorganized. The speaker of the meeting made no movement, but merely witnessed it without words. Chapter 72 Winning once is good enough. You dude didn't say a word until the credits of the program appeared. Her microphone wasn't off. It just didn't make a sound at all. Poutine wasn't sure if she was losing her mind or trying desperately to restrain her sadness. Finished watching it then, everyone take an early rest. Udandi's voice was calm. Not even a hint of abnormality could be heard. Dude, Yukino go to bed early. Udandi exited the meeting, leaving the other three confused in place. What now? Iori Yukino's tone was lost, and Poutong could brainstorm the little expression on her drooping face. Let's see where public opinion leads first. I hope there's not too much discussion. Upon hearing this, Poutong opened his microblog, and the first thing he saw was the hottest words. Hot topic number 1, Joan Jade Roskit. Hot second, the rivalry between Munan and Udandi. Ya road. What's with all the heat? Sakura-chan was so scared that her mother tongue came out and she started shredding directly in place. It doesn't really take much thought to realize that it's impossible to have no discussion when it comes to such two top-stream hot topics. Poutong clicked on the second item of the hot search and found it was a Rizhonka discussion post regarding this rivalry between goddess Munan and popular young flower girl Udandi. I personally like Munan's acting. What do you all think? A strong whiff of marketing numbers. What's the deal with the rivalry between Udandi and Munan? I'm sure you all know a lot about Udandi and Munan, but what's the deal with Udandi and Munan's rivalry? Here's how to find out with the editor. The comments section is also very much explored in response to this matter, and as we all know, netizens are never the least bit stingy about expressing their opinions. Actually, dude's acting is already very good, although it hurts a little, but everyone can see that it's not at all in the same magnitude. I hope dude will try harder. Finished off. The two didn't have such a big gap the last time they worked together. Munan is improving so fast. Munan's acting really makes people have a feeling that she is the person. Compared to Udandi is really a lot worse, but put in the younger generation is also very able to fight. Do not carry on pulling the pedal. All continue to work hard. To say that particularly offensive comments there is really no. In fact, at such times if there are black fans directly jumped up to stomp on a cudgel and a war of attraction would be reasonable. But are a lot of people in the rational analysis, which is very hurtful. Word by word, although they didn't directly step on one or the other. Without exception they were all expressing that they were more optimistic about Munan. It's very real and it hurts. It's not really a big deal to simply admit that you're not as good as someone else, just like no one gets upset because they can't beat Einstein. But the problem is that it's devastating that others always have to use you as a comparator, over and over again, as a put-down. Look at hot search number 15. Lin Yushi's tone was a bit cold, and a bit of anger could even be heard. Poutine scratched down the list, and only then did he notice the 15th hot search. Udandi lost again. What the hell is this? He clicked in and realized it was a picture of a form. The history of Udandi and Munan's record on this. The first two are old stories from before. Only the latest two are updated today. One is variety acting, rivalry acting, and the other is singing level. Singing? Actually dude, none of the songs he used to sing were as highly rated as this song of yours, if you know what I mean. Lin Yushi sighed. This defeat was indirectly caused by Poutong, and even Udandi himself made a great help in it. Poutine froze a little, his eyes all confused. She knew, right? She knew from the start that this song was destined to add to her losing record, but she helped anyway. Just because she needed help? There's a gap in her acting skills and you can still say she's young, but she's released more singles than Munan, and as a result, she doesn't have a single hit. Isn't Udandi claiming to be great at acting and singing? How come you can't beat the acting skills and you can't beat the singing level either? Is it because you don't want to win? Poutong has never written a song for her even though he knows her. Does that mean she can't sing enough to sing? Still have the face to compare with Munan? Don't rub it in this heat. Poutine's ears perked up as she skimmed the comments section of the post. If the acting is because she's not as skilled as she should be, what about the singing? Can you really put together a comparison between the songs Udandi used to sing and this one? If all her other failures were objective factors, the only one that had this aspect of herself was singing. Go on. Lin Yushi's tone was a bit relieved. I told you long ago, you're the key. The meeting was dissolved, leaving Poutong alone in his spot. He thought that it was just that Udandi was pressed by the acting once in the program, but he didn't realize that there was such a layer of relationship. It was an accident, but she did have a lot to do with being mocked by netizens at her singing level. Poutong picked up his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Udandi on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. You came to be a psychiatrist? Don't worry. I'm fine. It's not supposed to be an age group. Let people say what they say. I don't care. Obviously their own skills are not as good as others. By other people's truthfulness I myself still sat on. How pretentious. Others do not owe me. It's true that it's my problem now. After all, I really can't beat her. It's not like there's a right or wrong way to do this sort of thing. It's just that I'm really limited in my level. What lose win also meaningless, right? Little Wanan is not also quite good. Other people do not have this title. Poutine didn't say a word, quietly listening to the young girl's self-criticism, sentence after sentence. Why don't you say something? I'm waiting for you to cry out. How come? It's not like I'm a little kid anymore who cries out when I'm compared to other people's kids. It's only an honor to be compared to the best of the best, though it's always the one who loses. Dandy was still speaking one sentence at a time, only her tone began to tremble a little, becoming more and more intermittent. I understand the reasoning, but I'm still sad. Poutong, am I being pretentious? No, it wouldn't. I'd be upset if I was also pointed out by a group of people every day that I'm not as good as someone else. You've done a great job. Perhaps the good-minded person will have his self-proclaimed reasonable emotional regulation, but there is nothing wrong with the sensitive person feeling bad about this comparison. I really don't want to affect you guys because of my little emotions, and I don't want you guys to comfort me, and it's shameful to affect the people around you because you're a little bit stinky, isn't it? Everyone gets upset, and everyone who thinks about how they're upset affects other people around them when they're upset is actually a very selfless act. If someone can actually think that way, it means she's a very sweet person. Poutong paused. It's the people who go around venting their negativity because they're unhappy that are even more assholes, aren't they? As soon as he spoke, he seemed to hear sobbing coming from the other end of the line. In fact, no matter what, she is just a little girl, right? She will also be distressed, will also be anxious, will also be clumsy to hide her emotions in the bottom of her heart. In fact, the so-called unwinnable demons are quite simple to overcome, right? Just win once. Perhaps her acting skills needed some honing, but the singing aspect was purely a battle imbalance caused by her own accidental intervention. Just eliminate yourself as a variable and let the two of them have a fair and equitable match, right? Same table? Still listening? Dandy's tone was a little choked. I need you to do me a favor, okay? But, yes, even at times like this, as long as she had a need, would she not hesitate or even ask for a reason to just say yes? This guy. Tomorrow, let's go compose another song. Chapter 73, The Wheel of the Year. Poutong hung up the phone, his head a little messed up. In fact, he knows Dandy is not trying to win over anyone, nor is she unable to lose. She just wants to do well for herself. But even so, even if she didn't do anything, as soon as she and Munin appeared in the same frame, the eyes of the comparative two would be cast over. Even if they were all well-intentioned comparisons, the stomping on one and the other comments would eventually sting her. If Dandy was mediocre, no one would put her together with Munan. But on the contrary, she was excellent, just not as excellent as Munan. It's like the person who always comes in second place, and the teacher tells him hard work makes up for poor work. You've done well. There's no need to compare yourself with the first place, which is even more hurtful than criticism. All she needs now is not to win over anyone either, just to prove she can do better. Poutong couldn't help her in acting. Couldn't she sing? Acting, perhaps Munan is indeed stronger than Dan, but the singing level is estimated to be not much difference. After all, the two are the main profession of acting vice singing. Munan's singing skills cannot point full. Dandy's previous works he has also heard. Singing level is definitely a strength. What she lacks is just a good piece of work. Let her prove herself in the field she is good at. Prove that she is not worse than Munan, so that those who pull the pedal realize that the original Dan is the unique Dan, not the so-called small Munan. This is the purpose of Poutong. It's not about winning or losing that matters. It's about helping her get her confidence back and letting those people see her irreplaceable sparkle. So there's a new question. Which song should I give her? He had just invited Dandy to compose a song on a whim, but he hadn't really thought about which song to choose. What's happening now is that Dude needs to sing a song to prove that at least she's not that much worse than Munan when it comes to singing. Boughton decided to ask the parties for their opinions. POTUS, if you could be given a song right now to prove that you're not inferior to Munan, what would you ask for? The songs he remembered were limited, but there were definitely quite a few. And even if he picked them based on Dandy's needs, there should have been plenty of choices to choose from. Not long after, Dandy returned a surprised expression, still a bit in disbelief that Poutong was serious about what she had just said. He'll take her to compose the song tomorrow, but only now is he asking her what type of song she wants. Couldn't he compose it in one night? That's a bit unlikely. Dandy, if you're serious, I'd like to be able to sing a song centered around Joan of Arc as well. POTUS, Dandy, since you want to prove yourself, you should exclude other objective factors before doing so. A song that centers around the same theme and has the same distribution channel is the fairest form. Right, Poutine nodded, though he had many songs in his memory. If he gave a song so far removed from 1,000 years that it was not comparable, the contest would be meaningless. fair play for excluding extraneous variables, and of course the more you limit the subject matter to death the better. Of course it is not advisable to let you dandy directly cover 1,000 years. Listening to the song will have a preconceived notion. Munan sang 1,000 years has been deeply rooted in the people's hearts. She is now covering the song will surely fall behind. So, for her to sing, it had to be a new song, and one that had a connection to 1,000 years. Poutine rubbed his brow. His CPU was burning up. The subject matter is the same. There's a connection, he muttered to himself, suddenly thinking of a song. 1,000 Years was produced as the theme song for the TV series Flowers and Bones in his previous life. But that show, it wasn't just one theme song. There was a lot of music in that show at the time, but two of Poutine's favorites were. One song is 1,000 Years by Songsu, and the other is The Wheel of the Year by Wang Sutaki. There was even a lot of discussion at the time about which of the two songs was better, but overall it's always been a 50-50 split. A lot of people say that the song Wheel of the Year is good and the lyrics of 1,000 Years are good. The two songs have different styles and there is no such thing as who is better. Some people like 1,000 Years and others like Wheel of the Year, which are each a different song, but they're both always songs from the same show. Is there anything better than two songs from the same show? The plot of Flowers and Bones is also very similar to this world's Joan of Arc, and the song fits the theme of the TV series. Two songs from the same drama are exactly the same in terms of theme, content, and distribution channels, so the reaction will depend entirely on the ability of the two singers. The idea is good, but it's still unknown whether the cast of Joan of Arc needs this second song or not. Poutong decided to take the initiative to ask. He did not have the contact information of Shue's producer, so he could only call his dad first. Hello? Why are you calling so late? You guys are still missing songs for this show? Aha! Poutong's father's voice was a little startled. You're short of money again? No. Inspiration is bursting at the seams. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, as if subdued by Poutong's words. Normally a show won't pick up two songs by the same creator. After all, styles can't be homogenized. A different style, Poutong added. Just say it's a song on a similar level to 1,000 Years. I wrote it specifically for the TV show. Ask the producers if they want it. Are you serious? You go and ask. Poutong sighed, somewhat helplessly. This time he copied the song, not for fame or profit, but just to cheer you dandy up a bit. You dandy had helped him a lot, and as a matter of reason, he should also help her this time. After all, it's really not that hard to get him to take a song out of his memory. Why wouldn't he take a star out of his memory to get a good friend across the line? Just as Poutong was rambling, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Hello? If he guessed correctly, it would be the producer himself who had come to communicate with him. Are you serious? Shueishan didn't beat around the bush and started getting to the point as soon as he came up. Honestly, if it was someone else who said that he wrote two songs for a drama with different styles but both excellent, Shueishan would not be able to believe it. But this kid, he is too evil. He even had the odd feeling that such a thing was not really impossible if it was Poutong. I believe you created a second song in a different style, but the second is on a similar level to the first, which, Shigur's interpretation of the play was so profound that it could even be said to have exhausted the story, and he really didn't believe that there could be a second full answer to the same question. In the face of Shueishan's question, Poutong is not too good to explain. Cannot say that the test of the market in the past life. Producer Shue, look at it this way. I'll come over tomorrow afternoon and let you hear the song, and we'll talk about the specifics in person. Shueishan on the other side of the phone was silent for a while and spoke. If you really come up with a work tomorrow that doesn't lose to 1,000 Years, it won't be a problem to ask you out for two songs. He decided to give Poutine a chance. After all, the heat from the theme song was so explosive that it would be a lie to say that you don't want to replicate it a second time. Thank you, Producer Shue. Don't be a producer. Your dad and I are buddies. Call me Uncle Shue. Hanging up the phone, Poutong sighed in relief. Tomorrow morning he and Udandan composed the tune, and in the afternoon he went over to talk to the crew about a second collaboration, and if things went well, the song would soon be recorded. There was only so much he could do, and the exact play would have to depend on Udandan himself. Both songs, 1,000 Years and The Wheel of the Year, are pieces created around a story, at a similar level as well as each other. If Udandan sang at a level that didn't lose to Munan, then she could definitely make a clean break and slap those who belittled her in the face. But if she really can't sing, then she can't help herself. Because of his own accidental intervention in Munan's power, the battle between the two singing works was somewhat unbalanced, and he was now just setting this one tilted balance right. The specific side is more powerful, or depends on how much weight each of the two have. Even though it's Udandan and Munan's Huashanjian, how come it feels like I'm beating myself up right now? Chapter 74, the second theme song. Both were on time the next day. In front of the gate of the Poutong neighborhood, Zhang Yun pulled over to the side of the road. Please, Poutine was being transported once again, and although she was a little embarrassed but physically quite skillful, she got into the car. Trouble you before. Zhang Yun sighed. Dandy all told me, this time really have to trouble you. As an agent and assistant, she had watched this fiasco unfold and was not happy about it. No matter what happens to your own child, it's still unique and can't be pointed out by others. At one point, Zhang Yun tried to use her resources to keep the La Stomp hot search down, but they were all stopped by Yu Dandy. Yu Dandy's original words were, to stand upright when beaten, and even though it would be hard on her heart, she didn't think of running away. Watching her own child stumble but being unable to do anything about it made Zhang Yun bitter. She was all set to contact the PR team to draw up a draft, but then she learned about Poutong's idea from Yu Dandy. Whether this would work or not she didn't know, but at least, she saw a renewed gleam in Yu Dandy's eyes. Poutong got into the car and found that Yu Dandy was shrinking herself in the corner of the back of the car, looking so small. What time did you sleep last night? Seeing Poutong getting into the car, the girl asked. You wouldn't have stayed up all night writing songs. After all, he had come to himself so late for his needs, so I guess he had to stay up all night creating. I went to bed pretty early. Ha! Poutine scratched his head. Ha! Around the fact that Yu Dandy especially trusted Poutong, she couldn't help but be a bit skeptical now about what he could actually create in such a short period of time. The weekend wasn't very jam-packed, and it wasn't long before the three of them arrived at the old place where they composed the song. You two go and get busy. I'll take a break outside. Zhang Yun was not going to peek today, after all. This time it was really urgent. The two walked into the familiar recording studio, only to feel quite dreamy. Who would have thought that in just 1 week? They even came twice. I've written the lyrics. You can just fill in the short notes later. Poutong took out a piece of paper with the lyrics written on it and handed it to Yu Dandy. Wheel of the Year? She picked up the lyrics and froze a little at the title. Let me sing it for you first, to get the feel of it. Poutine cleared his throat and dropped his cell phone next to him and tapped record, before picking up his guitar and starting to play the intro. Yu Dandy also followed his song, going down the lyrics sentence by sentence. Circles outlined as fingerprints. On my lips, memories of bitter hickeys. It's a root, the lushness of spring and fall, but it covers the dusk. I'm alone on a cold night, waiting for the morning. The soft and delicate melody sounds catchy and is a complete contrast to the last song. Yu Dandy quietly listened. In his heart, in addition to surprise, there is only fear. Surprised that Poutong can create such a song in such a short period of time, and afraid that he can't sing it well. The most poisonous hatred in the world. It's a matter of fate, but not fate. It's a shame you never had any heartache. My stupidity. Youth in the overgrown grass. It's a good life. Instead of you staying with me, it's the wheel of the year. The most poisonous hatred in the world is to have a destiny but no points. But unfortunately you have never heartache. My stupidity. These lyrics are like her own. Like a person always cannot hide desperately trying to cover up and suppress the inner feelings, but also do not want to go to bother each other a little bit. Yu Dandy peeked at Poutong's expression as he played seriously, and was somewhat unable to avert his gaze. Counting the rings of the years. I'm serious. Seal up your heart. Dense is my pride. Modify the score again and again. I admit it. I've fantasized about eternity. It's a shame I never had anyone to play the script with. It was not until here that Yu Dandy heard the tragedy revealed in the song, in which the male and female leads become progressively more and more emotionally abusive, and eventually move towards a tragic conclusion. The ending of Joan of Arc is that the hero dies and the heroine lives alone. This song alludes to the loneliness and longing of the heroine at the end, and it is a sentimental love song, with lyrics meaning that the wheel of the year grows, and the longing for her grows day by day, but the two are not destined to have a relationship, and there is only one person in the wheel of the year who continues to live in misery. Unlike the shocking 1,000 Years, which is about the hard choices between good and evil, love and hate, this Wheel of the Years has a more delicate and sad portrayal of emotions, and also draws an end to the whole tragedy in a whisper. She loved the song. How many times have you actually read the original? This novel Yu Dandan has read it, so she can hear the sadness of the heroine in the song who loves but can't be loved. Honestly, I haven't read the original novel. Do you believe me? Poutong stated that he wasn't lying. He really hadn't read a single word of the novels in this world. Never seen it? Like when you said you couldn't play guitar? Just like when you said you've exhausted your talent? Yu Dandy blankly glanced at him, expressing considerable disbelief. To be able to find 2 entry points in one story and write 2 pieces of music that are very different in style but both of a very high level, I'm afraid I'd have to turn the book upside down to be able to do that. Poutong didn't bother to explain to her, and directly began to press for a composition. Because of the experience of the previous cooperation, the two people word by word in an orderly manner. Composing speed is quite fast, until the Udandan the last stroke fell. This song, the Wheel of the Year of the composition, is also considered to be completely accomplished. It's still early. Why don't you practice your song and I'll take you over to meet the producer this afternoon. This time, Poutong is planning to admire the singer. Udandi, this kind of self-popularity and strength of the singer is not bad. The film will have no reason to refuse. If I can't sing well, won't it be a waste of such a good work of yours? Udandi laughed bitterly. If you can't even sing this song right, I'll mock it for the rest of my life. You've been given a chance. You've got to be good at it. Udandi gave him a vicious glare and began to study the song. You want to be embarrassed about practicing while I go out? There's nothing to be embarrassed about singing. I'm a professional. Udandi stabilized her mind and started practicing the song in place. Boughton listened beside him with great relief. Udandi's vocals are a bit of a thing, and the girl's heart depicted in this song goes well with her style. The entire song's melody is like a statement of a young girl's feelings, seemingly innocent but actually strong and long, low and melodic. It wasn't until it was about time that Poutine interrupted her. Honestly, it's pretty good. The current Udandi was in great need of being complimented, and he didn't mince words with his praise. I thought you sang well. I didn't expect you to sing so well. Udandi's eyebrows were smiling, not interrupting him, as if she was letting him continue to boast. Let's go. We have business to attend to this afternoon. After meeting up with Zhang Yun, who was waiting at the door, the three of them drove to the downstairs of Qixing Film and TD Company. The filming of Qiong Yuxing has been completed, and the entire crew has been killed. And now if you want to see the producer, you can only come to the production company. Shueishan had been waiting downstairs for a long time, and the fact that he personally came out to lead the people also showed that this matter was indeed worthy of attention. What are you? He saw Poutong and Udandi come over together, but instead, he was a bit puzzled. It's hard to believe that these two are really as rumored. I handpicked the singers. Shueishan frowned. The song hadn't even been brought out yet, and he already had the singer picked out. So confident? This young man. Of course, if Udandi really came to sing the theme song of their drama, it would definitely be beneficial, and if the price was right, they would definitely be willing to accept it. Shueishan didn't dare to delay and brought them into their company's dedicated recording studio. Come on, show it off? He was still curious as to what kind of music could make this kid so confident. In fact, when he brought Udandi and Udandi's manager over, he was already convinced of the song's gold content. Now he just wants to hear it. Just listen. Poutong turned on the recording from this morning's playing. If you're happy with it, consider it a done deal. On the recording, an eerie silence falls over the air after one of Poutong's songs. How many times have you actually read the original? Shueishan couldn't figure out how there was another person who could write two styles of songs on one subject. The point is, it's also all so well written, which is wicked. I'm not going to lie. I read the original 34 times and turned the pages. No wonder. Blame it on a hammer. I don't even have a book. Poutine looked at the time and gave a contented smile. It's still early. Why don't you guys start recording the song here? That is, the second theme song of your drama. Chapter 75, Athletic Meetings and Small Vacations. After negotiating the exact terms, Udandi recorded the song for an afternoon. Professional singers in the official recording before, in addition to their usual practice, more thinking, but also often grinding studio. In the official recording of songs before, but also need to practice in the studio for a period of time, because the equipment in the studio can feedback to a lot of the details of the sound. In order to strive for perfection, naturally need to spend more effort. Poutong also didn't go to the shed to observe, but chose to stay in the waiting room with Zhang Yun. During this period, Zhang Yun wanted to talk to him many times, but when he saw that Poutong was watching online classes with headphones, he could only make himself bored and withdrew his interest. Can't help it, after all. It's a shame not to spend most of the day studying. It wasn't until around 6 o'clock in the evening that Udandi walked out of the recording studio with a relieved look on his face. Why is it taking so long to record? Isn't it going well? Zhang Yun is very concerned about Udandi's current situation. If she is affected by the mood of the singing state, can be bad. It went well. Almost one pass, but I wasn't satisfied with myself and recorded a few more times. Udandi smiled embarrassedly, completely losing her previous depressed look. The best way to get rid of self-doubt is to do something well with your heart. After singing the song, she instantly felt that her whole body was much more relaxed, regardless of the subsequent repercussions. She had already proved herself. It's out. Poutine put away his cell phone and rubbed his eyes. It's tiring to stare at the screen all the time, especially after turning down the brightness to save power. The battery life of this damn phone doesn't work either. Fortunately, Udandi glanced at a flash of color from Poutong's phone. Sure enough, learning comes first in this guy's eyes. She seemed to be able to foresee the scene where Poutong coldly told herself, "Get up, don't disturb my reading." Pushing away women reading emoji. JPG, rambling again, huh? Looks like you're back to normal. The two have been at the same table for some time now, and Poutong found that every time Udandi was thinking about something, in addition to gawking, her eyes would unconsciously look upwards, identified as fantasy time. Thanks anyway, Udandi pursed her lips. If Poutong hadn't suddenly come up with such a song, she would probably still be in self-doubt right now. The process of singing this song made her realize that she wasn't so bad, and it kind of restored her confidence. Good point, it's not like I'm writing for nothing. Poutong put out another song for the TV series, and it was natural to take the money that was due. After bidding farewell to producer Shui, the three of them left the movie and television building by car. What do you guys want to eat? Zhang Yan struck up a conversation with the two of them as she drove. It's on me today. It was also time for dinner. Grand composer, what would you like to eat? Udandi sidled her head to ask for Poutong's opinion. He wrote the song and contacted the theater. The whole process of the event was basically made possible by him alone. Not to mention inviting him to dinner, or even directly hit the money is not too much. The song was written by Poutong for a TV series, and the singing and writing were funded by the show. And Udandi even had appearance fees to pick up as a speaker. The song Wheel of the Year doesn't need her to prove its gold, but she shows value because she sings it. She was already lucky to be able to sing such a song, so she was going to pay Poutong for this performance. After all, the level of songwriting was the soul of the song. What's more, Udandi really doesn't lack money. Eat something Poutong actually wanted to say something random. After all, he really didn't have much need for the matter of food. He is not picky about what he eats. He can eat all the dark dishes that his mom cooks, and his body has long been invulnerable to all poisons. Besides, it wouldn't be a good thing if he was secretly photographed eating out with Udandi. Is there one of those quiet, out of the way, cold places? Boughton scratched his head. It's okay, I have equipment. Udandi pointed to the bag beside her, which had sunglasses, mask and hat all in one place. Celebrities go out in a three-piece suit. We'll find a box when we get there. No one will find out. Don't worry. Eventually, the three of them found a private restaurant with a decent reputation to settle their dinner. The whole trip went quite smoothly and there were no dog-eared bridges to be recognized and posted on the internet. Zhang Yun drove the car, quite skillfully, to Poutong's neighborhood. After all, this was the second time she had sent Poutong home. What's with that impatient look? Poutong had been watching the road, literally writing the words "I'm in a hurry" on his face. So it's no wonder that Udandi asked him, the phone is dying. Electricity anxiety disorder For many people nowadays, cell phone power has become a guarantee of security. Do not go out without power. A power failure is anxious, known as power anxiety. When the car was about to pull up in front of the neighborhood gate, Poutong's last 5% finally failed to resist. I'm off. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Udandi peeled herself against the car window and silently watched Poutong walk away. Don't look. You'll have your time in class tomorrow. I'm not worried that he'll fall if his cell phone runs out of battery and he can't see the road. Ginger Yun was too lazy to bother with her and put on some car music to get back on the road. When are you guys going to send out this song? I'll be just in time to drive around and listen to it. Today just finished recording, but also to do post and video editing. Feel the fastest will have to be the day after tomorrow. Udandi paused. Estimated very soon. After all, this drama has been very hot recently. Whether it's the theme song, the recorded variety show, or the hot topics it generates, Joan of Arc has managed to be quite out of the loop. With Udandi's knowledge of the drama, the plot, special effects starring the top, when the time comes, it will definitely be a hit drama. When you look at it this way, it's better to say that people are filming guest variety shows to promote them, but it's better to say that their variety shows are rubbing off on other people's dramas. I have to say that Su Lei's hand is very successful, and the fourth installment of the program got a big boost in heat because of the cast and crew of Cheung Yuxing, sweeping away the fatigue of the third installment to create a new high in ratings. So what's the cost? Despite the heat of the fourth installment, the show's ratings plummeted. The themes of the first three installments were all about the daily life of high school students and fit the main theme of the show. But the fourth installment of The Linkage has clearly moved away from school life and is quite a bit of a hangover. Even the show's crew took a group of students to a theater set to act as dragon sets, which was criticized by many netizens. In short, the heat of the program did go up, but the previously accumulated word of mouth also collapsed with the whole. No one knew what on earth Su Lei had drawn the wind to think of such a bad idea. The next day, when Poutong arrived at the classroom, Udandi had already been seated for a long time. I bought a pancake cone today, and I didn't know if you'd like it or not. Breakfast has to be a change of pace once in a while. 2. I can do anything. Udandi took the stuff. It's better than soaking cereal every day before. Poutong's words reached his mouth, but he still didn't ask. He was curious why the one who took care of Udandi's life had always been the agent. He seemed to have never heard Udandi talk about her mother. Say, what are you going to do on your 5-day vacation? Udandi nibbled on his breakfast while making small talk with him. Study at home. The 8th week of the spring semester term, May Day, is approaching, and a 5-day mini vacation is on the horizon. Poutong doesn't think about it that much, and holiday travel is a trap in his perception anyway. Spending money and having a bad time, going to places where people step on people, not as comfortable as lying at home. That said, there are games on May 1st, right? Poutong said indistinctly. Isn't this your school? Who am I going to ask if you ask me? Sports in middle school were a peculiar existence that felt hilarious and boring at the same time. For those not involved in the race, it's nothing more than time to gossip and blow off steam. When the time comes, the students come from the building to the playground, sit down in class order, and then it's time to start chatting in groups. If the weather gets any hotter, I'm afraid I'm going to get sunburned silly. I reckon you should dislike the games a lot. You dandy laughed. Why? Because it's going to take up class time. Aren't you the biggest fan of studying? Poutine shook his head. Maybe it won't seem like much at the time, but when you recall it later, the sports games of your middle school years should be a very unforgettable memory. Playground, audience, announcer, cheerleaders, podium. Also, a group of people mingling in the sun. Chapter 76, The Curtain Falls Unexpectedly. During morning reading time, the homeroom teacher made an official announcement about the 3-day field day that will take place from Wednesday to Friday, and hoped that students would sign up for the event. Overall, voluntary enrollment is pretty much very user-friendly and not that outrageous operation where everyone has to sign up. Perhaps for the soon-to-be high school seniors, the games may mean something else, but for their senior year, letting loose and having fun is right. High school sports games are really pretty much just for fun, mostly just for fun. If it were any other novel hero, it would probably take a minute for you to break a record in the sports meeting to cause the whole school to be shocked. Poutong wasn't a sportsman. He wasn't very interested in it. Of course, in case he had to make up a number of people for the sake of class honor or something and was forced to run a section, he wouldn't say no, that's all. No initiative, no refusal, no responsibility. I don't know if it's Poutong's illusion. He always felt that the homeroom teacher had been secretly observing Udandi's side during the morning reading. After all, it was already a fact known to all that Udandi was caught in the middle of a rhythm some time ago. Zhang Binyan, as an old Yu fan, naturally will also be concerned about this matter. He should also be afraid of Udandan affected. In fact, in the final analysis, Udandan is only a young girl who is only a senior. At least in the eyes of these people, Zhang Binyan, she is still small, probably realizing that Udandi was in a pretty good state. The homeroom teacher didn't move around a few times and silently left the classroom. Dad fans say this is a relief. Udandi's state today also shocked Lin Yushi and Sakura's sister. They couldn't think through their heads to figure out what exactly had happened to make a depressed person instantly recover as before. The matter of recording the second theme song, Poutong and Udandi have not told the two of them for the time being. By then, when the theme song is issued, these two people will definitely be shocked, right? Facing both of their inquiries, Poutong didn't know how he should explain. In fact, he asked himself to still quite understand Udandi. In a sense, like whimsical people especially will think of the bad side. When she encounters people gossiping, she keeps enacting various dramas in her head. Then it starts to get unsure. This state of affairs is certainly not right, but everyone understands the reasoning, and it's not easy to refrain from rambling. What he did to help Udandi was just to make her recognize her own sparkle again. It was only after he got home from school that Poutong saw the message from his dad. Tomorrow, at 12 o'clock noon, the second theme song for Joan of Arc Rose Wheel of the Year will be released right on time. They still had classes on Tuesday, so if it was posted at 12 noon, then Poutong shouldn't be able to see it in the first place. After all, they had just gotten out of class when the song was released. I'm guessing there will be quite a few comments by the time he gets home and sees it. In fact, what he thought at first was that Udandi and Munan would take this opportunity to test their singing skills, but now it seemed that it was actually completely unnecessary. Even on Tuesday mornings, Udandi was on cloud 9. Aren't you nervous? Nervous about what? You're such a good song, and I've done my best to do this right. It shouldn't feel too bad. Udandi paused. This is already the best song I've ever sung. It does seem like she hasn't gotten any good songs before. Acting is actually okay. You can do a lot of stuff at a young age, but when it comes to singing, it's really not realistic to ask someone to take a good work and hand it over to an underage child actor. In Poutong's former life, Wheel of the Year was a little bit out of the loop than 8,000 Years. Wheel of the Year has a catchier melody and is easier to fall in love with on the first try, whereas 1,000 Years is the type of song that gets better and better the more you listen to it. But put it in this world, it's the unknown, and he doesn't really know which song will be rated a little better. He didn't know if Udandi was nervous, but he was a little nervous himself, although it seems a bit like he's beating himself up right now. After all, the two songs are very different in style, and he doesn't know exactly what's going to happen in the end. With some anticipation from Poutine, Tuesday morning's class was officially over. It should have been sent out already. I don't know. Go back and see. Udandi went out of the classroom with a trot. It seemed that it was a lie to say that she wasn't nervous. Poutong was also in a bit of a hurry, so he packed a lunch directly from the store and went back home. His house was 20 minutes away from the school, but he had to walk for 15 minutes. He clicked on the Cheongyushing official microblogging site and found the latest content from 20 minutes ago. Cheongyushing Superspeak Cheongyushing Udandan Poutong at Udandan sings the theme song No. 2 The Wheel of the Year. Familiar old lasagna topic format. What made Poutong a bit surprised was that this time the official microblogging even brought up the topic of him. The video starts off with the same details of the song. Growth Ring. Theme song No. 2 of TV series Cheongyushing. Sung by Udandy. Lyrics by Poutong. Composer, Poutong. He was present when Udandy practiced the song, and he thought it was pretty good at the time, but he didn't expect this official version to be much better. It's no wonder she's suddenly confident. The delicate lyrics carry a sad atmosphere, and Udandy's tone is more ethereal, singing a poignant and sad love story with tender vocals. If it was a stranger, Poutong would definitely have to give a nice compliment, but after all, it was the same table, so all he could say was that he hoped she usually talked to herself like this, because Poutine came a little late to the party. The entire comments section of the post already had a decent amount of comments. Poutong clicked on it and found it was a clear positive review. Unlike the bookishness of 1,000 Years, this song Wheel of Years is quite delicate, and with dude's light vocal line, it's more like a person singing softly about a story of seeking but not being able to get it, and falling in love with a lonely and bitter love. The melody is so good, it even lets people feel the obsession, adoration, and waiting in the song. Poutong is really good at writing. How many times have you read the original? I'll give you a kowtow on behalf of the original fans. Poyo is the best of the best. Who doesn't get high on Ponyo? It's just hard work. Who doesn't get high on Ponyo? It's just a matter of holding on. Poutine said this one had no eyes and skipped straight to the next one. I can't imagine that one person could actually write two pieces of music around a story that is so different in style but both at a high level. Not to mention the fact that this person isn't very old. I can't think of any other reason other than that he's an inquisitive true fan of the original. What a great idea. When the time comes, if anyone does question him, he'll just say he loved the original when he was young, grew up knowing it well, and matured to understand it. It seems to have been well received, and while it's not necessarily a match for the win, Udandy's performance certainly shines a light on the hand for all to see. Now she should have completely let go of it. Poutong planned to send a message to ask. When he opened his phone, he found all the messages from the group questioning him. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino saw the song only after eating melon at noon, expressing their disappointment at the two of them for not reporting what they knew. Just as Poutong was about to flirt with them a bit, Udandy Story sent a message. Udandy, you read Munan's latest tweets. POTUS? What the hell? He wasn't paying attention to Munan, so he didn't swipe it. What did she post? Poutong searched Munan's account and found that she retweeted the song Yearning Wheel, along with an accompanying paragraph. Poutong was able to decipher two styles from one story, interpreting a different heroine, and he understood it better than I did. The dude's vocals fit the song well, singing with a bit more emotion and a bit steadier breath than I do. Great song. After reading the post, Poutong was dumbfounded. While he only uses the songs as a tool for the two of them to compete and as a weight, Munan uses the songs as an interpretation and complement to her characters. She doesn't treat any of her work casually and strives to understand each character thoroughly. While Udandy fell into autism because of other people's words and was still feeling sorry for herself, Munan had been continuously refining herself, and she wouldn't pay attention to irrelevant things. Instead of thinking nonsense, she would enhance herself. In comparison, he himself is not pure enough, and Udandy is not mature enough. Munan is like a Taoist priest practicing meditation, not asking about the world, not paying attention to any public opinion, and not having any utilitarianism, just wanting to do what he should do. The cell phone suddenly rang, and after realizing that it was a call from Udandy, Poutong chose to answer it. Do you have any ideas now? I don't think. I'm as good as her. Me too. Munan taught them a lesson. Chapter 77, Precipitation. Interesting two people. Munan muttered to himself as he listened to the soft melody in his headphones. Before that, Udandy was the only junior she paid attention to in the entertainment industry, but after that, Poutong had to be counted as one. She is not a professional singer, and how good Poutong is at writing songs has nothing to do with her. What she really values is Poutong's ability to read characters and stories. Being able to draw unique insights from a story is undoubtedly important to playing a character well, and Poutong was surprised that she was able to interpret two different perceptions from one story, and her interest in Udandy was much earlier. The first time she met with Udandy, the other party was still a little girl, and at that time, she was stunned by the little Udandy's agile acting skills, so she began to pay attention to the young flower girl who was still young. At first it was fine. Udandy was acting seriously and methodically, and although she didn't show it, she felt from the bottom of her heart that Udandy was very good. But then, Udandy began to go the wrong way, acting templates, but also only play a type of role, lying in the comfort zone. Mu Nan has always never accepted variety shows. This time the drama and variety show linkage. She initially wanted to back out, but after hearing that the variety show guest has Yu Dan, she decided to participate. She just wants to see if Yu Dandy has grown up or not. It became clear later on that, as she expected, Yu Dandy's acting was indeed very boilerplate, and it felt a bit like she was gradually losing herself in an outpouring of accolades. Mu Nan had also heard about Yu Dandy being pulled and stepped on after the show aired, and in her opinion, it was a good thing. Yu Dandy's path has been so smooth that he's stayed put in recent years, and a little setback is conducive to making timely changes. Quick adjustment. Mu Nan heard Yu Dandy's different state of mind from the song, and it seemed that she had already taken a crucial step. What anticipation! On the way to school in the afternoon, Poutong had rather mixed feelings. On a short lunch break, he feels like he's been through a lot. From the anticipation of a new song, to the joy of the song's rave reviews, to the dreamy end of the La Stop event, just 2 hours have passed. Now that he thought about it, he was even a little ashamed of himself. Nguyen is too pure. Poutong was almost Mu Nan's age when he had the accident in his previous life, and in a sense, he and Mu Nan were even considered to be the same age. Because of this, he was able to tangibly feel how high this woman really was. She gives the best illustration of the purity of an actor with her actions. It is difficult for many people in the entertainment industry to achieve the word pure. Nowadays, so-called actors, in order to heat, in order to benefit. How many are not today acting, tomorrow directing, today singing, tomorrow advertising, the day after the variety show? In the long run, you may gain a lot of roadkill and a more substantial financial income, but you lose the basic skill of an actor acting. He learned during a phone conversation with Yu Duden at this time when you were young, and even Mu Nan's variety show debut. Even with this debut, she still interpreted the role for the filming of the skit. This purity makes Poutine sweat. He couldn't be such a man, but that didn't stop him from admiring such a man. When she came to the classroom, Poutong noticed Yu Dandan, who also had complexities written all over her face, and only then did her despondency subside by a few points. It balances itself out to see someone worse than him. Ugh! Yu Dandy saw Poutong take his seat and let out a long sigh, for Poutong is actually okay. After all, he is not mixed with the entertainment industry. He is also more of Mu Nan is all admiration. But for you dude, it was definitely quite a profound lesson. Still too comfortable with the status quo, until he sat back down. Yu Dandy was still muttering to himself. Listening to the table seems to be a pay attention to me look. Poutong made up his mind, decided to ask a question that has been bothering him for a long time. Honestly, I can't figure out why you want to be a star. Wouldn't it be better if your family was so rich waiting to inherit the family business? Is it hard to believe that this is the legendary dream? There was a time when stars were the product of desperate. The old generation has circulated a phrase, who wants to be a star if you have money? In those days, life was a problem, and the dream was an unrealistic thing, and the star is not so beautiful now. Is a high-risk, high-pressure income is not very high occupation. At that time a notice fee converted to the present but also a few thousand. A little better is a few $1,000,000. When the star, really just to make a living and make the choice of last resort. With the popularization of entertainment, the star has become a high-level dream, and the threshold is getting lower and lower. The money is getting better and better, and as everyone knows that star is a very good career, the competition will only get more and more intense, and more young people will be put into this business. Is it hard to believe that you are also trying to realize you ba? Poutine laughed. There has to be some kind of opportunity for her to become an actress. When I was a child, I especially liked to cry and laugh, and I cried and laughed and cried. My grandmother always said, if you can cry and laugh so well, you can definitely be an actor when you grow up. I was very young, yet I still took the word actor to heart. Later, I really became an actor, and my mom and dad kept talking about it, saying that my grandmother's words had come true, but her old man couldn't see it anymore. Poutong frowned. He was feeling a bit heavy on the subject. I guess it's just meant to be, being born an actor. Maybe. Yu Dandy sighed softly. Later on, I still like to act. Maybe it's that feeling of acting that I like. A sense of transcendence, a kind of sublimation, the pores all open, the feeling of soul possession. She gesticulated with her hands with an indescribable giddiness that could still infect her tablemates even from some distance away. Just be happy. But now that I think about it, in recent years I did get a little bit sullen. Yu Dandan calmly looked at Poutong. After acting that whatever before, I couldn't find my way out after being praised. Sister Mu Nan gave me a lesson. It's only been 1 noon and the sister is calling? It seems she was indeed bowled over by others. Perhaps professionalism could be cultivated, but Mu Nan's professionalism was just too high, something neither of them could learn from, and they had to be convinced. It's okay, it's not too late to try. Yes, I decided to sharpen my acting skills, and won't even take on business in the near future. Yudandy paused. Of course, this variety show has already taken over. There's no way around it. In fact, when she thought about it, this variety show instead gave her the opportunity to study well and settle down. To put it together, she guessed that she would just shoot every day and not go back to school much. Take this time to sink your teeth into yourself. Speak for yourself or not. Civilize you and me. In fact, Poutong also felt that it was good that Yudandy could settle down a bit. As a good actor, it's never useless to take the time to hone your acting skills and build up your body of work. As class approached, the class also walked into the classroom one after another, and as they passed in front of Poutong and Yudandy, they were all lamenting that the song was very good. The buzz around the Wheel of the Year was horrifying, and in just 2 hours, the class had pretty much heard it all. They were very happy about the fact that Poutine was my classmate, although Poutine was the one who was good at the game and not they themselves. Once they said that the person who was good at the game was a friend of mine, it seemed to make them look good as well. It's like a lot of people's words are always about their awesome friends. Of course, Poutong is very talkative and doesn't put up any kind of front in the school at all just because of what he's done outside, which would certainly make others feel comfortable. So you two were sneaking around to pull this off. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino realized afterward, having the feeling of being kept in the dark. There's no way. Things happen for a reason. Yudandy was a little embarrassed. But dude, that song does sound good. Wait, Sakura-chan, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly realized something. Didn't you say you'd give me a song when I finished updating the manga for the second story? I updated it last Sunday. Why didn't you give it to me? It seems like, does have that going for it. He's been so busy with the Wheel of the Year this weekend that he hasn't bothered with any of this at all. Updated? Didn't notice. Next time for sure. Why did it turn out like this? I was here first. Clearly I was here first. Iori Yukino collapsed into a kittenish batch face. Chapter 78, Broadcasters and Cheerleaders. Just as Kirin wanted to go offline, he suddenly realized that the game's exit button was gone. And then what? That's it for today. Bouten waved her hand perfunctorily. Time to study. In order to comfort Sakura girl, he could only tell her another story. In the beginning, why is it like this again? Iori Yukino felt like a mischievous kitten lived inside her heart, always scratching its paws and scratching incessantly. Why is it that every time you tell Yukino a story, the main character is always a cherry blossom named like this Kiriya Kazuto just now? Easy for her to understand. In fact, Poutong just didn't want to modify things from his previous life without authorization. He deliberately retained a little bit of the original's attributes so that he would know that it was the original that was being told. For anime, the name of the main character is still very important. You can't just say this man's name is Xiao Shuai when you're talking about it. Then you must talk more at the games. Don't. Of course you have to exercise at field day. How salty to sunbathe in the audience. This is a lie. In fact, he was planning to study secretly during the games. After the long vacation from the games, the midterm exams were coming up. The more such times, the more he could not take it lightly. I'm not good at sports. Iori Yukino pointed to herself. I'm too small for this, so I'd better not join in the fun. Poutong sized her up for a moment and nodded as if in approval. Indeed, not only is her body thin, but she has no legs, no breasts, and no ass. Let's just say it's nothing but cute looking. I don't think the program group would let go of such a good time note as the games. And according to Su Lei's pissy nature, I'm afraid that he's not going to let you guys sign up for the program. Poutong still had some knowledge of Su Lei as a person. This person was definitely capable of doing such things for the sake of heat. Not to mention that the 4th installment of the show was trolled for being out of touch with campus life, and now the 5th installment is in desperate need of a facelift, and the games happen to be a pretty good campus theme. I think so. Yudandy nodded in agreement. I'm honestly ready to report the project. I'm the same, Lin Yushi said, indicating that she was okay with long-distance running. The three of them looked at each other, eventually converging their eyes on Sakura-chan. I'm really bad at sports, the kind that will kill me if I don't have an elevator. Iori Yukino was a bit flustered. Letting someone who wasn't good at sports to participate in the competition was afraid that it would kill her. It's really going to kill you. Poutong frowned, suddenly remembered that in his past life memory there was a star who had an accident while filming a variety show. If you can't, just find an easy one and hang out. Safety is most important. Iori Yukino's entire body was messed up. She had thought that the 3-day games would be a good time to touch the fish, but she didn't realize that she would have to do it herself. What's an easier program? Long jump, shot put, high jump, discus. Yudandy hemmed and hawed. If you don't want to run, you can think about it. That's not as good as running. Iori Yukino showed her teeth. I'm afraid I'll be laughed at by my fans for the rest of my life if I throw a -1 meter out. Whether or not the fans will laugh at Poutine is unknown, but at the very least, he will. None of you are allowed to laugh. Let me laugh first. But if you run, Iori Yukino began to hesitate again. It's fine. you don't want a grade. Just mean jogging. It's not the grades. Iori Yukino narrowed her eyes and said mysteriously, "Oh, Pinch-san told me that boys can be perverted and will peek at the one of the girls when they run." The trio's eyes instantly sharpened as they looked at Bouten. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." Poutong paused and whispered, "And you three don't have much to look at. A horse. What the hell?" Yu Dandy and Lin Yushi were instantly devastated and a bit furious. And Iori Yukino has clear self-awareness and says it's nice to save some fabric. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll get off my head." He couldn't be blamed for this. After all, it was the three of them who started questioning the boys first, but out of politeness, he chose to admit his mistake. "We boys are so pure. How could we do that kind of thing? As for where to look, it's a matter of eyes. Of course. So what exactly is the easier program?" Iori Yukino was the first to interrupt the somewhat bizarre conversation. "If you don't participate in the program and you have to be conspicuous, then I guess it's the broadcasters. There's no doubt that the star trainees have certainly had their share of conspicuous shots." A broadcaster? Iori Yukino's eyes instantly lit up. It sounded so easy. The announcer at a sporting event is responsible for opening commentary, previewing the events, announcing the results, and always reading the cheers. In order to encourage and support your classmates and to lift the mood of students and faculty, the cheering section is something that really has to be there. The cheers are all free submissions from students, just a concrete step in this ritual, and his point is to channel mainstream values in the same way that chanting slogans does. Bouten shook her head at Iori Yukino's expression. She just couldn't imagine the Sakura girl sitting there shouting with an accent on her end. Watch. The senior men's solid ball started. Two male compatriots from senior class 13 participated in the game. A standardized posture and a powerful forward throw should testify to their vigorous strength, and we will believe that you will be brave enough to win the splendid medals. Go for it. You are all good examples of our class. Moreover, it's not easy to be a broadcaster for the games. If you shout all day long on such a hot day, you're afraid that you'll lose your voice. Just as a few people were planning to continue talking, Su Lei walked into the classroom at just the right time, looking ready to say something. It was recess, after all, and a group of students looked at him and ignored him. "Class, be quiet," he shouted at the top of his lungs, but it only made the murmuring a little louder. He's not a classroom teacher. The students don't give a what kind of director he is. Su Lei stood on the podium with a somewhat stiff expression. This kind of thing would have been Zhang Binyan notification. After all, as a class teacher he has a little more authority. The problem lies in this. After shooting the fourth installment, Zhang Binyan and he fell out. Take the students to the crew. This matter completely touched Zhang Binyan as a teacher's bottom line. The school side Zhang Binyan cannot help, but the program team side, do not blame yourself for not cooperating. Be quiet. Su Lei pounded the lectern, which caused the classroom to fall into silence. Take a few minutes of everyone's time. His tone instantly softened when he saw the somewhat displeased look in the crowd's eyes. That's right. Several star cadets are required to participate in the program for this varsity game, so please sign up on your own. Sure enough, this old boy, he really won't let go of such a good event. Director Su. Iori Yukino raised her hand and hurriedly lowered it again. It's broken. I'm used to raising my hand for the teacher, so what's the point of raising my hand for him? A director. Director. Can I be a broadcaster? Iori Yukino stated that she really didn't want to exercise. A broadcaster? Su Lei's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. If there are only shots of a group of star trainees exercising, it's more or less monotonous. If some star trainees go on stage to be the announcer, won't they be able to intersperse multiple sets of shots? It's really not hard to negotiate with the school about this kind of thing. It's really not hard to ask for 2 broadcaster slots, and the star trainees' lines are still online. Reading a script is definitely not a problem, and a star reading a script is fun to listen to. What a great idea. Fine, let's pick 2 people. Su Lei pursed his lips. Which one of you guys wants to be the broadcaster? Iori Yukino raised her hand and swept a few other people warily. Poutong thought, don't worry, no one will steal it from you. That thing is more tiring than exercise. That said, is there a possibility that this Sakura girl has a skewed understanding of broadcasters? She didn't think it was some easy job, did she? There's hell ahead. In the end, only Iori Yukino, Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang raised their hands. Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang were a bit reluctant, but both of them also knew that the broadcaster was a good opportunity to perform. The show has been on the air for 4 episodes, and the 2 of them haven't had much of a chance to get out of the ring, so if they don't find a way to get some heat, the show will be a waste of time. Lin Yushi felt more comfortable mixing up her projects, and she even kind of didn't understand why Iori Yukino was so active. Xia Mu heart more than a little bit. The games can secretly bring a cell phone. Then in the audience and Ling Ling chat does not smell good? How inconvenient for the broadcaster to be on stage all the time. Don Hainshu physical fitness is very top. Small games are no longer afraid at all. Yu Dandy idea is very simple. Poutong not go, I do not go. 3 people. Ah. Su Lei frowned. After all, the theme of the event is the games, and there can't be too many star participants on the broadcaster's side. It's still best to have 2. If he chose 2 out of 3, Su Lei didn't hesitate and chose Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang. Isn't this just the right way to fire up the 2 of them as a CP? If Xuan Ai, there are still quite a lot of Chinese that she doesn't recognize. Right, so being a broadcaster might be a bit of a misnomer. Su Lei waved his hand and directly gave the identity of the broadcaster to Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang. Luckily, Poutong now confirmed that this Sakura girl didn't realize that broadcasters were busy, and if she had gone to be a broadcaster by mistake, she was afraid that she would have to die of pain. Luckily she didn't grab this wave. Su Lei left with gusto and began to dish out ideas for the 5th installment. Why did it turn out like this? I was here first. Clearly I was here first. Iori Yukino once again collapsed into a kittenish batchface. Chapter 79. Thin in clothing, flesh and undressing. Iori Yukino believes that she has been stolen from the fruits of victory. After all, she came up with the idea of the broadcaster and someone else took it away from her. It shall not be repaired, Sakura-chan muttered. No swearing. Lin Yushi instantly gave her a head hammer. This guy seems to take things for granted when he hears the word broadcaster. Sakura's announcer and a regular games announcer that can be the same? Where the hell did your obsession with broadcasters come from? How easy is it to be a broadcaster and not be involved in the sports program? This guy really does have some misconceptions about broadcasters. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Broadcasters are very tired. In addition to officiating, reminding discipline, introducing the game program, giving directions to the playing field, they have to read a lot of submissions for cheers. Iori Yukino froze. She didn't even know about these things. Wouldn't it be better to just read the program process? Several people looked at her with instant confusion. Of course not. Hey. She then reacted to what the hell she had just almost competed with. Poor Sakura-chan, being played by the all-abominable games. You dandy rubbed her head. Actually, when you think about it, it really wouldn't be a good thing if she did become a broadcaster. One thing Su Lei is right, the Chinese language she knows is really limited. In case the time comes when she reads half of the words on the radio and does not know the words, it would be too embarrassing. Then in that case, I still have to thank the person who stole the fruits of my victory? Iori Yukino looked at the 2 Chen Xiqing not far away. There's no need for that, just to each his own. Lin Yushi patted Iori Yukino's shoulder, signaling her not to take it personally. Tang Luoshang and Chen Xiqing is nothing more than wrestling a color. After all, if in the identity of the broadcaster to reflect the business ability, but also a very easy to be praised, then it looks like I'll have to sign up for a program after all. The 3 women began to discuss the details of the sports events, and Poutong was undisturbed and at ease with her big study project. Not long after, the class leader Lu Yuan took the registration form of the program and began to register. He followed the order of the group, and did not give the star trainee any privilege to register first. Enrollment in a class program is often limited, and if a program is full, then the people behind it can't be picked. Their group of star trainees was a new addition and naturally took the last turn. Looks like it's our group's turn to go last. Iori Yukino rested her cheeks. There can't be an 800 meters left for me, can there? It's kinda hard to tell. Poutong of course thought that their class president's practice and reasonable, according to the normal law to do things on the line, obviously is their territory. Everywhere to the star compromise is also unreasonable, for programs have been filmed, and the novelty of the students and teachers has passed, and the irreconcilable conflict between entertainment and learning has appeared in the first place. The 3 of them are reasonable. Naturally they won't go complaining and getting angry just because of these little things. Is it a case of treating people like cuties without getting mad? Poutine seemed to have thought of something funny and couldn't hold back a laugh. What are you laughing at? You dandy was puzzled, thinking of an old friend. Come to think of it, he was quite lucky that even though he was swept up in the filming of the variety show, these few star trainees were quite normal, with no starry frame or foul temper. By the time the squad leader came to their group with the forms, there really weren't many items left. Girls 4 times 100 is still missing 2 people. 800 is 1 short. Lu Yuan handed over the form and carefully stood next to Poutong's position. He was still a little bit exposed to these stars, even though they were the same age, and these people had so much more than they really did. It was strange to say. Obviously Poutong was also popular, but he was not uncomfortable with Poutong, and the 2 of them usually had an okay personal relationship. Maybe there are some stars that aren't in the sky. Seeing that the 3 women were still struggling, Poutong took the initiative to talk to him. What's left for the boys? The boys are still 4 short of 4 by 102 1,000 meters. Lu Yuan scratched his head. I'll make up the number for the 4 by 101. Now that only Xiamu and Gan Hangshu were left, the number of people was clearly not enough, so it seemed that he had to sign up as well to make it work. Alright, count me in for 4 by 100. Poutong paused. Count me in for the 1,000 meters if you're short. If we don't end up with enough people, it's too much to ask the class president to mobilize the stars to participate. and he's probably a little worried about getting dumped on by the stars. It's not easy being the class president of a star. It's not like you're a sickly person, so it's okay to run. Just think of it as contributing to the collective. Thanks, brother. Lu Yuan instantly understood Poutong's meaning. People were putting themselves in his shoes. Not long after, the three women also discussed the results. I'll do 800 meters. I'm okay at long-distance running. Lin Yushi sighed and decided that her good sister could have an easier one. So, Udandi and Iori Yukino participated in the remaining 2 4x100s. Running 100 meters shouldn't be tiring. Iori Yukino smiles. And with 4 people relaying, you can't rely on me alone if you lose, right? It's better to mix it up with more people. Swing it. It fits well with Poutong's vision of a swingman. In fact, if you're in a team, you'll take on a little more responsibility, right? Udandi pondered for a long time, feeling that the 4x100 psychological pressure is quite big, just in case the chain falls off when the time comes. There you go again. Once again, Poutong could see her concern. Wouldn't it be better for you to learn from Yukino-chan and swing for the fences? If you fall off the chain, you fall off the chain. Iori Yukino expressed her indifference. I'm a loser. Come condemn me. Poutong had to admit that Sakura Girl was the real big-hearted player. Lu Yuan stood over Gon Hangshu and Xiamu for a while, then rejoined Poutong with the form. 4x100 is the 4 of us. Gon Hangshu reported 1,000 meters. 1 more to go. So count you in? Count on it. It's a pretty good thing to run while you're young. The squad leader gave him a grateful look and finished filling out the form and went to submit it. You signed up for 2 events. Can you handle it? Udandi scrutinized Poutong's physique and felt that he didn't look like an athletic person. My physical quality should be a little better than you think. Poutong patted his chest. Do you know what it means, to be thin in clothes and have meat in clothes? I don't believe it. Udandi came to a halt. Unless to show you? Watch the hell out of it. Who would want to watch something like that? I mean, unless you can run a good race to prove yourself. Poutong scratched his head awkwardly. Not that he was self-righteous, but I don't believe it. Unless you show me was a stunt from his previous life. And he subconsciously picked up on it. A mole of oxygen. He chose to cover his embarrassment with study. Udandi heard his unnatural reading of the question and sneaked a glance at it with a sideways glance of his head. This guy, he's not really hiding a muscle under his clothes, is he? She squinted her eyes up and down for a moment, rather curious. If only I had perspective. And so on. What are you doing? Udandi slapped his head, then realized that he had a big problem, and hurriedly retracted his gaze, feeling like a female hooligan. Chapter 80 Vacation Arrangements. When the class president came back, he incidentally called away Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang, saying that he was going to prepare the broadcaster's crosstalk. After all, the whole process of the games requires an introduction by the announcer, and it's still important to rehearse this formal stuff in advance. Are you sour? Lin Yushi looked towards Iori Yukino, who was drawing the character's eyes on the sketch paper. This originally belonged to you. Oh, the broadcaster is so unfamiliar. Sakura-chan stretched. I did a detailed calculation. The announcer needs to shout for 3 days, while it only takes me 10 seconds to run 100 meters. 10 seconds? You think you are Sue? Forget it, all right. Poutong lightly coughed. Sister, this kind of powerful or don't blow it. I'm exaggerating. Of course. Rounding up, rounding down. What about your real level? Udandi laughed. 19 seconds. You call that rounding? Rounding in half. Right. If you are a girl, 100 meters in 18 seconds is only considered a passing level. Right. This is completely unqualified. But considering Iori Yukino's size, it seems like it's fairly normal that she can't run fast. Lolita has 3 good things. Her body is soft and easy to push down. Luckily I'm too decent to think such sick thoughts. What about you? Poutong glanced at the smiling Udandi. What level are you at? Still laughing at people? I haven't measured it. Udandi was vague and didn't know if it was true or not. Poutong frowned. It looked like the other 2 girls who were running the 4x100 in a team with her too would have to carry the weight. I'm afraid. Don't disgrace our class. Lin Yushi finished, realizing that there seemed to be a problem with her expression. She started referring to class 13 as this class. At some point, her name had changed to our class. Had she adapted to this life? I'll try. Iori Yukino shrugged it off. Try not to lose too badly. It's really hard on yourself to be a stable bottom 1 fighting for the bottom 2. No talent. The trio didn't know how to spit out the fact that it was obvious that posing and touching was not in line with universal concepts, but there was always a very real appeal to the sound of it. Don't be nervous, just do your best. No one will blame you, reminded Poutong. By the way, be safe. What if you get nervous and your left foot steps on your right foot and goes up in place? So nagging. Pay attention to safety has been said many times. Udandi deflated. Are you a male mom? Although she knew that Poutong was concerned about them, she had emphasized it too many times, as if he had actually seen a star who had an accident while filming a variety show. Poutong shrugged. thinking that he really knew so many. Nagging, although sometimes annoying a little bit, but really useful, can let them grow a heart is also considered worth it. Safety does still need to be taken care of. It can't interfere with going out on vacation. Iori Yukino rubbed her fists together with a look of anticipation. Going out? Lin Yu, she was a little taken aback, exclaiming outright that this wasn't the Iori Yukino she knew. That's not what a geek is supposed to do, is it? Isn't traveling on vacation something you do? A salty wasted mo deadbeat like Sakura-chan definitely got something wrong when she went out for the holidays. Yeah, that's me. Iori Yukino had a bold face. May 1st, Poutong frowned. Comic-Con, right? Ha, you guessed it. You dandy and Lin Yu, she immediately revealed an expression of realization. It instantly makes sense that the only chance for nerds to go out is Comic-Con. Don't look at me like that, guys. Iori Yukino hemmed and hawed. I just couldn't resist taking a picture with a bunch of Bleach Brew cosplayer sisters. So what? You'll be out of cost too? Sakura-chan smiled and didn't say anything. It was all in the air. Say, aren't you also a secondary character? You dandy glanced at Poutong and suddenly remembered this guy's attributes. Yeah, you want to come along? Iori Yukino seemed to have found a companion. If she had a friend to go with, it wouldn't be awkward if there were more people, right? The alarm bells instantly went off inside you dandy. 2 people going to the Comic-Con together? That won't do. Yukino might not think otherwise, but there are so many beautiful cosplayers at the Comic-Con. What if Poutong is seduced by those people? Why did you bring this up yourself? This is bad. Don't go. Poutong coughed. Honestly, Comic-Con still appealed to him, but the problem was that the secondary world in this world didn't match up with his memories. It would be too much fun to arrive at a place where you don't know any of the characters. And what's the point of not seeing the familiar characters that he really loves? Alright then, Sakura-chan said resentfully. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. You dandy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So close. So, you have no arrangements for your vacation, right? Lin Yu, she suddenly spoke. I don't think so. Just kidding. He was planning to study hard during the vacation. 5 days off. He just couldn't stand not studying. If there are no arrangements, you can come with me. Lin Yu, she sighed. My grandmother has been clamoring to see you for quite a while. Why don't you take this opportunity to meet her? You dandy and Poutong were shocked one after another. No, you are what? Poutine frowned. Just shocked. She can even I have not invited to their home. You dandy scratched her head, a little embarrassed. 2 people going home together? That's no good. Not to mention meeting the grandmothers directly. What if they like their granddaughters more and more and decide to make a marriage for their granddaughters? I'm not going. Poutong righteously refused. Visiting Elder Lin is an important matter. I can't forgive myself for not preparing more. Of course I can't go. There are still aftershocks from the last time, and now I'm going to visit. Isn't that getting myself into trouble? Of course I can't go. Whatever. Lin Yu, she said it didn't matter. After all, it was just her grandmother who wanted to meet Poutong. She was just a messenger. You dandy breathed a sigh of relief once again. She felt like her psyche was doing sit-ups and being tortured repeatedly. Why are they all trying to abduct Poutine? Although I know that they are not interested in Poutong, but this is still quite scary. Then should I invite him myself? What are you going to do on your vacation? You dandy took the initiative to make conversation. What? Don't tell me your dad wants to see me. Poutine frowned. That kind of thing would be horrible. No. Just asking about your vacation schedule and stuff. If not Poutong wanted to just say that he wanted to lie down and study at home, but considering that he had just rejected someone else's invitation, it would be a bit disrespectful to say that. I might, be going out with my parents? This kind of thing is of course impossible. It's nothing more than Poutong's words, and although lying is bad, it's a little better than being rude. So, you dandy sighed. In fact, honestly speaking, she really couldn't think of a place where she could go to have fun with Poutong. Have fun then. Poutong nodded with his face as usual, while inwardly he was quite shocked. No one might believe it if he said it, but he did just turn down the invitation of 3 beautiful girls. Chapter 81, before the opening. Honestly speaking, Poutong still wanted to see the outside world. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. If there is a good opportunity to open up his eyes, he will not refuse. This opportunity, however, should not be a holiday. Maybe the holidays are the best time to travel, but the problem is that it is the best time to travel. You think so, others think so, and so encounter only endless congestion. If you do go on a trip, you might even run into more people at the attractions than spectators at a school field day. In the evening before school, Zhang Binyan personally gave an ultimatum. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp to the classroom, and then each class in batches to the playground audience. Let's not bring you breakfast tomorrow, Poutong added while you dandy was still there. I may come earlier. It'll be too cold by then. Although the games were not the same as a vacation, the required arrival time at school was still much more lenient than on weekdays, and Poutong still planned to maintain her normal school routine and come to the classroom early to study for a while. Games you also intend to come with the usual appoint you dandy helpless. A bit of emotion this guy really is in order to study anything to do out. The biological clock can't be easily disrupted. If you're here that early, you're probably the only one in the classroom. When the words came to her mouth, you dandy seemed to see such a picture. A clear and easy morning, the teenager alone in the classroom, turning over books, a quiet atmosphere. An idea suddenly came to her. Bring breakfast normally tomorrow too. You dandy snapped her fingers. I'll come early too. Before Poutong could voice his doubts, the young girl whose words had just fallen out of her mouth had already left with her school bag. Also, line it. He understands her scheming. She understands his pretense of reserve. Tong, a fat hand reached out, and Poutong sidestepped to avoid it. What's wrong, brother Tong? I so want to work overtime at your company tonight. Lu Yuan smiled fawningly. Overtime? Is that you going to work overtime? I'm embarrassed to point you out. He can't do this kind of thing that induces minors to play games all night. The sports meeting is so chaotic. One or two less people shouldn't be able to see it. Why don't I just escape and go to work? Lu Yuan somewhat leapt forward and rubbed his little fat hands together. I'll count you as good if you can disappear under old Chang's nose for more than 10 minutes without being detected. I'll count you as good, the highest honor among boys. I'm just saying, I know how poisonous Smiley's eyes are. This was the first time in a long time that Poutong had gone home in company with Yuan. If he used to, the guy would most likely go straight to an internet cafe. The other day he switched to the office and always went to play games instead of coming home on time. You quit gaming? Poutine asked suspiciously. Just, tired of playing around lately. Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. He wasn't going to say that he was the one who was just too good at playing games at work and had to be mobbed. Who understands the pain of being tisked by a group of people when you don't fill up a pawn? He couldn't afford to lose it. The two made small talk for a while and parted ways at the intersection, each going their own way. Poutine returned home and ordered a takeaway rather skillfully. Although he did know how to cook, he couldn't really fight the spirit of cooking if he was alone. Buzz. Seeing that it was a familiar chat group message, Poutong cried and laughed a little. These guys really can't get enough of chatting. They talk during the day at school and then they go home at night and talk online. Iori Yukino, it should be okay to sneak a cell phone into a sports meeting. Lin Yishi, no one cares if you bring your computer digital board over to draw. You dandy, that will still be managed a bit. It doesn't seem like bringing a cell phone to this particular school event would be explicitly forbidden. It's not promoted, but it's not prohibited. Poutong decided to also bring the phone. After all, the secondary school games will be less than once. More photos to keep a souvenir is also good. By the next games, these star participants will be long gone, right? He still has the self-control not to play with his cell phone, and carrying it doesn't affect his studies. The next morning, Poutong was ready and went out according to his normal routine. The school was frighteningly cold in the morning, and if he hadn't known it was field day, he would have thought he was a cutie who had misremembered the vacation time and run to school. As he had expected, not much came at this hour after the delayed arrival time for the games, and the whole classroom was empty and exceptionally cold. Poutong to the window to open a crack. Some have not seen the world like a deep breath. Fresh feeling instantly straight to the soul. The whole person is awake a few points. You're still in the mood. Good morning. Poutine turned around at the familiar voice and looked at you dandy who had also come early. Yo, you didn't sneak in and eat it all by yourself today? You dandy took away her share. Let's eat together. Usually eat whatever the cherry blossom girl wants me to break some. Do not eat quickly, I cannot stand. In the empty classroom, the two of them nibbled on their breakfast together, Poutong reading as he ate, quite cherishing his study time. Nuwa. You dandy looked at him twice and handed over a few tissues in his hand. Don't grease your laptop. In the past, Poutong heard such comments as, girls are more meticulous than boys, which he didn't believe, and always felt that it was a stereotype. But after getting along with the girls, he realized that they could really notice a lot of small details that they had neglected. Little threads on clothes, books with accidentally crimped corners, collars that stick up. She was really careful, so careful that it was like she was watching herself all the time. Thank you. Poutine wiped her slightly oiled fingers and the corners of her mouth, dropping the finished breakfast bag along with it. Small matter. You dandy was generous, but it looked like Poutong was a bit squirmy. Between the same table, it should be. It seems, indeed. The two coincidentally did not continue to talk further, and each found a book and began to flip through it. This eerie silence lasted until the first students arrived, rubbing their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the two sitting together quietly studying. They wouldn't have done anything to desecrate knowledge in the hallowed halls of learning, would they? They don't believe it without something coming so early. Poutong. You dandy, they were still too embarrassed to strike up a conversation, so they could only start with Poutong. Also just came. A few people didn't ask too many questions and went back to their respective positions and started taking out their cell phones and fiddling with them. Did you bring your cell phone? Yu Dandy suddenly asked. Brought it? Why? Let's see your note to me? What's there to see here? Poutong wouldn't note any strange names for others. He didn't play with stream of consciousness. Everyone was noted by their real name. Nothing new but convenient. He took out his cell phone and generously showed it to Yu Dandy. The grouping actually defaults to just my friends. You're being boring. Or what? Non-mainstream? For example, added not chatting with friends grouping called theater people, junior high school classmates grouping called like the first time I saw, high school classmates called the same with the candle, game friends called Lu Yuan, teacher group called You Peach and Lee. It's just too non-mainstream. It's better to keep it simple. So, your grouping is interesting? Poutine grinned. It's okay. Yu Dandy tapped her cell phone and gave Poutine a look from afar. Family, teacher sigma, degree. Friends, caret nabla caret asterisk, care, you. What face text control? Poutine rolled her eyes, expressing a bit of appreciation. That said, I wonder who would be in her care group. Humph. I look comfortable on the line, Yu Dandy cheekily said. After all, the chatting software is originally for your own use. Right, and usually won't be given to others to observe. Boughton nodded in agreement. Private things? Of course, it is better to follow your own heart. So, what's your note to me? Just, is also the name. Yu Dandy smiled awkwardly and hurriedly pocketed the cell phone in his hand. It's not right. You wouldn't have made up a particularly strange note for me. Poutong frowned, a little tickled inside. It's a fascinating topic what people note about you. It's just the name, the young girl said stiffly, her expression slightly flustered. Then I can make a move to grab it. Poutine held out her hand and pointed to the pocket where she kept her cell phone. Aha! Yu Dandy sniffed and directly took the phone out, unzipped it and put it into the pocket on the inside of his chest. Come and get it. Poutong glanced at the young girl's chest and resentfully dismissed the idea. Chapter 82. Today is also a day of peace. Poutong and Yu Dandy didn't spend much time alone, and didn't seem to have a few words. The class had already come and gone, until finally the homeroom teacher arrived, and they weren't able to say more than a few words, though it did make me wonder what the heck she was giving her notes on. It seemed like there was nothing to lose if I didn't know. This kind of dispensable thing Poutong is too lazy to put in the effort. He is a typical energy conservationist. Do not do what is not necessary, and simplify everything that must be done. Until 8 o'clock, the students still did not arrive. It seems that whether it's 7 or 8 o'clock, latecomers are still late. Zhang Binyan stood at the door with a smile on his face and waited. Each person who came had to walk back to their seat against somewhat sinister glances from the homeroom teacher. Just a few steps, but they were unusually tormented. If eyes could kill, maybe they're being killed by 1,000 cuts, but the class teacher didn't do anything else, just used the deterrent skill. After all, it was the special note of the games. He wasn't too good at punishing these people. He could only write them down one by one and settle the scores in the fall. That's the thing about being late. Whether time is generous or not, someone always gets stuck on the final timeline, and in case they don't have it under control, they'll miss that point in time. Instead of saying that people who are often late are lazy dogs, it would be better to say that they are gambling dogs, but it seems that today they lost their bets. Listening to the other classes have moved, Zhang Binyan also no longer wait, signaling the crowd to go downstairs in an orderly manner to gather. Going to the playground auditorium to watch the games, there is no need to bring anything extra. Empty hand to go, empty hand back. It is quite convenient. There weren't many people carrying backpacks, and at a glance there were only Poutong and Iori Yukino carrying one each. Of course, the Boughton bag is full of books. Go. Iori Yukino's shoulder bag looked bulging and creaked as she walked, all the sound of bags rubbing together. Mama, how many snacks did you bring? How boring is it to just watch the games? How nice to bring some food to eat. Sakura-chan patted her bag. You guys have a share too. A few people laughed and weren't going to grab it from her. Below the school building, the classes straightened up and walked to the playground in order of class. Although the program had been filmed for a long time, it was still a rarity for students from outside classes to see these stars, and for a while, a large number of gazes were thrown at them, and Class 13 even vaguely had a sense of vision of the center of the crowd. To the left of Poutong was Yu Dandy. In front of her was Sakura's sister and Lin Yushi, and behind her was Samugon Hongsu, completely walking in a group of stars. This feeling of being in the limelight made him feel very uncomfortable, and he could only lower his head and curb his eyes, ignoring the gazes. What are you looking down for? Yu Dandy was helpless. This guy was afraid that he didn't have some kind of crowd phobia. Look at Sakura girl's size 36 shoes. Iori Yukino nearly tripped in shock and cried out, pervert. I'll give you an unworn pair if you sincerely want them. What use do I have for unworn ones? I want an original. Although she knew that Poutong was really joking, Iori Yukino suddenly felt like she couldn't walk a bit. It's so high-human. Lin Yushi and Yu Dandy listened with black lines all over their heads, itching to kick this full of guy out. Within a short time, the crowd walked over to the vicinity of the audience and began to take their seats according to the class signs that had been set up. The audience was divided into 3 parts, with the largest piece in the center reserved for the senior 3 containing repeaters, and the senior 1 and 2 on either side. Following the large group, they found the area for senior class 13 and took their seats in turn. It wasn't until they were thoroughly seated that the long unseen show's cameraman appeared in the audience to give them a wide shot. It's worth mentioning that Poutong was supposed to sit between Udandy and Iori Yukino, but Udandy switched seats with him on the grounds that you're too perverted and you'll scare Sakura-chan. Thus, the 3 women came together on his right side, while his left side became Siamu. Master, good morning. Siamu was still quite respectful of his teacher in an environment where no one was paying much attention, causing Poutong to be a bit embarrassed. In fact, Siamu called Master a bit of a play on words, and the two were friends at best. How's your one doing now? Poutong naturally refers to his relationship with his online friend Ling Ling. At first Siamu also always looking for him to learn from him, but later he has been self-taught. Just like that, Siamu didn't say anything. After all, there was another Gon Hangshu on his left, and the two could only play dumb riddles. Where are we now? Know each other's schools, Siamu whispered. She should be a schoolmate from the next division's high school, Normal University High School. Isn't that the school Udandy went to before? You take it easy anyway. It was really hard for Poutong to say about this kind of thing, so he could only let him look after himself. Gon Hangshu looked at the 2 men talking happily to each other and glanced suspiciously. What are you 2 talking about? Nothing, Siamu said in a serious manner. Exchanging music. Music? Gon Hangshu instantly became interested. Out of the 7-star trainees, he was the only one who could compose on his own, and he thought he was at an okay level. But Poutong's last few songs were at such a high level that he had been bowled over. Maybe a layman can only hear a ringing tone, but as a fellow songwriter, he can totally feel the talent in these songs. Poutong was impressed with him and returned a smile to express his friendliness. Let's talk again sometime. The speakers in front of the center bleachers suddenly buzzed a few times, and as the announcer began the audition, the school sports day officially began. Although Chen Xiqing and Tang Luocheng in a group of star trainees is considered a thin base, but compared to ordinary people business ability is still strong. The whole process down the voice is loud and clear spitting, very much the kind of professional feeling. They read like that. It won't take more than a day for their voices to go hoarse, Siamu said sullenly. It seems that because of the net storm by the fans of these 2 people, Siamu was still upset. People are born as a pair. Which is your turn to speak as a demon? Gon Hangshu laughed. Come on. Poutong also didn't want to delay. Took a word book from his bag and started to memorize. The words in the textbook couldn't satisfy him anymore. The few people around him also pretty much understood Poutong's style, so naturally they wouldn't bother him. Although the scene was a bit noisy, Poutong wasn't much affected and was frantically drawing on his knowledge. The whole morning was devoted to the opening ceremony, which began with a half-hour of brief speeches by school leaders, followed by the opening program. Say, it's obvious that you guys are all stars. Why haven't you been asked to do a program? Poutine closed the book. A little curious. Guess how much we need to charge to perform at this kind of formal occasion? Udandy laughed. Recording a variety show is one thing, performing is another price. Asterisk. Poutong can only sigh that the stars are good. Just show your face and you can earn money. It's not even necessary to sing for real. Even if it cools off one day and takes on some gigs like weddings and funerals, I guess I won't starve. The school's own opening program was traditional and nothing new. We can understand why we weren't invited. Why weren't you invited? Udandy wondered. According to reason, you are so popular, talented and good at studying, and still a student of this school. The school should have invited you to be the face of the school. Boughton frowned, though he really didn't want to participate in this kind of activity himself, but it was true that no one had asked him. Someone probably stopped it for you. Udandy hemmed and hawed, and the answer was self-evident. From the looks of things, it should have been their homeroom teacher who cut the file off straight away. Perhaps, Zhang Binyan just does not want his students to become a tool to publicize for the school. Poutong was a bit emotional, and could only say that it was really his luck to meet this kind of teacher. Both mom and dad and teachers actually kept a lot of strife away from him. On second thought, school life had been pretty quiet for as long as he had traveled over. There's none of that school literature where classmates question the pretense of getting in your face. There's no bad picking fights and brawls, and there's no love interest villain jumping out to jibe. Perhaps real campus life should be so quiet and calm. That's what he wants out of life. Today is also a day of peace. Chapter 83, I'll give you half of the headset. Want some? Looking at the beef jerky handed over by the cherry girl, Poutong still took it. Originally he did not want to eat, but in the stance to sit for a long time. Do not eat, always feel the shortcomings of what, as if watching the theater stoned, hit the teeth is the soul. He glanced at Iori Yukino's bag and saw a pile of dried fruit chocolate chips inside. What you brought is so localized. Shouldn't a Sakura person bring some onigiri? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You want to eat? I'll bring you some this afternoon? Iori Yukino frowned, though what they sell here isn't quite the same as our side. No. Poutong tore open the beef jerky and tasted it, and couldn't help but marvel that she knew how to choose her products. And it did taste good. The sports have already started, but several of their programs are 2 days after tomorrow. For by 101,000 m 800 m are required for the whole of the playground track, which will take up a lot of space when these events take place, so they are all arranged at the back, so that anything like 50 m 100 m can be done in segments, which is also more efficient. Got away with it. You dandy glanced at the red rubber runway, feeling a little giddy. Luckily, I haven't needed to run yet today. Look at you. Poutong seized the opportunity to despise her severely. The last time she said that seemed to be the last time. So boring. You dandy leaned back against the backrest and leaned her body back, unconsciously raising her small breasts. It doesn't seem so flat when you look at it that way. What are you looking at? Look where you hid your cell phone. Poutong responded casually, his face not red and his heart not jumping. Look at that piece of jade on your chest. Of course. Cut. You dandy only felt no energy. Straight from the inner pocket took the cell phone out. It's so boring. I'll play with my phone. Poutong didn't want to chat much and continued to read his notes. If there was anything inconvenient about studying in this kind of environment, it must be the inconvenience of doing the questions. Not good at writing and drawing, he could only do some memory recitation-related learning. Your song is so fuzzy, the young girl at her side suddenly said. What? Poutong glanced over, only to realize that Udandy had somehow put on her headphones and started listening to a song. It's that song. Udandy took off his right earphone and handed it to him. Listen to it yourself. Oh, put on the headphones she handed him, and since they were in-ear, there was still some residual warmth on them. In the headphones was the very same song You at the Table that he had put out on his own previous show, which could be said to be the one that started it all. You dude kept calling this song or that song and never said the title. It can't be helped. The cameras were recording and the sound reception was just like that. Didn't consider recording it properly for once? It feels like a great song. Poutine nodded. It would be a shame for this classic song to be spread with such a drawn-out sound quality. The headphones split you in half to turn on heartbeat mode. Who the hell did you write this for? It doesn't feel like something a high school student could write. This whole thing is a mystery to this day. She naturally knew that it was impossible for Poutong to have a crush on her, but the circumstances under which the song appeared were indeed a bit too coincidental. So much so that after both of them clarified, the internet was still quite certain about the relationship between the two of them. Guess. Poutine laughed and didn't say much. Che, don't say never mind. The song ended and jumped to the next song, which was none other than 1,000 Years. You can't always be me with this song list. It's just a random split. Udandy reached out. Give me back my headphones. Poutong was not a bad guy, and took off the headphones and gave them back to her. There won't be any earwax, right? Udandy said this on her lips, but she still put it on without hesitation. If there's going to be one, you're the one who's going to have one. Somehow, he suddenly got the idea that his ears were itching to be pulled out. That's the way it is with a lot of things. You don't care if you don't bring it up, and once you realize it, it creates a strange reaction. It's like, when you become aware of breathing, your breathing goes from automatic to manual. However, it is better not to pull out your ears in a crowded place. Poutine rubbed his ears and left it at that. He tapped on his phone, ready to look at it twice as well, which was when there was actually a new message from their group. Sitting on the sidelines and having to send messages, I clicked in only to find that it was Sakura Girl sharing a snack link. POTUS? Iori Yukino, you have to send messages while sitting next to me, don't you? Damn it, I can't believe I'm being spit on in the same words by the person I'm spitting on. It's the two of them who think I have a better selection of snacks to buy, so they're letting me share the treasure. Indeed, she did pick out a pretty good snack and belonged to an eating out experience. POTUS, I'm a student. Send me. Turning off the message tone without a ripple, Poutong smoothly found an English article to listen to. What are you listening to? Let me listen too. Udandy was a bit curious when she saw that he had put on headphones as well. You want to hear it? Then listen. Poutong handed her both earphones and put down his phone to go to the restroom. Hey! Udandy's teeth itched with anger, obviously wanting to listen together. She took the headset and listened, her head a little confused as she listened to the barrage of foreign language. This guy, what the hell is he usually listening to? On the first day of the games, everyone's freshness has not yet passed, basically chatting in the stands. Poutong on the way to the toilet did not see a few blind wandering. They say it's a field day, but not many people actually watch the games. At best they pay attention to their own class competition. While going around the area of the other classes, Poutong vaguely heard the phrase, "Please close your eyes when it's dark," and he couldn't help but slow down his pace. "Werewolves, please open your eyes." It seems to have been heard correctly. There should be a group of people from other classes who are playing werewolf in one piece. Of course you can't have a boring event like a field day where a large group of people get together without a board game. How appropriate would it be for a large group of people to get together to kill each other in a wolfsbane or a trilogy or something like that? Boughton suddenly felt that he had discovered a business opportunity. He can completely make the werewolf kill these things into physical cards to buy. As a table game when the industry matured, it would be fine to open a table game store. Or forget it. Money is not earned. Business to go he himself is too much trouble. The company or something is just a fixed asset. When a shirker is good. Poutong ignored this little episode and quickly returned to where his class was. You have unique tastes. Listening to English every day. How nice to develop listening and a sense of language. He picked up his cell phone again and started playing this English article from the beginning. I want to hear it too. You dandy interjected. I thought you said I had unique tastes. It's actually quite fun. And it's nice to hear English every once in a while. After all, I've heard those songs of yours almost hundreds of times. Poutong couldn't figure out what she was playing at, so he simply handed her the left earphone. Make yourself at home. It's fine. It's fine. You dandy put on the headphones and didn't continue the conversation. The games were in full swing. The auditorium was a little noisy, but the headphones were just loud enough to drown out the outside noise, and the tangled wires connected two people, each holding a side, close together. Chapter 84. You dare to read anything? I like you because a simple message from you turns my whole day around. I love you because your mere words change my mood for the rest of the day. I like you because you are creative. You have a way with words and you have brought out a side of me that I thought was long lost. I like you because you're creative. You have your own unique way of speaking, and you bring out a side of me that I'd been hiding for a long time. As the two listened, their expressions gradually became odd. This English audio is not right. What's the difference between this and a lonely man and woman in a room together in order to ease the atmosphere to watch a TV just in time to see a passionate scene? Embarrassing. They just want to hear the sentence, not look in the mirror. Why don't we stop listening? Poutong took off his headphones, his scalp tingling. Good idea. You dandy dry cough to cover up the embarrassment. This audio is Poutong find. He can't be intentional, right? These two sentences just now still have test vocabulary. Turn around, get better, have a way with, be good at dealing with. Poutong directly used the learning exchange to cover up the embarrassment. Do you hear it? And of course, there's brought out, which uses the past tense, the prototype being bring out. Publish, present, yes, using a have plus past participle in the present perfect tense. The two made a whole lot of small talk and decided to pretend that what had just happened was nothing. You dandy paused and said, ahem, that, if you like to listen to English, I can recommend a few English songs for you. English song. In his previous life, Poutong did not remember many English songs. They were all songs that the public knew and had a high degree of popularity. Frankly speaking, he was not very familiar with those singers, and he was not interested in copying English songs. Seeing that he wasn't interested, Udandy didn't say anything more and cast his eyes towards the playground where they had been cold for a long time. That's the women's 100 meters over there. Hey, look! It suddenly occurred to her that she had to run this same stretch when she ran the 4x100 relay. Don't even know them? What's there to see? Poutong frowned. Looking at beautiful women? Where's the pretty girl? Cherry Blossom Girl sniffed with instant excitement. Where are my binoculars? Girls also like to look at beautiful women. It is a kind of eye-pleasing process. What's more, the nature of the secondary Yuan all like to look at beautiful girls, which does not distinguish between men and women. Highly valued girls at campus games can often be a major attraction at an athletic event as well. That's where the power of the white moonlight comes from. Usually the man of the hour in school is more or less the white moonlight in the hearts of several of his classmates. Away from the campus, they may just be ordinary good-looking girls, while in the aura of youth and campus intertwined, they only represent the young and beautiful pure school flower. You can still see it if you really want to, right? You dandy laughed lightly, her expression a little less natural. I read it and it's mine? The state sent it to me? It's useless to look at it. Poutong skimmed his lips, feeling tedious. Furthermore, he had seen a lot of beautiful women. Moonan's kind of level not to mention. Just these three little stars on the right side. They were also better looking than the vast majority of ordinary people. I found one. 2 o'clock. 100-meter run there. The number 3-1. Poutong followed Sakura-chan's pointing finger and could only see a rough physical appearance. Short hair, tall, nice temperament. See, willowy eyebrows, high nose. Iori Yukino described in colorful detail, which made Poutong rather puzzled. You can see so clearly? This guy is looking at a beautiful woman with his own 8x lens, right? how's that for a good look? Hee hee. Yu Dandy's voice was like a gust of cold wind that blew into Poutong's right ear. Can't see. Poutong didn't dare to talk blindly. It's time to test the pixels of your cell phone. Lin Yushi raised her own cell phone. I'll take the picture and send it to the group. You're a thick-eyed guy who loves to watch this too. Wrong hot. I was just showing off my new cell phone. She picked up her cell phone and focused halfway, frowned, and finally put it down resentfully. Why doesn't she turn her head this way? How is this going to be filmed? You're a sneak peeker and you're picky, aren't you? Although it's kinda common to take pictures of pretty girls at sporting events, it's never good, especially today. After the explosion of short videos, some people seem to be a little bit of a matter of course, so it is not really appropriate to do so. Just as Poutong was pondering whether or not the lack of awareness of legal literacy among the current generation was represented behind this incident, a somewhat lesser cheering script rang out on the radio. From Chun Yu, Senior Class 7, I only wish to be a falling leaf to embellish the golden fall. I only wish to be a star to decorate the dazzling river of stars. I only wish to sit on the sidelines of the field and share the joy with you. Jiang Suyun, whether it's the 100 meters in front of you or the upcoming college entrance exam, work hard, fight hard, no matter when or where. You will have me by your side. This cheering script is already in the realm of confession, isn't it? According to Reason, the cheering script before being read aloud still need to be reviewed by the broadcaster. After all, it is the whole school call. There may be what kind of script up, can't be any miscellaneous things out to read it. The requirements of the cheering script are 1. Positive content, 2. Standardized format, 3. Clear handwriting, no typos, 4. Try to be original and free of similarities, 5. To indicate the source and the target of cheering. This manuscript does fit the bill, and when you really read it, there really doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. That voice sounds kind of familiar. This is read by that Chen Xiqing kid. Xia Mu suddenly interjected. This kid dares to read everything. I'm afraid he's not stupid. He does seem to be a broadcaster now, so that seems to explain things. Poutong didn't think that Chen Xiqing didn't have the ability to recognize the cheering script, but he read it anyway, not knowing exactly what was intended. To create a program effect? It's just that reading a script in a serious manner is pretty dull after all, and it's not easy to get out of the ring with that. But if you can pop a stunt or something, it's still pretty easy to get some heat. The whole audience was like an explosion. A group of students began to discuss who this Chen Yu was so brave, but no one talked about who the reader was. All is normal in the center stands, and it doesn't look like the university is too concerned about it. The games went on, and nothing special changed because of this cheer, except that because such a precedent had been set, the new submissions all became somewhat free and bold. Poutine is a little worried that the whole cheering script will be played out at this rate. I found out something, Iori Yukino said suddenly and mysteriously. The pretty girl who didn't turn her head just now turned back with a shocked face after hearing the words Jiang Suyue on the cheering script, coupled with the key information of the 100-meter run. I think she's that Jiang Suyue. The three nodded, sort of believing her inference. The whole incident had nothing to do with them, but therein lay the joy of eating. I don't know how the incident followed, but with this one strange cheering script, the whole field day became thoroughly interesting. Chapter 85, Watching the Hilarity. By the time the next day's field day rolled around, Chen Xiqing's voice was already a little hoarse, but it was worth the effort. Because of the first day's fascinating operation, the students have a lot of goodwill towards him, and they say that he understands the beauty of adults, although they still don't know if the teenager named Chen Yu has succeeded in his confession. Jiang Suyue did not make any statement at that time, and left the field calmly after running 100 meters as if nothing had happened. I don't know if this is adulting or just adding to other people's worries. The second day of the field day was a sunny day, and combined with the fact that the school's auditorium was open air, the sun was just a little too much for them to sit in. Luckily, I brought an umbrella. Lin Yushi raised the parasol in her hand. Rub the umbrella for me. Iori Yukino was relatively small, and it was more than enough to squeeze under the umbrella. Poutong was a bit depressed. It was really hard to get sunburned under the big sun, and he couldn't study in this situation. Although Udandy also brought an umbrella, but he is also embarrassed to rub. Otherwise, when the time comes a man and a woman playing an umbrella, how strange. The program team is not to shoot him, but the games many students can be with a cell phone. Do not be photographed to send online. Today, the discipline of the sports meeting is a lot looser, coupled with the weather is relatively hot. A lot of people have left the audience to blindly wander up in the playground. As long as it does not affect the game, there is no one to care about them. Poutong decided to also go to find a shady place to stay to go. 800 meters and 1000 meters are today, right? It's so hot, how are you two going to run? Udandy looked at Poutong and Lin Yushi, a little worried for them. It's okay, I'm not tired. Boughton said it didn't matter, just run normally. He didn't want to run a good result, but I brought a couple extra bottles of water. That will probably be warm water by then. I'll go find a cooler place. Poutong picked up her book bag and directly shifted her position. If you guys can't stay, you can also go hang around. There weren't many people sitting in the audience seriously anymore. They were all hanging around in groups of 3 or 5, and he wasn't far behind. Want to go for a spin? Yu Dandy asked. No, doesn't it smell good to snack here? Sakura-chan didn't want to move at all, and it didn't matter if she stayed since she had an umbrella to shield her from the sun anyway. Lin Yushi also shook her head, stating that she was going to participate in the 800-meter race later and didn't want to run too far. Yu Dandy actually very much want to follow up, but without a good sister to cover one's own chase up the nature of the change. Poutong didn't delay too long. Finding a cool spot at the school's outdoor exercise equipment, he borrowed a supine board and started working on the problem. The outdoor equipment in the corner of the playground is jokingly referred to by students as the retirement area. Twisting machine Tai Chi wheel or something usually only older teachers will use. The whole school has a large student base. It is basically impossible to find an unoccupied place in this situation. And in a short while, the equipment office, which was originally quite quiet, became noisy. Although Poutong was very concentrated when he was studying, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the number of people. And there were always all kinds of inexplicable chats coming over, so he couldn't even listen to them even if he didn't want to. That schoolmate is quite handsome. Let's go ask for a WeChat. You really don't recognize the fake. Look again. Is Poutong Then forget it. Poutine was a bit dizzy. Why was this different from what was written in the novel? Shouldn't you find out it's him and go so he's the legendary times. Love. How come you know you're Poutong and still run away? It's like he has a bad reputation. If you really want it first, my brother is in the same class as Poutong and can help you get his WeChat. Don't want it or can't rob you, dude. The two women watched from a distance for a while, debating and leaving. Poutong sighed and didn't know what to say. Although pulling a match and getting high on CP was quite distressing, but then again, it gave him the opportunity to avoid a lot of unnecessary harassment. In the past, more or less there were people who stuffed him with love letters. Since he and Yu Dandy got involved, those peach blossoms instantly disappeared without a trace. He kinda didn't want to be disturbed, and in a sense, it was kind of a cover. If it is really together, is it not completely more quiet? Poutong was instantly scared by his own sudden thoughts. This kind of idea cannot have. The young people must be to study as a priority. The surrounding sound is more and more noisy. It is not easy to find a place so cool and comfortable. He certainly cannot leave. Can only bring a headset to continue to do the problem. Before long, Poutong felt a little stiff and had to stand up and move around. The supine board was too low, and it wasn't easy to write on it. It was only when he got up that he realized there was a short-haired girl reading a book not too far away at the teeter-totter as well. And because he had his headphones on, he didn't even realize anyone was coming. Looks familiar. Perhaps sensing Poutine's gaze, the young girl raised her head and smiled. Seeing the front face, Poutong felt more and more familiar with her, but really didn't recognize her. He had never come into contact with short-haired girls in the first place. He returned a polite smile and continued to bury himself in his studies. After about 10 minutes or so, for some reason, the sound of people around him was getting louder and louder, and even with his headphones, it was really noisy. Poutine took off her headphones and looked a little confused at the large group of people leaning over not far away. What is this? A group of people were all hanging around meaninglessly, but they were all subconsciously leaning this way, gradually forming a circular circle of onlookers, as if they were about to eat a melon. What the hell are they focusing on? First exclude yourself. Fluttershy, a clean-cut boy came straight this way, stopping in front of the short-haired girl with a slightly flustered look on his face. Jiang Suyue? Poutong now knew why he felt familiar. Because he had seen her yesterday, just too far away to see too clearly. The girl is Jiang Suyue, so the boy is? Jiang Suyin closed the book and sighed. There's no need for this. You didn't respond to me yesterday, so I'm going to do it again today until you answer me clearly. The fact that she didn't reject me outright means that she still has a crush on me and should try harder. It seems that this guy is the warrior who pitched the confession, and by the looks of it, he's planning to do it again. And everyone else is supposed to have heard about it and eaten it. Looks like he's planning on the whole big one. I just want to get through the last stage of high school. Do you have to be like this? Jiang Suyue's tone was a bit cold. It wasn't as if she hadn't actually given an answer. She'd explicitly said so many times in private, but the guy just wouldn't listen. Poutong then remembered. Just now she read the book. Seems to be the college entrance examination, knowledge combing and so on. After the end of the 1st of May, almost a month away from the college entrance examination. This is the last time of the senior party. It is certainly not a good sign to have two people out of balance at this stage of the game. I don't want to have regrets. So you're trying to make a big deal out of it and use big power over me? Would it really be good for both parties if they refuse to turn it down on this occasion? Your public confession when the other person doesn't like you feels romantic and giving to you, but to her, it's a moral abduction and an embarrassment. No, Fluttershy, I really just wanted to tell you how I feel. Poutong is listening to his head beside. The so-called moral abduction statement is no more than that. When the party being confessed to has not yet determined whether or not it likes the party that wants to confess, the party that confesses, by wishfully creating a wasteful atmosphere and arousing the support of bystanders, tries to utilize the power of the public to put the party that is being confessed to in a situation where it has to accept the confession, and if it doesn't accept it, it may even be blamed for what happens by other people. The others couldn't say anything, after all. If they were really in love with each other, this kind of thing was still quite romantic. Poutong decided to leave this place of wrongdoing early. Shan Yu, still immersed in self-touched adoration, silently took out a piece of letter paper from his hand. Before I met you, I privately thought love would fade with time. I never believed in eternity. But your appearance stunned my mundane little universe. I think I probably saw the entire arc of the universe in your eyes, and the bright stars glittering with love. The spring water is beginning to grow. The spring forest is beginning to bloom. The spring breeze is 10 miles. Not as good as you. May there be years to look back. And with deep love to Whitehead. Jiang Shuiwei, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? In the crowd of onlookers, promise him, coaxing. The atmosphere gradually awkward to the extreme. Poutong, less than 5 meters from the incident, is enduring a storm. This dude's confession copy is really awkward. The confession words reel a little more simple, a little deep love flow, a little not good. So fancy who taught ah? It's really a mistake. Wait for it. I wish to have years to look back, and to Whitehead with deep love. Does it seem like you copied the words yourself? That's okay. Chapter 86, Master. I've come to my senses. Eat Jack. Big news. Iori Yukino shook her cell phone. What? Who collapsed the house? It's not a big showbiz story anymore. It's a big school story. That's not big news. Lin Yushi expressed disdain. After so many years in the entertainment industry, what big news has not seen? Unless the top stream collapses the house, there really isn't any big news in her eyes. The one who confessed to that bleached bruise sister in yesterday's cheering draft is confessing again. Sakura-chan showed them her cell phone. He posted it on the school forum, and now a bunch of people are crowding around. If you ask her what she usually does during her swinging and groping time, it must be eating melons and watching the fun. And Iori Yukino is either eating melons or on her way to eating melons. Not much interest. Dandy was now bored. So bored that she searched for the short English essay on love that she had listened to with Poutong yesterday and listened to it herself. Seeing that no one was interested in this, Iori Yukino could only eat quietly by herself. There's actually someone filming live? She saw the link sent from the forum and clicked on it first. The shots are so blurry, but it's really that bleach bruise sister alright. Sakura-chan looked at the video that was even a bit shaky because of the poor filming technique, and suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the corner. Nani? This person seems like Poutong. There's actually a face clash monster. Ha! Dandy heard the keyword and hurriedly came over to take a closer look. He doesn't look like Bertram. He's Tong. How can he still be affected by such a thing? Let's go over there. The guy is waiting for the girl to respond. The girl doesn't know how to say no. And then the scene gets awkward. The people were not in a hurry. They just stood around and waited for the results. Looking on, they realized Poutong, who was studying not far away from the party. They had come to see the fun, but they didn't expect to see that there was actually this kind of inexplicable situation, which made it even more interesting. Maybe the style was a bit weird. The male and female protagonists of the story also looked towards Poutong. The female looked like saying sorry to bother you, and the male looked like asking, what are you doing here? The woman was like sorry to bother you, and the man was like, what are you doing here? What am I doing? I'm studying. But Tong just picks a place to read. How can he still run into this kind of thing? That, cough, borrow your poem. Shunyu surveyed Poutong's somewhat wobbly looks and decided to say something to declare his sovereignty. He wrote a confession text to check the material for a long time, and found that it is still the most appropriate for Poutong this sentence. This schoolmate he knows. Feel free to use it. Poutong didn't want to linger in the place of right and wrong and was ready to bolt. You guys continue. I won't bother. I'm leaving ha. You can't leave. It's broken. I'd become an old phone. Poutong stopped and wanted to see what this guy was going to say. There were so many people watching. He couldn't just ignore them and leave. Could he? With your experience, how do you feel about my confession? Shen Yu decided that it would be a deadlock anyway, so he might as well let a professional evaluate the situation. And if he even thought he had no problem, then he would continue to stalk him. Furthermore, if Poutong were to support him, then he would have more confidence, and he thought that Jiang Shuiwei would consider it. Boughton frowned. He sensed it. This guy was planning to use himself as a gun. He took a look at Jiang Suyue's worried expression and probably made up his mind inwardly. I'll tell a story. The crowd was a bit puzzled once they heard Poutong's reply that he intended to tell a story. Even the two parties involved were confused. There was a guy who confessed his love to a girl in public, but the girl didn't like him, and to keep the guy from being too embarrassed, she came up to him and whispered in his ear, I don't like you, but now you can hold my hand and leave the crowd. Poutong stopped here and asked, What do you guys have in mind? Chen Yu's face is quite ugly. He heard it out. The onlookers also heard it out. This is Poutong is implying that some girls do not reject you not because they are interested in you, and they are afraid of your embarrassment. This girl is very kind, isn't she? Both took into account the boy's face and didn't let the boy get down in public, but also expressed her own thoughts and wouldn't hang on to the guy like some scummy girls. Jiang Suyue picked up. That's what she did, and privately told Chen Yu many times, but he just wouldn't listen. The crowd murmured that such good girls were indeed rare nowadays. Wrong. Poutong interrupted everyone's wonderful reverie. Maybe the girl is kind, but she's missing a layer of consideration, because she didn't just reject boys, she rejected boys for other girls too. The crowd suddenly came to an epiphany. In the eyes of the onlookers, the boy has confessed successfully, then other girls will certainly not approach him in the future. Seemingly gentle, but in fact, the harm is endless. When the time comes to make a break, it's the other way around. Jiang Shuiyue instantly understood when she heard this. Since she didn't like it, she should have just rejected it in public. Although it might be awkward, there would be no subsequent repercussions. Follow your heart's choice. That's the best way to handle it. Well, what about boys? Boys have done so much. Doesn't it make sense? Chen Yu lost his mind and looked at Jiang Suyue. He already understood that Jiang Suyue didn't like him. She just didn't want to hurt his self-esteem in front of everyone. Don't worry, I haven't told the second half of this story yet. Poutine smiled. There was a second half? The group of eaters instantly stopped being sleepy. After hearing the girl's words, the boy said, you might as well reject me. I don't want people to think you're a random girl. After one sentence, the crowd once again fell silent. Same problem. If the boy does take the girl's hand and leave, then if the girl is with someone she really likes later on, she will be pointed at. What seemed like a gentle response left both men in a quandary. So what do you think it is when a boy says that and thinks about the girl on a level? Love. Is love, right? Chen Yu muttered, because the boy genuinely likes her. That's why he doesn't want the girl to be affected by this matter, right? Yes, it's love. Poutong sighed. A small love lingers. A big love lets go. I think letting go is a helpless choice, but it is a great love. Instead of being entangled in the pain of no results, it is better to let go of the long pain into the short pain. Who all hope to hold hands with the old? But there is a lot of helplessness in the world, because true love is, as long as you're happy and joyful, even if it has nothing to do with me. Chen Yu was a bit unsteady on his feet, but was held up by Jiang Suyue, who reached out beside him. He looked at Jiang Shoyo and smiled miserably. Thank you. Suddenly he understood that he was the one who had been too selfish. Do you like it? Definitely like. But how much trouble has he added to the other side with this like he thinks he has? Knowing that she's always wanted to get into her ideal college, he's still doing this kind of thing to affect her mindset at this juncture. It's really shameless. The onlookers called out master, I realized, and for a while they all sighed a little, and the eyes that looked at Poutong also became blazing. The saint of love must still be a saint of love. I used to think he could only write love poems, but I didn't realize he really knew how to do it. Poutong saw that there was nothing left for him to do and was ready to leave, but he saw three familiar figures in the crowd, namely Yu Dandy, Iori Yukino and Lin Yushi. When did you guys get here? You told the story came. Yu Dandy expression a little odd. You really good understanding in the end has been in love how many I'm maternally single. Whether it was his original body or his previous life, he was maternally single, although the matter wasn't something to brag about is all. I'm a little unconvinced too. Sakura-chan chimed in. It feels like you've read a lot of women. Why didn't? These words are all his former life internet surfing to see how to say. The more single people love to read this. The senior girls 800-meter race is about to begin, so please meet at the check-in area on the west side of the playground early to receive your number plate. The sound of the sports announcement came on at just the right time, which interrupted their conversation. I'm going to race. Let's go, let's go. Lin Yushi waved her hand, handed over her belongings to Yu Dandy, and turned around to run towards the playground. Friends of the game, Poutong in the sense of reason have to watch a little. Anyway, reading the book has become the place of accidents. Might as well go back to watch a meeting game. Say, how did you guys know where I was? Live. Iori Yukino waved her cell phone. Live broadcast? Poutong's voice instantly went a few decibels higher. A confession is just a confession. And there's a live broadcast? Why are you yelling so loud? Chapter 87 waiting for you at the end. Poutong was not expecting this live broadcast. The live broadcast industry here is similar to his previous life, although it is not yet to the degree of universal live broadcast, but it is also relatively mature. Now the threshold of the live broadcast is indeed very low. Say broadcast, do not want anything, a cell phone on the line. Many live broadcasts were the product of self-indulgence, not having to have commercial value or fan benefits, but just to share interesting things about life. And undoubtedly, what he had just encountered was exactly this kind. Live streaming confession scenes from a passerby's point of view is actually a pretty common occurrence, especially in schools, where both the confession wall and eager eaters go out of their way to pay attention. Again, its spread is limited to the school grounds. Who reads this at an outside school? Where's Ayoshi? How come I don't see it? Iori Yukino scanned the waiting area and didn't see a familiar figure. 801,000 run in groups of 20. 20 classes in total. 2 entries per class. Classes 11 to 20 then the next group. Poutong explained, if you didn't understand I'll explain it to you again. Told you I'm not stupid. I can still understand this kind of stuff. It always feels like it's not very convincing coming out of her mouth. So where is Ikki now? There's the photographer piece. Poutong pointed to the other side of the playground surrounded by several photographers. After all, it's still a celebrity variety show, so I guess she'll be allowed to dent her effort persona or something? By the time the camera language is edited. Lin Yushi is the scrappy girl who fights to overcome herself. Relay races like you dude and Iori Yukino will probably revolve around unity and bonding or something. It's all old school. Poutong has seen quite a lot of variety shows before. Variety, completely without a script is impossible. After all, the director knows what the audience wants to see. The star is nothing more than a certain degree of freedom of the ratings tool. People just say, do you guys really lack the money to film this variety show? Others don't know if they lack Poutong, but at least you dandy couldn't possibly be worse off with this amount of money. Celebrities' time is valuable, so what's the point of spending a semester on a variety show? Didn't I tell you? I've fallen behind too much in my studies, and I simply don't have the time to study if I'm going to carry out my acting activities normally. It just so happens that this variety show will provide an opportunity to study at school for a semester, so I'll consider it as coming to make up for it to study. You dandy's answer satisfied Poutong. She is here to learn. 1 does not lack of money. 2 do not lack of popularity. Is the shortcomings of the results? No matter how good a private tutor you get, it's not as good as feeling that learning atmosphere in person at the school. I'm different. I haven't shown my face in any public activities for about a year now. The company is afraid that I'll keep on hiding myself like this, so they let me pick a variety show to show my face. Iori Yukino smiled shyly. I thought at first that this variety show was just a mixer, so I picked it, thinking it would be quite easy. I didn't realize I really had to come to school every day. Iori Yukino screamed, knowing how damaging it was for a 16-year-old poser to wake up early every day. I don't know why Ayoshi came. You dandy looked at Lin Yushi, who was participating in the shooting in the distance. Lin Yushi's academic performance had always been good in the circle, so naturally her purpose was different from hers. Don't say so much. Ayoshi is about to start running. Let's cheer her up. Iori Yukino looked at the meeting with gusto, and suddenly seemed to realize something. How about we write a cheering letter to Gyu? I'm sure she'll be happy to hear us when she gets tired halfway through the run. A cheering draft? Poutong doesn't think anyone else will write cheering notes for the star students. After all, they are just stars who are temporarily studying together, and there is still a natural disconnect with ordinary students, making it difficult for them to be accepted and recognized by their classmates. It's also basically impossible to write a cheering piece for a complete stranger. After all, if someone doesn't appreciate it, it will be suspected of being a hot face on a cold ass, and no one will want to touch this bad luck. If a few of them weren't cheering, then there was probably really no one left to cheer for her. Right. You dandy finalized the proposal, but it has to be quick. After all, there is a certain delay between writing the cheering script and submitting it up and reading it out, so there's no point in dragging it out too long. Seeing that both women were empty-handed, Poutong had no choice but to take a pen from his bag. Who writes? Don't you know how to write 2 fonts? Let's not talk about this kind of thing. He was having a hard time remembering the embarrassing situation he was in that day when he was mimeographing. Write what? Poutong held the pen and watched Iori Yukino and you dandy wide-eyed. Almost forgot these two didn't have much ink in their bellies. You, feel free to write. You dandy was a bit embarrassed. After all, she really hadn't written anything like a cheering script before. Poutine sauce, go for it. I believe in you. Iori Yukino was directly outside of the situation, with an expression of I'm counting on you. It was clearly the two of them who came up with the idea, and they had to put pen to paper and think for themselves. Honestly, I can't write either. He hadn't written anything this impassioned and positive, either, had he? Is it possible that all you can do is write love copy? The eyes of the two women changed in an instant. I thought this guy was talented, but I didn't realize that he was just a master of the love scene. Stop looking at me like that. Can you blame him? Love is the eternal theme of mankind, and there are more poems and songs about love, so he naturally remembers more. Not that he can't write inspirational copy, but it doesn't cut it very well. Did Lin Yushi want to win? Honestly, a school athletic run how to her does not mean anything. She is just casually run. If a write inspirational, that instead of of the wrong taste, so I'll write whatever I want? Poutine paused and began to move his pen. Udandi and Iori Yukino silently watched his handwriting from the side with more than a few smiles in their eyes. Feeling a little out of place with those around me, this was the first time Lin Yushi had ever had this thought. The girls in the waiting area were in groups, talking and laughing, and she was the only one standing still with nothing but a bunch of cameras around her. Obviously both the same age, but always two worlds. Though she was bright and shiny, she was surrounded by empty people. Artists are actually quite lonely. When you become a star, you can't go to crowded places. You need to be careful about what you say and do. You need the company's permission if you want to make friends, and probably the person you follow around the most is your agent. With so little private time, where's the time for you to make friends? Lin Yushi's head is a little messy. For the first time, an unrealistic fantasy. Would she have been happier if, instead of choosing to be a star, she had lived by the book like a normal girl? She didn't know, and no one could answer her. The second division of the senior women's 800-meter race began in earnest, and she stayed close to the first echelon, not wanting to be left too far behind. A couple of photographers were running all over the center area, intending to get a panoramic shot of her. She usually worked out regularly and had no problem handling an 800 meters. Go for it, Ing, run faster, Kim. The crowd gathered around the track hooted and hollered, cheering their friend on, and those running with her waved and their steps picked up. Have nothing of your own. With all that refueling, why isn't there a single one that you can share with yourself? Lin Yushi frowned and discarded these unrealistic thoughts. Doesn't matter. Even if no one was cheering for her, she was still her and not so fragile. Early on, the day she quit the dance company and left the house, she had realized that the path she was going to take was definitely a lonely one. Even if no one was cheering, she was going to run to the finish line. Obviously, she is usually quite good at running, but today, she is extraordinarily tired. Her breathing is beginning to be unsteady, and her pace is getting heavier and heavier. It's a little bit of a strain on the last lap. A contribution from Senior Class 13, You Dandy. The announcer reading the script was Tang Luochang, who read the script and visibly froze for a moment. Just as Lin Yushi began to adjust her breathing, she heard this broadcast. Some people live in high buildings, some people in the deep ditch, some people lie 10,000 feet, some people all rust, the world thousands of kinds. Floating clouds do not go to seek, as people if the rainbow, meet Fangji no have, what you meet is God's will, and what you have is luck. There are 1,000 kinds of waiting in the world, and the best kind is called, I'll wait for you at the end of the line. Lin Yushi, we'll wait for you at the finish line. What? This sounds like it was written by Poutong, right? Lin Yushi also saw the three people at the finish line. Udandi and Iori Yukino tugged at Poutong like they were afraid he'd run away. Lin Yushi laughed bitterly, feeling instantly much lighter. Maybe one can't live an ordinary life after all. But so what? She was not alone. Chapter 88, Situational Drama. No ideas, no ideas. In a rented house in Magic City, a middle-aged man with a full beard and thick eyebrows is frozen in front of his computer. He's a video blogger with an all-platform campaign. His screen name is Liang Liang. His real name is Liang Yi, and he's also the studio's oldest brother. As an active skit video blogger all over the internet, he has a lot of fans, but lately, he's been dropping fans very badly. Their studio is in a bottleneck. The video skit is primarily an idea, and now, his inspiration is drying up. It's been over a month since the Liang Liang account has produced any work, and the last update was a ridiculously awkward business list video. Cannot pick up chaussure de foot mail orders, and there is no good ideas to update. It is really difficult to continue. The studio a large group of people and are waiting for him to pay wages. It is really too difficult. How is it that with all these people, no one can come up with an idea that works? He was a bit depressed. They had simply raised too many idle people in the studio, and not many of them could be of much use. It's better to brush up on videos for inspiration. If you want to make good videos, you need to watch more videos and grasp the attention of users in real time. Liang Yi casually clicked on a short video platform and began to aimlessly brush up. Beautiful women dancing. All ing beautiful women dancing? Your big data. He just didn't understand. Had he usually seen so many beautiful women? He clicked refresh in passing, but it refreshed a video with only 8 likes, and the picture was still blurry, totally like a mess. What the hell is this recommendation all about? Liang Yi was just about to swipe over when he heard the boy on the video screen start confessing. A brave confession from your student days? Liang Yi instantly came to interest, although he is now a beggar-like, but at that time was also a pure love teenager to come, whose youth has not had a period of unending love it. He decided to keep looking, Looking at it, Liang Yi realized that something was wrong. The place where the hero and heroine of the family confess their love for each other. There was actually a third person? What the hell is this? A bad love triangle? He soon realized that it wasn't, and that the boys in the corner had indeed entered by mistake. Also, this boy looks kind of familiar. The video was shot blurry, but the sound was recorded carefully, and the discussion of the surrounding crowd of melon eaters was recorded from time to time. And Liang Yi vaguely heard that someone chanted, "Isn't that Poutong?" Borden? As a self-published blogger who feeds off the internet, it's definitely quite important to pay attention to hot events. After all, it's also convenient to rub it in. Looking at the boy's face, which he couldn't hide even in the blurry viewscreen, and adding in the physical appearance of his body, he roughly confirmed that the misguided student happened to be Poutong. The name Poutong has been too popular lately. First he speculated with Top Stream's Little Flower Girl, and then he wrote songs for the Flower Girl and the Queen of the TV respectively. If he didn't recognize it, then it would be a ghost. The subsequent development of the video is completely out of Liang Yi's expectations, from the confession of stalemate to Poutong appearance. The last sentence, "the highest state of loving a person is to let go," directly sublimated the theme. Whether it's "I don't like you, but now you can hold my hand and leave the crowd," or she didn't just reject the boy, she rejected the boy for other girls too. And then the final word. The entire video of Poutong is full of golden words that will leave you in awe. It feels like, this thing will be a hit when it's made into a sitcom. Liang Yi slapped his thigh and instantly had an idea. Great idea. The whole story has a storyline and a hot topic in depth. It will be a hit. To label the original video, indicating a hand copy from Poutong. This secondary creation is quite normal, but also to rub a hand of Poutong's popularity, and this talented young people and good relations. It is a win-win-win. It's on. Achoo. Poutine rubbed his nose, suddenly developing an inexplicable chill of evil. What's wrong? Can you catch a cold in such a hot day? Yu Dandy frowned and moved her wrist. Slanting the umbrella hand is so tired. Poutong, this guy is too stubborn. Said nothing will not share an umbrella with her to cover the sun. She can only adjust the angle. This support is the majority of half an hour. It's fine. Poutong glanced at the playground. It's the 1,000 meters for the senior boys group soon, isn't it? I should get on the field. You won't have anyone to write your cheers if you go on. Previously, Lin Yushi's cheering draft was still written by Poutong, but considering that it might not be good for him to write this kind of for Lin Yushi, the signature on the draft was only Yu Dan. In response, Yu Dandy said write and write yourself are the same. It's okay, I don't need that. Poutine stretched. I just want to run and move my muscles. Plus, he was pretty well liked, and he was representing his class, so it wasn't like no one from his class was cheering for him. That said, have you noticed that after that cheering piece of yours went by, the reading of radio scripts is becoming less frequent? The three women looked at each other, a little unsure of what to say. It's not as literary or literate as a love poem, but that copy does seem a little big for a cheering section. So much so that the subsequent cheering scripts that appeared were quite literary in content, vaguely tending to rival the one by Poutong. Campus forums have even seen the cheering draft offense and acceptance of the ring declaration of the middle two. Certainly, no one will be able to beat it for a while. Boughton was a bit speechless. His cheering draft wasn't even a famous piece. It was just a movie review that Han had written for the movie Thumping Heart in his previous life, and he had drawn a couple of lines out of it. The senior boys' 1,000-meter race is about to begin. Please meet at the check-in area on the west side of the playground early to receive your number plate. Let's go, let's go. Poutong got up and followed Gon Hengshu to the competition location. One thing I can say is that the boys in their class are so lazy. I can't believe none of them signed up for the 1,000 meters. If I remember correctly, you're a corner man, right? Poutong took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Gon Hengshu. He still has a good feeling about this kind of artist with real talent he still has a good feeling about. Yes, Gon Hengshu suddenly came to the interest. Since ancient times, people born in the world must have a skill. My generation is engaged in the industry. We should concentrate on our efforts. Later on, the fame of the world, according to that, is in the young. Stop. While Poutong was quite eager to hear the admonition, this was clearly not the right point in time. The two had a ride without a ride to chat for a while, and found that it is quite opportunistic. Do not like to have disturbances, but Poutong focus on a hidden, can avoid. Gon Hengshu more casual, as the case may be. The two of them were chatting, but the cameraman who was preparing to shoot the footage of Gon Hengshu had a hard time. The director had emphasized many times that the footage about Poutong was absolutely not allowed to be filmed. Two people chatting and filming one of them was so weird that in the end they had to just stop filming both. Although you're better than me at writing songs and studying, but running, you're no match for me. Gon Hengshu patted his chest. I have great stamina. Poutong naturally did not dare to underestimate this kind of practitioner. He was just here to experience the high school games. Naturally, there was no need to go and fight with him. Not long after, their group's 1,000 meter race started. Gan Hengshu was far ahead at the beginning, leaving most of them quite far behind, and Poutong followed the fastest group, regulating while running. Poutine, go for it. Whether Poutong recognized it or not, there were always girls cheering him on at the side of the track, which made the other running boys instantly envious and jealous. Obviously both run 1,000 meters. How come the difference is so big? Gan Hengshu crossed the finish line first, followed by the first echelon of Poutong, who was in 5th place and had no chance of winning a prize. Gan Hengshu looked back at Poutong's panting and wretched appearance and nodded proudly at him. He won. Poutong ignored him as well, and walked head-on towards the 3 you dandies waiting at the finish line. Drink water. Tired out? Take a break. You're still running pretty fast. The 3 women surrounded Poutong and shushed him, and for a while they were a bit envious of the others. What kind of treatment was this? A group of boys looked at the beautiful 3 women beside Poutong, and their back teeth were about to be clenched. Marred. Gan Hengshu looked at the treatment of his defeated general, like eating a mouthful of lemon on a hot day, and instantly felt bad. Winning, but it's tough. Chapter 89, Comparison Without a Cause. Lin Yushi, photo. Lin Yushi, she knows how to rub it in. Daniel? Poutong looked at the new message from the group and was a bit confused. It's only been a short time since we parted from school, and here we are chatting again. How chatty these guys really are. Live in a group. That being said, he still clicked on it to take a look. He was more curious about what exactly Lin Yushi had posted. The image is a screenshot of a tweet. Tang Luochang, this cheering script is so well written that as a broadcaster I will secretly treasure it. The accompanying picture was the very same cheer they had cheered for Lin Yushi today. She was a broadcaster, so naturally she could take the original scripts away in private. Those scripts would have been cleared out as trash anyway, so it was fine for her to take them. But sending it out is suspected of rubbing people the wrong way. You dandy, it won't be assumed that I wrote it, right? That won't do. I don't want to steal the fruits of Poutong's labor. She didn't write it in the first place, not to mention that she would have been happy if Poutine had been complimented. Lin Yushi, that's not true. The netizens' ability to follow the trail is still very strong. They compared the font through previous Poutong's compositions, so they deduced that it was written by Poutong. Poutine, are all netizens so idle nowadays? You dandy, that's okay, it's a compliment anyway. What are you afraid of? But it's just a wave of rubbing off on her. Has he become some kind of meat and potatoes? Can anyone come and rub his nose in it? Iori Yukino, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly sent out an emoticon and started joining the conversation. Iori Yukino, I just passed out from rushing. Everyone's been talking so much. Lin Yushi? POTUS, can this be flushed too? You dandy, what's that? Iori Yukino, punching paint to paint. Hey, what are you guys thinking? POTUS, tongue-in-cheek. Tongue-in-cheek. I didn't say anything. Iori Yukino, say, I've updated to the 3rd story. When are you going to give me the Doraemon theme song? POTUS, vacation, I guess. I shouldn't have anything to do on vacation. This matter seemed to be dragging on for quite a while, and it seemed like he had pigeonholed Sakura-chan twice already. Any more pigeons would be rude. Taking advantage of the chatting lull, Poutong went to Weibo and took a look at the comments section of Tang Luocheng's original post. The people commenting in Tang Luocheng's comments section are presumably all her fans as well, so it seems rather amicable. Lolo is actually a broadcaster? Baby is so mushy. Dandy writing is so good. Lolo is great too. Pretty sisters need to become good together. Look at the font, it's written by Poutong, right? When will he write a song for our baby too? Looking forward to it. Poutine rubbed his brow, a bit unable to look away. The flavor is too strong. Although Tang Luocheng, this wave of operation is really not very moral, but also guilty of tearing the face. She is also sharing life anecdotes. Just happened to eat a wave of dividends only. If the heart in her so out instead of appearing pattern small, Poutong still decided to keep a distance from this guy. This kind of person may do anything for the sake of heat. You dandy, tomorrow we'll have a 400-meter relay. You'll have to write a better cheering piece out before you do that. Iori Yukino, 9494. I can't run the track without hearing the cheering script. What the hell? Where does this climbing for no reason come from? Besides, if you run 100 meters, you can't even finish reading the script, which needs to be reviewed and read in order. So how can you be so accurate? Lin Yushi, at that time, after you write and take a picture, I'll tweet it directly. As long as I rub it in fast enough, she won't be able to rub it in. Boughton. He is not going to write again. Lin Yushi, because of a person to participate in the look a little lonely, he reluctantly wrote a few sentences. You dandy and Cherry Blossom's sister to participate in the time together to have a care. He does not need to write this thing. The purpose of a cheering piece is just to cheer up the person concerned. If it carries other purposes, Poutong does not want to go and write for the sake of writing. The final day of the games followed. Today there will be a 400-meter relay race for each of the boys and girls in their class. And to be honest, Poutong doesn't expect much from the girls' team. You dandy looks skinny and weak, obviously can't run fast. Cherry Blossom girl let alone. Simple-minded limbs are still undeveloped. Belongs to the talent points are all added to the character. The women's side started first and had already arranged the order. Each leg of a relay race is crucial, but the first and last legs are more important compared to the other two. The first and last batons were naturally contracted to the other two girls in their class who reported for the 4x100. After all, Udandy and Iori Yukino really didn't look very good. In the choice between the second and third bat, Iori Yukino did not hesitate to choose the second bat. The reason was actually, she was afraid that she could not turn the corner. 4x100 the first and third bars are curves and the second and fourth bars are straights. The curves require a lot of balance in the bodies of the competitors. I'm afraid I'm running crooked. She has an accurate self-awareness of her body's coordination. If the sport will run too fast and turn the corner, then her stardom will be over, right? The girls' race started soon, and Poutong and Lin Yushi followed suit. Watching from the edge of the track, he hadn't wanted to go, but he couldn't resist their mouth-breathing attacks. But it seems like cheering for a game at the same table isn't something to be ashamed of, right? I'll go cheer for Yukino. You cheer for your dude. Lin Yushi couldn't help but leave him behind and run to the second bat and start. What do you mean? He's a Udandy? She's his, he's hers who? Poutong was helpless and walked straight to the starting place of the third baton, and found Udandy chatting with a group of girls waiting to run. This guy is unexpectedly well liked. In fact, Poutong can also understand. Like Lin Yushi, kind of waiting for others to chat with her is indeed a bit awkward. Perhaps someone also want to chat with her, but she stood there without saying a word is indeed a bit of a stranger. But a star like Udandy who will actively seek out people to talk to is extraordinarily down to earth, and even people who are not attracted to her will subconsciously chat with her. It's like that's how you get hooked. Million evil metagirls. Really don't write me a cheering script. Ha! Udandy saw Poutong coming over and conversed with him across the track. The people around us instantly shut up, lest they miss the show. It's just so eye candy and good to get high watching handsome men and women chatting. I'm not here to come. Isn't this more heartfelt than a cheering script? Poutong cheekily ignored the odd smiles of the people around him. He has a clear conscience. Okay. Udandy frowned and suddenly said, can you go wait for me at the start of the fourth batting average? Why? Shouldn't refueling start at the start? I'll be there after the run so you can give me a bottle of water. Poutong thought about it, and it did seem to make sense that if he was in the third or fourth batting crossover, Udandy would be the first to see it after he ran. I'll go over there first then. Udandy looked at Poutong's back as he left, and the corners of his eyes curved as if he was smiling. I'm sure he could have run faster himself if he was at the finish line. With each step, it was getting closer to him. Chapter 90, Seeds of Doubt. Poutong thought at first that the girls' team 4x100 wouldn't work, but then realized that it really wouldn't. You could even say that the fishing batch. I thought Udandy and Iori Yukino were the ones dragging their feet, but it turns out that the two girls competing from their class were also crushed by their counterparts. All three routes in the field are bombed. Then it's just a fiasco in the end. When people who know they're playing like crap suddenly realize they still have the best record on the team, then it's time to realize the severity of the problem. Good news. You're not the biggest crotch puller. Bad news. You're not the biggest crotch puller. Udandy was a bit sullen. Ignoring Poutong's wordplay, she was unhappy not because she lost the race, but she realized that even if she knew Poutong was at the finish line she still couldn't run fast enough. The power of materialism is really fake. That sudden burst of power at the thought of friendship, bond, village, and so on is really just a lie in anime. If Poutong knew what she was thinking right now, she would definitely come up with a sentence. Vertical sun. Bad for my Tao. Don't underestimate the power of bonding. Hello. I'm going to die. Iori Yukino was dragged across by Lin Yushi, her entire body looking like a tired dead fish. Those who don't know think you ran 3500. Although her body can't work, her brain can't work either. I can only say thank you to the entertainment industry for giving her a mouthful of food and the backbone to swing for the fences. The weather was fine today, not too hot, and there was no need for Poutong to go far away to cool off elsewhere. Flipping through his notes in the audience, the boy's 4x100 is still a little while away, and he now has plenty of time to study. Siamu, who was playing with his cell phone next to him, suddenly let out a rather bizarre laugh, causing the two people sitting to his left and right to become alert. Gon Hangshu directly went over to look at it, but the screen was quickly turned off by Siamu's discovery. How long have you had these symptoms? Peeking at me on my cell phone? Rebellious son. What the hell kind of unseemly stuff are you up to? What do I care? Siamu paused. It's rude to peek at someone's cell phone. You must be hiding something from me. Looking at you like that, you're up to no good. Poutong watched as the two men directly began to denigrate each other, and couldn't help but feel a bit sad that true friends were like this. Regarding Siamu's situation, he should be the only one who knows the situation. This kind of thing is probably unknown to his agent. It sounds pretty outrageous for a celebrity to be addicted to online dating, but when you consider that he's a minor, it seems to instantly make sense. Now I'm quite curious about Siamu to which step. Not that he wants to eat melon, just he is afraid if Siamu was cheated. After all, this matter and their own more or less a little bit of contact, if completely regardless of his heart can't stand it, the voice of the master he also a little bit can't afford. Only after the two of them had cursed and bickered for half a day did Poutong send a message to Siamu. POTUS, talking to Ling Ling just now? Siamu? Siamu looked suspiciously at Poutong sitting beside him, only feeling that he was too sweet, actually switching the chat to online in order not to expose his little secret. Siamu, yeah, she's quite chatty. Whenever I strike up a conversation with her, she'll definitely reply patiently. Poutine rubbed his brow, feeling a little out of touch. He didn't doubt that there really was such a nice girl, but such people were definitely in the minority, and some things were too perfect instead of looking fake. POTUS, did she ever ask you for money or for things to buy like tea or anything? Siamu, no it's just ordinary chatting, talking about studies, talking about the world. Nothing? That's why, in the beginning, Siamu also casually in the learning exchange platform to find people, and completely do not know, pretending to deceive what is not necessary. POTUS, did you guys make any phone calls or anything like that? Siamu, no. Wouldn't I be more exposed by calling? She has sent a voice, a very gentle female voice. The internet is inherently inaccurate in judging a person's gender by their voice. And now that voice changers pseudo-voice bigots are running rampant, who knows what kind of thing the whiny lady is really on the other end of the screen. POTUS, you'd better watch out. The internet is all virtual. You can't grasp it. The seeds of suspicion had been planted and there was no way to come to a conclusion for a while. There were just too few clues, but looking at Siamu's so devoted, he couldn't really say a cruel word. And then again, what if it was really a good girl? Then wouldn't he be beating up the lovebirds? Who are you chatting with? Yu Dandy came over and glanced at Poutong's screen. This guy usually just chats with the three of them, but obviously not now. Is it possible that there are outsiders? Yu Dandy's alarm is going off. Look, Poutong didn't hide anything and directly showed her the names of the people on the chat screen. You two are so close? Yu Dandy glanced at Siamu next to her, and then at Poutong, a little confused as to when they were chatting together. I'll tell you later. Poutong felt that if this matter wanted to break the ice, she might have to really ask a girl to consult her counseling. Of course, provided that Siamu himself agreed. Girls know more about girls. Maybe he and Siamu can't see the abnormality. Yu Dandy will take a look and find out what's wrong then? Secretive. Yu Dandy sighed. Since he had said that he would talk about it later, there was no need for her to pursue anything. The young girl looked at the sunlit playground and suddenly burst out laughing. What's wrong? It just feels like, this time, participating in the games is really enjoyable. Yu Dandy blinked, feeling a bit surreal. This time? Have you been to any other games before? That's not true. The previous school also had a sports meeting, but I didn't participate. I really didn't think that one day I would participate in the sports meeting. Yu Dandy took out her cell phone and took a few pictures of the playground. Oh, Boughton suddenly felt that he had caught something. Before he could think deeply about it, the announcement informed the boys' team that the 4x100 meter race was about to begin. Mind if I take a few pictures of you running? Don't act like I mind if you don't sneak a peek. The strength of the boys' side is still quite good. Gon Hungshu's physical quality is first class. He is okay. The class president Lu Yuan basketball team. The only one who doesn't know the bottom line is Siamu. The final arrangement came down to Gon Hungshu being the key first stick, Siamu the second stick, himself the third stick, and the class president the fourth stick for the sprint. The crowd was ready and the 4x100 meter race for the senior boys team started. It always feels like I'm missing some clue. Poutong frowned. He had this strange feeling since he had just finished talking to Yu Dandy. Wait, Yu Danden's former school, is not the next door to the teacher's college attached to the middle school? That is, the school where Siamu's online friend is. Yu Dandy said that there had been a previous games, and now it was the second half of the senior semester, and she was filming a variety show at her own school, which meant that the games, this time, could only be for the fall semester. High school sports are once a year, and the time is basically fixed. If the division of the high school is the fall to have sports, so how could that sophomore girl Ling Ling chat with Siamu when it was still class time today? Friday? Even the last 3 days they've been talking? Poutong turned back and looked at the figure of Xiamu darting towards him with the baton in a bit of a trance. Chapter 91, Vacation Plans, plus more. Poutong took the baton in Xiamu's hand, didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly ran through his section. Although a little concerned about this matter, but the matter of the primary and secondary he can still distinguish. This matter is also just his own speculation. The specific details run after the investigation is not too late. After handing over the baton to Lu Yuan, he also sees Yu Dandy, who is taking photos at the side, and Poutong decides to look for her first to confirm. Yu Dandy was shooting happily, but she realized that Poutong was walking towards her as soon as she finished handing over the baton, and she didn't even pay attention to the subsequent matches. What is this unfolding? If this is to be put in an idol drama, it's definitely an unfolding of the male lead defeating himself in a race and then running over and hugging the female lead with one hand. What are you doing? Why are you blushing? Hot. Yu Dandy restrained her somewhat unproductive thoughts. She could sense that Poutong was looking for her for a serious matter. Just a quick question. Are your Division 1 high school games in the fall semester? Just this? Yu Dandy frowned. Seeing how anxious he was, he thought it was something big, but it turned out to be just this? It's the fall semester in the latter half of the year, yes. Around October. So, is there a field day at the Division High School in the next few days? Although I'm not over there right now, I still know this. No, this year's normal university high school's games are also in the latter half of the year. Yu Dandy was a bit confused. What was the reason he suddenly asked this? What's wrong? It's okay. You call that nothing? His eyebrows were twisted into twists, but seeing as he didn't say anything, Yu Dandy couldn't be bothered to ask more. It was only then that Poutong had the presence of mind to pay attention to the race, and the class president had lived up to his name, being the first to cross the finish line and was receiving cheers from the class. Not far away, Xiamu Hongsu also rushed over, his face full of joy. This is the victory they took together. Poutong glanced at Xiamu and decided to tell him his guess directly. He also did not want to engage in any, in order to fear that the brother learned the truth and was hurt and then hide drama. Something to say things will not be enough. And the important point is that he also does not think that Xiamu did not suspect. Xiamu is not a cutie pie. She has been a star for a long time, and has been in the messy showbiz world for a long time, so she can't believe that Poutong doesn't have that kind of alertness. 1. Xiamu's face was excited, and he couldn't see anything unusual at all. That. Poutong patted him on the shoulder. It seems like our school is the only one that has sports meets these days. I know. Xiamu looked straight at Poutong and nodded with a smile. I know. Schools like Sherdai High School and the like. The games are in the latter half of the year, right? He did know that already. As a person involved, how could he not know? If this matter needed to be reminded by an outsider, then he would be a bit too stupid. Then Xiamu didn't say anything and gave him a raise of his cell phone. Poutong understood his meaning in seconds, and the two of them did not move and returned to the audience to start the line of secret communication. Xiamu, actually, I already know. Master, thank you for thinking of me. Boughton frowned, not knowing what to say. If he had already known, then he was indeed a bit of an afterthought. POTUS, talking to you during class time? Then the identity she gave you is probably fake. Shimu, I know. Xiamu, I actually knew this a long time ago. Usually when I talk to her, she rarely talks about campus topics, and if asked about class anecdotes, she's vague. POTUS, then why did you talk to her for so long? Shimu, do you remember what I went to internet dating for? POTUS, in search of true love for. Shimu, yeah, so does it matter if she's a student or not? Is it important? Boughton froze. For online dating, does it really matter who is on the other side of the table? What is their status, and what is their position? Shimu, I just know it's fun and easy to talk to her. I don't need to maintain a persona like I do on screen. I just need to be myself. Xiamu, master, would you think that? This person who has been a star for so long and listened to a few words and then went on an online relationship is simply intellectually challenged? Poutong was tempted to flatter him, but honestly, he did think that at first. Come to think of it, how can someone like him be a cutie? Then, Xiamu, but actually, what I want is really simple. Just to find a girl I don't know to make friends with. To talk about the world. To talk about what's on my mind. Doubt, or truth, didn't matter to him. He just wanted a place to put his emotions. POTUS, but she lied to you. Shimu, I was actually quite sad to find this out at first, but I soon realized that I wasn't lying to her as well. Isn't he also lying when he disguises himself and hides his star status? If he was disguising himself, who was he to ask others? Extending himself to others. He can't beat Ling Ling to death just because of this. Xiamu, people will have their own unspeakable reasons. All I know is that the conversation she had with me was real. That care and emotion was real. Does it matter if the identity is real or not? Boughton is suddenly relieved. He realized that this guy was much smarter than he thought. POTUS, wishing you success. Unlike before when it was difficult to understand Siamu's behavior, this time, it was a wish that he truly stood in the sense of a friend. Siamu, thank you anyway, master. Poutong put away his cell phone and looked at the showy teenager sitting in front of him with a smiling face, and for the first time, he had a different understanding of him. The games, it's ending. Iori Yukino suddenly staggered out, attracting everyone's attention. It was then that he noticed that the closing ceremony of the games had begun. Yeah, it's going to end. Poutine sighed and looked at the somewhat twilight-colored playground in a daze. In just 3 days, he suddenly had a new understanding of all the people in the group around him. No man is an island. Let's take a picture, Poutine muttered. Did anyone bring a selfie stick? Who carries that kind of stuff? Yu Dandy was a bit intimidated by him. He would never have done this before. It may have been a bit inaccurate, but she had always felt that Poutong was quite self-absorbed before, and while she did socialize, there was always a sense of detachment from the rest of the world. Now, he doesn't seem quite the same. Lend me your cell phone. Poutong extended her hand towards Lin Yushi. Don't you have a cell phone? Although a bit reluctant, Lin Yushi still unlocked her cell phone and handed it over. Aren't you going to show off your new cell phone? Poutine turned on his camera and motioned for a few people around him to come closer. You two come over here a bit too. Siamu and Gon Hangshu froze for a moment, but still moved closer to Poutong. Poutine held the phone up as far as it would go, and with a single click, the image was frozen. Send it to everyone. Lin Yushi took the cell phone and only felt a little funny. She had just mentioned the new cell phone. I didn't expect this guy to remember. The opening ceremony was completely over, and the crowd began to leave the field in an orderly fashion, in groups of 3 or 5, all with smiles on their faces. Maybe they are excited for the small vacation. Maybe it is because of the sports games have fun. Or maybe it is just because this is what youth looks like. Sure, you don't want to think about coming along for the ride? The 3 of them reached a unification. Lin Yushi was going back home to Mordor. Iori Yukino was going to Mordor for the Comic-Con, and Yu Dandy decided to hang out with the 2 of them. No way. That was too flashy to go out with those 3. Not to mention, he didn't want to interrupt the girls' little party. Also, it sounds too weird to be hanging out with 3 girls. Maybe this long vacation was no different than normal for him? It was a bit monotonous, but he couldn't really think of anything worthwhile for himself. Bored, Poutong went home and began to make study plans for his 5-day vacation. It also feels like it's time to get out of the textbook and learn a little bit more in depth. Mom? He walked to the front door of the house and looked at the open door in deep thought. The only person who could open the door so heartlessly would be his mom. Yo, son is back? And Aihui was wearing a rare formal dress, looking very much like a strong woman. You're not out of town? Although reporters also have vacations, they still have to deal with breaking news if it comes up. And looking at her outfit, things should still be unfinished. I'm coming back for a break. And Aihui surveyed her son, a rare seriousness appearing on her face. Incidentally, I'm asking you if you want to come with me to see the other side of the world. Chapter 92, The Other Side. What the hell is on the other side of the world? Could it be that her mom was some hidden demonic holy maiden, which was planning to announce her identity to bring herself on the path of cultivation? This is too much of a stretch. Didn't get it. Speak human. That is, the other side. And Aihui's serious expression didn't last long before she couldn't help herself. The other side of the world is the world you haven't seen. The corners of Poutine's mouth twitched, a little embarrassed by her cold joke. Although it's a joke, but honestly, you've really seen very little of the world. And Aihui frowned. Growing up, you haven't been to many places, right? In a sense, it was true that because of the nature of his mom and dad's work, he had always been a family guardian, and naturally didn't have the opportunity to go anywhere else. In Poutong's previous life, he didn't even have freedom, so where was the chance to go somewhere else? So, you want to take me out into the world? Rather. And Aihui clapped her hands as if she had answered correctly. Poutong frowned tightly. He always felt that things were not so simple. Although the phrase, the other side of the world is the one you haven't seen, could be forcefully self-referential, he always felt that there was a deeper meaning to the phrase. I don't want to go. Feel free. And Aihui yawned, indicating that she didn't want to force him. You really aren't polite at all. Poutine got a little curious. Would you please elaborate? Just going to do an interview. Want you to be the accompanying maid. Oh no. Assistant. Poutong looked at his mom's leisurely expression and it didn't feel like a fake. She really just wanted to see the world for herself. Whose interview? And Aihui smiled without saying anything. Star? Athlete? Director? Rich man? Poutong said everything he could think of, but Mom kept shaking her head. You know why I said I'd take you out into the world? Because when you think of doing an interview, you'll always be the first to think of these successful people with fame and fortune. And Aihui reached out, pointing to Poutong and then to herself. Actually, in this world, there are still more ordinary people. Oh, misremember, my son, you are no ordinary man. What the hell are you? Nothing. And Aihui stood up and gave a thumbs up to her son, who was a head taller than she was. Stardom, variety, writing songs, reciting poems. You're really not ordinary now, so I just want to show you the life of the little people. Poutong froze. After he crossed over, it seemed as if his entire being was indeed surrounded by all this fickleness, so much so that he was really close to forgetting what an ordinary person's life was like. Ordinary family, unremarkable appearance, no special skills, no terrific hobbies, never been a school bully, graduated by the book, got a bad job, became a laborer, and looked forward to meeting a love interest and starting another ordinary family. Ordinary people's lives, no celebrity traffic, no poetry in faraway places, only firewood, rice, oil and salt. Where to? Small place in the neighborhood. And Aihui laughed softly. Just wanted to show you that there's an uncommon side to ordinary people. Poutine seemed to probably understand what Mom meant. She just didn't want to spend too much time with celebrities and mistake this glamorous life for the whole world. When filming reality TV shows, celebrities work for a few hours and then scream in agony. But ordinary people have to stick to such positions for countless hours. They work for experience, but ordinary people work for a living. What's a reality show when the truth of life isn't understood? The poor people who appear in TV dramas are so poor that they can't afford to eat but live in big houses, and their wages are very low but they are covered in designer labels. The noble entertainment industry really doesn't understand the lives of ordinary people, and even when they are filming ordinary people, they are only filming what they think are ordinary people. What is the other side of the world? And what is the other side of life? You can go hang out with your celebrity friends, fly first class on airplanes, go to the biggest shopping malls to buy a bunch of things, go eat a meal with an ordinary person's salary for a few months. This is your freedom. And Aihui's expression was still leisurely. Of course, you can also choose to come with me to see the ordinary people who still live their lives with all their heart, to see the world you don't know. I'll think about it. Poutong wasn't in a position to give a full answer yet. He had his own study program and didn't want to be easily disrupted. We leave tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and if I don't see you by then, I'll be off on my own. 8 o'clock. He had plenty of time to think about it now. Once again, I tasted my mama's dark cuisine, and Poutong wanted to cry a little. Spicy. After returning to his room, he looked at his desk full of information and fell into deep thought. Learning, it's important, and for Poutine, it's a process of replenishing yourself to improve yourself. But seeing the world is just as important. Going to see the world is not about having fun, it's about expanding your cognition, opening your eyes, and gaining insight. In fact, come to think of it, after he crossed over, he really did not go out to sea the most exchanges, but also star artists. These entertaining things may have been quietly changing his perception. Poutong suddenly remembered how others had mocked the frog at the bottom of the well in his textbooks back then, and how he should be mocking himself so much right now. Jump out instead. That's just it. The next morning, the first day of her vacation, and Aihui didn't look surprised to see her son fully dressed in the living room. You guessed that I would definitely go with you? Yes. And Aihui tapped Poutong on the head. I know my son is different. Don't you dare. The two packed their bags and headed out the door and waited for a long time in front of the neighborhood for their team's car. Sister and I'm sorry, the road is a little jammed. The googly-eyed girl with glasses pushed open the car door, a little flustered. This is my photographer and assistant, Xiao Jia. Jia Yao. Delicacies? What a weird name. This is my son, Poutong. Sis, I recognize it. The female photographer held her eyes, which seemed to be glowing. Sister, I know, you've been single for a long time. Well, but my son, you don't want to get any wrong ideas, or I'll open you. And Aihui laughed. She knew this little nymphomaniac too well. It wouldn't do not to mention it. Poutong felt that this sister's eyes are a bit scary, but in broad daylight and clear sky, on balance he still got into the car. The whole team counting himself, there are 4 people. The driver, Master Lao Yi, photographer Xiao Jia, reporter Mom, and his own temporary accompanying assistant. With a clear goal in mind, the men drove straight out of the city and headed for the uncharted wilderness of Poutong. Buzz. The latest message came from the group. A photo of the 3 of them clocking in at the airport sent by you dandy. They're all shiny and smiling, and they're traveling to the busiest city in the world. And outside the window of his own car, a long highway, and his destination, a perfectly ordinary little place. Poutong put down his cell phone and looked at his mom, who was resting her eyes in a somewhat bewildered state. He probably understands what the other side of the world means. On the other side, it is hidden in the dust. Chapter 93, Only Silence. Olji drove steadily but quickly, and it only took a morning for a few people to arrive at the small county near Huailin. Who exactly are we going to interview? Poutong didn't know what the purpose of their trip was until now, saying that they were interviewing ordinary people. But there were so many ordinary people, so they couldn't just grab a random person on the road to interview. I'll tell you about it over dinner. A few people got off the bus and sat down at a random small restaurant. The food was average, but Poutong didn't care about such things in the slightest. He now wanted to know what kind of person was worthy of them coming all the way here for an exclusive interview. And Aihui saw that her own son had curiosity written all over his face, which was why she intended to give him a detailed explanation. You know the big story that happened here 3 months ago? Aha! Poutong was confused. 3 months ago he hadn't even crossed over yet. An incident of bravery. Seeing that he didn't know, Jia Yao hurriedly opened his cell phone and looked for a video to give him. POTUS took his phone and clicked through the video. The image shows the emotional teenager standing on the outside of the fence by the bridge, just as it is played out in so many TV shows. And with one leap he could become a number among the suicides, a so-and-so in the social news, and a sigh of relief among the countless people who swept over the message of his death. Teenager yells about school stress, mental depression, lost love, etc., like he's the saddest person in the world. The onlookers admonished him, but he would not listen, and his hands began to tremble as he grasped the fence. Just then, a yellow silhouette suddenly rushed into the shot, yanking on the teenager who was about to fall like a rocket. After he pulled the teenager back alive, he turned and left the scene. What's wrong with this? Poutong frowned. Isn't this a very common story of a passing enthusiastic delivery man who sees a good cause? This kind of thing must have been interviewed a million times then. Need it come back 3 months later? Look it up yourself. The three and we were silent at the same time and didn't say much. Not a good thing, it seems. Poutong then searched for the relevant words, only to find that the follow-up was completely unexpected. As the authorities were about to recognize the man for his bravery, they discovered that the man had only recently been released from prison and had been a murderer. What is the general perception of the image of criminals? Vicious, criminal, unmitigated, evil, and heartless. These four-letter idioms that have been passed down form the image of criminals in the average person's mind. So if it is known that it is a person who is out of jail, then that stereotype becomes their label. Because of his special status, what had been a torrent of praise online also instantly disappeared. And then, a private reporter later went to interview the man, and Aihui frowned. But they maliciously edited. In their video interview, the man said that he had come through such a hard half-life himself, and that it wasn't worth it for a young man to give up his life because of a minor setback. This quote, Poutong frowned. Human suffering could not be quantified in comparison, but cherishing life was really more important than anything else. As someone who had died once, he knew all too well the despair of a life that was about to be lost, and life was definitely something to be respected. He could understand the man's words, but they were put in the eyes of someone with ulterior motives and became a leaning on the old man who didn't understand the young. Young people's anxiety is already a relatively difficult social event to characterize, and this interview has turned into a bomb that ignites public opinion. And so the tide began to turn on this one. Many marketing numbers have risen overnight. They sell the anxiety of young people. Hard to eat this mouthful of human blood buns. I think everyone should have the autonomy to choose whether to live or die. And who is he to stop others from choosing their right to die? It looks like people are already tired of living. He still wants to make others live in pain. Isn't this harming people? It's true that people who have been in jail are just bad-hearted. He rushed so fast, in case he didn't control it well and knocked people down. It's over. Is he a professional? He's not a professional. Just wait for the firefighters to come. What kind of hero is he? An ordinary person? The thought of him delivering in our neighborhood this generation scares me. What if I accidentally give a bad review and he comes in and cuts me? That river I know can't die by jumping in. Instead, he dragged the man back so hard that his arm was cut with blood. Poutong's fists hardened a bit as he looked at the amount of comments filled with malice. When heroes are no longer heroes, they have all sorts of excuses to belittle them and make their presence felt. There are still a lot of good people in the world, of course, but the good people rather don't speak out much, and the first thing that comes out about a lot of things is often malice. More people actually have the right perception, but they are forever silent. Afterwards, that man never showed up again, and Aihui sighed. His boss fired him due to public pressure, and then he disappeared without a trace. People who have clearly done nothing wrong have instead become street rats for everyone. Poutine couldn't believe that such a ridiculous situation could actually happen. At that time, many people wanted to help him write his name and interview him, but they simply couldn't find anyone, and the matter had to be left unsettled. Perhaps he just doesn't understand why journalists who are courteous in front of him turn their backs and twist the truth into something else. He's scared. The internet has no memory. Maybe at the time many will think men are miserable. But what about a month, 2 months, 3 months from now? Will anyone remember? Who cares about the truth about a social event 3 months ago? So, we're here this time, to bring the facts to light? I've been paying attention to this matter, and only recently I got some clues, and Aihui yawned. So I hoofed it over here. 3 months have passed and there's no heat left. is there? Poutong paused. Nothing more. You really think your mom and I are the kind of woman who catches heat? Jia Yao on the side laughed out loud, but was glared back by an ai hui. Poutine didn't really mean it. He had actually known for a long time that his old mom was concerned about ordinary people. She reports on the difficulties of ordinary people's lives in these inconspicuous corners, so that more people are aware of the reality of another place of sadness. Does she care about the heat? Cares, but she also just wants what she's communicating to be noticed by more people. Like in this case, if she didn't have any heat at all, would anyone know the truth about what she reported? Heat is never a bad thing. It's mostly about how others use it. When do we start? There's no hurry. Stay over here first, and within 5 days, return the innocence. Old Yi, who had been silent next to him, suddenly spoke. If you do well, there won't be a bit of benefit, and he is just an ordinary person, and he can't give you anything. But if you don't do a good job, 1,000,000 people will jump in and say you're helping him wash, and then draw fire. Even so, are we still going to do it? Of course. And I hui hemmed and hawed. I haven't had a report condemned in all my years as a reporter. This is a great flag. However, to be honest, this was the first time that Poutong thought that his not-so-serious mom was quite handsome. There are many times when the world can be silent, only not when it comes to supporting what is right. Chapter 94, The Phase is Born from the Heart, plus more. The next day, 4 of their team of reporters drove to keep up with the county's Chinese bus shuttle. And ai hui's clues were straightforward. The man was now hiding out in his old village for shelter, and that old home, near this county. As for why they followed the shuttle, it was purely because they didn't know the roads, and in a village, it's one thing to look at a map, it's another to drive around on your own. This is a shuttle bus to Lincian County, to pass through the man's village. The map looks like a straight line. As for the specific how to go around, outsiders really do not know. Shuttles always have to wait for people, and stopping and going along the way causes them to have to synchronize their stopping and going as well. So I'm guessing any discerning person on the bus can see that they're playing tailgate. Add in an out-of-town license plate, and it's even more suspicious. Fortunately, none of the passengers on the bus had much of a mind to mind their own business, but just looked at them from the window every now and then, followed by follow, also somehow circled around the village near the village. In order to be on the safe side, the old leaf or drive the car to the edge of the field, get off the car and ask the people who are laboring, is this the village of Shady Hill for you? The slightly chubby woman nodded, instantly wary for a few moments as she saw that the people in the car were outsiders. You guys are? She inquired in broken Mandarin. Asterisk. Ha? Do you know where Du Guahang lives? Du Guahang, the very name of that man. As soon as the woman heard this name, her expression instantly changed, and she directly began to yell out, "Kid's father, here to trouble Lao Air again." Old Ji secretly said a bad, just wanted to run but has been dragged by the woman. Often do farm work of the woman even more powerful than him. He froze did not break free. Not long ago, the nearby field laborers each carrying agricultural tools over the old leaf in order to a tightly. What about this? Jia Yao looked at the unusually calm mother and son beside her, a little confused as to why they were still so calm. How? The village people are very protective of Du Guahang. And ai hui narrowed her eyes. Poutong nodded his head and agreed. This shows that he does have a good character, so we didn't look at the wrong person. But, Old Ji is going to be beaten up. Jia Yao people were dumbfounded. This mother and son's concerns were really strangely similar. And ai hui also does not hesitate. Pull open the door and get out of the car. Look at this situation, feels like a person can fight 10. Why is mom so brave? Poutong did not dare to delay. Hurry to get off. To really do it, at least mom he had to protect. However, these villagers were only protective, not unreasonable, just deterrent, and did not do anything. Sister, is this what happened? And ai hui directly went over and took the fat woman's hand with a gentle face. Oops, this. The fat woman was laboring, all dirty, and suddenly such a handsome woman came over and took her hand, not minding it at all, which made her a little embarrassed. The point is, she even called her sister. Hey, how bad can someone who calls her sister be? Poutong was a bit tense. He was wondering if he should go over and call out to his aunt for good measure. I have to say that his mom deserves to be a reporter. Interpersonal skills are very strong. 3 words let a group of people know hostility. Big sister is not that we don't believe you. It is that recently there are a lot of records. Reporters who come to find trouble with Du Lao Air, looking really not like good people. A lot of reporters? Poutong and mom looked at each other, vaguely guessing. Du Guahang in the old home has been exposed. His mom has a clue can be found out. Other people can naturally. I didn't realize that after all this time, there would still be people thinking about it. It's only right for the village to be cautious. After all, it's hard to say how things will turn out if another handful of maliciously edited marketing numbers take the pace. Sister, we are not the same as those people. And Hui pointed to himself, and then pointed to Poutong. Look, this my son, which have done this kind of loss of heart and bad things still with the sun ah. The fat woman glanced at Poutong and realized that the two women did have a few similarities in their faces. Big sister, we all came here to help him. As long as we make it clear once and for all, no one will ever bother him again. Jia Yao really couldn't hold back and interjected, but was directly ignored by the crowd. Auntie, we're really not bad people. I'm still a high school student. How can I be involved in such bad things that are out of my conscience? A few people's tone eased up when they heard Poutong's words. Do lao air, that boy is good. Half of his life is too bad. I am afraid that you will harm him ah. Jia Yao looked at the mother and son mingling with a group of villagers and only felt redundant. She's talking politely, too. How come no one's talking to her? I believe in your words. The old saying is that the phase is born from the heart, and you two mothers don't look like bad people. But Du Lao Air has deliberately instructed us, and we have to keep our word, don't we? The woman sighed, still not intending to inform Du Guohang where he was. Lao Yi and Jia Yao looked at each other, and the phase was born from the heart, meaning that the two of them were not good looking. Poutine frowned, unsure of where to start with the. It's really too easy to hide someone in a big village. No matter how much Hui said, they still didn't want to trust these outsiders of unknown origin, the kind of thing they couldn't do with their elbows turned outward. Sister, well, big sister, you call me a sister. I also take you as a good woman, if you don't mind. It's fine to go to my house for a bowl of tea. It's better to forget about prying into Du Lao Air's affairs. These few words of the fat woman were considered an expulsion order, and it would be impolite for them to ask again instead. Anyway, there are still a few days left. Why don't we go back first? Jia Yao deflated her mouth, a little depressed. They're kind of stopped here. If they don't let go, not to mention there are still a few days, there are still a few months are useless. Old GC through. The first time to come instead of the best opportunity. Later want to come again. Cannot be easy. Go. And Hui made an instant decision. Since we want people to believe us, we should also respect what others want. Several people bid farewell to a group of villagers and prepared to get into their cars to leave. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, isn't that the car of those reporters? They followed the man's direction and realized that a black van had really driven straight into the village the way they had come. It's going to be bad. Let's quickly go over there. The fat woman didn't dare to delay at all, and directly ran towards the village. The rest of the people quickly followed. Looking at the formation was a bit scary. The four Poutongs looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Looks like, is the villagers said, that a few other plans of the reporter? Lao Yi frowned. Look at these people sneaky. Should not be like a serious reporter. It is estimated that the thieves still want to come to rub the heat of the marketing number. Let's follow and see. Boughton sighed and could only follow silently. It seems, this interview came with it, and it wasn't peaceful. No one reads the testimonials on the shelves. So let's argue. It goes up tomorrow at 12 noon. Thanks for the support, meow. First order it, meow. It may be a bit long on sentiments, but it should be better than the main text. I guess someone is going to gag. A testimonial is so long to write. Have this effort, why not go to add more? You're right, but I do add more. Take 500 first subscription as the bottom. Every more than 100 subscription plus one more, there is no way. Vegetable dog is like this. Don't arrive at the time of 500 first subscription or not. Cry. Every reward 20,000 plus one more. Every 50 monthly votes plus one more. On the top. Not enough, I'll get up early to make up for it. Honestly, I feel like I can add a shift or two and call it a success. After all, I have a clear sense of self. A brief overview of the book. This book went all the way in, every step of the way, in a way that I didn't expect. I spent a long time conceptualizing another story and then the internal pitch failed. Do you guys know how much that hurts a newbie author with high hopes but a rookie vegetable dog who gets punched in the face? Dogs had to save his life. So I gave up on myself and decided to write a canonical civic in-pitch, which was even vindictive. The in-pitch content plus the idea took less than 3 hours. Then it miraculously passed signing and this one came out that I had absolutely no hope for. Looking back now, that story at the very beginning was really far from this, which shows that the editor's eye is quite sophisticated and venomous. Maybe this book was an accident, but that's what makes it different. As of this writing, I have really grown to love everyone in this book, and I sincerely hope that everyone can have a happy ending. The book was 30,000 words in and the collection was only 27, and at the time, I thought, it should be cool, and then I didn't expect a series of things to happen. New book entry collection 500, first round 1,000, second round 5,000. Third round 10,000, now fourth round. Maybe for a lot of the big boys this is a family affair, but for a newbie rookie vegetable dog who hasn't written a serious book at all, it was a real surprise. Of course, I'm not going to take credit for any of this, because it's only happening because I got lucky and just rubbed everyone's nose in their shallow level of preference. There's no big brother to lead me, no PY chapter push, and it's all reader love that's gotten me this far. You and only you. If anyone does manage to read my books, it's never because I'm a good writer. It's simply because you're able to extract something interesting out of my fellow unworthy levels, which is a sign that you have a knack for finding the good, and an honor for me. I really appreciate everyone who has favorited this book, read this book, reviewed this book, and even cursed this book. I understand the book's faults and problems. After all, I typed the words myself, and I can't be more aware of its shortcomings, by its very nature. This is a brainless text. I write brainless writing, so I can't blame readers for bringing their brains to it. That's my problem as the creator, not the readers. So, even if I don't like a comment, I try to leave it, try to reply, and try to apologize. Of course, if the cursing is too dirty and ruins someone's reading experience, it still has to be deleted. You can spray me, please do it with a level of sophistication. In fact, I'm quite glassy-eyed. After being sprayed, I will complain to others. They all say you are the author, you say. Don't spoil them, but I still think that the bad writing is scolded should be. Uncomfortable perhaps, but very real. A lot of things are inherently opposites, and so are the likes and dislikes of a book. They're all part of the work, and I don't want to go for just the good stuff. This book is a work of problems, and there are a lot of them. The front end is the biggest problem, with a lot of people walking away in the first 5 chapters, and you can see it in the stats as well. Whether it's plot plausibility, the hero's persona, the advancement of the hero and heroine's emotions, it's a complete mess. In order to let readers see the explosive point at the beginning, I put the pace very fast, from crossing the shoot variety show, to hide the camera male and female main interaction, to copy the song. A lot of the plot has been criticized. I chose this smug routine simply because I really don't have the confidence to even pass the signatures. It's a stretch, but you have to admit, it does lend itself to attraction. In the beginning, there were very few readers and no one bothered to point out the problems, until the plot advanced to the middle based on the previous, and more readers started to give feedback, and I'm no longer good enough to change it. That's my problem. Inexperienced first-time writer. The whole synopsis and preliminaries reveal an uncomfortable sense of attraction for the sake of attraction. For that, I am deeply sorry. Then there's the follow-up question. The main character and variety are in conflict, and many people want the main character to sue the director directly. This is certainly feasible. The protagonist sued the director successfully. Then the director has a grudge and crazy suppression. Capital and star corner. The protagonist came up with the work of pretending to hit the face. I really do not want to write a bitter and hateful story. Just want to write a star and campus intertwined. Easy daily story. Occasionally take out a few songs to pretend to be a spice is okay. If every now and then for the sake of copying and copying, I can't write down whose civic text copied 3 songs in 90 chapters or so. At least what I'm trying to write. The protagonist comes up with every song that fits the situation, that fits his state of mind. This book is just a daily school routine mixed with civic elements. That's all. I don't know if people who watch recreation can watch it, but I guess people who watch learning can never watch it. It's probably not easy to find literature that's actually written about learning under the entertainment stars division, and I can't write the kind of entertainment that's really uninitiated and only learning anyway. Recreation and learning, by nature, are opposites, which, of course, is a point explored in this book. There's another point I regret writing. Commercial thread. Again, no readers up front, written in the heat of the moment, and no longer good enough to change when feedback comes later. For those who don't like the commercial thread, I can only say that I deserve to die. The company will only be used later as a fixture for a main character and won't go into it too much. But of course I can cover a little bit of it if someone still likes to read it. From the beginning, I wanted to write a light-hearted everyday-oriented story that wouldn't have tropes, facepalms, or even an all-good people worldview. I just want to write about the day when Puyu's daughter points at Sakura-chan and says Aunt Yukino is dumber than me. I just want every one of them to have nice, happy endings. It may be boring, but I'm enjoying the routine. It's like, last year, my favorite tomato was April's Sagittarius, and this year, my favorite tomato is April's Leaping Youth. Of course, there are many problems with the book that I can change. Finally, a little bit about myself. The author is a male college student. I don't know how people who think the writing style is like a female author can tell. Not much social experience, so I really can't write too many philosophical and deep words. I can only write about what I've experienced, a somewhat mediocre life. Although college students are more idle, there are always school schedules, and I'm still serious about doing my part as a student, so coding time is still pretty tight. Please forgive me if the update is a little late. I may be late, but I won't pigeonhole. I'm a slow coder, and the latest I've been coding. I went straight through the night and shriveled up for 2 days. For what it's worth, none of my roommates, friends, or even the sandy internet friends I know I'm writing a book. I'm really embarrassed to show them until I get some writing done. It's really painful to secretly hold the computer phone and code every time and still be afraid of being discovered by your roommate. This time, when it hits the shelves, it's kind of a chance for them to show off their results. So, I hope you can support it. I wish I'd had the chance to tell them that I'm writing a book that's not well written, but the readers are good. Finally, let me focus on thanking a few people. First of all, thank you to my editor, whoever it is. Just kidding, thank you to my editor, Phone Day, for picking up my non-recyclable garbage that no one wants into the recyclable bin and giving me a chance to write a story. After all, it is he who gave me this opportunity. If you feel that I write dramatically poisonous, you can go to scold him. Bushy, Xiaofeng greatly person is very good, comforted me many times, although I did not express it much, but at that time I saw the oversigned mail, I really want to cry a little. To this day, when I think about it, I feel like I was recognized in that moment, and it's a joy worth remembering for the rest of my life. And then, thank you to all the readers. I really didn't think before that I could write a book to be seen and commented on by so many people. It's an honor for me. Even if one person reads it, I will finish the book, because this feeling of being recognized for the story portrayed really touches me. Thank you Pseudomeat, my big brother of the list one. The group talked quite a lot, but also let me learn a lot. Maybe I'm still far from it, but really thank you for looking at me, even if only a little bit. BTW, don't think about your perverted Uncle Soul wearing female character setting. Thank you for wanting to ask about springtime. The first reward provider I've received and the first person to come into my fanbase. I really appreciate it. You flatter me and you keep me motivated to write. Thanks to the Cool City New Rain Cool City resignation. All for the few friends who know that I am writing this book. Thanks to reward. Although I know you certainly do not love to see entertainment in daily, but no matter, popularity is also a part of the strength. 19 years of acquaintance to the present, have been able to talk together to play together. Think about it is not easy. I hope that in the future you can still be always happy to play. This is a person beautiful voice sweet multi-talented young lady. Will play games will be painting voice is also very good. Go to harassment. Thank you for writing Xuanwu holding the green dragon and slipping the white tiger of the dead mansion. I still want to complain. What you this outrageous ID? As my operations officer really hard work, although you did not do anything, and even in the follow the outsiders together to scold me, but still thank you for the support. Tay Pants Hot. Thank you for the Divine Dynasty underscoring on. Thank you old brother, gave me a lot of advice. There are questions I also the first time to find you to ask. After all, very trustworthy. Thanks for the company. Of course, you read for several years to write a novel exactly when to start off. Thank you Lesser Empire. As one of my most active readers, you contribute a lot of comments and pick up stems, which is rare, and the one time I didn't write it right. You made a critique and I changed it just in time so I didn't make a mistake again. Thankfully nerdy is an attitude towards life, which is one of my favorite book boyfriend nicknames and a lifestyle that coincides with mine, so I'm impressed. Thank you I'm a Kuan. How can I say this nickname? One more look and can't forget it. Thank you Ghost Tutor. The evaluation was serious and gave me a lot of advice. A new fan and a true fan. Thank you Heart of Pathfinder Tears Without Frost. Haven't interacted with me but love the nickname all the same. Elegant and unassuming. Of course if you already don't like the name just can't afford to change it then forget I said anything. Thanks to the monthly teenager Paradise Kuan. The same nickname is impressive. Including Paradise, the B-Station Anime Zone uploader I also follow. I'm a pan group. It's Mayho. It can also be a flask. Thank you Yi Lingji for supporting me many times, but I hope you don't feed the book. Catch up on your reading. Don't feed me to death. Thank you, Liang Shan, for the support and compliments. I remember the sudden monthly votes and rewards at noon that day, which made me happy for the whole afternoon. Thanks to Radiant Raindrops, I'm impressed with both the number of votes and the nickname. And may I say that raindrops are awesome. Thanks to Counterclockwise Aberration, which feels like a cold man who only reads books without leaving marks. Please, 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 please. Thanks to Fourier, the nickname really brought back the fear of being dominated by Fourier Transforms Fourier series. Thank you 19 is a meow. You're the best review of me in the book circle. I don't know if you're still reading, but I really appreciate your words. Thanks to the governor of the state of Jojo FJH, listen to me say thank you, because you warm the 4 seasons. Your bookshelf collection has so many. It turns out that I am also just one of them. 10,000 sad in the end. Why is my update is not enough hot fire? Hurt really hurt. Thank you for the sheep village style Lusan Shao. Honestly every time I thank you for voting to find this Lu word can exhaust me. But good thing there is another reader who also uses this word. One word is just right for multiple uses. Thank you, Ao Haiqing, for the support, and I've been remembering that book circle line about the 3 views fitting together, which is important. Thank you for the Samson with rails, but also like the name, I remember when I was a child reading the novel Itian Tu Long Ji, Zhang Wuji Xiao Zhao respectively, that time is called East and West forever separated as Samson. A very deep impression. I actually remember a lot of familiar nicknames, but the length is already long, so I'll save my thanks for another time. Finally, thanks to everyone who reads this. The testimonials are long and full of crap, so if anyone actually reads them, that would already be the biggest support. If the person who reads this book later talks to someone about entertainment and suddenly has a flash of insight and says asterisk 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 I used to read a civic about high school stars, I think I'll be happy. I have been blessed to have my stories stick in the minds of readers for a fraction of a second. New authors don't write shelving testimonials, they don't paint a picture, they don't sell out, they just talk to the guys and gals about something genuine, and I hope all my readers are happy every day. At the end of the day, are their own people. I do not pretend, or hope that you support the first subscription. The back does not subscribe to anything, but the first VIP chapter you still support. After all, the first subscription data is the face of the problem. Ha ha ha. Error. Chapter 95, The Story of an Ordinary Man. If we follow the original plan, Poutong should be studying at home now. Instead of chasing people through the hills, Lao Yi and Jia Yao went to drive the car, and he and his old mom followed the villagers, ready to find out what happened in the village. How did they know where Lao Er was? The fat woman looked at the rutted marks on the ground and blanched. The car had a clear goal and headed directly for Du Guohang's hiding place, without any hesitation on the way, as if it had known beforehand. The three pussies said he saw Li Sun in his car while he was playing on the side of the road. Sure enough, it's this bastard. He turned toward that group of people the first few times. The fat woman cursed in anger. Lao Er was so good to him, and he just sold Lao Er out? Honestly, Poutong was a bit confused by their vast network of relationships, but according to his understanding, it should be another group of journalists who paid off a person in the village, and then this person decisively let others into the village. In the past, this would have been a traitor who got shot, although he didn't know what the other group of reporters were playing. But according to the routine, it should be him and his mom parachuting in, then scaring away these stray villains, and finally harvesting the goodwill of this group of villagers and Du Guohang himself to complete the interview. No one can stop us from interviewing Du Guohang today. What? It's actually Poutong the Great. A little bit too far. Poutong also does not think that he has the kind of king strength that can scare others away, and this kind of pretending to hit the face of the bridge is more or less unrealistic. Following them to the outside of a colorful steel-shingled warehouse, Poutong spotted the black van parked on the side of the road, the same one they had seen earlier. It looks like the other group of reporters have already gone in, and it doesn't sound like there's much movement inside, so there shouldn't be any stalking interviews going on. So he's been hiding in the village treasury? And Hui frowned. Who could find this if no one else said anything? The fat woman wanted to say something. After all, there are priorities. She did not explain anything, and ran directly to the treasury. After the door of the warehouse was opened, what came into the eyes was a variety of parts, discarded metal, and many half-repaired machines, from large refrigerators and color TVs to small watches. It looks like a complete repair shop. So much stuff of course couldn't be his own. It could only be in helping the village fix things. It seems that even though Du Guohang is in hiding, he still thinks about helping the village and still loves life, which is rare. Inside the house, not far away, two young men were fiddling with the camera, but not doing any stalking interviews, and after seeing the crowd arrive, they were visibly flustered and felt like they were afraid. And beside them, two men sat together, chatting away. The picture is not right. Wasn't it a shady reporter who colluded with village scoundrels to force an interview? What the hell is this? The fat woman was about to lash out when she realized that there was something odd in front of her. Penis. What are you guys? You ask this kid. The country-faced middle-aged man stood up and smiled bitterly. Shunzi, speak for yourself. Poutong had seen the man's picture in the video and naturally recognized him as that Du Guohang. His rough lines of the four sides of the face is a little dark. Through the wind and frost after the baptism of perseverance look, is a glance at the past know that there is a story of the kind of people. Sister-in-law. The inch-headed man across from Du Guohang scratched his head. Actually, this group of reporters, I found them to help. Li Shun sighed. Second brother went in for so many years, and just came out and stumbled into this kind of thing. It is really too unfair. I can't stand to see it. If I had known, I should not have gone to save that kind of person. What are you saying? Du Guohang glared at him. Aren't I doing fine? That kid is still young. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Du Guohang was a lot more open-minded than Poutong had imagined, and until now, he had no regrets. Perhaps, if he was given another chance, he would still choose to save someone. The second brother hides in the warehouse every day to repair the rags. I really can't look at it. Why should he be scolded by others on the internet after he saves people? Once on the street to be pointed out by others. I heard the village chief say that this matter has to find a reporter to speak clearly. I asked someone to find a few reporters. Ergo said he didn't want to bother us with his own business. So I didn't have the heart to say anything, and I thought things would go well. But I didn't realize that they were blown away by everyone every time they came. The two young reporters smiled awkwardly and nodded frantically beside each other. He got a reporter? Not a marketing number to rub it in? Seems like a lot more reasonable. This kind of thing has been over for 3 months. The heat is long gone. The marketing numbers are shaking their heads when they look at it, let alone having to be blown away 3 times over. And there are still 3 fires in the mud. Perhaps when it was a hot topic for all to rub off on, very few people would really bring it up now, which is exactly why they are here this time. Because no one cares, they have to be vocal. Then you can't sneak it in either. The fat woman saw that Du Guohang didn't even say much and chose to believe those words. I've told you they're good people. You don't believe me. The fat woman said that Li Shun was helping them when the group of reporters came, so this should be the reason for this layer. The village people were so hostile to the reporters that every time they saw a photographer, they just blew them away without any explanation at all. You brat! The fat woman sighed and said, we don't know anything about reporters or not. We just know that Lao Er is a good person and we don't want others to disturb him anymore. Shunzi also has good intentions. Don't blame him. Du Guohang smiled and didn't take this matter to heart. It's just that I'm a little overjoyed to trouble the big guy for so long. Junko just gave me the same thing. I understand the reasoning. It's just, what is this unfolding? Poutong and Ni looked at each other. The way things had turned out was something they hadn't expected. It did make sense that if a few of their righteous outsiders could still come running to help, then those around the person in question certainly wouldn't sit around either. Reality isn't as bad as they think. And there are people who are worrying and thinking about Du Guohang. These two are? Du Guohang stopped talking and surveyed Poutong and Ni at the end of the crowd, only to realize that there were still raw faces. They're also journalists who came intending to help you, but on their own. A reporter on his own? The photographer fiddling with his equipment not far away couldn't help but have some admiration for this spontaneous act of justice. They turned to look at their counterpart, expecting a small, brightly unseen reporter like them, and looked away only to realize that the man looked rather familiar. Poutine? As a reporter, a profession linked to news, most of the public figures they still recognized, and the handsome guy in front of them was definitely Poutong. We're here to interview Mr. Du as well. Ni nodded. We just want to be a voice for him. Poutong heard it. Mom still wants to get into this mess, and won't stay out of it just because there's someone else already there. There really can't be too many of these things to speak up for what's right, and one more person makes a few more voices louder. Honestly, we are very amateurish. At first we just wanted to earn a little money and also eat some cold food heat. The two young men sighed, but after learning about the specific incident, we do genuinely want Mr. Du to get the due recognition. Poutong looked at the sincere eyes of the two young reporters and felt a little emotional. Let's just say it's pretty willful that they haven't given up after being blown away so many times. There are still a lot of good people in this world. Thank you. Du sighed, but honestly, I still don't want to get into all this trouble. I don't really care about this. It's good that the boy was saved. I don't care what others say. Big deal. I'll just go back to the village and help people fix things. The village people won't mind me. The villagers gathered around smiled and laughed, sort of affirming his words. It's good to be open-minded. But, you can't think like that. Ni frowned. If people who do good deeds are instead criticized, condemned, and denied the significance of this event because of their status, will people who see these messages still do good deeds in the future? The man froze. A little thoughtfulness surfaced on his dark face. He was not poorly educated. Naturally, he could understand the meaning of these words. What should I do? Give me our interview and speak up for yourself. Ni paused. I hope you can tell your story and tell them that you are alive and well. Journalists, all of them have very strong journalistic professional sensitivity and unique news perspectives, especially experienced veterans like Old Mother Poutong. Good journalists tell stories, and they don't read from the book. They have thoughts, temperature, and quality. They will brilliantly present the real people and events that the people like to hear, and let the touching stories inspire and infect people and produce strong resonance. Ni this time to prepare the interview. On the one hand, of course, is to Du Guohang right name, while on the other hand, is through Du Guohan's story, so that more young people like the teenager who jumped into the river to make some sense. This incident was originally caused by young people's anxiety, and what happened subsequently was nothing more than someone aggravating the conflict. My story? Du Guohang frowned. It's nothing more than the story of an ordinary man, How can there be so many legendary stories in an ordinary person's life? Even if there were, most of them were uneventful at the time they happened. Chapter 96, One Step Harder, One Step Better. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened that day? Anhui sat opposite Du Guihang and was in charge of the camera. Jia Yao and Lao Yi, who arrived later, were in charge of filming, and only Poutong stood dryly on the sidelines. At that time took a takeaway order. In the ride across the bridge when I saw a group of people in the crowd, I would not have wanted to care. After all, there is still work in the body, but heard someone to jump into the river. I still decided to take a look. After all, it had been 3 months, and even if he had been a party to it, he had somewhat forgotten it by now. I saw that child. Although he was always expressing sadness, I saw fear in his eyes. Maybe he really did have thoughts of wanting to make light of the situation, but I could also sense that he still had the desire to live. It is important to realize that truly desperate people do not let others know they are desperate. It is truly no hope at all, quiet and alone, and maybe dead for a long time before they are discovered. Instead, they are just one straw away from walking out into the public arena and handing over the last option of their lives to someone else. Maybe he dragged it for too long. The onlookers watched and watched. Some people began to ask in the end to jump or not to jump. Don't look at it. Just a wimpy then dared not jump. Du Guihang sighed. I was afraid that such words were getting more and more, so I hurriedly pulled him back. Boughton frowned straight away at this. He had a feeling that the young man might just be seeking death because he had endured a big blow and was so frustrated. But in the last few minutes he was still reeling. If there was no one to give him a hand or a word of advice in the last hours because of the people's words, but so many people told him to go to his death quickly, there might have been a trace of attachment to life, but it would probably have been crushed. That video circulating online is undoubtedly devoid of such negative content, which is why it looks like Du's behavior was so abrupt and dangerous. Okay, the second question is also a point that a lot of people care about. You've killed people before? Yes, Du Guihang answered dryly, and there was no cover-up. It was too impulsive at that time, and the hands did not grasp the weight. So it was a violent incident? Hui's expression was a bit surprised. If that was really the case, then the stain on him would definitely remain. That's not true. Li Sun, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly spoke out, interrupting the ongoing interview. There's a reason why second brother did it. That punk made a move on second sister-in-law. He pushed on impulse and the guy accidentally hit his head and died. He's serving a 7-year sentence for manslaughter. It's all the same. I was too impulsive. I also plead guilty. Du Guihang smiled bitterly. People have to pay for their mistakes. At this point, they must admit that Du Guihang's past did violate the law. And even if some people look at him with tinted glasses, there is no way to avoid the normal phenomenon. Second wife? Hui keenly grasped the point in that sentence just now. Is it your wife? It's my former wife, who remarried, and I signed the divorce papers. No one is obligated to wait for anyone else, and it's normal to pursue one's own happiness. And maybe it sounds a little insensitive, but the truth is there's nothing wrong with doing so. Do you have children? Yes. Du Guihang smiled bitterly. The baby was 4 months old when I went in. 4 months. Poutine probably understands why he's impulsive. It's dangerous and irritating to have a pregnant wife being manhandled by someone else. Of course, his behavior is still too impulsive to be advocated, but it's also the kind of thing that's easier for others to understand from an emotional standpoint. Have you seen them since you got out? Hui's tone eased a bit. She came to see me, but didn't bring her daughter. Does your daughter know about you? Don't know. Du Guihang paused. I also don't want her to know. After all, completely failed to fulfill any father's responsibility, and I can't add to her burden. And who wants their daughter to know they're a criminal, never to be seen again? It's actually quite nice. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, and Hui could only change the topic. You have so many electrical appliances here. You know how to fix things, don't you? Yes. Used to be a senior engineer in an electronics factory. Still know how to fix these things. Okay, I have no more questions. Is there anything else you want to say? Hui felt that it was almost time. A lot of things were too much. I still have to say Du coughed a few times. That reporter didn't cut my words in full last time. I hope I have a chance to say the whole thing this time. Actually, I have the same sudden pain as the kid who wanted to jump into the river. But what can I say? The road is still long. I've survived so much of my life. He's always better than me. Ha ha. Du Guihang smiled frankly, and Poutong could see that he was not forcing a smile, but just relieved. They didn't stay long after doing the interviews, and although the village people were kind enough to stay, they knew that it was time to leave. All four sat in the car, none of them speaking. 7 years ago, the senior engineer, the treatment should be very good. Right, Jia Yao said to himself, if there is no such thing, he should have a very good life, and live happily with his wife and daughter. But there are no ifs. Olji indifferently gripped the steering wheel, although he also felt pity, but everyone knew that there were no ifs about this kind of thing. what do you think? And we glanced at Poutong, who had been silent. Seen the world? Liar. Poutine gave her a blank look. You said you were going to take me to interview regular people at. I lied to you? And we covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Do you think Du Guahang is not ordinary? Perhaps Du Guahang is not a well-known person, but his up and down and dramatic life is really not ordinary. And what, in your opinion, is ordinary again? A very ordinary life, without any ups and downs? Poutine gave her a look of acquiescence. Actually, when you get to know those ordinary people better, you'll realize that they all have uncommon experiences. And we tried to touch Poutong's head, but he dodged it. In fact, every ordinary person is not ordinary. There is no completely ordinary life in this world. Every seemingly ordinary person will have their own pain and happiness, will have their own unique experience. And it's just one that I chose to be a little bit more representative. Ordinary people, how exactly should we define them? The great men, the famous men, in their moments that seem to determine the course of history. For them personally, it was actually just a very ordinary moment in their lives. Maybe for others it was too awesome to be ordinary at all. But for the person in question, that moment was really just an ordinary day in his life. Great people are also ordinary people and are not meant to use the word ordinary to set off the greatness of a critical moment. It was as if, when he himself was playing that song, you at the table, it was just an ordinary evening. Do you know why we named you Poutong? And we touched again. And this time Poutong didn't hide. She managed to touch her son's head. If life was a novel, then his name would have been given by an author with a pit in his brain. But life isn't fiction, so it's only right that his mom and dad should have had deeper meaning when naming him. All people are ordinary, but fate, perhaps, will make you extraordinary at some point. I hope you can be no more than an ordinary person, or you can be the brightest star among the countless stars of the crowd. You're right, coughed Poutong. It was well acquired. Don't take it next time. While it sounds really plausible, it's just too weird. Lao Yi and Jia Yao sat in the front row of the car and forced themselves not to spit. If they accidentally laugh out loud, their career is over, right? That's right, I'm the one who named you. Your dad originally named you Pu Chinen. Low blow, okay? Poutine didn't bother with her and started thinking about something else. If we look at it from a macro point of view, Du Guahang is indeed an ordinary person. He, like all people, has had happiness and hardship. Happiness and hardship are accompanied by a person's life. He suddenly remembered a line from a movie he had seen before. Echoes of the Rainbow. One difficult step, one good step, one difficult step, one good step. Poutong muttered. What are you secretly chanting there all by yourself? It's nothing. Boughton smiled and didn't say anything. And Hui frowned, always feeling that she had just heard a very deep sentence. But the thing is, she forgot. Do you need interlude music in your story? Poutine suddenly spoke up. Oh, the three people in the car simultaneously perked up their ears. They knew that Poutong was good at writing songs. They didn't expect to come up with ideas so quickly. If you are able to do so, it is still needed. No hard feelings. And Hui frowned, but it has to fit in with the theme. News reporting is still serious. You can't mess around. Fits, absolutely fits. Du's experience reminds him of a song. Chapter 97, Bringing Forth Wisely is Friendship, Being Cautious is Love, plus one more. You're going to the recording studio? Yu Dandy's voice on the other end of the phone raised a few decibels. Well, I can pay out of pocket to rent. Rent is not necessary. I was just wondering why you suddenly wanted to sing while staying at home. It's not cheap to rent a recording studio, but it doesn't really matter if you pay for it after all. It's for your mom's reporting and you can be reimbursed. Not at home. Didn't I tell you I was out with my mom? I thought that was just a cop-out that you didn't want to play with us. Was really just a pretext at first. Who would have thought that he would actually follow his mom out later? What's the song that recorded? Although Yu Dandy felt that she shouldn't have asked so much, she was indeed curious. Record the theme song for Sakura Girl. Poutong planned to record that song along with it. He had promised people for 2.5 weeks. If he pigeonholed them again, it would be too much. What? I heard someone trying to record a song for me? Iori Yukino's voice suddenly came out on the phone, making Poutong freeze. You two together? Ahem. Actually, my humble self is also present. Lin Yushi coughed, concave a wave of presence. I think they said they were going to play together, so it makes sense to be together. I thought you forgot. You actually remembered that you owe me a song. Iori Yukino sounded a bit excited. I'm so touched. It should. The thought that she was actually just incidentally preparing to record it made Poutong feel a little ugly in her soul. I'll help you contact it. When the time comes you go directly. Yu Dandy paused. So you things are done? There are still 2 days left in the vacation. Why don't you come over and play together? Or forget it. Poutong hurriedly hung up the phone. After all, the eyes of the other 3 people in the car were too piercing. Usually he was alone at home, and his calls were set on speaker mode, and then they were heard by several people in the car. At first it was a speakerphone, but in the middle of the conversation, it was changed to a handset. Wasn't it more of a mistake? So he could only talk to the end of the conversation. But fortunately, the content of the call was quite normal. I didn't believe Pu Yu's. Before, Jia Yao then took her eyes off Poutong's cell phone. Now I have to believe it. Although the content of their conversation is very plain, but girls know girls you dandy conversation, that kind of concern is not hidden at all. She also heard it. Jia Yao is completely dead to this brother. You dandy, she certainly cannot compete. Can't be a girlfriend fan, so I'll have to be a CP fan. I'll have a table with the kids at the wedding. Thanks. It seems like you've made rapid progress during my absence. And Hui barred her lips. She obviously felt that her son was already quite close to those three little stars, especially this one from the Yu family. Not to say it's a lover yet, but at least it's a friendship transgression. Don't talk nonsense. People are big stars. Don't spread rumors. Originally, he had just sent a message to you dandy, but he didn't expect her to call directly. So this scene happened. Didn't you say at first that you didn't want to get involved with these people? What? Backtracked? And Hui looked at him with a smirk, feeling amused. This is indeed Poutong's own problem. Even if he started out to set up defenses again, but a few people who sincerely treat him as a friend, he really can't turn people away. While this was not what he had started out with, it had not had any major repercussions now. Instead, it was just that he had made a lot of friends. He was not a Taoist priest who practiced monasticism, nor was he a high-flying god who was obsessed with learning and ignored everyone else. True learning is a journey that accompanies a lifetime of inner fitness, not a war for a moment or a place. If being friends with Ryu can be a relationship with the original, then being friends with these people is truly a choice. And Hui realized that Poutong didn't say anything, and started to pursue the attack. What do you think of these three people? What are their personalities respectively? And who's suitable to be their girlfriends? Tell me, why would I do something so boring? Come on, you're not being vain, are you? Poutine remained speechless, not wanting to be set up by his mom at all. For these three, I would recommend Lin Yushi, family schooled, with a capable face, gentle character, and sensible and generous. Oldie spoke while driving. You think about it, but don't. She's a dark-hearted person. She has a knack for baiting the conversation, and she will always secretly undermine people. I'm afraid that I'll have to dislike her to the point of doubting my life when I'm with this kind of person. Poutong deflated her mouth and directly denied. I don't think so. Besides, what the hell is your recommendation? I'll have it if you recommend it. Then why don't you recommend me to take the 750? If you say so, I would recommend Iori Yukino. More. Jia Yao instantly came on. Considerate and meticulous, gentle and delicate, playful and cute. Although a bit lazy, right, if you treat her 1 point of goodness, she can return 10 points of sweetness to you. Seems like, what Jia Yao said is quite reasonable. He really just helped others to record songs intending to record for her incidentally. She can be moved to snot bubbles, but the thing is, he's using this guy as a mascot. The cherry blossom girl is too swinging, easy to be infected. I don't want to lose the sense of motivation and responsibility. Poutong laughed. Moreover, she is too stupid. If we get together, I am afraid of being cried by her stupidity. Jia Yao shook her head contemptuously, indicating that this person, Poutong, did not understand appreciation. What about you dandy? And Hui spoke up for the third time. I don't even need to tell you how good she is. Surely you know all about it. Hiss. The first two are sharply commented. This one does not sharply comment, seems a little inappropriate. In the spirit of the principle of not offending anyone, Poutong decided to ruthlessly bad-mouthing the table. Miss $1,000 has many problems. Lots of inner drama brainstorming at the slightest thing. Somehow, when Poutong finished, he felt that his assessment was quite fair. He glanced at his cell phone to make sure he was really hanging up. If you forget to hang up the phone, it's a masterpiece. Son, you really are different to you dandy. And Hui narrowed her eyes as if she saw through everything. Where? The fact that he didn't sharply rate all three himself shows that he's still even-handed. You made all the assumptions about being together when you said Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino, but you didn't say anything about you dandy when you talked about her. Doesn't that just show that I have absolutely no thoughts about her? Not even bothering to make assumptions. Boughton frowned, spitting at the three of them when he was completely subconscious and really didn't make any distinctions. If he didn't make the assumption that the was together, it means that he didn't say it at all subconsciously, which also means that he really didn't think about it that way. My silly son yo. And Hui smiled and said no more. What's wrong with Mimi? You can make assumptions about being with Lin Yushi Iori Yukino without fear because you really don't think that way. You just treat them as friends so you're open and honest. But you subconsciously don't make assumptions when you're talking about you dandy. But avoid that kind of talk. Jio couldn't help himself and began to reveal his heart. Have you ever heard the saying, being generous is friendship, being careful is love? Extra 1, Comic-Con Life from Scratch, 520 Special, PS, and the main line has nothing to do with the story of the 3 women vacation stroll Comic-Con. Personal preference, you cannot read. Achoo! You dandy, who was far away in the Magic City, sneezed. You just got off the phone with Poutong and you're sneezing. What's wrong with you? Iori Yukino lowered her head and surveyed you dandy with an expectant face. Stare, what are you looking at me for? You dandy discreetly glanced at Sakura girl, and muttered straight in her heart that this guy must be up to something bad. I was wondering, what you cos look better? I can't cos accompanying you to play is fine. Cosplay this kind of thing I've never tried. You dandy shook her head in disgust. Shallow this is not? Iori Yukino shook her head. I and Ayoshi are going to cos. Do you want to betray us? Lin Yushi also cos? You dandy tilted her head, just in time to meet Lin Yushi's gaze. She said to pick a more normal outfit for me. Lin Yushi paused and said, I'm actually quite interested in cos. After all, there are instances in folk dances where one goes to dress up as a character in order to interpret a story. I'm kinda looking forward to Comic-Con. Been living in the Magic City and every Comic-Con is close to me, but I've never been able to attend because of my status. Speaking of Comic-Con, Lin Yushi also seemed to have a not-so-small interest in it. For Iori Yukino, the Comic-Con was just a gathering of a group of secondary enthusiast cosplayers, but for Lin Yushi, the concept was a completely foreign existence, and just like she took the prom seriously, she was also filled with importance and curiosity about this fresh gathering. Iori Yukino was inwardly calculating how to trick you dandy into joining the gang. Such a good-looking girl. It's really too bad not to cosplay a bit. Comic-Con. I haven't been there. You dandy was a little embarrassed. Although she was from a good family, she was not free to travel or anything. She could even be said to be a home squatter. It's okay, I'll just help you pick a very normal costume. It's definitely not too weird. Iori Yukino followed the advice. I still can't. You dandy is obviously moved, but still hesitant to make up his mind. Iori Yukino has decided to zoom out. There is only one reason that can convince you dandy, but Poutong is a very fond of cosplay secondary. If he sees your cos, he will definitely be so excited that he can't sleep. What's the point of mentioning him? You dandy frowned and fell into a deep thought, her heart suddenly a little itchy. It's fine if we don't cos. We're all going to have fun together. Lin Yushi hurriedly made a round up. When the time comes, we'll take more cos ladies and send them to Poutong, so he'll regret it. Who made him not come along? Everything else was fine. If something like this happened, you dandy would not be able to accept it, although she could sense that Lin Yushi was setting herself up, but now she did get the idea that she wanted to try a cos. This thing actually has something in common with acting. It is all about restoring a character through clothing and makeup. After all, she is also considered a veteran actress. It is still a bit of a different path. What's more, it also allows some guy to appreciate it. It seems to be good. Why don't I try? Just waiting for you to say that. Iori Yukino hemmed and hawed, finally getting her way. You dandy is also a bit confused now. She seems to be on the thief ship. Iori Yukino was quite the connoisseur in the Comic-Con world and knew a lot of people, so it wasn't that hard to match them up with a few costumes. Lin Yushi has a slender and tall figure. Iori Yukino gave her a maid outfit. The black and white clothing set off her temperament extremely well. There is really a kind of feeling of walking out from the anime. Not bad, hey. You dandy's eyes lit up, tentatively believing in Sakura girl's status in the industry. Here, this is yours. Iori Yukino threw you dandy a JK uniform. This stuff is even the type of thing you can usually wear out, and it's pretty common in life. You're too low on the segment, so I'll give you a more basic one. Just this? Although you dandy felt that she could not accept too high-level costs, but JK usually in life are a whole lot. It's too common, so common still how to make that Poutong heart Yo, you're still disgusted? Iori Yukino hemmed and hawed. Then it looks like we'll have to make it more difficult for you. Just as you dandy wondered what she would take out, Iori Yukino brought out a pair of cat ears. Dang it, cat-eared JK girls. You dandy face full of strange received the cat ear. Feel this cherry girl also only this imagination, but for a pure newcomer like her with very low acceptance skills, the cat-eared JK girl was just within the range of acceptance and not that monotonous. What about you? Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino were both a bit curious as to what kind of things she would choose for herself. I'm an old secondary. How can I be like rookies like you guys? Iori Yukino didn't say much, and directly flipped her tail, directly causing Lin Yu's duo to be startled. You dandy went up and touched it, and found the carabiner strap on it, which should be hanging directly on the waist. Within a short time, Iori Yukino took out a set of clothes and came out, and the pair of dragon horns at the top instantly caught the eyes of the other two. This is, You wouldn't recognize it if I told you. A dragon lady. Iori Yukino paused. A lowly. Yudandy and Lin Yushi exchanged a glance. If it's a lowly character, it's still very reductive. Good news. Koslori is very reductive. Bad news. Koslori is very reductive. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, aoi. Iori Yukino stomped her foot in anger. I call this taking full advantage of my strengths. Say, there won't be any crazy fans like that at the Comic-Con, right? After all, they were both public figures, so they still had to be careful in such public places. Then you don't know much about secondary otaku. Iori Yukino smirked. Otaku are all sky-high online, and quite well-behaved and honest offline. Words are so, but the heart of prevention. Yudandy or a phone call to ask his father to ask for a few plainclothes bodyguards to follow. Ask is the ability to money. Although Yu Zhongheng wasn't very supportive of his daughter going to places like Comic-Con, but then he thought about it. As long as there was no Poutong, then she could go anywhere. All three were a little bit tolerant as they finished dressing. Sunglasses, masks, and safety pants are all ready to go. Take a picture first. Yudandy signaled them all to take off their masks and got together to take a picture. You're sending it to Poutong? Lin Yushi said suspiciously. Which? I'll just collect myself. They talked and laughed without delay, and got into a special car and went to the International Convention and Exhibition Center where the Comic-Con was held. A little nervous, Yudandy suddenly felt that the cat ears on her head were a little shameful. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to be a hero. Isn't ordinary JK just fine? Don't be nervous. In fact, it's nothing. It may just be that the autograph will be a little more tired. And fan meeting is almost the same. Mudzo Kai. Yudandy said that this time she had really gotten on board the ship of thieves. The three of them got out of the car and were a little dumbfounded at the long lines at the convention center. Iori Yukino was fine, but Lin Yushi and Yudandy were truly stunned. It's fine. We have VIP tickets. Just use the VIP channel. Iori Yukino was quite bold. This was one of the few privileges she had. This way Yudandy nodded, not telling her that the bodyguards who actually secretly followed her also had VIP tickets for this matter. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem for Yu Zhongheng. Although they were wearing sunglasses and masks, the three of them were really rather pretty and were noticed by many people when they passed the ticket gate. They entered the convention center and fell silent as they watched the massive crowd. This Comic-Con was so hot, and just in time for the May Day holiday. The number of people who came wasn't really that small. Yudandy silently took a picture to record the shocking scene. The girls followed the crowd to near the graffiti wall at the entrance to Comic-Con. Write something? Make a wish? Draw a picture or something? Iori Yukino lightly introduced them both to the layman. Yudandy and Lin Yushi went over to look. Found that they are written this year will be single draw card 10 consecutive double gold and other simple wishes. Write something us. Lin Yushi suggested. Available. Iori Yukino drew a Doraemon. Lin Yushi wrote the words long sleeves and good at dancing, and Yudandy wrote the phrase a story that begins at a distance of 20 centimeters. What do you mean by that? Iori Yukino frowned. I can't read it. Lin Yushi was puzzled, but she didn't say anything more. The trio continued on their way, and because the crowd began to spread out in all directions, their surroundings were not as crowded as they had been at the beginning. Where to first? Yudandy and Lin Yushi had never seen this kind of battle before, and it was Iori Yukino's turn to step in at a time like this. Do you guys play handheld games? The two shook their heads, showing little interest in them. Then we can skip the handicap promotion booth. Sakura-chan was fairly light on her feet and took them to a few random ACG stalls first. Lin Yushi and Yudandy had been looking at small objects, but they realized that Iori Yukino had been looking at something strange. What are you looking at? Kids don't ask. Iori Yukino was quite righteous. The two of them definitely didn't like things like homoerotic books, so she was the only one who could appreciate them. Why would there be so many shameful goods? Yudandy swept a glance. Some posters' pillow mouse pad is too shameful. She an amateur witch has seen these. Why is there such a revealing full-body picture of a second-generation loli on the mousepad? Does Poutong usually like these things? They didn't buy anything either, except that Iori Yukino looked at so many weird things that seemed to be quite rewarding, and they finally managed to remove their masks and sunglasses when they arrived at the area with more cosplayers. Yudandy glanced at the bodyguards in the crowd who were always near them, and there was nothing to be afraid of. That cat-eared sister looks like Yudandy? No way. Dude isn't a secondary. The two female college students stood watching from a distance, and the more they looked alike. That's not right. Even if she looks like it, those two next to her aren't Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino. It was only then that the girls realized that they had discovered the seriousness of the problem. Yudandy. One of the girls really couldn't hold back her excitement and shouted out. The voice wasn't too loud, but it spread out in an eerie radiation that quickly caused a wave of commotion. At this time, the people around them also noticed that these three people were none other than Yudandy, Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino. Even the stall owners of the other stalls couldn't sit still when they heard the news and began to come over to watch. Celebrity group to participate participate in the Comic-Con. This is big news. Iori Yukino is okay, has participated in the past, but Lin Yushi and Udandi really is the first time. Although the secondary does not pay much attention to the entertainment industry, but the pretty sister they still recognize. Udandi only felt that the two cat ears on her head were so hot, as if they were real, but of course she knew that it was just a psychological effect. Yukino's here this year too, someone shouted from the surrounding area, coming, and abducting two along with me. Iori Yukino, who was usually quite fearful, was unexpectedly generous on this occasion. Her fans usually post "I'm Iori Yukino's dog" in the comments section, but when it comes to offline, they don't even dare to ask for a photo. Otaku is this. Dandy. A boy in the crowd suddenly called out Udandi's name. Hey! Udandi responded subconsciously. Where's Bouten? Udandi was instantly embarrassed, not knowing how to take his words. Are you and Poutine dating? The boy continued to ask. No. Udandi smiled. It was the truth. That's good. The boy was instantly relieved. Poutong can only be my husband. The scene was in an uproar. One can only say that this whole living male fans are really against the odds. Udandi was a bit taken aback. She had thought that she would compete with Poutong's female fans, but he had never dreamed that there was a possibility that she could actually compete with his male fans. Perhaps the number of onlookers was just too many, and it wasn't long before even the security guards of the Comic-Con intervened, fearing that something would go wrong. It was not their intention to affect other people's sightseeing, and after casually taking a few pictures with fans and signing a few autographs, the three of them also left the scene under the escort of security guards. They had only wandered around for a small amount of time, but considering the implications, they left Comic-Con early and got on a special bus back. How can I say? It's still fun. Iori Yukino began to take credit. She clearly felt that Lin Yushi and Udandi were still having quite a good time. It's okay, it's just that this maid outfit you prepared for me is just a little bit too hot. During the first day of May, the temperature in the Magic City is really not low. A lot of the costumes for summer costs can actually get pretty hot, and even with cooler patches and whatnot, it's still stuffy. Is this maid outfit too conservative for you? Iori Yukino grinned wickedly. Then next time, I'll prepare something a little more revealing for you. I can at least look good in revealing. You can't. What do you mean? Iori Yukino felt like she was being physically attacked and began to toss words with her. Udandi ignored the two men's clamor and sat in the corner quietly tapping on her cell phone. She's sending various photos taken at Comic-Con to some table. Next time, you'll have to come along, too. Say yes. The young girl tapped down this line. Chapter 98, The Ordinary Path. And we can see, his son was rumored to be what love saint or blackmail. In fact, about the feelings between men and women he is not at all understand. I'm really curious about how the hell you wrote those love poems whatsoever. And we rested her cheeks. This kind of iron straight man can write that kind of deep love sentences. It's not reasonable at all. Poutong didn't want to discuss any childish topics with her. He wasn't some kind of emotional moron or intentionally playing dumb. It's just that he knew what he should and shouldn't do. Right now, it really doesn't fit. Maybe the world is forgiving in this regard. After all, so many people can get blatantly high on high school CP. But as an adult who had also lived for more than 20 years in his previous life, he knew that the ignorant good feelings of adolescence were only momentary. It was absolutely irrational to make a hasty decision before either of them was sure of steering the ship of love. One party can be irrational, but the other must be rational. These things were also not something he should be worrying about at this stage. He was now more concerned about helping write a song for Du Guohong's special interview. It's a song he's been thinking about for a while. 2. Ordinary Road. Park's 2014 effort. Poutong used to love this song and used to listen to it over and over again in the dead of night. As the lyrics say, we once lost disappointment, lost all the direction, lost in the dark abyss, cannot catch any dependence, fought to lose all, and more hurt. In the end, the road is still at the foot. The song had resonated with him before, and likewise, it now fit well with DU's story. He used to have a good life and a good family, but he completely destroyed everything he had because of a slip. Everything he had disappeared in a flash, whether it was his job, his family, his reputation or even his freedom. Such a change Poutong is difficult to imagine. After washing away the lead, he can frankly accept everything, and still can live with ease and certainty. He accepts the ordinary himself, but also accepts the ordinary answer. It's important to note that this song can move and empower many people. It also fits with the point that Mom was trying to make in the story. The greatest extraordinary thing about life is its ordinariness. What are you gawking at? And we waved her hand in front of Poutong's eyes, interrupting his contemplation. What about my creation? What creation? In his head to consider what song to copy it. Yo, although we didn't know much about music, he still had a basic appreciation. The songs this son of his had written out a few times before were unexpectedly good, so this one shouldn't be too bad either. Then I'll have to listen to it. A few of them had never seen a recorded song before, and they all wanted to follow Poutong for a long time. After all, the song was part of their job description, and watching the action was incidental. The time was still early, and Poutong didn't want to delay, directly letting old Yi drive the car to the recording studio. Honestly, this was the first time he had recorded a song by himself. Before here he had borrowed the ambient score, but this time he was singing by himself. The song was memorized naturally, he didn't need to look at the score. The last time he recorded a song was when he accompanied Yu Dandy to the movie studio to record the theme song. That time he just waited outside and did not participate in the recording. This time he'll have to take the field himself. Lao Yi has not come to the area where the recording studio is located. Along the way naturally did not sit in Jiang Yun's car fast, and not as comfortable as other people's luxury cars. But after all, there is a special car to pick up and drop off. Poutong is already very satisfied. Why do you need a bicycle? It wasn't long before a few people arrived at the place, and they were all a bit taken aback by the grandeur to the point of being a bit over the top. Good boy. This seems to be the Yu family's industry too. And Hui smacked his lips. I beg you not to organize your broken company. Honestly, Into the Family does not smell good? Into the Family? Not by Yu Zhongheng. Destruction of the body is good. If it is true, love may have room. If the figure of other people's money that is absolutely bump into the muzzle of the gun. Yu Dandy had already contacted them in advance, and as soon as Poutong entered, he was taken into the recording studio, where the recording engineer had been waiting for a long time. Coming, Mr. Pooh. The recording engineer was a slim middle-aged man. A teacher all called Poutong a little bit of fear. Just call me Poutine. While it seems reasonable for a songwriter like him, who already has a few hits, to be called a teacher by a regular recording engineer, it just sounds so weird. A few of we waited outside and were almost able to hear a sound. Granted, they do know that Poutong is very talented as a songwriter, I guess, but it still sounds a bit outrageous to sing a song based on Du's story after only a few days. Poutong didn't delay in picking up the guitar next to him and started practicing. This was the first time he had recorded a song properly since he had arrived here, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Sort of warming up his hands, Poutong signaled that it was time to begin. Wandering on the road of the, are you leaving? Via. Fragile and proud. That's what I used to look like. Seething and restless. Where are you going? Via. The enigmatically silent. Are you really listening to the story? Both the recording engineer and the three people in the waiting area were frowning as they listened to the beginning of the song, which was full of words that didn't connect with each other in every line and between lines, and sounded a bit disjointed. There's also the inexplicable voice Via that doesn't mean anything and makes them listen to it in a cloudy way. Poutong didn't pay any attention to other people's expressions at all. His heart was immersed in the song. Tong, when are you going to be on TV? I'll take the kids to see it then. Soon. Very soon. He used to say that every time he talked to the old director of the orphanage on the phone, but every time, he was lying to the group, to himself. He doesn't want people who genuinely want him to have a good life to know that he's been having a Taiwan. He had no money, no family to help him out, couldn't afford the not so expensive or not so cheap liquidated damages, and could only stay dry. No matter how frantically he practiced and frantically improved himself, he still didn't get a chance, because, well, he was mediocre. I've been over mountains and oceans and through crowds of people. Everything I once had is now gone. I've been lost and disappointed and lost all direction, until you see that mediocrity is the only answer. A few people who were originally bewildered heard this line, but suddenly had a vision that the young teenager who was playing and singing might also have experienced an ordinary and extraordinary life. While you're still fantasizing, your tomorrow via. Is she gonna get better or worse? It's another day for me. I've ruined everything I've ever known just to get away forever. I've fallen into a darkness that I can't get out of. I was like you, like him, like the weeds and the flowers, desperate and eager and crying and laughing and ordinary. They seem to, suddenly, understand the phrase, are you really listening to the story? Anyone who has experienced it can see themselves in it. Hearing these sentences, they cannot help but play back the past in their minds. They also experienced the trough, experienced loneliness, experienced despair, and never give up, always trying to live. This is true of Du, and many others. Probably, everyone, that is. This song was never about a specific person. he was just writing about every ordinary person. We looked at the red-eyed Poutong in the recording studio and raised the corners of her mouth in relief. She doesn't care how the song goes, she just thinks that her son is great. Very, very great. I've been over mountains and oceans and through crowds of people. I've asked all over the world and never got an answer. I'm just like you and him in the weeds and the flowers. It's the only way I'm going to go. Time has no words. So, tomorrow's right around the corner. The wind has blown the road still far away. Where have you been in your story? The song ended completely before the disoriented recording engineer came back to his senses and hit stop. Well, Boughton smiled, feeling soothed all over. When he sings the song after all this time, he still gets red in the eyes and still gets hot. Perfect. The recording engineer's older brother didn't even realize that he sounded a little hoarse, and he now felt that it was an honor to record the song himself. In fact, it was an honor for Poutine to sing such a song. This song, forged from Park's Ordinary, is an eternal classic in the music industry. The song doesn't have too much deep meaning, and there's not much gorgeous rhetoric, but it's these few simple and rustic lyrics that speak to the hearts of millions of people who once had dreams and turned back to the ordinary. We are all moving forward in a daze, with the mundane path that belongs to each of us beneath our feet. Chapter 99, I can't handle this style. Although they expected it, the song was a bit of a shock. It's a song that condenses the stories of ordinary people into a single lyric and note. Everyone can see themselves in it and can't help but replay the past in their minds when they hear this song. They even felt that it was a waste of a song to use as a story interlude. What's this song called? We reverted back to her usual not-so-serious appearance in front of Poutong, completely unable to tell that she had actually wet her eyes just now because of her son's performance. The road to ordinary. Yeah, the recording engineer sighed. I can't even pick a fault for you to record a second time. It's you who's too mesmerized by what you're hearing. Uncle, Jia Yao interjected. It can't be helped. When you're middle-aged, you can't listen to this. Yes, old Ji nodded in recognition. Middle-aged people have a lot of helplessness, can't escape the script of fate, yet still have to live well. They've been through so much that listening to this song brings a lot of realization. I really can't imagine you creating a song with such a story. The recording engineer smiled bitterly. You couldn't write this song without breaking into half a lifetime. Poutong was momentarily speechless. He was originally a song copyist. He really couldn't say anything about this kind of thing. He wrote it based on a person's story. Jia Yao saw that this recording engineer was nice, so he opened his mouth and told him the origin of the whole song and Du Guohong's story. So that's how it is. That makes sense. Writing the song based on his life because you've witnessed someone like that definitely sounds more reasonable than gifted. Boughton smiled with him, not daring to speak. He wrote you at the table, which was interpreted as a crush on you dude reasonable, and wrote 1,000 Years and The Wheel of the Year, which was treated as a ripoff of the original reasonable. And this time, because the song fits quite well with DU's story, it makes sense again. Although he is a copy of the song, at least it is not a blind copy of it. He does not want to I'm going to enter the song charts to prove myself and took out a song called Qinghua Porcelain. To be able to condense one story into such a song, you deserve the name of a talented man. It's all because mom and dad and teachers taught me well. Poutong hastily changed the subject. That's right, I taught it. And Hui patted her chest, quite proud of herself, although she hadn't taught it, so it must be good genes. Gene, you too. Well, the mastering won't be ready until tomorrow, I guess, so you guys can come back and get it then. The sound engineer decided to take a little more time and make sure the song was post-produced and mixed properly. Being able to leave his mark on a song like this was something he would be able to brag about for the rest of his life. I'm actually planning to record a song. Poutine smiled, indicating that he wasn't leaving yet. Another song? The recording engineer was a bit confused. Poutine doesn't mix circles. Naturally, he can't cover other people's works. So, he created 2 songs at once? Although the time between 1,000 Years and Wheel of the Year was very short at that time, and the internet rumor that Poutine created 2 songs at the same time, he was a little bit unconvinced. After all, the style of the 2 songs is very different, and he preferred that Poutine had created them when he was reading the original book, and just took them out together. But this time, did he really create 2 songs at the same time? This is just a homage song. It was created a long time ago. It was just recorded in passing. Ha ha. Poutong could see the recording engineer's misgivings, so naturally he didn't dare to talk nonsense. This song was just a pitch to a friend. Record it and let me send it to her all I want. It doesn't even need to be done in post. Doraemon theme song is just, the lyrics and meter are very simple. No need to compose the music. The smarter ones will know it after listening to it for a few times, right? Oh, it's Cherry Blossom Girl. Listen to it a couple dozen times then. She's really not very bright. No offense. It won't take much time in that case. You record. The sound engineer returned to his recording position and was once again ready to go. Ahem. Poutong was getting a little embarrassed at the thought that he was going to sing a bit of a song-style piece next. What's wrong with you? People are still waiting. And Hui frowned. You're not shy at the thought of recording a song for someone else. Iori Yukino. Are you? Sister Hui, if you talk like that you'll be pulled out and beaten to death with a stick by Puyu's party. Jia Yao beeped in a small voice. I'm fine with that. I'm not opposed to him taking it all if he's physically able to take it. Stop. Poutong decided to hurry up and record the song. This is to let his mom say on. He will become a human face and beast of burden. Retracing his steps back to where he had recorded the song, he sighed and decided to tough it out. There are many wishes in my heart. How great it is to be able to realize them. Only Doraemon can take me to realize my ideal. Oh my god. Jo kind of didn't believe her ears. Is he serious? While it sounds quite childlike, the songwriting is heartwarming, and even Poutong's voice is nice. But it's just weird. In fact, most of the children's song types are sung by girls, because the gentle female voice is more suitable to be liked by children and closer to them, and it is difficult for boys' voices to have that kind of infantile feeling. A lot of anime and games cast female voice actors for the voices of small children, and it's all about that too. Cute round chubby face, tiny jingle bells hanging on. Poutong is also helpless. He was going to let the girls sing just need to spread themselves a little. I'll go see if the car is parked. Olji gave a dry cough and left the scene without looking back. He's not my son. I don't know him. And Hui turned her face away and swiped up her cell phone, putting on her headphones without hesitation. Jia Yao was also quite direct and left without a word. The recording engineer was the only one in the large studio who was confused in place. It's good, I guess. Poutong still has a good tone, but this kind of children's song really doesn't suit him. Is this really the same person as the one who sang The Ordinary Road just now? How is it that 1 minute he was singing about life lessons, and the next he was jumping on the toddler channel to sing a children's song? Hey. It would have been fine if Poutine had sung this straight, but after a song that deep, he was preoccupied. Who can stand this huge difference in style? Doraemon and I together. Let the dream shine. The moment the last line was sung, the singers and recorders breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. Once through, the recording engineer smiled awkwardly. That one just now was really over and over, and this one is a must. He really doesn't want to hear it again. What? Finished singing? And Hui watched Poutong walk out. Then she took off her headphones. My son sang really well. Sakura girl, Sakura girl. You can never imagine how much I really endured to record a song for you. Poutong sighed. There is no way. No one is perfect. Singing children's songs in a teenager's voice is indeed quite strange. Rather, it's better to say that the kind of person who can perfectly handle all song styles simply doesn't exist, right? Because it didn't need post-processing. This Doraemon was instead directly processed first, and the masters for Ordinary Road will have to be picked up tomorrow. Several people reboarded the car, was sent to the door of the house separately by the old leaf. After this report is done, I can stay at home for a while longer again. Happy? And Hui smiled happily. Poutine was fine, but he was afraid that his stomach wouldn't be able to take it first. Already because of this outing delayed 3 days, the rest of the time Poutong naturally intends to grasp the study. Learning as a boat against the current, not to advance is to retreat. Waste too long will not be able to keep up. Let's send this song to Sakura-chan first. It was hard to record it myself, so it's better to hurry up and send it over. But I have to emphasize once again that I can't let her outsource it before I do so. If he was the one who sang this song, if it was found out, his image would probably be ruined. Poutong opened his phone and prepared to pronounce the source, but found a whole bunch of pictures sent by you dandy. What the hell is this? Tapping on the chat screen, what came into view was a group photo of the three of them cosplaying at Comic-Con. JK Catgirls, Dragon Lady Lolitas, and Long Black Maids. I should probably about 80% probably maybe seem to be missing something. Be sure to get together next time. Chapter 100 Exploding Video, Extra. Poutong sent the Doraemon theme song to Iori Yukino overnight. POTUS, read it and burn it. Iori Yukino, as far as that goes? POTUS, or as far as it goes. I don't want much, just a face. While it did seem strange to sing this style himself, Iori Yukino was still a good fit, and he wasn't going to give the song away indiscriminately. Incidentally, I looked at Iori Yukino's Alphabet Station updates and realized that she's already updated Doraemon to the 5th story. Poutong also didn't remember the order of the plot, and when he told Sakura-chan, he basically messed up the story, completely piecing it together. But Doraemon is supposed to be a daily anime where each story stands on its own, so a little bit of a messed up order doesn't seem to matter. It took about a few minutes before Iori Yukino messaged him back, presumably after listening. Iori Yukino, what are you singing here? Why is such a nice song being sung so strangely by you? Poutine, there are always styles that I can't handle. Learn it and delete it. Iori Yukino, there's no need to delete it. It still has collector's value, and dude thinks it's still pretty good. Sure enough, there are still people who know what they're doing. Wait, why would you dandy hear that? This Baka Sakura girl doesn't keep her word. Poutine, didn't I tell you to read it and burn it? Why are you still blindly passing it around? Iori Yukino, mostly. They were right next to me when I was reading. This time, Poutong looked at the time. It was almost time for bed. The three of them were still together, afraid that they were not sleeping together. It's so nice between girls. Just as he was still connecting the dots, You Dandy sent him a message, picking right up on it. You Dandy, yo, nice singing. Poutine, yo, Kadir Kos is nice. Go ahead, hurt each other. Just make each other more ashamed first, then I won't be ashamed. You Dandy, you're done. I'm going to use this song of yours as an alarm and wake up every morning with it being hard to listen to. Poutong instantly became unhappy. Obviously very good. This person really do not know how to appreciate. Just a little strange. People Tanger teachers singing Invisible Wings is not also very good? POTUS, you're done. I'm going to use your picture. Forget it, forget I said it. You Dandy? Although he didn't really want his blind song to be known by others, since they had already heard it, there was nothing else he could do. However, if it was the three of them, although it was a bit shameful, it would definitely not be spread out, and a few of their characters were still worth guaranteeing. Just don't use it to blackmail yourself into doing something. Poutine reviewed some of what he had learned before the vacation and decided to go to bed early and get up tomorrow to learn something outside of the textbook. With the gradual deepening of the study, he felt that he should also jump out of the framework to learn something new. After all, the content of the textbook is really limited, although he does not dare to say that he has absolutely mastered it, but the more he reaches the end of the day, the more difficult it is also to improve. Instead of being stuck in the bottleneck, it is better to learn something new. The next day, Poutong was woken up by an alarm. Usually self-disciplined people don't need an alarm clock to get up, but this is kind of an exception. May day weather is already hot. Not to mention their line of people a few days ago are basically bored in the car. Sitting in the back pain, not to mention. Just the temperature is enough for him to eat a pot. 3 days down, simply exhausted. This restful sleep is considered a rebound. Mom, up so early? Poutong pushed the door out, only to find that his mom had already woken up early and was packing her things to go out. These days when mom's accompanying reporter, he is also tired enough, which cuts to the heart of the reporter's industry is not easy. The physical strength to trek across mountains, the meticulousness to identify problems, the polite and decent speech and behavior, the pure acting skills, the spirit of hard work. You can't have one without the other. And Jia Yao, such a skinny girl can carry the camera for so long. Her physical fitness is evident. It's rare to be free. It's only right to take care of your son. Hui cleaned up properly and pointed to the breakfast on the table that didn't sell well. Eat while I go to the studio and pick up your song. You're up early because of this. It seems that mom has gotten used to the reporter's life of running around. Obviously they have the same itinerary, but people act like they're fine. You've already been a big help by helping to write the song. It's better to let me do this kind of errand. You rest for a while. Hui got up and went out the door, leaving behind only Poutong, who was frozen in place. After saying goodbye to mom, Poutong washed up and ate dinner, just ready to go for a routine run, but his cell phone rang with a message tone. You don't have to look to know who it belongs to. Is You Dandy, good morning. Your song woke me up. Can we not mention this? Poutine didn't bother to talk to her, taking her own morning jog home and then starting to teach herself new things. Perhaps did not hear the answer he wanted. You Dandy began to crazy message bombing. Really noisy. Poutong directly chose to mute. Then the world cleared up, and without outside factors to disturb him, he was soon in a state of study for the rest of the morning. It wasn't until near noon that he heard his old mom calling his name, which led him to go out and look. What is it this? Poutong walked out of the bedroom. A little bit did not figure out what the situation. Mom, as soon as she entered the door, began to shout at themselves, as if they came to have some kind of emergency. Something wrong with the song? That's not true. Hui didn't say anything. She directly handed her cell phone to Poutong for him to see for himself. Look at this. Mom's cell phone is playing a short video. Poutong scanned the platform and found that it is one of the top short video apps in China. What? Poutong didn't like brushing short videos very much. Don't look at this thing short, one by one. It's endless, and then the time will be inexplicably consumed. And if you look back afterward, you won't even be able to remember what you watched exactly. You finish this video. Poutong then focus on the video itself. The video blogger called Liang Liang is considered to be in the platform of the volume of bloggers. This video has also been a few million than the heart. The video begins with the boy holding a flower in the middle of the crowd confessing his love for the woman. And then the road around him instantly gathers around and starts to get up in arms. The boy's expression is very stale. The girl's eyes are very flustered. This time, as a person can see, the girl does not like the boy. The girl scanned the crowd of onlookers and looked at the humble boy. and instead of rejecting him on the spot, she wrapped her arms around him and whispered, "I don't like you, but now you can hold my hand and leave the crowd." Poutong instantly felt that something was wrong. This text was not what he said. The aftermath is also familiar. Exactly what he said that day is set into the story. The male lead becomes a smitten teenager. The female lead is a goddess with a beautiful heart. He glanced to the bottom left corner, only to realize that the video even had his name in the blurb. #relationship story #confessions material from an I Hate Chemistry copy from Poutine. Poutong instantly understood the cause and effect of the whole thing. That day Chinyu confession when the live broadcast himself was present. Presumably that live students to playback edited the playback sent to the internet. You've got a lot of stuff in this little brain of yours. Every time I think you don't understand feelings you always come up with something new to punch me in the face. And laughed. Where did you hear all this stuff? I bull ***** Ted you call that bull ********? And paused. The comments section can be full of people who want to get a lecture from you. Listening? What? An old bachelor's lesson on love? That's going to cripple people. Poutong looked at the video with hundreds of thousands of comments and was completely afraid to look at it. In fact, the audience of microblogging is a specific group. The user surface is also relatively narrow. Many people do not care about the entertainment industry for microblogging is even avoided. But the short video platform is different. The popularity of short video is very high. At least 7 out of 10 people are using it. The traffic is not generally large. This video only mentions a mouthful of your own name, but it definitely got a lot of attention. Start a class and run a class. You be the main speaker and I'll be the assistant. Set a small goal first. Teach 1,000 people to get off the hook. Poutong also ignored his mom's sarcasm and went straight to his room to open his cell phone. It's like he knows why you dandy sent him so many messages. Chapter 101, 10 videos to see through character. You dandy sent a bunch of messages, in addition to the normal chat at the beginning, but later it was all reminders to tell himself about the short video. But he turned off the message notification. Naturally, did not find it at all. Thought this girl was out of her mind today before message bombing. Turns out he misunderstood. She's so nice. She's really anxious if she's not okay. In fact, Poutong think carefully. Usually in his study time, you dandy actually seldom take the initiative to bother him. Has always put respect in the first place. And how can be bored to message bombing harassment? POTUS, sorry, just saw. You dandy. If you're not available, don't reply to the messages. Where can I compare to your studies? Her words were so sultry that it made Poutong a little unsure of how to take it. It's like Lindayu said, I'm not so blessed to climb and suffer. I can't compare to the Baochai girl. The question is what do you compare to studying alone? POTUS, you're showing that I'm not. So don't paint me on the heart, or I'll have a hard time with this heart. You dandy? Poutong, it's my fault. My heart is colder than the ice slag on a cold day. You dandy, what are you smoking? POTUS, see? I didn't just say a few more words, and my brother looks like this. Dandy you. Poutong saw that he didn't say anything anymore, and then he was satisfied to stop the Lin Mei quotes. POTUS, no kidding, you know about that short video, right? You dandy, just a reminder. After all, you certainly don't want to wade through the muck. POTUS, indeed. You dandy knew Poutong's character very well, and knew that he didn't like to be involved in all sorts of inexplicable things, which was why he came to ask in the first place. The short video of the second creation is a very common thing. People both labeling the source and the source of the text. The attitude has been considered quite sincere. Liang Liang's video is still very innovative. The Poutong text and story integration is very natural, didactic meaning a lot less. This makes the video interesting at the same time and a lot more about the exploration of love, which is the reason for the explosion of fire. After all, the original video sent out by the classmates can't be much hotter. The live replay is longer, and it's just not a good idea now that short videos are the order of the day. You dan, so, you're going to start a class to teach the general public to fall in love. Puda Lusheng? Forgive her for laughing unkindly. Can she not know if others don't? Although she couldn't figure out where Poutong got so much knowledge of love theories, there was no doubt that he had zero experience in love. But how to say it? She kinda like Poutong like this. To if Poutong is the kind of emotional intelligence super high gentle and considerate sweet words to their own no matter what the male god. That instead of nothing interesting. POTUS, I'm afraid that if I'm too successful in starting a class study, the world's population will grow at a much faster rate, so I'd better forget it. You dandy, cut. What class when the class to tell them Meng Jiangnu and Zhu Tai? That is not to find their own suffering. He does not lack of money and does not want to be popular. There is no need for that. Hearing Ni Hui's voice calling for dinner, Poutong didn't chat much more and sent a sentence about my mom calling me for dinner before going offline. On the contrary, you dandy saw this sentence fell into a long contemplation. Anti-cooking should be very delicious. Right, have to taste it when you have time to do so. Although the short video used your copy, but people labeled it as reprinted and original author. Do you want to pursue it? Ni Hui inquired while eating. Boughton frowned at his words. Those few words were originally their own words, but also are previously seen the network paragraph. Not too much gold can make the video so good is also the level of people, what they have to pursue. And just for a moment, there are quite a few second creation works about their own copywriting, and their own lawyers' letter banning lawsuits. Isn't that a small pattern? If you mark the source, you don't modify the content and don't use it in an illegal way, then you won't be pursued, right? Poutong paused. It's also someone else's skill to be able to use flowers. And Hui smiled, pretty much knowing that was what he was going to say. Sometimes I do wonder how much kooky copy you have in your head. There's not much to it. It's just very good at making stuff up. Like what's a sword in the hand of a loving mother and a split in the body of a wandering son? And Hui froze and almost choked on the mouthful. What kind of weird stuff are you talking about? If this kind of is considered a loving mother, I guess I'm considered an absolutely wonderful mother myself. It's fine. It's fine. Poutong finished picking up his lunch. Poison resistance +1, life -1. Can only say that mom is a great cook. I'll have to find a wife who can cook before I get poison in the future. Returning to his room, Poutong planned to take a short lunch break before continuing his studies. He still understood the principle of too little is too late. Lying on the bed and scanning the cell phone, found that the 4 groups of people who have been cold for a few days have begun to be active again. The 3 of them are chatting. Are some eat what is good? I also want to eat, and so on the nutrient-poor conversation. POTUS, when did you 3 split up? If the 3 of them were still together, they certainly wouldn't be chatting in a group, and by the looks of it they should be going their separate ways. Lin Yushi, this morning, Yukino went to catch up on her manuscript for a new pitch. Dude went back. I'm still at home in Mordor. Today is the 4th day of vacation, and as the mini-vacation comes to an end, it's time to do something of your own, not to mention a bunch of vacation homework. Iori Yukino, the big red man is still a water group. I've swiped so many copywriting videos about you. Bullfrog. Isn't the swipe video thing pushed by big data? The more you watch, the more you're pushed. Poutong, because the push mechanism of short video apps makes recommendations based on your usual video swiping preferences. So, POTUS, there's this saying that you know what kind of person you are by swiping 10 videos in a row. 10 videos to see through the character. While it may be inaccurate, there's some truth to the statement. For example, a few of the 10 videos down of the Daily Scrub women are definitely like that. Lin Yushi, it's kind of interesting. Why don't we play a game? Lin Yushi, record 10 videos in a row together. Then send the recordings to the group to see who usually has the strangest personal preferences. You dandy, I'm also kinda curious if someone will swipe all the hot dancing ladies. There's only one guy in the group. Who are you implying? Iori Yukino, +1. Just start the clock now. I despise anyone who doesn't post. POTUS, when I will. I don't have a short video app on my phone. How can a self-disciplined person have this on their phone? But having heard that there are now a lot of second creations about their own texts in there, Poutong can't help but be a little curious, and intends to check out the brainchildren of the general public. As for this game, just play. A person who has not used the short video app is not afraid of it? It's not possible to have 10 videos and 7 cons, 1 source and 1 seal and 1 dingjin. Iori Yukino, hurry up. Poutong downloaded and installed a good short video app, registered with the phone number, but found that the phone already has an account. A login found in microblogging, the same called a common user, should be the original body before playing for a period of time. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Don't bring up the subject yourself and then shoot yourself in the foot. Lin Yushi, alright, now start. Iori Yukino, ready to go. You dandy, okay. Poutong, steps with the right foot. In order to avoid being told by them that they can't afford to play, Poutong still participated in the game, and as a result, the first video he was a little bit taught, Munan's ancient costume mashup, the earth is amazing. Martyr. He then remembered that the original body seems to be a fan of Munan. This is finished, can't tell. The time to record the screen was limited by the rules of the game, and he couldn't afford to fake it, so he could only continue to swipe down hard, while the follow-up was pretty normal. 3 gameplay videos, 2 anime commentaries, then another Munin face-oriented HD picture, and 3 cute pet videos. It doesn't feel good. This is all the original body's former hobbies. It has nothing to do with him. A few of them did play along, quickly all posting 4 recordings to the group, and then, a few of them began to enjoy each other. The composition of Yukino Iori's videos is very simple: 3 food videos, 3 beauty costs, and 4 anime clips, and fits the crowd's imagination of her. Lin Yushi was still a bit of a special fetish. There were 2 videos that were short dramas on the subject of the boss and the little petite wife, then 2 videos that were videos of collaborating with fellow celebrities, 3 dance videos, and lastly, 2 cute pet videos and 1 funny video. If he didn't watch the video push, he didn't even know Lin Yushi actually likes "The Bossy President Fell in Love with Me," this kind of routine. really people can't look alike. And then to the video of you dandy. Directly let Poutong sucked a breath of cold air. 10 video 6.5 is her own. Completely high intensity since the search. As for why it's 6.5, because one of them is a PUCP-oriented clip video. The remaining 3 videos are a cover of the song The Wheel of the Year, a video of Poutong's copywriting, and what's it like to meet Poutong in a small county. Hoping that he went over there on May 1st to be a press assistant and got photographed by a passerby is right. He didn't even notice at all. Looking at it this way, all 3.5 of you dandy's videos are related to himself. It had obviously been a while since the video had been posted, but none of the 4 had spoken, and the atmosphere was rather eerie. Poutong, that what? Everyone's videos are so interesting. You guys talk. I'm going to study first. Iori Yukino, eating out of the palm of her hand. Lin Yushi, human face and beastly heart. The 2 of them are completely unexpected. Poutong's video will actually have Munan. These 2 people are completely out of touch. It is outrageous. The main thing is that he totally acted like he wasn't interested in Munan last time. How can there still be this kind of thing? POTUS, hahaha, I actually logged into my dad's account. Really? Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino each sent a contemptuous emoticon to show their disdain. You dandy, can't tell. You dandy, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. You dandan, I am not so lucky to be able to climb and suffer. I can't compare to Miss Munan. You dandy, if my brother finds me uninteresting, and tomorrow I see someone next to me who is absolutely marvelous, it really, really breaks one's heart. Now that's really Lindayu. Chapter 102. Who am I then? Poutong decides to cancel his account and re-raise. It's best if big data pushes humanities and social sciences and intellectual science, not harmful things like beauty videos. The main thing is that this kind of thing he really is not good to explain, although the previous use of records are the original body, but that is also counted as their own to see. Brush Munan video. This thing he did not have to wash. The group's conversation had a disagreeable undertone, and you dandy didn't reappear after saying a few words. Not knowing what to do, Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino didn't say much in the group either, and started private chats to strongly condemn it. Yukino Iori, I didn't realize you were like this. POTUS, let me explain. Iori Yukino, I didn't realize you liked Munan-san too. Iori Yukino, Munan-san is a big beauty on the list in all of us at Sakura. And who wouldn't like a bleach brew sister? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and approve of your aesthetics. You dandy, you can't have this BFF. Munan good-looking Poutong is recognized. At least it is a level higher than you dandy than 3. Of course, people were beautiful, but he really wasn't familiar with them and didn't think much of them. This kind of heavenly fairy is better left to the arts. POTUS, don't be crazy here. Iori Yukino, well, go ahead and talk to dude. It's really all known to be a coincidence. After all, you saw the calmness in Munan's eyes. That kind of thing can't be faked. It's just that you need to symbolically explain it now. Poutong returned the emoticon and stopped paying attention to her. In fact, after the recording screen ended, a very subtle feeling appeared inside him, and he was afraid that you dandy would think the wrong way. And after the video was posted, this feeling of his was getting stronger and stronger. He always felt that if he didn't find you dandy to say something, he wouldn't feel good. It's better to explain it symbolically, though he himself couldn't quite understand why he had entertained such thoughts. POTUS, is it there? You dandy, not in. She even replied straight back in seconds, as if she had been waiting for a long time. POTUS, what about that? How about that big data push or whatever? It's not accurate. It's random, right? It's not surprising what gets pushed to it. You dandy, exactly. So why are you giving me this? POTUS, it's nothing, just mentioning it off the top of my head. You dandy, oh, that's quite a good point. Also, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's time for you to study. Poutong glanced at the clock, only to realize that his lunch break was over. She even knows her study routine. It did seem like it was time to study as well, and although you dandy's tone was a bit odd, the whole thing was still sensible, and he nodded off without saying too much. Poutong dropped his cell phone and got back into the swing of things. If everything has to be sorted out clearly between 2 people, it would be a bit too meaningless. For the whole afternoon, except for his mom cleaning the house outside with occasional noises, he wasn't disturbed in any way, and his study efficiency was quite good. If there hadn't been the noon interlude, he might have been able to learn faster. He stopped his pen to do the problem, or he would have thought of it without thinking, and then his mood would have fluctuated. Definitely can't fall in love. This if really fall in love guess completely can't learn things. Poutong long out of breath, ready to eat dinner to rest will. Mom had gone out this afternoon to buy a lot of ingredients and came back with a feeling that she was going to do something whole. and he was even kind of looking forward to the weird stuff she was going to come up with. Buzz. The message tone sounded, and Poutong glanced at his phone, picking it up and scanning it. Since he had missed an important message from you dandy in the morning, he still decided to turn on the message notifications. After all, there wasn't much that usually messaged him. Iori Yukino, I found something strange. Yukino Iori, picture. Poutong clicked on the picture and found that it was a screenshot of a short video app, and on the first floor of the comments section of a certain video, the spokesperson's nickname was exactly Poutong, and his avatar was also his picture. The video is of a slugger showing off his muscles, with the following comment from Poutine: reward yourself for watching it once before you go to bed. You dandy? Lin Yushi? He's Poutine. Who am I then? Iori Yukino. I ran into a high-fashion copycat, and when I clicked on the homepage, all of his work was footage of you cut out of a variety show. Lin Yushi, is there a personal certification yet? Public figures like them are allowed to authenticate their identity on various platforms, and it shows up on the account homepage. Iori Yukino, of course not. Isn't he here in person? You dandy, not necessarily, in case that's what he's good for. The thought that he might be good at it. That seemed to instantly make sense to be so cold to such a beautiful girl as himself. Poutine, it's not me at all. High fashion accounts are like that. After all, any ID on various platforms can be taken by anyone, and naturally there will be a lot of people taking names based on celebrity effects. Iori Yukino, that's not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that a lot of people believe it. Iori Yukino, just below Liana Liang, the video of your text. There are still a lot of people at this account. Poutine, asterisk. Now I'm a stand-in. You dandy, simple you go to make a certification for your account is not finished. Lin Yushi, indeed. When the time comes, one look at the homepage will tell you that you are the real Poutong, and that kind of high fashion will be ignored. Personal authentication. If you do authentication, then won't a lot of people come to follow you? That would be too much trouble. You dandy, you don't think so much. It's just the account to do a certification. You must be the Zero Works war god. When the time comes, the private message notification is closed, and no one can bother you. The reasoning is so reasonable, but it always gives Poutong the illusion that he is going to enter the short video platform. He's not interested in that sort of thing. You dandy, I'll ask you that then. You dandy, what do you do if someone poses as you and uses your identity to commit online fraud? Cheating your fans under your guise? Although posing as a celebrity scam, this scam is very low, but there will always be people fooled. Otherwise there will not be so many public figures issued. I will not ask anyone for finances. Please carefully screen, such as the discovery of this type of account can be reported directly. If there was really such a person posing as himself to cheat people, it would be too diabolizing. And this kind of thing Poutong still didn't want to happen. POTUS, then. I'll certify it then. You dandy, don't worry, just be your Zero Work war god. No one cares about you. With you dandy giving him this peace of mind, he was instantly relieved a lot, and directly opened the short video app to log out of his account. One has not yet certified the account or history records to make this kind of thing. Since to certify the personal identity, it is better to clean up all the history records to come better, directly to avoid being turned out what black history. Re-registered account. Poutong still took the nickname as a certain ordinary user. Itself his microblogging is the name. It is also convenient to use. Tapping on his personal certification, Poutong chose a singer. After all, he did have a few masterpieces, and using this certification also seemed formal. POTUS, certified. I don't expect it to come through until tomorrow. There's another problem. If you don't say a word or a single work after you've authenticated, no one will know that your account exists by then, and then very few people will be able to find out that you're the real Poutong. Poutine, I really don't want to post my work. He doesn't want to mix circles or be open for business. You dandy, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. Just let others notice your account. We'll just post a random video at your account one hand then. It'll be noticed soon. Lin Yushi, not us. Dude, at least, not you. Poutong thought about it briefly and instantly understood what she meant. His relationship with you dandy is still very controversial. If you dandy sends out a piece of work to 8 Poutong, it's too easy to be misinterpreted as an official announcement, so it's probably going to blow up. You dandy quickly thought of this as well, and could only helplessly dismiss the idea. You dandy, so who's coming? Lin Yushi, how can I say this? We are all girls after all, and all the accounts of 8 guys are easily misunderstood. Unless, POTUS, unless a man is found. You dandy, unless it's a partnership. What Poutong wanted was to get Siamu to step in, while you dandy meant for Iori Yukino to step in. After all, Sakura Girl happened to be posting a pitch recently. Chapter 103, transferring after a vacation. Iori Yukino, let me aid out Poutine in my new work? Lin Yushi, so far it looks like only you are the most suitable. Iori Yukino, so, What's the price? You dandy, you don't want people to know you're a bad sleeper either, do you? That said, a few of the girls did live together during their vacations coming up, so it would be really easy to spot if someone had a lot of sleeping problems. But isn't it a normal situation to have such a difference in sleep? And can that be blackmailed? Iori Yukino. Okay, I'll help. Okay, Poutine, so just how bad of a sleeper is actually able to compromise Sakura-chan? Lin Yushi, as soon as she falls asleep, she hugs and rubs against the things next to her. Poutine frowned. Didn't that sound normal? Isn't that what happens when you get used to sleeping with a doll? He didn't care about this kind of girl-to-girl talk, and Iori Yukino wouldn't be able to send the video out until tomorrow, so his own certification review should pass by then as well. Emperor's son, come and eat. God TM's royal son, treating himself like a queen is it? He really wanted to see what mom had made out of the pile of ingredients she had bought. What are you drumming up again? Poutong pushed the door out and smelled the aroma all the way out, which was seriously not what he expected. My mom can't cook that well, cooking a small hot pot. And we took out 2 small bowls and gestured for Poutong to come over and mix her own dipping sauce. So it's a fondue cooker. That makes sense. Of all the cooking skills, fondue is the easiest, and if you start with sautéing the ingredients, it does require cooking skills. The ingredients fried by a chef are definitely tastier than those made by ordinary people. If you just buy the ingredients and cook them, don't you just have your hands full? Hurry up and eat. I have to write afterward. Reporter interview after writing is really trouble. Many times, decide a news report value of things is not the topic in interview, but the intention of the manuscript and entry point. Find hot events to catch up with the heat is to keep the lower limit. The level of copywriting can definitely improve the upper limit. Mom wasn't a great cook, but her professional skills as a reporter were absolutely top-notch, and she didn't need him to worry blindly about it. Oh, you washed the pot yourself too. And hui hemmed and hawed. It's only right to help mom with some work, right? How hard it is to wash the pot after eating hot pot. It's quite a tosser, but after all, considering that he had also contributed to this report, in order for his mom to write a quality manuscript, Poutong reluctantly accepted the task of washing pots. The two of them chatted for a while about the follow-up to the handling of the short video incident, and when it came to Iori Yukino's new video that had his account aired out, mom suddenly grumbled. That cherry blossom little girl's submission. It's that children's song you recorded yesterday, isn't it? And hui paused and said, you see, you're writing songs for other girls again. And hui glanced at him, rather glumly. You write songs for girls you've just met not long ago when you say so. Your dad and I haven't had this treatment for years. Feelings fade and salt is expensive. Poutine was momentarily speechless. In fact, for himself, crossing over to meet everyone for the same amount of time but no one else knows about this. So when you think about it, he's somehow kinda white-knuckled. The self that only writes songs for pretty girls is crumbs. Listen to your mom and don't let her get hurt. It's quite good. Sing more. And hui kinda liked the tune and lyrics, signaling him to keep singing down. Just these 2 lines. Be nice to me and maybe I'll be inspired to create a follow-up. He's also just painting a picture for his mom, and putting out a song isn't necessary for a while. And hui wasn't interested in playing mind games with her son, so she ate and drank her fill and went back to her room to write. Poutong glanced at the mess left behind by the 2 men eating hot pot and was a little distracted. By the time he was thoroughly cleaned up, 20 minutes had passed. Why does mom's workload increase when she's home herself? They say they are taking care of him, which is not as bad as when they live alone. Poutong smelled the hot pot odor on himself and hurriedly changed his clothes and took a shower. I hope I can rest comfortably tomorrow. The last day of the 5-day vacation is coming to an end. After the games finished on Friday, the double holiday took 5 days off along with the first 3 days of the second week. It is logical that when the vacation is over, 2 days of classes on Thursday and Friday will be double days again. Of course, this will never happen, because a rule is bound to appear to break this comfortable life, and that is the transfer of time off. Where there is a holiday, then there is bound to be a transfer. How come this transfer thing is in other worlds? Poutong was a little hard to strain. It is true that transferring is a bit of a pain for students and working people. It's not easy to say. As early as before the holiday notice came out, Poutong knew about their transfer program. The week after the end of the holiday Saturday does not take a holiday. The day on Sunday is still considered humane, at least did not let people directly even 9 days of classes. Actually, it's okay for him, after all. The learning thing is the same whether at home or at school, and Poutong personally feels that he'll be in a better state of learning at school. That said, I think When You're Young variety show airs on Saturday nights. Last time the 4th period of a piece of online scolding Poutong also saw, can be said to be Sue to blame. The gimmick is a high school variety show but with students to the crew. This kind of thing how to recruit scolding. And this time the 5th installment of the show is themed as a field day, which is kind of back to the realm of everyday middle school students, so the reviews should warm up even more. Of course, provided Sule didn't do anything fancy. After doing a few questions, Poutong went to the bathroom to get ready for bed, but found the light in his mom's room was still on. Looks like she's planning on pulling an all-nighter to finish the manuscript. Mom was working overnight, so Poutong, who woke up early the next day, still didn't get to eat breakfast. He came back from his morning run to buy 2 breakfasts and incidentally scanned his phone on the way to find that his personal identification had been approved. After sending the screenshot to Sakura Girl, Poutong backhandedly uninstalled the app. He also watched a few videos about his text, and found that they were all youthful and hurtful literature, which was not much fun, and it was really a bit of a waste of time to brush up on short videos and whatnot, and Poutong didn't want to leave this kind of hidden danger. Anyway, it's a freshly registered shell account with nothing but authentication, so it won't be a hassle. It wasn't until about 5 p.m. that Sakura Girl posted a message to the group that she was going to post a video. Iori Yukino just posted a short video in Alphabet Station. Remember to like and coin favorite 1 button trifecta. You dandy, I don't use the Alphabet Station much. Don't have a lot of coins. POTUS, next time for sure. Iori Yukino, if you don't coin it, I'll post the version you sang as a P2 as an egg. Alphabet stations are going to have videos divided into Ps. P2, which is the second part, and many of the videos are going to be used in several parts for supplemental purposes. Although I knew that Iori Yukino was only joking, it seems that this incident has become a black history of being blackmailed after all. At 6 o'clock, Sakura Girl's new submission for the Doraemon theme song was released right on time, and Poutong opened the Alphabet Station and scanned it. How is there really a P2? He hurriedly clicked on P2 and listened to it, only to realize that it was the Japanese version that Sakura Girl herself had changed. Doraemon's theme song was originally a Japanese version, and the one he sent over was just a Chinese cover of it. He had only mentioned a few lines to her, but I didn't expect Sakura-chan to actually sing this version, so it could be said that she was quite attentive. Actually, come to think of it, it seems like there hasn't been a break in her work so far since she started drawing comics. Looks like she never puts up a bad fight about what she likes. If you only swing for the fences with meaningless dislikes, it could be considered a benign swing for the moment. Alphabet Station was not required to AIT him, and the video didn't get much of a reaction, even though the words that the lyrics and music were composed by Poutong also appeared in the video. The comment section and pop-ups were also talking about Iori Yukino singing Sweet Sweet Sweet, and not many people noticed him as the creator. Poutong scanned the comments section for a few moments for earthy sentiments and anticlimactic remarks, only to feel that this group of people really knew how to play. You dandy, wow. Yukino instantly becomes so cute when she sings it, much better than someone who sings it. Lin Yushi, what's wrong with you Poutong? Iori Yukino, how can you talk like that? Poutong's singing is pretty good too. POTUS, don't compliment me, just say what you have to say. Before, he was ridiculing himself vigorously, but now he suddenly changed his posture, so he must be up to something. Iori Yukino, classes are tomorrow, homework for me to copy, to not be so real. Chapter 104, Trendy Hairstyles. After just 5 days of not seeing each other, Poutong felt as if each of her classmates had changed. Many of his classmates even said to him, Poutong, you've become handsome again after 5 days of not seeing him, and he could only smile and keep quiet. Usually often meet people, is not to feel that kind of subtle changes, even if there is a relatively big change will be quickly accepted. So always feel that classmates and colleagues are not much difference, but the time to meet a slight interval, the changes have accumulated a large. It is easy to feel, this time to meet some people who are not familiar with even produce a kind of illusion of first meeting. Good morning. The familiar voice made Poutong freeze, and he looked up before realizing that it was Lin Yushi who had just arrived. She directly braided her long hair into a twisted braid during her vacation, together with her fair melon face, bright eyes and teeth, fine nose and eyebrows, plus the temperament cultivated by practicing dance for many years. Although her age is still young, she is completely a beauty embryo. Previously, when Mom asked herself who was the best looking of the 3 women, he also said without hesitation that it was Lin Yushi, quite objective. Her kind of dancer's temperament is really too much of a plus. To that station is a crane. Who are you beautiful? Don't be a baby talker. The 3 of us made an appointment and all changed our hairstyles. Looking at Poutong's puzzled expression, she added, don't worry, they all meet the high school hairstyle requirements. Even if Lin Yushi didn't say anything, he didn't believe that these 3 people would get whole weird hairstyles. Poutong continued to quietly memorize, not looking forward to it much just because she heard about such things. After all, she could always see them herself as long as a few of them came to school. The second star trainee to come is Gon Hong-soo, who hasn't changed much. His slate is still slate, even a little shorter than before, so it looks like he's been pushed a little more by the holidays. How much does this guy love slate? Tang Luo Chang and Iori Yukino came together, and the two seemed to be chatting, which made Poutong a bit surprised. After all, in his impression Tang Luochang and Sakura Girl had no interactions at all. Good morning. Iori Yukino looked rather shriveled up, looking like she was going to fall asleep while walking. You do look like a ball with this pill head. Poutong was a bit puzzled as to how on earth Sakura-chan managed to make this pill head so round. At first glance she thought that the back of her head was topped with a sphere. Is it very round? It's very round. Super round. It's just, I'm super round. Iori Yukino didn't understand what he meant and just took it as a compliment on her handiwork. Maybe I really did bring in the craft of making croquettes. Pretty cute. Poutong was also genuinely complimented. Iori Yukino's face was relatively small, and there was a sense of extra mo when she shook her head with a small pill on top. I'm exhausted from copying homework all night last night. Sakura-chan didn't put on a show. She sat down in her seat and got down to sleep. Poutong topped that pilled head on the back of her head and suddenly thought of a boring harmonic stalk. Fish maru maru. Why you dan don't hold a pill head off? Perhaps in response to his confusion, Dandy walked into the classroom and first locked eyes with him before returning to his seat rather motionlessly. Morning. Dandy changed to a half-braided hairstyle, using the pigtails on both sides to pin her long hair behind her head, looking gentle and quiet, very sweet. Poutong surveyed Dandy's new hairstyle and froze without holding a word. He couldn't boast about it. In the face of Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino he was able to praise them without any fear, but he always wanted to spit on Dan when he wanted to praise her. Obviously it was pretty, but he just wanted to say one thing about it? It's like little boys playing lame games to get a girl's attention by pissing her off. Is this what mom and the others say? Being generous is friendship. Being careful is. No way. Absolutely no way. What's wrong with you? The new hairstyle is good. Poutine gritted his teeth and hurriedly calmed himself down. Okay. Dandy blinked her eyes, as if she wasn't very satisfied with Poutong's performance and wanted to point out more compliments. Getting this kind of hair is time-consuming, isn't it? Poutong ignored Dandy's obvious praise me expression. Don't you tell me to wake up an hour early to do my hair? That's not true. Dandy expressed her speechlessness. It seemed like it wasn't easy to get one more compliment from Poutong. Xiaomu and Shen Xiqing stepped into the classroom at about the same time, but both of them didn't change much, probably because their hairstyles had been targeted by Zhang Binyan in the past. Shen Xiqing is now quite careful in this regard. You say, the three of us won't be scolded by the homeroom teacher for our hairstyles. Dandy suddenly remembered this as well. Sometimes it's one thing to conform to school rules, it's another to get past the homeroom teacher. How would I know? Hasn't he been your homeroom teacher for a long time? Surely you know him better than I do. I don't know about the two of them. He would never ask. Poutine paused. Maybe he'll even compliment you on your new haircut. Don't underestimate the fan filter. Hello. Although Poutong thinks that Zhang Binyan's character cannot be so double standard, if it is really non-compliance estimates that he also treats the same. Not long after, morning study began, and Dandy stopped bothering Poutong and quietly memorized her book. This girl is so understanding. It would be disrespectful to others if she wasted any of her study time herself. He quietly memorized for a while, but was interrupted by a commotion coming from the front row. Teacher's here. Lin Yushi directly whacked Iori Yukino's elbow, waking her up from her state of lying on the table. Iori Yukino scrambled up and picked up the book and was abandoned, so skilled that it hurt. The next second, Zhang Binyan walked into the classroom. Steps are very light, basically nothing sound. If not Lin Yushi sharp eyes estimated that they cannot notice. The moment the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom, Poutong felt that the sound of memorizing in the classroom was a few minutes louder. Zhang Binyan also did not say much, silently began to circle the classroom. Look at this, look at that. Around the Poutong are a little panicked. Zhang Binyan quickly came to their side, and Poutong noticed that Dandy's hand holding the book instantly trembled. It seems that girls are all the same, love beauty but are afraid of being scolded for violating the law. Even star high school students are the same. Fear of teachers and such things are engraved in the nature of the student's DNA. It should be fine. Poutong felt that the three of them were still quite normal and compliant with their hairstyles, and if there was really any problem, it could only be said that the three of them were too good-looking to violate the rules, and they couldn't be blamed for the hairstyles. This kind of hairstyle can't be right. Zhang Binyan glanced at a few of them and didn't say much, silently leaving to continue walking towards other places. The young girl let out a momentary breath of relief, and seemed to have gotten over it. Zhang Binyan suddenly gave a puzzled cry and silently turned around. The sound of the doubt and the turnaround instantly startled the sound of the memorization to sink into silent reading. What's going on here? A comeback? Zhang Binyan looked at their piece with some sharp eyes. The The three of them aren't going to be called out on their hairstyles. Just when Poutong was a bit worried, Zhang Binyan walked straight towards them with a clear goal in mind. It's over. Can't stand the three of them with their hair after all? Yu Dandy's reading voice was a little shaky, and it seemed that she was even more nervous as the person in question. Zhang Binyan walked in front of them and without speaking, he directly patted Poutong's shoulder and told him to stand up. What? Zhang Binyan narrowed his eyes and sized him up. Do you know how long this hair of yours is? What's going on here? Why am I still involved? Poutong a bit puzzled. He did not change his hair, he even crossed over and never had a haircut. Wait a minute, never had a haircut? Now we know what the problem is. I'm sorry, teacher, I wasn't paying attention. I'll take care of it today at noon. No matter how serious you are in your studies, you should pay attention to your appearance, right? Why do you have such long hair? You want to be a star? Other celebrities don't have hair as long as you. Look at your classmate. She's a celebrity. Look at her hair. Old Chang, I beg you to take off the fan filter. Of course Poutong didn't dare to squeak, and could only listen with lowered eyebrows. You'd better cut it short at noon. If you haven't cut it, I have a pusher in my office. I'll cut it for you. Zhang Binyan smiled wistfully. Poutong are a little scalp numb. I really blame myself for this. I've been crossing over for so long and didn't even realize I needed a haircut. The homeroom teacher stepped out of the classroom, and Poutong sighed and sat down again. Ha. Yu Dandy couldn't hold it in any longer and sat down next to her and burst out laughing. Chapter 105, The Side of the Face. Although their school does not have such a strict hairstyle requirement as no more than the eyebrows in front, no more than the ears on the side, and no more than the collar at the back, it is still inappropriate for boys to have a hairstyle that is too long. Poutong's current hairstyle was in this slightly longer state, which wasn't really too much of a problem, but it wouldn't be too much of a problem if the teacher picked on it. Honestly, it does look quite long at this glance. Yu Dandy looked his hair up and down for a while and fished out a small mirror from his school bag. See for yourself. It's true that when a girl reaches the age of beauty, she carries a small mirror with her, right? Thanks. Poutong took the mirror and roughly swept his hair. The bangs had indeed exceeded his eyebrows by a lot, and it was no wonder that Zhang Binyan had said him, "Looks like I'll have to get a haircut at lunch today." Boughton played with the mirror and was in no hurry to return it. It's not because of narcissism. A small mirror can still be fun in the boring school life. Reflections with mirrors shaking other people's eyes is considered a child's play. In his previous life, there are a few brats in the class directly threw the CD-ROM on the floor as a mirror to sneak a peek at the bottom of the skirt of the female teacher. Naive and kind female teachers passing by will help them pick up and put back on the table. They secretly threw it back, and so on and so on. Now that I think about it, those brats can be really good. What are you staring at the mirror thinking about? Yu Dandy was a bit puzzled. Why could she stare at her own mirror for so long? Could it be that she was seeing someone else? What the hell? I'm in front of you and you're looking at me? Why don't you think about me? I wondered if I'd suddenly stop smiling when I was smiling in the mirror, and if I'd not react and keep smiling in the mirror. What kind of horror story is this? Yu Dandy directly took back her small mirror, not wanting to hear him brainstorm her mirror into something weird. Perhaps because the homeroom teacher criticized him by name for his long hair. Poutong always felt that his hair covered his eyes a little bit in class, and his view of the blackboard was a little bit obstructed. He couldn't help but be a little curious. A lot of girls have quite a bit of broken bangs too. Doesn't it bother them to see things? Poutong subconsciously glanced at Yu Dandy. After all, she also has quite a lot of broken hair. A little curious about how she reads the blackboard. Honestly, he hadn't even seen Yu Dandy listen attentively during class time because he was usually so focused in class. The young girl stared at the blackboard quite intently, occasionally adding a couple of strokes to her notes, a far cry from the hangdog look she had at the beginning. Perhaps a bit obscured by the broken hair in front of her, she raised the pen in her hand and used the barrel to lift it to the side of her ear, then lowered her arm and quickly added a few strokes to her book. It was only then that Poutong remembered that her previous hairstyle covered her ears. But now, the young girl's smooth and white neck was completely exposed to her eyes, and even the broken hair on the side of her ears was unusually clear. Many people know that skin like condensed fat, but do not know the next sentence, collar like grubs. That is, the neck like grubs like white and long. Looking at it, Yu Dandy suddenly sidled her head a bit and met eyes with Poutong's sight. If you avoid it at this time, it will definitely be taken as a peeping bar. So Poutong decided to keep looking without moving, so that she would think that she was looking at something else. Yu Dandy frowned lightly, and although she felt like peeking, Poutong's eyes were not the least bit flustered, and were still staring in her direction. Looks like he should be looking at something else. Indeed, how could this guy peek at himself? That kind of thing was absolutely impossible. Yu Dandy was a little tickled in her heart and turned her gaze back to the blackboard. She glanced at it with her afterglow and realized that Poutong still had no intention of retracting her gaze and was still staring straight ahead. She was now thoroughly confirmed that this guy couldn't be looking at himself even if he was looking out the window. Somehow, She was suddenly a little weak and subconsciously ruffled the right side of her hair. Poutong suddenly felt that this seemingly random movement of hers was very pretty, not quite a heartbeat, but just a simple aesthetic, perhaps. But whenever he recalled his middle school days later on, recalling these green years, that casual hair-raising action of the young girl at the same table would be in his mind, replayed countless times. He withdrew his eyes and listened to the lesson without a ripple. "What are you looking at in class? So mesmerized? Looking at you." Cut. Seeing him admit it so graciously, Yu Dandy's only remaining shred of thought disappeared. If he said another reason, he would still be skeptical. But if he said that, it must be impossible. Poutong looked at Yu Dandy with another rambling look and kind of wanted to laugh. Just like the young girl ate up his character, he now also quite understand Yu Dandy's nature. The more shrewd and suspicious think a lot of girls. You lie to her useless, it is better to tell her in a big way. She will instead prioritize to negate this correct answer. It's like a wife asking her husband where he hid his personal money, and instead of saying he didn't hide it, the husband says a random place, and then he realizes that he's been searched everywhere except for the bearings he said he had. With this kind of nature, I think that taking the initiative to say anything to her will cause her to think nonsense. If she confessed to her, it is estimated that this girl can make up "Is he coaxing me?" and other magical scenarios. "Where are you going to get a haircut at noon?" Yu Dandy was still staring at Poutong's hairstyle, as if he was looking at these things on their deathbed for the last time. "It's right near the neighborhood. I used to go there all the time. High school haircuts, there are not many hairstyles and styles. The words are just a few sentences thinning. Repair a little, or the universal formula, the ends pushed flat, the center trimmed a little shorter." But Tong did not think so much. The overall cut a little shorter on the line. To the May weather is also hot. Hair too long is also difficult. He took a hair actually quite casual. If you dandy these stars, afraid not to find a specialized hairstylist it. When it was finally noon, Poutong came home to finish his meal and stated that he was going out to get a haircut. "Why don't I cut it for you?" And Hui looked at her own son's hair, and the more she looked at it, the more her hands itched. Impossible. Poutong couldn't understand why there were always people who couldn't do anything but still wanted to do everything. If his mom really cut his hair, he would still have the face to see others with a head of uneven hair. "Looks like you're a head protector." "Pretty good." And Hui hemmed and hawed. "They say boys who protect their heads are filial. I hope so. This kind of thing is just like boys shaking their legs will become poor. There is no basis." Poutong also do not believe in this. Directly out of the door to get a haircut. When he came to the barbershop that he remembered coming to, he was still a little nervous. After all, many people say that no one walks out of the barbershop with a smile on their face. And even though he hadn't thought about getting a trendy haircut, it couldn't be too weird. Thinking of Zhang Binyan's fierce expression that seemed to be smiling, Poutong didn't dare to hesitate any longer and pushed open the door straightly and walked in. "A haircut? Wait a moment." The burgundy-haired sister's eyes lit up when she saw that it was Poutong who came in. "Sit down for a while, it'll be ready soon." The barbershop wasn't big, and with limited and all-used shampoo beds, naturally it hadn't been his turn. Poutong was in no hurry and sat down quietly in the waiting area and began to look at his cell phone. He doesn't have a so-called cell phone addiction. He just occasionally looks at it twice when he's bored, checking out the ACG content and hot events on the alphabet stations. "How do you want to cut it?" The barber was inquiring about the customer's intention to get a haircut, and Poutong glanced over and realized that the other person also looked like a middle school student. "Any recommendations?" The boy seemed to have not yet figured out what haircut he should have, eager to make an attempt but not brave enough to do so, and left the choice in the hands of the barber. "You can look at the magazines at hand. There are celebrities with the same style in them." Celebrities with the same hairstyle? With many celebrities being on the fashion front, it's no surprise that hairstyles have people clamoring to follow suit. The boy symbolically flipped a few times, but ultimately did not dare. After all, the star's hair is wild and cool, and not very suitable for middle school students. He can only think about it in his heart. "If you think these are too fancy, you can consider Poutine's same style." The barber flipped the magazine back a few pages and pointed to the person on top. "What the hell is this? You have the same hairstyle? It's just a normal student's hairstyle." Poutong suddenly got a bit on pins and needles. In a sense, he was indeed a public figure, right? It wasn't long before it was finally his turn, and Poutong finished washing his hair in the somewhat surprised eyes of the barber boy and found a seat to do it right. "How would you like it cut? Handsome?" Poutong flipped through the magazine to his page and found just the right amount of screenshots from his first episode of the variety show. At the time, his own hair was quite short. "Give me a Poutine cut of the same model." Chapter 106, the fifth program. "You're just as reasonable as you're not." After arriving at school in the afternoon, Yu Dandy repeatedly measured and always felt that Poutong's hairstyle basically didn't change much. It really was just equidistant and shorter. "You probably won't believe me when I tell you, I cut it from my own when I first started school." Poutong touched his hair, and honestly, after suddenly cutting it short in this kind of weather, He felt like his whole being was through the roof. Anyway, he's already cut it short, so it's old Chang's fault if he's still picking faults. He has been prepared to undergo Zhang Binyan test machine ready. But a whole afternoon, the class teacher did not come to the classroom. Poutong also cannot take the initiative to go to the class teacher to show the hair. Can only temporarily shelve this matter? Anyway, he can find out sooner or later. After a few classes until the extracurricular activities, he put down his textbook to get a breath of fresh air, and chatted with his table neighbors, just to combine work and rest. I thought you were going to get a really cool haircut. As far as Iori Yukino's eyes could see, the haircut was completely indistinguishable from the poutine she remembered. So much so that she even had some plans for poutine's makeover. I have a feeling you'd be good for a pick dye. Should look great with a handful of blue hairs. I'm not crazy yet. Poutong blankly glanced at her. Picking dye, that is not jumping in the class teacher's face to get scolded. He himself is not a star, and old Zhang can't possibly tolerate it again and again like he did with Chen Xiqing. I'm afraid that when the time comes, he will directly drag him to the office and push him bald with an electric pusher. Just, simply consider the face fit, Iori Yukino muttered. A guy with fair skin and delicate features is obviously a good candidate for blue-gray highlights. There's no need, he's naturally beautiful. Lin Yushi coldly interjected. Shaving a bald man is handsome, although it sounds like a compliment, but Poutong really does not feel anything. In his previous life he was also handsome, but the poor still have to be poor, the waste still have to be waste. If you really want to live well, you still need to learn more. The songs in your memory may run out, but the knowledge you learn is always your own. In fact, every time he was complimented on his talent or something, he had a bit of a mixed feeling in his heart. After all, he also knew that these things were just brought to him by luck, not his own. Poutong hopes that one day, through study and hard work, he will be worthy of the word talented. Face. It's just skin. Say, have you guys had plastic surgery? Poutong suddenly thought of this. In his previous life, many big and small stars had knives on their faces, and he didn't know how it was in this world. The three women smiled at each other and kind of wanted to laugh. Do you think it's necessary for me to have plastic surgery for a dancer? Lin Yushi pinched her face. If she dances too hard and throws her nose out of shape, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Poutine brainstormed that scenario, and it was indeed kinda outrageous. Hey, you dandy smiled mysteriously. There used to be black fans who questioned me about moving my face, so I took a picture of my mom and then everyone shut up. This, Poutong suddenly became a little curious about what Auntie really looks like, and to be able to do this, I'm afraid it's not something you have to be a great color on earth to be able to do. He always had a feeling that he might have a chance to meet this woman later, although there was no basis for this reason. Auntie is indeed the best looking woman I've ever seen. Ha ha ha. Iori Yukino showed her teeth and smiled. Didn't you say moo last time? Ahem. Sakura-chan hurriedly interrupted Poutong's doubts with a cough. Not because she was afraid that you dandy would think randomly, but mainly because it was really unnecessary to bring up that woman. Poutong also took the opportunity to survey Sakura-chan's somewhat juvenile face, feeling no signs of having undergone a knife. Don't look. Why would you think that a poser artist would go for plastic surgery? Lin Yushi spat while directly pinching Sakura girl's face left and right. I can't even twist her face around without deforming it. Do you believe me? I really don't believe it. Actually, Poutong believed it, but he just wanted to see Sakura-chan get her face pinched. I don't believe it. Prove it. Lin Yushi didn't even joke about it, and when he said he'd do it, he did it, directly pinching Iori Yukino's face red before he stopped. You're for real. Think of it as revenge for that night you wrapped yourself around my waist all night, Lin Yushi said viciously. That night? It was then that Poutong recalled the chat in the group yesterday, where Iori Yukino was being held hostage for sleeping badly. At first he was puzzled. Isn't it normal to sleep hug? Now he understood. It turned out that this guy was directly hugged to death, or even physically locked up. How come it's kinda luscious when you think about it? Ahem. Words. Poutong hurriedly threw away his absurd thoughts. What are you guys filming for the 6th installment? The 5th installment was The Games, which was filmed long ago, and it's time to officially start filming the 6th installment as well. The 5th installment hasn't aired yet. Don't rush. You dandy frowned. Honestly, she really hoped that the slower the program was filmed, the better. After the shoot, they'd have to leave, but she wasn't in a big hurry now, and even said she had a reason to want to stay. The trailer for the 5th installment was posted last night. Still rubbing her face, Sakura-chan glanced at Poutong. I knew you must not have watched it. She guessed right. She hadn't really looked herself. Who pays attention to this stuff when you don't have a single frame yourself anyway? It's just over a minute. It's basically some wide shots of the games and we each have some footage of the games. This I have to mention. Lin Yushi suddenly pounded the table lightly. Why are the shots of my running stage so ugly? Ha ha ha. Dandy and Iori Yukino laughed heartily as they both ran 100 meters, basically expressionless. When you get tired while running 800 meters, it's really easy to lose control of your expression management. It feels like your fans are going to get a bunch more emojis. Poutong gloated and smiled. He was suddenly a little curious as to how abstract an expression could make Lin Yushi, who was usually so neutral and calm, pound the table. Then, we'll watch it together on the mic like last time? Iori Yukino suggested. Honestly, there's really no point in watching this variety show thing alone. It's not as much fun as watching it together, spouting off and laughing together. I'm afraid not, Poutong interrupted. Not to mention the fact that he really has little interest in watching variety for that long to do a set of questions. More mainly, his mom can now be at home by the time she must be noisy and his own to see. If In and these three people linked to the microphone, then it can be a Mars collision with the Earth. What? Can't afford to watch it with us? Iori Yukino raised her small fists to show her displeasure. There's actually nothing to see. Dandy rounded off. She still understood Poutong. After all, watching variety shows was indeed a waste of time. Come to think of it, he actually cared quite a bit about his performance already when he watched the fourth installment together last time because he was worried about himself, didn't he? That's not true. The main thing is that my mom will probably watch it with me. Poutong had nothing to hide and chose to tell the truth. She's got a broken mouth. I'm afraid of saying something that's not true. Let Auntie watch it with us. How lively. Lin Yushi smiled badly. She was the fun-loving person who enjoyed watching such delightful scenes. I have no opinion. Iori Yukino expressed her indifference. She was kinda curious about what kind of character Poutong's mom was to be able to teach such a son. This is not good. Poutong is not good to refuse directly. After all, the three people have said no problem. Their own mother certainly will not refuse. He is really not good to say what hurt feelings words bad atmosphere. Yeah, didn't you say that you didn't say there's nothing to see? Poutong looked at Dandy. As long as one person voted no, this matter should be able to be left alone. Actually, when I think about it, it's still quite interesting. Dandy smiled in embarrassment and directly changed her words. Wouldn't have wanted to see it, but being able to meet Poutong's mom online suddenly made her feel less bored. She was curious about everything in Poutong, including the aunt she had never met. It's good to have a broken mouth. Better tell us more about what happened to Poutong. That's what she loves to hear. She had wanted to get acquainted, but she was a bit embarrassed if she took the initiative, and it wouldn't sound good if she spread the word. So wasn't this the best opportunity? Not to mention there were two sisters to cover for her. It's good to get to know each other in advance. Maybe we'll become a family in the future. The three women hit it off. You don't want to lie about the military. Oh, I might get your parents' phone number from the homeroom teacher. Dandy's words completely snuffed out the last bit of smallness in Poutong's heart. Letting mom get to know these three people might get her into something. Chapter 107, Differentiation of Treatment. In fact, everyone knows the show is nothing to write home about. Watching variety shows together is just a tool to pass the time plus bonding. And since the thing itself is for the pleasure of the mind and body, taking and adding a person is nothing more than a joyful thing to do. Poutong mom is a reporter this matter Dandy they are aware of. After all, Poutong heat is very high during that time. That account also appeared. In the Eat Melon line they have no reason not to notice. From their corner of the internet, a few of them at least learned that their aunt was a great businesswoman and a lot of fun. A few friendships aside, as a public figure, it's definitely nice to know a reporter with considerable credibility and voice. Of course they didn't think that much of it. After all, in the end it was just friends connecting for a mic to watch something. It's just that the friends' parents happen to be around. They don't have any bad intentions. They just want to persecute Poutine. Mom, I'll tell you something. Although Poutong knew that Dandy was not so bad as to ask the homeroom teacher for his mom's phone number, the trust between people had not reached that point, and it would not be good to falsely pass on the news in case he was found out. Something's up. I'm busy. And Hui ate white rice and frantically pinched food into Poutong's bowl. Dono also thought that their family is poor can't open the pot. The great mother's love caused her to only give her son to eat the dishes. In fact, just today the mom fried dishes they can't eat it. It's good to be busy. Poutine laughed. Forget it then. As long as she was busy enough, then surely she didn't have time to mess around with a bunch of them students. And surely she wouldn't mess anything up. What in the world? And Hui pulled in 2 mouthfuls of rice, a little concerned about Poutong's ambiguity. The expression on her own son's face just now was really a little odd. It's okay, you're busy. And Hui frowned, probably having a guess, and tried. About Dandy? Honestly, she knew this son of hers, especially in recent times. He was quite mature in the world, and many of his ideas were shocking, completely unlike a high school student. But only, when things involve Dandy, he shows clumsiness. This is a common problem that human beings can't get rid of, no matter how old they are and how much experience they have. Once it comes to the issue of feelings, there will be a lack of strings in the brain. As a veteran, Hui understands this too well. Boughton frowned. Could he even write things on his face now? Sure enough, right? Hui hemmed and hawed. Say, what is it? If you don't tell me I can go ask myself. Just as you dandy can easily find his mom's contact information, and we can likewise ask for you dandies. They can always get to know each other, just missing a pretext, and this time, it's that pretext. Tell me the truth. Poutong also cannot stand the pressure of both sides, simply told the several people are ready to watch the fifth phase of the variety show on the microphone to tell the mother. Okay, that's a good feeling, and we instantly came to interest. Those 3 stars although she had seen before, but not much contact, the knowledge of the 3 of them remained on the screen. But in the mouth of Poutong, a few people are another face, which really makes her a little curious, not to mention the fact that it could involve her own son's lifelong career. How could she not be excited? Aren't you very busy? Poutong did guess this result. His mom he also understand. To this kind of namely fresh and full of fun things absolutely impossible to refuse. Not busy. Instantly. And we waved her hand and very readily agreed to this. Linking up is fine. Don't talk out of your ass when you get there. Such as, like bad-mouthing me, talking about things that happened to me, talking about what I said about them, and don't get into any romantic topics either. Poutong decided to gag her mom. If she opened her mouth, she might not be able to say anything. Okay. It's always okay to just talk about the show then, right? Poutine nodded, still not really reassured. Anyway, at that time is their own control of even the microphone equipment. At that time if mom messed up he just closed the microphone. The main fight is a play not to be able to afford. On Friday and Saturday, there was still not much filming going on, so it looks like the showrunners want to wait until after the 5th installment airs and make temporary adjustments based on feedback from the 5th installment. This also made their campus life quite peaceful, not even much different from the daily routine of an ordinary high school student. Without the program's entire whatever job, the so-called teenage stars were actually not much different from ordinary high school students. Tonight at 8 o'clock, we won't see each other. At the end of school on Saturday, the girls emphasized it again, afraid that Poutong would forget. I still have to take a precaution. Poutong frowned. Anything my mom says can't be trusted. She's a sitting. Hi, you guys just ignore her. You are wrong. Auntie is not a reporter. The reporter is talking about a tell the truth. You're right. But, Poutong does not know how to retort. Can only hope that their hands fast enough. As long as the mom nonsense, he will directly turn off the microphone. Really not line loaded dropped out of the line also line Time flies. Poutong and mom finish dinner, almost exactly to the point where the program is about to be aired. Son, quickly link up. And Hui was a bit giddy during dinner, and seemed to have been looking forward to this for a long time as well. Take it easy. Anyway, Poutine looked at the time, went back to his room, turned on his computer, and copied a string of conference numbers from the group. Yo, so the 4 of you still have a group And Hui's expression was quite playful. Looking at Poutong's straight scare, he was somehow a bit weak. Homework support group. He made an excuse and managed to join the meeting. There were only Udandi and Lin Yushi in the meeting, and Iori Yukino hadn't come yet for some unknown reason. Hey, can you hear me? Poutong tried the sound. This thing sometimes microphones sound kinda Schrödinger. Try it in advance to be prepared. Can hear. Udandi's voice rang out. Is Auntie around? And Hui moved a stool to sit beside Poutong's desk, which was also convenient for her to watch the program. Poutong glanced at his mom who was still beside him with an odd smile. Very helpless she's in. Oh, hello Auntie. I don't know if it's an illusion. Poutong felt that Udandi spoke instantly clip a little. Not really. Is it starting to fit? It's dude, right? Hello? Udandi's voice and Hui had still heard it before. It was very recognizable and could be heard right away. Poutine made a face at her, signaling her to keep her mouth shut. Auntie, I'm Lin Yushi. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Kobayashi. I've even done an interview with your grandmother before. It's not too much to call you Kobayashi, right? Not too much, not too much. Auntie, feel free. Lin Yushi spoke politely to her elders. It should have a lot to do with her strict family upbringing, but let her a little confused is, why Poutong her mother directly tube Udandi called Dandy, and call her Xiaolin still have to add a classmate, which is more close to the far. A hearing can be heard. How is that even a distinction? A few people chatted idly, waiting for Sakura-chan to join in. Poutine listened from the sidelines, a bit unable to interject. I'm coming. Iori Yukino joined the meeting, her entire tone revealing pleasure. What have you been doing so late? Found some food. How boring to just watch and not eat. Iori Yukino spoke a little muffled as she didn't know what she was stuffing into her mouth. Found some snacks and made myself some sushi. Iori-san is good at cooking. Nichan seemed to have instantly recognized a fellow cook. We can exchange ideas sometime. Poutong gave her mom a blank look. With her dark cuisine skills she still had the nerve to communicate with Sakura girl? Sakura-chan belonged to the category of those who could eat and cook, and she herself had tasted her own nori rice balls during the games, which tasted really good. Yeah, Wait, why is Pouton's avatar a female voice? Oh, there's an ant tonight. Sorry, forgot. Iori Yukino smiled awkwardly, but it wasn't foreign at all. A few people waited for the homeowner's shared screen to operate and once again made small talk. Udandan may be too concerned instead of a little bit of release. Lin Yushi is more respectful of the elders only on the side of the concurrence. Iori Yukino instead of the most joyful chat with the mother of the one. In fact, Poutong also knew very well that mom's kind of nervousness would definitely be able to talk to the same mindless cherry blossom girl. Soon, the screen share was tuned up and the fifth installment of the show began to play. Chapter 108, Distribution of Footage. The fifth installment of the show, for the first time ever, didn't have a recap of the previous installment, and just went right into the theme of the games. Looks like director Sue knows that the fourth installment sucks too. The fourth issue to go to the crew belongs to the flow to abandon the original tone of the program. The wind review is very poor. The fifth issue of the program in order to reduce the impact of this, simply directly to the last review to go. The main hint of a bright idea. Sule, what does the fact that the fourth installment sucks have to do with my fifth installment? The program started with the opening program, as the program prepared by the school was nothing to write home about and was just under 2 minutes long. The announcing and reading of the flow of the sports session was done by the announcer, and many of the pop-ups said that they sounded a bit familiar, but couldn't be sure. Fans are the ones who have been following the developments during the games of their rightful owners and can distinguish the sound, and have started a pop-up about the name of their star. The program did not directly give the camera to the broadcasters Tang Luocheng and Chen Xiqing on the podium, presumably intending to leave a suspense, and fans of the brush screen a match. This suspense will seem very pale. And Ai Hui smiled. She interviewed more things, is also considered to be very understanding of the mentality of these brush screen fans. They just want to take advantage of the opportunity to publicize their own brother. But they do not know that this kind of behavior is very bad feeling. It wasn't until 5 minutes into the program, after the announcer had announced the official start of the games, that the camera turned to the two of them. The pop-up screen turned into a bunch of praise. Luo, the most beautiful broadcaster, Chen Xiqing Mandarin is so standard, and so on. Kind of. Don't know how to spit it out. Poutong coughed dryly, finding it hard to hide his squirming. In fact, those who have watched the variety show know that nowadays fans how to say, sometimes too neat and tidy to report the group's bewitching behavior looks like it will really make passers-by very uncomfortable. Good thing my fans aren't like that, Yu Dandy muttered to himself, a little relieved. My fans only laugh at me. Iori Yukino squealed. I've decided to expel them from my fanhood. Shocked that a popular idol has unilaterally decided to cut off his fans. Don't be outrageous. Poutong was helpless. Sakura-chan was. That said, why hadn't mom said anything? When he turned around, he found that his mom was writing and drawing something on the sketch paper on his desk. He went over to take a look, but found that his mother was drawing a table. The first vertical column was the names of the 3 women, and the first horizontal row was a personality, talk and other items. What are you? Score. This is outrageous. How can you start giving them 3 points? Do you really think you can pick your future daughter-in-law whenever you want? Scoring. What? The 3 women in the connecting mic were listening to the clouds, not knowing what the mother and son were talking about. McNews. It's the scoring of this program. After all, my mom is a reporter. Occupational disease. Ha ha. Poutong casually made up a reason to excuse the past. Fortunately they did not say too many strange words, or their own innocence will be ruined. Poutong hurriedly turned off the mic, ready to talk to his mom. How could you? I'm rambling? No. What did I say about you being in love? No. And Ai Hui gave him a blank look. I didn't do anything you said. What do you care you? Poutong was momentarily speechless by her, and didn't even know how to dislike her. In order not to close the microphone for too long to be suspected, Poutong still opened the microphone to continue to keep quiet. To the official games, the program instantly changed to flavor, everywhere overflowing with youth and blood, with a sudden BGM, but also with a feeling. The professional ability of this variety show Poutong was never in doubt. In fact, the editing of each video and the expression of the camera language is very good, just that the director is too concerned about the heat, so always hit the wall. Every now and then, Poutong went over to look at his mom's grading sheet, and he was really kind of concerned about what was on it. And Ai Hui didn't hide it and let him have a good look. From the various data on the table, Iori Yukino's character score was super high, and it seemed to be very much to mom's liking, while Lin Yushi's various scores weren't too low, and she had the highest overall rating. Yu Dandy is miserable, directly 0 points in the family history column, so the rating is instead the lowest. Ha! Poutong turned off the mic, a little bit didn't understand what she meant. Her illustrious family history, but instead it was 0 points? Mom's scoring criteria was really strange. Didn't get it? And Ai Hui knocked on the table. How much resistance do you need to face when you're with a girl from this kind of family? Can you imagine? Having in-laws like that is actually really not a good thing. The words do make sense, and in reality this kind of story of the poor boy rich girl in the talkbook is hard to happen. But the problem is, he hasn't thought about it. Mom, don't worry about it, I'm still young. And who ignored him and talked to herself. Those with good personality scores are good for girlfriends, and those with high overall scores are good for wives. But all these things are meaningless, and the one that's really good for a lifetime is the one you like best. She crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash can, giving Poutine a rather thoughtful look. Let's get on with the show. Oh ha! Poutine hurriedly opened the microphone, and the two did not discuss this topic. The program happened to be playing the segment where Chen Xiqing read that confession radio script aloud, and the pop-ups were all surfing dudes, who also learned through the radio script party and the recording that the short video that exploded in popularity some time ago was inspired by Poutong's handling of the matter. Sure enough, you're on the Weibo hot search again. Lin Yuxi's tone was calm, indicating that it was completely expected. Once again, it's on the hot seat because of the short video explosion of previews and the show's association. I really don't know. Chen Xiqing prepared for his own hot search was you robbed. What will he think in his heart? You dandy some size. Originally Chen Xiqing may want is. When the program aired after he read the confession radio script to get the first thing that Chen Xiqing may want to do is to get a name for himself as the person who reads the confession broadcast after the program is aired. But he didn't expect this matter to be cut off by Poutong. I didn't want to. Poutong doesn't even understand it anymore. Not a single frame of footage from his own show, but every single time he gets to be on the hot seat at the same moment the show airs. I guess Su Lei was on the verge of smashing the wall in anger. Just get used to it. And Hui patted his shoulder, indicating for him to relax. At the end of each of their exercise sessions, the entire program came to a close. It's worth mentioning that when Ling Yuxi ran 800 meters in the middle of the day, the piece of radio script read aloud by Tang Luochang was once again brought up, and it also drew a lot of admiration. That broadcast was actually written by Poutong, and in order to avoid trouble so I used my signature. You dandy's tone was formal, afraid of upsetting Poutong's mom over small details. It's okay, what's his is yours. Without thinking, Hui shocked the four men with one sentence. Poutong glared at her mom, and only then did she reluctantly change her words. They're all classmates. It's only right. The whole program came to a close, but a few people were still a little left wanting more. It always feels like this episode is missing something. Iori Yukino sounded puzzled, as if she was thinking about something big. I feel it too. It always feels weird. I know. You dandy seem to have remembered something and slapped the table with some excitement. There's no footage of you in the audience. Poutong frowned, realizing the problem with this episode. From start to finish, the 5-star trainees in the audience were completely cameraless, appearing only in their respective competition programs. Most of the program's footage rested on the game's broadcasters and the 2-star cadet broadcasters. Why? What about me? How come there aren't many shots of me when I'm that big? Iori Yukino was very confused. Because of me. Poutine frowned. Because we sit together. We do most of our communication and interaction together. And because I'm not being photographed, the photographer had to not even photograph yours. It's not that we didn't shoot at all, but it's useless to keep the footage without the variety show effect, so we can only cut it out. The variety effect in the audience can only be chatting and communicating, but these are related to themselves, so you can't film them talking to the air. Not only the audience, similar to the exchange with himself and Gon Hong Su, and Xiamu Relay. These are not. This installment of your program? I'm afraid it's going to be bad. And Hui sighed. She'd seen enough to know exactly what would happen in this situation. Same guests, same show. If the camera distribution is too uneven, argument, then there will be a fight. And the fans of the star with less footage will be disgruntled and will fight for their rightful owner to be fair. This kind of thing was commonplace in Poutong's previous life. And this time, the show basically gave the cameras to broadcasters Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang. So how can fans of the other 5 stars sit still? None of the 3 women said anything. All of them should be in emergency PR to avoid fan overreaction. Poutong and his mom looked at each other, not knowing what to say. A huge online controversy surrounding When You're Young quietly erupted after the 5th installment aired. Chapter 109, Controversy. Artists participating in variety shows are good opportunities to gain exposure. In addition to making money, Su Lei do people do things not good to say, but in this piece of variety, is indeed the top domestic variety director, has been on his variety of people, not dared to say that the Big Red, but at least all rely on variety sucked a lot of powder. When You're Young, which was previewed for quite some time before filming began, can be described as Su Lei's work of 10 years of hard work and a breakthrough work that he has high hopes for. It can be imagined that the guests who come to this program can get a lot of exposure, as long as the guests can seize the opportunity to enhance their exposure. I believe that this is undoubtedly a very good opportunity to attract fans. there's a direct link between footage and exposure. And maybe less footage really isn't a big deal in real life, but on the show, it's a lost opportunity for exposure. All the same star trainees, although there is some difference in popularity, some favoritism in the distribution of footage fans can accept. But if the distribution of footage is completely irrational, with only a handful of times for their own artists to show their faces, this is something that fans absolutely cannot accept. They are all the same guests, they all go to school for serious high school, so why should their own artists have to suffer? My fanbase is rioting. Yukino. Iori Yukino sounded a bit frantic. It's time to disband the fanbase. A few of them didn't bother to exit the meeting, so a few people's connecting mics were still going on, and Poutong didn't know what to say as he listened to a few people in a hurry. He was still quite aware of this kind of fan pandemonium, as there were many cases where his own brother had less footage and then made a scene, and he had seen quite a few of them. If it is a normal situation, this kind of thing cannot blame the program group. After all, some guests' their sense of variety is poor. Some of the idol's sense of baggage is heavier. In the variety show often cannot show the real themselves. To bring joy to everyone, this time the program group in order to ratings cut off their footage is also reasonable. But this time, when you are young, the fifth issue is obviously not normal. Reason just because of their own this asterisk stick, probably because of a variety of pressures. Sule also do not want to shoot their own, but their own and a few star trainees have a very good relationship, as if a small group, which makes the program team cannot start. Simply put, it's a bushing into a bug. Do you think the program team will put the blame on you? Dandy's tone was a bit worried. She didn't want Poutong to receive negative repercussions. It won T. Push me out, he will be scolded even worse. Poutong hemmed and hawed. When people ask, why can't we film Poutong? The program team will reply, because of the clandestine filming, people are angry. It was Sule's fault from the beginning, so how could he possibly take this out as a shield? That's not looking for a scolding. I don't really get it. What do fans go for at a time like this? Iori Yukino had a lot of question marks. After all, this was the first time she had seen this kind of thing as well. Go to scold the star who has a lot of cameras? No, it's a group effort to call out the show. Who is not the fans or distinguish clearly. The allocation of the camera is the program group, not other stars. Perhaps they will also connote a few words in the Een and Young program group, Sun Prince and so on. But the first target of attack is definitely the program group. So, my fans are now going to scold director Sue, right? Iori Yukino's tone instantly cheered up. That's a good feeling. I don't care. Go ahead and curse. Now she wasn't worried. At first she thought the fans were going to go and attack another star, which scared her. After all, she usually majors in a swing and a miss, and it wasn't her style to feud with people. But if it is to scold the program team, then she does not matter. Anyway, because she looks at Sule as not a good bird, more scolding is good. Then ask as the fan behavior has nothing to do with the idol. Yukino, you can't think like that. Lin Yu, she reminded, regardless of whether the person being scolded should be sprayed or not, and whether they did the right or wrong thing, restraining their fans is what public figures should do. We can't go indulging our fans just because of our own personal emotions. Well said, and Ihui nodded straight at Lin Yushi's words. As an influential public figure, one should have the responsibility of guiding and restraining the behavior of their fans. Poutong did not think as much as Mom. From the universal concept, a group of people in their own title to make trouble. This kind of thing really should be stopped. Well, Iori Yukino muttered, but that bad guy, stealing Poutong's footage, maliciously editing it, and setting up a rivalry between Dandy and Mountain, deserves to be scolded. Alright, evil people have their own evil people. If our fans don't scold him, there are also ordinary viewers and other fans scolding him. Let's just restrain our own fans. Dandy smiled, not taking this matter to heart at all. Each of the three women communicated with their agents for a while, ready to deal with it. Usually this kind of thing is the so-called big powder. That is, powder head to start. As long as first stabilize these people, will not start too big rhythm. Our fans shouldn't be involved. I wonder how things are going now. Why don't we eat another melon together? Iori Yukino suggested. Is there anything happier than a group of people eating melon and discussing trolling together? The three of them are all of one heart. Naturally, they all readily agreed. Poutong's mom also wants to see the follow-up. Poutong dare not let her mom and the three of them together, so they can only follow. Dandy simply shared the screen and the crowd began to eat their melon online. She opened to the comments section for the 5th installment of the show and began scrolling through it as fast as anyone could read it. This phase of the program is really good. Tang Luo Chang and Chen Xiqing 2-star trainees' performance is also very good. But who are the other 5 people? There are still shots. How wasteful. Delete it. A few people glanced at the first review and kind of didn't hold their breath. Counter-Strike Black. Almost couldn't put the knife away. Burial of Friendlies. Dandy continued to scroll through and found that it was basically all cursing the show's crew. I'm really convinced that the Program team is planning to film it as a romance between Chen Tang and the two of you? Do you really think we're here for these two? Other people's 5 shots together are not as much as these two. Should we be so disgusting? I want to see Sakura Girl and Lin Yushi sister sticker. Don't want to see any bull ***** Tang Chen CP. The same contract, the same guests, the camera gap is so big. Should it be so disgusting? Other artists are not artists? In the past, Poutong was so interesting. You don't shoot anymore, okay? People are vegetarians after all. It's understandable that you don't shoot. Now you don't even shoot other star trainees, right? What exactly are you guys filming? Outrageous. How could anyone else mention themselves? Poutong frowned and didn't say anything. Looks like you're still very popular. Manhwa patted Poutong's shoulder with a smirk. That's true? My agent is a fan of his CP. Lin Yushi sneered. She asks me every day whether Puyu is together or not. I'm going to be bored to death by her. Ahem. You dandy interrupted the conversation. Let's continue eating melon. She exited the video and went straight to Twitter. Is it really okay for you to be such an indulgent Twitter eater? It's a lot to talk about when this stuff eats melons and gets discovered. Eating melon of course use a small number. You dandy smiled shyly. It's really inconvenient for public figures to surf in large sizes. Poutong agrees. And of course, while he is also a public figure, he doesn't surf. Poutong and you dandy those things that have to be said. Iori Yukino muttered out. Dandy, you're pushing this trumpet so strangely. A few people then noticed that this so-called you dude trumpet, the homepage of the push is such a message. So this guy, the usual trumpet reading this? Pushing this thing is weird. Ha ha. You dandy hurriedly tuned to the hot search list and continued to eat melon. At this time, the number 1 hot search. It is when you are young shots. The suffix is explosive. The discussion is extremely high. It's quite a big mess. A few people secretly smacked their lips. It seemed that this time it wasn't going to end well. Although the 4th phase of the campus is out of the main theme, but because of the cast and crew of Cheong Yuxing, the heat and discussion are very high, although the wind is not very good reviews, but also like to see the double chef ecstasy of the minority of people, the overall somewhat polarized. This 5th installment, however, has really turned into a full-blown blackout. Director Su will have to sit this one out. Chapter 110, I'm Too Hard. What guests? It's all just a guest appearance. The program's intention of trying to promote Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang is really too obvious, isn't it? It's a bit. Support giving other artists a fair shake. It'd be fine if the two of him could hold up a program, but the problem is that the two of them can't hold up either. Su Lei made a mistake this time. Tang Luochang browsed through the hot search comments, her face getting worse and worse. It shouldn't be like this. She had thought that she had worked diligently as a broadcaster for 3 days. Her voice hoarse. Wasn't she just trying to be seen and be able to attract more fans? But now what? Now she and Chen Xiqing instead become program team relationship households. Also by this incident affected. The wind rating is much worse. She also could not figure out why Su Lei wanted to make such a show-off. This is not to give her black, although she also wanted the heat, but she also did not want to monopolize the camera. In the future, if the passers-by always with relations prince filter, if she is really also even, but the problem is that she is not. Just do not know Su Lei annoying what big disease so whole. This let her in the future how to mix the circle. Director Su, you're killing me. Tang Luochang pounded the doll on his hand and exclaimed, I'm too hard. Since she has been on the program until now, the fans have not attracted much, but the popularity is getting worse and worse. This is not to blame Su Lei. Who to blame? The only time she came out of the ring to attract a lot of people was still because she posted Poutong's cheers. Now it seems to be clear. Tang Luochang thought for a long time and came to a conclusion. If you want to be hot, stay away from Director Su and follow Poutong. How's it going, Sister Lu? Chen Xiqing sat on the sofa and rubbed her brow, having a great headache, already looking for someone to explain it to you. The woman next to her scowled, her expression rather unpleasant. I just don't understand. What is Su Lei doing? Inviting blackness to me? The more Chen Xiqing thought about it, the angrier she became, and her fists hardened. He wants more shots, but not so many. Doesn't it look like he's offended by stealing other people's shots? Su Lei made a lot of explosive variety shows. That's why I let you come. I didn't expect. As an experienced broker, she was also a bit blind this time, not expecting Su Lei's work to be whole, but instead made a mistake. Although we'll step in and explain that you don't have a relationship with the program, this incident will still have a great impact on you because several other stars are involved at the same time, and their huge fan bases are afraid that they won't all be dissatisfied with you. What then? Chen Xiqing rubbed his hair in pain. He hadn't really expected that he would be swarmed because of this. Agent Lu rested his cheeks and pondered for a long time. I found out one thing. Xiqing, that Poutong, is on the hot search again. Speaking of which, I'm furious. Chen Xiqing frowned. He had read that confession radio script as a gamble, hoping that he would get a positive evaluation like a moon lord after the program was aired. But in the end, even this was cut short by Poutong. From the first issue to now, this guy is almost eating up the heat of the show. What's even more outrageous is that he didn't have any footage at all in the third and fourth issues and still managed to eat up the heat, which is evil. I don't know what's going on, but a lot of what he does always somehow catches fire. Agent Lu snapped his fingers, and he does have something for writing songs and essays. So, she glanced at Chen Xiqing, revealing an expression of knowing it all. So, I'm going to find a way to get on good terms with him. Chen Xiqing's eyes lit up. The show had already shot 5 installments and Su Lei hadn't proved anything, leaving himself little time. Instead of waiting to see Su Lei's evil deeds, why don't you take a gamble and make a good relationship with Poutong, the strange man? It goes without saying who to hang out with. Su Lei browsed through a variety of comments on his cell phone, spraying the 5th installment, his slightly opened and closed lips looking pale. He gasped with difficulty, unable to utter a complete sentence. Heart and soul. When You're Young is a variety show that he treats as his heart and soul, and it's the most important task he's looked at since he became a variety show director. From the beginning of the consultation with the education department, and then to the program's publicity and warm-up, the program invited everyone is also a few of the top of the high school age hotness. Filming the latter part of the shooting is also quite a professional team. The whole series of processes, the use of resources can be said to be horrifying. In order to pay too much for this program, he really paid too much. And now, the variety show he had high hopes for has become the crap that everyone calls out. Is it because he doesn't want to film the other guests? It's because he can't. He's in pain. If he shoots Poutong won't like it, Yu Dandy won't like it, even that huge man Yu Zhonghong won't like it. Will he dare to shoot it? Can he do it? He had thought, if you don't shoot, just don't shoot. Anyway, Poutong is also an accidental discovery. As long as you shoot other star trainees is also good. But who knew that this guy, Poutong, had chosen to mingle with this group of star trainees and get involved with them? How does he shoot? Shooting those few star trainees would have to shoot Poutong, but shooting Poutong would be suppressed by Yu Chunghang. Can't film them talking to the air. Can't film them sitting dryly. After all, it's a variety show. The sense of variety is still necessary, right? If you film those few star trainees sitting quietly, still to be scolded. At the end of the day, right now it's, Poutine can't shoot, and he can't shoot the ones who play well with Poutine. Su Lei's eyes grew more and more anxious, and his face was quite tired. He regretted. He is so regretful now. Why did he put out the video that he secretly took to Poutong in the first place? One wrong step. I'm too hard. You dandy lin yu shiori shuen I. Now and Poutong are very good friends. Xiamu and Gon Hongsu also began to get close to him. At least he still has Tang Luochang and Shen Xiqing. As bad as things are now, they can't get any worse. Achoo! Boughton sneezed, startling the crowd that was eating melon. Cold? The weather isn't cold either. Yu Dandy muttered. Don't turn on the air conditioner, too cold. Before Poutong could make a sound, he was overshadowed by the voices of several other people. Don't catch a cold. Or dude, how sad. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino clipped their voices. Poutine's eyes went black, a little sickened by them. That's right, carrying about the same table. Yu Dandy defended. If you guys sneezed, I'd be so concerned too now. Really? The two of them expressed their disbelief, and Hui sat next to her without saying a word, just laughing her ass off. As she got older, she loved to watch youngsters get into this kind of thing, and the thought of it happening to her own son made her even happier. Poutong coughed twice, not having the heart to speak. Yu Dandy is getting more and more direct, and more not to hide it. Any longer he is afraid that he will be knocked and carried directly to her boudoir. This is horrible. That said, while you deserve to be called out for the 5th installment of the show, do you have any thoughts on the causes and consequences? No feelings. Boughton frowned, and honestly, he really didn't have much of an idea about this one. He will not be so saintly as to take this kind of thing on himself. This matter is originally Su Lei's own fault. He did not do anything. Naturally, there is no need to be on the value. He was just making friends and chatting, and he didn't mean to do anything to hurt Su Lei. As for how Su Lei's variety show was filmed and what the program's popularity was, it was none of his business. He just wants to study hard, sing a few songs if he's interested, make some friends, live quietly, and that's it. Chapter 111, Late Report. Then we won't bother. Goodbye, Auntie. Yu Dandy shut down the conference and the linking session of several people ended completely. Boughton let out a long breath of relief and collapsed in his chair straight away. It's really too torturous to watch stuff with these guys on the mic. 3 will arch fire, 1 will blow himself up, and he's the only one who's blowing madly into the fuse. Coming down tonight, I have a new understanding of these 3 daughters. And Hui took advantage of Poutong's paralyzed effort and very quickly rubbed his head. You can recognize it however you like. Poutong shrugged off her mom's hand, not wanting to bother with her. It's just simply getting to know. Has nothing to do with you. And Hui got up and stretched, kicking Poutong's leg. Actually, I was quite worried before, afraid that you would be influenced by them, but now it seems that I underestimated them, and I also underestimated you. They're not like other celebrities. They can even be said to be a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. You won't be affected by them either. In fact, it's you who are affecting them instead. Poutong smiled awkwardly when he came into contact with his mom's eyes. In fact, he can become friends with these people, but also because they are different. Just imagine, if they are really their own previous life known to those stars and artists, then he will never make friends with these people. Alright, I'm off. You study for a while then take an early rest. And Hui yawned. I have to work too. That report can't be put off any longer. When's the story coming out? It's been a week since their interview. The story should be almost ready to come out. Although the person in question, Du Hang, said he didn't care, but this kind of report about the truth of the matter still can't be delayed. They started with the purpose of speaking out on his behalf to clear the stigma. So this matter is definitely the quicker the better. It's down to the final stages of review. Progress is fast tomorrow at noon. Will it be released on TV media? If the report can be broadcast in the TV special news section, can notice more people will also be more professional? Can be on TV is undoubtedly the fastest dissemination channels of news reports. But the problem is that this story is just too long in the past, and news is time sensitive. It's a toss-up whether the mainstream media will take it seriously after all this time. Can't. And Hui sighed. After all, this matter has already passed 3 months. It really doesn't qualify. But sending it out through the online media is fine. Instead of them being able to send it out through online media, they can now only release it through online media as well. Like this? Television stations broadcast topical news and current affairs, and it is indeed difficult for news reports like this one, which are long separated, to be taken seriously. His mom is just a reporter. She can only be responsible for getting the interviews and reports done, and it's not up to her to decide whether the specific reports will be taken seriously by the top. Perhaps looking at Poutong's expression a bit stiff, and Hui joked, "It's okay, your mom, I'm kind of a celebrity. Even if I post it on the online media it will be noticed by many people." Poutong glanced at his old mom and didn't say anything. What Hui has been doing is giving a voice to people and things that the mainstream media doesn't care about. Even if they do an interview now and intend to revert back to a truth about that incident, the story remains under the radar. Does anyone really care how an average person is doing? It would be too cruel if, after all their hard work, they remain stoned, without causing a single ripple, and the stigmatized people remain unrecognized. It's something Poutine has long considered, and it's the reason he sings Ordinary Road. The song definitely goes viral more than a news article, and the only reason he sings it is so that the efforts of a group of people don't go to waste. He couldn't help much, and all he could really do was sing a song about the story. Remember to follow my account at noon tomorrow. And Hui patted Poutong's shoulder and quickly left the room. She had wrapping up to do. Poutong turned off his computer and took out his study materials and flipped through them. Maybe it was because he had experienced too much today. His mind was a bit messed up right now. He is not concerned about the program. At best, he holds the mentality of eating melon, and he and Su Lei are not very deal with. Watching him suffer defeat Poutong can only steal the joy. Studying late, as he was washing up and getting ready for bed, he realized that the light in his mom's room was still on. "Mom, get some rest early. You scared me." And Hui's voice was a bit tired. "Check one last time." After all, it was an official news report, and it was appropriate to double-check it. And Poutong didn't dare to disturb her, and went back to his room to listen to English and go to bed. On Sunday, the only day off after the transfer, Poutong woke up early and went for his customary morning run. When he bought breakfast, he received a message from Dandy. Usually double days Dandy are up late. This point to send him a message Poutong was not expected. "Poutine, you've changed your nature today. Getting up so early?" Dandy, actually, I basically didn't sleep last night. "POTUS, why do you have insomnia at such a young age? That's not a good sign." Dandy dozed off, looking at Poutong who was in the middle of typing, sleepy and refreshed. It's a little embarrassing to say it, but she was panicking last night after hanging up her connection. After all, it was the first time to contact with Poutong's mom. She was especially afraid of leaving a bad impression on her, and could only recall her words and actions over and over again to see if she had said anything wrong, which was a night of thinking back. Dandy, that. What did Auntie say after the streak ended last night?" "Poutine, just say you're all pretty nice, and that I'm stepping on to be friends with you guys." Dandy, is there anything, like a personal comment? That is, what did Auntie say about me?" Boughton frowned. What did that make him say? "You're telling her mom that she approves of her as a daughter-in-law? Then you're not being a hooligan, are you?" "POTUS, she says you are well-read and generous and well-behaved." "Mom didn't say a word about this. Asking is what he made up." Dandy saw the message contented. No longer cannot suppress the sleepiness. Throw away the phone began to doze off. "POTUS, by the way, I probably have another song coming out at noon today." Before he recorded the song using the excuse of Doryman, Dandy and a few of them didn't know that there was a song called The Road to Ordinary. The report was about to be sent out, and he planned to tell them the news, and for whatever reason, his first thought was to tell Dandy about it as well, but after waiting for a long time, the table still didn't return any messages. POTUS? Looks like this opportunity is going to be missed. He frowned and didn't put too much stock in it, since everyone would be able to see it in time anyway. Poutong put the breakfast he brought to his mom on the table and went back to his room to start a new day of study. It was about 12 noon before mom pushed the door open and walked into his room. It's already posted. Go check it out and see how the video goes with your song. Poutong sniffed and closed the book, raising his eyes to look at his mom. For the first time he saw a similar expression of anxiety on her face. Perhaps she had experienced something similar many times, but this time, she was also more nervous than usual because of her son's part in it. How can a miracle created together fail so easily? It's okay. Poutong's heart never rippled. He didn't know exactly where this confidence of his came from. Maybe it was confidence in that song, or maybe he had confidence in his old mom. He opened his cell phone and tapped on this report that they had witnessed together. 3 months late. Chapter 112. All the people. Second brother. What's this for? Li Shun walked into the warehouse with today's lunch, only to find Du Guohang flipping through his cell phone. In his impression, Du Guohang is not going to play the phone, squatting over the bureau of his in social derailment for quite a long time, but also to play Do Not Understand this new thing. Not to mention that the internet at that time on the second brother of the verbal abuse of a lot of people still. Just the NI reporter from last time. She sent me a message saying that report will be posted at noon today, but I'm a little bit unable to operate it. Junko, you come to take a look? As soon as Li Shun heard that this was the case, he hurriedly put down his meal to help him fiddle with it. In fact, the process is not troublesome. It is nothing more than to download the microblogging to find a reporter called Hui to see people's latest video. Ergo, let's start watching then. Du Guohang pursed his lips and his breathing got a little heavy. Is he really as frank as he appears to be? In fact, he knows that he is still escaping. In fact, now there is no one who will come to find his trouble, but he still hides in the treasury and does not want to go out. This is he is giving himself up in self-exile. The moment he walked out of prison, he thought that he could start over, but then he realized that there was no going back. He could not integrate into society, could not find a good job. His wife was separated and accomplished nothing. It was not easy to find a delivery job, but just because he saved a child was once again pushed to the tip of the wind, and he could only flee back to the village in ashes. He was not a saint or a god or a Buddha, and sometimes, he would feel suffocated and sad, but dying, he still chose to live well. In fact, when he saved the teenager who wanted to lighten his life, he understood that he was not unique in his suffering, and perhaps suffering cannot be measured, but everyone, more or less, lives a bad life. Everyone does. Everyone has to live. At the beginning of the report, Hui recounts the incident of bravery 3 months ago in a storytelling tone and uses it to introduce the main character Du Guohang. After reaffirming the fact that he was brave, the camera panned back to the teenager who was lightly killed. And this interview with that teenager was unknown even to Poutong. When asked what happened after being rescued, the teenager smiled bitterly. At that time, I really didn't want to live, so I thought it would be over early, and there was no point in doing it anyway. But at that time, when there was someone who reached out to help and desperately wanted to pull me back, I was still infected by him. Then I came home, back to life, and realized everything wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. There were still dead friends looking for me to play games with. There were still family members who cared about me, and I realized that maybe the earth wasn't so unworthy. Later I heard that the man was caught in public opinion for saving me instead. I wanted to speak out, but I'm always too small and insignificant to make any waves, so thank you for giving me a chance to thank him. In the future, no matter how sad or desperate I am, I will remember the figure that desperately pulled me back and live with a smile, because there is still someone who hasn't given up on me. Du Guohang's eyes reddened a little when he saw this. Honestly, at that time, when he was crossing the street to be pointed out by others, he really had so much regret, regretting why he wanted to save people, why meddling. But now, he found that child really changed, had a living hope, began to love life. He knew that he did the right thing. The report continues, followed by a segment of their interview with Du Guohang in the village, starting with Du Guohang's experiences and finishing with the not-so-satisfactory life he's been through. Du Guohang listened to his own experience, and for the first time, a feeling of absurdity appeared. Some things are nothing that they have experienced, but if you look at it again and listen to others, it is really a bit sad. As the interview proceeds to the point where Du's life takes a drastic turn for the worse and he goes to jail, faint music begins to play, as if it were part of the story and above the story itself. The phrase, "Are you really listening to the story?" seems to question everyone watching the report. Are they really listening to the story? I have crossed mountains and oceans and seas of people. I have had everything that I have ever possessed, and it has all drifted away like smoke. I have been lost and disappointed and lost all direction until I saw that ordinary is the only answer. A lyrics, but sang out of the crowd. Everyone has their own unique experience, have gone through too much, until life has smoothed out the edges, until they recognize their own ordinary. Ordinary is the norm in most people's lives, and many people put their best foot forward just to live this ordinary life. This is probably the mundane path that everyone who belongs to the young and wild ends up taking. Du Bois-Hang is still smiling and living? His story is over and the whole coverage is in its final stage. Suffering does not deserve to be celebrated, but hope is always worth pursuing. Through this story, I hope that everyone can find their own answers to the ordinary, and that all people can move forward, continue to be hopeful, and continue to love life, no matter how extraordinary life, ultimately to the ordinary firewood, rice, oil and salt. No matter how many waves in life, we are most fascinated, always wrapped in the fireworks of the world. Ordinary, trivial warmth and touching. The essence of life is to love it even after recognizing its truth. May you rise above the mundane minutiae and discover a better version of yourself. The whole story ends completely with N.I. Huey's soft monologue. Du Bois-Hang looked at the blacked-out screen for a long time. Second brother. Finished reading. Li Shun paused. We should eat. He didn't know how to describe it, but after reading this report and listening to this song, he suddenly felt a lot more solid in his heart. Oh, Du Bois-Hang picked up his cell phone and struggled to get up, taking a step forward. Ergo, the food is over there. I know. Du Bois-Hang turned back and smiled. Let's go out to eat. It's time to get out there too. Mom, you've got a knack for this. Poutong read the whole report. The heart is a little bit not taste, professional or professional. Whether it is the boy who interviewed the parties to lighten the life of the boy, or the final monologue of quality copywriting, or her old mother's handwriting alone, where, it's just your song that inspired me. And Hui smiled easily, because just now, she realized that her report was on the hot search, and this song of Poutong's was also on the hot search. We should do it. Being able to give a voice to the right people and things that are misunderstood, and being able to enlighten all those who are lost, is what they started out to do. Yu Dandan woke up in the afternoon. She rubbed her hazel eyes, opened her cell phone to look at the news of the Circle of Friends screen. Poutong's new song Ordinary Road, written for every ordinary person. She was instantly awakened. Obviously just sleep. How she felt. She missed so much. I crossed over? Chapter 113 All Around Me? This is the fastest fire of several songs. It's no surprise that Ordinary Road would catch fire as it fits the story. Has lyrics that resonate with people, has a beautifully simple and catchy melody, and has all the popular elements of pop music. This is also Poutong before the expected. After all, at that time the song before the fire once out of control. Just one afternoon, the song as a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, soon to be played and covered many times. The degree of praise is endless. In this regard, Poutong can only call out Park Shu as great. Song copyrights and earnings he did not want to manage. Through all to the mom. After the report is completed she is now idle. Poutong cannot wait for her to have something to do it. While he was planning to study, Poutong received a message from Yu Dandy. POTUS, yo, woke up from your nap? Yu Dandy, well, that one. That's a really good song you've got there. She woke up and realized that Poutong had sent her a message with a new song a long time ago, but she just fell asleep and didn't see it. Yu Dandy cursed herself for not staying up late. 10 o'clock to send the news. His own reason is the earliest to know the talent right. I did not expect a sleep to wake up, but she became the latest to know. Although she didn't know at first, I guess, she was still quite happy to think that Poutong could think to tell herself first in the first place. Yu Dandy, I didn't realize you went to do this on your May Day vacation. It's really something. In fact, she knew that Poutong had made a trip. After all, there was the sound of a car in the background when he answered the phone. But he didn't expect Poutong to go directly to the interview with the group and make such a big news, thinking that Poutong could do such a thing, but also to use his own strength to help others. Yu Dandy had a kind of inexplicable pride. This kind of pride is without reason. Probably is look how good he is. My man, this kind of weird mentality. Blah blah blah. Yu Dandy, how can you be so shameless? All thought of that. The young girl patted her own face and hurriedly stopped her rambling thoughts. Without looking in the mirror she knew she was blushing. POTUS, you're being a brain dash asterisk 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 ing monster again. Daniel, is it that obvious? No. What's so obvious about online chatting? Does this guy have some superpower of checking each other's status across the screen? Poutong of course is guessing. See each other continue to be in the input for a long time. He guessed Yu Dandy again in the nonsense. This is not the heart of the heart. This is rare. He was about to make a few perfunctory remarks to go study when he suddenly remembered something serious. Poutine, by the way, I probably won't be able to bring you breakfast starting tomorrow. My mom will probably make me breakfast now that she's free. It feels like murder. If he lets his old mom make an extra hardband, and he doesn't dare to wreak havoc on anyone else except his own poisonous resistance, I am afraid that not many people can afford to eat his old mom's cooking skills. You dandy, that's fine. All right. In fact, to be honest, she really had the urge to taste Poutong's mom's handiwork, but directly asking someone to make an extra copy would be too abrupt, and she didn't have such a thick skin. After finishing the business Poutong naturally there is no need to continue chatting, sending messages and waiting for messages. This process is boring and torturous. He really do not want to spend time. The day's vacation after the transfer ended in learning, and the next morning was a bit of a mess as Poutine finished nibbling on the hardened toast that Mom had baked. Isn't the toast thing just a matter of setting a time and waiting? Mom can't even do that? This is outrageous. Mom, if you're really idle and bored, enroll in a cooking class. Poutong put down a sentence and quickly left the house before Manhwa could react. The cool morning breeze hit his face, dispersing what little sleep Poutong had left, and he stretched out and made his way to school. Morning. He was about to enter the school gates when he heard a somewhat glutinous female voice behind him. Good morning. Poutong turned around, but realized that it was the not-so-familiar Tang Luochang. This guy hadn't said a few words to himself at all, and this sudden hello confused him a bit. To say it's strange, that's not true. After all, they're all in the same class for the time being, so it's normal to say hello. Poutong also did not pay much attention to her. Straight to the classroom, but know that Tang Luochang instead fast-paced to follow up, and he walked side by side together. Poutong student's new song is very nice. Her voice was soft and sticky, and she smiled sweetly. Thanks. An unspeakable oddity made Poutong a little bit uncomfortable. If greeting was a normal exchange, this tone and gesture of hers was a bit too abnormal. Poutong cannot help but speed up the pace. Want to throw Tang Luochang away? Not that he is cold, just this kind of exchange is really too weird. As if a person who was not familiar with suddenly pounced on the brother new clothes or good where to buy how much money. Completely pull you into the marketing frame. He doesn't believe that Tang Luochang doesn't have some ulterior motives. Perhaps seeing that Poutong was a bit embarrassed, the young girl didn't catch up to make fun of him, but followed silently behind him. For her, it was a good enough start, and with so many more visits, she could get acquainted without it. Although Tang Luochang didn't follow him, Poutong always had a feeling of a chill down his spine, as if his back was being watched by someone else's death stare, which made it very difficult for him. Poutong feet quickly came to the classroom to sit down. Not much time. Tang Luochang slowly walked into the classroom, quietly sat down in his seat, as if everything just happened. Where's your breakfast? Iori Yukino looked at his empty hands with a bit of a displeased look. For a break me some breakers, not having something to dabble with is quite a pain. After all, other people's food is often tastier. Not with it, and never again. Under Iori Yukino's sultry gaze, Poutong opened the word book and began to memorize it. Not long afterward, Udandi walked into the classroom carrying a breakfast for himself, sat down in his seat and began to eat. Buy it yourself? Aunt Ru bought it, and it's not far to drive down the road. Poutong swept a glance at the contents of her bag and realized that the plastic box was full of small, rather delicate-looking pastries, and couldn't help but sweat a little. Compared to her own uninspired daily purchase of buns, she was really stumped. What are you eating? Break some for me. Cherry Blossom Girl had just turned around, but she saw the small box Udandi handed over, which was full of small, flowery snacks. Ready for you. I still don't know you? Udandi laughed. She can too understand Iori Yukino. This guy is a vacation to play together directly on the hand to eat other people's bowl of food people. Iori Yukino was moved to tears and called Udandi a great benefactor. You just spoil her. Poutong secretly smacked his lips, but when he thought about it, the money for an extra breakfast didn't seem like much to her. That's right, he expected that Sakura-chan wouldn't be able to pay for it. This is yours. Udandi took out 2 more small boxes and gave them to Lingyashi and Poutong respectively. I've eaten. Poutine frowned. What's wrong with having eaten? You have to have what everyone else has. Not far away, Tang Luochang looked at this scene, her jealous eyes almost drawing silk. When will she herself be able to mingle with this group of people? The few of them who want heat and friendship are really so much happier than she is alone and lonely. She also discovered that Poutong was the core of the group, and as long as she could get along with Poutong, it was only a matter of time before Tang Luochang found herself mingling with this group of little sisters. However, this matter must be considered in the long run. Udandi in the time, she would not dare to go over to harass Poutong. This eye she still has. Udandi she really cannot afford to mess with. Have to wait until Udude is not together before approaching Poutong. So Tang Luochang waited for 2 classes, but could not find a little opportunity. She found that Poutong, this guy, in addition to studying nothing, classroom has not been out a few times, and Udan Dan also has been sitting next to him. the two are always together. She really did not have the opportunity. In contrast, Chen Xiqing is much more convenient. After all, he is a man is not afraid of approaching Poutong to make Udandan unhappy. As soon as he waited for the large classroom, he walked towards Poutong, intending to strike up a conversation to promote a relationship. Looking for you. Udandi poked Poutong's arm, signaling him that someone was coming. Poutong looked up and realized that it was none other than Chen Xiqing, who was smiling and walking towards him with a rather familiar look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a strange day. He didn't do anything, so how come these two people who don't know him at all want to come to him? Why is it all about me? Chapter 114, The Egg with a Seam. Looking at the oncoming Chen Xiqing, Poutong was in a bit of a trance. This feeling, if it wasn't for the smile on his face, Poutong would have thought he was a stray villain looking for trouble. Perhaps Chen Xiqing's voice was too loud, and a large circle of students were attracted to him, wanting to see what he wanted to do. What Poutine thought was, what does he want? What Udandi was thinking was, looking for trouble? What Lin Yushi thought was, here it comes. Iori Yukino was thinking, who is he? Behind Chen Xiqing, the few star trainees over there also noticed this scene with different expressions. Gan Hangshu and Xiamu glanced at each other and frowned in puzzlement. Tang Luochang clenched his fists and felt a great deal of pressure, not expecting that this guy and himself wanted a piece of each other, both wanting to have a good relationship with Poutong. Chen Xiqing ignored the gazes of the crowd and wandered over to the futon table. Originally he also intended to gradually and slowly find opportunities, but yesterday Poutong that song to him will not whole. As soon as his agent heard the song Ordinary Road, he got anxious and told him to make sure he made friends with Poutong quickly. Although Chen Xiqing debuted in the talent show, but he has not been able to get any good works. The young flow of small students cannot eat the dividends for too long. He also wants to transition to become a powerhouse. This time a creative talent can be too important. His agent specifically looking for someone to analyze. Poutong has been out of the 4 songs. The style is completely different. You at the Same Table is a school ballad. 1,000 Years is an ancient song. The Wheel of the Year is a sentimental love song. And this latest one, The Ordinary Road, is a pop song neo-folk ballad. It's true that there are few people who walk fast on one path, but walking several paths while still being fit is scary. Chen Xiqing smiled and gave Poutong a rather kind smile. What's wrong? Poutong was the first to inquire, seeing that he had no intention of opening his mouth. It's fine. I just saw that you had posted screenshots of the game on your microblogging site that were awesome, and I wanted to add a friend to play with. Chen Xiqing smiled, sort of finding an okay entry point. In fact, he has been in the Circle Concave gaming persona. Many people know that he especially liked to play games, and students talk about the game to play together is normal. Poutong scratched his head. Honestly, that game screenshot was sent by the original body, and he has nothing to do with it. Did not expect Chen Xiqing to run over to actually chat about this. I dropped out of the game. I'm not playing now. Poutong coughed twice and made an excuse to get out of the way. Honestly speaking, he does not play the game is not a dish. Before boredom he also played. The technology is also okay, but the problem is that playing the game had delayed the study. He is also almost tired of playing. It's fine. In case you want to play in the future, maybe I can even claim a reward for inviting back. Chen Xiqing had a thick skin, and looked like she wouldn't stop until she was added as a friend. Okay. So many people are watching. People are also a normal invitation to play the game together. If he directly rejected it is also too arrogant. Just add it. You don't play the game anyway. Just ignore the messages and stuff, right? Chen Xiqing left with Poutong's contact information as she wished. Should we warn him? Udandi beeped in a small voice. That's not necessary. Poutong hurriedly stopped her, and couldn't help but sigh that this Udandi fellow was too protective before her time. He was warned for asking him for a contact information, and this was a fear that if someone came after him, they were going to get their hands and feet bought straight away. Touch my man and you die. Why does it have the feeling of dare to touch my man? Die. Poutong slapped his brain and hurriedly forgot about this ridiculous thought. Did Tang Luochang also look for you today? Lin Yushi spoke out coldly, with an air of speculation. Udandi's fists instantly hardened. Chen Xiqing looking for Poutong, she was just too annoyed. But a female looking for the door that can be too dangerous. I have to defend myself. How do you know? Lin Yushi smiled. Although the 5th installment was the most cursed by the show's crew, the two of them took up too much footage and would have been upset by a lot of people, so I'm sure they don't have a very good reputation. Poutine frowned, probably understanding the stakes. So now the two of them have come to approach themselves to mend fences and are running hot? If it is normal to make a friend, like Udandi these people, he will not object. If approaching him is with some purpose, then this kind of person himself can be respected and far away. Friendships bound by interest were too fragile, and he didn't need them. shall I? Yu Dandy suggested. Should you simply find a dark and windy night to find someone to vaporize the two of them? Ha! Yu Dandy didn't expect Poutong to be more extreme than she thought, and was a bit shocked, muttering, "It's not impossible if you want to. It's just a matter of troubling his dad to spend more money on the fight. What's a matter that can be settled with money? Is it still called a matter? Don't be too outrageous. Poutong two eyes a black. God TM is not. Don't make it seem like he gave the order. This girl will really do bad things for himself. Do you want to spoil me so much? Just ignore it. I won't make friends with people who have ulterior motives anyway." Lin Yushi nodded, recognizing the way this was handled. It was troublesome for public figures to socialize with public figures, and if Poutong really rejected people's friendliness as soon as he opened his mouth, then someone would surely jump out and say that he was being condescending and playing a big game. Maybe that kind of gossip doesn't do any substantial harm, but too many flies are still annoying, and it's better to do more than less than perfunctorily. It's not easy being pestered by these two. Yu Dandy sighed. The predicament created by Tang Luochang and Chen Xiqing is what I would like to call. Iori Yukino paused. Chen Tangguan Li Jing is it? Poutong rolled her eyes, wanting to spit but not knowing where to start. They didn't know about Chen Tang Pass at all. I also don't know if this kind of traditional mythological story Sakura people will like. Poutong intends to tell them later when he has the opportunity. If one was preparing to tell a mythological story when one suddenly felt the pressure of the world's will, it would be a masterpiece. Honestly, not to mention the two of them, I'm craving for your. Lin Yushi paused and glanced at Yu Dandy, as if to see what reaction she had. Heat, can you speak without such a big gasp? Poutong was a bit startled by her. This kind of words can't be said indiscriminately. It's not good to be taken out of context. To be taken out of context, excerpted from Don't Take Things Out of Context. In fact, every single person in the circle now, regardless of curiosity, is now eager to get to know you. Lin Yushi sighed and didn't know what to say. In just a few months, Poutong's record is just a little too luxurious. Several excellent works, hot search regulars. What's even more scary is that he doesn't have any company or capital behind him, which just shows that his heat is all real and not watered down in any way. In the end, you have only yourself to blame. Yu Dandy yawned. Blame you for having too much stuff. So awesome, really sorry. Poutong was really surprised how he had become an egg with a seam. Chen Xiqing's actions a group of people were all watching, and for a while, they all had more or less odd thoughts. What do you think he really wants? Xia Mu quietly talked to Gan Hengshu about this matter. Originally he didn't want to talk about other people behind their backs, but he really didn't have a good impression of Chen Xiqing, not to mention that Poutong was still his nominal master. The heat of Poutong, Gan Hengshu said. In fact, many people in the circle now have this idea. All of them take Poutong as the meat and potatoes, only we are closer to the water tower. At a young age, the four sons burst. Oh no! He also heard that Iori Yukino's song Doraemon was also the handwriting of Poutong. Hooking up with this kind of person is definitely blood money. Not to mention Tang Luochang Chen Xiqing, even he is a little bit interested. However, he has been pursuing the refinement of his own, rather than wanting to rub Poutong's heat. It is more like wanting to learn a little more from others. I knew these two didn't have good intentions. Xia Mu was a bit angry. Was his own master not something that the two of them small-minded people could approach? What do you want? Gan Hengshu looked at Xia Mu with eyes that were a bit off. Not doing anything. Xia Mu hemmed and hawed, just helping master protect the law. Chapter 115, Director Su's Young Plot. Su Lei looked at the footage taken by the fixed camera this morning and lost some of his emotions. The fixed camera was already focused on the area where the star trainees were, so the scene of Chen Xiqing talking to Poutong was filmed carefully. He never dreamed that these two octogenarians would appear on the same screen. For Su Lei, this was a signal that Chen Xiqing was going to get acquainted with Poutong as well. He doesn't have a problem with other people's interpersonal interactions, but the question is, how is he going to make his variety show at this rate? Chen Xiqing is usually still a quite arrogant traffic star. Even he did this. Su Lei does not think that the original especially loved to rub Tang Luochang can refuse this temptation. Now that the only two cards he could hold firmly in his hands were actually trending toward mutiny, how could he possibly sit still? Poutong, you've screwed me over so badly. If it continues like this, with all the star trainees playing with Poutong, he's afraid that his variety show will only go to the air. Honestly, things have developed into what they are now. Su Lei is not surprised at all. From the beginning, he was the one who was most optimistic about Poutong, and although this was only amplified after he discovered that he had singing talent, the first moment he saw Poutong, he felt that this guy was not the stuff of pools. Whether Su Lei admits it or not, he knows deep down that even without him, a talent like Poutong can never be buried. Poutine is good at everything but one thing. He doesn't listen to him. Ugh, Su Lei sighed, a little heartbroken. In fact, after the breakup, he also observed Poutong for a long time, and found that this guy really does not have much of a desire to be famous, although he has released a few songs that are very hot, and a lot of text has inexplicably caught fire, but he really has not marketed it at all. These works, just take a handout. The flow dividend can eat for a long time, as long as he wants. At any time he can be among the top flow of the entertainment circle. But he did not, including this time the ordinary road, people to middle age. Su lay the first time to listen to a song to hear some tears, when he learned that Poutong had traveled thousands of miles during the May Day holiday just to interview a small person, just to do his part. Even he was ashamed of himself. Although he was a bit at odds with Poutong right now, that didn't stop him from being shocked by people over and over again. It's scary that he's still a little bit overwhelmed by the fact that he's the enemy for the time being. If I had just talked to him in the first place, would any of this have been different? If Poutong is still in his own program will surely be on fire out of the sky, right? Instead of the way it is now. You have to be so concerned about taking a shot. It's a pity, but you still have to shoot your own show. Facing a group of star trainees starting to circle around Poutong is not completely insurmountable. The theme of the 6th installment of the program, Su Lei, has also been thought of. That is, a double break. That's right, double time. The main idea of the show is to film high school students on a daily basis. So isn't life on the weekends a normal part of high school life? This time, Su Lei planned to shoot separately, filmed in a form similar to a celebrity vlog. Each celebrity trainee was paired with a photographer and just filmed their double life. What is the usual life of celebrities like? What do they do on vacation in private? Fans sure love to see who does not want to know a little more about their idols? By then, even if there are a lot of people cursing the 5th installment, those fans will come running to see it just to see more footage of their idol's life, right? And with this natural bridge of life, there might even be a lot of terrain. The most crucial point is so shot. No Poutong stirred. He now also roughly understood Poutong. This guy would study when he had something to do, and he definitely stayed at home to study on his double holidays, so it was definitely impossible for him to have any interactions with celebrities. Furthermore, Su Lei didn't think that Poutong would double up on stars, because it was easy to have a rhythm with something like a private meeting with a star, and it was unlikely that he would take the initiative to get into trouble if he liked being quiet and alone so much. It's also relevant to the theme. It stops in time, the audience loves it, and most crucially there's no chance of Poutong interference, so this idea is a forfeit. Su Lei clapped his hands in satisfaction, proud of his good idea. How could such a thing be difficult for him? When it was time for class to end, Su Lei found someone to call a few star trainees over, intending to talk about the 6th installment's filming tasks. It's still important to consult in advance about things like going to film the lives of celebrities, and it's also important to ask for their opinions before doing so. Not long after, a few star trainees were called over, and Su Lei clearly felt that they were all a bit reluctant. Is your own credibility already this low? Ahem. I called you guys over today to discuss about the 6th installment of filming. A few people looked at each other and did not know what director Su wanted to do. Frankly speaking, this program is getting worse and worse reviews. They are also a little bit suffocated. After all, it is a variety show that they are involved in. If the reviews are too bad in the future, then it is a stain on them. Yu Dandy looked at Su Lei with a confident look and began to wonder what bad intentions this guy had thought of again. Honestly speaking, now 7 stars around Poutong turn this situation. She is also very curious Su Lei will think of what way to break the situation. For the 6th installment, we're planning to shoot a double holiday theme, and we'll arrange for a camera crew to come and shoot a few of you during the daytime on Saturday and Sunday to capture your weekend life. Su Lei paused as he finished speaking and began to gauge their expressions. Double day off? Lin Yuxi and Yu Dan looked at each other and instantly understood Su Lei's calculations. It is unlikely that Baotan will be in their lives on a day off, so there will not be a situation where 7 stars and the moon cannot be photographed. Su Lei's plan is simple, but it also works well. It's a straight ball of yang, and it's clear that he's avoiding Poutong. Do you guys have any comments? Su Lei saw that they didn't show any revulsion, and instantly relaxed. As long as they don't object, there are special requirements also he can fulfill as well. Shooting a variety show is fine, but private life involves privacy after all. Don't shoot what shouldn't be shot. Director Su, do you know what I mean? Yu Dandy's tone was a bit cold, honestly because of Poutong's relationship and love for the house. She was also a bit antipathetic towards Su Lei, not to mention the fact that he kind of punked himself in that 4th installment. Stars in private, what can be public and cannot be public is not good to say. This reason Su Lei still understand. Shoot a variety show only, not to offend people. Don't worry, we only take shots for learning on entertainment and such. If you guys open your mouths and say you can't take the shots, the cameraman will stop in a hurry. and the content of the shots will be available for you to check. Hearing Su Lei this, Xiaomu this only out of a breath, relaxed a lot. He was really afraid that he was found in that online chat, when the famous actor online love was exploded. That can be too outrageous. The sound of his instant relief was a bit too loud, and the crowd gave Xiaomu a puzzled look, a bit surprised. Does he really have something to hide? Xiaomu smiled awkwardly and didn't explain too much. Any more comments? The few star trainees were a bit out of control now, so Su Lei's attitude was quite good now, fearing that something would go wrong again at this juncture. No scripts accepted. Lin Yushi smiled. It would be too tiring if I had to follow the arrangement for a weekend. Right, Director Su? Lin Yushi was quite smooth, and although there was a warning, her tone was much more amiable than Yu Dan Dan's. That's for sure. How you guys usually are. Su Lei doesn't dare to chuck his personal goods now. If he offends them again, it will be difficult for him to get this program. Not to mention, the most natural stuff is more fun to film and fans enjoy watching it more. Any more comments? Any ideas? Nothing. It's all negotiable. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, as if they hadn't thought of anything more to come for a while. Director Su, Chen Xiqing suddenly spoke up. I have a small opinion. He didn't have a background as deep as that of Yu Dandan and Lin Yushi, so he naturally didn't dare to give his opinion at first, but after seeing that Su Lei really wanted to listen to his opinion, he still chose to speak his mind. You say? Chen Xiqing smiled awkwardly, seeming to be a bit embarrassed. It's just that, Director Su, for the 6th installment of the program, can you give me less footage? Me too. Tang Luochang nodded her head repeatedly from the side. It's not that they don't like the camera, it's mostly, they're scared of being called out. The other 5 people at once a little bit to hold back. More shots, right, reputation for the, alright, Su Lei nodded, his heart rather stifled. Chapter 116, Weekend Reality Show. So, Su Lei means to film your daily lives on the weekends? Poutong was a bit surprised after listening to the accounts of several people. The double life of a student naturally fits the theme of when you're young and avoids having to appear on camera himself. Su Lei's maneuver was unexpected but reasonable. I did not expect the program team in order to avoid their own hole so troublesome. Poutong asked himself that he wasn't some kind of unforgiving bad guy, and he wouldn't intentionally interfere with people's program shootings, or even avoid his friends if it really affected their work. Su Lei came out with this tactic that he didn't expect. However, he also had to say that filming the daily lives of celebrities was indeed a rather good idea. In his previous life, there were not a few such variety shows, and the program was discussed and spawned quite a lot of terriers. Looks like Su Lei really has some skills in being a variety director. However, he has something, but not much. If Poutong himself as a variety director, direct small games, fun challenges, tearing name tags and whatnot, the whole up, absolutely fire to burst. Of course, he wasn't very interested in them. It's so annoying. I'm going to have to clean up my house if we're going to film. Iori Yukino cried. Aside from Yu Dandy, a local, a few of their other stars were arranged by the show's team to live in the house, and aside from the agent following them as a guardian, they were basically living alone. The agent is responsible for approaching the company and also has his own work. It is certainly not possible to help them clean the house like a nanny. Anyway, it's filming everyday life. There's no rule that you have to be at home. Lin Yushi hemmed and hawed. My house is also messy, so I decided to go straight to dance practice. How nice to have a photographer film my dance practice vlog that my fans love to watch. It's not that Lin Yushi wants to make an effort under the camera. It's that she usually practices dancing for a long time on her days off, and sometimes she even sends out a bit of video of her practicing in the group. But after Poutong complimented her once, Yu Dandan wouldn't let her send it out anymore. Then I'll just draw and paint all day and see what they have to film. Iori Yukino muttered. She could be too annoyed that she was disturbed by touching the fish and posing. She can't perform asleep all day in the program. How rude that would be. This subordinate was then forced to open for business. Poutong was a little amused as he watched Sakura-chan's bitter expression. A lot of people were trying to show their good side on camera, and he had no doubt that if a program team filmed an author's daily routine, even if that author could pigeonhole herself, she would start coding for the sake of face. Did you guys forget that you have a midterm next week? Yu Dandy beeped in a small voice. Really, don't you want to review it? May Day break was week 8, and now it's week 9. So if we shoot for a 6th period this weekend, then next week will be exactly the 10th week of midterms. Yu Dandan was originally not too concerned about this academic performance thing, but has been watching Poutong study so seriously. She also had the idea of wanting to get good grades to show him. Taking a step back, she didn't want to be some schoolteacher's illiterate girlfriend, and she'd have to be pretty good to stand next to someone so dazzling. Do you think I study for fan letters? Iori Yukino spat out her tongue. I have a reason for not studying and not doing well on the exams. How humiliating would it be if I studied hard on the show and still did so poorly on the exams? Iori Yukino doesn't usually study much, so it's even more unlikely that she'll study for a variety show. What's this called? It's called consolidating a persona. It was as if Poutong could already envision a show where each of the other 6-star trainees would be working hard by then, and Iori Yukino would be the only one salty. I'm learning just fine, and there's no need to be clinical. Lin Yushi frowned. Dandy, are you planning to study? Yu Dandy spread his hands and nodded slowly. But dude, you're forgetting that. Iori Yukino scratched her head, a bit unable to remember what she was supposed to say. That's the one Poutong used to talk about. Schoolboy persona, Poutine reminded. Yes. It's easy to be labeled by fans as a school bully persona when you study under the camera, and it's easy to be mocked by the group in case you get bad grades. That's right. In fact, it's usually fine in school. After all, it's a place to study. But if you're still studying privately at home, and it's broadcasted on the program, you'll definitely be talked about that way. Lin Yushi sighed and didn't know what to say. She knew that Yu Dandy wasn't stupid and definitely had her own considerations. Boughton glanced at Yu Dandy, and was a bit curious as to what she thought. Something like don't study in front of the camera, he did say in the past, and it did work. And he was also a little worried that this kind of thing like the school bully's persona flopping was really too bad for the publicity. If you tie your hands and don't do something just because you're worried that it's going in a bad direction, that's just too twisted. Yu Dandy's tone was flat, as if she was saying something that she deserved. All I know is that I want to study, and I need to look at books on my double days off. Isn't that enough? Going against her own grain because she's afraid of being told to dent her persona. That's not her style. Poutong suddenly felt that the young girl in front of her was glowing. Then their own work is always looking ahead and careful. This guy is really too freesome. Perhaps, also really because she has their own does not have the rate of honesty. They will be attracted to this guy. From step by step to set up a defense to go to the present. Just like what the young girl told him that night during the video call. The most important thing for a person to live is to be obedient, and she is really following her heart, daring to love and hate, and living without cowardice. What are you doing looking at me? Perhaps sensing Poutong's eyes staring straight at her, Yu Dandy immediately panicked a bit. It's okay, it's not a crime to look at the same table. Even such a brave and forthright girl can panic at the sight of her. Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino on the side were looking so happy that they couldn't wait to weld these two to death. Ahem, but I'll have to say more about your shooting this weekend, considering that her behavior just now was indeed a bit, well, ambiguous. Poutong hurriedly digressed to cover up her embarrassment. I wish to hear it. Lin Yushi's face hurt from smiling. She could enjoy watching these two dead ducks talk too much. In fact, judging from Poutong's words and behavior, although he was not considered a star, he knew that set of showbiz very well, and often gave them a little bit of advice, which surprised her. Perhaps talent was innate, but this kind of unexplained experience of his was really a little bit unintelligible. Poutong cleared his throat and began to speak from experience. Although it's a special installment, it's really still essentially a reality show that films the daily lives of celebrities. Reality TV. The important thing is a real word. You do not need and there is no need to disguise anything. Behave as usual on the line. The food and drink. The three women looked at each other and could understand what he meant. It was also true that if they acted too fake on a reality show, they would easily be scolded. For example, like if you guys say you're vegan, then you're really vegan, and there's no need to pretend to be a lady taking small bites of food. In fact, Poutong also just give an example to say, this he is not very worried, because in the school shooting variety show, several of them also did not put on makeup, usually are also plain face out of the camera. Say a sentence natural beauty is also not too much. Said that they vase can be, said that they are ugly can be no reason. As usual, Iori Yukino rested her cheeks. So I can also pick my feet while drawing? You still have that fetish? Poutong looked the petite Sakura girl up and down, but he didn't realize that this lowly figure still hid a stingy soul. Not as usual? Rather, there's no need to be so much like usual. Poutine did a double take. Don't let your fans break down ahoy. It's outrageous to think that your idol beauty usually has this hobby. Of course, that doesn't preclude a few people from getting more excited. Like that not so aesthetically pleasing pet peeve, swearing and all, it's better to keep it out of the picture. Poutine sighed, reality TV has gotta be real. Poor can't be too embarrassing. The three women nodded, each with an idea for the weekend shoot. Good luck. Chapter 117, The Game Plan. From what you're saying, you're in demand now? Hui fiddled with the potato peeler in her hand. After hearing Poutong's description, she could already imagine that her son was already a hot commodity. It's not that it's a steal. It's just that something is coming my way and I'm getting a headache. Poutong used a kitchen knife to peel potatoes, and the action was very silky. I have to say that from the two people's techniques, it can be seen at a glance who was better at cooking. It can't be helped. Hui gave him a look. Honestly, I'm blowing up the phone with this piece about finding you. This. After all, he is still a minor. Those scouts brokers and so on, are prioritized as the guardian of the Ni in Puluo call, but his dad's work usually do not answer the phone, so the mother became the only breakthrough for those people. Poutong is understandable, has been his performance is too good some, plus the age is still small, inevitably by those capital, not to mention there are a lot of big names directly is to invite songs, and these pressures from the outside world, without exception, all by his mom to stop, otherwise his life is not so calm. When you're an adult, you'll have to take these things into your own hands. Poutong watched his mom wash the potatoes, his heart a little mixed. Tang Luochang and Chen Xiqing is just a microcosm. There are many more to face in the future. But so what? He knew exactly what he wanted. Chen Xiqing saw that Poutong had agreed to be his friend and directly sent a few of his own emoticons over to him. The emojis are his own animated GIFs, all made by his fans, and they look pretty fun. He just keeps using them. Chatting with someone using your own real-life emoji. This should be very good at bringing the two of you closer together. Bouten. Poutong returned a string of ellipses and then nothing more. He tentatively sent a few more emojis over, but there was still no response. It can't be that I'm directly blocked, right? Chen Xiqing frowned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was absolutely impossible for her to be resented for being so easygoing and social. I think it's gone busy. Chen Xiqing was also too embarrassed to send another message to disturb, and simply logged into the game directly. He wanted to see if Poutong had really retired from traveling. Going online and opening his friends list, he managed to find Poutong's account, with the same familiar ID of some ordinary user. 2 months ago online? Chen Xiqing frowned. It seems that this guy is really withdrawing from the tour. This is a problem. It is not easy to have such a chance to get closer to Poutong. He cannot miss it. He looked at Poutong's game account in more detail and found that he was quite an old player, with a lot of levels and not a lot of skins, and totally loved this game. Combined with Poutong's previous 5-kill microblogging, this guy should be a die-hard player. This kind of person may withdraw from the game for a while, but as long as the idol will absolutely re-enter the number. One just needs to wait for an opportunity for him to come online. Chen Xiqing has also started to approach Poutong. The fat woman looked at the low-browed Tang Luochang in front of her and gasped. She Zhao cherry hand with several artists. This little girl is the most unproductive one. Completely dry whatnot. It is not easy to get when you are young resident guest of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I did not expect this girl or did not seize. Look at the other people in the show, a few artists. You dandy Lin Yushi Wei Xuan. I needless to say, the popularity of the day. Even Xiamugan Hongsu Chen Xiqing in the program aired after attracting a lot of people fans. Only their own hand under the most mediocre Tang Luochang. Fans did not go up a lot of wind instead of a lot of bad reviews. Sister Zhao. Now, Tang Luochang carefully asked her meaning. His own agent is the company's ace. Frame is very big. The first time we met she called a Zhao ant was she dumped for a long time face. Obviously more than 40 people. Called the ant is not too much, right? You still have the face to say it? The fat woman slammed the table, frightening Tang Luochang to shrink back. You didn't listen to me when I told you to get more in touch with that kid, and now it's too late. Tang Luochang's lips moved slightly, didn't dare to speak. Again, she began to horse hindsight. Obviously before in Chen Xiqing copy CP what is her set marketing. About Poutong himself also mentioned. I did not expect this old hag directly a brat only ignored, and now on the contrary, into her already said, stupid, if I had your good looks, I would have taken that kid down long ago. Zhao Sakura just didn't understand, although she didn't like this girl, but her looks were also first class, and she couldn't get along with a kid. That must be because this guy didn't have any heart. Sister Zhao, you dandy. Tang Luochang some heart, on the looks on the background, which point she compared to others you dandy Now as a clear-eyed people can see that over there is a woman chasing a man. You dandy then their own strong so much have to be posted. And she is which onion? Zhao Sakura frowned, her aura diminished by a large margin. Can't compete with you dude seems normal. Not being able to snatch it is not a reason for you not to try. She still didn't want to give this girl a soft talk. Can't seduce. Can't you make a friend? Poutong that is what? That is talent Zhao Cherry as an agent for so long. How many artists have brought? Although there are also excellent, but none of them can reach the level of Poutong now. The singer-songwriter, but also so handsome, this is too much to let people greedy. What's the strategy on Chen Xiqing's side? He seems to want to ask Poutong to play the game with him. Tang Luochang frowned. This she still knew. After all, her relationship with Chen Xiqing was quite okay. Play games together? Zhao Sakura's eyes lit up. This is a good method. High school boys basically love playing games. This time and again playing games. Won't they get acquainted? You play too. Zhao Sakura patted Tang Luochang's shoulder. Play with them. Tang Luochang people stupid. She simply never played that game. How to play together. I'll go find an account for you. You hurry up and download the game to practice. Because of the clear goal, Zhao Cherry was in a much better mood instantly. The three of you playing the game together, that is, it consolidates the CP between you and Chen Xiqing, and you can also get closer to Poutong. It's a 2-for-1 thing. Why not? Tang Luocheng always felt that something was not quite right, but also felt that this plan seemed to be the only feasible option. After all, in the school has Yu Dandy strictly guarded. The only place he can get close to Poutong is online in the game. Well then, Tang Luocheng gave himself a pep talk and decided to try one more time. She couldn't do it with Raider Poutine. Can't she do it with playing games? Chapter 118, Playing with Yours. You didn't wake up? Chen Xiqing glanced at her tablemate, Tang Luocheng, and realized that she looked like she hadn't woken up. Insomnia. Tang Luocheng yawned and didn't say much. Can't just tell her she's playing games all night. Her agent gave her a very simple request. More practice auxiliary. When the time comes, no matter what position Poutong plays, directly pick a auxiliary close to him on the right. The main fight is a pleasing. Chen Xiqing also ignored her. The two people, although explicitly copying what CP, but in fact, it is just colleagues, and even some of them are not used to seeing each other. By the way, what are you going to do for your weekend show shoot? Playing games, Chen Xiqing casually said. He had maintained his gaming teenager persona for quite a while, and since the program was going to film the double life, he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to dent his persona again. Playing games? Tang Luocheng's eyes lit up, instantly having a guess. It's known that he went and invited Poutong to play the game with him last time and even added his friends. And playing the game on the show at this juncture must be a date for these two to play together. Tang Luocheng did not know about Poutong's withdrawal from the game. On the two of them added friends after chatting how much is also completely unknown, only to contact the cause and effect. This situation is indeed very likely. Then, can you take me with you? Tang Luocheng said with gusto. If two people want to play a game together, then they have to participate themselves. Wasn't she practicing the game all night long so that she could mingle with Poutong when she played with him? Chen Xiqing frowned. He hadn't heard that Tang Luocheng was playing this game. Can't it be that he just entered the pit? Just started playing, looking for someone to take me. Tang Luocheng's tone was soft and glutinous, with a pitiful look. Okay then, Chen Xiqing agreed to consider is also very simple. The sixth phase of the program shooting, he and Tang Luocheng together to play games. This can undoubtedly be a good marketing wave of CP. This heat is also what he needs. The two each had their own ideas and talked about playing games together on the weekends. Achoo! There wasn't even much of a delay between the time Poutong sneezed and the next moment he saw a tissue reaching out from the table in front of him. I brought my own. That's yours. This is mine. Yu Dandy shook the tissue in his hand, with a stance that he wouldn't stop until he picked it up. All right. Poutong took the tissue and wiped his nose, kind of not understanding why he always sneezed for no apparent reason. You can't be scolded by others. That's right, I'm the one who cursed. Yu Dandy propped her chin with both hands, with an air of I know your thoughts like the back of my hand. Does this guy read minds? That's right, I'm a mind reader. Poutong's pupils jolted as he hurriedly thought of a math function problem in his head. You try again. Try a ghost. Yu Dandy blankly glanced at him. This kind of words is completely fixed collocation. Okay, just ask a person who sneezes can use the following sentence. If she really knew how to read minds that would be great. This guy always hid his thoughts in his heart. Who knew what his mind was really like? She could be too eager to know whether Poutong had himself in his heart or not. Yes. Yu Dandy's heart missed a little beat at his sudden reply. This guy's not the one who can read minds, is he? What there? She pretended to be calm. What are you talking to yourself about? I guessed what you were thinking in your mind. Poutong twirled his pen. I guessed you were thinking there must be a ghost in this guy's mind for him to be so afraid of mind reading, so I prejudged your mind back to a yes. So he didn't guess right. Yu Dandy was relieved, almost thinking that he had guessed his own little mind. Wait, Yu Dandy instantly noticed the point. So you really have a ghost in your heart? Off the cuff. Poutong was a bit embarrassed. Just guessing others forgot to disguise himself. He naturally had little secrets in his heart, and they were little secrets that no one could tell. Little secrets of being a traveler. Yu Dandy gave him a suspicious look, a thoughtful look. By the way, that Chen Xiqing won't annoy you after she added you as a friend, right? Okay. Poutong didn't know what to say. You say it was harassing, but he only sent a few messages. You say it wasn't harassing, but the emoticons he sent were really hot. It was surprising that someone could be so narcissistic that he wasn't expecting it. Oh, if he bothers you on account of his celebrity status, you give me the word. I'll do what's inconvenient for you to do. Yu Dandy patted her chest. She does not want Poutong because of fear of trouble to endure. He does not like to show his face. Then these things to let themselves on behalf of the good, to ensure that there will never be any trouble. What's with the grim look on your face? Poutong was a bit stunned by the young girl's eyes. Why did she somehow look like I must guard my beloved things? So what exactly is her favorite thing? It's okay, just tell me when people in the circle are looking for trouble with you. You can rest assured that I'll do my job. Poutong nodded, and did not reject Yu Dandy's good intentions. After all, this kind of thing is not easy to say. Recently his reputation is in full swing, in case there is really a circle harassing him, and he does not want to step forward. At this time there is a helper is still quite good. Fortunately, in the following days, Tang Luochang and Chen Xiqing were very peaceful and didn't come over to disturb him again, and Yu Dandan didn't have a chance to make a move. Always felt that they both got away with it. It wasn't until after school on Friday that Chen Xiqing came over and said goodbye to him. Boughton returned a perfunctory goodbye, and didn't give him too much sunshine to prevent him from being brilliant. One good news, one bad news. Iori Yukino packed her book bag and sat in her seat in place. The good news is that I'm at 15% progress on packing my room. The bad news is that the show starts tomorrow. I'm a bit confused. How many things do you have to clean up? Yu Dandy couldn't figure it out even if she thought about it. A girl's room, how messy can it be? Hand puppet, ACG homage picture book, ACG poster, light novel, peripheral umbrella wall sticker mousepad charging treasure, pain shirt, cos clothes. This. Yu Dandy didn't know what to say. The secondaries are like this. Poutong thought it was kinda funny. He had always been around a few of them during the previous filming of the show even though there was no footage of him on camera. But he was really not involved at all in the filming of the show this time around. Good luck. A few people said goodbye in turn, and Poutong had just walked out of the classroom when he was grabbed by a sudden fat hand around his neck. What? Such recognizable arms were naturally Ryunin, a guy who had been having a lot of fun lately, and it was still a rare occasion when he came to him of his own accord. It's fine. Brother Ton, let's walk and talk. The two men went home in company and had a long conversation about something or other before Ryunin spoke up and made his intentions known. Brother Ton, lend me your game account to play. Don't you have your own number? Boughton was a little confused as to what he meant. There hasn't been a single positive battle lately, and I suspect it's all my number. Ryunong swore, so I thought I'd change my number to Detox. Of course this was only one aspect. More importantly, Poutong's game account was something he had coveted for a long time. The two of them used to play together. Poutong parents are in the field of living expenses to give a lot, so the game skin kryptonite quite a lot. Not to mention that there is his favorite purgatory devil dogs. That is a precious out-of-print skin. Brother, you are my own brother. For your company I bow and die. My hair has fallen out a few times. Sometimes play the dish but also by your staff group ridicule. Do you know how much pressure I have? Okay, go back and give it to you. Poutong gave him a blank look. Our good brothers borrow a game account is not normal? Not to mention that he did retire from the game himself now, so it wouldn't hurt to let Ryu be able to have a little fun. By the way, you'd better change your name. I used to microblog and post game screenshots with nicknames in them. Don't get sniped. Yes. Ryunin was as pleased as Punch, regaining his enjoyment of the game. I'm going to hit 5. The keys are coming. Looking at Lu Nang's fluttering face, Poutong suddenly had a strange feeling. It always feels like I'm forgetting something. Chapter 119, What Can I Do About Master's Pride? After arriving home, Poutong sent his game account to Lu Nang the first time. The process isn't complicated either. You just need to open U-Game and switch accounts. It wasn't long before Ryunin supposedly finished logging in and impatiently sent him a screenshot. Ryunin, I've never fought such a rich war in my life. Wiping tears from eyes, Poutong has long known his small mind. Changing the number to solve the poison is a rhetoric. This guy is just simply greedy for his account. Lu Nang's family's control is strict. He is a high school student, does not have much pocket money. There is a half a star still have to take to the internet. Where the money kryptonite? In comparison, Poutong's account is really a treasure trove of everything and anything. Poutine, remember to change your name. The nickname of a certain regular user was really badly used by him. In case he was recognized by a passerby and posted on the internet, it wouldn't be good. Shocked that well-known high school student Poutong actually ranked his mouth-stinky teammates. This kind of thing is scary to think about. POTUS, you have the money for the name change, right? Yananen, yes. There's a lot more money left over from not going to internet cafes now. Whenever he had time, he would run to Poutong Company, where the internet speed equipment was countless times better than that of an internet cafe. As for the name change and all that, he had borrowed someone else's account to play with, and he could still take care of this kind of nitty-gritty spending on his own. Ryunin browsed through the account's skin screen, a bit dazzled for a moment. In the past, Poutong bought all these things basically in front of him, and he could only be jealous and envious. Who let other people's parents not at home? Didn't expect. At that time he could only eyeball the very best account, now finally to his own hands, if not the account right in front of his eyes. He can't believe this is true. It's a pity. The only beautiful thing is that his good buddy is not playing now. Then a superb account. He still misses the old days when the two of them brothers used to play games together the way it was. Since his brother had entrusted his account to him, he must carry his brother's account all the way. It's a bond between us. Reunion, Tong. What game ID to change? After all, the account is still Poutong's. He only has the right to use it temporarily. Change the name of this kind of thing or have to consult the owner's opinion. In this regard, Lu Yuan is still very disciplined, just because they are good brothers. In this kind of small things cannot overstep the rules. POTUS, feel free to do so. Poutong is indifferent. After all, he will probably not be on the number to play in the future. The game nickname or whatever is casual. Reunion instantly felt pressurized. If it was his own number he wouldn't mind just face-rolling the keyboard, to the point that this account was his dear Tong's, and he definitely couldn't be too casual about it. Reunion, that might as well be called. Poutong is my big brother. Poutong was almost shocked by him, letting him change his name just so he wouldn't be recognized. Wouldn't it be more obvious to change it like this? Poutine, I don't want to be recognized by others. Reunion, got it. Then simply call. I'm really not Poutong. This guy is definitely fit to write anticlimax light novels. Isn't that nickname here and there? POTUS, it's better if I think for you. He was genuinely surprised that the guy was a name-challenged man. Reunion raised his hands in favor. It made sense that the owner of the number himself would take the name, and he was surely fine with a substitute player. POTUS, might as well call it Reunion. What kind of crappy name is that? It's so random. Originally, what he thought was that he would unconditionally support Poutong no matter what name he took, but this name was too random. No reason and no logic. There wouldn't really be someone using this stupid bird ID, would there? POTUS, sorry, off the cuff. That's a really classless nickname. Poutong himself didn't know why this odd nickname suddenly popped up, and just took it as a whim. POTUS, that might as well be called Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior. Reunion looked at the message before his eyes. The nickname was too cool and overbearing. Why hadn't he thought of it? POTUS, no, it's too childish. It was too weird to use that name for his own account, and he just blurted it out. Poutong still understand Lu Yuan. This guy likes this kind of middle-aged sand sculpture nickname. After all, his own account nickname is called The Emperor Against the Sky Dragon. He's also up trying to get this guy to have fun. Childish? Lu Yuan mumbled back a good. Still do not understand the invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex god of war. This name were childish. Obviously super cool, okay? But since his Tong brother had given the word, he naturally couldn't say anything more, and Lu Yuan instantly felt like changing his account nickname to this. Now, he was kinda curious as to what more dominating name Poutong could come up with. Poutong, how about? Master Pride can't help me. What can I do? Reunion tapped the table, instantly poked by the name. First of all, the word Master AO reflects the man's wild and uninhibited, kingly dominance. He attitude arrogant, quite a with the world is still frank and calm. This nickname is completely for him, this kind of self-belonging king of the air tailored Reunion, good. In the past, when he heard others praise Poutong for his talent, he was actually a bit unable to understand it, and he couldn't appreciate those poems or anything else, so he could only agree with them as if they were in the clouds. Now he can completely understand. Worthy of being Brother Tong. Poutong smiled bitterly on that side of the screen. Sure enough, this fat man's aesthetic is a bit unique, and if he is serious about two nicknames he is really not satisfied. Reunion, brother, you study hard. I'm going to take your number to every corner of the canyon. Excited? Let's just forget about it. Boughton ignored him and went off to study on his own. The aura of the king's bully is overflowing out of the screen. Lu Yuan admired his changed name, and the more he looked at it, the more joyful he felt. He decided to open a handful of them quickly so that others could look over the nickname as well. Chen Xiqing added Tang Luoqing's game account and was a bit speechless. This guy's game account is not even her QQ number. A look is a temporary find the number. He cannot help but a little doubt Tang Luoqing in the end will not play. Although the two of them double row is to fry CP, but play the game after all is still a figure of fun. If the other side is really too pit he cannot stand it. What a vegetable and fun-loving Chen Xiqing helplessly scanned Tang Luoqing's account in her friends list, her eyes suddenly shrinking. In the friend list, an ID called Master AO Nai he is in the game. More crucially, this nickname shows the friend Poutong. He actually got on the number and changed his name. Chen Xiqing instantly became excited. Wasn't it such an opportunity he was waiting for? As long as he and Poutong play a few more games, won't they instantly become best friends? When Poutong is happy, he will write a song for him on the spot, and then he will be able to take off. He recognizes the level of Poutong, and it's not too much to say that a song can send him to the altar, and then he himself will be a big hit. The more Chen Xiqing thought about it, the more excited she became, and there was some ecstasy between her eyebrows. Seeing that Poutong is in the game, he can only wait quietly, fearing that he will suddenly go offline. But there is one to say one. This nickname is a little too peculiar, right? He did not expect Poutong has such a side. After waiting for a long time, Master my account finally became online from the game. Chen Xiqing also did not dare to delay, hurriedly sent a team invitation, but was directly rejected. Did he not want to play with himself? Chen Xiqing immediately became anxious and sent a message over. Chingo, what's wrong? Master Pride can't help me, down, but must not go offline? Lu Nang is still playing the game in the company, or he has to go home early, or he will be scolded by his parents, and he was going to play a hand over the top, but of course 0 to 5 whatever is outside the body. Although this person didn't have a note, but after all, he was his Tong's best friend. Lu Nang still decided to give him face. Chen Xiqing instantly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Poutong wasn't not wanting to play with him, he still had a chance. Xinggu, that's right, then you get busy and play together sometime. Lu Nang frowned, then clicked on the homepage and looked at it, realizing that this account called Xinggu is also an excellent, a little something rich also liver. This kind of rich brother to play together he's certainly no problem Master Pride can't help me, it can. Seeing that Poutong agreed so readily, Chen Xiqing instantly felt a sense of pride in her heart. What's the matter? It seems that he is still very attractive. Even a talented person like Poutong wants to play games with him. Chen Xiqing leaned back in her chair with a smug smile. It was as if he saw that a better life was beckoning to him. Chapter 120, Two Names. You dandy, good morning. On Saturday, it was the first time Poutong had received an early morning greeting from Udandi, and this time it was really early. According to her usual routine, I'm afraid she won't get up until 90 o'clock. It seems that filming the show is still quite stressful for her. No matter what, it's about appearing on camera after all, and it can't be taken completely seriously. POTUS hasn't started filming yet? Udandi, the filming crew is still on the way. Sule was also a big spender, giving each of them a small team, and seemed to be quite concerned about the 6th installment. Udandi, probably afraid that the other two were still awake. Directly I Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino in the group, wanting to know if the two of her were ready. Lin Yushi, thank you for the invitation. Already ready to go out and practice dancing. What it's like at home absolutely cannot be photographed. Although she said it casually, Poutong could still feel between the lines that her home might indeed be in disarray. Udandi, where's Yukino? She's not still sleeping by any chance, is she? By the time the program's filming crew arrived, she wouldn't be up yet, and that would be humiliating. Yukino Iori, in up and up. Who in the family understands that you're forced to get up early on a Saturday? Sule good sense minus 10,086. Poutong, you guys have a good time shooting. I won't bother. If there are any interesting places you can send them to the group. I'll take a look when I have time. There's one thing to be said for this episode of Poutong, and I think it's pretty funny. These stars are usually in the school as also a student-like. The wear school uniforms. Good batch. But usually in private they are in the end what kind of poutine also really do not know. All the time he had been exposed to them, and all the time he had been exposed to them at school. Udandi, wanna know what we usually wear at home? What kind? POTUS? I'm not sleepy when you say that. School uniforms, although to a certain extent can highlight the youthful and beautiful temperament, but other clothing also have their own advantages. They're three little stars so good looking. Regular clothes must have some other posture. POTUS, sorry, not interested. So what? It's just a skeleton in the closet. Poutong asked himself that he was not an old womanizer, and of course he had to refuse such things that hurt his body and disturbed his mind. Udandi, no fun. She was so eager to show Poutine a different side of herself. She suspected that Poutine was usually unperturbed by her because her school uniform masked her charms. Anyway, Udandi had decided to send it out, regardless of whether Poutong wanted to see it or not. Udandi found a good angle, took a selfie and sent it directly to the group. Posting privately seems like she's being too proactive. Posting it to the group for everyone to see is more like sharing her daily routine. It was really just to show him alone. Poutong saw the photo she sent, or smoothly clicked on it. Originally did not want to see, but you have sent that I still have to give you a face. In the photo Udandi is wearing a white round neck shirt. Collar and cuffs are silk thread embroidered with flowers. Looks like the whole person complexion warm and moist like jade, less sweet than usual, more on noble point. Maybe this is what Missy usually looks like. This would have to be compared and contrasted, and Poutong directly saved the picture. Of course, mainly to compare it with the school uniform form of Udandi, before having anything else in mind. Iori Yukino, yo, you've posted it and we look petty if we don't. Sakura girl is completely did not see Udandi's small mind. Her world is not so much curved, just is sharing life. Udandi, hair. Hurry up. It does seem rather odd that she's the only one posting selfies, and it would be nice to have them post them as well so that they don't seem so awkward. Iori Yukino posted a picture straight away, with absolutely no photographic technique or pose to speak of. It was completely and truly random. She was wearing light blue 7/4 sleeves with wide cuffs, much like a kimono style, and it was very flattering, appearing to have a slim waist and her breasts were fuller. What? Sakura-chan isn't an airfield? Poutong is sort of a small knife poking his ass to open his eyes, so the gap between their school and home is so big. Well, great. Lin Yushi, originally I didn't want to post it. I'm a bit embarrassed that you're all like this. As smart as she was, she naturally detected you dandy's small mind right from the start. Lin Yushi, photo. A pair of long legs directly made a few other people in the group froze. Very ordinary blue jeans coupled with a pair of white travel shoes directly amplified the advantages of Lin Yushi's long legs. Looks very wobbly. You dandy, that's nice. You dandy, it's so nice. You dandy, beautiful. Nothing more. She just wanted to hurry up and swipe this picture up through the chat. We can't let Poutong be seduced by her. Poutong did not have that kind of worldly desires, and roughly understood the usual them to turn off the phone no longer water group. Come to think of it, it looks like he's only saving pictures of you dude alone. The conversation in the group ended here, and you dandy dropped her phone and reviewed while waiting for the program to come. She wasn't just talking about studying on the weekends. She really wanted to work hard to get a good grade out of it. Whether it was for herself or something else, it was important. She didn't learn as solidly as Poutong, so she can only start with the textbook and notes, and for this reason, she even borrowed Poutong's notes back home as well, in order to be able to review them properly. Not long after, the doorbell rang, and Yu Dandy stopped his pen and walked towards the living room. Zhang Yan opened the door and let a few photographers outside in. The leader of the photographer is that old Yang. Yu Dandy also recognize. Excuse me, old Yang smiled awkwardly, a bit formal. It's fine. You guys just shoot normally. What should be shot and what shouldn't be shot, I think the director should have said it too. Zhang Yun looked at the several people, sort of giving them a wake-up call once again. That's natural. That's natural. The biggest problem they usually have when filming a show is Poutong, and there's not much pressure to film a couple of celebrities' home routines without him. Following Yu Dandy into her room, they didn't even dare to mess with the camera, which stayed on her. I'll just study. You guys can shoot if you want. Yu Dandy acted as if the photographers didn't exist, sat down on her desk and started her revision program. A few cameramen were getting a bit of a headache. After all, they were filming a variety show, and even though they didn't have a script or anything, it was a bit too monotonous to just film the learning shots. Can we at least interact and talk? They watched Yu Dandy study with unusual dedication, and they really didn't dare to make any demands. A few people just dry filmed for a while, and realized that Yu Dude was doing nothing but studying, and there was absolutely no variety effect to speak of. This kind of situation of just studying and not caring about anything is too familiar, right? This is completely Poutong's style. Is Yu Dandy also being Poutonized? Watching Yu Dandy put down his pen and start to rest, Lao Yang only hurriedly found a chance to chat. Do you usually study this hard? That's not true. This is not next week will be the final exam. I think review. Yu Dandy is very honest, and did not intend to dent any persona. Any unique learning experience? Lao Yang suddenly felt that this self-questioning format is a bit like an interview, but Yu Dude interaction is really too little, which cannot be helped. Not really, after all, learning is a pretty important thing. Even though I'm an entertainer, I still need to know a lot. Yu Dandy didn't want to talk too much nonsense with them and turned around to go to the restroom. What to do? About this, Lao Yang looked at the other two photographers, quite helpless. Just sit there and study. No sense of variety at all. This broadcast will really love to watch it. Shoot some small details of the study, but then the material is also a bit richer. A female photographer suggested. Since the content was boring, let's make the details interesting. Lao Yang nodded and began to hold up the camera to film Yu Dandy's desk. What study subjects? Do questions, write well or not, and what not, can be a point of discussion when the time comes. He tapped his hand so casually, but suddenly his eyes were drawn to the closed notebook. Blank page under clear cover with name prominent. Those are two names, Poutong and Yu Dandy. Chapter 121, Poutine is everywhere. Lao Yang's sight rested on the notebook, and an unspeakable relief arose at once. Once people get older, they like to watch the love affairs of youngsters, and so did he. That kind of youthful and ignorant feelings made him nostalgic and moved him. All along, there had been hot speculation about the CP of these two people, but he didn't know much about what exactly was going on between the two people, especially after the director said that he wouldn't allow the filming of Poutong, and he paid a lot less attention to this Poutong. Now it seems that there should indeed be something between these two youngsters. He deletes the footage from earlier and pretends that nothing happened. Yang Hui naturally is not possible to secretly shoot this shot. He is not Su Lei. He is a part-time job. The program ratings and he has nothing to do with this kind of traffic for the sake of offending people he cannot do, and do not dare to do. What's more, He is quite optimistic about these two youngsters, especially Poutong. The little model has his style back then. What are you filming? Yu Dandy re-entered the room and realized that old Yuan was patting her desk, instantly getting a little anxious. Didn't I tell you guys not to take pictures? Don't dare. Just a little detail shot. Lu Yuan hurriedly backed away and casually said, by the way, this notebook of yours. He was going to remind Yu Dandy that he wasn't going to take the picture, but it would be difficult in case the other photographers got it by mistake. As soon as she heard the 3 words notebook, Yu Dandy secretly said that it was not good, and walked up to realize that the 2 names on the notebook were unusually clear. Yu Dandy glanced suspiciously, only to realize that old Yuan was looking at her with a smile on his face, as if it was just a kind reminder. Thanks, Yu Dandy sighed. If old Yuan really stole the photo, he wouldn't have been able to speak up and warn him. It seems that this photographer is quite an interesting person. Of course, you have to check it over at the end just in case. In fact, it is nothing for himself, but Poutong does not like to be disturbed. To think about him before he can do so. Can you share your change of mindset after so long of making variety shows? Lu Yang asked tentatively, perhaps because of Lu Yang's kind reminder. Yu Dandy was much less hostile to him, and only then did he begin to make small talk, sort of cooperating with the shooting of the program. She spoke eloquently about everything from her school life to her thoughts on variety, but she didn't mention that name. All she knows is that the man hates trouble. Be careful because you care. Is Yukino usually this diligent in drawing? The female photographer patted Iori Yukino, who had been dozing off, and held her tongue a bit. Dang, sure, how could she? She usually slept until noon. How could she get up early in the morning to draw a comic? Don't ask. Asking is just pretending. Looks like Yukino is enjoying the manga. Oh, the photographer was going to make small talk with her, do some interaction and clear her head as well. I love it so much. Every time I hear Poutong tell it I get so happy. Iori Yukino instantly stopped being sleepy as soon as we talked about it and started talking about it. He's just a genius. He told me a whole bunch of stories, and I can't wait to hurry up and draw them all for everyone to see. It's just that I'm too lazy. As she drew, it was as if she had an endless conversation when she talked about it. In a series of kicks and coiled wrists, one of Lin Yushi's dances ended, and she unscrewed her water bottle and took a sip, preparing to take a little break. The photographer who shot her was the least stressed because dancing is inherently ornamental, and even if it was a straight shot of her practicing scenes, it wouldn't come out boring. It seems like Ayoshi really likes to dance. The photographer took advantage of her break to strike up a conversation with her. Yeah, from the first moment I saw my grandma dance when I was a kid, I've loved dancing. Lin Yushi dunked her water and said, before, I simply liked it, but in the last Poutong's essay, Lin Yushi paused. This is something that can be said, right? Of course. The photographer smiled awkwardly. It's not like he can't take shots of Poutong or can't talk about him. It's not like that person is something that can't be named. But Poutong's last essay made me realize that dance is not just a performing art, not just a personal hobby. It's also a spirit, a culture. Lin Yushi sighed. The one who sees more is more knowledgeable. The one who hears more is wiser. Although Poutong is my peer, in my heart I have already unconsciously looked at him as a senior. The group of photographers looked at each other in disbelief. They could see that the young girl had a light in her eyes when she said this, and that every word she spoke came from her heart. I have crossed mountains and seas and people. Gon Hengshu played and sang a line, quickly put down the guitar and began to write and draw on the manuscript paper, then began to scratch his ears again, the whole person anxious. Why how the hell is this written can't learn the skin at all A few photographers' faces went black. They thought that Gon Hengshu with his instrument would put on a good show and sing a song properly. They thought it was awesome material, but they didn't realize this guy started working on Poutong's song here in the first place. So, Gon, are you usually like this on vacation? Usually it's to study Poutong's previous songs. It's not that this new song has just come out. I'm sure I'll study the new song the first time. Gon Hengshu thought about it and decided to talk about it a few more times to get a feel for it. So, what do you think of Poutong's classmates? Then, discussing Poutong was still fine. It was hard to have an interaction, and they didn't mind chatting more. How can I describe it? Gon Hengshu put down his pen. His whole body became serious. After chatting with him for a few moments, I feel that he's very good to get along with and doesn't have much of a stance. And more importantly, he's a very high-level musician, very talented, which is exactly what I'm learning from. Gon Hengshu then began to dissect all of Poutong's work from a musician's professional perspective, doing what he considered to be a shallow analysis of everything from the songs to the lyrics. Ling Ling, how come you're a bit slow to reply to messages today? Nothing else, it's just that you usually pretty much reply to me in seconds. Ha ha. When Xiamu saw this message, he forced down the urge to reply and turned his head to hem and haw at the photographer. It really wasn't that he didn't reply, but with several cameras pointed at him, he really didn't dare to chat with his netizens in front of so many people. What if we get caught on camera? A few photographers looked at Xiamu's odd smile and could only smile along. They didn't know what was going on. It's weird how the guy looks at his phone every few minutes from the start, but then doesn't play at all. It's fine. Feel free to take pictures. Xiaomu picked up his cell phone, turned around without moving, and raised it to face them with the back. You are? Xiaomu quickly typed and casually said, talking to someone. After all, he does type like he's chatting, and that's not good enough to fake. Chatting with who? A few photographers seemed to smell gossip at once, looking at him acting so strangely. It couldn't be some kind of rumored girlfriend, could it? In and friends in and. Xiaomu just wanted to say in Gon Hangshu chat, but he suddenly thought, Gon Hangshu is now also recording the program. If you say the other side directly will be recognized. Chatting with Poutong. Isn't his master the only one who's close to him but not a friend on the shoot? Oh, the photographer frowned, looking a little less than convinced. What did Poutong-san say? He said that the importance of learning for a person is not only in acquiring knowledge, but more importantly, it helps us to keep thinking deeply, from which we can constantly revise our perception of the world, our understanding of the self, and then achieve real growth. That was indeed what Poutine had told him, but not now. I think what Poutong said is very good. Although I'm an entertainer, but only by constantly learning can I keep up with the times and be productive. A few photographers were dumbfounded, which left no room for disbelief. After all, this kind of talk was indeed very much in Poutong's style. Shen Xiqing logged on the game. He and Tang Luochang promised to play the game together to fry CP. Not long after, Tang Luochang came online, and he also hurriedly pulled the other party into the room. What's the point of playing games with this kind of woman? Women will only delay the speed of his scoring just. If it is not for the CP's traffic and heat, he is too lazy to bring a drag. He was about to start the game, but suddenly found the familiar ID master proud to help me also came online. Shen Xiqing breath suddenly a little shortness of breath, and hurriedly clicked on a hand of invitations. As he expected, Poutong quickly joined in. He was afraid that this guy ran away. Directly clicked on the start game. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Luochang looked at this sudden teammate, and his eyes instantly lit up. If I'm not mistaken, this would be Poutong. It's a no-brainer. Just play a few more games and they should be able to hit it off pretty quickly. Playing games with who? The photographer was a little curious. Playing games with Poutine. Tang Luochang and Shen Xiqing directly ignored each other. As they said, Chapter 122, No Dirty Words. Who's this again? Lu Nang scratched his head, a little puzzled. How was Fu invited to play the game? There are 3 people in the room. It's also just plain playing a game together. Who cares? Entering the game. I wanted to take the dog's head that I was longing for, but it turned out to be grabbed by the opposite side, so Lu Nang could only turn to take a hand of crocodile. Xing Ge, who was with him, took the fielding sword saint, and Clarity took the Lulu assist. I don't know how well the two of them are playing. Lu Nang's heart was also a bit bottomless, although Poutong's account hadn't been played for a long time, but this version was longer, and his segment was still much higher than his own. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to manage such a high-end game for him. Entering the readout interface, Lu can find that the two of them have similar accounts to Poutong, and the pressure is suddenly much less. Not just a high-end game. I will directly integrate. Ryunin was leisurely walking up the road when he turned around but realized that his own assist had followed him. What is this? Is this how you play the game? You have a setup if you have a very strong hard support level 1 to help do things, but a soft support to keep up is too outrageous, isn't it? So the lower road is blown? Their shooters are already snapping question marks. Tang Luochang has been trying to learn for several days. She certainly understands the reasoning of the lower road duo, but the problem is that she does not play the game to win. She just wants to please Poutong. Of course she has to follow Poutong closely to be able to do it. No matter what he plays, the main thing is a companion. Master Pride can't help me, that's not very nice. Ryu Ningjin felt that this was not too good. After all, everyone was playing the game. It was too much to play like this. Clarity, I'm sure you can take the flyer. At that moment, a stream of warmth instantly rushed into Lu Nang's brain. How long has it been? How long has it been since anyone has recognized himself like this? Usually he plays the game and suffers from cynicism. Is this trust? This is an angel. Master Pride can't help me. You made the right decision. Now he had to take the flyer. He had to win this game. He definitely couldn't live up to Mr. Auxiliary's expectations. And then they got panned. While it's cool that the assist follows, the problem is that he's just a crocodile, and the more he plays, the more powerless he gets. After the round was over, the 3 men fell into a long silence in the room. Hingo, what do you mean? Shen Xiqing can see that Tang Luochang definitely has ulterior motives. She was running towards Poutong in the beginning. She loves to rub the heat so much that she can let go of this kind of opportunity. The person he's worked so hard to shake down to get the buddy spot. And this person wants to come over and get a piece of the action? This is too much. Clarity, we're in each other's shoes. It's all lickety-split and rubbing it in. No one dislikes anyone anon. After all, it is still filming the program. Chen-Siching is really not good to kick her out. Otherwise the news of CP incompatibility and the like will definitely blow up by then. What can Master Pride do to me? Ryu Nong was confused. He totally couldn't understand what these two were talking about. Obviously it's a movie of 3 people. But I never deserve to have a name? Hingo, it's okay, let's continue. After all, we can only make mistakes. Poutong, such a big fish, cannot be let go. Master AO can't help me, that's fine. Both of them take care of themselves quite well. A support follows the whole time and a fielder catches on all the time. It's not easy to have such good teammates. Clarity, it's okay, I'm still with you. Trust you. Lu Ning anxious eyes, but cannot. He himself has a few kilograms he still knows, and then play so do not want to win. Seeing that Chung Che didn't have the intention to change his mind, Lu Ning could only make up his mind to play ADC next, so that the duo would be a bit more reasonable at that time. Okay, guys, let's have a top single pansun. Inside a certain rented house, the greasy middle-aged man looked at the pop-ups that were moving at a fast pace and laughed his ass off. His name is Master Bird, a game anchor to spray people traffic code. Every time a game into the game, no matter what, starts spraying teammates. Walk the black and red route has reached the realm of the whole network black. Although the pop-ups are all scolding him, but he has the heat. Making money, not shabby. Scolding him the more people. But this is very much the form of the program effect. The more he has the effect of the program, the more traffic. And now in this era, the traffic is money. He live only in and yang, in-game before spraying people. As long as the live room is not blocked, account penalties and so on does not matter. Looking at the screen full of asterisk, he was a bit playful instead. Scolding the more he earned more. Yo, look at this nickname. Master AO can't help me. Laugh me to death. This is too stupid. Master Bird was grimacing as he started spewing directly at the hero selection screen. I am Master Bird. What kind of crap nickname comes to a game? Laughing my ass off. I am Master Bird. Have the elementary school kids done their homework yet? He sort of found the target of the round and just started spraying it. Leonin in front of the computer people are stupid. Playing the dish spray him he can understand. A personal attack on his game nickname is too much. Not to mention that this nickname is still his respect for the Tong brother to take. Insulting their own does not matter. Insulting the Tong brother absolutely not. He was about to retaliate, but then he realized that this was Poutong's account, and it would be bad if he got banned for bad comments. Forget it, for the sake of Brother Tong, I'll let you off. Lu Nang chose a hand of ADC Vayne to enter the game, and went on the double path with the auxiliary Clarity. Bird Master see this person did not respond instantly anxious. He wants the effect of the program. The person being sprayed back to him to have the effect of the program. Ignore him how to do? So he just started ramping up the power and just started all kinds of slurs and personal attacks. Hingo, don't go too far. Chen-Siching is a public figure. He naturally does not want to get involved in this kind of thing. But the key is that this person is scolding Poutong. That is the object of his efforts to curry favor with. Of course, this time to come forward to defend it. Tang Luochang was not shy and replied with a good game. Even the roadie mid laners couldn't stand to watch and started defending Reunion. Yo, a bunch of brothers. Master Bird saw that his teammates had all started talking, and then he was satisfied, and directly began an indiscriminate attack of one spray of 4. It's too much this. Lu Nang can't stand it a little bit. This person is. It doesn't matter if he scolds him. Scolding his friends can never do. But Tong's account can't swear. What can we do? He thought about it and decided to find the almighty brother Tong to think of a solution. Poutong had just finished a study break when he saw a message from Reunion. How to curse without swearing. Poutong frowned. It seems that it is Lu Nang this guy playing the game wants to spray people. Because it is his own account is not too good to say. This kind of small favor can still help a little. After all, he brushed the post in his previous life can be quite a lot, counting half of the Zwan people. So a big hand wave sent a bunch. Ryunan looked at the quote sent by Poutong with his eyes shining brighter and brighter, and decided to strike without hesitation. This time, I'm going to block everything I have to guard my family. Master Pride can't help me. You're going too far. Bro. Later in the game, the party being attacked responded for the first time. Master Bird got a kick out of this and chose to write it out amidst a lot of pop-up scorn. Before he could send out a message, messages from Master Ao99 came pouring out like a fountain. The son doesn't teach the father. You scolded me, my fault. Is that thing around your neck for height? What brand of plastic bag holds so much? Did you hide when humans evolved? Let's not talk about scolding you to your face. If you can't hear me, I'll even carve it on your tablet. You're so cocky. Do you have an animal society to protect you? Don't talk to me about life. You're not even alive. His messages escaped one by one like a succession of cannons, and all of a sudden, the game was quiet, the broadcasting room was quiet, and the world was quiet. The tirades about how Master Pride can't help me didn't stop there, with one sentence appearing ridiculously fast. Really, the turtle fell in the salt bowl to you little bastard idle finish. Look at my memory. I'm treating you like a human being again. If you don't use your brain, you can donate it to a hot pot restaurant in need. Bird Master a blood gas straight to the brain, directly smashed up the computer keyboard. Rare in the live broadcast on the spot to break the defense. When he was so angry that he was shaking and smashing the keyboard angrily, the live broadcast room, which was still normal, directly black screened out in the next second. Your live feed has been banned. Live discussion forum. The audience directly began to open the champagne, celebrating this break defense blocking moment. Good like, Joker breaks defense haha, Sir is truly a man of God. At the same time, an account called Master AO can't help me, with his wordless summoner literature. Into the history books. Chapter 123, is that a picture of you? I also wonder which unlucky person Reunion is actually cursing. Poutong scanned the dislike quotes he had sent over without swearing, and suddenly sympathized a little with the unlucky person who had been disliked and sprayed. These are all the Bibles summarized by the netizens in the previous life. It is too offensive to throw such a brain to a person. However, he still knew Lu Nang's character. If the other party wasn't too much, he wouldn't be able to take the initiative to spray people. Thinking about it this way, that person should be considered to have deserved it. Poutong looked at the time and chose to continue to go to study. There is really no need to dwell on such a small matter. At the end of the game, Master Bird just hung up without saying a word, and a few of them lost the game in a weird atmosphere. Returning back to the group room, Tang Luochang and Chen Xiqing were still a bit at a loss for words. Was this the same Poutong they knew? So this guy is even this talented at disliking people? This is outrageous. Of course the two of them did not think nothing. After all, just now that person's mouth is really too stinky. Facing this kind of person, there is no need to talk about what human feelings. Civilized game is for normal players, not for biting mad dog. Hingo, it's been a long time coming. Clarity, the cursing is so relieving. Seeing that his teammates were saying this, Lu Nang's sense of guilt was also a lot less. Not ashamed to be Tong. Scolding people are so level. The three continued to play a few games until noon before they each got offline. At the same time, the shooting of the variety show was also suspended. After all, the photographer also needs to eat. Poutine chatted with a few of the girls about the details of the shoot during their lunch break after dinner. Iori Yukino, you guys talk first. I'm going to be sleepy and go to sleep first. Waking up early was already sleepy, and staring at the screen and drawing all the time made her eyes even drier, and she just couldn't hold out any longer. Lin Yushi, let you play hard to get. Now you can't help it. Originally, Sakura girl usually when so diligent, drawing is basically a pastime. A few days cannot hold a comic out of a sentence. Iori Yukino, it's not to show the fans how bad it is to be called a lazy dog all the time. Compared to Sakura girl, you Dandy and Lin Yushi were pretty much in their usual state, and were still in good shape. You Dandy, obviously. I'm used to the camera, but it's still weird shooting at home, and it's kind of hard to be filmed doing everything. Lin Yushi, I'm fine. After all, I'm rather oblivious when I'm dancing. You Dandy, if you look at it that way, it's still that I'm not in a good enough state to study. She could actually feel that she wasn't getting into the swing of things with her studies, and it was true that studying at home was completely different from studying at school as well. Besides, she always felt a little out of place with less Poutong around. That situation of turning her head when she was tired of learning and seeing that person still pleases her no matter how many times she experiences it. You Dandy, at Poutong, stop peeking at the screen and come chat. POTUS, what do I have to talk about? He didn't participate in the shooting and nothing interesting happened, so there's nothing to talk about. You Dandy deflated, a little offended. She hadn't really been thinking of having Poutine say something out of the blue, mostly just simply wanting to see him show up. She had also gotten used to this kind of life when Poutong appeared in her life every day, and if one day this kind of peaceful life was really broken, it would definitely be hard for her to accept. As if, there really isn't much time left. A few people casually chatted for a few moments before the afternoon shoot began and they got back into their own business, with Poutong silently beginning to study alone. Chen Xiqing originally wanted to play games with Poutong during the afternoon shooting. After all, taking this opportunity to flatter others is really quite beneficial to him. But when he boarded the game, only to find that Master Proud to Help Me is not online, but instead Tang Luochang has been waiting there for a long time. That's no fun. It's still interesting. Poutong has the ability to speak well. If there is no Poutong, the three caravan is not much need. Anyway, the marketing has been almost marketing. Chen Xiqing saw that the camera team hadn't come yet, so she was ready to brush up on the video to amuse herself. Low-quality anchor Master Bird's live broadcast was banned for a reason. His usual concave esports persona, swiped to the game-related short videos is indeed more, but the anchor these he does not pay much attention to. I did not expect that this was pushed to him today. Originally, Chen Xiqing wanted to directly brush past, but scanned a familiar ID master proud to help me. What's going on here? He looked down so carefully, and that's when he realized what was going on. This low-quality spamming anchor was the Bird Master they had crashed in the morning. The short video was the Morning Bird Master live recording clip. The cause and effect also said very clear. Is a low-quality anchor in order to get eyeballs to eat black and red traffic began to indiscriminately spray teammates, and then a warrior directly without dirty words to dislike him to break the defense of the story. Crashing the anchor? Chen Xiqing was a bit surprised. Although this Bird Master took the black and red route, the heat was definitely not low, and it was not too much to say that there were countless black fans. This warrior is exactly master proud to help me. He could not stand it and was forced to retaliate, but from beginning to end without a dirty word. Creative but not offensive. Direct justice execution. He searched Master Bird's resume and found that this guy sprayed everyone he saw for eyeballs, and there were not a few other anchors or even professional players who were verbally abused by him. This kind of full network black but then jumping is completely the gaming circle public enemy. In the past just lack of a reason to ban the live room. This time to break the defense scolding was blocked. If the public opinion pressure is big enough, basically is a permanent ban. This is too horrible. Chen Xiqing brushed a few videos, only to find that the heat of this matter is so high that it is scary. Almost the entire gaming circle is discussing Master Bird kicked the iron plate to break the defense. Master Proud cannot help me dislike quotes and other topics. The relevant words and phrases even directly on the short video hot search. The ability of netizens to follow the trail was terrifying. And in just one afternoon they found the account and the corresponding battle records. This account has had a few recent matchups, and the last one a couple months ago happened to be a fairly familiar 5-kill. So the people who have seen the screenshot of Poutong directly suspected Poutong, coupled with the game ID of a certain ordinary user is also not found, but also confirmed the news. There were a lot of conflicting opinions, all at Poutong's short video account for confirmation. However, there was no response. POTUS is of course completely unaware of this as he uninstalled the short video a long time ago. Poutong just finished dinner, and I have to say that his mom's braised pork is really hard to eat. Well done. Don't do it next time. After dinner he had planned to take a break to continue studying, but as soon as he got back to his room he was drowned out by his cell phone's message alert. Usually not many people contact themselves. This will be so many messages. Definitely something. Poutong hurriedly clicked on his cell phone, only to find out that a lot of people have sent him now, including but not limited to Lu Nang Xiemu Dandy, and even the not-so-familiar Chen Xiqing. What's going on here? Without any hesitation, he prioritized clicking on the dialog box with You Dandy. POTUS? You Dandy, unfortunately, you're on fire again. She knew what Poutine was thinking, that's why she used the word unfortunate. On fire again? Poutine a bit did not react. He did not leave the house all day. This can still fire. He did not do anything. You Dandy sent a video and screenshots for him to see for himself. POTUS quickly watched the video and the whole thing was a bit confusing. Ryu can use his account to bump right into a low-quality anchor, and then Ryu can use the words he sent him to dislike the person to break his defense? I can't believe this is still happening. The screenshots are all netizens' guesses, and there are many related posts about whether he is Poutong or not. POTUS, it's not me. It's really not me. He didn't play the game. He didn't dislike the people. He really wasn't involved. You Dandy, is this account yours? POTUS, yeah. His war record isn't relevant. This is completely hidden. Why You Dynasty, are these your words? POTUS, yeah. Although it's someone Ryunin dislikes, these are really his own words. You Dandy, then why don't you just do it? I thought you were studying honestly, but I didn't realize you were secretly playing games. Poutine, but the game isn't mine to play. Chapter 124, Graduation Party. Poutong gave You Dandy a rough idea of what happened, and it was just very outrageous anyway. You Dandy, I do believe, but it's useless for me to believe. Of course she believed in Poutong. After all, it's not like someone who loves to study as much as he does would go and play games at this juncture. But this kind of thing could also be related to him. You Dandy couldn't help but wonder if this guy really had the constitution of a great fire. You Dandy, don't you know how to play dead? Just keep playing dead. As long as you don't admit it, this matter can't be closed. For some reason, Poutong always felt that You Dandy's tone was not very friendly. One can't pretend to be dead elsewhere as well. Poutong put these odd thoughts to the back of his mind and began to think about what to do about it. He decided to stay out of it for the time being. After all, the heat of the matter was so high right now. If he went straight to explain that it was a friend playing with his number, there would definitely be a whole bunch of people who wouldn't believe him. It's outrageous. Poutong then talked to Ryunin for a while, cautioning the guy to stop playing for a while. Reunion, I logged on at night to find a bunch of friend requests, and it scared me. He is also an afterthought. All afternoon he was playing with his own account. No time to pay attention to what the internet, and did not expect this matter to make such a big fuss. Borrowing someone else's account also gave someone else trouble. He was a little bit sorry. POTUS, it's okay, you can't be blamed for all of it. Reunion was playing the game normally from start to finish, and in the end he couldn't stand it before he struck. So what did he do wrong? It all boils down to chance. 2. In fact, this incident is similar to the terrier out of the circle. Obviously is the content of the game, but because it is too interesting to be able to quickly spread, but is not really inviting black. After all, the causes and consequences are also very understandable. He looked at the messages a few more times and realized that a lot of people were also asking what was going on. After all, they were all his close friends and his new nickname was visible within the game. But of course they didn't say anything is all. This of course includes Chen Xiqing. He did a long mental battle to rub it in or not. In fact, if he really wanted to rub off on this heat it was very simple. As long as he sent out the notes of Poutong's gaming friends and brought along screenshots of the game. But in the end, he still held back. Many people know that POTUS doesn't like marketing, and it's easy to offend people by doing so without knowing exactly what he thinks. He couldn't become a person as indifferent to fame and fortune as Poutong, but that didn't stop him from really admiring people. Like this kind of person, he absolutely does not want to offend. Not to mention that he does want to have a good relationship with others. For the sake of the immediate interests of the mass is not a small loss. Not only that, he also took the time to send a message to Tang Luochang, telling her not to act rashly. Tang Luochang, what? You want to rub it in alone by yourself? Chen Xiqing, are you an idiot? Don't you know what kind of person Poutong is? If you rub it in, you won't want to befriend him in the future. Tang Luochang, it feels like you have a point. But, you really won't secretly rub it in yourself? Tang Luochang, the game is something we play together. It would be too much if you rubbed it in and didn't take me with you. Chen Xiqing looks head over heels. He was crazy to come and remind this idiot of that. And he didn't know what the hell he was thinking. Isn't it just right to let this kind of stupid girl who especially loves to rub it in her face make herself suffer? Why do you want to help her? That's enough. Chen Xiqing, as you wish. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you're blocked by the Yu family. Can you just watch and mess with Buntong? I don't know how in the world this stupid woman has survived in the entertainment industry. As soon as Tang Luochang heard Yu Dandy's name, she instantly subsided a lot. And when she thought about it carefully, she realized that it was really such a thing. If she reveals the fact that Poutong is really proud of his master, the heat will come, and the good times will probably come to an end. As she thought about it, she was really scared for what she had just done. And if it wasn't for Chen Xiqing reminding her, she would have really run off and posted, Tang Luochang, thanks. Chen Xiqing scanned the message she sent, as if she heard her own voice saying these two words, soft and sticky. It will be fun, right? He couldn't help but smile at the thought. Why hadn't he realized before that this guy was kinda funny? Iori Yukino, I'm going to die laughing at the netizen comments. Yukino Iori, picture. Poutong clicked on the picture sent by Sakura Girl and had a bit of a headache. It was full of netizens discussing this incident. This is Poutong. Literature can love poems for a few songs. Martial arts can spray people to break the defense. Completely capable of literature and martial arts talent. This found a defamer of my tongue. At some common user. Brother, come and dislike him. Crazy, actually dare to discuss Brother Tong. Later on, my Brother Tong will come to dislike you without using dirty words in different ways, so that you will know what is called the canyons know. One keyboard player. Honestly, I now know why Poutong doesn't have any black fans because he doesn't dare to be black. Dog's head to save his life. You dandy's black fans pay attention don't be seen by Brother Tong, or he will protect his wife's heart to spray you. Poutong, grass, a plant. This session of netizens is also really outrageous. Can pull so far, although these words are indeed his own words, but he is not a cranky old brother Those sentences are also his copy of the text, and it is not like he thought of it. In fact, netizens are eating melon flirting. After all, the video is very understandable. Poutong remarks are also out of self-defense, not to mention dislike of such a level. The more you look at the more interesting. Many have even threatened to worship and learn from him how to dislike people without using dirty words, which is outrageous. You dandy, this generation of netizens is so over the top. She said so on her lips, but in fact, her heart was blossoming with happiness. The word wife protector was really comfortable for her to hear, and she couldn't wait to give this netizen an award. My Poutong is so good at disliking people. Let's see who dares to say something wrong about me in the future. A few people made some small talk and sort of brought the subject to a close. There wasn't much going on all day Sunday, and Poutong finally settled down for a day of serious study. and wasn't distracted by the internet that was still discussing him. It was not until the new week that he realized firsthand the effect this incident had on him. None other than that his classmates had begun to seek him out to learn to dislike him. I'll take you there if there's a conflict with another class in the future. Definitely one spraying 10. Class President Lu Yuan's words almost didn't make Poutong find a crack in the ground. What's all this? He's not Bao Longxing. Soon the class arrived and a new week of learning began. How does it feel to be treated like a spitfire by others? Yu Dandy struck up a conversation with Poutong as she memorized her book. She was also a bit confused as to why Poutong, who was usually quiet and civilized, had so many quaint disliking words in her head. Not good. Poutine sighed and could only continue to study. The morning self-study proceeded to the middle. Zhang Binyan walked into the classroom. The target was quite clear, and directly called him out. Is he going to criticize himself for this? Poutine followed closely behind him with a bit of mixed feelings. In a sense, high school students playing games and spraying people with fire on their double days off. This kind of thing is known by the class teacher is indeed quite serious. With old Zhang's character, I'm afraid that he'll have to retire a layer of skin. You're not small. Zhang Binyan came to the office and sat down, looking at Poutong straight. Teacher, this, Poutong didn't know how to explain. Virtue before success. Regardless of the starting point of this matter, it's not right for you, as a student, to dislike people in the game. Understand? I know that, teacher. Either way, it was bad to spread hostility in the game, and while this development was unexpected, he was the one who sent those words to Reunion. When the heat was over, he'd have to explain it properly anyway, and definitely couldn't give his fans a bad lead anymore. You are on the tip of the storm after all. Pay attention to your influence. You can't be like this in the future. Zhang Binyan cold face, but today I called you over. There is one more thing. One more thing? Are you Pops? It's almost time for the college entrance exam. The senior 3 grade is about to graduate. The school is planning to hold a graduation party, and the above intends to let you put up a program. Zhang Binyan rubbed his brow with a distressed look. This matter is the opinion of many students in the senior 3 grades, and I can't suppress it. Graduation party? The senior class to be college entrance exams must be busy reviewing. Out of the program, this kind of thing is naturally the turn of the senior high school sophomore. I did not think that they also have to appear in the program, and it's also the opinion of the senior's elder sister. Is he so popular within the students? Chapter 125, Think of a program. The graduation ceremony has a milestone significance for seniors. Zhang Binyan was thoughtful, as if recalling his previous experience. As the students' last lesson on campus, it is also an important occasion for the university to convey its blessings and expectations to the graduates. Poutong nodded. Graduation, this kind of thing he still experienced, so also quite emotional. 3 years of life is vivid in his mind. The familiar campus will soon become a memory, and the people who traveled together will also be separated. The graduation ceremony is nothing more than an official farewell to the 3 years of high school. If it was a school assignment for himself, he really wasn't interested. But if it was the will of the seniors, that was a different story, because they were really expecting it. Because this needs to be rehearsed and prepared in advance. I just gave you a heads up. Okay, teacher. It's not a big deal to prepare in advance. Honestly, Poutine can be on there without preparation. Also, due to few of them should also attend. Zhang Binyan paused, but they are literary guests. While you represent our class, it's still different. Their star trainee is going to be on the show too? That seems to be mostly a joint effort between the school and the show. But it's understandable. After all, with 7 entertainers, the show is definitely stronger and more watchable than ordinary people. The school reaped the rewards of a unique graduation party, and the program, presumably, used it to film an episode, similar to a cultural performance. In fact, when you think about it, it's impossible to pass up a variety show with such a great campus theme for graduation season. This cycle of midterm exams after the exam and then go to consider it. Zhang Binyan lightly coughed. You are still a student. No matter how to say learning is the first place. Understand? Poutong nodded his head like a drum in deep agreement. It's only the middle of May. There's still some time before the graduation ceremony and party. There's no need to rush, and the class teacher is just letting him get ready first, so that he won't be rushed by then. Exiting from the office, Poutong was relieved. For students, even him, it would still be particularly awkward in the office, which should be the nature of students. Is everything alright? Seeing Poutong come back with a calm face, Yu Dandy was still a little worried. After all, their homeroom teacher was usually really a bit strict. Calling someone out early in the morning was probably a lecture. No big deal. It was just as well that morning study was over, so Poutong didn't mind talking to her for a bit so they wouldn't get any ideas. Our 100-fight game segmenter finally fell into the hands of the homeroom teacher after all. Sakura-chan turned her head back, looking like she was watching the fun. Of course she knew that it wasn't Poutine who was playing the game, just trying to make a joke. Duanzi player a ghost. Poutong was a bit speechless and directly gave her a brain crash. Don't talk nonsense when you're a child. Children don't interrupt when adults are talking, Yu Dandy chimed in, grinning from ear to ear. Ha! Iori Yukino rubbed her head, a displeased look all over her face. Your little couple is too bullying. Before she could finish her words, she was covered by Lin Yushi, who was at the side. What happened to the promise of not raising a ruckus? Lin Yushi tapped her head with her index finger. Watch quietly. I understand the reasoning. Why are you knocking on the same spot? How many relationships have cooled off because both parties couldn't take the coaxing from outsiders? And it's definitely a matter of moderation to get high on CP. As if a lot of youthful campus feelings, the original two people find water on the good, but the bystanders are mixed up a coaxing to break this natural. The parties involved in addition to the embarrassment is not what's left, and finally can only go further and further away. Ahem. Poutong still felt that this kind of topic was a bit awkward. There was really no need to talk nonsense when the 8 characters hadn't even started yet. Actually, he called me out mainly to talk about the graduation party. To digress, he probably told a whole lot about the graduation party, which also included the fact that a few of their star trainees had to come out of the program as well. After all, it's graduation season then. It feels like it's to be expected. Lin Yushi muttered. There's really only so much that goes into a high school variety show, and graduation season is definitely a pretty big part of it. Sort of a regular pairing of campus variety shows. It's over. I feel like I can't do anything now. Iori Yukino rubbed her head, still not over the attacks she had just suffered twice. Don't you know how to otaku dance? Didn't Sakura-chan do an otaku dance when she performed her talent in music class when she first arrived? Have you ever seen me dance again? Iori Yukino smiled in embarrassment. I forgot how to dance. Eehee. Poutong couldn't help but stand in awe. Actually swinging to be able to swing to forget his own skills. This person is also really powerful. I'll just dance and be done with it. Lin Yushi can be too much like dancing. Take the movie Have to Be the Best have dancing bridge. For her, become a star is in order to have a new channel to spread the dance. Such a good opportunity, of course she will not let go. Dance. Both. Iori Yukino interjected. Come to think of it, dancing is better. I don't have any songs. Can't sing a Japanese song at a high school graduation party in someone else's country of China. This point of eyesight she still has. Well, let's just hope that this senior class is a bit more secondary, so you don't get cold feet when it's time for your otaku dance. Yu Dandy rubbed Iori Yukino's head. You're not right. Iori Yukino shrank back a bit, having an unspeakable feeling, as if, when Yu Dandy communicated with her, he always somehow carried a hint of maternal light. There's a sense of treating her like a daughter. Yu Dandy was a bit embarrassed. Honestly, she didn't know what kind of mindset this was. The few of them had been together for a long time. There would always be that sense of family fait accompli. Lin Yushi was calm and steady as the eldest. She and Poutong were the male and female hosts, and Wei Xuanai was the daughter. You need to stop brainstorming weird stuff. Boughton blankly glanced at her, feeling a little grossed out. One look at her expression told her that this guy wasn't thinking good thoughts. Yu Dandy smiled in embarrassment and hurriedly stopped her absurd thoughts. It's a bit sick when you should say no. I'd better sing a song then. Yu Dandy smiled awkwardly, sort of forcing the topic to be right. It must be okay if dude sings. Actually, there's still a problem. When you sing at a graduation party, the theme of the song is definitely better related to the graduation season. If you sing something else, even if it's good, it doesn't quite fit the context, and you'll fall short. So you'll have your family. Ahem. So you'll have Poutong write you a song? Iori Yukino blinked, kind of looking forward to the two of them working together as a two-hander. No, Poutong and Yu Dandy both refused at the same time. It was a tacit agreement, but it was too dry a refusal. You guys don't treat me like a robot cat. What song do you want? Actually, it was really quite easy for Poutong to take a song out, but he really didn't want to do that, because the Yu Dandy he knows is not a person who goes to seek help as soon as she encounters difficulties, not the kind of small woman who hides behind herself. She can also rely on herself to face a lot of things. Yu Dandy nodded her head. She thought the same. If she had to rely on Poutong every time in order to realize her value, then she would be a little too useless. If you want to stand beside him, you have to put in the effort yourself. Furthermore, she really didn't figure that Poutong could be a help to her, and it didn't make sense that liking someone would be this kind of dependent relationship. You don't want me to. Iori Yukino shrugged. Write 10 songs for this lady first. You're thinking pretty well. Yu Dandy hummed. But there's one thing. Lin Yushi suddenly interjected. Did Poutong write a song for you two each? So counting, wouldn't I be the only one who didn't? Poutine thought about it and realized it was true. The thing is, you can't sing, can you? Lin Yushi's only talents were acting and dancing. She had never sung at all. If you can't sing, you don't write? Lin Yushi got a little upset. Got it. I'm an outsider. Stop it. Poutong didn't pay attention to Lin Yushi's jokes. He was thinking about another issue. Known, Lin Yushi can act and dance. Yu Dandy can act and sing. But Iori Yukino can sing, dance and act, and even draw. Get Yukino Iori Yu Dandy plus Lin Yushi. So, the Sakura girl is the strongest. Bouten swept her eyes at Iori Yukino, who was snorting on the table, a bit helplessly. She'd have to hang half the entertainment industry if she worked hard. Chapter 126, Playing So Big? Between the big classes, Sule came to the classroom and called a few star trainees out, arranging this graduation party for them. Yu Dandy and the three of them had long heard about it from Poutong's mouth, and had even had their own plans for a long time, so of course they thought it was nothing, but a few of the others were a bit surprised. The stage for the graduation party was definitely more formal, so the performances had to be better too, which was not really the same as the small-time music class they had at the time. They are all artists. The flow is only a moment. Really want to make it big but also rely on the strength to speak. The performance program is just an opportunity to test their professional ability. A good performance is definitely a good opportunity for a wave of fans. If the performance is very crotch-pulling, then it will definitely be criticized. The eyes of the masses are all bright. No one wants to miss. Behave yourself. Sule looked meaningfully at a few people for a few moments, his mood somewhat complicated. The editing of the 6th installment has already begun to take place. He completely did not expect that the entire group of star trainees has been infiltrated by Poutong to such an extent. He was such a failure as a variety director that he was actually tapped by a high school student. Several people re-entered the classroom, with varying expressions. Yu Dandy, three of them on the surface, is very calm. In fact, inwardly also panicked a batch, although they have a lot of previous stage performance experience. But in this kind of occasion and theme is still the first time, and I do not know if it can be adapted to. Xiamu, on the other hand, looks excited. This is an opportunity for him to express himself. The last few episodes of the show he has been too marginalized. There has been little discussion, not to mention his netizens Ling Ling on the Xiamu to change the view. He was going to throw his hat in the ring for a bit. Even if Ling Ling didn't know that he was Xiamu, she would be happy to see a little star cover her favorite song by then, right? Don Hangshu and Chen Xiqing were in a similar state of mind. Both of them were more than a little nervous in anticipation, and it was their first time to participate in this kind of unique performance occasion. Among several people, only Tang Luochang looked thoughtful, not knowing what he was thinking. What are you thinking about? Chen Xiqing glanced at her tablemate. With her level she should be the most nervous one, right? But it turned out that she did look like she was thinking, which was very unreasonable. Nothing. Tang Luochang unconsciously gnawed his nails and didn't say anything more. She now had a bold idea. I've played so many games with Poutong, so I should be considered a friend. Right, and if I'm a friend, it seems reasonable to help write a song? Besides, it's not like you're not paying for it. It's just normal cooperation. In the graduation season at this juncture to come up with a masterpiece out, that impact is absolutely immeasurable. Poutong's creative strength she still believe. It doesn't always work out, but it's always good to try, just in case it does. Gotta find a chance to get close to him to discuss it. Enough a large classroom. She froze and did not find any opportunity. Just when she thought of finding Chen Xiqing at noon to ask for a Poutong contact line to discuss, the opportunity came. Between classes, Yu Dandy went to the restroom on Lin Yushi's arm, while Iori Yukino was sleeping on her desk. This is the perfect opportunity. Tang Luochang decided to take a gamble, not moving towards Poutong piece of the past. The discipline of the classroom between the classroom is relatively loose. Her range of action is still relatively small, so did not cause much of a battle. Hello, Mr. Poutine. Poutong was reading the questions. Hearing the voice obviously froze, measuring Tang Luochang, who suddenly ran over. What? Iori Yukino, who was lying on the table with her eyes closed, opened her eyes without moving when she heard that. You heard about the school graduation party. Tang Luochang embarrassedly hooked his finger. That is, I want you to help me write a song. Price are negotiable. Poutine's eyes jumped. So he came here for this? The question is, where did she get the confidence? He and she do not know her well at all. How to talk about cooperation directly. I'm really sorry, I don't have much inspiration lately. Poutong was considered to be a polite refusal. After all, people came to talk about cooperation in a serious manner. One can't just throw their face away. Tang Luochang was a bit confused. Listen to Poutong this tone. Obviously not enough good sense. How? They played so many games. Their own auxiliary good Poutong is always praising her to play well. The game interacts so much. How to still be so indifferent? He and Chen Xiqing hacking. A look at their ID know who they are, right? How can he still pretend to be unfamiliar? Poutong students. Tang Luochang was a bit sad. I could play with you all day Saturday. I've never played before. I'm so tired I can't even straighten my back. Iori Yukino's eyes instantly went wide. Tired from playing all day and can't stand up straight? It's not right. What the hell? Poutong was a bit puzzled. What the hell was this guy talking about? Tang Luochang looked at Poutong's dumbfounded expression and felt even more saddened. Just, us and Chen Xiqing. The three of us played together. Nani? Countless question marks surfaced in Iori Yukino's heart. 3 people playing together? What's the big deal? No, you can't talk nonsense. Poutong man was dumbfounded. Isn't this an empty rumor? Tang Luochang looked at Poutong's blank and shocked expression and was a bit helpless. Looks like it's hopeless. Or I'm too eager. Not quite enough goodwill. Next time for sure. That's fine. We'll hang out later. It's okay to call more friends. Nani? Want to call some more people later? Iori Yukino's CPU is burning up. Tang Luochang resentfully left, and did not say anything more. Originally she just try. Failure is also expected. Only left the original underground face of dumbfounded Poutong and pretending to sleep the 3 views of the explosion of Iori Yukino. Stop pretending. I saw you shaking. Poutong was a bit speechless. This Sakura girl, eavesdropping has a knack for it. Ahaha, I didn't hear anything. Iori Yukino scratched her head in embarrassment. Don't take me with you guys that anything. I'm still young. Small your ass. Boughton gave her a blank look. You don't know what kind of person I am? Hey. Iori Yukino is of course just shocked. She certainly does not believe it. You dandy so excellent to fall back on Poutong do not want. And how can it be possible to give up the near and far? Just listening to those words alone. It does seem pretty bombastic. So you two, you know each other well? Iori Yukino smiled awkwardly, embarrassed by her own perverted thoughts just now. Not familiar. Poutong this is a bit puzzled. Looking at Tang Luochang's words and behavior, it does not feel like an act. That is to say there really is such a thing. Poutong wasn't stupid, combining the causes and consequences, and then through the verb play. He also roughly guessed that it was playing a game. That is to say, Lu can play his number. Even in and Tang Luochang Chen Xiqing together. It's normal for guys to borrow an account for fun. How can it be so coincidental? It's pretty outrageous. I thought you all knew each other so well. Iori Yukino deflated. Not long after, Yu Dandy and Lin Yushi came back. The 2 of them had nothing to hide, and told the 2 of her what had just happened, but of course changed the way they expressed themselves. You know her well? Yu Dandy's eyes were sharp, looking at Poutong with fear. If she hears what she just said, I'm afraid I'm finished. Not familiar. Of course Yu Dandy knew how Poutong was. She was just a little upset. Your account. You can't play it for anyone else. That's for sure. There was no way Poutine would kill himself to let this happen again. Misunderstandings, too, must be resolved quickly. Yu Dandy sighed, her eyes turning to Tang Luochang's direction, her brows locked into a Chuan character. That's how she is, always thinking about relying on others. Lin Yushi sighed. Feelings, and Dandy you are the opposite. Tang Luochang's dependence on external objects is indeed a little too strong, and his first reaction when he meets something is to find a thigh to hold on to, rather than trying to find a way to solve the problem on his own. Yu Dandy didn't say anything more, just kept staring over there. No one knew what she was thinking under the electric thoughts. You, what do you want? Poutine asked tentatively. Nothing. Yu Dandy blinked her eyes, rather good-naturedly. I was wondering whether it's better to sink in a pond or to be immersed in a pigsty. Chapter 127, Good Words Bind. Bad Words Hurt. Yu Dandy's words are naturally a joke. Nonetheless, after hearing her calmly say sinking ponds and piggy banks, Poutong froze for a moment. How did you wake up with the sickly pet attribute? I'm just saying. Yu Dandy smiled back at the 3. Scare you? You better be. Poutong a little scalp numb. Now just friends and tablemates are like this. This later in case the relationship further. Afraid not to lose the right to make friends with the opposite sex for life. In fact, Yu Dandy's idea is just the opposite. She is now insecure to be so cautious. The Qiankuan has not yet been determined. Anyone may intercept their own, but if it really becomes, then she will instead let it go. It's only safe to grab it in your hands. As for anti-theft, that's a different story. What the hell are you thinking again? Poutong directly gave her a Sakura girl same brain crash. Don't look at me with that kind of looking at things ahoy. There, Yu Dandy rubbed his brain, feeling his forehead warm. Pain was not felt, and he was quite happy to be knocked on the brain by him instead. And there was an inexplicable closeness. It's over. It's evolved to the point where you blush even when you're knocked. Iori Yukino surveyed Yu Dandy's demeanor with some difficulty. It obviously hurts. Okay? Lin Yushi coughed twice as if she was about to say something important. She pointed at Yu Dandy indignantly. You, don't rush. In short, don't rush. No one is competing with you for that what? That what will be your bag sooner or later. No, What? Poutine's a little nervous. This so-and-so you're talking about? Could it be me? And you? Lin Yushi turned the spearhead towards Poutong again. It's known that Tang Luochang and Chen Xiqing were filming a program while they were playing games with you, so guess if you'll still be able to pretend after the program is aired? In fact, Poutong just found the problem also thought of this point. Listening to Tang Luochang words, the three of them played the game all day. The program will also certainly shoot some in-game footage. Those IDs cannot be hidden at all. Once the program is aired, a group of netizens will definitely jump out and say, it's really Poutine, and then add a wave of heat from the program. It will be even harder to tell. This matter must be clarified quickly. He does not want to follow the program fire once again, every time the program is aired on their own instead of going on the hot search, as if it is very robbing people of their luck. How inhumane. Go back tonight and clarify. Poutong sighed, incidentally, also explained clearly to Tang Luochang Chen Xiqing. In fact, life is often more bull ***** than TV dramas, and all kinds of misunderstandings happen from time to time, but the difference between the two is that misunderstandings in life will be straightforward, rather than relying on the difference in information to create contradictions as in TV dramas. It's like, if there is really a person who fell in his arms and hiccuped without saying the person who killed me is, Poutong wouldn't mind waking him up with a couple of slaps on the face. If there's a misunderstanding, explain it. We don't play with those stomachaches. Lin Yushi nodded and finally turned the conversation to Iori Yukino at the end. What's wrong with me? The first two had their own problems. What was wrong with her? It's fine. Lin Yushi flicked her head, casually. Poutong didn't care to watch them fight anymore and began to phrase what to say. Truthfully, yes, it's not a big deal to just lend a friend an account to play on, but the question is how to make the internet believe it. Netizens are self-questioning buffs, and sometimes the truth thrown in their faces can sound different, let alone something as ambiguous as this. At that time, he and you Dandy's desk crush incident, they both clarified. Not now still CP fans a lot of it? No, he couldn't figure it out. Were they that good for each other? You just have to explain. You dandies seem to be able to see his doubts. It's no good dragging it out. If a moment of silence is going to cause more trouble, it's time to stop. Poutong nodded and decided to make quick work of it. At the end of the evening, he checked with Ryunin, and as he expected, he was playing with someone named Clarity and Chingo. After returning home, Poutong sent a message to Chen Xiqing at the first opportunity, explaining the matter. Chen Xiqing, so, the ones playing the game with us, are your friends? Is that really the case? Chen Xiqing rubbed his eyebrows. In fact, he had this suspicion when he was playing. After all, Poutong usually studied so seriously in school. How could he possibly spend a day playing games with them? He thought to himself that he didn't have that big of a face either. If it's lending a number to a friend, that makes sense. Although he had already guessed, he still felt quite bad knowing that this was the case. He had gone to great lengths to please people, but it all turned out to be a misunderstanding. His efforts, kind of in vain, not at all rubbing the heat still empty. Poutong also do not know what to say. After all, wishfully want to play games with themselves as theirs, can only be said to have made a mistake. Chen Xiqing, I understand. It's fine. Say something to your friend for me. Honestly, a bit of a dish. Now that he knew it wasn't Poutine, he couldn't stand it. Chen Xiqing smiled bitterly and wasn't much upset. Showbiz want to rub the heat to make a mistake a lot of things. He also saw a lot, in the final analysis, or their own greed to have this kind of accident. And now it seems, before the Birdmaster lied event heat is high when he did not choose to rub the heat is right. If you do that, not to mention offended Poutong, things will be revealed after the complete clown. Poutong, push a Tang Luochang's contact information over. I'll explain it to her as well. Chen Xiqing, when you give her the word, if you can be a little more euphemistic, it's better to be a little more euphemistic. I'm afraid that her mind will collapse. What's with the caring tone? These two people CP fried will not really a little something, right, POTUS? Or should you talk about it? Chen Xiqing, it's better for you to say it. Got it. This guy secretly cares about people and doesn't want to show it. He added Tang Luochang's friend to explain. And not surprisingly, the other party's mind collapsed. Tang Luochang has a bit of heart. She simply does not play games in order to please people to go to the hard work of learning. Originally Black one day thought to mix well, did not think it was such a result, which makes her how to accept She also wondered why in the game Poutong praised her good fight, but in the end, we do not know each other at all, and now embarrassed and stifled. But it's her own fault for thinking it up and no one else's. Tang Luochang leaned against the chair blankly. The whole person wanted to be drained of essence, leaving just a shell. This garbage game, what's the point of playing it? She was so angry at the sight of this game now that she just wanted to give away her head ruthlessly. She didn't know what the hell she was thinking, and Ghostly sent Chen Xiqing an up number. This time, it wasn't marketing. Poutong finished explaining to the two parties involved, before logging onto his own Weibo to start clarifying. Even though the nature of the incident was an entertainment form of out of the loop, he still didn't want anyone to emulate the behavior. Reunion was passive-aggressive and defensive. But if someone went out and actively attacked someone else just because the segments were interesting, that would be a bad influence on him as a public figure. Explaining the reason for this incident is only one of the reasons. The more important purpose is to hope that all internet users can maintain friendly communication when playing the game. Following his own thoughts, Poutong quickly thought of a good post to send out, which is also considered to be an explanation to the eating public. Yu Dandy was aware that Poutong would post a clarification, so she had also been waiting on Poutong's account, intending to be the first to see it. She refreshed a few times out of boredom, and Poutong's long overdue new tweet popped up. A certain regular user. A few days ago, the game incident. Master proud to help me, this account is indeed mine, but at that time it was my friend playing. Chat records account offsite information see below. This game is a unique situation, so I hope you don't parrot the in-bureau comments so easily. I know the netizens are all playing terriers, also no malice, but I hope people do not go to any occasion to attack others. Civilization is in the heart. Civilization is in the mouth. Good words make good karma. Evil words hurt people's hearts. Good words warm people in 3 winters. Evil words hurt people in 6 months. Chapter 128, What's early? Say I love you next time. If the netizens who were caught up in this incident can learn something good, then Poutong didn't post this statement in vain. He didn't want to be concerned about it after the clarification was posted. As long as there was no trouble coming his way, he was still happy to be free. After doing her homework, Poutong then looked at her phone and realized that their group of 4 was discussing the matter. The group surfing was so fast that he didn't even need to find it himself. POTUS, how was it? Did my clarification work? Quite effective. In fact, there have long been people who suspect that it's not the same person. After all, that friend of yours is playing with a record that's way too poor compared to what you used to have. Willow can play with the dish turned out to be the biggest evidence? Iori Yukino posted a screenshot of all the netizens' discussions about the matter. Honestly, at the time I saw that 0 to 5 data I knew he wasn't Poutong. And he's looking out for us. He really is. I can't believe it. Poutong's account is simply my dream number. It's normal for someone to lend it to me. I have all the skins I want. Can you lend it to me for 2 days? Okay. I know you don't play games. You don't play games, you come out with a new song instead. I haven't heard your new song for 2 weeks. Hurry. So, you're backing out of the game? You don't want to be a great summoner anymore? Rubbish. Get on the number. Feel, the building is crooked. It's like, the internet doesn't really care who's playing the game at the time. They just find it interesting. And after realizing that Poutong got into this mess because he lent his number to a friend, they found it even more interesting. Because of this incident, they instead felt that Poutong was a little more real, and that they could joke about him and undermine him. Poutong touched his nose and felt that this is quite good. He does not want to be the my brother in the mouth of the fans, does not want to be the god of the music world. If someone likes him, like to listen to his songs, then we can be fellow fans, can be friends, can be a good fight. Maybe things started with an accident, but in the end, it ended well. In addition, it is worth mentioning that his own 2 lines, good words make good karma. Evil words hurt people's hearts and good words are warm in 3 winters. Evil words hurt people in 6 months have also been reproduced many times. Early the next morning, Poutong couldn't help but give her a bright thumbs up after eating the loose eggs made by her mom. Progress, you're doing well with the loose eggs. Thank you. But I made fully cooked eggs, huh? Pretend I didn't say that. He made his way to the school and noticed that a lot more people were saying hello to him today than usual. What's with all the good words and all the good karma? The people who talked to Poutong invariably got a response, and they realized that Poutong was really not one of those stars who walk around with their eyes wide open, and he was still an ordinary person that they could get close to. Good morning, Poutong did not even know that this is his own this morning, said a few morning. This group of people are crazy, is not it? And even if come all the way over just to say hello and then leave. Is it hard to get some kind of lucky buff for saying hello to me? Morning what? Morning to say I love you. Yu Dandy had come to his seat at some point. Ha, emoji haven't you seen this emoji? Yu Dandy smiled. You say it quickly. I've still seen this emoji myself, and absolutely everyone with a large water group has seen this picture before, but it's so weird if you say the words yourself, and there seems to be a suspicion of saying something genuine by way of a joke, and that would be in poor taste. Cut. Yu Dandy looked at him contemptuously and didn't say anything more. You're not good enough even if you're given a chance. There are only 2 days of classes this week, and Wednesday through Friday is their midterm exams, which seem to coincide with the final practice exams for the graduating seniors. Perhaps because of the approaching exams, Yu Dandy studied quite seriously. The two did not have too much communication. Poutong had a premonition that she should improve quite a lot in this exam. After all, since the end of the last first monthly exam, she had been quite serious, like she was trying to prove something. When I think of this, Poutong smiled without a trace. This silly girl. Learning is not to prove themselves, but constantly self-improvement and correction of the process. Want to make another bet? During class time, Poutong struck up a conversation with her, intending to get her to relax. Yu Dandy stopped her pen and looked at him, shaking her head gently. There's no need, she smiled brightly, because I'm going to win this time. What Yu Dandy said, naturally, was still the rule limited by the last exam. If she scored more than Poutong in any of the subjects, then it would be counted as a win for her. Yoo-hoo, very confident, you teach good. Yu Dandy smiled. Usually what she does not understand is the principle of proximity. Directly asked Poutong. This one after another is also considered half a disciple. It is also time to kill the teacher to prove the road. Poutong instantly became energized. If I fail you in one of the exams, I'll take your last name. Yes, yes, yes. Iori Yukino clapped her hands and turned around. You can have the last name Yu if you join the family. Like, really? Bah, that kind of thing could never happen. Surname Yu? Poutong's expression was a bit odd. Sounds weird. Why? What's wrong with you? Yu Dandy looked at him fiercely. Why is there still discrimination on the last name? How to say it? Poutong was a little embarrassed. The two words surnamed Yu read together strangely. Yu Dandy frowned. Didn't feel anything strange. She mumbled a few times and realized at once that something was wrong. Filthy, nasty, perverted, sex drive, right? Poutine was a bit embarrassed. She was clearly the one who asked first. What's wrong with the last name Yu? Iori Yukino cocked her head, a bit confused. How can a foreigner understand the great harmonic terrain so easily? Then to put it that way, your surname is also average. Lin Yushi felt a bit funny and joined the conversation with it. Poo's last name is male. Holy, I forgot about that. If the last name is Pope or the gender is male, doesn't that make it Pope male? What the hell are you guys talking about? Iori Yukino still didn't understand the Chinese harmonic stems. Honestly, Sakura-chan's last name is the strangest of all, isn't it? Poutong suddenly looked at her with a slightly odd look in his eyes. Iori Yukino, isn't that a? Don't be so perverted. Yu Dandy hated to whack his brain. How come this guy's brain was thinking about these things all day long? Can't understand. I really can't understand. Iori Yukino covered her ears and shook her head straight. She obviously couldn't understand, but it didn't feel like anything good. The three weren't too good at explaining it, so they had to pass it off as a cat or some such quantifier. In that case, it seems like only my last name is better. Hey, Lin Yushi rested her cheeks. There is a saying, indeed, networked novels thousands of millions. Yilin Xiaochu accounted for half. Either cultivation immortal family or urban god. What treatment do not need to say it. What is the last name does not matter. Anyway, usually we address or not with the last name. Yu Dandy hastily played around. But it's true. They three girls usually to each other's name is Dandy Shuen Ayushi. Off the last name what matter? I'm called by my full name. Don't count me out. Poutong waved his hand. Directly calling a girl by her first name without her last name is too intimate. Anyway, he can't call it out. Where? Iori Yukino scratched her head. You usually just call me Sakura-chan. Your name is just too long. A four-letter name is a pain in the ass to call. Okay, how can it be as easy as Sakura-chan? Then you can call me Yukino. Yukino-san. Alright, it's too weird to be called Sakura-chan all the time. It's obvious that we're already familiar with each other. Hee. It's actually not that I don't call you by your name anymore. Poutine sighed. It's that your name is so boring, that's why I don't call you by it. For example, don't you Sakura have a lot of interesting last names? Iori Yukino froze for a moment. Interesting last name? Let's say if you call my wife Yukino, then I'm sure I'll call you by your full name every day. If you call my wife Yukino every day, you'll feel like Yukino is my wife. Yo. Iori Yukino instantly turned red. That kind of thing isn't allowed. You're blushing a bubble teapot. I'm talking about Yuki Yukino. Hello. You sure are dishonest. Yu Dandy's fists hardened. Chapter 129. Expectations are full. So this Yukino Yuki you're talking about is the perfect girl? Poutong nodded. It wasn't his own personal opinion either. Yukino Yuki was set up to be the perfect girl, in order not to be despised. He could only tell the story of the spring things superficially. So it's a paperboy wife, right? Iori Yukino rubbed her eyes, a bit underwhelmed by the story. She had heard Poutine mention the name before, so the name my wife Yukino was really a joke. Don't ever say such ambiguous things again. Yu Dandy sighed in relief. Of course she did not need to be jealous of a paperman, provided that this guy is not paper sex. The kind of people who only love paper people and have no interest in third-dimension humans should be a very small minority. Say, how did our conversation get here? Poutine rubbed his brow. It was clear that he was just talking about the exams again in the beginning. Nonsense. Acquaintances talk further and further. Seems to be the case, and the general point of friends chat is around the topic of shallow. East one sentence. West one sentence is not biased, but if and acquaintances. That turn of the eye can be from what to eat in the evening to the significance of the universe. From the class which girl is the most good-looking chat to travel through time and space. A conversation that never anticipates the development of a topic is a sign of true familiarity. Have you gotten to the point where you can talk to them without even realizing it? I'm more curious. This midterm exam, didn't your program group make any arrangements? This exam was going to be tomorrow, but Poutong didn't seem to notice any movement from the program group. It stands to reason that for high school students, it's only right that every test deserves attention, and fans are expected to pay close attention. There's no arrangement. Lin Yushi pointed to the stationary camera. We've already filmed the exam theme once before. If we still film exams, the audience will have aesthetic fatigue. After all, it's a variety show. So if the themes of 2 installments overlap too much, it's uninspired. It's a good show when the themes are different and integral to each other. Although there won't be a special theme filmed, a few of our scores should still be published. After all, that's part of the gimmick. With the experience of the last monthly exam, the few star trainees were also much more skillful, and each of them reviewed methodically and without too much urgency. They are not good at studying, but they still act and sing and do variety shows, so they can't starve. So maybe they're more worried about the graduation party than the midterm exams. In fact, the last installment of the program will most likely be the final exams. There can't be 3 exams in 12 installments, so this exam will be scheduled to be filmed. Lin Yushi snapped her fingers. 12 shows, now in the 10th week of half-term. Midterms are exactly the 6th, and we're exactly halfway through both the show's progression and the time we've been studying. With these words, the atmosphere of the several people's relaxed and casual conversation seemed to have heaved a few points. Yes, you dandy eyebrows lowered, unconsciously touched the corner of the coat. Half the time with them had passed, and in the same amount of time they would be separated again, just as they had been brought together at the beginning. It's precisely because it's so much fun to be together that it can be quite upsetting if you have to face a goodbye. She glanced at the teenager at her side, and her hand squeezing the corner of her coat began to unsettle, loosening, and grasping again. What if I hadn't been able to get him to understand my feelings by the time I left? Lin Yushi see themselves to talk about the topic of death. Hate to pump their own 2 big mouths. Mention this as long as not to say broken. We can still be happy to stay together. Once the concept of time, this kind of get along will become heavy. You can really talk to yourself. Ouch. Iori Yukino showed her teeth. It's not like we won't contact each other after we're separated. Why are you so sad? Well, the reasoning you Dandan understood. But when she thought of her future without this group of people, she was a bit stuffed up. What are you thinking nonsense again? Poutong knocked on the table, interrupting her musings. Isn't there still a lot of time left? It's only right to savor the moment. You dandy froze and locked eyes with Poutong. 10 weeks, 70 days, 680 hours. There's still so much that can be done. The time to say goodbye hasn't come yet, and we're all still together. Got it. You dandy reluctantly smiled. I can't get you after all this time? You dandy. You have to be confident. Speaking of the 6th installment, tonight is the trailer for the 6th installment of the program. Lin Yushi hurriedly pulled away from the topic. Su Lei has too many tawdry maneuvers, so I'll have to watch it in advance tonight. Definitely watch it. Iori Yukino pounded the table in anger. I've been working so hard on my drawings for so long, I'm going to watch it with tears in my eyes. Poutine nodded, also a little curious. This episode is arguably the one he's most looking forward to. The 3 of them, and that cheap apprentice of theirs, what their daily lives were like. It was kinda curious when you thought about it. No one wonders what strangers are up to, but if you're on okay terms with the person, it can be fun to watch what they're normally like. With so much pacing in the 5th installment, I wonder what the internet will say when this preview comes out. When she got home from school, Poutong still took advantage of her bathroom break to watch the trailer for the show. The 6th installment centers on the lives of the star students and is titled A Weekend to Live For. For commuters and students, weekends do seem to be kinda coveted. The video starts with a shot of a couple of celebrity trainees at home in their regular clothes, and it's straight up anticipation pulling. Poutong has seen the photos of their 3 regular clothes before. Originally thought it was already very good looking, did not expect to look better after the camera, and can only sigh a worthy of the stars, born to exist for the camera. There's even a first glimpse of the furnishings of some of the star trainees' rooms in the trailer footage, but it doesn't look like any of them are bedrooms, with the likes of Udandy and Iori Yukino both looking like studies, one studying and the other drawing. A girl's boudoir, of course, can't be broadcast so hastily. Gon Hengxiu was practicing the piano, and Lin Yushi was practicing dancing, both secretly working hard on their strength. More weighty is Xiamu, and there are a couple of peeks at his cell phone. And for those who don't know, They think he has strict parental control. Shen Xiqing and Tang Luocheng both sat next to the computer. Headset, mouse and mechanical keyboard are very eye-catching. It looks like they are going to play the game. Each of the star participants felt like they were doing something really fun, and it was a different feeling than what they normally have. Just as Poutong expected, a group of fans expressed their anticipation. After all, their idol's private material on weekdays was too little, and it was definitely exciting for them to see their idol in private on the program. People who called out the show in the 5th installment have also taken to the comments section. Do a good job and I'll give you another chance. I'm going to trust you one last time. And you'll be damned if you're going to make camera distinctions in this installment, without their own interference in this installment. I'm sure that if you give the crew 100 guts, they won't dare to repeat the same mistake again. 4 or 5 consecutive issues of the program is not well received. If the 6th issue of the crash again, the program is expected to be difficult, when the public pressure is too much, ratings are too poor, but it is very likely to be taken off the shelves in the middle of the program. I didn't interfere in this installment. If there's still controversy, then you can't blame me anymore. Poutong watched the trailer, a little admiringly, looking forward to the main movie. He and those few people are also quite familiar with, but the life of their own really did not see at all. Because they are all the stars sake, their private life is still quite high hidden, and there are not many people clear. By the time the weekend midterms are just over, it seems like it would be pretty fun to relax and watch a show. I can't keep yelling about not watching the show and somehow end up watching all 12 episodes. That's too crumbly. The first 3 installments were watched by him and his mom. The 4th and 5th installments were watched by everyone together. And this 6th installment, how must it be viewed? It was a little hard for Poutong to be taught when he thought about the last drawing from hell. Definitely can't let mom watch it with the 3 of them again. When it comes to the East and the West, it's like holding him over the fire. Chapter 130, the 6th installment. Luckily, none of them ever brought up the matter of watching the program in a row again, which was definitely a relief to Poutong. It's not like he's going to be able to initiate it and embarrass himself when it comes time to look at each one. Early the next morning, the midterm exams for the 1st and 2nd years of senior high school, and the last round of simulation official exams for senior high school began. Poutong also put away his excess thoughts, intending to treat this exam well. If monthly exams are a staged test of what has been learned over a period of time, midterm exams are much more formal, and the exams are relatively rich in content, even covering a little bit of the previous semester's content. Monthly exams are just for fun. Whether it's a real school bully or not, we still have to look at the official exams. Before leaving the house, he received a somewhat slightly provocative message from You Dandy. You Dandy, don't let me pass the test. Boughton smiled and didn't say anything. The small sample. What is her status? On what status? In addition to the occasional break we'll chat, they have not been any slack. Do not dare to say to become a top school bully. It is not simple to pass a clinical star, all the way to the school. Poutong's mood is very relaxed. He is not the only results-oriented people. The so-called test scores are just a check on their own learning status. Naturally, there is no need to be nervous. What's more, if it is not his own initiative to say, his old mom does not even know that he wants to take the midterm exams, and this morning asked himself why he went to school so late. Parents as such is also drunk. Without the pressure from parents and their own reliance on grades, that exam is really just a test. Good morning. Poutong bumped into Xiaomu at the school entrance, and seeing as he had just gotten off the bus, Poutong waited for him for a while. Good morning. Xiaomu was flushed and looked unusually excited, as if he had been looking forward to the exam for a long time. What's wrong with you? I'm excited. Xiaomu was almost walking on tiptoe. I've been following Ling Ling's good studies for a while now, and I'm sorry for her if I don't get a good grade. Really? Poutong was a bit unconvinced. After all, since this guy was acting like he was secretly chatting with his online friends in the trailer for the program, chatting so happily about studying? Lying to hell. Really? Xiaomu sighed. You think it's easy for me to find topics to chat about? If I always somehow ask if I've eaten or drank or slept, it's too easy to be disliked. To find something to talk about, I just had to ask questions, and when I turned around, I realized that there weren't many questions that could be hard for me. 6. In order to find girls to talk to, the question to ask themselves into the school bully. This guy is afraid that this is not the first one. Well then, you cheer. See if you can pass my. Poutong paused. Let me, a single dog, challenge you guys with the sour flavor of love. There was actually a beautiful girl teaching him to study together, which was too enviable, which is not true. The 8 is not even close. Xiaomu scratched his head awkwardly. However, Master, you are not a single dog. Right, how are you and Master's wife? Oh no, how are you and You Dandy now? God mastermind, we are just ordinary friends. Poutong shrugged. Who? Not familiar. What is a home before the Great Way? The two arrived in the classroom and each returned to the seat where they had pasted their test numbers, waiting for the test to begin. How exactly did you guys meet? As soon as Siamu sat down, Yu Dandy, who was sitting nearby, approached him to ask. The star trainees' exam numbers were all at the end, so they naturally sat closer together. The last time the games were held, Yu Dandy had a feeling that Siamu and Poutong were very familiar with each other, but never knew what kind of relationship these two had. And out of concern for Poutong, she was very concerned about this matter. She was not familiar with Siamu, but the guy's character was quite good in the circle, so it shouldn't be considered a bad friend. She was simply curious. It's not easy to say. Siamu smiled in embarrassment. It was about his little secret. How could he say such a thing? Yu Dandy saw that he did not want to say, and no longer asked more questions, and sat upright to start the exam. Not long after, two invigilators walked into the classroom, and the first language exam started early. Just after receiving the test paper, Poutong scanned the essay for the first time, and after realizing that it was just an ordinary essay, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost a shadow. Without the influence of the school's tawdry maneuvers, Poutong was able to sink his teeth into each exam, for 3 days in a row. It wasn't until the last geography paper was handed in that he was released from a high-pressure emotion and slumped in his seat and began to drift off. Hey! Yu Dandy knocked on his desk, signaling him to look up. What's wrong? You can go straight home after all the subjects on Friday, and this guy doesn't leave after school. What's he doing here looking for himself? Looking for you to say something. Yu Dandy sat down on the seat across from him, looking like she was about to say something serious. You shouldn't be. Poutong's pupils shrunk. You want me to check the answers, don't you? It's a bad civilization to correct the answers after the exam. How it affects your mood. Right my ass. Yu Dandy was furious. This guy's brain circuit is always so strange. Even if you think of confession, you can't think of it as the right answer. Still want to ask you and Auntie to watch the program together. Boughton flinched back. She thought they had forgotten about it, but she only told herself after the test? Can't hide from this one. Yu Dandy was a bit embarrassed. She hadn't wanted to force Poutine to do anything, but being able to talk to Poutine's mom could be so appealing, and being able to make a good impression could be even better. The last time she was still a little dissatisfied with her continuous performance. She thought about it for a long time afterward, and always felt that she was too endowed. In case she caused her aunt to dislike it, what can she do? This time, she must make her satisfied with herself. What's more, this installment coincides with daily life at home, perfect for showing her quiet and gentle side at home. If we can't get Bunton, we can't get his mom? What? Can't afford to watch it with us? Yu Dandy pretended to be angry and started to make a fuss. Now Poutong head big. Mom last time and their first time to see, so some constraints, which if this time also together with even wheat, familiar with it may not say what it is afraid of not to give their own online marriage, but refuse it. The human world is not enough to understand. His mother and the 3 girls are happy, just one of his own dark-hearted people in the middle of it with friends in front of you and mom behind you. The only person who will be embarrassed when the time comes will be yourself. He suddenly had a bold idea. It's okay to watch, but, Poutong pointed to himself and then to Yu Dandy, but I'm the only one whose parents are there. How pointless. You guys can ask your agents to watch it with you too. As long as everyone has someone next to them, then the embarrassment is for everyone. And as long as everyone is embarrassed, then rounding up oneself is not embarrassing. And with the agent watching, what else could they be blabbering about? The identity of the broker is special, and the company has 1,000 links. Too much words certainly cannot be said in front of the broker. Poutong still understand their own mom, although she is more immodest in private, but when it comes to formal occasions, she is still very serious. At least, there was no way she was going to make a mess of it in front of someone's agent. After all, it might have a bad effect. Yu Dandy immediately deflated. In front of Aunt Yun's face, she definitely can't be too pretentious otherwise she will be ridiculed. And with her own agent present, Poutong's mom would definitely be a little skittish in her speech. But the thing is, this request of Poutong is really reasonable. People have brought their parents with them, and a few of them came out on their own, which seems to be a bit unreasonable when you think about it. Well, Poutong saw that her expression was a bit tangled, and knew that he had guessed correctly. It's best to make it so difficult for Yu that he gives up on the connecting activity. Then it's completely safe. It's okay. Yu Dandy slapped his thigh and decided to take a gamble. there were a lot of people, and there was still room for maneuvering on their own, just in case Auntie Yin says a few more nice words about herself when the time comes. It's also a wave of assists. That's fine. Poutong nodded. This result is quite acceptable to him. There are a lot of people to connect to the microphone. Maybe there is so much noise that you can't hear it clearly, and then the microphone is closed, and it's directly in single-player mode. Honestly, he really didn't know much about how Lin Yuxi and Iori Yukino's agent was like. Udandi also managed to convince both of them, and thus, the great hyphenation of the four families spanning 2 generations will be officially connected when the program airs on Saturday. Chapter 131, Aspiring to a Daily Life. Yes, I don't just have no opinion. I'm practically raising my hands in favor of it. Once we heard that they were going to watch the program together. Of course she was happy to do so. Honestly, she didn't surprise Poutong at all. With her own mom's character, this matter was already inevitable when Udandi and the girls took the initiative to send out invitations. He can only make a few demands and limit them in order to make his situation relatively better. Actually, it's not just the 3 of them who are linked up this time. Poutong paused. Their managers will also come to watch together. The smile on Ni Hui's face instantly froze. The agents of those 3 young stars were probably almost the same age as herself, and were considered outsiders on the whole thing. So if there were still those people around, then some of the things she had to say would indeed not go over well. Dirty grown-ups chatting amongst themselves would have more heart and bends in their minds, and that would undoubtedly be exhausting. You suggested it? Knowing her child, involving these completely unrelated people would certainly keep her from talking out of turn while she watched the show, which was exactly what Poutine had in mind. Boughton smiled and didn't say anything. Brokers can listen to it. I guess by then both the 3 of them or Mom absolutely will converge a lot. Mom was a little less than satisfied, but still accepted the temporary addition of the continuous microphone back. It was on her lips all Saturday, and it annoyed Poutong. Quickly, into the meeting. Mom, it's only 6 o'clock. The show airs at 8. Poutine hid her face and shook her head. What the hell was there to look forward to in this thing? With a disheveled look on her face, Hui exited the room and began to wait for the next hour. It's just a link to watch a show, not a princess selection. The girls are stars, although they are friends, but in private it is really not too good to have intercourse. Online mic watching something has become their only entertainment activities. I don't know if their agent will either. The relationship between stars and brokers, in the end, is only colleagues, if they get along well, and may even fall out after the courtesy. This kind of optional online party is completely out of the realm of work, and I don't know if those agents will show up. As for the Udandi side, Zhang Yun is definitely sure to come. Her situation is more special. Said the broker is actually more like a godmother. Poutong is also too lazy to ask. After all, as long as Zhang Yun comes, his old mom will be much more restrained, and his purpose will be achieved. It wasn't until after 7:40 p.m. that Dude posted the meeting number in the group. Udandi, at all members, are they all okay? Iori Yukino and Lin Yuxi both said it was fine, so it seemed that both of their agents were back as well. In other words, they were both on good terms with their agents. Seeing that it was about time, Hui came sniffing around, and entered with a small notebook and pen, seemingly intending to jot down something. Occupational disease? A reporter doesn't just go wherever he goes, does he? That's not true. Hui pins her pen to the cover of her notebook, wanted to make a detailed note. You think 2 people together, is not still have to consider a variety of factors? As if in Star in Love, the agent is not able to get around. I directly in advance to start to help you to study the agent of the 3 of them. Exempt you from the worries. Do you want to be so professional? Poutong really didn't know how to comment. How could there be parents who were thinking about their son's relationship in high school? It's hard to judge. You don't understand. Hui made a gesture of holding her glasses in the void. Parents nowadays don't move to allow their children to fall in love. And then when the time comes that the child is too old to find a date, they start complaining about the child. Is that good? That's not good. And who knows how many of the right people were missed during the best years of missing out. Poutong was listening to her mom's impassioned speech, and she actually felt that it made sense. Just saw his mom find a chair to sit next to the desk, began to write and draw up in the notebook, and even had a kind of a private detective look. All right, Poutong added to the meeting and tactically closed the mic. Hey. Udandi's voice was serious, as if she was actually auditioning for a class. Haven't you guys connected several times? The same microphone that showed it was Udandi's was a more mature female voice. It should be Jiangyun without a doubt. It's a problematic conference, so you can't be too careful. With Jiangyun beside her, Udandi seemed to be relaxed as a whole, not much different from her weekdays, and not at all as strongly pretending to be a lady as she was last time. Poutine kind of wanted to laugh. Why don't you do it? Why don't you clip it? You know it's embarrassing. Hey. Iori Yukino's microphone was so loud that it shook Poutine's ears a little. Yukino, it's loud. Udandi warned out loud. Yes? Yes. A somewhat raspy female voice from Iori Yukino's microphone made Poutong blink, feeling like she sounded older. This is Sakura-chan's agent? This is Mr. Ma, my Chinese translator and manager now. Iori Yukino briefly introduced him. All three of them know each other's situation, and the introduction is actually mainly for Poutong. Well, hello Mr. Ma, hello. Her voice was cold, but there was no detached tone, as should be the case with her personality. Ma isn't very good with words, and she loves to listen to your songs. He. Talkative. Not good with words. See, this agent doesn't even speak more than 2 words at a time. Cherry Blossom Girl and her manager are a classic combination of clueless and unhappy. Just when the conference room was a bit awkward, Lin Yushi suddenly added in and broke the deadlock. Add in it. Should say something good it. Totally don't know how to open mouth Still don't speak and so on it. She go to the toilet how to be so slow I add in it don't speak won't be very strange it. A series of broken words came through the microphone and the scene went silent. That, you left your mic on. The green female voice stopped as if it had exploded in place. It took a few seconds before she flustered and greeted the crowd, stuttering over her words. How come Lin Yushi's agent is a social terrorist? Not long after Lin Yushi himself appeared to say, Poutong only realized that her agent Xiao Luo is a pure newcomer, more than 20 years old. According to reason, with Lin Yushi's hotness, the company is completely likely to resource tilt focus on care to plug an experienced agent is right. Did not expect to be a newcomer. Poutong is not that nosy and doesn't want to pry too much, and if he's really curious, there's plenty of opportunity to talk about this kind of thing. After Poutong's mom briefly introduced herself, this slightly awkward streak also officially began. Great reporter and I've heard a lot about you. Jiang Yun's voice was very calm. I started to pay attention to you from your report on having neighbors to keep you company and ending up in the elderly village. And today is the first time I've met you. Where? The last time I saw you was when you and Mr. You attended a charity gala together several years ago. I didn't expect you to become an agent now. The two made small talk back and forth. Not too well acquainted, but definitely both knew each other. I thought it was a polite remark, but I didn't realize they really knew each other. Iori Yukino's manager chimed in with 2 words every now and then, and it was a conversation of sorts. Broker Lo was obviously afraid to make a sound, and for a while it was just the 3 of them, the older ones, chatting away. How come it's still the other way around? As long as they didn't talk about themselves, it didn't matter to that Poutong, just listening quietly on the side, completely absent. So, I'm starting? Dandy shared the screen to find the 6th installment and asked the crowd what they meant. Begin. Seeing that everyone was quite happy, Dandy also had no worries and clicked play. The program started with a straight black screen and no background music, and if it wasn't for the fact that this was a shared screen, they'd have to think it was stuck. What is the star's normal life like? A few white fonts slowly enlarged in the black screen, then quickly disappeared, and the whole interface returned to the black screen. What is a weekend like for a middle school student? A few new white letters reappeared. Quite strikingly, the sudden 2 questions directly grabbed the audience's eyeballs, and for a while they all began to think, and the pop-up screen was full of netizens' speculations. Comments such as, celebrities are no different from ordinary people in private have also begun to hit the screen. This of course is not possible. Celebrities are mobbed and hounded no matter what they do in private, which makes them completely different from ordinary people. Not to mention some of the wrong style of celebrities, the usual life that is called a bad. Just as Poutong began to recall the exploits of those stars in his previous life, the black screen slowly lit up, surfacing the theme of this installment, the weekend of aspiration. It is obvious that Su Lei has skillfully combined the 2 points of stars' private life and students' weekend, and as these star students are students on one hand and stars on the other, no one is more suitable for answering these 2 questions than them. This is a great and intriguing selection. Poutong kind of can't believe that this episode was even designed by Su Lei to avoid him. Then, to put it that way, if this episode does well, he or she gets 9/3 of the credit. Chapter 132. His legends are all around the Jianghu. What are you going to do today? Faced with the photographer's inquiry, the 7-star trainees gave different answers. Dandy says she wants to review. Lin Yushi wants to practice dancing. Iori Yukino is ready to paint. Xiamu wants to play with his cell phone. Gon Hengshu says he wants to practice his songs, and Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang plan to play games together. The point of the weekend is to relax and rest, and there is no such thing as a uniform answer or a higher or lower level. This sweater of Tang Luochang's is quite nice. Iori Yukino seemed to be stoned as she began her critique of the outfits worn by several star trainees. Then how do you feel about what I'm wearing? Lin Yushi asked with a smile. Just a bodysuit and jeans. How do you expect me to critique it? Iori Yukino crunched on a melon. Aren't people who dress like that all over the streets? Although the words are right, but the stars and ordinary people are still a little different. Lin Yushi so wear looks very tall and fresh, teenage sense, and those long legs, TSK. What about me, what about me? You dandy interjected. It is said that boys have all kinds of control. What hand control, leg control, chest control. She does not know what Poutong control. But if he is a leg control, then Lin Yushi, this dress is really too. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see that he was so happy to see me. Dude, that's a cute little shirt. Iori Yukino thought for a moment. Wifey he. Virtue. A hoarse voice rang out, accompanied by a slapping motion. Thought it was her manager who didn't hold back from slapping Sakura-chan's head. See, pretty sister want to call wife is not very normal. Don't believe you ask. She want, Poutong want? Don't dare to think. Other people call wife you dandan is just a figure of fun. Their own call, she is likely to really agree to. After all, there were a lot of people, and the conversation quickly went downhill, and the comment became a minor blip that not many people cared about. In the program, the 7 celebrity trainees started their respective weekend schedules according to their own planning, and the cameraman chimed in with a word or two every now and then to have an interaction of sorts. In the shot of Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang, they put on headphones and turned on the computer, ready to start on the number. Perhaps it was CP marketing arranged by the show, the photographer knowingly asked. Playing games with who? Without even thinking about it, the two replied in unison they're playing with Poutine. At that time, what they all thought was that they had finally hugged Poutong's thigh for the first time. So the first time they also mentioned Poutong's name, and even had a kind of showing off. Who would have thought that they would later find out that it was all a series of accidents? The camera can't be filmed, but it's a normal situation to mention things like names, after all. Sneak peeks are non-compliant, but anyone can mention someone else's name. Misunderstanding, everyone knows it, right? Poutong scratched his head awkwardly, and in his heart, he began to be glad that he clarified early. This is a long time ago. Everyone now knows that the master proud to help me is Poutong's friend. So it is just a program effect, not too serious. In the pop-up screen, there are also similar to Poutong old scum. Just know how to cheat and so on. Swiping at unrelated people in a pop-up is not pop-up etiquette, ahoy. That's pop-up etiquette for alphabet stations. But this is a penguin. Iori Yukino hemmed and hawed. You can set your name as a blocking keyword if you don't want to see it while you're at it. You're blocking your own name, aren't you? What kind of operation is that? Never mind still. The first 2 installments of this program had himself, and his popularity was so strong that the audience was so preoccupied that even if he wasn't there, he would still be mentioned in all kinds of ways, not to mention the fact that he had just been cued by Chen Xiqing and Tang Luochang. Luckily, my own name came out so far that it was harmless. The program continued and started to arrive at Xiamu's camera. The guy hid the screen to steal the phone. A look of unseen. Even the pop-up screen began to wonder, what the hell is this guy doing? No way. There's not really someone hiding from the camera, is there? You dandy said conspiratorially. Who are you referring to? Poutong dared to be angry. Xiamu, this guy is also outrageous. Verbally called the master of what did not learn. The optics of their own hiding lens, right? This is not Xing learning Probably even the photographer just couldn't look away and started asking him, who are you talking to? This question I will. He is chatting with Ling Ling. Of course, this matter is impossible for Poutong to tell the public. He has no other advantage, but he is a tight-lipped person. Chatting with Poutine. Is there such a thing? How come I didn't know? Isn't this pure bull asterisk? He's using himself as a shield to cover up an online relationship? If that was the case, Poutong indicated that his mouth might not be as tight as it should be. Useless apprentices say throw away. You guys are so familiar? You dandy was quite puzzled. She always had the feeling that there was some little unknown secret between these two. Just a few words of conversation. Poutong coughed twice and fought his way past. It was rather depressing. Tobe Q dude again. And the pop-up started talking about himself again. Why do you keep mentioning me when you're not filming a program? Xiamu just stranded there blindly playing with his cell phone. Not much of a program effect. Naturally there will not be too much footage, so the next switched to Gon Hengshu. This unlucky disciple was familiar with himself and it was normal to mention himself. This coming down to a less familiar one, there would not be any problem. I have crossed mountains and seas and people. As soon as the familiar music came out of Gon Hengshu's mouth, Poutong felt something was wrong. Upon the photographer's inquiry, Gon Hongwook reviews the song and then gushes about it, to the full extent that it could be described as rainbow fart. A fierce boast came down, and Poutong in front of the screen was a little bit unable to sit still. Classy, Iori Yukino's manager acknowledged, and it was clear that she liked the song as well. I feel good about it too, but I like Wheel of the Year better. Ginger Yun murmured, don't ask why. Ask his self dude singing with selfishness added. I like the Wheel of the Year too. Agent Ro chimed in. If the girls are still like this, the pop-up screen is not to mention. All chatting about Poutong's song. Several songs have their own good. The discussion of the people also have their own views. No, why are they all mentioning me? Poutine sighed, not knowing what to say. But these people were just expressing compliments about themselves, which in turn made him really angry. Ha, I seem to have talked about you too. Iori Yukino was a bit embarrassed. Mostly I was asking about the manga, and I was thinking that I couldn't leave you out in the cold as a plot provider. Nani? Poutong pursed his lips, his scalp tingling. Sakura girl, this was too honest. Right, saying everything outwardly. Actually, I also said. Lin Yushi coughed twice, but what I said is true, and complimenting you is also sincere. It's like thanking the person who helped you so much when you receive an award. You simply can't avoid this kind of stuff. After all, Poutong really did affect them all at the same time. It wasn't long before Lin Yushi and Iori Yukino's footage finished airing, and just like they said, the two did bring up themselves and complimented each of them a lot. Hey, what's up with complimenting someone and being broadcasted and feeling kinda embarrassed? Iori Yukino was a bit shy. After all, so many people were watching. It was a bit embarrassing for her to boast so much. Bouten didn't know what to say. It's clear that he's not present from start to finish, but there's a sense of presence throughout. Several star trainees have been in the program for so long, more or less affected by themselves, infected, have made changes. These changes, many people can see. It is not disrespectful for them to mention themselves, but rather it is a sign of recognition, admiration, and even gratitude. Son, it's on the hot search again. Hui patted Poutong's shoulder and shrugged helplessly. The name of the hot search is, Poutong has influenced so many people. One episode, the show's celebrity trainees were praising him, and the sensation was palpable. It was precisely because he never appeared from start to finish that made it all the more shocking. It's like, a person is no longer in the Jianghu, but the Jianghu is all about his legend. Chapter 133, She's the only one who didn't. As the discussion around Poutine intensifies, the sixth installment, with half of the show remaining. While a few of the star trainees' comments about Poutong were quite colorful when placed on the show, that wasn't the whole point of the show. The main body of the show is still filming the 7-star trainees, and their mentioning of Poutong is more of a coincidental tidbit. The second half of the show is very bland, just some footage of their normal lives, but this blandness is comforting. None of these celebrities are sympathetic to the camera. They are all the most real in their own lives. This idol's plain as day look is what fans really want to see more than posturing under the camera to cement a persona. Ahem. And Hui tapped Poutong's shoulder, signaling him to turn off the mic first. What kind of crazy talk is mom trying to make again? Poutong turned off the microphone, signaling her to speak up. Have you noticed anything missing from just now until now? What's missing? Poutine was a bit puzzled. Wasn't this watching a program? What could be missing? There's a guy who hasn't been talking. And Hui gave him a serious look and nodded. Mom's words hit the nail on the head, and Poutong instantly realized the problem. All of them chatted happily as the star trainees were bringing themselves up, except for Yu Dandy, who didn't say a word. Even though her agents were chatting, she hadn't said a word, which was completely at odds with her usual personality of being a bit of a chatterbox. It's a good episode to watch. Hey. Iori Yukino seemed to have stretched, her voice trembling a little. It's really good. It really has a sense of routine. Lin Yushi paused and said, Dandy, what do you think? Ha, Yu Dandy froze, as if she was a bit out of it. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you just ask? Lin Yushi repeated, her tone a bit puzzled. Anyone can feel that Yu Dandan's state is not quite right. It's good. It's interesting. Yu Dandy muttered a few words, and then fell silent again, with absolutely no intention of chatting more. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong with her. Poutong looked at the silent red carp avatar in the meeting and was a little concerned. The show quickly came to a close with the cameraman asking, halfway through, when you were young, have you learned anything new during this time? A few of the celebrity trainees talked about their thoughts. They all answered in much the same way, saying that they had learned a lot and met a lot of interesting new people, which of course once again cue a wave of bushels 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 of bushels. In their half a semester of class life, Poutong has no intention to be the most influential person on them. It is not too much to say that it is one's own power to stir up the wind and clouds. So chatting about this period of time, the name is a topic that cannot be bypassed. Years later, when they think back to this program, the first thing that comes to mind must be that one-hit wonder vegetarian Poutong bar. Several star trainees have mentioned Poutong. Gon Hong Su Chen Si Ching Tang Luo Chang is admiring. Lin Yushi Wei Xuan I Siemu is close. Only when it came to Yu Dandy, from beginning to end, the name was never mentioned. She thanked several profoundly influential teachers and classmates, and she talked to many friends, but always shied away from the name. Dude, why don't you talk about Poutine? It's over. I'm going to lose the CP I'm high on. Yu Dandy, this time the most impressive person, actually did not Poutong have a conflict? She doesn't seem to care about Poutine at all. The entire program came to a close amidst a flurry of puzzled pop-ups. Ah, what's going on? The sound of Iori Yukino pounding on the table came out. What nonsense! If others don't know, don't they know? You dandy usually always hangs on to Poutong, but on such occasions she doesn't mention a word about it. Why? Because she cares, because she is really thinking about Poutong. Liking is wanton, loving is restrained. Other people treat Poutong as a friend so they will praise each other without fear. But for her, they will not. Really like you will not go around proclaiming love for you, but put himself in your shoes to think about you, care for you to protect you. Always keep rational to take care of your little emotions. Do not let you do difficult things, but also will not make unreasonable demands on you. In his heart you are always the first, because you dandy knew well that Poutong didn't like to get into trouble, especially since the two of them had a special relationship. If they brought up each other on the program, it would definitely attract a lot of attention, and it would bring Poutong out of the limelight, so she needed to think of the other person all the more. What she didn't expect, however, was for the others to bring up Poutine, which made her behavior seem a bit like distancing. I'm sorry, we didn't know it would be like this. Lin Yu she had just mentioned, when you Dan interrupted. Ha, nothing's wrong. You dandy laughed lightly, not in any unpleasant way. Other people just talk about their friends, so what's the point? No one did anything wrong. It was just an apt misunderstanding. That time is getting late. Let's call it a day. Her tone was a little hesitant, as if she wanted to say something, but she still didn't speak. Dude, we'll watch it together next time. Good night everyone. You dandy, as the homeowner, shut down the meeting and dried off. Don't get me wrong. And Hui sighed. She's the only one who hasn't mentioned you, yet she's the one who cares about you the most. Poutong dropped his head and said nothing, still staring straight at the computer that had gone silent. How could he possibly misunderstand? How could he not understand when there was someone who treated him differently? Don't freeze, the netizens won't think that much. They will only believe what they see at first glance. And Hui patted his shoulder. Even she was a little hard to say how moved she was. That girl really cares about this brat a lot. And when you really like someone, even if you cover your mouth, love will come out of your eyes. And Hui also didn't want to disturb him and wisely retreated. What an idiot. Poutine sighed. How can anyone be so stupid as to think so much for themselves? This matter is also followed by the hot search. Puyur has been hot search discussion is amazing. Some people analyze, some people saying bad. Some people think it is just a misunderstanding. He didn't want to bother with the gossip, because the young girl's heart was in the right place and he understood it. Is it worth it? Poutong asked himself. Being liked by such a nice girl was something he couldn't even think about. Is she really worth doing this to herself? Turns out, there are a lot of people besides himself who also value him. You dandy slumped in his chair, slightly frustrated. Kind of didn't expect that. Poutine is still in the limelight and her behavior, it seems, makes no sense. Come to think of it, he's so good. Surely other people would have brought him up too. But instead, it's just me who's overthinking it, isn't it? Obviously he is the one who cares about him the most. Obviously he is full of his heart and eyes. Is now a broken relationship in the eyes of the netizens. The most good intentions for his sake were instead misunderstood. You dandy was a bit teary-eyed, wondering how it was so absurd. Dude, is everything okay? It's fine. I'm not that pretentious. You dandy smiled. She didn't care what the netizens said. After all, she knew exactly what she wanted. She should still do it if given another chance. Isn't it proper to like someone and think of each other? Zhang Yun sighed straight from the side, a little worried about these two. You say, Poutong won't misunderstand, right? No way. You dandy just trusted Poutong without any reason. There might only be a little difference in information. She's kinda curious what Poutine thinks. The young girl muttered. We should talk to him. Although both of them were well aware of the current situation and that there would be no doggone misunderstanding plot. Right now, a heart-to-heart conversation was still missing. She wanted to say it when she was connected to the microphone just now, but there were just too many people and she didn't have the heart to say it. There are some misunderstandings even if both sides of the heart, but face-to-face to say the heart, or very necessary. After all, this is two people's business. If you need the other person to know what you're thinking, it's a little too boring for two people to get along. That's the kind of thing you should say in person. Besides, that idiot, I guess, has a little pimple of self-doubt in his heart. She knew Poutine all too well. Are you guys going to play the video? Then I'll go out first. Last time, the two also played video chatting a lot of heart-to-heart, right? No, you dandy laughed happily. This time, go directly to talk to him. Zhang Yun looked at the time and realized that it was already 9:30 p.m. She surveyed the young girl's expression and realized she wasn't joking. Auntie Yun, prepare the car. Chapter 134, because you're worth it. You dandy, don't you go to sleep yet. POTUS, you dandy, immediately to the door of your neighborhood. I'll send you a message when I arrive. What the hell? It's almost 10 o'clock. what is this? When he was asking you dandy, the other party was no longer responding, as if he had already made enough preparations to meet and talk about it. She should still be pretty upset that her good intentions have been misinterpreted like this. Poutine began to phrase it, began to think about how he should comfort her later. What the hell do you think? John Yun drove while sizing up Yu Dandy in the rearview mirror. It's just explaining the misunderstanding clearly. Yu Dandy leaned against the car window, surveying the city at night. It's just between the two of them and has nothing to do with anyone else, so it just needs to be a clear chat between the two parties involved. Plain and simple. I won't be able to sleep if I don't explain everything. Ginger Roo drove on, a little relieved. Missy has also learned to put herself in other people's shoes. It's really good. You're not thinking of confessing, are you? She asked tentatively. Yu Dandy froze. I don't think so. First of all, I'm totally unprepared, and I'm a girl who takes the initiative. How much of a drop? Aha! Ginger Yun didn't hold back her laughter. Finally, you've bluffed. She used to say just a friend when I asked her, but now she can't hide it anymore. Flat it cheats out the big move. Yu Dandy instantly realized that she had blurted out, babbling and starting to scream, covering her face with both hands in a shy manner. Although Auntie Yun, a person who had been there before, could definitely see it, it was still so humiliating to say such shameful words in one's own mouth. That, or don't tell my parents for now, Yu Dandy said in a small voice, and when she said that, it was a complete showdown admission. I just love him. What's wrong with that? Of course, Dandy her father too spoiled his daughter. If he knew he would have to be angry on the spot. Her mother's if she heard about it she would have to fly back to her country on the spot. On balance, John Yun was of course towards her, and in the end it was only a one-sided relationship now, and until Poutong responded. This was completely just a thought, so naturally there was no need to say anything more. Although she had only been here twice, John Yun was impressed with the place, and it didn't take long for her to reach the door of the neighborhood. Yu Dandy has arrived. Come quickly. Boughton put on his coat, intending to go out. Just now, he received the news that Yu Dandy had arrived. She said it was just a chat, and it was pretty late, so surely she couldn't have made a house call. So I guess she was just hanging out for a while. What are you doing here? Hui came out listening to the rattling and was a bit puzzled. Going out in the middle of the night to meet girls always feels weird to say. Oh, go on. Hui read a lot into Poutong's embarrassed expression all of a sudden. By the way, bring a mask. You're a public figure too. It's better not to be recognized. Looks like there's no hiding it from her. Poutong took the mask and put it on. Yu Dandy must be hiding her identity when she goes out. She has to be careful herself. Brat, the girl is so nice to you. Don't break her heart. Poutong was a bit vain and then fled. Summer nights are cool and there is no need to worry about catching a cold. Poutong walked out of the neighborhood, and as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Yu Dandy under the streetlight. The street lamps imprinted a soft light on her pale, pink face, and it was dark in the distance, as if a separate world had been isolated around her. She wore a mask and a hat, revealing only a pair of eyes, but Poutong recognized those eyes at once. Full of his own eyes. Coming, the young girl waved her hand. Let's walk. Poutong frowned, glancing at the vehicle parked next to him, and wondered what Agent Kong would say. It felt a little weird to take someone away in front of their guardian. Don't go too far. Zhang Yun rolled down the window and smiled kindly at Poutong, telling him not to stress. She was still very much at ease with Poutine. That's fine. Yu Dandy also did not stay, did not look back towards the river not far away. Poutong followed closely, but also do not catch up. Always keep a little distance. It's so cool over here at night. It's like this on the Huai River. The river was not so brightly lit that they could not see extremely far, but the breeze was cool and refreshing. Yu Dandy walked with small steps and didn't say much, as if she was waiting for him to speak first. Can I go around the world without asking you? You're still really venomous. Yu Dandy laughed out loud. Could this guy joke so heartlessly no matter how serious the occasion was? Actually, when filming the program, your laptop was photographed. Yu Dandy walked on as if nothing had happened and didn't look back, as if she was sure that Poutong would definitely follow. Got it? Poutong sighed a bit. That notebook cover was both of their names. Right, so what if it was broadcasted? But I made them delete it. Yu Dandy suddenly stopped and started looking out over the river with her hands on the railing next to her. Poutine had taken a step, and seeing her stop hurriedly withdrew her leg, the distance remaining the same. You're so easy to fire, physique. If you broadcast it in the program, I guess it will be very troublesome again. I know you hate trouble, so I simply don't chat about you. Yu Dandy rambled on, as if in a lot of unspoken words in his heart. Thanks. She was really the only one who thought of him from start to finish and took herself very seriously. Or don't thank you. I still didn't stop at I don't mention it, there are others to mention it. Yu Dandy looked out over the water under the night and smiled to himself. And I'm still being treated as a thin-skinned person by the netizens. But it's okay. It doesn't matter if they misunderstand. I just need you to understand. Yu Dandy suddenly turned around and looked at him with a smile, the faint light spreading on her hair and jumping along the breeze. I understand. Poutong nodded. Really? Yu Dandy suddenly came over with a smiling face. I feel like you don't understand anything. Poutine looked at the eyelashes close at hand and subconsciously gulped. Yu Dandy watched the knot in his throat roll, and only then did he back away in satisfaction. Looks like he's not sitting still either. Although I feel sure you understand. I chose to come over and talk to you out of respect for your client, and I'll feel more at ease. Thanks. I know. Thanks for looking out for me. Poutine sighed in relief at that. It wasn't common to be liked by a girl, but to be liked by a girl who always came first and prioritized for him at all times was a bit too heavy a feeling. Does he really deserve it? Are you now wondering if you're worth all this to me or not? Yu Dandy narrowed her eyes and saw through his mind. So what's worth it or not? Yu Dandy left the railing and continued to start walking forward. Didn't I say that obedience is the most important thing? And I'm happy to do that. So you don't need to have any mental burden. The young girl's back was turned to him, delightfully long and elegant. I give you all the tenderness I can, because you deserve it, and I'm willing. Poutong looked at her back and suddenly felt that everything around her was still. He was so eager to take in everything, including the night and the people. Yu Dandy was walking idly on the surface, but in fact, her face was already red and she didn't dare to turn back at all. Don't think she's brave. It took her a lot of effort to say it. She walked ahead of herself simply because she knew that face to face she would not be able to say those words, although not explicitly stated. These words are too obvious. Such words can actually come out of her mouth. This is too shy. Well, we should get going. Yu Dandy noticed that her voice trembled a little, and she kind of wanted to run away. Just as she lifted her foot, she suddenly realized that her wrist was being pulled by a warm hand. His hands seemed to have some hand sweat, and he seemed to be very nervous. The warm touch was directly and unguardedly transmitted to the heart of the young girl, and for a moment, her heartbeat missed a beat. Yu Dandy stopped in her tracks, and when she looked back, Poutong looked at her as well, her eyes serious and straightforward. He seemed to be trying to say something, but couldn't open his mouth. That's it? Yu Dandy wrenched his wrist free and twisted his small arm viciously with his backhand. Trying to molest the girl in the dark of the moon? Don't dare. The two laughed and returned the same way, talking and laughing as usual, met in the middle of the night and ended up just holding hands. Two people seem to have a long way to go. Yu Dandy sighed. Although not much progress had been made, she was still warm inside. It's enough to be able to respond. Chapter 135, A Bad Move. How in the world did the longevity monk get through the land of daughters? Poutong now really wants to find his old man to get the scriptures. On the way out, he left a sentence: if there is fate in the next life, should still have moved the heart of it. Even Elder Tang, who had an unshakable heart to seek Buddha, would be moved when facing a kind, beautiful, gentle and considerate woman who had her eyes full of herself, not to mention a mortal like him. I give you all the tenderness I can, because you deserve it, and I'm willing. Just at the moment when Yu Dandy said this sentence, he really had the thought of it going up, although only for a moment, but the throbbing of that heartbeat accelerating is still incomparably clear until now. The weight of these words was really not light, and even pressed Poutong a bit breathless. You say that the four great things are empty, but you close your eyes tightly. If you open your eyes and look at me, I don't believe that you have two empty eyes. You don't dare to open your eyes and look at me, and you still talk about the four great emptiness? What are you muttering to yourself? Yu Dandy listened to Poutong's muttering, completely missing the point. Nothing. Poutine sighed. The Tang monk, however, did not dare to open his eyes. He was afraid that he could not keep the last part of the clear. He also did not dare to make a choice easily. Both of them were too young to face a lot of things together in the future, and it would be irresponsible to act on impulse at this time, because he didn't want to live up to that sentiment. He considered it more. Jiang Yun had thought that it would take a little longer, but she didn't expect it to be just 10 minutes or so before she saw the two men coming back side by side. Well, it looks like it's inches away again. Auntie Yun, let's go home. Yu Dandy pulled open the car door and waved goodbye towards Poutong. Aha! Jiang Yun also ignored her, and looked at Poutong to himself, and found that he still did not change his face, and his face did not turn red and did not gasp. Is it hard to believe that nothing really happened? By Auntie Jiang. Poutong stood on the side of the road and watched the two leave in the car. Looking in the rearview mirror at Poutong, who was still stopping, Yu Dandy smiled shallowly, suddenly feeling that this trip was worth it. Look at you. Something's going on? No, just small talk. Words are not enough. Yu Dandy is afraid that he cannot withstand the fraud. In place began to play with the phone. Originally, Jiang Yun was not suspicious, but Poutong watched them leave, which is suspicious. When he used to send him back, he'd go straight home without looking back, and now this was like a different person. There's definitely something going on with these two. Stealing a few glances at Yu Dandy, who was quietly looking at her cell phone in the rearview mirror, she was really not in a good position to open her mouth and could only drive quietly. The secret is probably only known to two more people involved. Yo, back so early? Poutong pushed the door in and found his mom playing with her cell phone next to the sofa, looking like she was waiting for him to come back. You're still awake? That must be. And we looked him up and down. After all, if my son goes out in the middle of the night, I, as a mom, must more or less worry about it. Oh, go to sleep then. Poutong lest his mom gossip again. Hurry 3 steps and 2 steps back to the room. But what surprised him was that his mom never opened her mouth to ask. And we watched Poutong go back to the house for a long time before she averted her eyes. Grow up. The weekend has rushed by and Poutong is summarizing and concluding this midterm exam. Honestly, he was in bad shape for studying on Sunday. As soon as he picked up his pen, the back of the young girl idly walking in the night echoed in his mind. Out of reach. Luckily, Poutong had already developed the habit of being highly concentrated when studying, and it didn't take long for him to return to his usual state. Damn it! Almost ruined my cultivation by a little goblin. Poutong was on his way to school and was a bit annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that his mind was stable enough, he probably would have fallen long ago. If you don't try, you'll be a woman's plaything. He roughly calculated that he had still improved a lot in this exam, especially in mathematics and chemistry, and was completely among the top 3 levels in the class. It's graduation season, and Poutong can't help but think about the college entrance exam. If she can work a little harder, it's not a dream to get into a good college. I just don't know how she is. As soon as he thought of his future, he ghostly began to think for you dandy again. She's an entertainer. Most likely she'll go to film school, drama school or something like that. Poutong shook his head. Not to think so much for the time being. There are some things that are useless to think about, only when the time comes to talk about it. But let's see how she scores this time first. Poutong suddenly remembered that he and Udandy still had a bet that had been in effect. With his estimated score, Udandy shouldn't be able to surpass him in a single class unless she explodes. Poutong subconsciously scanned the school's bulletin board and realized that this time there was still no public announcement of their senior year's grades. It seems that if you want to know the results of the exam, you still have to go through Lao Zhang, all the way to the classroom. He realized that he came a little late today. Udandy Dandy Lin Yushi Iori Shuen 3 people have already arrived, are gathered around gossip. Morning. Udandy glanced at him and quickly withdrew her gaze again, acting as if nothing had happened. Poutine returned it raw and inexplicably a little nervous. Udandy won't say it, although nothing happened, but just a man and a woman at night private meeting. This thing is very indescribable. Good morning for what? To say I love you in the morning. Iori Yukino slapped the table straight, directly giving a 0 to the two who asked each other good morning. I hope your test scores are the same. Poutine responded salaciously. The way it looked, Udandy should have said nothing to anyone. Lin Yushi sized up the 2 people with interest, and suddenly felt that these 2 people seemed to be a little bit different somewhere. Humph. I'm not nervous at all. Iori Yukino had a bold face. I have no room to back off. Is that something to be proud of? Being second to last? I did some math, and the score is about the same as last time. Lin Yushi turned her pen in a leisurely manner. That should be an improvement, because this test is harder than the last one. If the score stays the same, it's already an improvement. In a sense, she's really all around good, not bad at school. Good looking, multi-talented, not top of the line in everything, but really strong all around. What about you? Lin Yushi asked with a smile. Are you writing another essay that my grandmother can't stop praising? Just don't undermine me. A few people discussed the grades, with only Udandy chiming in with a few quiet comments and not talking about himself. How's the dude doing? Iori Yukino had glimpsed the smile at the corner of her mouth the moment she asked, and already had an answer in mind. Got to be the only one who's really a schmuck. Looks like she did pretty well on the test. Udandy was usually a person who was not good at hiding what was on her mind, and what she was thinking could be completely seen in her eyes. It was only when it came to acting that she was the polar opposite, and Poutong didn't know exactly how she did it. Is it hard to believe that this is a gift? In the morning study hall, under the expectation of the crowd, the class teacher walked into the classroom with a piece of paper, unable to see the joy and anger. The voices in the class weakened and waited for him to speak. Memorize your books properly. Zhang Binyan coldly snorted, frightening the crowd to memorize their books a few notches louder. He just held the transcript and looked at it from the podium, every now and then sizing up this person and looking at that one, and not saying anything about the grades, looking at the crowd and pulling the full weight of the oppression. You know how to whet people's appetites. Until the morning self-study bell rang, Zhang Binyan just threw the report card to the class president, let him stick on the wall, and then walked away without looking back. By the looks of it, their class should do okay on the test. A crowd of students rushed up and directly surrounded class president Lu Yuan. I'll post it and you guys can see it again. between pushing and shoving, he posted the report card at the small classroom bulletin board, which then became the new enclosure. Poutong, they are not in a hurry. Should know sooner or later can know. It was just that you dandy seemed to care a lot, and as soon as she waited until there were fewer people, she ran over with gusto, and she was yearning under the public notice board, like an inquisitive child. It wasn't long before she came back with a frustrated look on her face, the word sadness written all over it. Didn't do well on the test? You dandy shook his head. Still didn't beat you. Not by a single move. Chapter 136, Live Broadcast Variety Show. Later, Poutong realized that you dandy's history score was the same as his own. It's a close call. Almost she had a class over her own, belonging to the category of being really bad at chess. Let's just say that the rules of the game didn't take into account the same score item, which is what made her lose. At least in Poutong's own mind, he lost. The fact that he scored the same on the test as an artist who didn't study much was already a big failure for him. It can't be helped. History he really can't learn. There is no sense. Only rote memorization. The test more than 80 points is already the limit. The same score as me is already pretty good. Seeing you dandy looking a bit worried, Poutong consoled. This time it's a tie. No. You dandy deflated and glared at him. I'm going to pass you. At least one of them. Why do you look so much like a sore loser brat? Then you have to work hard. He patted you dandy's shoulder, recognizing her idea. But this thing with the strap touch on her shoulder, could it be? Of course, just watch. You dandy didn't think of this, and looked serious. This is really a lot of pressure for her. Poutong is simply a monster. This time directly examined the second in the class, the class president and the school committee over the past, directly approaching the school god of their class. This Poutong is still quite satisfied. After all, no one can eat a bite into a fat person. He is not in the body of the school system of the god of learning. All of a sudden to test a whole grade first is not too practical. Want to naturally want to, but must come step by step. I'm so pulling crotch in math. You dandy sighed, looking at his 89-point math paper into silence. 1 point short of passing. There is no greater pain in the world than this. There's already progress. Poutong looked at her answer card and found that she hadn't lost any of the basic points that she should have lost. It was only her brain that sometimes couldn't turn her head around that her score wasn't ideal. You dandy has really improved a lot, ranking second among the star trainees, 21st in the class, and nearly in the top 20. What he didn't expect was that the star trainee with the best grades was actually Siamu. This guy had jumped from over 30 to 17th in the class in a single leap. It was simply a reversal of fortune. Let's just say that playing online dating plays, having a school bully tutoring around the clock is a treat that not many people can have. In fact, you dandy want to have still can have, but she did not want to disturb their own learning. Have questions are to ask Lin Yushi. Poutong sighed. You dandy seem to have always been like this, understanding and heartbreaking. So you're blue in the face? Lin Yushi looked at you dandy, a little depressed. She usually tutored you dandy's homework every day, and as a result, it was embarrassing that she didn't pass the others on the exam. Yes, she came in 22nd, 3 points behind you dandy. I'm lucky. Look how low I am in math and science. You dandy smiled embarrassedly. That's also your skill. Lin Yushi sighed. I slacked off. It's all because there's someone who keeps swinging for the fences and it's affecting me. Who are you implying? Iori Yukino glared angrily. I'm clearly making progress. Alright, someone's in a hurry. Aha! What kind of language mashup is this? That said, Sakura-chan going from second to last to third to last was something he didn't expect. It wasn't like anyone was missing a test. She was just somehow outperforming another schoolchild. No one's going to regress, are they? Iori Yukino blinked with an innocent look. No way, no way. Dandy, tell your mom to give Sakura Embassy a heads up that me taking her out was just personal. Lin Yushi said, and then he pinched Iori Yukino's face and started to kill her in a righteous explosion. Yes, you dandy responded with a smile. Sakura Embassy? Poutong seems to have heard some extraordinary words. Is small diplomat only. You dandy saw his doubt, laughed. She jokes, my mom can't be so capable. Ho ho ho. Poutine suddenly realized that she was simply not too right to restrain herself that night. This family was really horrible. Dare to touch other people's daughters for fear that there is not already a way to take death. I was wrong. Iori Yukino struggled to escape from Lin Yushi's arms. I really didn't mean you. Tang Luo Chang and Chen Xiqing have also regressed. People that are not awake. Lin Yushi sighed. At that time during the exam several of their star trainees were sitting together. She naturally saw the two people drifting off to sleep. You mean, there's not a bit of something going on between the two of them, is there? Iori Yukino rubbed her face, grimacing in pain. Getting high on everything will only make me nutritionally balanced. Not sure. Lin Yushi glanced over there, but it seems like I heard that they've been hacking together. Yu Dandy's face instantly showed joy at his words. She is also afraid that Tang Luochang will miss Poutong. If she and Chen Xiqing really become, that is not a hidden danger. This had to be a lock for these two now. Say, what's up with Xiamu again? His grades scampered so fast? Lin Yushi pursed her lips, very depressed. Obviously, she was the one with the best grades among the star trainees, but she didn't expect to be cut off by Xiamu, who came out of nowhere. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that Poutong is clear. Yu Dandy looked at Poutong suspiciously. She had also been curious about this matter for a long time. These two must have some unseen little secret. There's Melon? Iori Yukino was instantly full of blood. These 1 and 2, they all had little secrets. This could be too exciting for her. New level zwar ist's mil high taz. Ha ha, nothing. Poutong scratched his head, naturally unable to betray his friend. He actually had the idea of telling Yu Dandy about this, because girls understand girls better. He wanted Yu Dandy to analyze Ling Ling from a girl's point of view. After all, he didn't want Xiamu to be cheated. However, this matter had to be cooperated with by Xiamu himself, which was why he hadn't taken the initiative to talk about it. Come on, we're not outsiders. Poutine shook her head, ignoring Sakura-chan's fawning face. It's fine to reveal a little bit if it's not convenient to say it explicitly. Yu Dandy seemed to be concerned about this matter as well, and began to soften her words. Poutine suddenly felt that it was a bit unreliable to let Yu Dandy help analyze. How can they analyze for others when they themselves are in the middle of the situation and don't know what to do? And now all three of them are getting curious. And then not just one of them will know, but all three of them. By the time a group of people to Xiamu advice strategy female internet users is not too outrageous. He could never let that happen. Speaking of which, how are the reviews of this 6th installment of the program? Poutine hastily changed the subject. For his own part, the 6th installment was a pretty good watch, and the show handled itself pretty well, both regarding the students' weekend and the celebrities' day-to-day. It's quite good. At least it's a lot stronger than the 4th or 5th stage. Yu Dandy naturally didn't want to make things difficult for Poutong and could only go along with what he said, calling it good and calling it good. The ratings are good. Except for Puyu CP fans, everyone else is quite happy. Lin Yushi coldly came to such a sentence, directly terminated the topic. The repercussions of this incident are not over yet, and rumors about Poutong and Yu Dandy's relationship are still spreading. You're all singing the praises of a hammer. We've all been walking together at night. Of course, only God knows about this. He knows about it, and Yu Dandy knows about it. Cam, I said the wrong thing again. Lin Yushi slapped her forehead as she saw that the atmosphere was wrong. No way. Someone couldn't really have said the wrong thing. I'm going to pinch your face today. It's back. It's all back. Sule looked at the feedback from the weekend's program broadcast and even wanted to cry a little. This show is his heart and soul, and the 4th or 5th installment was cursed. Finally, the episode has turned around word of mouth, and both ratings and buzz are moving in a good direction. It's going to take a particularly good installment to go further than that. Sule sighed. How easy was this kind of thing to talk about? It's easy to attack a city. It's hard to defend it. It's easy to turn around word of mouth, but it can be hard to go further. The next installment, in his plans, was the theme for the graduation party. At the end of the day, it's still a few star trainees talent showcase. Star singing and dancing and whatnot instead is the most common thing to be taken for granted. So instead there will be no sense of anticipation. Graduation party, how can we shoot it in a new way? Sule rubbed his brow, feeling his heart tired. It would be nice to combine it with something new. His eyes suddenly danced with a bold idea. Why not combine the programs shown on traditional TV with the new wave of webcasts? Do an issue. Live Roundup. Chapter 137, Brother, I beg you for something. Ling Ling, it's a big improvement. Keep up the good work. Like a spring breeze, JPG, like a spring breeze, thanks to your tireless help, I'm able to surge ahead. Xiamu clicked to send, while giggling while waiting for the other side of in the process of inputting. The above is the 2 dozens of days of small grass, big sparks and friendship giant wheel, can be said to be the two of them feelings warming witness. Ling Ling, I should thank you for chatting with me and relieving my boredom. Said feelings, in fact, still remains the category of internet users, not even talk about what internet love. For the time being, or nothing to talk about the opposite sex friends. Moreover, she sometimes posts very mournful words, revealing a sense of loneliness between the lines, as if she has few friends. Ling Ling, how did the test go exactly? Xiamu, just, about 10th in the class. He stayed out of the way and didn't give specific grades or rankings. Celebrity trainees' results will be sent out by the program's official media. If they say the real results, there is every possibility that Ling Ling will link Xiamu and Rumu Chunfeng. At least he doesn't intend to reveal his identity until she's changed her mind about the star Xiamu, or he might die in the light of day. So you're the disgusting star, liar, scumbag, Disgusting. Xiaomu had a similar dream last time, dreaming that he was discovered by Ling Ling and then chased his wife to the crematorium. This dropping of the vest should never happen. Like a spring breeze, I heard that when you're young number 7 is a graduation party. Do you have any songs you'd like to hear on the show? Trying to get Ling Ling to change her mind about a star with a bad first impression is actually pretty easy. As long as she realizes that the two are on the same page and both like things with the same elements, it instantly raises the favorability rating. As long as you have the thought in your mind, how bad can someone who likes XXX be? You will be much better off. Ling Ling, how did you know that the theme of the 7th installment was a graduation party? Like spring breeze, after all, it was filmed at our school, so I've heard about it. Both of them know each other's school, but not clear class name. Ling Ling also did not know that he was in the program group shooting senior 13 class. Ling Ling, so personal preference then, or forget it. What kind of onion am I? Too much to ask. Like a spring breeze, it's fine. Talk about it, there's nothing to gossip about. If you have an idea, no matter how hard it is, you are guaranteed to see what you want to see on the show. If you want to, Ling Ling, so, if I may, I'd like to hear an original graduation season song by Poutine. Xiaomu was petrified when he saw the message. That's something he can't really do. He also knew that Poutong would be attending the graduation party, and according to his ability, he would most likely come up with an original song. But the problem was that it had nothing to do with him. How could he change Ling Ling's opinion of herself if she didn't have anything to do with him? Ling Ling, I'm kidding, it's too hard. Just love Poutong songs, and it's kinda emotional to see seniors graduating. If there's a Poutong plus graduation season combo, it'll be perfect. Unfortunately, I don't think I can say that. Xiaomu was aware that Ling Ling was a Poutong fan, and it's from the point where a passerby is completely enamored with Poutong and can't stop being excited every time he talks to him about Poutong. Like a spring breeze, it's not easy indeed. In fact, to make Ling Ling satisfied and to make her change her mind about herself, it is not without a way. As long as he sings Poutong's song, that's where the difficulty comes in. Poutong is notorious for being spontaneous with his work, and he doesn't want to make things difficult for his own brother. Ling Ling, yeah, if I could hear a song like that, I'm sure I'd sing it hundreds of times. Shimo pressed her cell phone against her chest. Feeling weak, if she sang a Poutine song by herself, she'd be able to keep listening to her voice hundreds of times. Unfortunately, he can't do it. After the discussion of the school leadership, it was decided to show this year's graduation party to the public in the form of a live broadcast. Zhang Binyan's face was a little unhappy. One word, and this live broadcast will be the 7th installment of the program. Live streaming a graduation party? Or as part of the program? The class teacher's brief message, however, caused shock to everyone, including the star student. This is the first time they have seen this kind of situation. You dandy, now is the information age. The school live streaming graduation ceremony graduation party is not a lot of things. All want to is to show the spirit of the school, but this kind of live streaming generally only alumni and parents of students will look at. But combining a live graduation party with the program will definitely get a lot of attention. The school gets a chance to showcase its style. The program reaps the hype and heat, and for both sides of this equation, it's a win-win. This is a unique advantage that the school already has as a filming location for the program, a situation that is hard to replicate and that no other school could learn from if they wanted to. After the homeroom teacher left, the entire classroom instantly exploded and started discussing this matter. Live Don't dare to miss now, Iori Yukino cried. If the normal shooting program is not a big problem, if there is a mistake later can also be cut to repair the sound or something. But this is a live broadcast in case of mistakes will be pointed out on the spot. Don't be nervous, the more nervous you are, the more you miss. Lin Yushi's eyes were red and she looked quite excited. Completing a dance in front of everyone in the form of a live broadcast and letting the audience visualize the charm of folk dance is one of the things she has dreamed of. Grandma would be happy if she was watching the live stream too. Let's put your business aside for now. There's still a problem. You dandy sighed. If it's a live broadcast at the school level, then Poutong will definitely appear. The program can't film him because he's not an entertainer, but he's still a student at the school. How is it possible to attend a school event and not let the school film it? Everyone else is thinking about how they're going to perform. Only you dandy is thinking about Poutong. This is having to drop out of school. Poutong rubbed his brow. A bit helpless. Metaphysics, not withdrawal. Although he also released a lot of songs before, but he never show his face Basically is also a song red people are not red state. Ride a taxi to buy a breakfast will not be recognized. Performing a show live in front of that many people must have attracted a lot of attention. It's okay, I'm faking it. The program has to be rehearsed half a month in advance. And you pretend to be sick and don't come to school for half a month? Poutong immediately dismissed the idea. Not coming to school for half a month, that's not a solution. And the upperclassmen are looking forward to themselves. They want to hear and see the programs of their schoolmates before they leave the school and leave a final mark on their youth. They'd be disappointed if they didn't see themselves, I guess. Even if it's in response to their sincere expectations, you can't run away from it yourself. Let me run through it again. Poutong held his forehead, intending to think of a way out that would be the best of both worlds. That, master, coughed Poutong. I'm looking for you for something. Hearing the familiar voice, Poutong raised his head once, and only then did he notice Siamu in front of him. You dandy. 3 women immediately perked up their ears. There was some secret between these two people that they had long suspected. What these two people were going to say this next time really made them curious. Looking at the squirming look on Siamu's face, Poutong couldn't care less about thinking too much and intended to listen to what he had to say. Let's talk outside. Siamu scratched his head awkwardly. Poutong instantly understood. Inconvenient to say things. That must be about Ling Ling. It really wasn't a good idea to say this in front of others. He could only follow Siamu out the door with the 3 girls' faces full of questions. Why don't I sneak up on you? Iori Yukino hemmed and hawed. Don't! You dandy patted her head. If he wanted to tell us he would have. No sneaking around. Just think for him. Iori Yukino pouted her lips, having the feeling of being abandoned by a friend who had forgotten his friends when he saw them. Poutong followed Siamu to the window of the building and wondered what was going on. Couldn't it be that these two had a conflict? Siamu saw that there were not many people around, so he told Poutong that he was planning to sing a song that Ling Ling liked so that she would change her mind about himself. You mean she happens to like the song I wrote, right? Poutong looked at the very embarrassed Siamu and was a bit amused. Looking for a friend to do a favor only. Why with the wrong thing is can they still refuse to scold him on the spot? Not, master, if it's troublesome, forget it, I'm just asking. Siamu pulled down the zipper of his school uniform and pulled it back up again, looking rather uneasy. If you find it smooth, I beg you to help me this time, and I'll go up the mountain of daggers and down the sea of fire for you in the future. The teenager was clearly very embarrassed, but there was an inexplicable determination in his eyes, as if he had recognized the matter. To say that copying songs is really smooth for him. Poutong stroked his chin and suddenly had a bold idea. An idea to make an appearance on his own at the graduation party that wouldn't disappoint his seniors and siblings, yet minimize his personal impact without being too conspicuous, and still allow Siamu's request to be fulfilled. It's not impossible if I write you a song. It's just, can you take a chorus? Chapter 138. Listen to me this time. Singing with Poutine? Poutong is Ling Ling's idol. If she sings directly with Poutong, then Ling Ling will definitely change her mind about Siamu on the screen. You might even think, how can anyone be bad if they can be friends with Poutine? Yes, of course. Siamu was instantly so excited that he wanted to cry. His own master really the best master in the whole world. Is the future Poutong let him block the gun? He also did not say half no word. That's right, master. It's not good to compose a song for an ensemble. Siamu of course is not doubting Poutong's strength. The main point is that the songs suitable for soloists are not necessarily suitable for chorus, and vice versa, not to mention that it is also limited to the theme of graduation season. Indeed, I did think of a solo song before, but it looks like I won't be able to use it. Poutong sighed. With all that notice from the homeroom teacher, he'd already thought of a song, but that song wasn't for 2 people. Regarding the chorus of the graduation season song, Poutong naturally had a clue, or else he certainly wouldn't have been able to agree to it. Thank you so much for your master. I go back and let the agent to invite songs at the market price of 3 times to give you money. You really, I cry to death. It's not so much that it's honest, then it's a deal. Siamu clapped his hands excitedly, intending to go back to class. You wait. Poutong yanked him back. Master, you have something else? You think I write songs for you for nothing? Poutong laughed evilly. Just now, another idea came to him. He had been wanting to talk to Dandy about this for a long time, so she could analyze it from a female perspective, and now was the right time to talk about it. Originally he was not in a hurry, but Siamu this time actually did so much for that netizen. It seems that the feelings have been very deep, and then do not help him to analyze the analysis. Then in case of being cheated can be late. At Siamu's puzzled look, Poutong tentatively voiced the idea. This matter certainly requires the consent of the person concerned before it can be done, and if he does not give his consent, he will certainly not talk nonsense about it himself, which is a matter of principle. Give it to Shifu? Don't. I'll be laughed to death by her if I go for online dating. Siamu was instantly anxious. Poutong was considered one of her own. Of course it didn't matter, but if others knew, how could she still meet people? She won't. Poutong smiled and patted Siamu's shoulder. He knew that Dandy wouldn't. Siamu looked up at Poutong, a little trance. Master's eyes were gentle enough to overflow with water when he talked about Dandy. Moreover, he had just called Maiden without being refuted. Hey, master, since you've said so, it's not impossible. Xiaomu seemed to struggle for a moment, but it mustn't be told to the fourth person. He could guarantee that he wouldn't tell anyone, but he couldn't guarantee that Yu Dandy would keep his mouth shut. The main thing is to let her help you from the girl's level of counseling a bit. The girl more understand the girl well. There are two of us to assist. You must be able to go without any disadvantage. Although he and Yu Dandy, two people have never been in love, but must draw the cake. Xiaomu nodded, finally approving the idea completely. As he talked more and more with Ling Ling, he could also feel that he had really started to care about that person on the other side of the screen. But he is also a straight man, and Ling Ling is always a little bit of mourning. He is also afraid of accidentally upsetting people. This time another person who understands girls to help him is definitely twice the result with half the effort. Instead of believing Yu Dandy, he is more confident in Poutong's vision. How can someone who can have such a close relationship with his master laugh at himself? When Xiaomu thought of this, he suddenly wanted to laugh a little. Like Ling Ling, why is he not a fan of Poutong? Because his own master. Really excellent. Poutong patted Xiaomu's shoulder, telling him not to feel too much psychological pressure. Before the bell rang, the two returned to the classroom, and with the three women looking like they wanted to eat someone, Poutong chose to play dead. After all, there were still classes to attend, and although they had countless curiosities, they could only hold them in for the time being. Iori Yukino was writhing around in her seat during class, completely unable to sit still. Her whole body was conveying a mood of I'm going to die of anxiety if my curiosity is not answered. It wasn't until the end of the math class that the three women quickly gathered around. Curiosity held in for a long time and only intensified. Say, what have you been doing? He wants to ask me to write a song for him. As long as it didn't involve Xiaomu's online romance, he could still talk about other things. Not far away, Xiaomu seemed to have sensed the commotion over here and watched nervously, fearing that one of Master's mouths would explode. Naturally, Poutong couldn't say anything nonsense. He just said that he was planning to make a whole song to sing with Xiaomu. Planning to share the influence through the chorus? Yu Dandy dragged her chin and nodded, and it won't disappoint the seniors. Although there will still be an impact, this is already an impact minimizing consideration. It's fine. Lin Yushi analyzed it and found it feasible. Regarding Xiaomu and Ling Ling's matter, of course it was impossible for Poutong to say it now. Since he had promised Xiaomu, he would definitely only tell Yu Dan. It was the kind of thing that two people could talk about in private, and online was fine, but he was more interested in seeing Yu Dandy's expression with his own eyes. Her ever-changing expression as she listened to herself talk about it would be adorable. During the lesson, Poutong did not move and wrote extracurricular activities, the usual place on the draft paper, and then put it in the middle of the two people knocked on the table. Yu Dandy glanced at the draft paper, first froze, and the moment she reacted, her eyes gained a few more glimmers. It seems that the secret that you have been curious about for a long time is about to be revealed. The two pretended that nothing happened. Until the extracurricular activities, Poutong took the lead out of the classroom, went to the secret base belonging to the two of them. You guys don't want to go to the restroom, right? So I'll go by myself. Yu Dandy got up and made an excuse intending to leave the classroom. If I say go together, are you going to let me go first again? Lin Yushi gave her a blank look. Go after them if you want to. They're all your own people. Who doesn't understand you? Yu Dandy smiled apologetically before chasing after him. After a long interval, the two once again came to the old schoolhouse in the evening. At that time, they went from being classmates to friends, and now, they are great friends. What's the matter? You and Xiaomu? Yu Dandy looked at Poutong with a smile, already ready to eat melon. The teenager in front of him nodded and shook his head. Let's talk about this matter later. Right now there is a more important matter. Poutong looked at Yu Dandy, who was close at hand, with a bit of emotion. I originally wrote a solo song, and by now I'm going to be singing with Xiaomu, so I'm going to give this song to you. Yu Dandy stared with wide eyes, a bit not quite understanding. It's simple. Poutong hemmed and hawed, circling around Yu Dandy. As long as I write you a song, the rumors about us not getting along will be gone. Right, because I'm not happy when the internet says you're not again after the 6th installment. Because they don't think we have a good relationship and I'm not happy. Because I don't want to upset a girl who is always looking out for me one bit. Because then, I'm not happy. Yu Dandy's sight always followed the circling teenager, as if there was something in her sight, as if the whole thing exploded, like soap bubbles rising up with the wind, occupying the whole world full of her heart and eyes. But I still want to rely on myself. She rubbed her sore nose. If I always rely on you, I'll turn into a loser. It's okay. Poutine patted her shoulder. You'll have countless other chances to rely on yourself in the future. But this time, I want you to be happy. Obviously, she was the one who thought the most of herself, but she was misunderstood as not having a good relationship with herself. And even though there was nothing on the surface, she would definitely be unhappy in her heart, right? She's thought so much about herself, she's already walked far far towards her, so she has to walk at least one step towards her before she can do the same. But, no, Poutong spoke out directly to interrupt the young girl. This time, you have to listen to me. I don't mean to be biased, it's positively biased. Chapter 139, don't you have a creative bottleneck? Since you've asked for it in good faith, I'll be merciful and grant it to you. Yu Dandy really did not want to refuse Poutong's good intentions this time. The one-way running to get a two-way response. This is completely the extent that she can dream and wake up with a smile. For a moment, she couldn't believe it was true. Yu Dandy ghostly pinched her wrist and immediately felt a faint yet clear pain. You're hitting too lightly. I'll do it. Poutong saw Yu Dandy's subconscious action, and suddenly felt a bit emotional. How much she really doubted the authenticity of this matter. I'm afraid you won't be able to get down. Yu Dandy hammed and hawed. Snap! Poutong instantly jerked a strip of leather around her wrist, the fast out of the stump kind. Where do you get the confidence? Roll you. Yu Dandy showed her teeth in pain, not expecting this guy to actually come for real. She rubbed the red marks on her wrist and instantly recognized the reality that, even though the two of them were now starting to walk in opposite directions, they were still a long way away. So, play it as it is. Don't ink. I'm going to get down to business. Poutong also didn't want to waste time on fooling around, and began to tell Yu Dandy 2 or 3 things about Siamu's online relationship. Even though Yu Dandy, who liked to brainstorm, had already imagined all sorts of possible scenarios for the two of them, she didn't expect it to be so bull *******. Because of the fried CP backlash was scolded by netizens, and then began to question the showbiz false feelings, and finally decided to hide the identity of the star to carry out online love. Talent. Honestly, Yu Dandy is never believe in online dating. Not that she doubts the authenticity of online dating. She does not believe in is the gap between the virtual and the reality. When something expressed through the text, the language will be more profound, more internal. So the exchange of online users will produce a feeling of deep misunderstanding. But if you get along offline, you will soon find in the network to communicate the inconsistency. If two people do get together, are they in love with the image of the other person that is packaged on the internet? Or is it the living, breathing person? So what does this have to do with you? Yu Dandy was still puzzled. Logically speaking, it was only right that Poutong should not know about this kind of thing, and it was even more unlikely that he would take the initiative to get involved. You may not believe me when I say it, but I'm responsible for him going on an online relationship. Yu Dandy sucked in a breath of cool air. It can't be Poutong letting people go for online dating. What kind of bad idea is this? Cheat on online dating. Heaven forbid. Seeing her look of disgust, Poutong hurriedly told her in detail what happened at that time. It couldn't be all his fault. Who made Siamu's thinking so clear? Yu Dandy listened. His eyebrows were twisted into twists. You this master when? To pit disciple. She also wondered it. A few days ago during the exam she gave, Siamu picked up the pencil that fell on the ground. The result is that he blurted out a teacher's wife. Can give her the whole will not. So his master is here. It's alright. It's alright. Originally Yu Dandy did not want to manage. Now have to manage. This child is quite understanding. A teacher mother called her heart. She equally holds favor with everyone who is high on her in Poutong's CP. So, what do you think? Poutong finally cut to the chase. Although the master is a front, watching his cheap disciple blindly fall deeper and deeper, he is really a bit of heart. Understanding, but not supportive. Yu Dandy sighed. Anyway, with her character, if there is someone she likes, she will take the initiative. It's impossible to make a whole lot of curves. Poutong inclined her head at her, sort of guessing that she would say that. Both of them actually had a similar view of Siamu's situation. They wouldn't ridicule him, they wouldn't question him, and they could even help him, but they definitely wouldn't support him. So, you're planning to have me analyze that online friend of Siamu's from a girl's perspective? Rather. Yu Dandy bit her lip and pondered for a while, nodded her head and said, it feels like, she should be very good at analyzing. No way. Poutong stopped her in time. I promised Siamu, I can only tell you about this. So Sakura-chan and Lin Yushi, you can't tell. Yu Dandy wasn't surprised, but instead had a few more moments of secret happiness. It was true that she was the most trustworthy person in Poutong, and there wasn't one. Besides, this more personal little secret was really important, and there was no way she was going to mess with it. I don't know how to fix it. Let's see. Yu Dandy also didn't want to teach others to do things, and this matter still needed to be considered in the long run. It was still early in the day before class started, and the two began walking back in pairs. Not in a hurry. I say, you're not going to secretly engage in some kind of online dating, right? Yu Dandy casually asked. No way. The one I talk to the most is you. Who am I going to find for online dating? Poutong gave her a blank look. Do you want to check my cell phone? Better not then. Had. She wasn't a jealous woman. She was just asking out of curiosity, and she knew that Poutong was unlikely to do anything that wasn't related to her studies. That said, I was going to check your cell phone, Poutong said coldly. Ha, don't get me wrong. I just want to know exactly what your note to me is. Poutong could be too curious. He knew that Dandy had set a strange note for himself during the last sports meeting, and as a result, he still didn't know what the note was. I'll tell you about it sometime. Dandy hemmed and hawed and watched as the people around him started to get bigger, hurriedly pulling away from Poutong and bouncing away. It can't be some unoriginal note like pig's head or something. Poutong looked at her back and shook her head helplessly. By the time he arrived at the classroom, Dandy had already acted like nothing had happened, as if the two hadn't seen each other at any of their extracurricular activities. Let me tell you a secret. Dude to toilet for 20 minutes. Lin Yushi sneered. She has seen through everything. You two done? The two of them were a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. Because it was related to Xiamu's little secret, the two of them weren't really in a position to say anything. What's finished? Is it the kind I think it is? Iori Yukino scratched her head. 20 minutes. Not bad, hey. We just went for a little chat. Boughton coughed dryly. I'm talking about chatting. Ha, Iori Yukino's eyes were full of doubt. What else? Just chatting. Dandy hurriedly took over the conversation. Chatting about the graduation party. He helped me write a song. The best way to end a topic was to bring up another very interesting topic. And as expected, as soon as Dandy's words left his mouth, Lin Yushi and Sakura's sister's interest suddenly came to the new song. You're trying to implicitly express that you guys are on good terms by giving dude a song, so that the rumors don't break, right? Lin Yushi directly guessed Poutong's thoughts. In the end, it was still a story of her spoiling him and him spoiling her. Poutong was just about to say something when he was directly interrupted by Dandy. No relationship is good enough. Just friends. She hemmed and hawed, snatching the answer right out of the air. Okay, friends. Lin Yushi didn't bother biting off more than she could chew with them. As long as she sings your songs when the time comes, it'll show that you're still friends. Or extra good friends, right? She bit the word friend very hard, and it was hard to hear Poutong and Dandy. Lin Yushi stopped talking, sat aside and began to survey these two people with a sly, gee, damn dog food. That's disgusting. I have a little tiny question. Iori Yukino cupped her chin. Don't you still have to write a collab song for that Who's Coming? So you're going to write 2 songs? Although there's still a bit of time before the graduation party, I'm afraid it's not easy to write 2 songs with the same theme at the same time. It should be. It's no problem. Dandy mumbled. She knew of course that this was difficult, but she was at the same time confident in Poutine, though that confidence was unfounded. It's okay. Poutong was a little weak. Just copying, can not be fast? Then write me one too? Iori Yukino smiled cheekily. More. No. Poutong is really easy to run out of talent, even if he used to be a professional singer who remembers more songs, but that's limited and sooner or later it runs out. The 3 women stared at him, no longer able to believe his words of Zhonglang talent. You really don't have a creative bottleneck? Chapter 140, Let Me Try the Sword. Master, how's it going? After school, Xiamu waited until the 3 of them, Dandy, had left before he grayed out and came to Poutong's side and began to ask about the development of things. He also found out that Poutong and Dandan went out together during the extracurricular activities, and naturally knew that they were there to talk about themselves. Just told Dandy. She didn't laugh at you, said she'd help you counsel later. Xiamu was relieved when he heard this. He thought he would be despised by others. But don't get your hopes up. Poutong directly began to lower his expectations. It's impossible for the 2 of us high school students to know too much. The key is still up to you. Aha! Xiamu nodded and left with his schoolbag on his back. As he walked, he pondered, always feeling that something was strange. It's not right. At the beginning, did not he say that with the 2 of them to assist, he is invincible? How to get on the thief ship began to don't hold too much hope. He suspected he was being Pua. Paint the pie hard at first and then throw cold water on it later. Old capitalist. Poutong is also helpless. He and Dandy are half-assed. Cannot come up with bad ideas. This kind of thing is not good to say, in case they now teach others to fall in love. By the time they are still pulling with Dandy, the 2 others directly run now successful. Then they are not a clown. Forget it, take a step and see what happens. Poutong sighed and returned home to start writing the lyrics. There was rehearsal time for the graduation party, so there was no need for him to rush. And even if there were only lyrics, he should be able to learn them by letting them listen to his own singing a few more times when the time came, right? Sakura-chan can learn it. They can't be dumber than Sakura-chan, can they? Buzz. Poutong glanced at the cell phone that lit up with a message notification on the side, and only after realizing that it was Udandy did she stop what she was doing, pick up her phone, and start to look at it. Only have Udandan's message he will be the first time to see. Of course, this is not eccentric mainly Udandan is too understanding. Nothing important will not take the initiative to find their own chat, so every time she has a message, that is certainly a positive thing. Udandy, I think that we, as outsiders, can't interfere too much in the affairs of the two of them. What she said is naturally Siamu's matter, although it is claimed that they help Siamu staff, but other people as private matters. Outsiders, no matter how to say it, is not very good. Easy to offend, not to mention. In case they make any wrong decisions for others to delay others, then they will feel guilty for a lifetime. POTUS, so? Udandy, so? We can't actively get involved. We can only assist from the sidelines. Udandy, like, go check out the identity of that netizen or something. Not to interfere with the status quo of Siamu and Ling Ling, and to start another thread? POTUS, you can't just use your resources to investigate people's real information. That's not good. There is no doubt that with the capital behind Udandy, really want to find out the real identity of a person from the internet. Absolutely not a difficult task. But the problem was that it would undoubtedly be an invasion of someone's privacy if it was investigated this way, which was too much. Even if they did find out at that time, Siamu would definitely have trouble accepting their behavior. Udandy, how can that be? It's not like people have any grudges against me. I mean, investigate that netizen's character or something. POTUS? Udandy, it's just to reach out to her to see if she treats other guys the same way she treats Siamu when she talks to them. If she treats everyone like that, then isn't it just like King Neptune raising fish? What kind of thinking is this? Approaching Ling Ling to help Siamu test her? It does seem a bit fishy if that Ling Ling does treat every boy with the same gentleness. It didn't seem like a bad way to test Ling Ling's character from this angle. POTUS, hardly. Let me. How does approaching his online friend behind his brother's back sound so awkward? Even though it's a tryst? Udandy, no, you can't go. She refused without even thinking about it. Of course, such a thing as letting Poutine go and talk to another girl was impossible, and she couldn't afford to do it. Moreover, in case it breaks down at that time, it would not be good for the brother and sister to spread the word. Boughton, so, Udandy, yeah, I'll go. It is not just an account on the internet, she can also be a male number. Anyway, both sides are girls, even if the time to say through, there will be no misunderstanding. She had thought about it seriously. Firstly, Poutong had to study and didn't have very much time. She had a lot more time relatively. Secondly, as a girl she definitely knew more about girls, and it might be possible to draw more conclusions directly through chatting. POTUS, your idea, it's pretty outrageous, but it sounds like it's something unexpected. Not to mention the fact that the school Udandy was in before was the same as this Ling Ling school, so there are even more problems that can be found. Udandy, the word color has a knife in it. Udandy, let me try the knife. Although he doesn't know what's going on. The conclusion right now is that Udude is planning to pretend to be a boy to try out Siamu's female internet friends. Of course, Siamu had long ago confirmed the other party's gender. Ling Ling gender female. This is not controversial. Poutine, so, don't tell Siamu for now. Right, Udandy, of course. I'm purely making a friend to test the waters. It doesn't involve him, and has absolutely nothing to do with that line on his side. She's got a lot of ideas. Poutong also had to sigh. If it was up to him, he couldn't come up with such a weird idea. If it pays off, then it was indeed the right decision to tell Udandy about it. The screenshot of the learning app that Siamu sent to him at that time is still there. And Udandy also did as he did and registered an account to go into private message Ling Ling. So guilty. There was no need for Poutong to wait all the time, and he started his own study. Udandan sighed. He was still relieved. However, plans for the two didn't seem to be going too well, and he still hadn't received any news until bedtime. The next day, the two who came early began a new discussion. Private message, no response. Udandy sighed. She found Ling Ling's account last night, and also learned to ask a question by private message, but didn't get any reply. I guess her life has been enriched by Siamu and won't be so boring anymore. Udandy shrugged, not knowing what to say. Not long after, Lin Yashi and Iori Yukino arrived at their respective seats, and the two of them could only end the conversation about Siamu. Poutong was about to memorize his book when he noticed that the homeroom teacher had walked into the classroom and his eyes were precisely on their piece. Your group, come out for a moment. Zhang Bingyan pointed to their star trainee group and directly called the 8 people out. By the looks of it, it would be the graduation party, and it was precisely this event that he had something to do with these people. Several people followed Zhang Bingyan to the office and watched him pull out a sheet from the drawer. Don't want to disturb the other students. Here's the registration form for the graduation party. fill it out yourselves. He glanced at Poutong again, a bit helpless. He didn't want to influence Poutong if he could, but this guy was just too special. Several other people had already thought of their programs and went forward to fill out the forms. Only Siamu and Yu Dandy froze in place, looking at Poutong suspiciously. They don't even know the title of the song. How can they fill in? Ahahaha. Teacher, it's okay for Siamu and I to sing a song in chorus. It counts as attending the graduation party, right? Can. Zhang Binyan's eyes flashed. This kid can think of this method of reducing influence? Poutine went up and wrote a song out of it. The chorus. That must be a song written by Poutong, right? Don Hengshu had also heard about it from Siamu, and could only look at the two of them with envy. However, completely unaware of this, Tang Luochang and Chen Xiqing were confused. Siamu and Poutong actually so familiar? He was actually able to get Poutong to write a song. This was something they had been thinking about day and night, and had made so much effort to do so, only to have this guy Siamu get it so easily. Jealousy. Jealousy makes two people's faces look different. Tang Luochang was very angry and wanted to go to the canyon to cut people. She looked at Chen Xiqing and showed her idea of going on the number together in the evening. Chen Xiqing immediately faced a bitter. This girl, how the game addiction is heavier than him. Every day told him to stay up late to play games. He is really tired. Looking at Tang Luochang's well-behaved eyes, he really couldn't bear to refuse, and could only nod with a bitter smile. She's going to be drained again. Dandy, write the program quickly. Zhang Binyan smiled gently, completely different faces from how he treated others. Papa Powder is like this. Yu Dandy smiled but did not move. Poutong hemmed and hawed and walked over to write another program. Chapter 141, The Weight of Two Songs. No one is calm when POTUS is done writing. He wrote and filled out 2 programs. That's 2 songs. Writing 2 songs out in just a few days. Is that still human? Not to mention the difficulty of having 2 songs on the same theme, 1 solo and 1 chorus. Even if Zhang Binyan is a pure amateur, he was shocked by Poutong's behavior. That's 2 songs, not 2 questions and 2 sentences. Many singers have to grind for a long time to write even 1 song, and the quality is not guaranteed. But in his case, it didn't take much effort at all. Cough. 2 songs, are you sure? Zhang Binyan sized up Poutong and didn't see any nervousness coming from his face. In other words, he's really not panicking. Poutong, those songs he still have heard all. The level of natural no say. Now he has a look of calmness, completely is to indicate that the level of these 2 songs is also enough to qualify efficiency and quality. Does this allow professional singers to eat? The song is okay, taking the trick. Poutine pursed her lips. Truthfully, Zhang Binyan instantly wanted to blow him out. It's okay to act humble with others, but in front of him? A few star trainees cursed in their hearts. This guy is simply a monster. Thanks to him not mixing with the entertainment industry. Otherwise they would have to starve to death. Starting from today, you guys will go to the auditorium for rehearsals for extracurricular activities in the future. Your afternoon study sessions are also cancelled, and you will go home directly after school after rehearsals. Zhang Binyan knocked on the table. This Saturday weekend may also let you guys come to school for rehearsal. Pay attention to arrange a good time. The weekend and afternoon study time are gone? Poutong was struck by lightning. How much private study time do we have to make up to earn it back? A pang of sadness went through him at the thought of the information books and exercise books on his desk going cold. For a few of the other star trainees this was rather unusual. They were used to practicing and performing, and participating in this sort of thing was a breeze. As a class teacher, I also hope that my students can have a good performance at the party, so you guys should cheer up too. Zhang Binyan's friendliness only stayed for a short while, but I still hope you guys don't leave your studies behind. It's not your privilege, understand? The group nodded quickly, a completely subconscious action. Don't look at them all stars, usually high up, but in front of Zhang Binyan still have to be coy. Do not dare to have any objections. Teacher to student, it's bloodline suppression. Several people left the office, which was a relief to each of them. Master, did you originally prepare this song for yourself? As soon as he left the house, Siamu asked unapologetically. He was just too curious. Poutong had said before that he had a solo song ready to go, but because he was going to sing with himself later on, that's when he dropped the idea. What a master! Iori Yukino proceeded directly to an elemental perception. You too, do you actually have this relationship? Oops. Siamu instantly realized his slip of the tongue, because Poutong had already told Yu Dandan about it. The 2 words of master and mistress were circling around in his head, and as soon as he called out in passing, he called out. Interesting. Lin Yushi looked at the scene playfully, catching many new clues. She was never one to sit around and wait for things to happen. If there was something she couldn't come to a conclusion on, she wouldn't wait, she would just investigate on her own. Ha ha ha, I've watched too many fairy dramas. Sorry, okay, You think we're cuties? Ah, Don Hongshu whacked him. It's annoying to be stuck with division all day. Yu Dandy was aware of this. Just on the side of the cackle straight laugh. Poutong, this cheap disciple is really not too smart. Look. Seeing that he couldn't pretend anymore, Xiaomu could only accept the reality. Master, sorry for exposing it. Exposed? Ah. Poutong gave him a blank look. Just don't tell the public. It's okay for the few of us to know. Right. When Poutong spoke here, he glanced at the two people on the side, Tang Luo Chang and Gan Hongsu. Other people are familiar with themselves, naturally will not say anything, but these two people, he really is not familiar with. Need to focus on care a little. Ahaha, won't talk nonsense. Chen Xiqing instantly understood what Poutong meant and patted Tang Luochang while promising with her mouth full. Me too. The two of them were still thinking about Poutong's song, so how could they possibly do something to upset him? Poutong didn't like to be disturbed, so of course they had to swallow this kind of thing in their stomachs. The two looked at each other with some helplessness and sadness. They had never seen Xiaomu and Poutong have much interaction before, but they didn't expect that Xiaomu, the kid who was bored and did great things, had climbed into a relationship without realizing it. This is a master and disciple. Hey, master to disciple songwriting is normal. This is their envy cannot come relationship. Let's not talk about apprentices. Apprentices and grandchildren will do. 2 songs ah, that's 2 songs ah. What level are they? Don Hengshu really couldn't hold back his excitement. His eyes filled with anticipation. Poutong, every song is the existence of can be his textbook ah. He has repeatedly taste, now almost become Poutong Iron fan. Normal level. He can't comment on other people's songs. This can't be said in a few words. We can only wait for the rehearsal to let them listen to it. Poutong was looked at by a group of people, and found an excuse to go to the restroom and hurriedly left, leaving only a few star trainees in the hallway looking at each other in disbelief. I have to say, he's really too good. Lin Yushi patted Yu Dandy's shoulder. You've picked up a treasure. For a while, several people looked at Yu Dandy with more envy in their eyes. For any artist, a creative talent like Poutong is a total treasure trove. Yu Dandy is more already have Poutong's 2 songs, but people laying talent this relationship, but they envy not come. What the hell? Yu Dandy grunted. Don't talk nonsense oh. She shook off Lin Yushi's hand and quickly left them behind. What do you mean you picked up the treasure? It's obviously that idiot who picked up the treasure. Ha, I'm a rich little. What's wrong with him? The rest of the few people only feel toothache. This man and woman is really shaking eyes. Can only be resentful to follow. Teacher Zhang ah, that program list, you dealt with it. Su Lei actually saw the form on the desk a long time ago, but seeing that people didn't mean to give it, he could only lick his face and ask for it. This is going to the school. Zhang Binyan tone is very cold, although the words are very short, but obviously did not give Su Lei any good face. Teacher Zhang, a few star trainees programs, as a director I should still know about them. Right. Su Lei was having a hard time. He really couldn't afford to be tough in the face of this teacher because he couldn't be tough on people. Zhang Binyan, fierce reputation. Even before many outsiders mention Huailin, the first reaction is the high school teacher Zhang Binyan. The reason is also very simple. He used to be the one who had a conflict with the parents of the students in the court, and this incident was a big deal and highly discussed at that time, although he won in the end and kept his job as a teacher. The reputation, it's just not good. Why did Su Lei pick the 13th class at that time? Is not the figure Zhang Binyan this fierce reputation? He had also thought, if the class teacher and the student conflict can take the opportunity to hype a hand, who knows, Zhang Binyan is really too powerful. Directly to a few stars scared Newt. His intention is also considered empty. I'll just take a look. Just take a look. Su Lei saw that Zhang Binyan was not moved, and sort of softened. Poof. Zhang Binyan also ignored him and silently removed the big hand that pressed on the watch, letting him take it himself. It was only then that Su Lei took the senior class 13's program schedule and began to look at it, and he only scanned it before noticing 2 names in a grid. Chorus? Poutong and Xiaomu actually sang a song together? Su Lei subconsciously panicked, secretly thankful that this time it was a live broadcast in cooperation with the school. If it's taped on the show, I'm afraid it's not a good shot for Xiaomu. The chorus of these two must be Poutong's new song, right? This guy is really good. He didn't look away. Su Lei sked and continued to look down, only to find that Yu Dandy's solo title was a song he had never heard before. The Remembering? He has the circle. Not dare to say read the song countless. Most of the songs he still know, but this song he would have never heard of. Ah, that must be a new song. Yu Dandy sang a song, or a new song. Su Lei instantly guessed what was going on. This song, and it was ing written by Poutong. This guy wrote 2 songs at once. What a pity, what a pity. Su Lei felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. How nice it would have been to enter the circle. Snap. Zhang Binyan suddenly slapped the desk, staring Su Lei with a jolt. Don't hit on my students. Su Lei was a little displeased, but looking at a big meaty hand in front of him, he froze and did not dare to say a word, put down the form and slipped away. He even carefully closed his office door. Chapter 142, The Best Memorial. You haven't been part of the party yet. Yu Dandy surveyed the still steady as an old dog reading and writing Poutong, is a little puzzled. Wouldn't it stand to reason that such people who have never participated in such a large event before should be nervous and excited when they attend for the first time? Maybe Poutine won't be excited about this if he's not excited about it, but he has to be nervous at least. Never attended. Poutine lied without blushing. Although he used to be on the small bottom side, he still attended things like party events, but not much attention was paid to them. Compared to those star-studded parties, what's so stressful about a small school graduation party? It doesn't matter. It's just like your normal singing. Yu Dandy laughed. I see that your level is still quite high. Just play normally. Poutong gave her an odd look with an odd face and didn't say anything. Underestimating me isn't. Even though he used to paste, the basics were still solid, at least one version ahead of these high schoolers. It's not that he's a braggart. If he really wanted to be a pussy, he could take over all the programs at the graduation party by himself. Thanks. Poutong nodded and continued to do his own questions quietly. The extracurricular activity was about to go to the auditorium for rehearsal, so it was important to make time to study. Yu Dandy looked at his lack of interest and pouted as he began to think about himself. She didn't want to rely on Poutong at first, because that would make her look useless, like a parasite who only relies on others. There will definitely be people who think that she approached Poutong because he is very capable. Being good was certainly part of the attraction, but it wasn't as if she needed to go and feed off of Poutine's goodness. Alas, Yu Dandy was a bit helpless. The people around him were too good, and even occasionally became troublesome. She accepted Poutong's song because she didn't want to reject Poutong's rare initiative of kindness towards her, but that didn't mean she couldn't rely on her own strength. She decided that for this song by Poutine, she would play it on the piano. She had told Poutong in music class before that she played the piano well, but she had never had the chance to show it off, so she had to show him this time. When the time comes, you'll be amazed by this girl. What are you laughing at? Poutong just glanced at her and realized that Yu Dandy had just laughed that naive laugh, and at a glance, she knew that she was brainstorming some weird stuff again. It's nothing. Yu Dandy immediately tightened her smile, intending to keep some suspense. Piano. It's always unlikely he'll be able to. Poutong's neighborhood, she has also seen, belongs to the type of very dense households. If really practicing the piano will definitely disturb the people, he definitely did not have the opportunity to learn. The day was not really long, but perhaps with anticipation. Yu Dandy always felt that it took a long time to get to the extracurricular activities. Say, where's the school's auditorium? A few people were ready to leave before Iori Yukino let out a soulful question. They've only been here for half a semester, and they've never been to that place either. Several people looked at Poutong in unison. There was no way. Who made him an aborigine? Alright, you guys follow me. Poutong was rather helpless and could only lead a few people in the direction of the auditorium. During the period after the extracurricular activities of a large number of people, he walked in the forefront. Looks like a big brother with a group of little brother. These little brother and even are the circle of fame is not small star, which is very spectacular. Along the way, the rate of return countless. It may be that countless years from now, when people look at the several superstars who occupy one side of the sky in the entertainment industry are just that man's little brother. This can only be traced back to this day. Although Poutong had never been here either, he had memories after all, and in no time at all, he led the crowd to the school's auditorium. Welcome to the world's tallest city auditorium. It's a beautiful auditorium. What are you talking about? Yu Dandy poked Poutong on the back, telling him to pay attention to his image. Poutine just laughed and didn't say anything. The crowd saw that the doors were open and that there were quite a few people inside, so they walked in silently. Inside the auditorium, there were already a lot of people involved in the program, and they were moving the equipment. There was still some time left before the official performance, so the equipment was placed in a very casual manner, which was also convenient for rehearsal. As soon as they heard the commotion and turned around, they realized that it was Poutong and his group, and they stopped what they were doing and stared blankly. It's a battle they've never seen before. Here you are, help move the equipment. The ones in charge of the rehearsal were a few music teachers from the school, and they didn't intend to give privileges to the stars or anything, treating them equally. A few of the star trainees were also smart enough to go over and start helping out. Poutong was rolling up his sleeves and preparing to move his things when he was shouted at by the female teacher in charge. What's wrong, teacher? Sure is handsome. The female teacher looked up and down. The more she looked, the better she looked. The songs are all great. A good seedling. The music teacher's name is Han Yen, considered one of the best-looking batch of female teachers at their school, a senior at the conservatory, and I've heard that she also moonlights as a musician. Han Yen acted as if he couldn't see anyone else, and directly started praising Poutong, making him a little embarrassed. I hear you're also a good student. Have you considered conservatory? I could put you in touch? Not yet. Poutong was not thinking about art colleges at all, but out of politeness, he could only decline for the time being. I'm guessing you're not interested. Honestly, you'd be good enough to be a teacher at a conservatory. Ha ha ha. The other students carried the things in their hands. Their hearts were sour. They didn't have to work and listen to rainbow farts. How can there be such a good thing? But considering that it was poutine, they felt reasonable again. Luckily, the teacher didn't brag for too long, and Poutong was able to get out of the way to move his stuff and fit in with the group. The first day of rehearsal was mostly about packing up the venue, and by the time they got their equipment in place, there were only about 10 minutes left before school ended. It's too late to rehearse it again today. Han Nian sighed, then shifted his eyes back to Poutong. Poutine's scalp tingled with a bad feeling as she stared at him. I looked at the set list, and I think Poutong has 2 original songs. When this statement came out, a few star students to okay, the other students immediately exclaimed out in shock. Original 2 songs, this is just heavenly for them all. Mr. Poutong is truly a man of God. Yes, Poutong could only nod his head stiffly. There's not much time left to practice only 1 or 2 programs. Why don't you make a sample and demonstrate it first? Poutong. The smile on Han Nian's face was thick. As a musician, she could be too curious about what Poutong could come up with. Ha, aren't we all practicing together in rehearsal? How come it's still his personal presentation session? This music teacher must have done it on purpose. Do you all want to hear it? Han Nian smiled and asked the group of students for their opinions. Think. Too much thought. A roar of enthusiastic support went up, and Poutong turned back to Iori Yukino and glared at her. Damn Sakura girl, you're the one who shouts the loudest. Ihiya. Iori Yukino hemmed and hawed, raising her hands in approval. Anyway, rehearsal, he will have to sing sooner or later, and not in this day or two. Poutong sighed and accepted the offer. Teacher, you brought your cell phone, didn't you? Can you help record it? Anyway, it's all about singing, so why not just record a voice and send it to you Dandy for her to practice? Learning a song, just record it on your cell phone. It's still a long time before the show, so she's sure to learn. Han Nian smiled and readily accepted, opening the recording and placing it on the sheet music stand in front of him after Poutong went on stage to tune his guitar. Poutong didn't need sheet music, after all. The song hadn't come out yet and was only in his head for now. The song, it's called In Memoriam. You Dandy in the audience blinked, and instantly began to listen intently. She did know the name of the song Poutine had given herself, and it was this very song, Remembering, which meant that it was the song she would be performing and singing when the time came. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Everything blooms so brightly in my heart. There's not many days left in the countdown. Pieces of paper around your feet, too late to pick it up. The simple lyrics, as if Wan had arrived, instantly caught everyone's ears. As the title suggests, one line of the song is like a storyteller, telling the trivialities of the campus and the memorable student days. This class is so arrogant, not speaking in any class, pressed textbooks copying homework, glances on tests, black eyes in the morning, little sleepy moments in class, pleasantries between classmates. These lyrics are the little things that happen around every student, and as they listen quietly, they just feel unusually close. I just want to pull the flow, say goodbye properly, carve your smiling faces in your hearts, watching meteors streak across the sky, make our wish, let now be forever. In the final repetition of forever, the whole song ended, but the crowd in the auditorium, did not make a sound. The crowd was silent until suddenly someone burst into tears. Excuse me, I'm a senior, maybe you guys will feel close, but it won't be us in the familiar classroom later. She was still choking, unmistakable in the silent auditorium. They all suddenly felt that their noses were a little sore. In order not to delay the seniors' college entrance exams, there were very few senior parties among the performers, only one male and one female presenter, and only those who are about to graduate can appreciate the touching memories that come flooding back. In the future, sitting in the classroom is no longer them, can only say goodbye properly, so that the memory can spread in reality, respectively, to be the same as the encounter, which is to give each other the best souvenir. Chapter 143, The Piano Solo. You Dandy gazed at Poutong on the stage with a somewhat heavy heart. It was obvious that the guy was just an average high school student, but whenever he started to sing, he always had an indescribable air of commitment and professionalism that made him feel like a believer. If she hadn't never heard of this person, she would have almost thought that Poutong had been a star before. She clenched her fists, stressed, this song will be sung by myself, so if I don't sing it well, won't it be the same as smashing Poutong's sign? Whether it was for herself or for Poutine, this was a song she had to sing to be good. Poutine clicked to stop the cell phone recording, which removed the guitar from his body. This song is for you's classmates, right? Han Nian coughed. From the lyrics and melody, It does seem to be more suitable for girls. It should be written specifically for girls, right? The crowd then got over the shock and began to savor the teacher's words. It is suitable for a girl to sing. It must be the creation of the good. As far as I can see that it can only be for the Udandi to write. They watched the variety show a few days ago, and they were not familiar with this class. And they also went along with the flow thinking that Puyu did not fit. Now look, the two of them are already the best in the world, and it is not the turn of others to talk about it. I wrote it blind. Boughton scratched his head, not intending to explain too much. The original singer of this song Remembering is indeed a girl, so the whole style is also more suitable for girls to sing. When the time comes, Udandi's stage performance will definitely be better than his own, right? Time is running out too, so let's call it a day. Han Nian clapped his hands, signaling that everyone could go home from school. Teacher, why don't you add me as a friend? Poutong handed the phone back to the teacher. When the time comes, you can send me this audio. Han Nian readily agreed. She was still worried about how to ask for Poutong's contact information, but she didn't expect him to directly take the initiative to ask. Poutine said her account number, intending to go back and give her a pass. The first day of rehearsal was over, and several people left the auditorium, ready to fold back into the classroom to pack their book bags. When you come to rehearsals in the future, is it possible to simply bring your book bag with you? Iori Yukino frowned. For her, this coming and going was too tiring. Sure, but there's a problem. Lin Yushi then walked and stretched her back. She should be a bit tired from carrying things. The problem is, what are you going to do with your backpack back there? Can you read it? Yeah, oh, I'm not even looking. She didn't need to carry a backpack at all. Is learning such an inconvenience? That being said, Sakura-chan followed them back to the classroom and cleaned up a little. Well, at least, the homework has to be taken back. This song of yours is really good. Udandi packed her school bag, the melody of the song still floating in her head. Graduates aren't the only ones who can relate to this song. At least for her it's sad when she hears it. Like graduation. Dude, they are leaving the place and saying goodbye to this familiar place after the shooting of the program. In fact, as celebrities, they have never been able to enjoy a really quiet and calm school life. Until this variety show, they have in a sense removed the halo and become real students. Udandi froze, suddenly a little reluctant. It was a time worth remembering, and the song, Remembering, she loved, so she had to bring her all to the table to do so. Let's go. Don't freeze. Poutong knocked on the table, interrupting the frothing Udandi. It's almost time to go home. Oh, Udandi glanced at Poutong, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Because of the rehearsal program, they were released from school a little later than the others, and when Poutong arrived home, her mother had already made dinner. For this graduation party of yours, can parents go to the venue? Hui served Poutong his rice and said glumly, I watched the program twice with you guys in a row. I'd be so bored without you guys. This installment is live, and by then they'll all be at school for the graduation party, and mom will have to watch it live at home all by herself. I'm guessing there will be some senior parents. What gives you the right? The graduation party is still mainly for the graduates, and at that time, in addition to the presence of all seniors, some parent representatives should also be invited. Hui sighed. She wasn't the graduate's parent, so who could blame her? The two of them ate a few mouthfuls of rice, and Hui suddenly brightened up, and just wanted to open her mouth and directly choked. You are also a cow. Poutong looked at his mom's wide-eyed chest pounding really can't look at it, and hurriedly poured her a cup of water. Who? Hui choked on her tears and gasped in excitement. I thought of a good idea. She took a few more sips of water, which completely smoothed out her breath. You're all attending the graduation party, so wouldn't the agents of those three little stars be free? Wouldn't it be fine for the four of us to watch it together on a mic? Poutong was stunned. Empty nest parents gathering to watch their kids? It sounded kinda like that. You don't even know each other well. Okay, neither of you are in the same boat. Don't we get acquainted as we talk? He could understand mom being capable of something so unorthodox, but those agents were so busy with their work that they surely didn't have much time for this whole thing with her. Poutong returned to his room after eating, and only then did he notice the message alert on his cell phone. Udandi, that Ling Ling returned to me this afternoon. She then sent a screenshot of the very diagram that Ling Ling had sent her to explain the topic. Other than that, there was no other communication between the two. POTUS, in the afternoon? It's Tuesday, and there haven't been any holidays lately, so it's just bizarre that you can take a picture of a question and answer it on your cell phone at this point in time. Back at the games he had suspected that this Ling Ling might not be a student, and now it seemed that the possibility was being magnified indefinitely. Udandi cheek amazing. Directly a brain to people sent 3 questions, but also asked if you can add a contact information to facilitate the discussion of learning. Poutong, you're being too direct here. He just sent a message and then thought. Udandi was originally like this. What ideas are never disguised, are straight to the point. Udandi, isn't that how Siamu added to it? I call this learning from successful experience, less detour. Like, really, Siamu that guy was also chatting a few words to add people's friends, and then began a sinful relationship. However, Udandi's message was once again stone-sunk, and did not get any reply. This called Ling Ling recently should not have the habit of looking at the study app. He didn't know what to say, so he just sent the audio to Udandi through his music teacher's friend. I also don't know how far she can practice, exactly in one night, and I am afraid that I can only find out at the time of rehearsal. The next day, the auditorium was properly set up and they had officially begun rehearsals. Han Nian gathered everyone together. It's the first rehearsal today, so we'll just string together a scene. We don't have to give a full performance. Let's go one by one in the order of the program, and any instruments needed need to be noted in advance. Han Nian took out the full program list on the side, and the crowd began to go on stage one by one in order. Those who dared to sign up for the school party were definitely prepared, and naturally there was no stage fright, as those who danced went up for a few small dances, and those who sang went up for a couple of light songs, at a fast pace. It was also the first time that Poutong saw a few of the other star trainees programs. Gan Hongsu and Tang Luocheng both sang solo, and Chen Xiqing performed a dance routine. As promised, Lin Yuxi performed her best folk dance, and Iori Yukino was an otaku dance that looked joyful as she sang and danced. To this, Cherry Blossom Girl explains that singing and dancing are both easy to miss, so she chooses to sing and dance again. So wouldn't that be a negative? Boughton can only praise her for her great intelligence. It was soon Udandi's turn, and she didn't go straight to the stage, and walked over to talk to the teacher about something, pointing to the piano at the edge of the stage on the way. You was planning to play a piano solo, right? Han Yen frowned. She also knew that although Udandi was the singer of the song, Poutong's song had only come out yesterday and everyone had only heard it a short while ago. It's easy to learn to sing it in such a short time. It's hard to adapt it for piano playing. I want to try. Udandi's expression was serious, and she stole a glance at Poutong, her heart a little hot. The only way to tell everyone that they are close and always have been is to come up with a joint effort from both of them. Chapter 144, Is there anything you don't know how to do? She really doesn't want to rely completely on herself after all. Udandi can do this kind of thing. Poutong is not surprising at all, but just because she will do so, she is Udandi, not others. She's not willing to accept unconditional favoritism from others. She won't just take what's good for her. Maybe she's stubborn, but she's also sober. In fact, come to think of it, if it is really just the kind of girl who is nice to him but has little personal opinion, will he still have a good feeling about her? Udandi glanced at Poutong, as if to say, please look at me well. She graciously went up to the stage and walked to the front of the piano, took her seat, and ran her hands over the top of the instrument, letting out a long breath. The answer came instantly to Pouting's mind. What had endeared him to him had been this strong girl, not just being nice to him. The students in the audience were all staring at Udandi on the stage, afraid of missing this wonderful performance. Everyone subconsciously raised their eyebrows as Udandi struck the first key, and as viewers, they were also linked to some sense of nervousness. Her slender fingers calmly began to jump over the black and white keys, allowing the familiar sound of the crowd's music to pour out from between her, but in a different flavor, in the soothing sound of the piano. It seemed as if they actually saw the group of people fighting in the classroom become fainter and fainter until the whole classroom was empty. The crowd's fantasies came to a screeching halt as the last note fell. Sorry, only learned this much. Udandi smiled in embarrassment. She had only practiced for a short while last night, and learning such a small section was already the limit. It's been great. Han Nian's face was full of smiles. She did not know much about Udandan, but now it seems that there is no such thing as a reputation. And how could she be mediocre when she became famous at a young age? Even though it's only a small section, I still feel like it doesn't flow well enough. Udandi sighed. Poutong's audio was guitar strumming. It was a bit overwhelming for her to change it to a piano piece so quickly. Do you have any suggestions, teacher? It's a little bit of an unsteady rhythm, but the flaws are there. Udandi nodded. She could feel it when she tried it herself but didn't know how to adjust it. Teacher, what should be adjusted? She also knew that her teacher was a senior at the Conservatory of Music and was also experienced, so she would be better than her as a high school student anyways. Han Yen frowned. It's fine for you to ask me to point out the problems, but it's better for me to revise. She can certainly do it by correcting a mispronunciation or whatever, but the question is it always better when she does it? The one who knows the tune best, of course, is the creator himself, and isn't that creator right here? Poutong. Han Yen instantly clapped. Evaluate it. I don't think he knows how to play the piano. Udandi looked skeptically in Poutong's direction, only to find that he had a twisted expression on his face. She understood Pouting too well, and this expression on the other's face indicated that he understood, but he didn't want to say anything. Teacher, I don't believe that someone who can write so many high-level works can't play the piano. Han Nian gave him a blank look. If this was something she could look away from, the music field would be a wasted endeavor. It feels like the second interval distance is a bit long. Poutine sighed helplessly. He played the piano, of course, but at an average level, not much different from you dandy. But the thing is, the piano music for the song Remembering, he's heard it before. A professional musician doing it is definitely a bit more polished than what you dandy a middle schooler pushes out in a day. Honestly, he didn't want to say it at first, but once he recalled you danden's stubborn expression, he really didn't want to let her down. He actually knows how to play the piano? You dandy suddenly felt a little trance. Is there anything he won't do? Why would he, a normal high school student, know these things? This is outrageous. Go up and try? Han Nian glanced at him with some urgency. What? No one is filming here. Han Nian was furious. This guy's tawdry maneuver was quite a spread in their circle of teachers, and was considered a topic of conversation after their tea time. Poutong glanced at you dandy, who was staring at him from the stage, before he took a step and slowly walked onto the stage. I'll familiarize myself first. Although he used to play it, he hadn't touched the iron lump in a long time after all, and planned to play an easier one to warm up first. After a little scheming, he played a piece of the same table. It's not too much of a stretch to play a song you've already taken out on your own, and more importantly, it's got an easier tempo that lends itself to hot hands as well. Boughton moved his fingers a little and felt much more acclimatized. The familiar power is back. You dandy had walked up next to him to watch at some point, and rolled her eyes straight up when she heard this. What a middle child. Poutine looked up at her and smiled a little. At the same time, his fingers moved, and the piano piece of the same song, but from under his hands, the whole piece was inexplicably coherent. In fact, Poutong is still very raw. After all, he has not played for too long. A moment a little out of control of their hands. You dandy was nudging one line at a time, and he had really listened to the piece. So although his technique wasn't very good, the piece he played was all over the place. The young girl listened on the sidelines and had a feeling of enlightenment. So it should be so excessive She looked at Boughton's deft fingers and smiled involuntarily. What was the point of thinking about that? Even if he really knew a lot of things, even if he really wasn't ordinary, but so what? He was still the Poutong he knew. Even if he played the piano with a deft hand, it was a hand that had grasped his own wrist. Poutong likewise finger-picked a short section and stopped, right where you dandy had stopped. Cut. You dandy blankly glanced at him and instantly understood what he meant. He only adds to it. He still has to put the whole song out on his own to make it work. Ugh. Han Nian sighed and didn't know what to say, not realizing that this guy was really an all-rounder. The rehearsal session continued, and even at the end of the chorus between Poutong and Siamu, they still hadn't reacted from Poutong's piano piece. Shocked by the sound of the piano, they were the ones who really had no time to appreciate anything else. Siamu doesn't know how to sing yet, so it's also only Poutong's solo, for which Han Nian made another recording. Han Nian nodded from the side, recognizing the level of Poutong's second song. The shock that the other song should have had was rather weaker under the influence of the hiccup earlier. Their first official rehearsal after the recording of the song was over, and it always ended with a stumble. The first time after the rehearsal, Poutong was stopped by 3 women, deeply hidden. We're all 16. Why can this guy know so many things? Iori Yukino even went straight up and touched Poutine's arm. She kind of suspected that this guy was a mechanical android. Actually, I'm a starlet who crossed over from another world. I'm still an alien. Lin Yu, she gave him a blank look. You guessed it. I'm actually a triskelion, here to lock down your Blue Star's technology. Lin Yu, she couldn't hold back any longer and directly punched him in the arm, then picked up her book bag and left with a look of contempt. What about, Cybertron? Do you believe this yourself? You dandy glared at him. I believe it. Iori Yukino showed her teeth and smiled. Me too. Me too. You're a doer. You dandy angrily rubbed Sakura girl's head and told her to cool off. Iori Yukino fled, leaving Poutong and you dandy as the only 2 people looking at each other. Thank you, you dandy whispered. I know you can play the whole piano piece. Poutine is keeping this opportunity open so that she can prove herself. He understands himself, and he understands him. I actually don't have much of a clue behind me. Poutong sighed. In fact, he doesn't specialize in such things as piano music, and he really forgot almost everything. Instead, it's you dandy's tune that gave him the beginnings to be able to connect his memories to it. So then we count as cooperating through and through? You dandy held her forehead and laughed lightly. Count on it. Poutine stretched and raised his arms. I can't do it without you. You dandy trotted to keep up, a giggle on her face. Chapter 145, Dreaming as a Horse. After a few days of rehearsal, the effectiveness of the crowd's programs has improved significantly and their form has become more and more consistent. Perhaps it was the lead taken by a few star trainees that made everyone practice so hard. After all, it's a lot of pressure to perform on the same stage as someone else's professional, and while they certainly can't compete with the stars, the gap can never be too big. It was obviously a double day, but they arrived at the school as usual. The only destination was the auditorium. The big guys are holding their breath and don't want to be outclassed by the star trainees, so they are practicing desperately, even hating the extra practice. The star trainees are even more rolled up because it's what they eat, and it's definitely a plus to perform well on the live show. While everyone was rehearsing in full swing, Poutong had been very leisurely, except for the occasional chorus practice with Siamu. When he had time, he would look at his notes and memorize vocabulary in the corner, which was very comfortable. The others accepted his behavior with open arms. After all, people really didn't have to practice, not to mention practicing the song. Even if Poutong improvises a song out by then, they still believe in it. Who made him poutine? What's more, being able to read a book in such a noisy place is something the average person can't really do. How about a story? Iori Yukino was naturally too lazy to rehearse, and seeing that Poutong was the only one free, she ran over to chat with him. The swinging duo looked drawn when everyone else was on a roll. Where do I get all the stories? That won't work. Iori Yukino brought her head over to look at Poutong's notebook. You know me, I can't sleep without a story. Poutong closed his notebook, blocking Sakura-chan's view. You still want to sleep? Even if you don't rehearse, is it too much to think you can just sleep here? If it was a gift that he himself could study in such a noisy environment, it was even more of a gift that Sakura-chan could fall asleep in such an environment. Think about it, stage accidents are pretty common with this stuff. Iori Yukino plopped down on the backrest of the front row audience seat with a lazy look on her face. And there's no telling which will come first, the future or the accident. What if you rehearsed really hard, and then you got nervous and didn't play well instead? Wouldn't that be a tragedy? So I decided to lie flat. Effort does not always lead to success, but not effort must be easy. What crooked reasoning? It's just an excuse for swinging for the fences. Boughton knocked on the backrest. Leaning on it, Iori Yukino was startled and sat up hurriedly. You don't understand. Iori Yukino narrowed her eyes at Poutong. The way of posing and groping a fish is not something that a mongrel like him can understand? Boughton smiled and didn't take it seriously. While it's true that Sakura-chan hasn't rehearsed, you'd be wrong to think that she really isn't ready. Iori Yukino is all about moderation, and as long as the status quo is where she expects it to be, it's unlikely that she'll try a little harder. The main idea is 60 points. One more point is a waste. Don't look at the bottom few in her exams. Her grades in English, math, physics and history are all steady passing marks, and her overall grades are not good just because of the language. Chemistry, politics and geography, but they are all in the single digits. English she knows, math, physics, history is relatively concise and she can understand it, but the other subjects are so abstract that she knows the words but can't figure out the meaning. If a man is good, he does one thing and does another. If one line is good, one line is good. If one is not good, one line is good. One line is not good. If a line doesn't work, a line doesn't work. I beg you to stop reading. Can't I leave you alone to study? Iori Yukino hurriedly moved away a bit, fearing that Poutong would give her this kind of abstraction. Poutong was about to tease her more when he realized that the music teacher was clapping his hands over there, signaling everyone to go over and gather. The two feelers looked at each other and hurriedly merged into the large group. It's just a small thing. It'll be done soon. It won't delay everyone practicing. Han Yan awkwardly coughed twice. Just now the leader looked for me and asked me to think of a theme for the graduation party. But I'm just an art teacher, and I can't think of anything good. I sought to call everyone over to brainstorm a few ideas. We're a week away from the graduation party and it's really time to settle on a theme or something. The crowd was in disarray, each talking in his own way, completely inaudible. Everyone be quiet. One by one, Han Yan clapped his hands. Ask for positivity and preferably some encouragement for the graduates. As soon as the words teacher positivity came out of her mouth, Sakura-chan stopped talking. Poutong gave her a blank look. Does this guy still want to have a whole swinging theme? In the wind and rain, the sight waits for you. That's not too hellish. Teacher, I thought of one. A boy raised his hand, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Dreams fly, youth sets sail. Han Yan nodded, thinking it was good, but still didn't clap. This one certainly fits the bill, but it sounds a bit hollow, and it's just boring to eulogize youth. What's more, this graduation party is going to be broadcast live for the whole network, so if the theme is too mediocre, it will also make the first impression of others much worse. How about calling it, Go, My Future? Laughed Chen Xiqing, offering his insight. Han Yan's eyes lit up. This theme is both innovative and catchy. It's kind of nice to consider. The English one is indeed quite unique. Several students voiced their approval. I think it's better in Chinese, Iori Yukino whispered. I think Chinese is really interesting. A few short words have unusually rich meanings. It's awesome. Just now, she had been bowled over by Poutong with the power of Chinese. Sakura-chan's words, however, caused the crowd to fall into a long silence. It's far more impactful coming from an outsider than if someone else said it. It's an affirmation and a reminder. It's important to believe in your culture. So, any other students have ideas? Han Yan smiled bitterly. She seemed to have been taught a lesson by this girl from a foreign land. Teacher, I have one. Don Hangshu politely raised his hand, and only spoke his thoughts after Han Yan nodded. Youth dawns, fulfillment of dreams this day. Very good. Han Yan nodded gratefully. The theme was poetic and allegorical, and it sounded quite good. The crowd looked at each other and couldn't think of anything better for a moment. So, how about this? Han Yan looked around the crowd, intending to get another opinion. Iori Yukino suddenly raised her hand playfully, looking immodest. This guy isn't really going to go with the whole pendulum theme, is he? Does Yukino-san have any thoughts? Han Yan smiled gently. Because of what had just happened, she felt a lot more favorable towards Iori Yukino, and her displeasure about the guy being lazy and not rehearsing was swept away. I didn't. Han Yan smacked his lips, a little angry by her. No, you raise your hand for what? I don't have any good ideas, but I do have suggestions. Iori Yukino pretended to be deep in thought. I'm afraid you've all forgotten that there's another one here who can write poetry. Her words just fell. The crowd's eyes immediately changed. Yeah, there's another one here who wrote a love poem that made it to the Hot 100. And then there were all kinds of flirty copywriters. Wouldn't it be condescending not to let him think of a good theme? Poutong, think of one. Han Yan righteously, directly grabbing out this groping copywriter bigot. Poutong sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and kind of wanted to beat the cherry blossom girl violently. This is not to give him a problem. Iori Yukino glanced at Poutong with a wicked grin as a form of revenge. Actually, what everyone says is quite good. Poutong smiled awkwardly. If I had to think about it, it would be, to live up to your dreams? These are good words to understand. Use your dreams as a direction and motivation to move forward and live up to your youthful years and the time you have worked so hard. The simple word horse refers to the journey of life, which is quite ingenious, while the word xiaohua refers to the beautiful time of youth. Time is a flick of the finger. Short years, xiaohua easy to pass. To dream as a horse, not to be ashamed of xiaohua. Han Yan savored it over and over again, only to find the theme quite brilliant. Anyone? Any other thoughts? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They may all still have ideas, but they're still nowhere near as good as this thread. Then we'll settle on that theme. Han Yan was instantly relieved. Thank you, Mr. Poutong. Little things, little things. Poutong smiled awkwardly. He looked at Sakura Girl, ready to find a sack to fight her off. Don't get me wrong. Things like beating up international friends have to be done in secret. Chapter 146, We Graduated. Saturday, June 3rd, the day of the graduation party. The seniors were in the plaza for the graduation ceremony. The freshmen and sophomores were on their normal vacation, and Poutong and the guys were still in the auditorium for their last rehearsal. They have repeated the familiar process many times, so naturally they will not make any mistakes. Han Yan watched from the stage and was very pleased. She had a feeling this was going to be an absolutely unsurpassed high school graduation party. After the final program was performed, the rehearsal schedule for their lineup came to a complete end. Accordingly, the real challenge, tonight's graduation party at 8 p.m. is when the results of their rehearsals will be tested. That's great. Keep that up tonight too. Everyone can go home for dinner now, and come back at 4 or 5 p.m. for our last string. The last crosstalk, which is a flow only, not a performance of the program, is mainly a preview of the switch from program to program. Like, it's still early. Lin Yushi glanced at her wrist. They started rehearsing early in the morning, and now it's just after 10 by the end of rehearsal. I can't sleep even if I go back now. Ha! Iori Yukino cried. She hadn't slept a single day since she started rehearsals. How could she sleep if it wasn't almost lunchtime when she went back now? Why don't we go see their graduation ceremony? You dandy suggested. Lin Yushi readily agreed, and Iori Yukino frowned, but also agreed anyway. After all, there really wasn't anything to do right now. What about you? The three women looked at Boughton, wondering if he was planning to go home or what. Check it out. The last time Poutine watched a graduation ceremony was a long time ago, and I kinda miss that feeling. Usually leaders speak on the stage. A little talk, a couple of sentences as a result of half an hour. The students under the stage are cursing and smacking annoyance, but when it comes to the graduation ceremony, everyone just obediently stood, as if they want to remember every word forever in their hearts. Because, you won't be able to hear it anymore. Xiamu rushed home to chat with Ling Ling. Still have no time to spend in the school. Can only hurry to say goodbye. Gan Hangshu still quite wanna see, but he has some work matters. Can only helplessly leave. I kinda want to see it. Chen Xiqing hemmed and hawed, and was about to join in, but suddenly felt a fleshy pain coming from his left arm. He looked back, only to find Tang Luo-chan grudgingly twisting his small arm. What are you doing? You promised to take me to the top. Tang Luo-chan glared, quite upset. Was she really addicted to the game? Not really, she honestly didn't know why. She simply wanted to play, but of course alone she didn't want to play. Play the game anytime. Hiss, pain, pain, pain. You are crazy, right? Being pinched on the soft flesh, Chen Xiqing really suffered some pain. You're really not playing? Chen Xiqing surveyed Tang Luocheng's grudging eyes, refused the words to the side of the mouth and somewhat unable to speak. Then go watch your graduation party. Tang Luocheng shook off his arm and huffed. Not you this. Chen Xiqing was furious, wanting to take it out but having no place to do so. He glanced at Poutong and the others and sighed apologetically, then turned around and chased after them. The two of them? It seems like something's wrong. Iori Yukino narrowed her eyes and smiled badly. Faking it? Quite good. Yu Dandy expressed her support. These two were quite good together. The relationship between these two people suddenly jumped, as if it was the beginning of the game incident with Poutong. They were Poutong cheated. As the victim they naturally began to warm up, did not realize that the relationship over and over so good, although Poutong didn't mean to, but it seems, he seems to be a red herring for once. Come to think of it, wasn't Siamu's cybersex also something he got into by mistake? This guy is afraid he doesn't really have redneck potential. Thinking of this, Yu Dandy suddenly didn't hold back her laughter. What are you laughing at? Boughton was a little grossed out by the way she looked at him. I'm laughing at you. I'd say you two are about done. There are outsiders here. Iori Yukino crossed her arms and deflated her mouth. These two haven't even gotten together yet and they're already like this. What if they do? By then, she and Lin Yushi would have become two super large light bulbs. Watch your influence. Lin Yushi pulled Yu Dandy over and separated her from Poutong. Still a high school student. She then glared at Poutine with a "don't try to take dude away from us" look. Boughton shrugged helplessly and simply followed the three of them, offending no one. A few people clamored and soon arrived at the outskirts of the graduation ceremony. The seniors stood quietly under the flag in a square formation according to their classes, their teachers following the procession, occasionally clambering into conversation with their classmates in the back row. Even the usual class pricks are standing obediently at this point, chatting with the teacher about unfinished business. I've heard that the ones who impress their teachers the most tend to be pricks, not well-behaved students, and that's true. The school leader on stage was still reading cliches from a script with little nutrition. Solemn speech to walk a situation and then dispersed. The focus is still a little later to take graduation photos. Only the moment the photos are framed, only to mark the complete end of their high school. They would sit and talk about the future and explore where to go from there. Of course, by that time Poutine and the others would not be present. That was a time for the graduates alone. Wow, look, it's that bleach bruise sister. Iori Yukino pointed to the edge of the stage, where a tall girl was quietly standing there with something manuscript-like in her hand. She was none other than Jiang Suyue, whom several people had met before, and the female protagonist of that game's confession incident. By the looks of it, it should be the graduates speaking on behalf of the graduates. Jiang Suyue was excellent, and Poutong suddenly remembered the last time Jiang Suyue coincided with him in the corner reading and studying. It's because she's so good that guys go out of their way to confess to her, right? Poutong couldn't help but begin to think that it would be nice if he could be this good, and wondered if he would have the opportunity to speak on behalf of the graduates in the future. Definitely. Yu Dandy patted his shoulder and laughed. I believe in you. You really don't read minds? Boughton smiled at her, her heart warming. Not long after, it was the turn of the senior representative to speak, only to see Jiang Shuiwei calmly walk to the microphone in the center and begin to read the script in her hand. The scripts were all prepared in advance, and she was just a relentless reading machine, so if she wasn't more eye candy, not many people would probably even listen attentively. She's so graceful, Iori Yukino murmured. She loved watching Drift Brew Sister so much. People are learning to learn out of the temperament. The belly has the aroma of books since the Hua. You want to have this kind of temperament, just study hard. Don't. Iori Yukino refused dryly. If the price of having gravitas was effort, then she might as well choose to keep swinging for the fences. Lazy dog. Lin Yushi didn't let go of this opportunity to discredit her. I'll be damned. I just appreciate beauty. I don't have to be it. Yu Dandy smiled on the sidelines, but in her heart, she was savoring Poutine's words. How nice it is to have a book in her belly. She should also read more books in order to become a real beauty with temperament. Why does this guy always say such philosophical things so lightly? I wish you all good luck in the college entrance exams to achieve the gold medal. Jiang Suyue finished reading the script and saw the four people gathered around. Finally, there is a sentence for everyone. It's from Senior Poutong's school brother. With dreams as horses, not to be ashamed of your life. The room applauded as the last word of her sentence fell. Jiang Suyin closed the manuscript and let out a long breath. It's so nerve-wracking to add an impromptu comment. She looked away from the crowd and looked at Poutine, who was gathered behind her, and laughed heartily. At that time, the figure of this guy when he helped himself out, the words he said, she remembered them clearly. Perhaps, it's impossible to forget it in this lifetime. Let's go. Poutong rubbed his nose, a little embarrassed. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little awkward. Graduation was over, and there was no need for them to look any further. The four of them walked out of the school side by side, only to hear a large shout from behind them. We graduated! We graduated! The voice was high and clear, but gradually became low, and in the end, became a cloud of smoke that faded with the wind.